Chapter 1, Broken Up. At 8 o'clock in the evening, it started raining. Raindrops hit the glass. Inside the Shangdao coffee shop, a man and a woman sat opposite each other. The man's clothes were quite cheap, making him look very incompatible with the girl opposite him. But the bouquet of red roses on the table, a symbol of love and romance, showed that they were indeed a couple. It was already late autumn, and the woman was still wearing a thin floral dress, light makeup, and deep eyes, which made her fragility seem more strong and cold. The background music gradually stopped, and Li Dongyao said coldly, "Fang Yuan, let's break up." Fang Yuan was clearly caught off guard by the girl's words and looked at her blankly. Break up? Why? Li Dongyao's expression was cold and indifferent. The beautiful light reflected on her fair face, but could not reveal her joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness. Do you have a room? I can go open one now. The 7 days next door is very cheap. Do you have a car? You found me again. I just picked up a yachty at noon. Do you have money? Are you in trouble? I still have a 20,000 yuan credit limit on Huabei. The atmosphere is a bit quiet. After a long silence, Li Dongyao looked at Fang Yuan and said, "You are always so humorous. Anyway, everything is over. You have nothing. You can't give me what I want." Fang Yuan felt a pang of pain in his heart when he heard this, but, "I have already given you everything I have. I admit it, but I deserve better. Didn't you say you loved me? Then I hope you can let go more calmly. Everyone has their own dreams. Let's have our own wonderful future." After saying that, she stood up, picked up the bag on the table, and left resolutely. The rain was still falling. Through the glass window of the coffee shop, Fang Yuan saw Li Dongyao walking towards a Bentley. The car door opened and a man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked out. The other person also looked through the glass into the coffee shop, and just like in an idol drama, their eyes met without any surprise. There was a hint of teasing on that handsome yet slightly feminine face. How could it be him? Man looking out the window. Various memories related to it kept flashing in Fang Yuan's mind. Ma Yingjie is his college classmate. He has an outstanding family background and good looks. He is a popular figure in the school and is very popular among girls. Fang Yuan has always been at odds with him. The reason was that the other party had always looked down on rural people like Fang Yuan. During college, he targeted Fang Yuan everywhere and made him look bad in various ways. After graduation, Ma Yingjie went abroad to study. Fang Yuan originally thought that he would never meet him again in this life. Unexpectedly, when they met again many years later, he actually stole his girlfriend of 3 years. This is like riding on his head and shitting, and it's the kind that causes diarrhea. Outside the window, Ma Yingjie hugged and kissed Li Dongyao in a show-off manner. Hot blood immediately rushed to his head, and Fang Yuanqi's teeth were chattering. In just a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind, some hurt, some angry, some hateful, some sad. All the past turned into an unquenchable resentment, piercing his heart bit by bit. It's so ridiculous. After 3 years of dating, he has given everything to Li Dongyao. When she is sad, Fang Yuan will accompany her all night. When she was tired, Fang Yuan would carry her on his back, no matter how far ahead. She was hungry, and Fang Yuan even skipped work to buy her food. But even after this, she still threw him away like trash and turned around and ran into the arms of someone else. Fang Yuan felt a mixture of misery and crazy anger, and there was only one thought left in his mind. Here comes the knife. I'm going to poke 1,000 holes in this pair of bastards. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! The host is detected to be in a state of extreme anger, and the system has begun to activate. Fang Yuan was stunned. What is that? System? Isn't that a kind of cheat in novels? Am I possessed by a cheat? A true man is born between heaven and earth, with a strong and ardent heart. Blood for blood, tooth for tooth, retribution is inevitable. I have appeared, host, your blessing has arrived. The revenge system has been successfully bound. The host can obtain rewards by taking revenge on the target of hatred. The rewards are distributed according to the completion of the task. Current target for revenge, Li Dongyao. Current number of revenges available is 2. Will you get rewards for taking revenge on someone? Is Zunda fake? Fang Yuan didn't quite believe it. This system is ridiculous. There are so many ways to take revenge on people. For example, shitting on someone else's bed is also a form of revenge. If you can get rewards so easily, then the value of the system is too low. System, host, you don't know that high-end systems often only issue the simplest tasks. Even if I asked you to reach for the stars and the moon, you wouldn't be able to do it. That makes sense. However, Fong Yuan still decided to give it a try. Looking at the cars coming and going outside the window, Fong Yuan curled his lips and a plan came to his mind. Without hesitation, he got up and left, intending to launch his revenge plan immediately. It was drizzling and late at night, but the pedestrian street was still crowded with people. Most of them are lonely men who can't bear to be alone at night. The good-looking ones have already found their one-night partners, but more of them are perverts who are eager to vent. Fong Yuan covered his face and walked into a busy public toilet. He found a conspicuous spot, took out the marker he had just bought and began to write smoothly. Door-to-door service, 50 yuan per session, 200 yuan for the entire night, beauty guaranteed, contact information, Ms. Li, phone number. After finishing, Fong Yuan felt that it was time, so he found a place to take a dump. System, revenge is over, where is my reward? System, it's quite speechless. Is this what you call revenge? Fong Yuan raised his head and said, why not? System, no, you were so angry just now that you activated me. Now you're taking revenge like this? What do you know? In these war-torn times, countless men are ravenous and thirsty. Not only am I attacking Li Dongyao's reputation mentally, I'm also bombarding her with phone calls physically. Killing two birds with one stone. System, alright. Ding. The host successfully avenged Li Dongyao and obtained primary physical enhancement. As Tanzi's voice fell, a wonderful feeling instantly came over him. His whole body suddenly became warm, and strength continued to surge. Although he never exercised, he now had smooth muscle lines and even his appearance was greatly improved. This country is one. This system is awesome. Fong Yuan stared with eyes wide open, looking at the changes in his body, somewhat in disbelief. At this moment, he is full of strength, his body is as fierce as a tiger and his spirit is as strong as an ox. And, he looked down. I'm Zhao. Majestic and solid as a rock. Take off. 10. He can fight 10 now. Just as he was getting excited, Fong Yuan suddenly thought of something and his expression suddenly turned ugly. Brother Tanzi, are you there? What's wrong? Can you give me another pack of toilet paper as a reward? Host, you are humorous. I'm serious. I'm very sorry, I can only issue mission rewards. Chapter 2, Hello, Miss Li? At 10 o'clock in the evening, the rain stopped. In a private room of a luxurious entertainment club on Zhouyuan Road, Xinyuan Street. A dozen young men and women were raising their glasses to celebrate Ma Yingjie's return and congratulate him on being with Li Dongyao. Cheers rang out one after another. Li Dongyao felt the warmth of Ma Yingjie's palm, and her heart was filled with indescribable sweetness. Just then, her cell phone suddenly rang. Li Dongyao thought it was Fong Yuan calling, so she hung up without even looking at the call and continued to enjoy everyone's blessings. But within 2 seconds, the bell rang again. What a bummer. We've already broken up, and you're still harassing me. Li Dongyao felt annoyed and continued to ignore it. Yao Yao, your phone is ringing. Ma Yingjie smiled lightly and reminded her gently. Li Dongyao frowned and said, it must be Fong Yuan calling, brother Yingjie, let's ignore him. Ma Yingjie shook his head and smiled again, I know Fong Yuan. He's very stubborn. If you don't explain things to him clearly today, he'll pester you again and again. Then I'll take it? Of course, with so many people here today, many of them are our classmates. You might as well turn on the speakerphone so that everyone can hear clearly, and it will also prevent him from slandering you and me in the future. As soon as these words came out, everyone realized that Ma Yingjie was deliberately trying to embarrass Fong Yuan in public. However, they did not stop it and kept out of it, as it had nothing to do with them. Everyone was happy to watch the joke. Oh well. Li Dongyao picked up the phone, turned up the volume to the highest, and answered the call. Hello, Miss Li? There was a strange voice on the other end of the phone. ISNT at Fong Yuan calling? Li Dongyao was surprised, it's me, who are you? Oh, how can I be your father at this hour of night? Stop talking nonsense. I'll take room 502 at the Happiness Hotel for the night. What a mess 502. If you're booking for the whole night, why don't you use 502 to cover your armpit hair? Li Dongyao was confused and hung up the phone directly. It's not Fang Yuan. I guess some psychopath made a mistake. A trace of subtle regret flashed across Ma Yingjia's face. He held Li Dongyao's hand and said teasingly, "It's not him that makes me feel even more sorry for you. We've been in love for 3 years, but on the first day of breaking up, he treated you like a stranger. It's hard to describe a man like that." Under the light, Ma Yingjia had a tender look on his face, which made Li Dongyao's heart flutter and she almost fainted from drinking. At the same time, she felt even more disgusted with Fang Yuan. What a scumbag! It's only the first day since we broke up, and he already doesn't care about me at all. In the past, when she went out for a party, no matter whether it was hot summer or cold winter, he would always wait downstairs on his electric scooter, and would call her every 10 minutes to confirm his safety. Of course, even if Fang Yuan waited longer, she would not ride his electric scooter. After all, she is a little princess, and a luxury car worth less than 1 million is not worthy of her. Yao Yao, forget Fang Yuan. From now on, your life will be taken care of by me. Ma Yingjia looked at Li Dongyao affectionately, with a warm and soft light in his eyes. Wow! Brother Yingjia, so gentle and affectionate. Li Yao, you are so really happy. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The atmosphere became tense and everyone started to make a fuss. Coincidentally, Li Dongyao's phone rang again, interrupting the romantic atmosphere. Li Dongyao answered the phone angrily. A rough voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, is this Miss Li? I have 3 brothers here who have just been released. Can I accept more people? Price is not a problem." What? Li Dongyao was completely confused and couldn't react at all to what was going on. The others, including Ma Yingjia, looked at Li Dongyao in astonishment. She didn't answer the first time, and she dialed the wrong number the second time. Now this is the 3rd time Li Dongyao has received such a call. And every time he mentioned Miss Li by name. This makes people doubt. Is that really what she does? Don't say it, this is very likely. Otherwise, with her figure and looks, why would she date Fang Yuan, who has nothing, for 3 years? Hey, don't hesitate, how about a flat price of $2,000? The voice on the phone rang again. "Yes, we have a lot of people here, but Miss Li, grit your teeth and hold on to your bed. No matter how tired you are, it's better than farming. Don't you think so?" All of a sudden, all the men in the audience could no longer hold back and began to laugh secretly. As expected of a man who had just been released, what he said was so reasonable. Li Dongyao felt her hair tingle, and she quickly hung up the phone and explained to Ma Yingjia, "Brother Yingjia, this person called the wrong person. I'm not that kind of dirty woman. I trust you." Ma Yingjia pretended to be sincere and said, "A girl as clean as you is certainly not that kind of woman." That's what I said. But in fact, he also began to suspect that Li Dongyao was really a prostitute. However, he didn't care even if she was a prostitute. In these days of constant war, mature men must learn to open their eyes and see the world. The most important thing for a woman is to live well, nothing else matters. Brother Yingjia, thank you for your trust. Li Dongyao looked at Ma Yingjia with love, and her eyes began to become thready. The mood came again, and Ma Yingjia leaned over to kiss Li Dongyao. Li Dongyao was about to respond when her cell phone rang again. Li Dongyao was almost going crazy. She grabbed her cell phone and threw it to the ground. However, the mobile phone that Fang Yuan bought her with 3 months' salary turned out to be surprisingly durable. After it hit the ground, it was not broken, but accidentally hit the answer button. "Hello, Ms. Li, I have a student ID. Can I get a 50% discount on a night out?" At the same time, on the other side, Fang Yuan wrote his yachty to the community where Li Dongyao lived. Convinced of the system's authenticity, he decided to strike while the iron was hot and take revenge on Li Dongyao. The spoof-like revenge just now earned him such an awesome reward as physical strengthening. If he goes all out, he can't imagine how much bigger the reward will be. He picked up a brick and hid downstairs of Li Dongyao's house. I plan to hit Li Dongyao with a brick when she comes back, so that she can understand what the black brick from outer space is. The thought just flashed through my mind. The system's voice rang out in his mind, "Fuck, host, this is not a punishment. Retaliation against others and intentional harm are strictly prohibited. Once violated, the system has the right to unbind you on its own." "No?" Fang Yuan reluctantly threw away the brick and asked, "How about I let someone else do it instead of doing it myself?" "Of course not. Instigating others to fight is also a form of intentional injury. Fang Yuan frowned, then I can throw feces at her. System, host, you are always so disgusting. It is possible, but this is the lowest level of revenge. Please make your decision carefully. Is it just low level? Fang Yuan began to think. The system defines 3 levels of revenge: low, medium, and high, and rewards are distributed according to the level of revenge. For this final revenge, I don't have to get a high-level reward, but it has to be at least a mid-level one. But without destroying the body, what kind of revenge can be above the intermediate level? Just as I was thinking about it, a car light shone over from a distance. Chapter 3, I am a loyal and honest person. Fang Yuan thought it was Li Dongyao who came back, so he quickly hid in the bushes nearby. The vehicle slowly drove over. It was not Ma Yingjia's Bentley, but an S6. After stopping, 2 people, a man and a woman, got out of the car. The man was in his 40s, with a big belly and few hairs left. He looked like a bad guy. The woman was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her figure is well proportioned, neither fat nor thin, giving a very plump feeling, especially her chest, which is full of profound truths that make people dizzy. At this age, when she is mature to the core, even a blink of her eyes exudes an alluring charm. There is a kind of captivating coldness in the corners of her slender eyes. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and looked at the beautiful woman, but he was not attracted by her beauty. But it was because that woman was none other than Li Dongyao's aunt, Xin Jijing. Li Dongyao came to the big city to study and work. As a girl, her family was naturally worried about her, so they asked her aunt in the city to help take care of her. Li Dongyao lived in Xin Jijing's house. But it's so late, what is going on? Fang Yuan hid forward. What a stunner! Damn, why didn't I realize she was such a beauty before? Fang Yuan muttered to himself. To be honest, Li Dongyao is already beautiful enough, but her aunt is even more beautiful than her. At this moment, Xin Jijing seemed to be drunk. Her snow-white skin was flushed red, and she walked unsteadily. The bald man supported her, and his pig hand didn't know how to be polite at all, tightly hugging her slender waist. Xin Jijing was probably drunk, and she leaned her long curly hair on the bald man's shoulder, closed her eyes, and let him hug her obediently, without any intention of resisting. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan felt inexplicably jealous. Damn Baldy, you can get such a bargain. Fang Yuan heard from Li Dongyao that her aunt was a very traditional and conservative woman. Unfortunately, she had a bad fate. Her husband died young 7 years ago. She never remarried and has been single ever since. If I hadn't been drunk, there was no way this bald guy would have taken advantage of me. At this time, the bald man had already walked to the front of the apartment building with Xin Jijing in his arms. The dazzling light made Xin Jijing's mind a little clearer. She struggled to get out of the bald man's arms. Director Liu, I'm home. Thank you for taking me here. It's very late. You should go home early too. Baldy Liu grabbed her hand and said, it's not 2 steps away. I'll take you upstairs. Really? Xin Jijing wanted to pull her hand out, but she was so dazed that she couldn't exert any strength. Hey, I'm your leader, why are you being so polite to me? Let me carry you upstairs. Baldy Liu pulled Xin Jijing into his arms even harder. No, don't. Xin Jijing struggled hard. Baldy Liu had bad intentions to begin with, and Xin Jijing's struggle only aroused his excitement. Why not, Jijing, I like you. Ever since I saw you for the first time, I've been thinking about you even in my dreams. Can you give me one chance? No, you have a wife and children, we can't do this. Xin Jijing panicked and struggled desperately. It's more exciting to have a family. Jijing, just obey me. I'll let you know what a real man is. An evil smile appeared on Baldy Liu's face. No, I will never agree to you even if I die. If you don't let go, I'll scream. Go ahead and scream as much as you want. I must kill you today. Even Jesus can't stop me. I'm telling you. Fang Yuan, who was squatting in the bushes watching the show, couldn't stand it anymore when he heard such awesome words. How many dishes are there? Why are you drinking so much? Since Jesus can't stop you, I have to do it myself. The next second, Fang Yuan pulled out his phone and music started playing. I'm the master of the world, I'm free to go anywhere. Who's there? Baldy Liu suddenly stopped what he was doing and turned to look in the direction where the singing came from. Before he could see clearly, a fist as big as a sandbag came towards him. Bang! Baldy Liu screamed, and his whole body was knocked back. With a thud, he hit the iron door of the residential building firmly. I am. Baldy Lou covered his face with one hand and struggled to stand up, holding onto the iron door with the other. I'm Director Lou. Which bastard ruined my plans? Director Lou, right? Today I'm going to transform you into Director Pig. Fang Yuan took a step forward, grabbed the few remaining hairs on Baldy Lou, and slammed the iron gate in front of him. Bang! 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 After 3 consecutive hits, Lou Baldhead's face was covered in blood and he kept spitting out blood from his mouth, with teeth mixed in the blood. Director Pig, are you still awesome? Baldy Lou's head was hit so hard that he was confused. He stammered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Fang Yuan chuckled. Oh, you're quite stubborn. Looks like you need to continue to reform. The light voice fell into Lou Bald's ears, making him tremble with fear. He forcefully spat out the blood that was stuck in his throat. My dear hero, I am no longer so awesome. Please forgive me and leave me some of my beautiful hair. Fang Yuan let go, and a clump of hair fell out. Director Lou's hair was already sparse, and now there were only a few strands left. Get lost. You're really embarrassing us. Looking at Baldy Lou fleeing in panic, Fang Yuan was also very emotional. The body strengthened by Tongzi is so terrifying. In the past, he had difficulty doing 10 push-ups, and often had to let Li Dongyao move herself. Now look at him, his fist as big as a sandbag knocked Lou Baldhead, who weighed less than 200 pounds, flying away in one blow. It really scared him. Fang Yuan, what are you? Xin Zhijing had met Fang Yuan before. At this moment, she was looking at him who had come down from the sky like a hero to save the damsel in distress. Just as she was about to say something, her body suddenly went limp and she seemed to be about to fall. Fang Yuan was quick to catch Xin Zhijing and prevent her from falling. However, her already delicate body collapsed in Fang Yuan's arms like water. At this moment, Xin Zhijing's breathing was disordered, her eyes were blurred, and her body was also extremely hot. Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel excited. Xin Zhijing didn't smell strongly of alcohol, and was far from being drunk, but she acted like this, so there was only one truth. She was drugged. Fuck me. In shock, Fang Yuan looked around. It was late at night and there was no one around. The conditions exist, but I am a loyal and honest person. Fang Yuan thought about it and finally decided to stick to the bottom line and not touch the exciting plots in his mind. He decided to send Xin Zhijing home, and then called Li Dongyao to ask her to come back and deal with it. So Fang Yuan carried Xin Zhijing upstairs. After putting Xin Zhijing on the bed, Fang Yuan called Li Dongyao. But a cold voice came from the other end. The user you dialed is powered off. Fang Yuan was stunned, then he remembered that Miss Li's phone number was written by him in the public toilet. The hungry old customers must have turned off her phone long ago. What should I do? Just as he was feeling distressed, Xin Zhijing's warm body pressed against Fang Yuan's back. In just a few moments, she had pulled her clothes clean. Even though Fang Yuan was still wearing clothes, he could still feel the incredibly smooth skin. Xin Zhijing's pair of soft, cotton-like hands kept stroking his chest, moving down and down. Fang Yuan sniffed the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose, and couldn't help but feel itchy in his heart. Fang Yuan bit his tongue hard and forced himself to calm down. He broke free from Xin Zhijing's embrace and forced her onto the bed. No one dared to look at her body. Just because. Her body is so beautiful. Fang Yuan was afraid that if he looked at it any longer, he would explode. Chapter 4, You Really Made Me Suffer. Xin Zhijing was pinned down by Fang Yuan and couldn't move, but she was breathing even harder. There is a charming expression on her rosy cheeks, and her eyes are full of desire for the opposite sex. Give it to me, give it to me. Xin Zhijing's voice was trembling with anxiety, but this made her even more charming. She's hungry. She's really going crazy with hunger. If we don't help her, someone might die. Well. Fang Yuan sighed heavily. Well, if I don't go to hell, who will? As a kind-hearted person, I absolutely cannot watch a young life disappear like this. Fang Yuan has always been honest, so he took out his mobile phone, found the best camera angle, and started recording. I swear to God, he definitely didn't do this for the purpose of spreading the word. After all, no one would spread the word about themselves. He did this purely to prove his innocence so as to avoid being blackmailed. Almost in the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's clothes disappeared. Shin Jijing stuck very close to him, her eyes were seductive, and her hands kept groping Fang Yuan's body. The expression on his face was particularly charming. Looking at the seductive body in front of him that exuded the ultimate charm, Fang Yuan couldn't help swallowing and stopped being polite. My kindness has brought me trouble. You've caused me so much pain. Early morning. Shin Jijing woke up in a daze, feeling a slight pain in her body. But it was more of a relaxing feeling, as if I had a full body spa, all the meridians in my body were unblocked, and I felt refreshed. When she opened her beautiful eyes, what came into view was a handsome profile. Am I dreaming? I've been single for so long that I actually had this kind of dream. Shin Jijing was slightly dazed, and her cheeks felt a little hot. The man in the dream had delicate features and a face as sharp as if it were carved by a knife. He was handsome but also had a naughty and ruffian look. And the man's proof was also full of blood and vigor, extremely. It's hard to look away. Etc. Shin Jijing suddenly felt that the man's profile was extremely familiar. How could it be him? Shin Jijing was completely shocked and bit her tongue. The real pain made her heart skip a beat and she woke up completely. She kicked the man off the bed with a fierce kick and became completely panicked and screamed in fear. Fang Yuan, who was sleeping soundly over there, was startled by the sudden kick and Shin Jijing's sudden scream. Damn it! Is Lao Wang back? Fang Yuan didn't say anything and quickly crawled under the bed, his skill was so touching. Ha! After crawling under the bed, Fang Yuan was suddenly stunned. He looked around and realized that he was not at old Wang's house at all. Then he crawled out from under the bed. Shin Jijing sat on the bed, clutching the quilt covering her chest tightly with both hands, shivering in panic, and spoke in a voice that was both embarrassed and annoyed. Fang Yuan, why are you here? What did you do to me? Her curly hair was messy, just like her mood at the moment, strands of hair that could not be cut or sorted out. What is going on? Why would she sleep in the same bed with this man? If this gets out, how can she live her life? How is she going to face Li Dongyao? Shin Jijing was trembling all over, her white teeth biting her thin lips, tears flooded her eyes, and her heart was filled with grief and despair. Fang Yuan had anticipated this situation. He slowly put on his shorts, then picked up the phone next to him and threw it to Shin Jijing. Auntie, we have to speak with conscience. I was completely passive in this matter. The evidence is on my phone. If you don't believe me, just watch it frame by frame. You even recorded a video. Shin Jijing felt even more ashamed and angry. She subconsciously thought that Fang Yuan recorded the video to threaten her so that he could maintain an improper relationship with her for a long time. Especially after she saw that the video was 2.5 hours long, she became more convinced of this judgment. Because a feature film is exactly this length. Abnormal. Even if it means destroying her innocence, she will never let Li Dongyao be with this beast again. Shin Jijing frowned and clicked the play button. After just one look, her face turned even redder. Because the person who took the initiative in the video was actually herself, and she was extremely crazy. She had never seen many of the scenes before, but she used them in the video without any instruction. Why is this happening? Shin Jijing didn't dare to look anymore, pursed her lips and remained silent. Only fragments of her memory of last night remained. She only remembered that Director Liu organized a dinner party last night, during which she drank 2 glasses of wine and then got into Director Liu's car. I don't remember anything after that. Seeing her lost in thought, Fang Yuan knew he was halfway to clearing his name. He struck while the iron was hot and described again what happened to her and Director Liu, and emphasized the situation where he was a hero saving the beauty. I was really noble. I even called Li Dongyao to inform her, but guess what? After she dumped me, she stopped answering my calls. The rest of the story is in the video. You two broke up? Upon hearing this, Shin Jijing couldn't help but feel relieved. If Fang Yuan had already broken up with Li Dongyao, then what happened between them last night would not be so taboo. As long as you delete the video, no one will know what happened last night. Yes, we broke up. Fang Yuan said truthfully. It's really unpredictable, and you have to adapt to any situation. He originally planned to take revenge on Li Dongyao, but accidentally, he had such a beautiful encounter with Shin Jijing. Oh, right. System, does this count as revenge against Li Dongyao? The system said, host, your behavior is a service delivered to your door, so the system cannot judge it as a form of revenge. Fang Yuan's face turned grim, so I got fucked for free? System, you can say that. Fang Yuan couldn't accept this. Li Dongyao treated him as a tool, and now he is a tool for Shen Jijing. Damn, he is a relative after all, and he is the only one you can take advantage of, right? The price of foot massage in the city is clearly marked, 488 per session, and he paid at least 7 times last night. 3,000 yuan, he lost at least 3,000 yuan. We must get this back no matter what. Fang Yuan was extremely angry. He looked at Shen Jijing lying on the bed, and his eyes quickly turned red. Shen Jijing happened to be looking up at him. Looking at Fang Yuan's fiery pupils, she was stunned for a moment and immediately thought of what the other party might do. She immediately grabbed the quilt in panic and kept backing away. Fang Yuan, no, you can't. Can't? I said the same thing last night. You let me go? Fang Yuan walked towards her slowly, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. Shen Jijing raised her cute pink little feet and wanted to kick Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan caught it effortlessly with his hands, and his tall body kept approaching her, full of strong oppression. Fang Yuan, calm down. I'm your girlfriend, Dongyao's aunt. It's my ex-girlfriend, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Yuan leaned over and buried his head in Shen Jijing's neck. Shen Jijing's beautiful eyes immediately widened, her face full of disbelief. Chapter 5, Getting a Marriage Certificate with My Aunt. 2.5 hours later. Shen Jijing felt like her body was about to fall apart. She didn't have any strength in her body, and Bai Ruodongsu's skin was almost covered with kiss marks. Bang! Fang Yuan lit a cigarette and began to puff away smoke with a satisfied look on his face. Shen Jijing looked a little dazed and absent-minded for a moment. She has remained a virgin for 7 years. Do you know how she has been living during these 7 years? Unexpectedly, at this moment, she was being madly possessed by Dongyao's ex-boyfriend. Her emotions should be despair and grief. But at this moment she did not have any negative emotions. On the contrary, she was even a little fascinated by this feeling. Fang Yuan glanced at her sideways and said, "What are you looking at? Do you want another try? We're even now. If you want more, you'll have to pay more." Shen Jijing hurriedly looked away, tears unable to help but overflow, dripping down her beautiful cheeks. "You are shameless, you bastard. How will the neighbors look at me if you do this?" Torrential tears flooded down that adorable face, leaving Fang Yuan a little bewildered. The two of them made so much noise that the neighbors downstairs knocked on their doors 5 or 6 times. There is always gossip about a widow, and it won't be long before this matter spreads throughout the community. Fang Yuan took another puff of his cigarette and said nonchalantly, "It's no big deal. At worst, we can just get married." Marry? Shen Jijing's expression froze for a moment, and her crying suddenly became much quieter. He wants to marry me? If someone else said this to her, Shen Jijing would not pay any attention. But for some reason, when she heard Fang Yuan's words, ripples began to form in her heart. Maybe it's because of his handsomeness. Or maybe it was because of his naughty and lazy temperament. In short, she was indeed moved, and she even began to ask in a daze, "Do you really want to marry me?" Fang Yuan was stunned by the question. Of course he was just saying it casually. After all, a man has promises like a fart, it comes out as he pleases, so how can you take it seriously? Hesitantly, he was about to explain when suddenly an idea came to his mind. Hey, wait! Li Dongyao dumped me, and I turned around and got the marriage certificate with her aunt. Wouldn't she be so disgusted that she would feel worse than eating shit? System, is this revenge satisfying enough? Enough, more than enough, this is revenge of the highest order. Since even the host said so, Fang Yuan didn't hesitate any longer. He jumped out of bed, grabbed his clothes and put them on. Then he said to Shen Jijing, "Let's go. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Getting married shouldn't be delayed any longer. Let's go get the marriage certificate now." Shen Jijing was completely caught off guard. Isn't it said that men's words are lies? How could he take it so seriously? In fact, the reason why she asked back was that, like most women, she wanted to hear some sweet words after being affectionate. After all, she has given so much, and there are so many rumors coming. She wanted to be comforted and consoled. It is always said that men remain young until they die, and the same goes for women. Shen Jijing quickly sat up straight and said to Fang Yuan seriously, "We are not suitable. You are still young, but I am over 30. Fang Yuan said seriously, "Age is not the problem, appearance is the barrier." You are so beautiful, we are a perfect match. Don't be ridiculous, there's no way we can be together. Shin Jijing was sweating profusely under Fong Yuan's aggressive gaze. She was slept with by Fong Yuan, but he is Dong Yao's ex-boyfriend. If she marries him, how will she face Dong Yao in the future? Ouch. Seeing this, Fong Yuan could tell that Shin Jijing was moved, but there was still a hurdle in her heart that she couldn't get over. So Fong Yuan went back to the bed, put his arm around Shin Jijing's small shoulders, and held her tightly in his arms. She raised her right hand, touched her conscience, and blurted out greasy lines. Silly boy, why not? You love me, I love you, Michelle, that's enough. Why bother with so much? Are you treating me like a little girl? Is love that simple? Hey, that's right. According to scientific research, love is actually passion. You were so passionate just now, which proves that you have fallen in love with me from the bottom of your heart. Nonsense. Besides, even if your theory is true, you are Li Yao's ex-boyfriend after all. What would she think if we were together? Why do you care what she thinks? You've been thinking about her for 7 years. She's an adult now. Why can't she think about you for once? Let me think about it. What are you thinking about? The neighbors have heard about you and me. If we don't get a marriage certificate, it means her aunt is having an improper relationship with a man and a woman. How can Li Yao hold her head up high? Shin Jijing was silent. Just as Fong Yuan said, as an aunt, taking care of Li Dongyao for 7 years has already done the most. Li Dongyao has graduated from university and has been working for 2 years. Shin Jijing also has to consider her own happiness. Now she and Fong Yuan accidentally slept in the same bed, and they actually had sex. This mistake can no longer be changed. And the truth will eventually come out and rumors will soon spread all over the community. After getting the marriage certificate with Fong Yuan and becoming a legal couple, no one else can say anything. At most, others can only say that Shin Jijing found a gigolo. You really won't regret it? Shin Jijing finally raised a question. I swear to my brother, if I regret it in the future, let me kill everyone. No, don't do this, I believe you. Shin Jijing quickly covered Fong Yuan's lips with her hands. At this moment, she has completely fallen. Looking at Fong Yuan's handsome face affectionately, all the worries and distracting thoughts in my heart disappeared. Being looked at so tenderly, Fong Yuan suddenly felt his heart beating faster. Then, he couldn't help but touch Shin Jijing's cheek and kissed her. The tips of Shin Jijing's ears were red, almost bloody. She knew that she was completely bewildered. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Fong Yuan and Shin Jijing appeared together at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Special day, dress up carefully. Shin Jijing's bare face is already incredibly beautiful, and now she's wearing light makeup, which makes her even more stunning. It was early autumn, and her outfit was just right, a white shirt on top, a black knee-length skirt, and a pair of white high heels on her feet. Standing together with Fong Yuan, they are a perfect match. When entering the Civil Affairs Bureau, Fong Yuan was extremely nervous and was confused the whole time. Taking photos, registering, and stamping seemed to be done in the blink of an eye. Looking at the small red notebook on his phone, Fong Yuan sighed, this marriage felt like a dream. I haven't even savored it yet, and it's all over. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in my mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the high-level revenge on Li Dongyao. Rewards, high-level superpower, eye of insight can see through the surface of all matter, penetrate the core, critical hit reward, 60% of Blue Core Group's shares. Chapter 6, It's normal for children to have emotions. Blue Core Group? 60% of the shares? Is this true or false? As a listed company, Blue Core has more than 1,000 employees. In addition, it is currently developing its own nano-level chips, and the stock market has given it great support. The critical hit reward is actually 60% of the shares of Blue Core Group. You know, if the shares exceed 49%, you can directly determine the direction of the company. This means that Blue Core Group will be yours. Why are you daydreaming? Seeing Fong Yuan thinking for a long time, Shin Jijing couldn't help but ask. She was actually a little worried. How old is Fong Yuan? His ID card says he is 23 years old, but he is already 32. Will he regret it? Or maybe he wasn't sincere. It is normal for Shin Jijing to have such concerns. Fong Yuan responded, routine? What? Shin Jijing was very angry, felt sad, and extremely uncomfortable. But Fang Yuan added, even though I know this is your trick, I will go all out regardless, no matter if it's a trick or not. Puff. Shen Zhijing laughed so hard that her body shook. This guy is so smooth talking and has a great sense of humor. I must be crazy to actually get a marriage certificate with a man who is 9 years younger than me. Fang Yuan put his arm around Shen Zhijing's waist and said, let's go eat. We need a nice meal to celebrate the marriage today. I'll treat you. They got the marriage certificate suddenly, and both parties are not actually very familiar with each other, so they still need to get to know each other first. Asian dance king, Nicholas Xiaoxi once said that the fastest way to get to know each other is to eat. If one meal doesn't work, then 2 meals. So, the two of them found a mid-range couples restaurant. Shen Zhijing knew that Fang Yuan worked in a foreign-funded enterprise, had a low salary, and currently had no car or house, but it was understandable. How old is Fang Yuan Kai? At this age, it is rare to have a house and a car. Either you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth or you became rich overnight. Otherwise, there is no other possibility. What are your plans for the future? Shen Zhijing asked. Now that you have obtained a marriage certificate and are officially married, you still need to consider your future life. Rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea. I haven't considered it. Without. Shen Zhijing was also speechless. She is no longer a girl, so naturally her mind is not full of romance. She has to think about the future. Fang Yuan noticed Shen Zhijing was a little worried, so he said, let's date first. There's no rush to make money. Our top priority is to have a baby. You know, it's very dangerous for you, an older mother. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Shen Zhijing's cheeks turned red. She avoided his gaze. Open your mouth and you will create villains. This is true. Ahem. Shen Zhijing calmed herself down first. At Fang Yuan's age, it's normal to think about romance, but marriage is more than just romance. Then I'll say it straight out, marriage is no joke. I have no shortage of material things, but as for my family, you know, my parents are very old, and they have always wanted me to find a son-in-law. Sure, no problem at all. No. Shen Zhijing was very surprised. Fang Yuan said seriously, well, no problem. Besides, this is society now. As long as two people truly want to love each other, the form doesn't matter. Shen Zhijing just mentioned it briefly. Anyway, the marriage is already done, and it's a fait accompli. Even if the family objects, it's useless. However, Shen Zhijing didn't expect Fang Yuan to be so open-minded. Are young people nowadays so open-minded? Then, move here? And then find some time to go meet my parents? Good. There's nothing wrong with being a son-in-law. Shen Zhijing is a top-notch young woman with a great figure and good looks. She is only about 30 years old, which is the age when she is the sexiest and most attractive. A girl 3 years older than you will get a gold brick, a girl 30 years older than you will get a kingdom, a girl 300 years older than you will get a golden elixir, and a girl 3,000 years older than you will be among the immortals. When he was young, he questioned Cao Cao, but after being beaten by society, he came to understand Cao Cao, and now he has become Cao Cao. Carry on the Prime Minister's ambition and continue the legacy of Wei Wu. We young people have an obligation to do this. In the evening, the two returned home. Li Dongyao shoes are at the door. She is temporarily staying at Shen Zhijing's house. After all, it is not easy for young people to work hard. As an aunt, it is normal to provide them with a place to stay. How do I explain this to Li Yao? Having come to this point, Shen Zhijing suddenly began to hesitate. Even if they broke up, Fang Yuan was still Li Dongyao's boyfriend. This is an ironclad fact. Tell me the truth. It's already happened. If you can't explain it, I'll do it. Shen Zhijing made up her mind and opened the door. Li Dongyao received continuous calls during the day, which made her so angry that she had to cancel her number and apply for a new one. At this moment, her aunt came back. She was about to talk to her aunt about something, but suddenly she found that Fang Yuan and she came back with her. Fang Yuan. Li Dongyao was furious. He actually went to great lengths to find his aunt, and since he had been holding back his anger for a whole day and had nowhere to vent it, now was the perfect time to find an outlet. Fang Yuan, I know you're thick-skinned. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Just forget about it. We've already broken up. Please don't bother me anymore, okay? Shen Zhijing didn't dare to speak. It was as if he had done something wrong and he didn't dare to face Li Dongyao. Fang Yuan said frankly, Li Dongyao, from today on, you should call me uncle. What? Li Dongyao was stunned. Her CPU burned out instantly, and she was unable to recover for a while. Fang Yuan took Shen Zhijing's hand in front of Li Dongyao. Shen Zhijing lowered her head, trying her best not to let Li Dongyao see her guilty and shy expression. Fang Yuan took out the red book. Marriage certificate. Shen Zhijing is now my legal wife. Ah! A bolt from the blue. This piece of news hit Li Dongyao's heart like thunder, almost making her faint. What follows are negative emotions such as humiliation, shame, and resentment. Auntie, tell me this isn't true. Shen Zhijing nodded, confirming the fact. Li Dongyao's eyes turned angry, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and cursed, "You beast! You actually attacked my aunt." Shen Zhijing quickly explained, "Liao, this matter is not what you think. There is a misunderstanding." Anyway. Li Dongyao yelled, "Auntie! Wake up! This guy has no car, no house, no savings, and no ambition at all. The reason he married you was simply to piss me off. He's a scumbag with no moral bottom line. Don't be fooled by him." Li Dongyao reminded Shen Zhijing, "I broke up with him yesterday, and you two got married today." Fang Yuan, you are so shameless. Shen Zhijing hesitated for a moment, However, Fang Yuan was extremely serious and held Shen Zhijing's hand tightly to declare his sovereignty. "We are a legal couple. She is my wife, this is a matter between the two of us. As for you, a junior, don't meddle in the affairs of your elders. Besides, I never married Zhijing because of you. I love her, like her, and I also have a responsibility to her." Fang Yuan's serious look touched Shen Zhijing's heart. She fell deeply in love and couldn't extricate herself. "This is crazy. I want to tell my grandma and my mom that I can't live in this house anymore. It's too disgusting. Don't even think about having an easy time, you two." Li Dongyao felt that his three views were shattered. This world is so crazy that even mice have to be bridesmaids for cats. She left quickly and slammed the door shut. A loud bang also made Shen Zhijing regain her composure. "Li Yao! Oh, forget it." Fang Yuan stopped Shen Zhijing and said, "Wife, it's normal for children to have emotions. Let's do our business first and make a villain." Chapter 7, A Show of Power. A little after 5 in the afternoon. For a full 2.5 hours, Fang Yuan's fighting power was too ferocious. Even though she had 2 experiences, Shen Zhijing still couldn't bear it. But of course she was addicted to it. Zhang Ailing said it well, if you want to conquer a man, you must first conquer his esophagus. If you want to conquer a woman, you must conquer her. Shen Zhijing went to cook. At this time, her cell phone rang. Fang Yuan handed the phone over. It was Shen Zhijing's mother calling. "It seems that Li Dongyao has told mother-in-law about our affairs." Fang Yuan has a unique sense of humor and he calls her mother-in-law happily. Shen Zhijing was already worried about this matter, so she picked up the phone. Before he could open his mouth, he heard the old lady's angry voice. "Zhijing, are you married? Such a big thing, why didn't you tell me?" "Mom, please listen to my explanation." "What's there to explain? If Yao Yao hadn't told me, were you planning to keep it a secret from me forever?" It's exactly what Li Dongyao said. She was disgusted by this, and disgusted in every way. After all, Fang Yuan is her ex-boyfriend, and her aunt knows this. Now he has suddenly become her uncle, from a peer to an elder. How can she accept this? Absolutely unforgivable. She had to separate these two people no matter what, otherwise she wouldn't be able to eat when she saw Fang Yuan for the rest of her life. "Mom, the thing is. That's enough. The day after tomorrow is your father's 70th birthday. Hurry and get a divorce while he's still unaware of this." The other party hung up the phone without giving Shen Zhijing a chance to explain. What to do? Shen Zhijing was at a loss for a moment. She seemed to have returned to the age of teenage love, the embarrassing situation of being discovered by her parents but unable to explain. Also because it all happened so fast. In less than 2 days, she had a little husband. "Leave it to me." Fang Yuan was full of confidence. He put his arm around Shen Zhijing's waist, leaned very close to her, and whispered softly, "From now on, don't frown like that. It's so ugly." Shen Zhijing pouted, looking a little unhappy. "Although I know that this is just to comfort myself, women dress up to please themselves, and they will definitely not be happy to be called ugly. Fang Yuan pinched her buttocks and said seriously, "Leave this matter to your husband. My father-in-law's birthday is in 3 days. Let's prepare well in the next 2 days." Shen Jijing felt a sense of security in her heart. She wondered if she was crazy. It's not that no one is pursuing him. Although those people said sweet words to him, they were not even 1/10 as sweet as what Fang Yuan said at this moment. Shen Jijing buried her head in Fang Yuan's arms. "Night. Still 2.5 hours. Come again? Just because you are so beautiful." Early in the morning, Fang Yuan sent Shen Jijing to work. She is a blue-collar worker at Fingrui Group, with an annual salary of 200,000 yuan. The baldy Lu who came the night before was her direct superior and the director of the entire design department. "I'm going to work." Shen Jijing was in the passenger seat, ready with her ID card, and was about to get out of the car when Fang Yuan thought of Lu Tuzi and said, "Oh, by the way, if Lu Tuzi tries to make things difficult for you, tell me, and I'll beat him up." Shen Jijing rolled her eyes at him. Baldy Lu isn't stupid. He'll have to suffer in silence over this sort of thing. If he really wants to make things difficult for me, I won't tolerate it. Don't mind your own business. Shen Jijing was afraid that Fang Yuan was young and impulsive. If anything really goes wrong with Lu Tuzi, it will be an indelible stain. There is 100,000 yuan in this bank card. Today, you go shopping for clothes and see if you need anything for the house. Tomorrow I'll take a day off and we'll go furniture shopping. Shen Jijing kissed Fang Yuan, then got out of the car, waved goodbye, and walked into the company to punch in for work, swaying her hips. Fang Yuan held Shen Jijing's bank card and felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Is this what it feels like to be a gigolo? I have a car and money. A young girl is precious, but a mature woman is even more valuable. If there is a rich woman around, both of them can be thrown away. Step on the accelerator. Fang Yuan turned on the positioning navigation and headed to Blue Core Group. As a high-tech industry, Blue Core Group is in its heyday. In recent years, China has vigorously developed chip manufacturing, new energy industry, drones and other new era technologies, and is in a leading position in all of them. As an emerging high-tech industry, Blue Core Group is naturally standing at the forefront of the times. Especially half a month ago, it announced that it was developing an AI smart chip, which caused a sensation across the country. The stock market is also rising steadily and is now gaining momentum. Fang Yuan owns 60% of its shares, which is great to think about. Downstairs of Lanqing Building, Xiqing District. The building has a total of 31 floors, with a majestic architecture and a sense of technology. The main entrance also has the most advanced intelligent recognition system. It has thousands of employees and the park has many sections including entertainment, catering, fitness, etc. Its market value is conservatively estimated to be over 1.2 billion. Moreover, as long as the AI chip is successfully developed and put into operation, the market value of Blue Core Group will definitely increase several times. Billionaire? Ha. Chairman's office. Standing in front of Fang Yuan were outstanding employees from various departments. In particular, the leading employee of the sales department submitted a letter of resignation. Director Fang, I was brought up by former Director Wang. Now that you are the chairman of the company, I'm sorry, but I may have to resign. A show of force, absolutely a show of force. This man's name is Zhou Tao. He is the sales champion of Blue Core and the core of Blue Core. He is a powerful figure in the group. Others also stated their departments and positions. From the Human Resources Department to the Finance Department, each important department sent a representative. You are forcing the emperor to abdicate? Fang Yuan didn't read the resignation letter, but crossed his legs with an indifferent expression. Seeing that he couldn't threaten Fang Yuan, Zhou Tao said firmly, Director Fang, if you don't agree, we can only initiate labor arbitration. Fang Yuan reached out and picked up the resignation letter on the table. Labor arbitration, right? Fang Yuan opened the resignation letter and glanced at it briefly before placing it on the table. He said, okay, I agree. You can report to the HR department and follow the contract procedures. Zhou Tao was very surprised. His purpose today is actually very simple, which is to take advantage of the adjustment of the group's senior management to gain more rights and interests. He is the top salesman and is always pampered in any company. Of course, this is also related to the scale of Blue Core. Lanqing is the company that can offer the best salary and commission in the city. Only a fool would leave. However, with the sudden change of chairman, Zhou Tao did not want his salary to decline or to become relatively less free, so this happened today. The same goes for other departments. With so many departments in the company, personnel changes are inevitable. Anyone with a little common sense in running a company will definitely choose to compromise. Forehead. As a result, they hit a wall. The new chairman actually agreed so readily without even trying to persuade him to stay. At this time, the employee representative of the Human Resources Department said, "Director Fong, 35% of our company's projects were done by Zhou Tao. If he leaves, it will be a loss for the company." Chapter 8, Trouble. It doesn't matter. Let him go. I'll bear the loss. By the way, which one of you is my secretary? Fong Yuan began to look forward to his secretary, wondering if she was the kind of beautiful career woman with a curvy figure. "Mr. Fong, it's me." A woman who looked to be around 30 years old walked forward. She wore a white suit, a light gray pencil skirt and delicate flesh-colored stockings, which highlighted the unique charm of a working woman. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and had her long hair tied up, looking very capable. Her figure is curvy and perfect, especially her long legs, which are so dazzling that it hurts the eyes. "My name is Sun Jiaying. I'm the secretary newly assigned by the HR department to assist you with your daily work." Fong Yuan's breathing became rapid. Secretary Sun has a very high cleavage, which is faintly visible under her V-neck suit. She is definitely a beauty on earth. And she definitely did it on purpose. Fong Yuan coughed and looked away. "I am a gentleman." After the secretary appeared, Fong Yuan could issue orders with just a few words. He pointed at Zhou Tao and said, "Take him to the Human Resources Department to complete the resignation procedures. Also, who else wants to resign today? I agree to any resignation." As a result, employees in the remaining departments submitted their resignation letters. They just didn't believe that Fong Yuan really dared to agree. "Okay, Secretary Sun, write them all down for me." Sun Jiaying frowned, but she had no choice but to do as she was told and remember all these people. Seeing that Fong Yuan was serious, the employees who wanted to show off their power to the boss became timid one by one. Especially the sales champion Zhou Tao. "Director Fong, I've thought about it. Actually, Lon Xin is pretty good too. Otherwise, I won't resign." The others followed suit. Yes, I won't resign. We will work hard to build Bluecore and devote everything to it." The representatives began to express their loyalty. As a conscientious company, Lanxin's salary package is 1.5 times that of other companies. In the same industry, it has the highest salary in Zhangcheng. They certainly don't want to make a real move. Moreover, the overall employment environment is not good now, and it is troublesome to submit a resume and find a job. Once you resign, you may face the risk of being unemployed at home. They all have families to support, so they have weaknesses. However, Fong Yuan ruthlessly refused. When you live in this world, you must value credibility. Since you want to leave, you must keep your word. Go to the HR department to collect your wages. By the way, you can also gather all the employees in the company to come to me to discuss this. I will not try to keep anyone who wants to leave. It's over. Things got out of hand. Zhou Tao and other departments jointly carried out this matter in order to gain more benefits. However, he ended up losing more than he gained. It's a mess. Are you really going to fire me? Zhou Tao's expression was grim, and he seemed a little angry and embarrassed. You have to understand it. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "I didn't mean to fire you. You wanted to resign on your own initiative. And here's your resignation letter, and I didn't force you to write it. You'll regret this." Zhou Tao said this and turned and left. Others wanted to plead for mercy, but Fong Yuan ignored them and said to Secretary Sun, "Secretary Sun, come on, take me to meet the company's top management." Yes. The two took the elevator and soon arrived at the 21st floor. This is Bluecore's unique technology laboratory. Under the guidance of Secretary Sun, Fong Yuan visited the lithography machine, programming department and many other aspects related to chip development. Finally arrived at the president's office. "Mr. Fong, layoffs are not good for a company. Would you like to reconsider?" "Don't consider it. If I acquire shares in a company and don't lay off employees to make them feel good, then my acquisition would be in vain." Sun Meiya didn't feel bad about selling the land. Besides, it was given to him by the system and he didn't put any effort into it. They were just some employees, so he could just recruit more. What are you afraid of? Push the door and enter. The president's office was not as luxurious as Fong Yuan had imagined, but rather very simple. The furnishings in the room are very simple, with unique flower arrangements on the windowsill, a sofa, a coffee table and a water dispenser, which are standard office equipment. On the bookshelf behind the desk are various books on programming, as well as some honorary certificates and trophies. The president should be in the RD room right now. Please wait a moment. I'll call the president to see you. Well, go ahead. Secretary Sun left. Her every smile and frown is full of charm, and she always shows her charm intentionally or unintentionally along the way. I guess she wants to improve herself too much. I walked around the president's office and saw a document on the desk, so I picked it up and took a look. It's a design sketch. About a microchip that's only 4 millimeters. This is actually the design drawing of an AI smart chip, and there seems to be no problem with the integrated circuit and content programming. If it were the previous Fong Yuan, he would definitely not understand it. But now that he had the eye of insight, a bunch of data and the built-in structure of the chip appeared in front of him immediately. And it is constantly assembled and transformed before our eyes until the finished product is finally obtained. There's an error in the blueprint. Fong Yuan murmured. Mistake? A cold voice sounded, and Fong Yuan came back to his senses. At some point, a woman stood at the office door. She was about 1.75 meters tall, wearing a laboratory white coat and dust gloves. When Fong Yuan saw her face, he was even more astonished. He took a deep breath. The combination of exotic and classical elements under her mixed blood, and the three-dimensional facial features arranged on her face, every part is so perfect. And she doesn't seem to be very old, about 25 years old. Although the white coat hides his figure, his 1.75-meter height still reveals his unique temperament and charm. But there was mostly dissatisfaction in the beautiful woman's eyes. What Fong Yuan was holding in her hands were her research materials and conceptual design drawings. She had just neglected to take it away, and as a scientific researcher, she hated having her design drawings seen by others. Are you Fong Yuan? The woman came over and rudely took the design from Fong Yuan's hand. The fragrance on her body carries with it a hazy breath. That cold temperament, although his Mandarin was a little awkward, his voice was very pleasant, like the sound of a clear spring. Yes, you are the president of Longqing? The woman placed the design on the table, took off her gloves, and extended her hand, saying, President of Blue Core Group, Chief Designer and Chief Architect of Blue Core's 7th Generation Chip Development, Lan Lan. Fong Yuan extended his hand. Lan Lan's hands were soft as if they had no bones, and a little cold, with a great touch. The other party quickly pulled his hand back and rubbed it on his coat. It seemed that he had some misophobia and disliked Fong Yuan. The mysterious tycoon the board mentioned who acquired 60% of Blue Core's shares, is that you? This was a mockery of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not leave a good first impression on Lan Lan. Yes, it's me. Fong Yuan admitted it immediately. The two sat down on the sofa, Secretary Sun brought tea, and half knelt on the ground to start the traditional tea ceremony. Lan Lan said to Fong Yuan, I grew up abroad, and what I love most is tea culture. I wonder if Mr. Fong knows anything about tea culture? After the tea was brewed, Secretary Sun pushed the tea in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip. The aroma of tea exploded in my mouth instantly. It was indeed a good tea. Lan Lan looked at Fong Yuan with a hint of contempt in her eyes. His posture and movements when sipping tea were completely those of an amateur. He was probably a nouveau riche with no background. I know a thing or two. Fong Yuan put down the teacup. He grew up drinking mineral water, and the only tea he came into contact with was the Tiguanyin and Dahongpo teas available on the market that cost a few dollars a pack. It can be said that he knew nothing about them. But he has an eye for insight. Pre-rain Longjing tea, freshly picked buds, roasted by a master. It's bitter at first, but sweet and soothing. Not bad. I'm afraid you can't buy this tea on the market. After Fong Yuan finished speaking, Lan Lan's face immediately showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 9, Taking Over a Mess. Lan Lan is of mixed race. Her ancestral family was aristocratic in the Suzhou and Hangzhou areas, and her mother was a Swiss technology tycoon. Although he grew up abroad, he thought he knew quite a bit about tea. He didn't expect that Fong Yuan, who looked young and dressed casually, knew quite a lot. There was less contempt in her eyes. As a technological elite, Lan Lan returned to China to help Bluecore develop the latest generation of smart chips, but now he has encountered problems. During this period, she racked her brains, constantly improving plans and designs, trying to find out where the problem lay. But because her designs were too advanced, no one in the country could understand them, so naturally they couldn't provide any help. And at this moment, she saw hope. Mr. Fong, I'm sincerely seeking your advice. You said there's a problem with my design. May I ask, where is the problem? The problem is very simple. Your chip technology is too specialized. What? Lan Lan's expression changed drastically. This was the question she had pondered for several days before she figured it out, and Fong Yuan pointed out the problem with just one glance. Who on earth is he? How do we solve this problem? Lan Lan asked subconsciously. If you ask me, why not just redesign it? This. Lan Lan couldn't believe her ears. Look, this is human language. The chip is still in the research and development stage. What is the difference between redesigning and redeveloping? Moreover, the marketing department and the entire board of directors have decided that the chip will be launched in 10 days. This is Bluecore's last chance. I'm sorry, that's not possible. We don't have time. Lan Lan sighed and said, there are less than 10 days left before the chip goes on the market. This is a gamble for Bluecore. If it fails, Bluecore will go bankrupt. Fong Yuan thought, could I be so unlucky? The shares I acquired with great difficulty are going to go bankrupt? The bankruptcy of a company means huge debt problems. If he holds 60% of the shares, he will bear 60% of the responsibility. Isn't Bluecore's market capitalization over 1 billion? Fong Yuan asked in confusion. Lan Lan said, that's right. That's because I'm here. It's not a wise decision for Mr. Fong to join Lan Xin at this time. Put it this way. In recent years, Bluecore's chips and related high-tech fields have been outperformed by competitors. In the mobile phone sector, it has been outperformed by Redmi, and in the electric vehicle sector, it has been outperformed by Tesla. This AI chip is designed to build autonomous driving infrastructure. If successful, all 3 lines of business will be activated. If you fail, the debt you assume will instantly crush Bluecore, and your 60% stake will evaporate in an instant. This means that Bluecore currently places all its hopes on this independently developed AI chip. Moreover, Fong Yuan owns 60% of the shares, so he is the chairman of Lanxin. What a broken system. What has it arranged for me? Fong Yuan wanted to cry but had no tears. I thought that with 60% of the shares, I could achieve financial freedom, but I didn't expect that I would be left with a mess. I'm afraid the former chairman would wake up laughing in his dreams. Fong Yuan pondered for a while. It seems that I still have to do it myself. You? Although Lan Lan was amazed that Fong Yuan could see her design drawings, looking at the international situation, there was absolutely no one else who could complete this design except her, Lan Lan. Mr. Fong is really humorous. When Bluecore Group hired me, they promised not to interfere with my research and operations. I am saving Bluecore. Lan Lan's pride was tangibly manifested at this moment. She folded her arms and looked down upon Fong Yuan completely. I'm the boss, I'm the chairman. Fong Yuan emphasized his identity. Lan Lan chuckled and said, then let's hold a board meeting. I can't promise you this. Secretary Sun, please take our chairman to visit his company first. Yes. Fong Yuan said nothing more and followed Secretary Sun to tour the company. As a newly established 5-year-old technology company, Bluecore's businesses include high-tech fields such as mobile phones, trams, and computers. Just as Lan Lan said, technology is developing too fast, and it will be difficult for Bluecore to gain a foothold in the market if it only relies on previous chip designs. Moreover, it has invested in many industries, ranging from lithium batteries to parts production, but it is always one step behind others and only occupies 7% of the market share in the category. The rate of return is pitifully low. Lan Lan holds a double master's degree from Switzerland. She independently completed the research and development of nanolithography technology and the architecture of a new generation of adaptive artificial AI systems. She can be said to be a leading international expert. Lan Xin paid a huge price to hire her to return to China. In order to stabilize the stock market and have sufficient funds for research, Bluecore announced its AI smart chip research and development plan in advance in order to reap a wave of funds from the stock market. It can be said that Bluecore is now just an empty shell. Everyone is gambling, risking everything, betting on Lan Xin's worth and future. Fang Yuan asked curiously, then why did President Lan choose to return to China to help Lan Xin? Have no idea. Secretary Sun shook his head. Mr. Lan's return to become Bluecore's president and chip RD architect is the most incredible thing in the industry. He gave up the advanced technology from abroad and insisted on returning to China to join Bluecore and start from scratch. No one knows what Mr. Lan is thinking. Domestic high-tech companies are often worth tens of billions of dollars. Bluecore's valuation of over $1 billion is indeed not good enough. Among domestic technology companies, it is even ranked at the bottom. Fang Yuan grinned. It doesn't matter, let me accomplish this magnificent reversal. Puff. Secretary Sun smiled sweetly, then quickly adjusted her mood and made a cute cheering gesture to encourage Fang Yuan. Come on, Chairman. I'm counting on you. Fang Yuan blinked. Secretary Sun was indeed trying to seduce him. Thank you for your encouragement. I have high hopes for you. Follow me in the future and I will guarantee you a promotion and a raise. Fang Yuan also plays the role of a domineering president. Secretary Sun's cheeks flushed instantly, and she worked hard to improve her cleavage, trying her best to let Fang Yuan see her excellence. When this sentence is said, it means that there will be unspoken rules. Secretary Sun became a little excited. It's Mr. Fang, who is not only young but also very handsome. He is much better than those old guys. 11 o'clock in the morning. The board meeting was held on time in the conference hall. But there are only 3 members on the board of directors. Among them was an old man who looked to be around 60 years old. He was very arrogant and looked at Fang Yuan with disdain. The remaining 2 people were younger, both around 30 years old, and bore some resemblance to the old man. They were probably relatives. The board structure of Bluecore is as simple as it can be. Fang Yuan sat in the chairman's seat, with a clear view of everything. Lan and Secretary Sun entered the room and the board meeting officially began. Before Fang Yuan could speak, the old man said loudly, since the chairman has changed, there is no need for my Qi family to continue supporting Lan Xin. We want to withdraw our shares. Chapter 10, Kneeling to Beg for Food. Withdraw shares right away. This is to give Fang Yuan a warning. Moreover, the old man's eyes revealed that he had Fang Yuan in his grasp. In fact, he thought so too. 60% of the company's shares are in Fang Yuan's hands. Use this as a warning to let this young man who looks to be in his 20s know that he is not someone to be trifled with. Fang Yuan chuckled. Oh. So the remaining shares of the company are in your hands? Humph. That's natural. The old man proudly introduced himself. My name is Qi Yunfeng. I have shares in Bluecore, but Bluecore needs the funds from my Qi family. Moreover, almost all of the research and development in the past few years has been provided by my Qi family. Since the chairman has been replaced, there's no need for us to stay at Bluecore anymore. We're going to withdraw our shares. Secretary Sun also reminded from the side. Director Fang, more than 75% of Bluecore's channels are retained for the sake of the Qi family. If they withdraw their shares, then the subsequent RD funds and related RD talents will be. They will also withdraw, and they may even take 60% of our employees with them. How about we lower our heads and keep Mr. Qi here first? Secretary Sun knows the interests involved. Qi Yunfeng proposed this condition in order to fight for more power and bully young people like Fang Yuan. After all, what he holds in his hands is Lan Xion's lifeline. The remaining 2 directors also sneered and looked at Fang Yuan with disdain. If Fang Yuan wants to make money and develop, he must bow to the Qi family and may even have to give up some of his shares. Fang Yuan stared at the 3 people, a fire burning in his chest. This old guy Qi Yunfeng is going too far. Bite. Target for retaliation detected, Qi Yunfeng, current number of possible retaliations, 2. Triggered the system. Seeing Qi Yunfeng so confident and aggressive, Fang Yuan was thinking about how to take revenge on him. If you want to get better rewards, you need to retaliate at a higher level. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Let's collect some information about this guy first. So Fang Yuan said, since you are Lan Xion's hero, then Mr. Qi, I still hope you can stay. Seeing Fang Yuan's attitude soften, Qi Yunfeng thought his plan had succeeded. He raised the corners of his mouth and said arrogantly, okay. However, the condition is that my eldest son will become the president after the chip is developed, and you must give him 10% of the shares. His eldest son is the most proud person on the left. He is quite handsome, about 30 years old, and should have some shares. But this condition is no less than an unequal treaty. Fang Yuan showed a weak attitude at this time and said with great difficulty, "Let me think about it. I hope to give you a satisfactory answer before 3 p.m. If you don't agree, I will withdraw my investment immediately." After Qi Yunfeng finished speaking, he stood up from his seat, not giving Chairman Fang Yuan any face at all. The two sons also stood up, with the same look of disdain on their faces, the same expression as the young men in the village. After the three left, Lan Lan sighed. She was somewhat disappointed with Fang Yuan's performance. There are many ways to handle this situation, but he just didn't handle it well. After Lan Lan stood up, she said calmly, "The position of president must be mine. I don't want others to reap the fruits of my research." After saying that, he left. Now Fang Yuan was stuck in the middle. Lan Lan's request is very reasonable. People are researching chips for fame and fortune, which is understandable. Qi Yunfeng is just bullying people. Director Fang, this matter is not easy to handle now. Secretary Sun was also worried about Fang Yuan. The situation has become extremely difficult now, and Fang Yuan must be very worried at this moment. Look at him in deep thought. Secretary Sun waited for a moment, then saw Fang Yuan suddenly clap his hands. Thinking he had an idea, he was just waiting for it when he heard Fang Yuan say, "How about Western food for lunch?" Ah! Secretary Sun was dumbfounded. After thinking for a long time, I realized that I was thinking about what to eat. This is the first time I've seen such a weird chairman. I thought Fang Yuan was a promising young man, but now he doesn't seem that great. Okay then, do you want me to book a restaurant for you? But Secretary Sun has now followed Fang Yuan and become his secretary. It is her responsibility to arrange the boss's itinerary. Okay. Let's have lunch together. Secretary Sun smiled slightly, screened the restaurants, and finally decided on one. Director Fang, there are a total of 16 decent Western restaurants in this city. I think the Grey Whale near the commercial street is pretty good. Its reputation, location, and professional cuisine all earn it 4 stars. Major. Fang Yuan commented on Secretary Sun. The good thing about this personal secretary is that he can find the best solution for the boss from all aspects. Fang Yuan had never eaten Western food before, so he didn't know what it tasted like, and naturally wanted to try it. I'll arrange a car right away. Secretary Sun and Fang Yuan head to Grey Whale. Because it is a high-end restaurant, the environment is also elegant. There are scattered tables in a long corridor. There are only front and back tables, and no seats side by side. This design is to ensure that guests will not be disturbed while dining. There were not many customers in the restaurant, so the two of them found a random seat and sat down. What would you like to eat, you two? The waiter handed over the menu. Fang Yuan felt a headache when he saw the English words on the menu. He found English very troublesome when he was in school. This menu is very retro and there is no Chinese. He can't understand it at all. Ahem. Secretary Sun, do you understand English? Secretary Sun nodded slowly. She had a complicated look in her eyes. She took the menu and chose 2 steaks, a main course and an appetizer. Nothing more, thank you. Okay, please wait. The waiter left, and Secretary Sun held his chin with his hand, thinking in his heart. Although Bluecore doesn't have any international business, if its chip development is successful, it will definitely have international projects in the future. If the chairman doesn't understand English, the future of Lanshin is a bit worrying. As he thought about it, Secretary Sun became less tempted and more serious. She was thinking about her future plans and whether she should change companies. She heard that a multinational company seemed to be recruiting recently and the boss was also a returned overseas Chinese. I think his name is Ng Jie? In short, you can submit your resume and quit your job immediately after finding another job. Secretary Sun, do you think Qi Yunfeng is really important to Lan Xin? Speaking of Qi Yunfeng, Secretary Sun nodded slightly and said, Qi Yunfeng is the lifeblood of Lanshin. Qi Yunfeng and his 2 sons hold 35% of Lanshin's shares. He is the absolute core of Bluecore. Director Fang, I suggest you stabilize them first. Once the AI chip is completed, the company's valuation will naturally rise. As for President Lan, you also need to keep her position as president. That's a win-win situation. Fang Yuan blushed and complained, then wouldn't I be a beggar on my knees? Chapter 11, I feel bad for nothing. If that's what you mean, then being the chairman of the Blue Core Group is really like begging on your knees. Secretary Sun said helplessly. Fong Yuan was speechless. I just want to lie back and earn money peacefully, why is it so difficult? Secretary Sun really wanted to complain. There was no such thing as making money without doing anything these days. Even those capital groups needed to conduct various risk assessments. You also need to have a sense of crisis at all times and observe market changes. Mr. Fong, have you ever done business before? Does it count as asking classmates to go to cram school to fill in the numbers? 400 per head. 4 head. Secretary Sun felt that his future was bleak. At the same time, she was also somewhat relieved. Fortunately, this young man was able to control himself, otherwise, my eyes and eyebrows would have been so tempting and it would have been a waste on him. Although she was helpless, she still had to explain the interests involved to the young man in front of her. In fact, as the chairman, what you have to do is to check and balance. People in the company have different opinions. Shi Yunfeng wanted to monopolize Blue Core a long time ago, but he was suppressed by the old chairman and never succeeded. But now you're new here and control 60% of the shares. Mr. Chi will definitely cause trouble and fight for his rights. Please take a step back and act as a buffer until we develop the chip. And I think Shi Yunfeng is just talking. Hearing this, Fong Yuan had an idea. I understand now. I know what to do. Secretary Sun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Fong Yuan is not hopeless. Of course, when eating Western food, Fong Yuan's wolfing down of the food also made Secretary Sun stunned. She doubted her own judgment again. Is the chairman really a wealthy man? He's not a nouveau riche, is he? The board meeting opened on time at 2:30 p.m. This time, Shi Yunfeng's attitude was even more arrogant. Lan Lan was still wearing her white coat. She had just come out of the research lab and had no time to change her clothes. She had to continue her research after the board of directors had the results. Shi Yunfeng didn't give Fong Yuan a chance to speak, and asked directly, how are your thoughts on my conditions? Fong Yuan smiled. I've made up my mind. If you want to withdraw your shares, then go ahead. Secretary Sun and Lan Lan both showed shocked expressions, while Shi Yunfeng narrowed his eyes. He could not see through Fong Yuan's thoughts. What's with this kid's confident smile? Snort. Shi Yunfeng snorted coldly, adjusted his mentality, and threatened, at least 60% of the employees in this company were recruited by me, and they also rely on me for their livelihood. Also, most of the business within the company was brought in by the Chi family. Aren't you afraid? The offensive and defensive dynamics shifted, and Fong Yuan shook his head and said, don't be afraid, withdraw your shares quickly. You. Secretary Sun reminded Fong Yuan, if the Chi family withdraws their shares now, Blue Core will collapse in an instant. Director Fong, be careful. Need not. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said to Shi Yunfeng, Lao Deng, take your people and leave. Lan Xin will not leave any of its employees or shares behind. This. Shi Yunfeng slammed the table and stood up, boy. Are you destroying Lan Xin, everyone, and even my 5 years of hard work? Even Lan Lan asked, 60% of Lanxin's shares is worth at least 700 million. Don't you feel bad about losing them just like that? Fong Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking nonchalant. It's not my 5 years of hard work, why should I feel bad about it? Speaking of heartache, Shi Yunfeng, you are the one who feels the most distressed, aren't you? Shi Yunfeng saw that he had failed to scare the boy. His 2 sons, the eldest of whom said angrily, Fong Yuan. Are you planning to fight to the death? Fong Yuan rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, it's just 700 million. You want me to kneel down, but unfortunately, my legs and feet are not in good condition, so I can't kneel down. And today, you Chief family members have to leave. If you don't leave, I will look down on you. You are too cowardly. From now on, if you eat at the table with the children, it will be unpresentable. Shi Yunfeng's expression was slightly distorted. Does he want to withdraw? I definitely don't want to. This was just a warning to Fong Yuan. And this is not the best time to withdraw shares. If chip manufacturing fails, they can naturally minimize the losses by withdrawing. But has the chip been successfully manufactured? How much can the return be? 1 billion? At least tens of billions. This is actually a small investment with a big return. He. Fong Yuan, you're so resourceful. Well, after all these years of hard work, it would be unacceptable for me to withdraw. How about we both take a step back and develop the chip first? Shi Yunfeng gave Fong Yuan a step up. But the next moment, Fong Yuan sneered, "No. You must withdraw, and if you don't, I will. That's 700 million. Are you kidding me? I'll maximize my profits if I withdraw now." Puff. Shi Yunfeng was so angry that his blood boiled and he spat it out. Seeing this, the two sons immediately came over to support and helped Shi Yunfeng to calm down, and shouted, "Dad, are you okay?" "Fong Yuan. If anything happens to my dad, I'll never let you off. Then go recuperate first." Fong Yuan stood up and said, "I'll transfer the money to your account. You're old, and instead of staying home and taking good care of yourself, you have to come out and suffer for yourself." "Ah." In anger, Shi Yunfeng shouted again and then fainted. Everyone present hurriedly called an ambulance, and the two sons carried their old father downstairs. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate revenge against Shi Yunfeng. Rewards: intermediate level supernatural power, language proficiency, master the languages of all countries in the world. And use them skillfully. Additional reward: Xiaowei Technologies 700 million yuan order. The rewards are in place, so cool. Fong Yuan probably understood this rule. Low-level revenge usually doesn't have any good rewards. And if you take mid-level revenge, you can get extra rewards. As for high-level revenge, there is a chance to get a critical hit reward. It seems that I need to think carefully about how to take revenge in the future. But then again, Fong Yuan felt that the previous wave of operations was pretty good, so why did it trigger the intermediate retaliation? Brother Tonzi, can you explain it? Host, you've spit out so much popularity. It's good that I didn't turn you into a low-level revenge. Although the operation is sharp, it's a pity. While physical harm feels good, it's not the best form of revenge. Faced with this explanation, Fong Yuan was speechless. Fong Yuan. Lan Lan was very angry. So what if Fong Yuan is the chairman? She asked sternly, "Do you understand what the Qi family's withdrawal means? At this critical moment, if the Qi family withdraws, all our funding chains will be broken, and our partners will definitely withdraw. How can we continue research and development?" Lan Lan's focus was on research and development, but now, even her more than a year's hard work would be wasted. Fong Yuan said nonchalantly, "If you want to resist foreign aggression, you must first stabilize the country. Your efforts will not be in vain. Don't worry, when you reach the mountain, there will always be a way out. When you reach the bridge, the boat will naturally sink, it will naturally straighten itself out." Ha 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 ha. Lan Lan looked at Fong Yuan as if he were looking at something weird. "It's already this time, and you're still in the mood to joke?" At this time, Secretary's son's phone rang. She picked up the phone. "Hello, yes, our Mr. Fong is." "What did you say?" "Really?" Chapter 12, Shin Jijing's Trouble. Secretary's son was very excited. She turned off the microphone on her phone and said to Fong Yuan, "Director Fong, Xiaowei Technology Company wants to pay 700 million yuan in advance as a deposit for chip research and development. And this is only the first phase of the cooperation. If the chip is successfully developed, the other party will continue to place additional orders." Lan Lan widened her eyes. She really couldn't believe the news. Xiaowei? Could it be that technology company that is at the forefront of developing new systems? Although it is normal to be interested in AI smart chips, why would they provide timely assistance so soon? Could it be him? Lan Lan's gaze shifted to Fong Yuan, her heart filled with shock. Who is he? Then let's make an appointment to discuss cooperation. Secretary's son, I leave this matter to you. Secretary's son hesitated and asked, "Me?" Fong Yuan nodded and said seriously, "I believe in your business ability. As long as you do a good job on this deal, I'll give you a commission or even shares." This Blue Core is alive again. And even if Shi Yunfeng withdraws, it doesn't matter. It will not hurt Blue Core at all. The 700 million yuan in advance payment from orders is enough to support the successful development of the chip. In just one afternoon, the share transfer contract was signed neatly, and Shi Yunfeng withdrew from Lanxin. Before leaving, almost everyone in the company asked to resign. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, "If you want to leave, leave. I won't keep you." One of the salesmen, the top seller in the sales department, sneered in front of Fong Yuan. "Director Fong, I'm responsible for 35% of our company's sales. If I leave, it will be a loss for Lanxin." "No, it's your loss." Fong Yuan sneered, "You're not the only capable person out there. Let's go." Out of 1,000 employees, only less than 300 were left overnight. The entire sales department was gone. There were only 3 people left in the human resources department, and less than 2 people left in the accounting department. It seems that the lifeblood of the entire company is indeed in Shi Yunfeng's hands. 9 o'clock in the evening. It was already past the end of the working day, and Fong Yuan and Secretary Sun were chatting and laughing as they prepared to leave. Secretary Sun was a little excited. "Mr. Fong, you are truly courageous and have made drastic changes to the fate of the entire company. I believe that under your leadership, Bluecore will reach new heights." Fong Yuan felt very comfortable with the flattery. Secretary Sun is the kind of person who decides what to do depending on the situation. Now that Fong Yuan has Xiaowei's advance payment for the order, continuing with research and development is not a problem. He has also been promised shares, so Secretary Sun is working even harder. The two were about to take the elevator to leave when they noticed that the lights in Lan Lan's office not far away were still on. "Boss Lan hasn't finished get off work yet?" Fong Yuan asked curiously. Secretary Sun said, "Boss Lan is a workaholic and often stays up late, especially recently. With less than 10 days until the chip is released to the market, the progress has been stalled. I think she must be having a hard time sleeping." "I see." Fong Yuan was thoughtful, then left with Secretary Sun. On the way, Fong Yuan called Xin Jijing. I didn't know what was going on her end, and I called her twice before she answered. "Hello." Fong Yuan heard the sound and it seemed to be in the bathroom, and there was an echo, so he asked, "Is my wife off work yet?" "I'll pick you up." "No. I have something to do today. A multinational group's project has been suspended. I'm treating them to a meal. You can come over. I'm at the Hill Hotel." "Good." Fong Yuan hung up the phone. Secretary Sun's eyes flickered slightly, and he chuckled. It turns out that Director Fong not only established a career, but also started a family. "Yeah, I just got married," Fong Yuan said lightly, planning to send her home first. Along the way, Secretary Sun kept showing off her thighs, which were very attractive with the backdrop of stockings and perfect curves. But Fong Yuan looked serious and ignored Secretary Sun's little actions. "Just kidding, he is a serious man, at least definitely not the casual type. Although Secretary Sun is a rare beauty, in his eyes. We'll talk about this later." Secretary Sun's home is in an old residential area. Before getting out of the car, Secretary Sun leaned forward slightly, approached Fong Yuan, unbuckled his seatbelt, looked at him with bright eyes, and said softly, "Then, Director Fong, I'll be leaving first." Fong Yuan nodded, still ignoring everything. Secretary Sun leaned down again and touched Fong Yuan's arm with the hand holding the bag. But Fong Yuan remained unmoved, and Secretary Sun couldn't bear to be embarrassed any longer, so he had to get out of the car. Fong Yuan drove away. Secretary Sun frowned. What's going on? Is he a man? After thinking about it, she smiled at herself. I am narrow-minded and think that men are creatures driven by their lower bodies. Maybe he is a good man. Secretary Sun turned and went upstairs. When she opened the door, the strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol made her frown and feel very uncomfortable. She closed the door and looked at her drunken father lying on the sofa and all kinds of garbage on the table, and the light in her eyes faded. Are you back? In the bedroom, a woman dressed in gold and silver came out and said, Are you rich? Today, a few sisters and I saw a brand name bag. It's not more than 10,000 yuan. No money, no salary yet. Secretary Sun bit her lip and turned back to her room. Kid, you don't know how to get a salary advance. After this discount season, that bag will cost 20,000. Hill Hotel. It is one of the luxurious hotels in Jicheng. The price is relatively expensive and it is basically used to entertain foreign guests. At this time, in a VIP room, 7 or 8 people were gathered together to discuss business. Baldy Lu was there too. As his direct superior, he should take direct responsibility for the problems in this project, but he pushed all the responsibility onto Xin Jijing and even asked her to pay for entertaining foreign guests. The contract must be obtained. There's no other way. This month's performance depends entirely on this project. If it fails, the entire department's work for a month will be in vain. Shen Zhijing gritted her teeth and agreed. For foreign guests plus an interpreter are negotiating the specific details of the contract. Shen Zhijing said, Mr. Pierce, the cosmetics produced by our Fingrui Group are already offered at the lowest price, both in terms of quality and price. Looking at the international market, your company will also gain considerable benefits by becoming an agent. Pierce mumbled a lot. The translator said, Mr. Pierce's point is that although he is satisfied with the price and Fingrui has a certain international reputation, Fingrui has not been sincere in terms of cooperation. They can't even meet some of our simple requests. Shen Zhijing frowned and said, a simple request? I don't know, what is the request? Baldy Lu smiled awkwardly and said to the translator, we want to drink, not talk about business. After saying that, he winked at the translator. The other party understood. So everyone continued to drink happily. Shen Zhijing knew that something was wrong. After the drinking yesterday, Baldy Lu had drugged her. If it weren't for Fang Yuan, she couldn't imagine how she would face it. It seems to be the same routine again today. I have to be careful. After 3 rounds of drinks, Shen Zhijing had drunk a little too much, so Baldy Lu signaled her to come out first. Shen Zhijing. Let me be frank. These foreigners have been interested in you since the first time we worked together. You don't have a husband, do you? Marry Pierce. That's their condition. And we researched it and decided to say yes. What? Chapter 13, Translation Issues. Who are you to decide for me? Shen Zhijing angrily scolded Lu Tuzi. No wonder he dared to do such a disgusting thing yesterday. It turns out he had already sold himself out. Shen Zhijing, what's wrong with Pierce? He's a foreigner, his genes are so good. You fart. Shen Zhijing bit her lip and stared at Lu Tuzi. Baldy Lu chuckled and said in a low voice, believe it or not, I can make you leave this company with just one word. If there is a stain on your resume, no company would dare to hire you. Seeing that the negotiation failed, Lu Tuzi started to threaten. I have a husband, I will never agree to your shameless request. Baldy Lu chuckled. Husband? You're kidding. Your husband died 7 years ago. How about we give it a try? If you agree to be my lover. Bang! Before Lu Tuzi could finish his words, he was slapped in the face. It was Shen Zhijing who hit me. At this moment, even if she lost her job, she would never do such a thing. You make me sick. After being slapped, Baldy Lu was immediately enraged. He roared in a deep voice, Shen Zhijing, you dare to hit me? I want to let you know how expensive this slap is. After saying that, Baldy Lu pressed Shen Zhijing down and was about to kiss her forcefully. Bang! Another slap. This blow made Lu Tuzi feel dizzy. When he came to his senses, he found that it was Fang Yuan in front of him. He looked at Lu Tuzi with a fierce look on his face. This old fellow didn't succeed the night before yesterday. It seems he's still determined to steal. I have to teach him a lesson. Baldy Lu seemed frightened when he saw Fang Yuan. He covered his face and pointed at Shen Zhijing and said, okay. You wait for me, Shen Zhijing, and see how I deal with you. After saying that, Baldy Lu left quickly, probably because he was afraid that Fang Yuan would beat him. Husband. Shen Zhijing threw herself into Fang Yuan's arms, crying out of fear. No matter how strong a woman is, she still needs a hug. The sense of security Fang Yuan just gave her immediately broke her fragile heart. All right. It's okay, tell me, what happened? Shen Zhijing explained everything. After understanding the whole story, Fang Yuan said, these foreign rubbish are causing trouble in China again. Let's go and meet them. Shen Zhijing wiped away her tears. Fortunately, she didn't have the habit of wearing heavy makeup, otherwise her makeup would have been ruined. Don't cause trouble, they are foreign guests. Rest assured. When they returned to the private room, the foreign guests saw that everyone had returned, but Lu Tuzi was not there, and was replaced by a young man, so they looked puzzled. The translator asked, where is Director Lu? Fang Yuan sat down and explained calmly, Director Lu's wife is in labor and has gone to the hospital. He made up an excuse. The translator explained the situation to Mr. Pierce, who then nodded in understanding. The language spoken there is German, which is considered a minority language and not as popular as English. Fang Yuan understood now. Mr. Pierce said, since Director Lu is not here, should we continue with our contract? I'm a little tired today, so why not find a time to discuss it tomorrow? The translator translated to Shin Jijing, Mr. Pierce means that since Director Liu is not here, there is nothing to discuss. Regarding our previous agreement, I hope Mr. Shin can abide by it. What agreement? The translator translated symbolically, they provide accommodation. Mr. Pierce was confused and shrugged. That's infuriating, but I still hope to finalize the contract as soon as possible so that we can go back sooner. The translator translated, Mr. Pierce believes that the hotel should be borne by you, and he also hopes that Mr. Shin can take care of Mr. Pierce in the hotel. Shin Jijing's face suddenly showed an embarrassment. These Germans were really going too far. Just as he was about to stand up and leave, Fang Yuan held him back. There is something wrong with this translation. Ah? Shin Jijing was surprised and asked, you know German? Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes and said to Pierce in pure German, Mr. Pierce, there is a problem with your translation. Finished the sentence. The translator broke out in a cold sweat and his pupils were trembling. Pierce was a little surprised that this unprepossessing boy could speak German, and his accent was almost indistinguishable from that of the locals. You speak German? Yes. Pierce looked at the translator he hired and his eyes turned slightly. In cross-border business, in-house translators are usually employed. Pierce did not believe what Fang Yuan said and said, Mr. Liu is an employee of our company. I cannot believe your words. Fang Yuan pretended to take out his cell phone. Mr. Pierce, here is the complete recording. We can find an international organization to notarize it. Of course, I can also translate it for you so that we can facilitate this cooperation as soon as possible. Good. Pierce agreed. He has been on a business trip for 10 days and has family waiting for him at home, so he wants to return home as soon as possible. With Fang Yuan around, the other translator didn't dare to cause trouble and began to translate seriously. Pierce naturally discovered the problem. But he didn't show any anger. Even if he really wanted to lose his temper, he would wait until there was no one around and deal with it privately. Very good, then we have a pleasant cooperation. Mr. Pierce stood up and shook hands with Shin Jijing. The two parties signed the contract, the project was concluded, and Pierce and his team could return to the country as soon as possible. The dinner was over. Fang Yuan was driving and Shin Jijing was sitting in the passenger seat. She was holding the signed contract, still feeling a little dreamy. Hubby, you're awesome. I didn't expect you to know foreign languages. Why don't you become a translator? International translation is very lucrative, starting at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. Fang Yuan pretended to be profound and explained, it's purely a hobby for me. I like to work hard quietly and then surprise everyone. Mooah. Shin Jijing was so moved by her feelings that she couldn't help but kiss Fang Yuan on the cheek. Don't worship me. I'm just a legend. Keeping a low profile is my life motto. Think about it, Li Bai didn't even participate in any poetry competitions, right? You're so smooth-talking, you still want to be my brother? Shin Jijing rolled her eyes and suddenly felt much younger. She started flirting with Fang Yuan. Really? I can make you call me brother right away. You bad guy, ah. The car parked on the side of the road was swaying from side to side. Good brother. Shin Jijing was extremely ashamed, but she was willing to do it. When Shin Jijing got home in the evening, she was exhausted. I'm going to take a shower first. I need to go to bed early today. I'll take the project contract to the company tomorrow, and then I should have a vacation. Then we can go out and look at furniture and decorate the house. After saying that, Shin Jijing went to bed. Fang Yuan stretched. Half an hour later, Shin Jijing had just finished taking a shower when she heard a knock on the door. Fang Yuan went to open the door. It's already 2:30 in the morning, who could it be? When I opened the door, I saw Ma Yingjie and Li Liao. When he saw Fang Yuan, Ma Yingjie's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and then he suddenly realized and sneered, you really are an old woman's gigolo? Of course, Fang Yuan, you really work hard to get to the top. How about it, can you feed that old woman? Chapter 14, Promotion. What are you doing here? Fang Yuan asked back. Li Liao took over the conversation, of course I moved out. My things are still there. I came here to get them. That's right, make way. Ma Yingjie put his arm around Li Liao's waist, squeezed past Fang Yuan, and the two of them entered the house. Shin Jijing, who had just finished taking a shower, came out of the room in her pajamas and saw Li Liyao and Ma Yingjie. Yao Yao. It was already early morning, and Li Liyao came to pack up at this time, bringing a strange man with her. When Ma Yingjie saw Shen Zhijing, he almost had a nosebleed. In comparison, Li Liyao was completely outshined by Shen Zhijing in terms of both appearance and figure. What is a mature woman? What is the temperament of a queen? Exquisite facial features combined with the unique charm of maturity, this is the real romanticism under the peony flower. Ma Yingjie's eyes turned red with jealousy. I am rich, handsome, and my career is thriving, so why is it that this loser is always one step ahead of others and has so many romantic partners? Li Liyao took the good things. Shen Zhijing still wanted to keep him. After all, they are real relatives and have been together for such a long time that they have feelings for each other. However, Fang Yuan is around and she also has a boyfriend, so she didn't say this. Before leaving, Li Liyao boasted, "Auntie. This is my boyfriend, Ma Yingjie, the country manager of Syndicate Technology Company." Ahem. Hello, Auntie. Ma Yingjie took the opportunity to shake hands with Shen Zhijing and get close to this plump beauty. But Shen Zhijing didn't move at all, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. Shen Zhijing could guess it. Although she didn't know why Fang Yuan and Li Liyao broke up, when Ma Yingjie came to her house today and stared at her, she felt uncomfortable all over. There is no need to guess, it's just that people hate the poor and love the rich. At this moment, Shen Zhijing no longer felt much guilt, but at the same time, she was also angry at Li Liyao's behavior. But as an elder, Shen Zhijing still said, "Yao Yao, you are still young. You should practice your ability to judge people. You should know that money is not everything. What Li Liyao hates most is the preaching of the elders. Humph, I'll walk my own path from now on. You don't need to bother me." After saying that, he picked up his things and went out. Ma Yingjie's eyes lingered on Shen Zhijing for a moment, and he finally chased after her. "Are you okay?" Shen Zhijing asked Fang Yuan with concern, worried that he might be sad. After all, she knew something about the relationship between Fang Yuan and Li Liyao, as well as how they usually interacted with each other. At least in her opinion, Fang Yuan was innocent in this matter. "Fine." Fang Yuan smiled, having already let it go, and then changed the subject. "If it weren't for this, we wouldn't have met you. There is no coincidence in the world. Some things seem to be guided by fate, and Shen Zhijing also firmly believes this. Go back to your room and sleep." The next morning, Fang Yuan was gently called up to have breakfast. Shen Zhijing is definitely the kind of good woman who can live at home. She is good at both housework and cooking, and has strong key business capabilities. The breakfast was very rich. Although most of them are fast food, they are made with great care. It seems like the two of them are really living together. Today, I will go to the company first and submit this signed contract, then apply for leave. Let's go to the furniture store. Good. Fang Yuan drove Shen Zhijing to work, gave her a kiss before leaving, and then drove to Lanshin. At the main entrance, the security guard immediately stood up and saluted Fang Yuan. After yesterday's lesson, the security guard was afraid of losing his job and his attitude became much better. "Hello, Director Fang. Not bad, very energetic." Fang Yuan praised and drove into the company park. In the office, Secretary Sun reported today's schedule. Director Fang, Mr. Song, the representative from Xiaowei Technology Company, will be taking the G258 high-speed train this afternoon and will arrive at the station at 2:25 p.m. I've already arranged for the Foreign Affairs Department to send a Ford business reception. I'll first arrange for them to stay at the Royal Hotel and coordinate the business procedures. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Is this what a professional secretary is capable of? Every detail is taken into consideration. This business process includes when the other party will arrive at the station, what car they will take, what car will be used to pick them up after they arrive, and where they will stay. Secretary Sun, your professional ability is truly impeccable. Secretary Sun was very happy. Finally, there was a leader who understood her level and praised her generously. Although this is the secretary's job, the emotional value is maximized. Director Fang, this is what I should do. Secretary Sun briefly reported on the current situation of Bluecore Group. Because a large number of employees chose to resign after Chi Yunfeng left, many job vacancies appeared in Lanshin. Director Fang. Mr. Lan is currently engaged in scientific research and development. Personnel matters are the most urgent. It will take a while to recruit people like this. Fang Yuan asked Secretary Sun, do you have any good suggestions? Have. This is a solution I prepared. Please review it, Director Fong. Secretary Sun is prepared for both situations. If a problem is raised, it must be solved, and the boss is responsible for making the final decision. This is a necessary skill in the workplace. Even if your boss disagrees, your value will be reflected. When Fong Yuan heard that he wanted to see the plan, he felt a headache and said, "Just tell me directly." Okay. Secretary Sun presented a plan and said, "I think we should first give the current employees a 20% salary increase to stabilize the remaining employees. Then we will set up a temporary personnel interview team to recruit talents from all over the society." Bluecore's loose business structure has always been a drawback. This is a good opportunity to take advantage of this period to establish business groups, assign responsibilities and work content, and restructure the group. Secretary Sun said a lot. Fong Yuan found it a bit boring. She used professional terms, which were understandable individually, but completely confusing when put together. This is the proposal I proposed. There are still many immature aspects. I hope Director Fong can point them out and correct them. Secretary Sun was very humble. After he finished speaking, he waited for Fong Yuan to give a reply. "It's a shame you're a secretary." Fong Yuan praised, "I found a treasure." Secretary Sun, no. Sun Jiaying, are there any vacancies for planning positions? Yes, according to Bluecore's business plan. The positions of President, Vice President, General Manager, and Deputy General Manager are planning positions. A large group. The chairman is a key member of the board of directors and the company belongs to him, which is unshakable. All other positions, including president, are considered workers. This is an essential difference. Of course, when it comes to positions like president and vice president, regardless of annual salary, they all receive dividends and shares, and are absolutely the elite class. You can be a general manager or vice president. Directly appointed by Fong Yuan. For Secretary Sun, it was like a bolt from the blue. Although it's not bad news, it's totally unexpected. She's just a secretary. At most, she is the secretary of the chairman. Although he is second only to the emperor, his authority is not high, and he is a bit like the eunuchs around the emperor. Fong Yuan's appointment was equivalent to directly promoting her from eunuch to prime minister. Chapter 15, I will support you. Secretary Sun looked at the young man in front of him, who was less than 30 years old and seemed to be innocent, and his heart was deeply moved. In her opinion, Fong Yuan remained unmoved despite repeated hints. This is a person's character, the innocent will be innocent. In the face of Qi Yunfeng's show of force, he would rather break his arm than bow his head. This shows his enthusiasm and heroism. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Sun Jiaying expressed her gratitude immediately, but ultimately refused. Director Fong, a company needs reasonable channels for advancement. I'm your secretary. If I were to become general manager at this time, the employees would be dissatisfied. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Why are you dissatisfied?" "I'm the chairman. If I say you can do it, then you can do it." Sun Jiaying quickly said, "Director Fong, this is not willful. First of all, I am very grateful for your trust in cultivation of me, but I hope you can give me some time to make some achievements. At least when my ability and virtue match the position, it will not be too late to take over. Okay, you will handle the cooperation with Xiaowei Technology this time." Fong Yuan did not insist, but handed the 700 million project to Sun Jiaying. She said solemnly, "I will definitely not let Director Fong down. Go get busy." Secretary Sun went off to get busy. Fong Yuan left the office, walked around, and came to the door of Lan Lan's office. She looked a little pale, as if she hadn't slept all night and had been looking at the design drawings. She wasn't in a very good state. "Boss Lan. Director Fong." Fong Yuan entered the room and Lan Lan stood up. Maybe it was because I got up too fast, and coupled with not sleeping all night, my energy and blood were a little insufficient, and I felt dizzy and was about to fall down. Fong Yuan was quick and rushed over to hug Lan Lan. Forehead. "Are you okay? You look like you didn't get enough rest." Lan Lan rubbed his forehead, steadied himself, and said with a wry smile, "Half of the researchers in the development department have left. Now all the burden falls on my team, but success is still a long way off. The current situation can only be described as dire." Fong Yuan said seriously, "Then you should also make sure to rest. Lan Lan waved her hand and sat down, holding the blueprint and said, "There is still a key point that I haven't understood." "Let me see." Fang Yuan snatched the design drawings. "Go and rest first. Your health is more important. The chip can be studied at any time. If you burn out, everything will be in vain. Go now." Lan Lan stared at Fang Yuan blankly. Any capitalist, even her, would wish that their employees would not sleep and do their research first. Fang Yuan is different. He actually cares about your physical condition. "It's just a chip, I'll help you." "You? Don't believe it?" Lan Lan rubbed her forehead. After Fang Yuan's interruption, she really felt sleepy and got up and went to the sofa. "Okay, then I'll rest, you." What Lan Lan meant was, "I need to rest, why don't you go out first?" At this moment, Fang Yuan was sitting in front of the computer desk, looking at the data about the intelligent architecture within the chip. "You go to sleep first. Don't worry, I'll back up your data and then make one myself. I'll take care of the rest after you wake up." Lan Lan was too sleepy, so she didn't think about anything else and just lay down and fell asleep. Fang Yuan opened the eye of insight. He didn't understand chip design and intelligent architecture, but his eyes of insight could understand it, so he began to modify Lan Lan's original data architecture in the program. "I was busy until noon when Shin Jijing called." Fang Yuan picked up the phone, and the other end sounded apologetic. "Sorry, honey, something happened at the company." "Forget it, let's talk about it when we get home tonight." Fang Yuan asked, "What happened? Was it Baldy Lu who caused the trouble?" Shin Jijing said helplessly, "Manager Lu kicked me out of the team. He and that translator relative rigged the deal and took over the business partnership with Pierce. I'm going to find you. I can't just let this go." Fang Yuan hung up the phone, looked at the fully structured data on the computer, and stood up to leave the office. Before leaving, he asked people not to disturb Lan Lan's rest. Leave the company. Drive to Fengrui. It was noon at this time. Shin Jijing was waiting for Fang Yuan at the door of a restaurant in the commercial street. Fengrui is near the office and commercial district. This is also a large commercial street that integrates shopping and entertainment. A high-end restaurant opened for business people is still very popular today. The tables in the hall are already full. Shin Jijing sits by the window, stirring the coffee in front of her, looking out the window absent-mindedly. In the restaurant, there were two people in front and to the side of Shin Jijing. One of them happened to be able to see Shin Jijing. "Hey, look! Who's that in the window seat? She's so beautiful, with such a beautiful figure. Oh my god, I'd be willing to lose 10 years of my life if I could sleep there for one night." The businessman smiled obscenely. The companion glanced back and said, "Don't even think about it. This is someone from Fengrui, Shin Jijing. She often comes to this restaurant for dinner. She's an icy beauty. No one can break her heart. Many men have tried to pursue her, but all have been rejected." "How do you know?" "I come here often." The two discussed. Shin Jijing is very famous in this area. Because she always keeps people at a distance, she is known as the Ice Beauty. She looks like she's about 27, right? Looks like he's over 30 and not married. Is it true or not? But it seems possible that she is an Ice Beauty. As the two were talking, Shin Jijing seemed to see something, a smile appeared on her face, and she immediately stood up and walked to the door to greet them. Fang Yuan just walked in. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Fang Yuan asked. "No, I just arrived too." "Come quickly." Shin Jijing held Fang Yuan's hand, rarely showing the mood of a little daughter. "It's the little joy you get when you meet someone you like or love. Is this the iceberg you were talking about? A beauty? Forehead." The two men were confused. Shin Jijing and Fang Yuan sat down and scanned the code to choose their meals. Fang Yuan asked, "You signed the contract, so how did it become Baldy Lu's achievement?" "That's the workplace." Shin Jijing said helplessly that Baldy Lu is a relative of Fengrui's president. "He has a lot of power. To snatch my project, he only needs to make some moves. Alas, I worked so hard for a month, only to end up being someone else's wedding dress." Shin Jijing was very disappointed. There's nothing you can do about it even though it was robbed. You need to eat, and the department under her also needs to eat. They are all workers and slaves. If you think about it carefully, the project was robbed this time, it was premeditated. No, we must ask for an explanation. Fang Yuan couldn't bear to see Shen Jijing so disappointed. In this regard, Shen Jijing still wants to put the overall situation first. The overall employment environment is not good now. Even some strong companies have experienced large-scale layoffs. Feng Ruwei has also laid off 7% of its employees. I can only accept this loss. Fang Yuan shook Shen Jijing's hand and said seriously, if your company's leaders don't give me an explanation, the worst that can happen is I'll just quit. Shen Jijing knew that Fang Yuan was young and impulsive, but she couldn't do that. Why? If I really quit, I won't be able to find a job for a while, and I haven't saved much over the years. I'll support you. Fang Yuan said this very seriously. Chapter 16, Wolf Culture. Shen Jijing just thought Fang Yuan was comforting her. Okay, don't worry about my affairs. Although the project is over, I have some free time this afternoon. Let's go shopping. Shen Jijing is still very much looking forward to it. Moreover, his father's 70th birthday is coming soon, so he needs to buy Fang Yuan some suitable clothes and some gifts to try to gain some impression points. Let's deal with the project first. Fang Yuan said seriously, wife, since we are together, I will never let you suffer any injustice, not even a little bit. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Shen Jijing didn't know where Fang Yuan got his confidence from. But this kind of confidence infected her, and she actually believed that Fang Yuan could solve it. And the more they get along, the more she can see Fang Yuan's excellence. So she was weird. Why did Li Liao break up with him? Apart from anything else, just the fact that he speaks fluent foreign languages makes it almost impossible for him to make money. Foreign translation has always been a relatively scarce profession, but also the most popular profession. We'll go see your leader later. Are you serious? Shen Jijing saw that Fang Yuan didn't look like he was joking at all. He really wanted to fight for his rights. Yes. Shen Jijing was silent for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. No matter how strong a woman she is, she still needs a hug and someone to lean on. Even if Fang Yuan just says some comforting words, she will be satisfied. Thank you for making me feel young again. I'll make you younger tonight, let's eat. Fang Yuan smiled slyly. Shen Jijing blushed with shame, hateful. After dinner, they took a walk outside as they didn't have to go to work until 2 in the afternoon. At this time in the launching group, Lan Lan woke up from the sofa. After a good sleep, she finally felt a little clearer and found that Fang Yuan was not in the office. She yawned and returned to her desk. Turn on the computer and look at the architecture design program on it. Lan Lan didn't care at first, but when she saw the key architectural nodes, she suddenly realized it, her beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't believe it at all. Fang Yuan overturned almost all of his structures and started over again. Although the original foundation is still there, I have broken through the contradiction that I have been thinking about for half a month and still can't figure out. No way. Lan Lan tried to simulate using the system. A total of 321 nodes began to run the preset simulation. At this time, all the nodes were gray, but as the above nodes were opened one by one, only 10 minutes later, the first iteration was successfully opened. Fuck. Lan Lan couldn't believe it and cursed. She started to conceive the idea 3 years ago and has received a lot of sponsorship and investment. However, the research and development would get stuck at this step every time. Lan Xin paid a large sum of money to invite her to return to China for research and also promised her that this research and development would be successful. The patent for this chip is in Lan Lan's own hands, and Blue Core Group only takes 7% of the agency fee. 3 years of planning, 3 months of hard work, and Fang Yuan actually accomplished it in just one morning? Who is he? Lan Lan immediately saved this precious data, copied it personally, and went to the R&D room for research and development testing. If the test is successful, this AI smart chip will be the world's first self-organizing, adaptive, and self-iterating AI smart chip. This will mean a technological revolution. This smart chip will be used in many fields such as unmanned driving, ultra-precision drone phased array, etc. This is a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Of course, Fang Yuan didn't know that he had accomplished this feat and was still strolling outside holding hands with Shen Jijing. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng Ruwei went to work. Fang Yuan and Shen Jijing arrived at the unit. In the security room at the company entrance, Fang Yuan completed the visitor registration, obtained a temporary pass, and entered the company. Feng Ruwei's overall strength is slightly greater than Lan Xin's. Moreover, the company has completed international industrial upgrading, and many of its products have been sold overseas, with a market value of at least 2 billion. Xin Zijing is the manager of the International Business Department 2 in the sales department of Fengruwei Group, and her main responsibility is to handle international business. When Xin Zijing brought Fang Yuan into the office building, she felt a little regretful. Even if you go to ask for an explanation, it will just be a scene, which is quite ugly. When they were about to reach the president's office, Xin Zijing stopped Fang Yuan. I think we should just forget it. You can't just let it go like this. Fang Yuan said firmly, leave it to me. I'll persuade him with both emotion and reason. I absolutely won't make a big fuss. The president of Fengruwei is also a strong woman. She was wearing glasses and a professional suit, looking like a queen, and was talking on the phone with a client. There was a knock on the door and the female president hung up the phone. Come in. Xin Zijing brought Fang Yuan in. Minister Shen, what's going on? The female president's attitude was cold. Xin Zijing was still hesitating, but Fang Yuan said, hello, President Lu Mengxi, right? My name is Fang Yuan, and I'm Xin Zijing's husband. Lu Mengxi just glanced at Fang Yuan and didn't offer his hand. Instead, he gestured with his chin, sit down. Fang Yuan sat down. Lu Mengxi called the secretary's office, blaming herself in her heart for not notifying the visitor in advance. Hey, bring some tea to the office. We have a visitor. The secretary broke out in a cold sweat. A guest was coming to visit, and as a secretary she did not make any arrangements. This was a serious mistake. Any incident in the president's daily schedule will cause the timeline to be disrupted and delay things. Mr. Fang. What do you want to see me about? Xin Zijing works for Fengruwei Company. Since her husband is here, they have to entertain him. Lu Mengxi is asking this question even though he already knows the answer. It's about the project. Fang Yuan got straight to the point. To be honest, I know what's going on in this project. Director Lu stole my wife's project and kicked her out of the team. Isn't that unreasonable? Lu Mengxi is a relative of Lu Tuzi. She pondered it for a moment, then explained with a smile, the group has its own processes. We focus on the results, not the process. Fengruwei is a company that values a culture of brute force. I'm sorry that your wife was a step behind schedule. Director Lu had already submitted the contract to the group last night. So, procedurally, this project does not belong to Manager Shen. She sounded like she was giving explanations, but they were all excuses. What wolf culture, what process, are nothing but human manipulation. Fang Yuan smiled and said, President Lu. My wife's team is working on the entire project. When you're just about to succeed, someone else takes advantage of you. This isn't a culture of malice, this is workplace bullying. Then I can only say sorry. Lu Mengxi said calmly. Director Lu followed the procedures and followed the project progress throughout. Everything was in compliance with regulations. Your wife was taken advantage of, and you can only blame her for not doing things perfectly, for the omissions and flaws she made. Fengruwei needs elites. I hope Manager Shen can learn from this lesson. I have something else to do, so I can't ask you to stay. Please go ahead. Lu Mengxi issued an order to expel the guests. Chapter 17, Promotion and Salary Increase. Xin Zijing pulled Fang Yuan, indicating that they should leave. After all, this is the intention of their leadership, so it's better not to get involved. Fang Yuan smiled and said, Wife, go wait for me outside first. What are you going to do? Xin Zijing was anxious, afraid that Fang Yuan would take action, otherwise she would not feel at ease. Fang Yuan naturally had his own way, so he pushed Xin Zijing out and gave her a reassuring look, which meant, I will never do anything out of line. Under Xin Zijing's anxious gaze, Fang Yuan closed the door of the president's office. Mr. Fang, what do you want to do? Lu Mengxi was also afraid that Fang Yuan would cause trouble, so he came to the desk and was ready to call the security department at any time. Fang Yuan sat down, leaned against the sofa, shook his neck and said, President Lu, you might want to check who the chairman of the Blue Core Group is. Lu Mengxi frowned slightly. She had heard of Lan Xin, a business representative in the city, so she searched for him on her computer. Enter the official website of Blue Core. 100% holding. Lu Mengxi was very surprised. The board of directors listed on Blue Core's official website now has only one person left, and the shareholding structure is that one person holds 100% of the shares. Lu Mingxi compared the photos on the official website and saw that it was indeed Fang Yuan in front of him. His eyes softened immediately. However, to outsiders, Lanxin's current situation still seems to be thriving. But according to insider information, especially senior executives in the business circle, it is clear that Lanxin is taking a gamble. We are betting on the development of a new type of AI smart chip that can almost be said to be at the forefront of the world. Even in the investment field, not many people are interested in this project, believing that it is just a means for Bluecore to make money. Fortunately, the only one that can be considered credible is Lan's joining. But even so, investors and the domestic market have no confidence that Bluecore can develop this AI smart chip with its strength. I didn't expect that the chairman of Lanxin is so young. However, Mr. Fang, as far as I know, Mr. Qi Yunfeng, Bluecore's second largest shareholder and investor, has resigned from the Bluecore board of directors. Does Bluecore still have the ability to continue developing chips? Fang Yuan shrugged and said, "You might want to take another look at Xiaowei Technology's official website." Lu Mingxi opened Xiaowei Technology's official website with half belief and half doubt, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Xiaowei Technology's official website has clearly stated that Xiaowei Technology will carry out round-the-clock strategic cooperation with Bluecore Technology, and expects to place an advance order of 700 million yuan. In other words, behind Bluecore Technology now stands Xiaowei Technology. Lu Mingxi calmed down his inner excitement. You know, Xiaowei Technology is a company that will not release the eagle until it sees the rabbit, and this statement at this time means that Bluecore is very likely to have been successfully developed. Mr. Fang. Lu Mingxi's attitude changed 180 degrees, and he quickly came over and sat down in front of Fang Yuan. She also knew that once this chip was successfully developed, Bluecore's future potential would be enormous. Regarding your wife's project, Fengrui, no. As a leader, I have direct responsibility and I will deal with it immediately. Lu Mingxi is very sensible. It is not a wise choice to offend the chairman of Lanxin for a distant relative. Secretary. The secretary entered the room. Boss Lu. Call Director Lu from the marketing department to the office immediately. Yes. Also, please invite Manager Shen in. Okay. The secretary left, and then Shen Zhijing entered the office. Lu Mingxi immediately stood up and came over to hold Shen Zhijing's hand. Manager Shen, please take a seat. Shen Zhijing was a little surprised. What happened? Why did Ms. Lu's attitude change so much before and after? And the smile on her face made it seem like the two of them were sisters. Lu Mingxi is a few years younger than Shen Zhijing. She is a student studying abroad. Although she is not as sexy as Shen Zhijing, the two beauties standing together have their own merits. Shen Zhijing sat next to Fang Yuan. Manager Shen, there are indeed some things wrong with this project. I will start investigating immediately. Don't worry, I will give you an explanation. Lu Mingxi made his own decision. Shen Zhijing was still a little confused at this time. She had worked with Lu Mingxi for a long time and had some understanding of him. This woman is decisive in her work and always emphasizes results-oriented and wolf-like culture. So from the beginning Shen Zhijing didn't think Lu Mingxi could change. But the result was unexpected. Not long after, Lu Tuzi came. The secretary opened the door. Boss Lu, Director Lu is here. Lu Tuzi came in with a smile on his face, but his expression froze when he saw Fang Yuan and Shen Zhijing. Looking at Lu Mingxi's angry expression, he already had an idea in his mind. Boss Lu. Lu Mingxi stood up, took out the project contract from his desk, slammed it heavily on the coffee table, and asked, Lu Kun, tell me the truth, was it you who did something to steal Manager Shen's project? This. Lu Kun was shocked. He didn't expect Shen Zhijing to actually dare to make trouble. I just made up my mind. As long as I refuse to admit it, what else could I do? She's just Shen Zhijing, and he has plenty of ways to make things difficult for her. No. Boss Lu, this project is mine, and I was the one who submitted it first. There is no problem with the process. Is the process okay? Lu Mingxi snorted coldly. Are you sure? Well, I'll contact Mr. Pierce right away to see who he signed the contract with. Don't. Lu Tuzi broke out in a cold sweat. Pierce eventually signed a contract with Shen Zhijing. He simply got the contract in advance and changed the name of the translator to his own name. After all, this foreigner, Pierce, can't read Chinese characters, so he just needs to make some changes. The official seal belongs to the company anyway. Boss Lu. I admit that I was wrong in this matter. Lu Mengxi did this for Fang Yuan to see. So he sat down angrily and scolded, "Unfair competition in the workplace. This is a taboo in the industry. Mr. Fang, what do you think is the appropriate way to deal with this?" Lu Mengxi gave Fang Yuan enough face by saying this. Fang Yuan crossed his legs and said nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter how you handle it, but I have to make sure my wife's interests aren't harmed." Understood. Lu Mengxi has the ability to sit in the position she is in today. She understood without Fang Yuanming saying anything and said to Lu Tuzi, "Go to the HR department immediately and submit your resignation. I'll sign it myself." What? Baldy Lu was so shocked that he almost knelt down, begging, "Boss Lu, you can't do this. I've been fighting for you all these years." Lu Mengxi said disgustedly, "Do I need to say it a second time?" Baldy Lu looked at Fang Yuan and Shen Jijing viciously, and finally left the office, vowing to take revenge in his heart. Shen Jijing breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Lu Tuzi was fired, she no longer had to worry about having a hard time in the future. Manager Shen. Lu Mengxi smiled gently and said to Shen Jijing, "The position of department director has become vacant. Are you interested in taking it?" Chapter 18, The Beginning of a Heartthrob. Certainly. Who doesn't want to move up in the workplace? Shen Jijing has been working diligently for more than 5 years. Logically, she should be able to reach the level of director, but there has been no reasonable promotion channel. Promotion and salary increase, the thing she was looking forward to most at this moment, is right in front of her. How could she refuse? Congratulations, Director Shen. Dreamy, especially dreamy. Shen Jijing had never expected this. All of this is thanks to Fang Yuan. He is his lucky star. His heart, which had been silent for many years, and his stagnant career, have all changed because of his arrival. This is a treasure given to her by God. When Shen Jijing was lost in love, Fang Yuan thanked Lu Mengxi, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." No. Lu Mengxi said to Shen Jijing, "The job change still requires some handover procedures. How about this, Manager Shen?" "No, it should be Director Shen now. I'm giving you a week's vacation. During this time, you can prepare well. It's paid vacation." Shen Jijing was overjoyed. A week's time. Shen Jijing's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. During these 7 days, she can go on a date with Fang Yuan and make up for some romance. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with the way things were handled. Lu Mengxi left Fang Yuan's contact information and sent the two of them out of the office. After coming back, she returned to her seat and thought for a while. People go to high places and water flows to low places. She has studied a lot of management and also advocates wolf culture, but she is not a diode. When dealing with her subordinates, she has a set of strategies, and when dealing with her superiors, she also has her own thoughts. Stand out from the crowd? No. She wants to fly out of the flock. If Bluecore Group really develops AI smart chips, this technology alone will be enough to make Bluecore one of the Fortune 500 companies and achieve a leap forward. Lan Xian is the most suitable for me. So Lu Mengxi sent a message to Fang Yuan. "Mr. Fang, I'm not sure if you're satisfied with my handling of the matter. I hope we can find time to have dinner alone and discuss future cooperation plans." Sent successfully. Lu Mengxi waited excitedly for a reply. Fang Yuan replied quickly. Besides. These two simple words extinguished Lu Mengxi's fire. But she won't give up so easily. Taking out the mirror from the drawer, Lu Mengxi looked at her delicate face in the mirror and admired her beautiful legs. "Fang Yuan, watch how I take you down." Fengrui parking lot. Fang Yuan drives the car. Everything is over now. It's already past 4 in the afternoon and it's definitely too late to go to the furniture store. So Shen Jijing suggested, "Hubby, you are really my lucky star. I had a heavy bleeding today. Let's go eat Western food and celebrate." Seeing Shen Jijing so happy, Fang Yuan naturally would not refuse. Just as he was about to agree, the phone rang. It was Sun Jiaying calling. "Who is Secretary Sun?" Shen Jijing asked when she saw the incoming call notification. "Oh, colleague." After Fang Yuan finished speaking, he answered the phone. Secretary Sun on the other end reported, "The contract signing went very smoothly. The other party had no objections to our requests." "Well, that's good." Secretary Sun thought about it again. This project was given to him by Fang Yuan. Even if it was a commission, he would get 700,000 yuan, so he had to report it. Director Fong, can I treat you to dinner tonight? Sorry, I have an appointment tonight. Fong Yuan decisively refused. Okay, another day then. Secretary Sun really wanted to express his gratitude. It seemed that today was unfortunate, but it didn't matter, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There is another person in launching group who wants to make an appointment with Fong Yuan. That's Lon Lon. That smart chip was manufactured based on the overall architecture created by Fong Yuan. Although this is a preview version, it only needs to be tested. Who is he? Lon Lon couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Fong Yuan. This man is very secretive. Even though I have been deeply involved in this field, I have never heard of Fong Yuan. Lon Lon was a little tired, so she took off her white coat. Although the chip was successfully developed and the finished product was in hand, and only product testing was needed, she still felt a sense of emptiness. Lon Lon has been concentrating almost all of her 28 years on research. She thought that after the research was successful, she would feel unprecedented joy and excitement, but this was not the case. Instead, she felt a little lonely. Could it be because Fong Yuan's structure was not created by himself? But it could also be that. No. An idea suddenly popped up in Lon Lan's mind. She needs a man? No, absolutely not. She wouldn't have such an idea. After calming down, Lon Lon took out her cell phone. Since the research was successful, she should make an appointment with Fong Yuan to discuss future cooperation plans. Make a call. Jui Restaurant is a restaurant in this city that caters mainly to couples. It offers a wide variety of dishes, but they are expensive and only middle-class people or white-collar workers can afford them. Shin Jijing had a heavy bleeding, so she rewarded her little husband well. Honey, let's go buy some clothes tomorrow and come home with me in the afternoon. It's my father's birthday. Are you ready? Fong Yuan was very confident. Always be prepared. You can't come empty-handed. I've already ordered 2 boxes of Mao Tai and some massagers. You can take them with you as a gift. We'll have a banquet at Wanfuju tonight, so we still have time. Fong Yuan was somewhat looking forward to meeting his parents, but he didn't know what the old man thought of him. Oh right. Although we got the marriage certificate, everything happened too quickly. We didn't have a wedding banquet, and you didn't formally propose. This doesn't count. You must formally propose to me. Shin Jijing has certain requirements for life. That is, everything must have a sense of ritual. She had never experienced dating, proposal, engagement, or wedding banquets. Although she married Fong Yuan without knowing why, she was not very satisfied. It has to be experienced once. It's a coincidence. These are also what Fong Yuan pursues. Shin Jijing began to look forward to her future life. After our wedding reception, we can go on a honeymoon. I've already thought of the Aegean Sea, the Church of Bones, or Hawaii. How about all of them? Shin Jijing doesn't look like a person in her 30s, but she is completely like a girl in her 20s who is getting married for the first time and is looking forward to a new life in the future. In comparison, Fong Yuan is much more stable. As the two were talking, Lon Lon called. Fong Yuan thought it was a work matter, so he picked up the call. Ahem, Fong Yuan, are you free? Do you want to go out for a midnight snack? I have something to tell you. Fong Yuan looked at Shin Jijing's face and said, the day after tomorrow. All right. Without any hesitation, Lon Lon hung up the phone immediately. She is really frugal with words, and her main focus is on being quick, accurate, and ruthless in doing things. Fong Yuan had just finished answering the phone when a discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this an old classmate? A female voice sounded in my ears. Fong Yuan looked in the direction of the sound. Next to the two of them, there was a woman of similar age to Shin Jijing, and there was a young handsome man next to her. The woman had a face full of technology. Because of the pursuit of internet celebrity style, it looks very awkward. The same goes for the young man next to him, full of collagen and technology. Oops. So you like this too? I thought you would never find a man in your life. The woman pulled a stool over and sat down rudely, looking at Shin Jijing provocatively. It seems that there is a deep conflict between the two. Chapter 19, Continuous Counterattack. Dear, who is this? Fong Yuan asked Shin Jijing at the right time. This woman targeted her right from the start, she must be her enemy. Shin Zijing was also fed up with her and didn't want to have much contact with her. She just said lightly, "My high school classmate, Zhou Yu." The woman turned her eyes slightly and looked back at Fang Yuan, thinking, this handsome boy is not bad, and his face is natural, and you can tell at first glance that he is not the type with technology. Ji Jing, I'm wrong. You and I are not just high school classmates. To be more precise, we are competitors. Zhou Yu winked at Fang Yuan and said, handsome boy, let me tell you something in secret. All the boys who chase after her will end up being my type. This kind of affectation perfectly illustrates what it means to be slutty and cheap. But Fang Yuan ignored her completely and said seriously, sorry, tonight is our party for two. Could you please leave? Zhou Yu chuckled. She was also a white-collar worker in the workplace, with a status similar to Shin Zijing's. The young man around her was her kept gigolo, so she instantly lost her good impression of Fang Yuan. You little white face, why are you so arrogant? Shin Zijing immediately defended Fang Yuan and said, please be respectful, he is my husband. Husband? Zhou Yu couldn't believe it. How could Shin Zijing find such a young husband? Shin Zijing, look at you. You're already middle-aged and pretty. In a few years, you'll be completely unattractive. And yet you found a husband this young? Aren't you afraid that in a few years, you'll cut off the water and electricity, and she'll still be cheating on you while she's still in her prime? You. This was really too much, Shin Zijing's eyes widened. You're overthinking this. Fang Yuan retorted, we are not together because of our looks, and I believe that when Zijing is with me, she will not have any worries or sorrows, and naturally she will not age. Unlike you, the Korean semi-permanent hair will fall apart in 2 years. Zhou Yu immediately shouted angrily, who are you talking about? My hair is all natural. Eye of insight, activate. Fang Yuan enumerated them carefully, nose augmentation, lip piercing, cheekbone lift, double eyelid surgery, apple cheek augmentation, and a face full of hyaluronic acid. Wow, she's like a man-made human. And you went to a small cosmetic surgery just to save money. It won't be long before your face is completely ruined. I can't even imagine what that would look like. It must be horrible. You. Zhou Yu was furious, but didn't know what to say, so he turned around and looked at the young man next to him and shouted, you are dead. The young man shuddered all over. He quickly said in a baby voice, sister, I'm a little scared. This brother is so fierce. Bite. Current targets for revenge, Zhou Yu, Xiao Taodao, current number of revenges available is once. As a 24K pure man with full of masculinity, Fang Yuan can't stand this kind of sister-in-law with a baby voice and a shrill whisper. They act like they are very masculine, but in fact in ancient times, eunuchs were more manly than them. Ugh, disgusting. Fortunately, just when I was about to punch him, the system was triggered. Damn it. What Zhou Yu wanted at this time was face, not the cuteness and coquettishness of a young handsome guy. So he yelled, you're so useless. You always act like a spoiled brat and you never help me fight back. Sister, can Xiao Tao Tao sing a song for you? Let's learn to meow together, meow meow meow. Shin Zijing got goosebumps all over her body and looked at Zhou Yu and Xiao Tao Tao with confusion written all over her face. Fang Yuan also thought of a good way to take revenge. Seeing that these two people are about the same age, I guess the song should be very lethal. You should know that when Fang Yuan was in school, he was called Little Li Jian. Honey. Fang Yuan called Shin Zijing, took her hand, and said, for your honeymoon, do you want to go abroad? How about we go to Lake Baikal? Okay. Shin Zijing was very happy. I'm going to show you how that feels right now. Fang Yuan stood up. Couples restaurants offer singing, and there are usually resident singers to add to the atmosphere. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers and said, please give me the microphone and play the accompaniment. Thank you. The waiter will do it. There were many couples in the restaurant. As the prelude of the accompaniment sounded, the Chi Tu Su style immediately attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan pulled Shin Zijing up. She was wearing a pure white dress, the same one she had worn when they got their marriage certificate. At this moment, she looked like an angel. Although Fang Yuan was wearing cheap clothes, he had a special aura at this moment. In my arms, in your eyes, there is a spring breeze that is intoxicating, there is green grass. Fang Yuan's voice was like the sound of nature. He pulled Shin Zijing into his arms and sang with deep emotion. The two looked at each other. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with deep affection, which made Shen Jijing blush with embarrassment, but she didn't dare to look away. The perfect fusion of emotion and technique, accompanied by the song's accompaniment with a retro atmosphere, instantly draws everyone to the shores of Lake Baikal. The moonlight spreads love all over the lake, and the bonfire of two people illuminates the entire night. Fang Yuan pulled Shen Jijing to dance. Although Shen Jijing couldn't dance, she could only follow along reluctantly. At this moment, she was so absorbed in herself that she forgot that she was in public. She just wanted to stay in this wonderful moment forever and be warmed by this moving song. After so many years, we are drifting away like clouds, and our changing steps make it difficult for us to hold hands. In this life, how many of you and I have been swallowed up in the moonlit night? The song ends. There was warm applause all around. When Shen Jijing's passion reached its peak, she took the initiative to kiss him, and the applause from the surroundings became even more enthusiastic. Wow, what a beautiful couple! Xiao Taotao clapped excitedly. Zhou Yu was so angry that his nose was crooked. Humph, look at others, then look at you. Dear, how about we go to the shores of Lake Baikal? After the song ended, Fang Yuan pulled Shen Jijing back and sat down. Zhou Yu was so jealous that her eyes turned red. The more she looked at the young hunk next to her, the more she felt that he was disappointing. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully taking mid-level revenge on Zhou Yu and Xiao Taotao. Rewards: intermediate level supernatural power, universal medical skills can cure intermediate level diseases and hidden diseases. Additional reward: Bugatti Veyron RS. Bugatti Veyron? As a car lover, Fang Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up. Although this car is not a limited edition, it is worth 30 million. In just a moment, the car keys appeared in Fang Yuan's hand. Seeing that she couldn't compete with the men, Zhou Yu decided to save face elsewhere, so she said to Shen Jijing, do you know? I'm the general agent of Audi Automobile now. You easily earn hundreds of thousands a year. Are you still Fingrue's junior manager? Fang Yuan coughed and spoke on behalf of Shen Jijing. I'm sorry, my wife is now the director of the business department of Fingrue Group. Snort. So what? I just casually gave our little darling an X8. Xiao Taotao took out his car keys and showed them off. Fang Yuan also took out his car keys and said, oh, that Bugatti Veyron my dear gave me is really not up to par. Ah? Shen Jijing was dumbfounded. She looked at the car keys in Fang Yuan's hand in disbelief. TSK, it must be fake. Zhou Yu didn't believe it. A Bugatti Veyron costs at least 1 million. Even if Shen Jijing gets a promotion and a raise, she can't afford a luxury car of this level. At this moment, a waiter came in and shouted, I'm sorry to interrupt your meal, but which gentleman owns this Bugatti Veyron RS? It's blocking the restaurant door, please move it. Chapter 20, Preparation before meeting the parents. Mine. Fang Yuan held the car keys high. The waiter hurried over, took the key, and said respectfully, please wait a moment, I will be back soon. Go. Fang Yuan waved his hand and gave full trust. He didn't need to worry at all, as the luxury car was driven away by the waiter. Unless the other party is really stupid to a certain extent. After about 10 minutes, the waiter returned the key. Thank you, sir. The waiter was extremely excited that he could drive a Bugatti Veyron in his lifetime. Zhou Yu's eyes widened when he saw this scene. The flames of jealousy are burning. She turned around and slapped Xiao Taotao in the face, making his mother cry loudly, Sister, I just pulled the thread. You broke it with one slap. Woo woo woo. Waste. A useless face that looks good but does nothing. After scolding Xiao Taotao, Zhou Yu stood up and snorted coldly at Shen Jijing, just wait and see. The two laughed. Fang Yuan's ears were finally quiet. Shen Jijing folded her arms and blinked, hoping for an explanation. What was going on with this Bugatti Veyron? Fang Yuan also knew what Shen Jijing meant and said, isn't this a surprise for you? This is it. You said, let's go home to see my father-in-law tomorrow. It would be so cool to drive a Bugatti Veyron. How did the car get here? Rented. Fang Yuan didn't think twice. This explanation was reasonable, and Shen Jijing did not doubt it. However, a luxury car of this level would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, and if it gets damaged, you would have to spend all your money to pay for it. Shen Jijing said worriedly, rented? You should get a different one. If it gets scratched, you'll have to pay a lot of money. Fine. This car has comprehensive insurance, and whoever hits it will be compensated, so don't worry. Only then did Shen Zhijing feel a little relieved. However, the two have now become a model couple. Although there seems to be an age difference between them, they look so well matched no matter how you look at them. Besides, modern people's views on love are not that conservative. It's just a relationship between an older sister and a younger brother. The older sister will be caring and the younger brother will act coquettishly. There's nothing wrong with that. Go home after dinner. Fang Yuan drove the Bugatti Veyron directly, called a designated driver, drove Shen Zhijing's car back, and drove this car to the banquet tomorrow. In order to be in full condition, Shen Zhijing refused the 2.5-hour link tonight. She also felt a little unwell, probably because her relatives were coming. The next day, the two went out early in the morning. In order to keep a low profile, he drove Shen Zhijing's car to buy clothes. But when buying clothes, just buy some higher-end sportswear. After all, it is a family dinner, and it is not good to wear a suit that is too formal. Shen Zhijing deliberately chose a set of white casual clothes, the main purpose of which was to make herself look younger. She also put on light makeup, and with her good skin care and the moisture she had received these days, her face was rosy and she looked like she was about 25 or 26 years old. Fang Yuan tried his best to appear more mature and steady. After all, he is a young man who just graduated, in his 20s, and has not been working for long. There is a saying that goes, a man without a beard cannot do things well. Therefore, his originally long hair that grew randomly was turned into neat short hair under the help of teacher Tony. Handsome, comparable to Robert Downey Jr. Shen Zhijing couldn't help but praise him. Fang Yuan chuckled. He has a good foundation, but his clothes are bad and he doesn't take care of them. With Shen Zhijing's personal treatment, even teacher Tony praised, indeed, look at our man, his face shape is very similar to Donnie, and now it's even more like him. The two were very satisfied with the new look, but it was a bit expensive. It was just a haircut, but it cost me a few thousand yuan. The main one is Shen Zhijing. She grew her hair into long, straight black hair and tied it into a ponytail. She also spent a lot of money on maintaining her hair because it was a big one. But it's worth it. Next is buying gifts. According to the original plan, a massage table and a massager would be enough, but Fang Yuan always felt it was too shabby, so he asked about Shen Zhijing's family composition. Although she had heard some things from Li Dongyao before, she didn't go back to her grandfather's house often, so she didn't know much. Only after Shen Zhijing told him in such detail did he realize how powerful her family was. Mr. Shen has 3 daughters and 2 sons. Shen Zhijing is the youngest daughter and the last in the family. Her elder brothers are her second sister, her third brother, and her fourth sister. Among them, the eldest brother Shen Linfeng is an executive of a foreign company and is often abroad. Because this year is my father's 70th birthday, I came back specially to celebrate. My second sister married and moved to Beijing a few years ago. Her husband is very capable and started a company at a young age. The third brother is doing even better, having opened several restaurant chains and his own internet-famous brand. The fourth sister is Li Dongyao's mother. She has always lived in the countryside. After her husband had an accident, she single-handedly supported the family's land, contracted an orchard, and also built a juice production base. He is a famous township entrepreneur. Although he doesn't earn much, it is enough to live on. As for the fifth sister, Shen Zhijing, she is now the director of Fingrui Group. She has been promoted 2 levels at once, and she is considered to have some fame. It's a birthday after all, so I think we should bring some expensive gifts. Fang Yuan pondered. Only if the gifts you bring make Shen Zhijing look good will there be a greater chance that her father-in-law and mother-in-law will agree. 2. However, my father likes antiques, calligraphy and paintings, but I don't know much about them. Besides, antiques, calligraphy and paintings are very expensive, and I don't know if they are real or not, so it's not easy to give them away. That's not difficult. Fang Yuan's eyes of insight can see through everything and guarantee the authenticity of antiques. There are still 7 hours before the evening banquet begins, which is plenty of time. Let's go take a look first. Shen Zhijing agreed, and the two drove to the antique city. People in the antique industry like to gather in groups. As the saying goes, if you don't open for 3 years, you can make a profit for 3 years after opening. Whether you can sell out depends entirely on luck, so they are basically located near tourist attractions. The advantage of doing this is that those black tour guides will force tourists to buy these fake things, so they can make more money. Therefore, sometimes when you sign up for a low-price tour group, it seems like you are getting a bargain, but in fact you are being ripped off. If you don't buy anything, you will be kicked out and you will have no way to complain. Besides, it's not worth making a fuss for $2,000, so most people just pay the money out of fear. So the antique industry here is clearly a scam, and many shops even sell fakes, while the real stuff has long been hidden away. Or they were set up. There are many forms of so-called situations, some of which are even heavenly situations. In short, if you don't have money, or simply want to gamble, forget it if possible. This business is very complex and young people cannot grasp it. Shen Zhijing understood some of the ins and outs of it. After all, he had some social experience, so he was afraid of being cheated, so he kept persuading Fang Yuan to be careful. The two of them went around in a circle. Fang Yuan's insightful eyes took a quick glance. Damn! They were all fake, not a single one was real. But looking at these buyers, it felt like they had bought the real thing. There were even a few old men bragging about their collections, such as brush washers and white marble bowls. You've been sold and are still helping others count money. Fang Yuan didn't give up and turned around again. There is a small shop in front. There is a wooden sign hanging on the door with gold inlaid words on it, which says Wanbao House. At the door of the store, a thin and withered man wearing a Mao suit and a goatee came forward and greeted them after seeing them again. Hey, you two. I see you've been walking around twice. Are you looking for treasure or buying treasure? Our treasure house is a place for treasure hunting, buying, and selling, hee. You'll be satisfied. Chapter 21, Life and Death Warrant. Shen Zhijing shook her head. She is still very wary of this kind of door-to-door business. Fang Yuan thought about it. Opening a shop is much better than setting up stalls outside. The main thing is that none of the things sold at the stalls outside are real. They are all made of young cucumbers painted yellow to look old. So we have to enter the treasure house. Go in and take a look. Shen Zhijing was still very cautious and whispered, it's not a good deal if you're just chasing after it. He might not have anything real in there. Fang Yuan chuckled and said, don't worry, I'm an expert in this area. Ah? Shen Zhijing was a little confused and followed Fang Yuan into the Wanbao house. The man with the goatee introduced himself, little brother, my name is Ma Yi, and they all call me Ma-san here. Little brother, I've been walking around here twice. Have you found the treasure you like? Fang Yuan said, the ones out there are all fake and boring. I'm buying this as a gift for my father-in-law, so it has to be real. Ma Yi immediately judged that this guy was an amateur. No expert would try to trick people right away. That is to say, state your true purpose. If you want to buy real things, you need good eyesight and money. Most people will not easily reveal their abilities. This is what it means to see through things but not to speak them out. Generally, you just use a few words and say them in harmony. After confirming that Fang Yuan was a novice, Ma Yi's eyes rolled and he immediately said, then you have come to the right place. Everything in my treasure house is genuine. Since you're giving it to your father-in-law, it must have special meaning. I'm wondering what your expected price is so I can recommend something. Psychologically expected price? Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said, about 300,000. Okay, wait a moment. After saying this, Ma Yi went to the backyard. Fang Yuan was visiting in the front hall. There are many antique collections in this store, but they are all fake at first glance. Not long after, Ma Yi and two employees took out several sets of antiques. It is a painting and calligraphy, a set of 4 treasures of the study, a set of purple clay teapots and matching teacups. Little brother. This calligraphy piece is from the most famous period of Huang Tingjian's career during the Song dynasty. The brushwork is a bit immature, but it is indeed one of the rare masterpieces. This set of 4 treasures of the study is a rare collection from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. As for this purple clay teapot, it was made in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties and was specially made for the emperor. Because of a slight flaw in its workmanship, it was not selected for the palace, so it was kept as a treasure. These 3 sets are priced at around 300,000 yuan each and are highly collectible and perfect as gifts. Shen Zhijing didn't understand. It all looks real, but it feels fake, so it's hard to tell. Fang Yuan glanced at it. The first one is a modern imitation. The paper is old, and the rice paper still retains modern craftsmanship. Although the person who copied it is quite capable, it is still not up to par. The eye of insight. Truly amazing. Not only can you tell whether it is real or fake, you can also tell how it was made. It's like seeing the defects in a chip, the information is right in front of you. As for the 4 treasures of the study, that is fake too. Although aging is not a modern technique, it is a technique from the Republican era. It does have some value, but because it is a fake, it is not considered high-end. As for that set of purple plate teapots, they were chemically aged. The craftsmanship is impeccable. It's a shame the counterfeiters had ulterior motives, but fake is fake. Ma-yi was a little surprised. Even true treasure appraisers would need to carefully observe these three imitations for a while, but this boy could tell at a glance that they were fake. Little brother. If you understand, just change it. Why bother saying it out loud? Ma-yi looked displeased and reminded Fong Yuandao. Being able to see through the truth at a glance, one must have extraordinary abilities and is definitely not an ordinary person. But if you are an insider but don't understand the rules of the industry, it is really difficult to define it. I don't understand your rules, but I can tell the difference between true and false. If these are all you have in your treasure house, I'm sorry. Fong Yuan took Shen Zhijing's hand and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Ma-yi quickly forced a smile. Little brother? Since you can tell whether these things are real or fake, I have something I'd like you to take a look at. Just tell me if it's real or not, and I'll give you this antique from Wanbaya. Is there such a good thing? Although Fong Yuan was not greedy for cheap things, since it was the other party who asked him to help with the appraisal, it was considered as a reward for his labor, which was reasonable, so he agreed immediately. Okay. Ma-yi was overjoyed and said, please wait a moment, I'll go to the back room to get it. As he spoke, he came to the back room and turned a corner. There is a gourd vine in the backyard. It grows very lush in midsummer, and the vines hanging down are quite artistic. In the middle aisle of the gourd vine, there is a rocking chair with a young girl lying on it. Although she is a girl, she wears punk-style clothes and dyes her hair gold and yellow. She looks a bit rebellious and out of tune with the quaint environment around her. Ma-yi came forward and bowed. Mississippi. Well, what do you mean? The girl asked casually. Ma-yi's eyes rolled around. This kid is really capable. He can tell at a glance that the imitations we brought out are fake. Real? The girl became interested and said, show it to him. If he can really tell whether it's real or fake and explain the secrets behind it, I'll give him the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. Ma-yi's face tightened. This is worth $1 million, right? It doesn't matter. The girl waved her hand. If he can really tell whether the thing is real or fake, it means he can be of great use in the future. It's worth making friends with him. Go ahead and do it. Yes. Ma-yi agreed and walked away. The girl also stood up and hid behind the screen in the back hall, intending to listen. After a while, Ma-yi came out with a palm-sized tripod furnace. It was a bronze artifact. After entering, several guys closed the main door. Shen Zhijing was a little scared. She was afraid that these people would suddenly attack. However, Fong Yuan remained unmoved. He calmly held Shen Zhijing's hand and said, hold on tight. This is probably what they took out. It's quite extraordinary. Sure enough, when Ma-yi came out with the bronze square tripod, Shen Zhijing and Fong Yuan were both shocked. Shen Zhijing whispered, wow. This shop actually has the guts to collect bronze artifacts. How brave. It is illegal to collect bronze artifacts privately. This is no joke. You can donate, but you must not trade privately. Little brother, please take a look. 4 Dragons Square Venerable. As soon as Fong Yuan saw the design, he could tell the manufacturing process of this thing. Bronzeware, which was mainly cast from the Shang dynasty to the late Qing dynasty, is a very precious cultural relic. The 4 Dragon Square tripod is a ritual vessel for worshipping heaven, and was used by the emperor to seek divination from heaven during the Zhou dynasty. The status is very high. Good eyesight. Ma-yi praised, little brother, is this thing real or fake? Fong Yuan pondered for a moment, raised his eyebrows, and said, congratulations, you've escaped imprisonment. Ma-yi's face changed. This means that the 4 Dragon Square tripod is fake. How do you know? Fong Yuan smiled confidently. If you're brave enough, peel away the rust and you'll see the creases left by the lathe. Ma-yi narrowed his eyes and pondered Fong Yuan's words carefully. Then he smiled and said, very good, but little brother, don't speak nonsense. How about you and I sign a life and death agreement? If I lose, I'll give you something. But if you're wrong, I'll break all your limbs, how about that? Chapter 22, Heading to the Birthday Banquet. While he was speaking, the guy next to him had already taken out the death certificate. Ma Yi explained with a fake smile. Don't mind it, little brother, this is just the rule in the industry. Forget it, we won't watch it anymore, let's go now. Shen Zhijing also waved her hand and said quickly. Seeing the guys who were originally friendly suddenly become ferocious, anyone would feel a little scared. What are you afraid of? Fang Yuan picked up the death agreement and tore it up in front of Ma Yi. Hiss. 300,000 and you want to buy my hands and feet? Having said that, he threw the so-called life and death statement to the ground. Seeing this, Ma Yi said coldly, little brother, this is just a contract. We can't just listen to your words and believe what you say is true or false, right? If this 4-dragon square zone is real, and we removed the rust as you said, but didn't see the traces you mentioned, wouldn't we be at a huge loss? Big loss? Fang Yuan stood up. At this time, the guys wanted to come up, but were stopped by Ma Yi. Fang Yuan reached out and took the 4-dragon square zone from Ma Yi's hand and said, if I say this thing is fake, then it can't be real. Click. With a crisp sound, Fang Yuan pushed away the copper rust and threw it to Ma Yi. He held it in his hand and looked at the marks under the copper rust, which were indeed the marks of a lathe made with modern technology. It's just that the aging method is very sophisticated, and bronzeware itself is deceptive, and the counterfeiter also predicts that you dare not destroy the rust on it. So no one dared to identify it. After all, any flaw may greatly reduce the value of the 4-dragon square tripod. However, this piece of craftsmanship is quite good. It's worth at least 200,000. Let's keep it for fun. Ma Yi immediately put on a smiling face. He hadn't intended to make things awkward. It seems that this kid is quite capable. He quickly said, thank you, little brother. Please wait a moment. Then he ordered the waiter, go quickly and give the promised gift to the master. Yes. In 2 minutes, a painting was presented. Ma Yi slowly unfolded the painting in front of Fang Yuan. Xin Shimingda's painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. Ma Yi was shocked. Before the scroll was fully unfolded, Fang Yuan recognized him. Who on earth was he? When fully unfolded, the painting is 1.2 meters long and 45 centimeters wide. This painting, Spring Pines and Autumn Frost, was created during the Ming Dynasty by a painter who greatly admired Tang Bohu, imitating the painting Spring Trees and Autumn Frost. Because of its unique painting style, although the painter is not particularly famous, this painting is still regarded as the best painting after Tang Bohu. Little brother, this painting is for you. Really? Fang Yuan could tell at a glance that this painting was of great value. However, the eye of insight can only tell the truth from the falsehood, as well as some specific information, but cannot tell the value. After all, prices vary in different dynasties and eras. How much is this painting? Ma Yi's eyes rolled. He was smart enough not to mention the high price. He just said, this painting is only about 350,000. As he spoke, Ma Yi asked the waiter to pack up the painting and gave it to Fang Yuan. He also took out a gold-stamped business card and handed it over. Wan Bao House welcomes you at any time, little brother. I also hope to make friends with you. I wonder if you could leave your contact information? That must be possible. Based on the principle of more friends, more paths, Fang Yuan and Ma Yi left their contact information with each other. I got a painting without spending a penny. It was already afternoon, and the two hurried home to change their clothes, pack their gifts, and drove their Bugatti Veyron straight to Wanfuju. Wanfuju is a good place to host large banquets in the local area. Not only are the prices reasonable, the service is also very good, and the supporting facilities are complete. The parking space outside is the largest in the city. There is an entire parking space, nearly as large as 2 football fields, leaving enough space for people attending the banquet. It is the best choice for company gatherings, weddings, funerals, birthday banquets, and other large-scale events. Today is Mr. Shen's 70th birthday. He is a country boy, but his children are very successful. Strictly speaking, they all have their own careers and businesses, so the old man's status naturally rises. The place was packed with people, and it was still a family dinner. In the countryside, there are so many relatives in the surrounding area, and Fang Yuan and Shen Zhijing arrived relatively late. There was someone outside to greet us. He is specifically responsible for recording who drives what car, who comes, what they bring, and whether there are any gifts. As for the gift money, you can pay it directly at the door, but if you bring a gift, you need to give it in person. The sound of Fang Yuan's car engine could be heard from a long distance away. Wow, Bugatti Veyron. Is this true? This is a luxury car worth tens of millions. The reception staff were all envious. They are all relatives of the Shin family, but one of them is Mr. Shin's biological son, Shin Linsong. When he saw this luxury car, he lost his composure. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must not be a big boss. After all, these days, the industry is in recession, and big bosses are very low-key and won't drive such a flashy car. Only those rich second generations who pursue fashion and coolness like to drive luxury cars of this level. Or they may be nouveau riche who suddenly became rich, think they have some status, and like to drive luxury cars to enhance their face. Of course, this kind of person is exactly the one Shin Linsong wants to win over. After all, if you have money, you can invest and open more chain stores. This is money making money, and it will become bigger and bigger. After the car stopped, Shin Jijing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got out first. Shin Linsong was stunned. He didn't expect that the person getting out of the car was his fifth sister, so he hurriedly walked up and said, "Fifth sister, why are you so late?" Shin Jijing smiled and said, "Third brother, I was busy with work and was delayed." Shin Linsong chuckled and looked at the Bugatti Veyron with a look of anger on his face. We are all adults now. We can't really say we compete with each other as siblings, but we still compete with each other to some extent. It seems that his fifth sister, Shin Jijing, is the big shot on the list. She is probably a nouveau riche with a big belly and a bald head. At this time, Fong Yuan got out of the driver's seat. I threw the keys to the doorman who came to help me park the car and gave him some tips. Shin Jijing took out the gift from the front trunk, and a waiter came to help. The service at Wan Fuju is still very good. Shin Linsong was very surprised by Fong Yuan's appearance. This guy looks very young. You have to know that the eldest brother of the Shin family, Shin Linfeng, is already 45 years old, and this young man is about the same age as his son. Third brother, let me introduce you, this is Fong Yuan, my husband. Fong Yuan came over and held hands with Shin Jijing, showing their affection. Then he extended his hand to shake hands with the third brother and said, "Hello, third brother." "Hello to you too. Come in, don't stand outside, fifth sister. Dad was just talking about you, saying you haven't been home for years. Come on." The third brother didn't understand the situation and didn't know what to say. So the three of them entered the hall while the others continued to welcome the guests. The relatives had already arrived in the banquet hall, but among Mr. Shin's direct descendants, only Shin Linfeng had come. He was the one who arranged this banquet, and Shin Jijing was the first to arrive. Of course, the birthday celebrant had not arrived yet, and only Shin Jijing's mother was chatting with relatives. Seeing Shin Jijing coming and Fong Yuan beside her, Shin's mother stood up unhappily and walked towards the two of them with a cold face. Chapter 23, Shin's mother does not approve. Shin's mother heard from Yao Yao a few days ago that Shin Jijing had obtained a marriage certificate. She is very angry. How come my daughter didn't even tell me, her mother, about such a big thing? And in Li Dongyao's mouth, Fong Yuan must not be any better. He just graduated and entered the society, and he couldn't make much money a month, so he relied on his good looks to suck Shin Jijing's blood. He said a lot of exaggerated things. At the end, he said aggrievedly that he was kicked out by his aunt. Shin's mother felt bad when she heard this. Who wants their daughter to get married and be treated like a slave, and be exploited by a man? Jing. Mom! Shin Jijing still ran over like a child and held her mother's hand. She had indeed not been home for a few years, and it had not been easy for her to work hard outside all these years. Let me introduce you, this is Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan bowed generously and addressed Shin's mother respectfully, "Hello, mother-in-law." "Who is your mother-in-law?" Mother Shin looked unhappy. Her preconceived notions made her dislike Fong Yuan more and more the more she looked at him. "You are so young, you have hands and feet, but instead of working hard to make money, you live off your wife and still want to be in the limelight? Your name is Fong Yuan, right? I don't want to say anything more. Just leave now and leave my daughter. You have hands and feet, so why not learn something else? Why do you have to learn to live off others? I despise people like you the most." Shin's mother was full of hostility from the start. "No, Mom, you misunderstood. Fong Yuan is actually very capable, but he just hasn't found a place to showcase his talents yet." "What?" Shin's mother immediately said, "Yao Yao told me that it's been more than a year since she graduated from college, and her salary is only over 3,000 yuan, and she still owes a lot of online loans and other things." For a moment, Fong Yuan had the urge to curse. Li Dongyao really says everything. Although I could imagine that she would definitely discredit me, she didn't do it in this way. Fang Yuan earns 3,000 yuan a month, which is enough for one person to spend, and there is even some surplus. And wasn't he the online loan because of Li Dongyao? In order to buy a piece of Hermes, she maxed out her credit card and didn't dare tell her family or her aunt. It was Fang Yuan who found a way to get the money together. The price he paid for this was that Fang Yuan had to eat instant noodles for 3 months before he could barely recover. Mom, don't listen to Yao Yao's nonsense. Xin Jijing was anxious, but didn't know how to explain. How do I explain Li Dongyao's involvement in this matter? Mother Xin took her daughter's hand and advised earnestly, "Girl, you are already an adult, why do you still have the temper of a child? You've been single for the past 7 years, and as your mother, I've seen it all, and it hurts my heart. I know it's not easy for you, but you can't find someone like this, who is lazy and has no integrity, no job, and no ability." In Xin's mother's eyes, Fang Yuan was just a spirited young man from the bottom of society, and she looked down upon him. "Girl. It just so happens that your uncle's son's youngest son is here today. He's been in love with you since he was little. He opened a farm and makes millions a year. He got divorced a while ago. Although he has a child, he's an honest and down-to-earth person. Listen to mom and get a divorce." Xin Jijing pulled her hand out of her mother's, stood beside Fang Yuan, took his arm, and said seriously, "Mom. Don't get involved in my affairs. I've decided on him. You." Mother Xin was furious. She pointed at Fang Yuan and said, "You little bastard, what kind of magic potion did you give my daughter? You shameless thing. I'm telling you, if you want to marry my daughter, you have to get past me first." Mother Xin had a very loud voice, which attracted all the relatives to gather around, looking like they were enjoying the show. Everyone knew something about Xin Jijing's affairs, and coupled with what Xin's mother had just said, everyone started discussing it. This guy is pretty good looking. Can a pretty face really be eaten? This is a marriage. That's right, that's right. She looks like she's in her 20s, and Jingjing is already in her 30s. How can they live like this, as an old wife and a young husband? I guess she's just a gigolo. I heard young people these days spend money lavishly. Jingjing earns a lot, so I guess she's in it for the money. Oh, TSK, there are still such shameless people. While everyone was discussing, Shen Linfeng appeared with his wife, and the scene immediately became quiet. His wife is a noble lady. And she is a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner, a typical foreign wife. This time, she deliberately wore a cheongsam dress, which not only showed off her proud figure but also made her look dignified and elegant. Looking at Shen Linfeng, he was dressed in a formal suit. Although he was 45 years old, he was full of vigor and vitality, and his temperament was out of tune with others. Linfeng is back. All the relatives came to greet them. Shen Linfeng smiled, and this was a dimensionality reduction attack on these poor relatives. Moreover, the foreign woman next to him looked young, only about 30 years old. Normally, foreigners look old. Because of the three-dimensional facial features, wrinkles will appear as you get older. Fortunately, you have taken very good care of yourself and they are not noticeable. Moreover, judging from the body movements of the two as they walked in, Shen Linfeng should be a head shorter than this foreign woman. "Linda, Linfeng, you're back." Shen's mother just left Xin Jijing and Fang Yuan aside. After all, this is the biggest prophet of the Xin family, and he can also take this opportunity to leave the center of public opinion. Xin Jijing pulled Fang Yuan to sit down. "I'm sorry for making you suffer today." Fang Yuan said gently, "It's okay, take your time, don't rush." Not long after, my second sister also came. My second sister married well. Her husband is very wealthy and looks very kind. The last people to arrive were Xin Jima and Li Dongyao, mother and daughter. After entering, Li Dongyao saw Fang Yuan sitting in the guest of honor seat at a glance. Similarly, Ma Yingjie also came. Ma Yingjie knew the foreign woman, so he went straight over to her as soon as he arrived and started communicating with her in fluent foreign language. "President Linda, I have completed everything you asked me to do. Based on Bluecore's current R&D progress, the expert group believes that it is impossible for Bluecore to develop an AI smart chip at this stage. I have contacted Qi Yinfeng, and he has confirmed that the chip is still in the architecture stage." Linda smiled slightly and said confidently, "I didn't think Lan Lan could succeed at first. Without the support of Kanya technology, her research and development space will be greatly reduced. However, there is an old saying in your country, a boat capsizes in a ditch, so we still need to be cautious." Fong Yuan understood their conversation. But he remained calm on the surface, thinking in his heart that it seemed that Meng Jie came back to China to investigate Lan Xin, but he was not sure what his purpose was. The birthday star has arrived. As Mr. Shen entered the room, everyone stood up. The old man is 70 years old, but because he does farm work during the new year, he is in good health. Although he looks weathered, his eyes are bright. Everyone please take a seat. The birthday star has spoken. After sitting down, everyone at the table seemed to be having a good time, but there was an obvious rivalry, and the brothers and sisters seemed to be unwilling to accept the result. We are all rich people. The competition of financial strength is not only done openly, but also in secret. Li Dongyao stood up first. Grandpa. Today is your 70th birthday. I wish you good fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity as great as the southern mountains. Yao Yao doesn't have anything to give you, so I'll give you a birthday peach as a gift. The waiter brought a longevity peach gift box made of pure gold, but it was not certain whether it was pure gold. However, this longevity peach is about the size of a casserole, and the picture is very impactful. Li Dongyao smiled confidently. This cost 300,000 main, the filial piety is definitely enough. With the display of her gift, the competition has officially begun. Chapter 24, Tribute. Fong Yuan couldn't understand what these people were fighting about. Whose filial piety is more valuable? Then this so-called value rises to economic value. What are the benefits of doing this? Maybe it was for the sake of face, wanting to show up in front of relatives, but spending so much money for face is somewhat inappropriate. Compared with them, Shen Zhijing is very open and generous. She never thought about these things. In her opinion, true filial piety is companionship and a kind of thoughtfulness, which cannot be replaced by these worldly things. The birthday peach gift was actually given by Shen Zhima and his daughter Li Dongyao together. Li Dongyao introduced, Grandpa, this birthday peach is made of pure gold custom made by Laofeng Sheng. Mr. Shen couldn't stop smiling. The reason why this year's birthday was celebrated in such a grand manner was, firstly, that it was my 70th birthday, and secondly, my children had all started their own families and careers. This gift will undoubtedly make him look good in front of his relatives. Okay, Yao Yao is thoughtful. After saying that, someone came over and took the longevity peach. Fong Yuan observed the old man and found that his expression did not change much about the birthday peach. At most, he was relieved, and that was because of the children's filial piety, not because of the birthday peach. Li Dongyao was completely unaware and sat down with a proud expression. She was full of confidence, thinking that this gift would definitely impress the whole audience. Father. Third brother Shen Linsong stood up. Shen Zhijing said that her third brother Shen Linsong opened a restaurant chain and was a typical small boss. Although he had not yet gone public, he was much richer than the average working class. Today is your 70th birthday, and I have prepared a gift for you. Four waiters brought up the gifts. This is a piece of finely carved shoshan stone with extremely delicate carving. The theme is fortune, wealth, and longevity. It is 1 meter high and 35 centimeters wide. Even if 4 people carry it, it would still be a bit difficult. This is the 3 immortals of fortune, longevity, and happiness that I commissioned Mr. Zhang Xiong, the best sculptor in China, to carve. It symbolizes a long life of 100 years. However, in Fong Yuan's eyes, this shoshan stone, it's fake. It was not carved by Mr. Zhang Xiong, but by a group of apprentices. As for the stone, it was not the best choice, and there were serious marks of splicing in many places. However, in the eyes of others, this gift easily surpassed the pure gold longevity peach. The carving workmanship alone is enough to make it commemorative, and it was personally carved by a domestic carving master, so the added value is self-evident. Shen Linsong looked at the envious eyes of his relatives and sat down proudly. Then the second sister of the Shen family stood up. She came with her husband and didn't bring any special gifts, just a gold card. Dad, you've worked hard for half your life. This is a supreme gold card from the Nanhai Shipping Company. You can go on a trip when you have nothing to do, and you don't have to pay anything. You like fishing, right? You can also go see fishing here. This simple gift satisfied the old man's needs for the rest of his life. Compared to those gifts that can only be seen, the second sister's gift is based on practical considerations. She glanced at Shen Linsong with a hint of provocation. The fight continues. All eyes fell on Shen Linfeng. As the eldest son of the Shen family, he not only does a thriving business abroad, but also marries a foreign wife. He is the most envied person among his relatives. Dad. Shen Linfeng said, I don't have anything good to give. After all, it's very difficult to get things through customs from abroad. Time is too tight and I don't have time to arrange it. However, Linda and I recently discussed doing business in the country. Today happens to be your birthday, and we don't have much to say in return. We'll just give you 5% of the company's shares. You don't need anything else, just wait for the dividends every year. Everyone gasped after hearing this. Why do some workplace elites work so hard for their companies? It's all for the so-called dry stock dividends. Putting aside other things, for a company that can earn hundreds of millions, as long as you get 1% of the shares, that would mean hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars in income every year. Getting paid just by lying down is the life that many people dream of. Now that the financial problem is solved, the entertainment life for retirement in the future will also be solved. This is what it means to truly have a place to rely on in old age. Okay, Lin Feng is thoughtful. When Mr. Shin was laughing, Shin Jima suddenly said, Fifth sister, what gift have you prepared for Dad? Shin Jima's sudden words caught Shin Jijing off guard. She thought it was not her turn yet, but now all the relatives were looking at her. She's lucky enough not to have to take money from home. Shin's mother sneered and said, Your sister has been entangled with a boy. She spends money every day. She is really like water spilled after being married off. This is no longer an innuendo, it's a direct scolding. It can be seen that Shin's mother dislikes Fang Yuan. Li Dongyao also shook her head. She finally let out a sigh of relief. She was determined to see how Fang Yuan would end up. Dad. Shin Jijing stood up and asked the waiter to bring up a box of Mao Tai. Under normal circumstances, this would be considered a valuable gift, but Shin's mother had a look of disdain on her face. Father Shin also frowned and said nothing. He only recently found out that his daughter had obtained a marriage certificate with a young man. Although he was open-minded, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Father Shin said, It doesn't matter whether you give gifts or not, they are all my children, but there are many things that I, as a father, have to say. Son, you're looking for a useless burden. I can't expect you to support the family by yourself, right? You should think about your future life. You can't make yourself suffer. Shin Jijing quickly said, Dad, Fang Yuan actually brought a gift as well. Fang Yuan took out the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts and said, Mr. Shin, this is your 70th birthday this year. This is my gift to you, the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. Oh. Mr. Shin became interested when he heard this. If people have money, they will think about improving their status. He did look at antiques with a few old friends, but he just stood by and watched without making any moves. But after all, I have been in this industry for some time, so I have heard a little about this painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. Fang Yuan unfolded the scroll. Father Shin stood up, got down from his seat excitedly, and got closer to watch. Yes. Ha, it really is the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. I like this. You're thoughtful, young man. Mr. Shin accepted the gift with a smile and couldn't let it go. In his eyes at this moment, traveling to the beach or stocks are not as direct as this painting, and its collection value and appreciation potential are very high. From the performance point of view, what Mr. Shin liked most was Fang Yuan's gift, which truly touched his heart. Shin Jijing was also secretly delighted. If her father thought it was a good idea, then the matter would basically be settled. Grandpa, there's something fishy going on here. Li Dongyao stood up and said, Grandpa, Fang Yuan only earns 3,000 or 4,000 yuan a month. How could he possibly afford to give me these antiques and calligraphy and paintings? In my opinion, these calligraphy and paintings must have been bought by my aunt as a favor. Father Shin frowned and looked at Shin Jijing. Jingjing? Is that so? Without waiting for Shin Jijing to answer, Fang Yuan took out the invoice. Mr. Shin, this is the invoice issued by Wanbao House. Li Dongyao bit her lip and said nothing. Because Fang Yuan's name was written on the invoice, it directly proved the true ownership of the painting. Yao, don't believe everything you hear. Father Shin blamed him. Snort. Shin Linsong said coldly, What does this prove? I'm afraid this painting is fake. Chapter 25, Identification. What? Fake? Father Shin was stunned and looked at Fang Yuan. Shin Linsong continued, I've also heard of the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. It's said that the last collector was a Mr. Bai Suocheng, also a well-known collector. But 5 years ago, Mr. Bai Suocheng was killed in a fire. Buried with him were his collections, including this painting of spring pines and autumn frost. As he spoke, Shen Linsong stood up, took the invoice and looked at it, then said with a smile, "Little brother, if you want to cheat people in the future, it's best to do your homework first." This painting of spring pines and autumn frosts was sold for 1.3 million 6 years ago, but the value you wrote on it is only 300,000. After Shen Linsong finished speaking, he picked up the invoice and showed it to everyone. "Is this true? No way, you actually used a fake painting to fool the old man? Let me check. It really is 1.3 million. It was indeed bought by Suwacheng. Look at the news above." Everyone was talking about it. The news that a wealthy man died tragically in a fire is very eye-catching. Although more than 6 years have passed, people still talk about it until now. Shen Linsong looked like he wanted to kill you. Moreover, he didn't seem to want Shen Jijing to marry Fang Yuan, and there was a lot of desire and hatred in his eyes. "Grandpa, I'm not wrong." Li Dongyao stood up, picked up the painting, and sneered in front of Fang Yuan, "You always have such a sense of humor and try to be clever. Now look, you failed, haven't you?" Ming Jie also said, "This painting is fake at first glance. It's obviously a forgery. Fang Yuan, you are too mean." "That's right, bring me a fake painting, boy, why are you pretending?" Everyone started to make a fuss. Sizzle. Li Dongyao even tore up the painting in front of everyone, threw it on the ground and stomped on it twice. Fang Yuan frowned. Shen Jijing quickly said, "Yao Yao, what are you doing?" "Do what?" Shen Jima stood up to defend Li Dongyao. "Of course we destroyed the fakes. Fifth sister, don't you understand? This kid lied all the time and used a fake painting to deceive our father. Why are you still defending him?" "It's true." Shen Jijing was anxious. She couldn't imagine how things would develop to this point. Mr. Shen slammed the table angrily. "Someone, kick this liar out. I don't want to see him again, Jingjing, if you still insist on associating with this guy. Don't recognize me as your father. And don't even enter my house. Bite." Current targets for revenge: Li Dongyao, Shen Jima, Shen Jiangwo, and can be retaliated once. Revenge on 3 people at once. If we seize this opportunity, we will definitely win. Fang Yuan held Shen Jijing's hand tightly and said in a cold voice, "Mr. Shen, I will not divorce Jingjing, and we will live a good life together. I came to your birthday party today to tell you that we are married. This is not a request, this is a notice." Fang Yuan spoke with great force. He lowered his eyes to look at the painting of spring pines and autumn frosts that Li Dongyao was stepping on and said, "I haven't given this painting away yet, and now you've destroyed it. Since you said it's worth 1.3 million, then you should pay me." Fang Yuan is also capable of turning his back on people. Li Dongyao sneered, "You're so funny. Are you so poor that you're trying to scam us with a fake painting?" Ming Jie also took out 2,000 yuan from his wallet and threw it to the ground. "Here, this is your compensation. Pick it up and get out of here before you disturb everyone else's dinner. Today is Grandpa's birthday, and the sight of you makes me lose my appetite." Once these words were spoken, it would be difficult to resolve the matter. But Shen Jijing always chose to stand by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did nothing wrong, he shouldn't be targeted like this. Fang Yuan was deeply touched by Shen Jijing's support. When no one believed in herself, she was the only one who chose to stand firmly by her side and bear everything with her. Even facing the contempt of relatives and the ridicule of family members. This will not make Shen Jijing feel disappointed. Fang Yuan then said, "Whether it's true or not, we'll know if we can get someone who understands to take a look. And to be fair, you guys go find someone. I believe with your means, you can definitely find someone who understands antiques, calligraphy, and paintings." "Good." Shen Linsong volunteered, "I know the treasure appraiser Li Hailong, an expert in our field. I will ask him to come over and let you die with a clear conscience." Shen Linsong made a phone call in front of everyone. After the call was connected, Shen Linsong said, "Master Li, I'm sorry to bother you so late. Would you be able to come out now? We have a painting of spring pines and autumn frosts that needs to be verified." "No problem. Any amount is fine, okay, thank you very much." Shen Linsong hung up the phone and sneered at Fang Yuan, "Kid, just wait. Master Li will be here soon. I wonder what you can say then." During the time that Mr. Li was here, everyone was pointing fingers at Fang Yuan, but he didn't care at all and just sat back and watched. About half an hour later, Master Li arrived. He looked to be about 70 years old, with wrinkles on his face. He was wearing a tang suit and standard old cloth shoes. He had ornamental beads around his neck and wrists, and he was wearing an old-fashioned cap. As soon as he entered the door, he asked, "Whose Bugatti Veyron is that at the door?" "Mine." Fong Yuan raised his hand. Master Li came over and said with an apologetic smile, "Little brother, my grandson likes this model of car, but it has been discontinued. I can't buy it even if I want to. Can you please give it up? I'm willing to pay double the price for it." Master Li showed his sincerity, but Fong Yuan still refused. "Sorry, this is my favorite car too." "Okay, if you want to help, please contact me." Li Hailong did not insist and handed over his business card. However, Li Dongyao was shocked. Fong Yuan can actually afford a Bugatti Veyron? Rented it? So she whispered something in Shen Linsong's ear. Shen Linsong's eyes rolled, he nodded slowly, and then stepped forward. "Master Li, I'm here to ask you to help me authenticate a painting." Li Hailong took a quick glance and said in a rather serious tone, "Where is the thing?" "Here." Li Dongyao picked up the torn painting and handed it over. Li Hailong took one look and shouted angrily, "Who did this?" The angry shout scared Li Dongyao so much that he dropped the painting to the ground without holding it properly. Li Hailong hurried forward and picked up the painting. Shen Linsong asked, "Mr. Li, is this painting real? Even if it's fake, who told you to tear it up before it's authenticated? If it were real, you..." Humph. As a master of appreciation and collection, Li Hailong knows that antiques are one less piece if each one is destroyed. Moreover, the cost of replicating this fake with current technology is extremely low, which has led to a large number of fakes flooding the market. But this is a painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. If it is real, losing money is a small matter, and the value of the cultural relic itself will be destroyed. Then please identify it. Li Hailong sighed, took out white gloves from his pocket, took out his reading glasses and put them on, put them together for a few seconds, and looked at the painting carefully. Li Dongyao looked completely unconcerned. In her opinion, this painting could not be real. After looking at it for about 4 minutes, Li Hailong pulled out the scroll and continued to look at the year. After confirming it, Li Hailong calmly took off his reading glasses. Shen Linfeng's heart finally settled down. Old Li's reaction was definitely fake, so he pointed at Fong Yuan and said, "You're trying to scam me with a fake painting. Boy, this matter isn't over yet. Don't even think about walking out of here with your head held high today." However, the next second, Mr. Li trembled and said, "Who said this painting is fake?" Chapter 26, Lose Money, Not Even a Penny Less. The whole audience fell silent instantly. This painting. Is it real? That's impossible, how could it be true? Li Hailong now wants to hit someone. This painting was indeed genuine, and even the scroll was carved by him personally. It was sold at the auction that year, and he personally handed it to Bai Zuocheng. How could it be fake? Who destroyed this painting? This is a true painting of spring pines and autumn frosts. I survived the fire, but I can't escape your hands. Li Hailong was really angry. No one in the antique industry can tolerate the fact that good things are destroyed by humans. Master Li, are you saying this is true? Mr. Shen regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. The authentic painting of spring pines and autumn frosts was destroyed in this way. Of course it's true. I'm so pissed off. Mr. Shen's eyes looked a little empty, and he almost fell into his chair. Who would have thought that what Fong Yuan took out was real? Since it's true, Li Dongyao, pay me. Fong Yuan folded his arms. 1,300,000 was wasted, but he was not worried at all, because no one present could escape anyway. This has nothing to do with me. Shen Linsong shrank back immediately. And the person who tore up the painting was Li Dongyao, so everyone started to stay away from her. What? You want me to pay for it? Li Dongyao looked around in disbelief. Even Ma Yingjie took 2 steps back, seemingly wanting to distance himself from her. Etc. At this time, Shen Jima stood up and raised questions. Wait a moment, Fong Yuan, who knows if this Master Li is one of your hired agents? Are you funny? Fong Yuan crossed his legs and looked at Shen Jima coldly. He was so angry that he laughed. You found someone and then said he was my agent? You are the funniest one. You are a true master of humor. 4. This statement also aroused Li Hailong's disgust. As the foremost treasure appraiser, he always speaks the truth and generally no one dares to provoke him. Even if someone sets up a trap, they dare not do it in front of him. All he wants is to remain innocent for the rest of his life. Fourth sister. Master Li, there's absolutely no way he's a shill. Shin Linsong quickly reminded. After all, if you offend Li Hailong, you will have no good days in the future. Depend on 300,000, right? Give me a bank card number and I'll transfer it to you right away. Shin Jima could only swallow his anger and bear it. He couldn't really put his daughter in a difficult position. No, it's not 300,000, it's 1.3 million. Fong Yuan spoke lightly. What? Your crappy invoice says 300,000, and you dare ask me for 1.3 million? Fong Yun shrugged. This is the friendship price my friend gave me, but the item was destroyed by your girl, so you have to pay the original price. 1,300,000, don't even think about leaving this door if you're short of 1 cent. Li Hailong chimed in, that's right. This collection is worth over 1 million yuan. You're planning to settle for just 300,000? Are you dreaming? He was furious that such a cultural relic had been destroyed, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Shin Jima was very annoyed. Although she is a township entrepreneur, it is still very difficult for her to come up with more than 1 million yuan, so she plans to shirk the debt as much as possible. Handle it yourself. You're the one who made me so impatient. Shin Jima didn't care anymore. At this time, Li Dongyao placed her hopes on Ma Yingjie. Brother Yingjie, you have to help me. Ma Yingjie hesitated. Although it is not impossible to come up with more than 1 million, it is not a small amount after all, and it is not easy for him to make the decision. Pay the money first. Linda suddenly said in English, even if it was paid by me. Understood. Ma Yingjie then stood up and said, I'll pay the 1.3 million. After saying that, he asked for Fong Yuan's bank card number and transferred the money directly. The whole audience was in an uproar. At this moment, everyone knew the relationship between Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao. However, since he was able to spend over 1 million to help settle the matter, it seems that Ma Yingjie is not an ordinary person. But Ma Yingjie felt bad about spending this money, and he squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Fong Yuan, I know your character best. Don't give me a chance, or I'll kill you. Then I'll wait and see. Fong Yuan didn't care. Now both Li Dongyao and Shin Jima got their comeuppance. However, the one who suffered the most was Shin's father. The painting of spring trees and autumn frost could have been something he could show off, but it slipped away right before his eyes and was destroyed by his own granddaughter. They say birthdays are a time of great joy, but today is filled with sadness. There's no joy at all. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing high-level revenge against Li Dongyao, Shin Jima, and Shin Jiangwo. Reward, Intermediate Physical Enhancement, Special Reward, a set of 9 dragon needles. Li Hailong folded the scroll. Of course, he knew that it did not belong to him. Little brother, this painting. TSK, I can take it back and try to restore it. If I can, I'd like to buy it for 400,000. Li Hailong feels sorry for the cultural relics. What are you talking about, brother? Why not give it to you? Fong Yuan gave the painting to Li Hailong as a favor, since he was going to give the painting away anyway. Woo! Suddenly, a muffled groan was heard. Father Shin covered his chest with his hands, his face was pale and twitching constantly, with white foam coming out of the corners of his mouth. Dad! Shin Zijing was the first to rush over. The others had not reacted yet and looked like they were watching a show. Only when they saw Shin Zijing coming to Shin Jiangwo did they react. Dad! These people's filial piety is also shown after they see others taking action. Don't scare me, Dad. What are you standing there for? Call an ambulance. After Li Hailong reminded them, Shin Linfeng and others remembered to make a phone call. Fong Yuan pushed through the crowd and walked over. Shin Zijing was so anxious that she cried. She was at a loss and subconsciously asked for help from the person she trusted the most. Fong Yuan, what should I do? My dad. It's okay, the inner fire came too quickly, please make some space, I'll do it. Fong Yuan was about to take over when Shin Linfeng stopped him and asked sternly, what are you going to do? What to do? Treat illnesses and save lives. Fong Yuan replied. Li Dongyao was stunned. Fong Yuan wants to cure illnesses and save lives? Is this true? Are you kidding? Stop joking, will you? Shin Linfeng also stopped him. Get out of the way. Fong Yuan didn't care about that. He just picked up Mr. Shin and laid him down in a spacious place. The relatives looked at him and didn't dare to get close. Fong Yuan. Shin Linfeng roared, if anything happens to my dad, I tell you, your life won't be enough to pay for it. Brother, just let Fong Yuan try. Shin Shijing requested. She believed Fong Yuan. This was an inexplicable trust. Seeing that her father was almost dying, she had to grab a life-saving straw first. Aunt. What are you crazy about? Fong Yuan studied art in college, and he can sing alright, but you want him to save people? He can't even keep a cat alive, how can he save people? Li Dongyao revealed Fong Yuan's past. Upon hearing this, Shin Linfeng immediately stepped forward, grabbed Fong Yuan's hand and said, let go. You want to kill my father, right? During the struggle, Li Hailong suddenly saw Fong Yuan holding an ancient wooden box in his hand. This is a kind of ash wood, which is said to last for thousands of years without rotting or decaying. He has only heard of it in books, and few people have seen it in real life. Stop! Li Hailong suddenly roared. Shin Linfeng let go of his hand and glared at Li Hailong. Old Li came to Fong Yuan, looked at the wooden box excitedly, and then slowly opened it. There were 9 finely crafted acupuncture needles lying inside, with 9 dragons carved circling upwards on the top. This is 9 dragon needles. Chapter 27, Little Miracle Doctor. Li Hailong is indeed a master of treasure appraisal. He is knowledgeable and can recognize the 9 dragon needle at a glance. Fong Yuan used the 9 dragon needle. The medical skill reward he received came in handy at this moment, and he could take this opportunity to test whether the 9 dragon needle was effective. Forehead, heart, ding yang. Fong Yuan inserted needles into these 3 acupuncture points, and then, like a swimming dragon, in front of everyone, he inserted 3 needles each into Mr. Shin's hand and lower abdomen. Shin Jijing clenched her fists nervously and squatted aside, watching silently. After a few coughs, Mr. Shin, who had been pale, had blood on his lips. He then exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly opened his eyes. I thought he wouldn't wake up. After a near-death experience, Mr. Shin is still terrified. Fong Yuan retracted the 9 dragon needle and simply said, take care of yourself. Your inner fire is too strong, and you usually care too much about material things. You need to temper your temper, avoid drinking and staying up late, and avoid strenuous exercise. You will get better slowly. When Elder Shin woke up, he was still a little weak. Seeing that it was Fong Yuan who saved him, he said in surprise, you saved my life? Oh, I'm getting old and confused. Fong Yuan helped Mr. Shin up. The ambulance arrived at this time, but it was no longer needed. The scene was very quiet. Everyone went back to eat in silence. After this incident, Fong Yuan's reputation became even worse in everyone's eyes. Excellent medical skills? That's for sure. A few needles pulled the man back from the brink of death, and what young people have the most is time. Give him some time to grow, and he will definitely have a bright future. Shin Jijing smiled like a flower and was very happy. Fong Yuan always brings her surprises. First he was proficient in foreign languages, and now he has good medical skills. But I also felt a little puzzled. Why did Li Dongyao insist on breaking up with such an outstanding man? But it doesn't matter if they break up, this man belongs to her, Shin Jijing, anyway. Shin Jijing was concerned about her father. She came over, put her arm around Fong Yuan's arm, and asked, Dad, how are you feeling now? Not feeling well. Father Shin sighed. How can I feel comfortable? Alas, it's my bad luck. Such a good thing was ruined in my hands. That's actually a good thing. I want to congratulate you. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said. Ah. Father Shin was stunned. Shin Jijing gently pushed Fong Yuan, signaling him not to show off his sense of humor at this time because his father was sad. I can't speak. Third brother Shin Linsong also muttered something. Fong Yuan smiled slightly and said to Father Shin, Mr. Shin, just think about it, how many owners has this painting passed through since it was passed down from the Ming dynasty to the present day? But a painting is still a painting. You can't bring it with you when you're born, and you can't take it with you when you die. And if it's intact, it belongs to someone else. Now that it's destroyed, it truly belongs to you. That's why I congratulate you. He was trying to comfort Mr. Shin. Father Shin also figured it out, waved his hand and said, "You're right. This painting has been passed down for so long, and I don't know how many owners it has gone through. I'm just too obsessed. It's good that you can figure it out. If you can't figure it out, it will leave you with a mental illness that will be more difficult to heal." At this point, Fang Yuan felt that there was no point in staying, so he said, "Mr. Shin, Jingjing and I will leave first." Mr. Shin didn't say much. He had a really frustrating birthday. "Dad, I'll be leaving now. Take care of yourself." Shin Jijing bid farewell to her father and left Wanfuju with Fang Yuan. When I was about to go out and drive, Mr. Li caught up with me. Little miracle doctor. Li Hailong walked quickly, fearing that Fang Yuan would run away. "Little doctor, wait a moment." Fang Yuan said modestly, "Mr. Li, I'm not some miracle doctor." Li Hailong laughed and said, "Little miracle doctor, they don't understand, but I, an old man, do. Your 9-dragon silver needles, coupled with your 9-dragon acupuncture points technique, are the long-lost methods of a miracle doctor. Please don't be so modest, little doctor. I have something I'd like to ask you for help with. The price is negotiable." Seeing Fang Yuan's embarrassment, Shin Jijing helped to refuse. "Mr. Li, my husband really doesn't have any medical skills. He's just lucky. I beg you to misunderstand him. Little miracle doctor. To be honest, this dear friend of mine is quite special. He has been suffering from an illness for over 30 years and is now in critical condition. He has sought medical help everywhere but no one can cure him. A year ago, a master examined me and said that only someone holding the 9-dragon needle could cure me. If you can't find that person, then you'll have to prepare for your funeral. Little miracle doctor, please help me." As he spoke, Li Hailong even lowered his status and bent down 90 degrees. Fang Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds and agreed, "Okay, I promise you." He felt he could help. "Besides, I am short of money now. Although there are more than 1.3 million in the account, who would think that the money is too little? Any money earned is good. When AI chips are officially mass-produced, he will truly be financially free. Then I will contact the little miracle doctor tomorrow." Good. Driving home, Shin Jijing kept looking at Fang Yuan's profile silently. Fang Yuan took in the entire scene through the rearview mirror. "Am I really handsome?" "Handsome." Shin Jijing smiled gently, and she sighed, "I will always be grateful to God for giving you to me and letting you come to my side." The two talked and laughed along the way and soon returned home. As soon as I entered the room, Shin Jijing couldn't wait to come up to me. The fiery red lips are filled with strong love and passion. What is love? It is a wholehearted dedication. What is love? It means putting aside all his advantages and liking him the same way despite his disadvantages. To be honest, Shin Jijing didn't fall in love with Fang Yuan because of how outstanding he was. Their encounter was a beautiful accident. He suddenly broke into her life and they got married. But through the contact over the past few days, Shin Jijing discovered that Fang Yuan was like a treasure buried in a pile of sand. If you keep digging, you will keep discovering new things. Shin Jijing hooked Fang Yuan like an octopus, sweat dripping down her cheeks as she whispered softly, "Husband." "No, dear brother. I love you so much." After another 2.5 hours of practice, Shin Jijing finally fell asleep due to exhaustion. She is the type who is both novice and playful, and always fails like this. The next morning, Fang Yuan's cell phone rang. It was Lan Lan who called. She said that the AI chip had been tested on a prototype machine and was ready for practical application today, and asked Fang Yuan if he wanted to come and visit the experiment. Maybe next time. I have something to do today." Fang Yuan refused. Lan Lan rubbed his temples. This person is so weird. This is clearly an unprecedented feat. Any architect or researcher would be extremely excited and can't wait to see the results of their research. Fang Yuan seemed to be. Look like he doesn't care. That's right, that's the feeling, as if it was just a little gadget he had casually researched and was not worth mentioning. What a strange person. Lan Lan's mind was full of Fang Yuan. After calming herself down, she entered the laboratory and started working. Conducting the first wave of testing. Computer control, successful multi-threaded work, testing self-organization and adaptive functions. Other members in the laboratory began to report data. Successfully entered operation, first test passed. Second test passed. Third test passed. Successfully entered the self-organizing stage, taking 13 seconds? Lon Lon was extremely surprised, and there seemed to be light in her slightly blue eyes. Too fast. Smart ships are really too fast. Chapter 28, Another Miracle Doctor Arrives. In this era, speed and intelligence are the most core technologies. Fong Yuan's architecture does not have any conflicts and can ensure stable operation. Seeing this, Lon Lon was also very excited. Continue testing. Beep. Li Hailong sent someone over early in the morning. When Fong Yuan got dressed, Shen Zhijing was still sleeping. She is really exhausted, so let her have a good rest. Downstairs is a low-key black Phaeton sedan, which costs more than 2 million yuan and is the top model in the business class. It is low-key, luxurious, and has connotation. Li Hailong personally waited for Fong Yuan downstairs. After the two met, they drove away together. The car drove out of the city and drove on the riverside road. It was a warm morning, and the ripples on the riverbank were enchanting to look at. Zhangcheng is not a first-tier city, but it retains many natural landscapes and a relatively slow-paced life atmosphere. On the river bank, there is a private mansion. It is a villa surrounded by high walls on both sides. It has 3 floors and the locations on both sides have also been contracted. The car entered Washington. This is private territory. It goes without saying that anyone who can live here must be a big shot among big shots. Fong Yuan was very frightened. The car stopped after entering the inner courtyard, and then we had to walk. Fong Yuan got out of the car, and accompanied by Li Hailong, the two walked along the riverbank. The breeze is very comfortable, and living here is really a pleasure. Zhangcheng is located in the south, and the 4 seasons are not distinct. From January to March, the wind by the river can give people a headache, but the climate is pleasant at other times. On the river bank, on a protruding plank road, an old man sat at the end, fishing with a fishing rod. 2 security guards on the plank road stopped the 2 people and conducted a round of inspection. After confirming that there were no dangerous items, they let them go. The 2 men walked behind the old man and Li Hailong bowed. Mr. Jiang, the little miracle doctor I mentioned yesterday, has arrived. Only then did Mr. Jiang slowly turn around. After seeing Mr. Jiang's appearance, Fong Yuan frowned. His face looked haggard, and he might not live long. But even so, his eyes were still captivating, as if they could see through everything. Master Jiang, this young man is the one who possesses the 9-dragon needle. Why not let him try? Li Hailong introduced. Old Jiang slowly stood up and looked Fong Yuan up and down. Fong Yuan was also looking at Mr. Jiang. He was wearing loose-fitting clothes and knew someone was coming, but he didn't take the initiative to welcome them. Instead, he held the fishing rod and acted mysteriously. Let's go to the inner courtyard first. I'll be there later. After saying this, Mr. Jiang sat down again. Li Hailong took Fong Yuan and headed towards the inner courtyard. On the way, Li Hailong explained this. Mr. Jiang is of high status, and he speaks slowly. Little doctor, please don't mind. Fine. Please. The 2 entered the inner courtyard. This is actually the main residence of the Jiang family. The overall design is not based on the traditional Chinese structure. It should have borrowed many Western elements. It is not a regular square, but rather staggered, leaving a lot of space. The first floor is the lobby, which is a standard wooden structure with floor-to-ceiling windows. So annoying. I've already told you that I don't like you and I can't possibly like you. A woman's irritable voice came from outside the door, followed by a young man's voice, who seemed anxious and said, Ningxin, I really didn't mean to deceive you. What happened yesterday was really an accident. Then a man and a woman came in. The woman was walking quickly in front. She looked young, about 20 years old. She was very beautiful and quite smart. If I were to describe her in one word, it would be cute, but her figure is hard to describe. How should I put it? She is just thin. Her calves are as thin as Fong Yuan's arms. Fortunately, she is just thin, not sick. She wore a black vest with a thin white jacket on the outside, denim shorts, and sneakers. She looked fashionable and beautiful, and her short hair showed her lively personality. The boy who followed was about 20 years old. He was quite handsome, but his face was pale and he had a feminine look. It seemed that he was not in good health and was begging the girl for forgiveness. Okay, stop bothering me. I have a boyfriend. The girl was annoyed, but the man persisted, saying, "Junior, look, Master Jiang didn't try to stop me. Just agree to my request. Heaven and earth can bear witness to my love for you. You're so annoying." The girl suddenly saw Fang Yuan in the room, looked at him, her eyes turned, and she thought to herself, "He is quite handsome, I can accept him." The next second, she walked over quickly, put her arm around Fang Yuan, stood on tiptoe to hook her arm around his neck, and gave him a mouth-to-mouth kiss. Fang Yuan was stunned. What is going on? Are all girls nowadays so proactive? But then he realized that he seemed to be a shield. Sure enough, after the girl kissed Fang Yuan, she boasted to the boy, "This is my Jiang Yuner's boyfriend." The boy's jealous flames burned, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "I'm Li Haokuan. If you know what's good for you, get out of here now. Never show up again." Fang Yuan shook his head and refused, "I'm afraid that won't work." "You bastard. Someone, get him out of here for me." Just as Li Haokuan finished giving the order, a majestic voice came over. "Li Haokuan, who gave you the right to bully others in my Jiang family?" "It's Mr. Jiang who is back." When Li Haokuan heard this, he quickly smiled and said, "Mr. Jiang, I don't dare." Old Jiang glanced at him indifferently. "Little Li, this is not your Li family. Control your temper, or don't blame me for not giving old Li face. I will kick you out of the Jiang family and never let you set foot here again." "Hey, hey." Li Haokuan's eyes rolled. His main purpose of coming today was to present a gift, and his secondary purpose was to apologize, so he bowed. "Mr. Jiang, I'll remember this. Please don't be angry." Elder Jiang did not pursue the matter further. He simply invited Fang Yuan to sit down and asked doubtfully, "Young man, do you have the 9-dragon needle?" However, Fang Yuan was somewhat unhappy with Mr. Jiang's attitude. "You invited me to your home to treat your illness, but why do you act like I want to harm you?" However, considering the other party's identity, Fang Yuan just nodded and said nothing. "That 9-dragon needles?" Before Jiang Lao could speak, Li Haokuan immediately said, "Jiang Lao, so you are looking for the successor of the 9-dragon needle. Isn't this a coincidence? I just happen to know someone." As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Fang Yuan. "This kid is so young, how could he possibly know medical skills? He's obviously a fake. Elder Jiang, please don't be fooled by him." Li Haokuan bowed solemnly, then took out his cell phone, dialed a number, and shouted into the phone, "Well, ask Dr. Sun from Yaowang Pavilion to come out to the Jiang family." "Yes. It's the Jiang family. Remember to bring the 9-dragon needle." In less than 20 minutes, Dr. Sun Shizong from Yaowang Pavilion arrived. He was about 40 years old and was carrying a medicine box. You know what, it really happened. As soon as they met, he showed his 9-dragon needle. Li Haokuan looked at Fang Yuan with a vengeful look and said to Jiang Lao, "Jiang Lao, as far as I know, the 9-dragon needle has always been passed down from the Medicine King Pavilion. Now that one has suddenly appeared, it must be fake. Boy, you dare to deceive old man Jiang? I think you are tired of living." Mr. Jiang also hated deception the most, so the look he gave Fang Yuan at this moment was naturally not so polite. Li Hailong explained, "Mr. Jiang, brother Fang Yuan is truly a miracle doctor. I personally saw him yesterday. Master Li." Fang Yuan couldn't stand it anymore and stopped Li Hailong from continuing. "People judge ability by age, and they didn't believe me from the beginning. There's no need for me to say anything. If you don't take me seriously, I won't take you seriously. Let's go." Fang Yuan was about to leave after saying this. However, Li Haokuan stopped him. "Want to leave? Feeling guilty? Do you think the Jiang family can come and go as they please?" Li Hailong followed suit and advised, "Little miracle doctor, why don't you stay and take a look for me for my sake?" Chapter 29, Why are you talking to me with your back turned? "Little miracle doctor, since you're here, why don't you stay and take a look?" Li Hailong was so anxious that he almost cried. Fang Yuan stopped. To be honest, just now, he saw at a glance that the 9-dragon needle in the other person's hand was a modern imitation. Modern technology can indeed rely on machine tools to perform fine carving, but the reason why the 9-dragon needle is so powerful is not because of the craftsmanship, but medical skills. Someone who knows the 9-dragon's acupuncture technique can cure a patient even if he takes out 9 toothpicks. The reason why the 9-dragon needles exist is just to highlight its uniqueness. Okay, but let me make it clear in advance, I'll just watch and won't take any action. Humph. Boy, you're still pretending to be awesome after all this? Fine, I'm going to beat you to pieces today. Just open your dog eyes and watch. Li Haokuan continued to provoke, then signaled Sun Shisong, Dr. Sun, shall we begin? Sun Shisong nodded and was about to start the treatment. Slow. Mr. Jiang hesitated. To be honest, he didn't trust Fang Yuan, but he didn't really trust Sun Shisong either. As if he could see Mr. Jiang's concerns, Li Haokuan said, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Divine Dr. Sun is the most amazing Chinese medicine practitioner I've ever met, and he's the top-ranked chief physician at the Medicine King Pavilion. Well, you can just search for a video and see his miraculous medical skills. Jiang Yuner was skeptical and went to search on the short video platform, and she actually found it. However, they are just some clips of curing diseases and saving lives, using traditional Chinese medicine therapies, acupuncture, bone setting and the like. But Fang Yuan's insightful eyes could tell at a glance that all of this was a script. And from a professional point of view, this guy's acupuncture technique is quite unconventional, he is just a packaged internet celebrity. Wow, he's really a miracle doctor. It's a pity that Jiang Yuner believed it. With the video in hand, Li Hailong's heart began to beat fast. He looked at Fang Yuan and asked in a low voice, Little miracle doctor, could this be? However, Fang Yuan simply made a silencing gesture, we'll just watch. At this time, Mr. Jiang also completely believed it and sat on the sofa waiting for Sun Shisong to treat him. Sun Shisong first looked at Mr. Jiang's complexion, then briefly asked about his condition, and finally pretended to take his pulse. The standard process of traditional Chinese medicine is to observe, listen, ask, and feel. He quickly made a diagnosis, it's not a big deal, just need acupuncture. Trouble. Mr. Jiang also wanted to get rid of the pain as soon as possible. This disease has tormented him for 30 years. Now that his end is near, the doctor says he only has 3 to 4 months left to live. He doesn't want to die with this disease. Sun Shisong was about to give an acupuncture treatment. Seeing him about to hit the acupuncture point, Fang Yuan frowned slightly, hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but said, no. Do you want to kill Mr. Jian? His body is already exhausted. If this acupuncture point is stimulated again, it will be fatal. Li Haokuan accused, you are a fake Chinese medicine practitioner, and you are not qualified to give orders? After he said this, Mr. Jian looked at Fang Yuan with an unhappy expression. That's right. I'm asking you if you understand. If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. Jiang Yuner was also very angry. Fang Yuan wanted to leave immediately, but saving people was more important, so he explained seriously, Meichong acupoint is a very important acupuncture point. The old man cannot be stimulated right now. After this injection, to be honest, you can prepare for your funeral. Who do you think you are? Li Haokuan sneered, don't think you can speak nonsense just because you know a few acupuncture points. Dr. Sun is a genius in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. In order to avenge himself and win Jiang Yuner back, Li Haokuan now urgently needs to prove his ability. Oh. Mr. Li, let's go. After receiving a cold shoulder, Fang Yuan gave up completely and turned away. Good. Li Hailong also felt that leaving now was the best option. Hello? Jiang Yuner suddenly chased after him. Li Haokuan's eyes turned red with jealousy. But he was not in a hurry. As long as he cured Mr. Jiang's illness, he could propose marriage himself and it would be a piece of cake. Stop, you two wait a moment. Just when Fang Yuan and Li Hailong were about to get in the car, Jiang Yuner chased out. Fang Yuan turned and looked at her. Fang Yuan didn't have a good impression of this unrestrained crazy girl, so he said coldly, what's the matter? Hello? Listen, I kissed you because I wanted to get rid of that annoying guy. Don't say anything when you get out. If you dare, I'll tear your mouth apart. Jiang Yuner threatened Fang Yuan right from the start, which made Fang Yuan even more upset. He folded his arms and said coldly, who are you? Why are you talking to me with your back turned? Who has his back to you? I. Jiang Yuner didn't react at first, but when she realized that Fang Yuan was mocking her childhood, she became furious. You bastard. You are small, your whole family is small. Seeing her aggressive look, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, it's okay, it saves fabric. Ah. Jiang Yuner stomped her feet in anger. She also felt strange that no matter how much she ate, she never gained weight. Not only that, but the areas that should have developed were actually always flat. This was her scar as Miss Jiang. I'm going to kill you. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes, turned around and said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in a princess like you. I'm afraid it would be embarrassing if I told others." Li Hailong broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. The young doctor's words are too harsh. This unruly princess has a vengeful personality. Just wait for me. John Yuner was almost crying with anger. How could there be such a disgusting person in the world? I won't talk to you anymore, bye. Fang Yuan turned around, got in the car and left with Li Hailong. After entering the city, the two went directly to Lanxin. When getting off the car at the company, Li Hailong said, "Little doctor, I'm so sorry to have made you come here for nothing. How about this? I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you as a small compensation." "It's okay, no need." Fang Yuan refused generously. After all, it didn't waste any time. After seeing Li Hailong off, Fang Yuan had nothing to do, so he planned to go back to the company. Anyway, Shen Jijing should not be awake at this time, so it's better to wait until she has rested well and then go out shopping in the afternoon. "Hello, Director Fang." As soon as he appeared at the door of Lanxin, the security guards saluted him. Fang Yuan nodded slightly and walked in. When the employees saw Fang Yuan, they all looked at him with admiration and greeted him in a resounding voice. "Hello, Director Fang." Fang Yuan was a little confused as to when he became so charming. Back in the office, Secretary Sun was sorting through documents. Seeing Fang Yuan approach, she stood at attention and said, "Director Fang, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have gone to greet you." Fang Yuan waved his hand, sat down, and asked, "How's the chip?" "All tests have been completed. Mr. Lan is currently conducting technical coordination with Xiaowei's technical staff and is preparing to begin the first phase of cooperation." Secretary Sun was very excited. Lan Xan, who was originally thought to be on the verge of collapse, was finally rescued, all thanks to Fang Yuan's efforts. Her admiration for Fang Yuan increased even more. "Well, I can finally achieve financial freedom." Fang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. However, Xiaowei technology alone is not enough. He also needs more orders, and our D channels are the key to mass production of chips. By the way, Mr. Fang, a foreign company is willing to pay 10 billion to cooperate with us and become our foreign agent for chip production. Secretary Sun said. "Huh? There's such a good thing?" "Yes, but..." Fang Yuan immediately asked, "Does the other party have any conditions?" Secretary Sun shook his head and whispered, "This is a multinational company. The first person they contacted was President Lan, and I heard that President Lan has already agreed. I'm not saying anything bad about President Lan, but this chip is arguably the best in the world today." President Lan seems. Lan did not inform Fang Yuan about this matter. "I did some private research. The person who contacted Mr. Lan is called Ma Yingjie. In 3 days, there will be a summit in the technology circle. I think Mr. Fang Yuan raised his hand. "Don't employ those you doubt, and don't doubt those you employ." Maybe Mr. Lan was just too busy and forgot. Chapter 30, Shi Yunfeng's Conspiracy. Secretary Sun was still a little worried. "You should know that the patent for this chip is in the hands of Lan, and Bluecore only funds the research and development. Although the contract states that Bluecore owns 35% of the patent rights, if the other party really goes back on its word, Bluecore, with its size, will not be able to make any splash in the face of such capital." Just then, the office phone rang. Secretary Sun picked up the phone and it was the security office calling. "Secretary Sun, the people from the investigation department are here. They've entered the company and we don't dare to stop them." Secretary Sun frowned. "Investigation department? What's going on?" "I don't know. They didn't tell me. They came with an investigation warrant." "Okay, I understand." Secretary Sun hung up the phone. Just as he was about to say this, the office door was pushed open and 3 men in suits walked in, showing their IDs and arrest warrants. "Who is Fang Yuan?" "I." Fang Yuan stood up. The other party nodded, and the uniformed public security officer behind him came up and held Fang Yuan. "What's going on?" Fang Yuan was completely bewildered. The people from the investigation department directly took out a document. The former finance minister of Bluecore Technology Group has filed a real name report alleging that Bluecore Group falsified accounts and embezzled public funds. Please cooperate with our investigation. I just took office, and I can cooperate with the investigation, but you can't take me away. This doesn't make sense. How can you arrest someone right away? After all, as long as you cooperate with the investigation, there will be no problem. Secretary Sun also noticed something was wrong and said, "We at Longines have our own legal department. Please follow the normal procedures and don't arrest anyone right away." However, the investigation department did not give them any chance at all. The captain said, "I'm sorry, but we have evidence. These account problems occurred after Fong Yuan took office. According to the report, you are suspected of money laundering. Take away." The other party didn't show any respect at all and wanted to take Fong Yuan away directly. If something happens to Fong Yuan, Bluecore will face closure and all projects will be suspended. Even if it develops an AI chip, it will not be able to monetize it. Secretary Sun hurried forward to stop him. "It's Chi Yunfeng. It must be him. Almost all of the finance department's people are his. He must have set this up. Could you please investigate him?" The investigation department said, "This is your internal matter. He just needs to cooperate with our investigation. We won't wrongly accuse innocent people. But it's unreasonable for you to arrest people directly." Secretary Sun argued, "Even if you want to arrest someone, you need to do it in court. Longines is a legitimate technology company. They didn't issue a notification letter in advance and wait for relevant procedures. This is an illegal case. Go away. If you cause any more trouble, I'll take you away with me." The investigation department roughly pushed Secretary Sun away and came downstairs to the company. At this time, some employees came over to see why their chairman was taken away. Secretary Sun contacted the legal department. As a result, the entire legal department ignored the matter and even resigned collectively. She contacted the finance department, but they just said that the accounts were currently frozen and needed to be liquidated. Secretary Sun was at a loss. It could be said that Longines had become a complete shell. Outside the Bluecore Group, in a car across the street, Chi Yunfeng and his two sons sat in the back seat and watched Fong Yuan being taken into the car. The eldest son said excitedly, "Dad, this trick of yours is really amazing. I just received news that Lon has successfully developed the chip. We just need to do a favor and guide Lon to hand the chip over to Linda. Then we can list our own business on the New York Stock Exchange." Chi Yunfeng said coldly, "This is a business war. A young boy who thought he could call the shots just because he had a little money, but in the end, he still became our sacrifice. Listen carefully, both of you. Keep a close eye on Lon. Nothing can go wrong with this." Chi Yunfeng's plan was to deal with Fong Yuan. 90% of the employees belong to Chi Yunfeng. It can be said that the entire Longines has long been his, and those who stay are just his undercover agents. Although Fong Yuan offered generous conditions, people die for money and birds die for food. This is an eternal truth. Moreover, the first thing he did after taking office was not to purge the court of corrupt officials, but to become a hands-off boss. I haven't seen such a fool in a long time. Beep beep. Chi Yunfeng's cell phone rang. He opened it and saw only 3 words, "Sun Jiaying," so he called back. "What's wrong, Secretary Sun?" "Chi Yunfeng? You framed Director Fong." Chi Yunfeng smiled like an old fox and said, "Secretary Sun, what are you talking about? I just remembered that your father seems to owe quite a bit of money in the underground casino. If I remember correctly, it should be 700,000 yuan. I think those people might not let him go." Secretary Sun was silent for a long time, then squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, "Despicable. That's the competition. If you want your family to be safe, I suggest you take out the contract signed by Longines and Lon. An email will be sent to the computer in the chairman's office later, and you will need to click to agree. After the deal is done, you won't have to pay back the 700,000 yuan, and another 2 million yuan will be deposited into your account in 3 days. You'll then achieve financial freedom." Chi Yunfeng hung up the phone after he finished speaking. This time, Fong Yuan not only became someone else's wedding dress, but also had to bear a big blame. Office of the Chairman of Bluecore Group. Secretary Sun was sitting in front of the computer. An email had indeed been sent to the computer, and Secretary Sun clicked it. This is a plan to ask whether or not to agree to financial fraud. You have to know that financial fraud is no joke. If she clicks to agree, Fong Yuan will never be able to recover. Secretary Sun's hands trembled and he closed his eyes. Fong Yuan is too kind, but real business competition is cruel, and there are many people in Lanshin who belong to Chi Yunfeng. You can't win, it's impossible to win. Moreover, the lives of Secretary Sun and his family are still in the hands of Chi Yunfeng. Unconsciously, the mouse moved to the agree option. Secretary Sun hesitated to press it and took a deep breath to calm himself down. Fang Yuan, when you get out, I'm willing to work like a slave for you. But now, I have to save my family. But Secretary Sun still couldn't press it down. Even though she was mentally prepared, she couldn't convince herself. Then, she thought for a moment, took out her phone, switched it to selfie mode, and began to speak into the camera. My name is Sun Jiaying. What are you doing? Suddenly, Lan Lan entered the office. Secretary Sun was startled and quickly turned off his phone. Looking at Lan Lan walking towards her quickly, Sun Jiaying wanted to turn off the computer, but she was stopped by Lan Lan, who grabbed her wrist. When Lan Lan saw the email on the computer, she frowned and said, "You want to destroy Fang Yuan?" "No. Mr. Lan, please listen to my explanation. What I hate most is traitors." Lan Lan ignored him completely and immediately took photos for evidence. She said coldly, "Director Fang plans to train you to be the vice president. He also told me about this privately. Is this how you repay him?" Sun Jiaying explained, "I know Mr. Lan, but I must agree to this because my family is in Chi Yunfeng's hands. And I plan to record a video to expose Chi Yunfeng's guilt. Even if I end up in jail, it doesn't matter, but Director Fang is innocent. Boss Lan, you are so powerful, I beg you to save Director Fang." After hearing Secretary Sun's explanation, Lan Lan's expression softened. After hearing about this, she immediately came out of the laboratory, and as soon as she arrived at the chairman's office, she saw this scene. Now that it's been explained clearly, it's fine. She blinked. I'll figure it out, you follow me. Chapter 31, Mission Upgrade. Lan Lan put on her coat and took the elevator downstairs with Secretary Sun. The two walked quickly and arrived at the garage. Lan Lan handed over a key and said, "You drive. We're going to number 25 Yongshan Road." "Okay." Secretary Sun started the car, and after leaving the underground parking lot, Lan Lan made a phone call. "Uncle Wu, I need your help." The answer from the other end of the phone was also very straightforward. "Okay, see you in 15 minutes. After agreeing on a time, Lan Lan hung up the phone. Secretary Sun was surprised and asked, "Boss Lan, could this Uncle Wu be Lawyer Wu Qi?" Lawyer Wu Qi is a legend. He has never lost a case he has taken on, and he specializes in difficult cases. He is not only a litigation lawyer, but also a detective. The fact that Lan Lan was able to invite him to come forward shows that he is serious this time. "Feel sorry." Secretary Sun apologized sincerely. "Why?" Lan Lan was very puzzled. What was Secretary Sun trying to do by suddenly apologizing? Secretary Sun explained, "I know you have been in contact with Ming Jie, so I thought you would take the chip research results away or give them to other work." "Oh, I see." Lan Lan didn't need to defend herself. She had been working with Secretary Sun for some time and had some basic understanding of him. She knew that Secretary Sun had strong personal abilities, but unfortunately he lacked an opportunity for advancement. With Chi Yunfeng around, Lanshin has no reasonable channels for advancement. Secretary Sun's family is also a burden to her. Lan Lan thought for a moment and said, "If I were a capitalist, then there is no doubt that I would license the chip to a more powerful company, thereby obtaining commissions dozens of times higher than Bluecore and gaining academic status. But I'm also a scientific researcher. I have my own pride. And only 1/3 of the credit for this chip belongs to me. The remaining 2/3 belongs to him." This he refers to Fang Yuan. Secretary Sun understood everything. But while she was happy, she couldn't help but worry about her family. Lan Lan saw her worry and said, "Don't worry, your family is fine. However, people have to pay the price for making mistakes, and this, no one can avoid it." Supervisory Bureau. After Fang Yuan came in, he was placed in a separate room and no one came to interrogate him. This single room is not like the environment in TV dramas. The overall feeling is that of a hotel without windows, with no contact with the outside world. 20 minutes later, there was a knock on the door and a man walked in. He looked to be about 40 years old, wearing glasses and a suit, holding a few documents, and his nose turned up as soon as he walked in. "This is my identification. I'm Hao Jian from the investigation department. Mr. Fong Yuan, your subordinates have reported you under their real names for signing a document that laundered money using the company's accounts. Here's some evidence we have. Please take a look. Hao Jian handed over some documents to Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan didn't take it. Instead, he said, "It's fake. I didn't sign it. Besides, your method of finding a scapegoat or framing me is too despicable." Hao Jian frowned. "Do you think we are being framed?" Fong Yuan shrugged and said, "It's not a day's cold. I've only been in charge of launching for a few days, and a financial case has already occurred. Even a fool would know that I've been framed." Snort! Hao Jian slammed the document on the table. "What does that prove? You weren't involved? This is all irrefutable evidence, and with the information we have right now, we can handle the case without a confession. Also, even if I want to frame you, what can you do?" Hao Jian stopped pretending and came straight to the point. When dealing with people with a certain status, he can still speak in a righteous manner. As for Fong Yuan, oh, does he deserve it? You come from a farming family. Your parents run a farm in the countryside. You just got married a few days ago, and you climbed up to the top by living off your wife. People like you are born to take the blame. Now that you've become the legal representative of Lanqin, who else should we arrest if not you? Hao Jian first frightened Fong Yuan and explained the pros and cons to him, meaning to tell him that if we say you are guilty, even if you are not guilty. Bite. Detected that the host has been framed by an enemy, currently locking onto the mark, Shi Yunfeng, current number of revenge attempts remaining, 1. Every wrong has its perpetrator, every debt has its creditor. Please complete a magnificent reversal and you will receive a superb reward. It was indeed Shi Yun Peak. Fong Yuan smiled knowingly. Even when facing Hao Jian, he was still full of confidence. Hao Jian saw that his threatening tactics had failed and was about to continue reasoning with him, but Fong Yuan interrupted him and said, "Shi Yunfeng's tactics are quite childish. Go tell him that the game has already begun. I hope he won't cry when he loses." Oh? Hao Jian narrowed his eyes, snorted coldly, stood up and left the room. This kid is full of confidence and it's hard to control him. I'd better go back and think of a countermeasure first. But as soon as he went out, he saw an old man and a young man walking towards him. The old man is Jiangqing collector Li Hailong, and the girl is Jiang's granddaughter, Jiang Yuner. "Miss, it's right here." Jiang Yuner seemed very anxious and wanted to go inside as soon as they met. Hao Jian knew Jiang Yuner and quickly put on a smile. "Miss Jiang, why are you here?" Roll. Jiang Yuner ignored him and walked into the room where Fong Yuan was. "Are you guys annoying?" Fong Yuan said helplessly, but when he saw the person coming, he immediately changed his tone. The airport." Jiang Yuner was so angry that her teeth were itching. Seeing Fong Yuan was still so annoying, especially when he called him an airport. "I was so angry that I had no place to vent. But now I need help. Hey, follow me and save my grandpa." Fong Yuan rolled his eyes, lay down on his side, and asked with a look of nonchalance, "Don't you have descendants of the 9 dragon needles?" "He's fake." Jiang Yuner explained anxiously, "He doesn't even understand Chinese medicine. He's just an internet celebrity marketing scam. My grandfather is critically ill and is in the city hospital, but the doctor told us to be prepared." Jiang Yuner's voice choked for a moment. Li Hailong was waiting in the aisle, naturally hoping that Fong Yuan would agree. After all, if Mr. Zhang's illness is really cured, his status will rise. Fong Yuan remained unmoved and said calmly, "First of all, my name isn't He. I have a name. It's Fong Yuan. Second, I never give anyone a second chance." Jiang Yuner bit her lip, her hands clenched into fists, her eyes gradually became determined from struggling, and she moved her lips with difficulty and said, "If you can save my grandfather, I can promise you one thing. Anything I can do." This condition is not bad." Fong Yuan sat up, looked Jiang Yuner up and down, from head to toe, and nodded with satisfaction, but his eyes were a little unserious. Jiang Yuner lowered her head quietly. "What you said, anything? Including things that would be very embarrassing?" Seeing her like this, Fong Yuan asked deliberately. Jiang Yuner nodded vigorously, but her disgust towards Fong Yuan only deepened. This guy is taking advantage of someone's misfortune. But now all hopes are on him. Seeing this, Fong Yuan sighed. "Good. But you can see that I'm locked up now and there's nothing I can do to help you." Chapter 32, Call Me Good Brother. 20 minutes later, inside the city hospital. Fang Yuan and Jiang Yuner went straight to the ICU. It has to be said that the Jiang family is very powerful. With just one phone call, the people from the investigation department came collectively to apologize to Fang Yuan and promised that they would start the investigation process to restore the truth of the case. Li Hailong did not walk as fast as the young man, and followed behind in a panic. In the ICU ward, Mr. Jian was lying on the hospital bed with tubes inserted all over his body. The heart rate monitor next to him only read 40 at its peak. He is on his deathbed. Please. Jiang Yuner bowed to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately put on a serious look, approached old Jiang, and took out the real 9-dragon needle. Completely different from fakes, the 9-dragon needle has not turned black for thousands of years and still looks as good as new. Fang Yuan began to perform acupuncture. Jiang Yuner was waiting nervously on the side. 2A acupoint, Shaoguan acupoint. Fang Yuan gave a total of 9 injections, all on the head. As the saying goes, the layman sees the excitement while the expert sees the details. Fang Yuan's acupuncture is graceful and free, which is completely different from Sun Qisong's fake one. This gave Jiang Yuner hope. I see. Mr. Jiang suffered a brain injury that has never been cured. Despite the development of medicine today, the human brain remains the most mysterious area, and many diseases remain unsolved. However, Fang Yuan can be cured by the 9-dragon needle. Beep beep beep. As the heart rate monitor began to return to normal values, slowly increasing from 40 to 60, Mr. Jiang's breathing began to calm down. Grandfather. Jiang Yuner hurried closer and leaned over to look at her grandfather. Old Jiang's eyes moved slightly, and his hands began to regain consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes and saw his granddaughter's tearful eyes. Little girl, why are you crying? Grandfather. Jiang Yuner pouted and tears flowed like a fountain. Her parents threw her to Jiang Lao when she was very young. Jiang Lao could be said to be the only person with whom he had blood ties. Little miracle doctor. When he saw Fang Yuan again, Mr. Jiang knew that it was he who saved him. Fang Yuan nodded slightly and took out the needle. Although Mr. Jiang's health has been cured, I still have to say something unpleasant in advance. Mr. Jiang. I think you know your physical condition better than I do. Start by slowly nourishing yourself. If you take good care of yourself, you can live another 3 to 5 years without any problem. After hearing this result, Mr. Jiang was very satisfied. Okay, 3 to 5 years is more than enough. I have too many regrets in my life. More than a decade ago, I always thought it would be great to die so I wouldn't have to suffer anymore. But I just realized that I still have so many concerns. Another 3 to 5 years of life is enough. In 3 to 5 years, Mr. Jiang can do more. At least I can watch my granddaughter put on a white wedding dress and find her own happiness. Fang Yuan put away the 9-dragon needle. At this time, the instrument has returned to the value of 63, which is a normal heart rate. Ahem. Fang Yuan coughed, then looked at Jiang Yuner with ill intent and said, "So, what did you promise me?" Jiang Yuner's whole body trembled, and she lowered her head with a blush. She bit her lip, puzzled. Why must I say this now? Grandpa is lying right here, and this guy wants to. But he quickly said, "Don't be so anxious, I definitely won't regret it." Mr. Jiang was very confused after hearing this. Little doctor, what's the matter? Just tell me, I'll take care of it for you. Fang Yuan explained everything. I agreed to come and save you because your granddaughter promised that if I could save you, I could ask her to do anything within her ability, anything. Ah. All right. Stop talking. Jiang Yuner covered her face and turned into a steam girl. What's wrong with this man? Shouldn't this kind of thing be kept secret? Why did he just say it out loud? No. I want it now. Fang Yuan decisively refused. Once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Mr. Jiang was very embarrassed and wanted to excuse his granddaughter. Or need not. Fang Yuan interrupted Jiang Lao, shook his head, and said, "Just call me good brother." If silence is golden, then the grandfather and grandson have turned into a mountain of gold at this moment. Forehead. This. Fang Yuan folded his arms and said to Jiang Yuner, "What's this?" "This is what you promised me." Ah. Oh. Jiang Yuner was completely stunned. After she came to her senses, she realized that she had been thinking in the wrong way. Although it's embarrassing, I'll just scream, even if it's just for Grandpa. Good brother. Why? Fang Yuan had a lot of plans in mind. With this relationship with Jiang Yuner, I will definitely be able to do things more reliably in the future. Saving people will be a piece of cake anyway. Okay, I'm leaving now. Fang Yuan walked out of the ward in a leisurely manner, and Jiang Yuner followed him out. Hey, wait a minute. Fang Yuan turned around, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What did you call me?" Good brother. Hey. What's wrong? Fang Yuan was satisfied. Jiang Yuner is cute and calls him good brother so sweetly that his bones are almost softened. This is what it means to enjoy life. Well, how much is the consultation fee? Give it to me as you see fit. Okay, give me a card number. Fang Yuan gave his card number. After a while, a text message came on my mobile phone, saying that my bank card had received a transfer of 2 million. Fang Yuan rubbed his eyes. He must have seen it right, but even after he confirmed that it was a 7-digit number, he still felt a little dizzy. Kong Yan. Finally, I see the money I made back. Good brother. I heard that acupuncture can make bears plump. Is that true? Jiang Yuner asked cautiously. Who told you that? Fang Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Online. Then spend less time on the internet. Jiang Yuner pouted. This was really a pet peeve of hers. She was too peaceful and didn't want to be laughed at again. However, there are other means. Real? Certainly. Fang Yuan shook his head and said, I have at least 3 ways. The first one is medicinal food. The reason you can't grow is because you're too thin and don't have much meat. But this is probably a physical problem. Solve this problem first, and the effect will naturally come. The second method is cosmetic surgery, but that's semi-permanent and unreliable. The third type is traditional massage. It works quickly and takes a short time, but you still need to get a little fatter first so you can have some meat to support your figure. Jiang Yuner took a deep breath when she heard the word massage. Naturally, she wanted the quickest results. But, if that were the case, wouldn't that be an easy win for this bastard? If we use the first and second methods together, will it be faster? She risked everything for her figure. Jiang Yuner thinks her looks are invincible and she is as pretty as a fairy. The only regret is her figure, which she must find a way to improve. Fang Yuan understood what she meant and smiled faintly. Okay, leave me your contact information. So Fang Yuan left after leaving his contact information. Jiang Yuner looked at Fang Yuan's back, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, which she didn't even notice. This guy is a pretty good person. At least he didn't take advantage of others and make excessive demands. Li Hailong wanted to send Fang Yuan away, but was rejected. Thank you so much, little brother. If you need my help in the future, just let me know. It's a must. Li Hailong laughed heartily. If he wasn't 60 years old, he would even want to drag Fang Yuan to become sworn brothers. Goodbye. Goodbye. After the two said goodbye, Fang Yuan did not return to the company, but went to a park near the hospital. He found a pavilion to sit down and figure out how to achieve a gorgeous reversal. He wants to take revenge on Qi Yunfeng and get the best reward. Chapter 33, Hidden Boss. Fang Yuan was thinking when an old man and a young boy ran towards him. The old man was about 60 years old and looked very vigorous, not like a man of his age. The girl was about 20 years old, very beautiful, with a perfect figure like a water snake, a charming body, and looked like a little fairy. The two were being chased by 3 young men with machetes. Master Wei. Run! The woman pushed the old man away and tried to resist the young man alone. The man showed no mercy and raised his hand to chop her down fiercely. The posture of this knife is to end the life of the woman in front of him. In broad daylight, under clear sky, how could Fang Yuan commit such a crime? Fortunately, he was not far away. He took a deep breath, stepped forward and kicked the man, sending him flying. The 2 people behind took a look and attacked Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's current physical condition, he easily dodged and then kicked the 2 out. Damn, this idea is hard to come by. One of the thugs said that Cheng Yaojin, who suddenly appeared, was a master. Retreat! Old bastard, you're lucky today. The 3 of them ran away in embarrassment. The girl helped the old man named Wei Yi to sit down. Alas, old age doesn't make you strong anymore. If I were young, these little scoundrels wouldn't be my match at all. Master Wei adjusted his mood and thanked Fang Yuan. Thank you, little brother. You're welcome. Fang Yuan observed the old man and found that he had been stabbed in the shoulder and thigh. The wounds were not very deep and he could be treated in the hospital. Thank you. You're welcome. The woman thanked him softly, her voice so charming that Fang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Damn, this woman is simply the best of the best. Seeing this, Wei Yi chuckled, took out a black card from his pocket and handed it to Fang Yuan. Thank you so much today. I can't repay you for saving my life. This card is my group's Supreme Gold card. With this card, you get a 50% discount at any place in my group. Wei Long Group. Looking at the name on the card, Fang Yuan's eyes widened. Long Wei? As a Jiangcheng native, I naturally know the weight of the Wei Long Group. The Wei Long Group is a legend. It is one of the Fortune 500 companies and has branches in developed countries around the world. Its business covers industries ranging from real estate and automobiles to daily life. When it went public, its market value was 30 billion yuan. What about Lanqin and Fengrui? They are weak in front of Weilong. Fang Yuan was confused. What is this unfolding? The old man I met in the park turned out to be a hidden boss. Secretary Bai. Master Wei. Book a restaurant. I want to have a few drinks with my little brother. Yes. Fang Yuan refused. Forget it, Master Wei. I have a lot of things to do today. Oh, that's it. Wei Yi didn't force it, then you can come to me anytime. Now that I have retreated to the second line, I have plenty of time on my own. It's really boring. You have a large family and a lot of money. Aren't your children usually at home? Fang Yuan asked doubtfully. This question touched upon Wei Yi's sore spot. Mr. Wei is 60 years old this year. He has no children, only adopted sons and godsons, who are all developing in other places. To be honest, little brother, I worked too hard when I was young. When I think of this, I'm already old and my health is getting worse and worse. Sigh. Fang Yuan saw it. Although Wei Yi has a good figure, he is 60 years old but still has the body of a 40-year-old. Overall, he looks strong and vigorous, but he is weak inside. Could it be injured? Fang Yuan planned to deepen his impression. Master Wei nodded and said with a wry smile, "It's ridiculous. I came here today to find someone to treat my hidden illness, but I didn't expect that this was all a plot by those thieves. Hey, that's easy. I can fix it. Fang Yuan holds the 9-dragon needle and has medical skills, so he can treat hidden diseases. He guarantees that after a few injections, Master Wei will be able to regain his vigor and strength. Real. What Wei Yi wants most now is a child. This place happened to be a small forest in the park, so there weren't many people around. There was no need for Wei Yi to be embarrassed, so he whispered, "I can't stand." Yeah, I know, it's a small problem. Master Wei, you were injured when you were young. Although you have recovered, it is because of your age that this happened. You only need to stimulate 3 acupuncture points, and I'll prescribe you a medicine. You can have a roaring fire tonight. Wei Yi was extremely surprised. Both the old and the young showed a somewhat obscene smile. Try. Come. Master Wei is very generous and is not afraid that Fang Yuan will harm him. The 9 dragon needles are almost omnipotent. Only 3 of them are needed to cure the disease. However, the place where the needles are inserted is a bit awkward, so the 3 of them went to a remote corner of the grove. Sure enough, after 3 injections, Wei Yi soon felt his whole body full of energy. Not only that, it seemed as if the fire had been reignited. Here it comes. Master Wei looked at his little brother who was holding his head high and chest out, his face full of ecstasy. Fang Yuan withdrew the needle and said to Master Wei, "Congratulations, Master Wei, but I still need some medicinal food to help. I will prescribe the medicine and you can collect it." Good. Master Wei excitedly called out to Secretary Bai. "Come and see if it's true." Secretary Bai smiled coquettishly and walked forward with hot cheeks. Fang Yuan was a little dumbfounded. We have heard that the second generation of rich people like to have fun, but who would have thought that the CEOs of Fortune 500 companies also do things differently from ordinary people? Master Wei, I'll take my leave now. Fang Yuan quickly left the battlefield. Thank you, my friend. As soon as I left the park, Secretary Sun called. Mr. Feng, where are you? Jiangcheng Park. Okay, Mr. Lan and I are nearby. Please wait for us. In less than 10 minutes, Secretary Sun drove to Fong Yuan. Lan was there too, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Fong Yuan was fine. Let's talk in the car. Lan greeted. The three of them went straight to Lan's house. As the president of Lanxin, Lan lives in a villa by the river. The environment here is relatively quiet and the atmosphere is good. It is a 3-story duplex building, and one of them costs at least tens of millions. After arriving at Lan's house and parking the car in the garage, the three of them went in. The nanny asked everyone to sit down first while she went to prepare tea. The environment in Lan's home is very elegant, with many works of art and an entire wall of red wine. Collecting all kinds of alcoholic beverages is Lan's personal hobby. When she has nothing to do, she will have a few sips to enjoy. That's great. How much is this villa? Fong Yuan asked enviously. This is my friend's property. I'm just staying here temporarily. Take a seat and let's get down to business. Lan has always been the type to get down to business first and doesn't like beating around the bush. Director Fong, how do you plan to deal with this crisis? Currently, Blue Corp has had some of its business activities suspended by the review department, saying that they need to investigate thoroughly before continuing. If the issue is not resolved, it will affect Huawei Technology's subsequent chip sales. Because Blue Corp is not the only company researching smart chips. Many companies at home and abroad are also researching them in order to seize the top market share. Whoever publishes it first will get the first bite of the cake. When this matter was brought up, Fong Yuan sneered, Shi Yunfeng, right? It will be resolved in 3 days at most. Next, I have to give him a good fight and let him taste the feeling of betrayal. Chapter 34, Tacit Understanding, Such a Tacit Understanding. Blue Corp Company is currently in a blocked state. After leaving Lan's house, Fong Yuan sent Secretary Sun home. Compared with Lan's villa, her house is really a world apart. Is everyone at home okay? Fong Yuan asked. Lan had already told him about Secretary Sun, and he could understand. Moreover, Secretary Sun had no intention of harming himself. He would rather take the blame than hurt others. This kind of character is even more rare. When mentioning her family, Secretary Sun covered her face. She was a little afraid to face Fong Yuan. I'm sorry about this. After saying that, Secretary Sun got out of the car. Before leaving, she said to Fong Yuan, Director Fong, there was a moment when I really wanted to press the agree button, but this is an unforgivable betrayal. I'll resign when this is over. Fong Yuan said nothing, but just watched her go upstairs silently, and then called Shin Jijing. She is still waiting for Fong Yuan to come back home. Husband, are you still busy so late? Please take care of yourself. Shin Jijing's concern made Fong Yuan feel warm in his heart. She was not the kind of woman who relied on men, but she still showed her weak side to Fong Yuan. This is also a kind of love. Wife, I have something else to do, so I may not go back today. Okay, then you must make sure to rest. The two chatted for a while. It happened that Shin's mother was coming home today, so it would be better not to go back to avoid the awkwardness of meeting each other. In addition, Shi Yunfeng has done so many things here in the company, he definitely cannot be left idle. Speaking of which, Shi Yunfeng is quite capable. Fong Yuan just searched online and found out that he himself had an investment company that invested in some businesses. On Blue Corp's side, he is also waiting for the chip to be successfully produced so that he can get a share of the pie. However, because of some outrageous actions, Fong Yuan kicked him out of the Blue Corp board of directors, which made him a little depressed. He definitely can't make any money, so he's taking revenge and even wants to use some means to take the chip for himself. Since he was going to do something, he had to find a capable assistant. Fong Yuan thought about it and felt that Zhang Yuner would definitely be able to help, so he called her. After a while, the call was picked up. I could hear singing in the background music, so I guess it was from a KTV. Hello? My dear sister, have you forgotten your dear brother so quickly? Fong Yuan said bluntly. Depend on. Zhang Yuner was very surprised. She coughed and said quickly, Why are you looking for me so late? I was asking you for a favor. I won't help you for free. You need to pay something. Zhang Yuner is the typical example of someone who won't release the eagle until she sees the rabbit. Fong Yuan blushed and said, You don't want money, do you? I told you in advance that I don't have any money. Money? Humph, the last thing I lack is money. How about this, you come to the Dragon Palace first, and then follow my instructions when you get here. Okay. Fang Yuan hung up the phone and drove to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace is the name of an entertainment club. As the largest and most prestigious club in the city, it includes a wide variety of entertainment projects. And next to the neon plaque of Dragon Palace, you can see the logo of Longwei Group. The Bugatti Veyron that Fang Yuan drove was very cool and attracted a lot of people's attention as soon as it arrived. There were even a few little girls who took the initiative to approach Fang Yuan and came over after seeing him get off the car. Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat? No. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He knew that these people added him on WeChat because they were attracted by the Bugatti Veyron and thought he was rich. Humph. Poor bastard, you can tell it's rented. The rejected woman was a little embarrassed and could only say that the grapes were sour. After entering the Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan called Jiang Yuner and told her about it. After a while, he saw her in the private room on the 3rd floor. Here. Jiang Yuner waved her hand. The little girl was dressed very coolly today, with a pink short-sleeved shirt, a miniskirt, and even fishnets and leather boots, giving her the image of a little gangster. It is completely different from the image of a young lady from a wealthy family. Hi. Good brother. Jiang Yuner hugged Fang Yuan's arm and called him good brother sweetly. Fang Yuan said suspiciously, his throat choking a bit. No, there's something wrong with you. Tell me, what's your conspiracy? Hey, you figured it out. Jiang Yuner scratched her head. Good brother, I will go meet my mortal enemy later. Remember, you are my boyfriend. I don't care what means you use, just slap his boyfriend in the face. It turns out to be a competition between girls. That's no problem, slapping people in the face is Fang Yuan's strong point. Before entering, he asked with concern, by the way, how is Mr. Jiang? Why aren't you with him? Someone is accompanying me. Jiang Yuner didn't continue the topic and pulled Fang Yuan into the private room. This is a big room. As soon as you enter, you will see many young men and women singing and playing games in pairs. Yuna, this is your boyfriend? A girl who was about the same age as Jiang Yuner, but much less pretty, walked over. Although it is not very good looking, it has one extremely outstanding advantage. Oh my god. Fang Yuan was shocked. This girl also looks thin, but... It was so shocking that he was shaking even when he walked, which was the opposite of Jiang Yuner. Especially since the girl deliberately puffed out her chest to show off her extraordinary qualities. Not to mention Fang Yuan, even Jiang Yuner couldn't stand it. Yeah, Nana. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend Fang Yuan. Nana looked Fang Yuan up and down. Although she was dressed differently, she had her lips curled and her eyes were seductive. Welcome, my name is Chao Na. She stretched out her hand, and Fang Yuan also stretched out his hand. At the moment of shaking hands, Chao Na's hand seemed to hint at something and tightened a little. Fang Yuan glanced at her and happened to meet her gaze. Please take a seat. Chao Na said nonchalantly. She actually has a boyfriend, a man in the private room who wears glasses and looks a little restrained. Lian. Chao Na introduced, this is Jiang Yuner's boyfriend, Fang Yuan. Lian looked at Fang Yuan with hatred and jealousy. Fang Yuan was a little confused. What was going on? Could it be that Lian likes Jiang Yuner, but he chose Chao Na? Am I out of date, or is your circle so chaotic that I can't understand it? Seeing Fang Yuan in a daze, Jiang Yuner quickly explained to Fang Yuan, and dear, today is my best friend Nana's birthday party. Oh. Happy birthday. Fang Yuan hurriedly sent his blessings to Chao Na. The other person laughed and said, actually, I didn't really want to celebrate my birthday. It was all my friends who started it. If Lian hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it myself. What a good tea. Jiang Yuner smiled slightly and said the same thing. Lian has always been very careful. I remember he has a notebook where he remembers the birthdays of many girls, right, Lian? Lian's face changed drastically, and he waved his hands repeatedly to explain, no, I just have the habit of keeping a diary, recording some of my daily life and my inner thoughts. Tisk, who's a decent person who keeps a diary? Jiang Yuner said sarcastically, then changed the subject and asked Fang Yuan, do you write a diary? Fang Yuan immediately understood and replied, if I don't write it, who can write down their true feelings in a diary? Jiang Yuner, then can what is written be called the true feelings? They both said almost at the same time, despicable. Jiang Yuner was very satisfied. She raised her hand and high-fived Fang Yuan in one go. At this moment, her eyes were full of admiration. What a tacit understanding. Chapter 35, Friction. Look at Chao Na again. She looked dejected at the moment, and Lian's eyes were bloodshot. Jiang Yuner also deliberately explained, "Don't mind it, my boyfriend and I are soulmates, that's how tacit we are." At this time, Ong Li pushed his glasses. "Fang Yuan, right? Where are you currently working?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. Chao Na acquiesced to Liang's counterattack. She had been waiting for this moment. Bite. Current targets for revenge, Chao Na, Lian. You can retaliate once. Trigger a special mission, revenge for Jiang Yuner. Success will earn you a mysterious reward. Oh ho ho. Fang Yuan knew there would be a mission. Although he was not angry or offended, it was easy to deal with it with Jiang Yuner as the root cause. Seeing Fang Yuan didn't answer, Lian pushed up his glasses and said calmly, "I'm a Fengrui network engineer, and I make a minimum of 30,000 yuan a month." Lian began to show off his abilities. That's right, our Lian is a potential stock. Although he is still in college, he has already been specially recruited. Chao Na also echoed, and then looked at Jiang Yuner with a provocative look. Oh, he's so cool. Fang Yuan spoke under Jiang Yuner's expectant gaze. He has his own way of dealing with this kind of people. I am with Yuna every day, accompanying her when she is happy and when she is sad. When she is crazy, I will be crazy with her. When she is quiet, we will be quiet together. I will listen to her troubles and share her happy moments. We trust each other and give each other space. This is us. Fang Yuan's voice was gentle and his expression was sincere, while Lian and Chao Na looked as if they had eaten a fly. There was even a hint of envy in Chao Na's eyes. Lian couldn't hold back his expression anymore, so he retaliated with a mocking tone, "It sounds nice, but isn't it just a gigolo?" "Why, aren't you?" Fang Yuan asked back. Ong Li is a gigolo, but he also wants to live off his wife, and do so with dignity, respect, and style. I'm a gigolo, but so what? I'm capable, unlike you, who's full of arrogance. Fang Yuan shook his head and said pitifully, "If you're a whore, don't try to be a saint. You're greedy while having your cake and eating it too. If you want to save your face, you should be a gentleman, not a mean person who thinks behind someone's back and acts rudely but flatteringly." You. Lian was very angry. Fang Yuan's words obviously touched his bottom line. He pointed at Fang Yuan and said, "Stop flattering yourself. Do you dare to compete with me?" Ong Li's roar made the entire private room quiet down, with only the music playing, and the onlookers all looked over here. Jiang Yuner snorted softly. Lian then took off his clothes, revealing his upper body, and many girls screamed in surprise. I didn't expect this guy to look so weak, but underneath his clothes was a muscular body. Especially the abdominal muscles and chest muscles, few girls can control them. Seeing this scene, Ong Li felt very proud and felt that his 3 years of gym life were worthwhile. Arm wrestling, do you dare? Fang Yuan thought Lian had some better competition, but he didn't expect this guy to speak in such a cheap way right from the start. At this time, a boy said, "Haha. Hey kid, let me introduce you to Lian, the arm wrestling champion of our school. The all-around champion of the school sports team." Many girls enviously said, "Wow, there's so much sexual tension." Ong Li is also full of confidence, he will definitely not lose in this regard. Bring it on. Chao Na cheered for Lian and said, "Show him some color. If you win tonight, I will reward you well." Ong Li is full of confidence. Jiang Yuner looked at Fang Yuan. Can you do it? Lian is the best fighter in the school. It seems he even learned martial arts. Is it so wild? Fang Yuan remembered that when Lian first came in, he behaved very well and seemed harmless. I didn't expect he had two faces. He made an okay gesture to Jiang Yuner, and then said to Lian, "Come on. The arm wrestling competition begins." The nosy boy came over to act as referee and shouted loudly, "Listen to my command, 3, 2, 1. Start." Suddenly, Lian exerted his strength, wanting to win the game directly by relying on a sneak attack. However, no matter how hard he tried, Fang Yuan didn't move at all. Lian broke out in a sweat instantly, secretly surprised. Arm wrestling requires skill. Whoever gets the upper hand at the start has the advantage. He relied on his skills and his own strength to remain invincible in the school. However, Fang Yuan was like a mountain, and no matter how hard Lian tried, he could not shake it. It's like a skinny person who can't call up his little brother. It's a deep feeling of powerlessness. Push harder. Didn't you eat? Fang Yuan's relaxed and comfortable questioning contrasted sharply with Lian's strenuous efforts. At this time, the boy who supported Lian said, "Lian, stop playing and take it down quickly." That's right. With your ability, you can definitely take down a weakling like this in seconds. Yeah, stop acting, just get it over with. The people around also joined in the fun. Kan Yang, is it me who doesn't want to crush him quickly? Lian was anxious and his expression became more and more strained. But he couldn't say anything at this moment. If he lost his temper, it would be over. Ah! Lian exerted force suddenly and almost roared. However, Fang Yuan remained motionless and said calmly, "You still don't have the strength. With your level, how can you dominate the school? Or rely on arm wrestling?" "Shut up!" Lian said angrily. Fang Yuan said contemptuously, "Okay, then if I shut up, I'll be serious." After saying this, Fang Yuan decisively increased his strength. Crack! With a crisp sound, Lian howled in pain. When his arm was twisted back in an instant, his hand bones were broken because of the excessive force. "Ah! You piece of trash!" Chao Na said disdainfully, "Aren't you awesome at school? You're no good once you're out of school." Lian's hand was broken, but it was not Fang Yuan who broke it. After all, there are such risks in arm wrestling. Knowing you can't win, you still insist on using force. Now your hand bones are broken. Chao Na looked at Lian with disdain, then glanced at Fang Yuan and licked her lips. A strong man is definitely wilder. So, regardless of Lian who was lying on the ground and almost dying in pain, he straightened his chest and showed off his assets. "Brother, add me on WeChat. If it's convenient, we can have a few drinks and then." As he spoke, he showed a hint of temptation. Fang Yuan took Jiang Yuner's hand and stood up, looking down at Chao Na. "Oh. Forget it. I'm not interested in silicone. And remember to avoid cosmetic surgery. It can easily lead to cancer." "What did you say?" Chao Na looked as pale as death. She had a good foundation, but it was abnormal at this age, and her true colors were revealed under Fang Yuan's insightful eyes. The reason why it is so turbulent is that 1/3 of her body is filled. "Yuna, let's go." "Good." After Jiang Yuner had her fun, she didn't want to stay any longer. Ah! Chao Na's secret was revealed, and now she is filled with hatred towards Fang Yuan. The boys and girls in the private room didn't dare to speak. After all, Chao Na was the real boss. "You bastard! Fang Yuan! I'm going to make you pay." Chapter 36, Congenital Deficiency. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the primary revenge against Chao Na and Lian. Reward: primary superpower multiplication technique can be applied to any object, increasing it to twice its original size. Note: natural doubling, no side effects. Additional reward for completing special tasks: invisibility cloak. Is it just elementary revenge? Fang Yuan was a little surprised. But if you think about it carefully, it seems that this really doesn't require much technical knowledge. It's this doubling technique. I don't know if it can be used on a certain brother. But maybe you can try to double it for Kang Yuna. It's just that her base stats are too low, twice 0 is still 0, so it doesn't seem to have any effect. Another special reward, the invisibility cloak, is quite interesting. The two left the Dragon Palace and got on the Bugatti Veyron. Jiang Yuner is not interested in luxury cars. She can have as many of these as she wants. Woohoo! Sitting in the driver's seat, Jiang Yuner roared with satisfaction. It feels so good. That bitch Chao Na has finally been punished. Ha ha. Jiang Yuner's personality is not like that of a lady at all. She is more like a female hooligan. Are you and her really best friends? Fang Yuan asked, raising an eyebrow. No. We are enemies. Jiang Yuner hugged her arms, but of course, as Princess Taiping, she couldn't hug anything. This Chao Na is the little princess of the Chao group. When we first met, she was quite nice. Who knew she would become like this after growing up? There were many boys pursuing me at school, but she insisted on snatching me away. At first, she helped me solve a lot of problems, so I didn't say anything. But she became more and more aggressive, and even insisted on showing off after stealing it. I can't stand this. Fang Yuan was embarrassed and couldn't help but say, with your ability, it's easy to teach them a lesson. Why do you have to ask me for help? That's so boring. Jiang Yuner said disdainfully, it's easy to beat them up, but such a quick revenge will make them break down and regret it. Humph. Look at her cow. Fang Yuan suddenly opened up a new world. Breaking down defenses and feeling regretful are the highest levels of revenge. That makes sense. Let me take you home. With Jiang Yuner's reminder, Fang Yuan figured out the key to revenge and no longer needed her help, so he planned to send her home. By the way, what do you want from me? Jiang Yuner suddenly asked. Oh, it's like this. I've thought of a way to give you a better, but I'm afraid it might be a little. Fang Yuan made up an excuse. Jiang Yuner's eyes lit up instantly. Although it was a shy thing that was difficult to talk about, she had longed for a proud chest. So Jiang Yuner gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. What are you afraid of? We're brothers from now on. Let me see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. As she spoke, Jiang Yuner reached out and touched Fang Yuan's chest. Why? A cold little hand reached in through his clothes, and Fang Yuan was so frightened that he almost drove into the greenbelt. Jiang Yuner touched it again and said in surprise, oh my god, you actually have abdominal muscles. Wow, it still feels so good. Fang Yuan said seriously, Liang. Stop it, you female hooligan. Hey. We soon arrived at Jiang Yuner's house. The entire Washington, D.C. is quite large. Jiang Yuner lives in an independent courtyard, not far from Mr. Jiang. Let us get started. Jiang Yuner took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Fang Yuan felt a little embarrassed. Humph, I'm not embarrassed as a girl, what are you afraid of? Jiang Yuner rolled her eyes. In fact, she was just pretending, and Fang Yuan was not that annoying. Instead, he aroused her interest in knowing more. Forehead. To be honest, you really are. Alright. Hurry up. Jiang Yuner's face was so red that it looked like blood was dripping out. Then I'm coming. Fang Yuan resumed his normal pace and began to take the patient's pulse. Jiang Yuner's pulse is normal. This is not right. Judging from her pulse, she should be of normal body shape, but in fact she is thin overall, without much muscle, and looks almost bony. No reason. Fang Yuan said seriously, Yuner, tell me the truth, how do you usually eat? It's a lot to eat. How many? Well, normally, I can eat 3 bowls of rice. I can eat as much as I want. Ha! You can eat, but you won't gain weight. Fang Yuan continued with a serious expression, how about your toileting? Is your bowel movement normal? Jiang Yuner has heard that people are not afraid of Chinese medicine practitioners smiling, but they are afraid of them looking down. Judging from Fang Yuan's posture, it was obvious that his health seemed to be very poor. That's normal. So, do you feel cold all over, or have any special symptoms, like lack of energy? Fang Yuan asked again. Jiang Yuner was even more frightened. No, it's all normal. That's strange. Fang Yuan searched through all the medical skills in his mind, but couldn't find a matching symptom. This meant that this was a symptom that intermediate medical skills couldn't solve, but it was so counterintuitive. Instinct told him that Jiang Yuner's condition was very difficult, so he said, let me try acupuncture first. Okay, wait, do you want to get started? Jiang Yuner lowered her head. She had also seen the good figures of those beauties. Although she was very envious and had prepared herself mentally, she still felt very shy. Don't be nervous, just lie down first. There was no trace of evil in Fang Yuan's eyes. This was also because Jiang Yuner's figure could not arouse his evil thoughts at all. In addition, the situation was not right, so Fang Yuan had to be cautious. The 9-dragon needle technique involves inserting needles into 9 acupuncture points. Forehead, shoulders, hands and feet, and the area below the chest. How does it feel? A little cold, and a little itchy. Fang Yuan put away the needle and asked Jiang Yuner to put on her clothes first. He said cautiously, your situation seems much more troublesome than I thought. The way of the innate is to reduce the excess and supplement the deficiency. It seems that some kind of accident happened to you while you were in your mother's womb, which led to your congenital deficiency. Luckily, you have an optimistic and cheerful personality and eat a lot, so your body didn't collapse. Hearing this, Jiang Yuner fell silent. She didn't understand what Fang Yuan said, so she just shook her head and said calmly, "I've never seen my mother, but I seem to have heard my grandfather say that he rescued me on the battlefield." After saying that, Jiang Yuner fell silent. The silence was deafening. There was sadness hidden in her eyes. She disguised herself as much as possible so that she would not show sadness. In order to comfort her grandfather, she gradually learned how to live cheerfully. "Fortunately, I can cure it." Fang Yuan thought for a moment, sat down, put his hand on Jiang Yuner's shoulder, and said, "I'm not good at preaching, but curing illnesses and saving lives is my forte. Use the doubling technique." As Fang Yuan activated his ability, an inexplicable drowsiness swept over Jiang Yuner, and she yawned. "I'm a little sleepy." "It must be the acupuncture I just used that has allowed you to recover temporarily." "Well, I'll take my leave now and come back to see you in 2 days." Jiang Yuner was very sleepy and could hardly open her eyes. For the human body, growth and development requires a lot of energy, which is why we feel sleepy. It seems that the doubling technique worked. "Go to sleep." Fang Yuan came out of the room. As soon as I went out, an old face appeared in front of me. "Wow! Mr. Jiang, you scared me to death." Mr. Jiang had no expression on his face. He had just recovered from a serious illness, and after recuperation, his complexion had improved a lot. "Xiao Feng, come with me." Mr. Jiang said in a bad tone, "I have something to tell you." Fang Yuan thought in his heart. Could it be that Mr. Jiang misunderstood? Chapter 37, Testing the Invisibility Cloak. This is a big trouble. Jiang Yuner, who is still in school, can make others afraid of her by relying on her status as a member of the Jiang family, let alone the real owner of the Jiang family, old Jiang. This matter needs to be explained in detail no matter what. Fang Yuan nervously followed Mr. Jiang to his room. Overall, Mr. Jiang's room is quite tidy and simple, without any unnecessary or redundant items. A coffee table and a set of tea sets. There are also common furniture such as a TV. There is a photo hanging in the room, which should be of Mr. Jiang and his wife. It looks like an ordinary old man's room. The two sat down on the sofa. Seeing Fang Yuan was a little restrained, Mr. Jiang smiled and said, "Xiao Feng, you don't have to be so reserved. I was just at the door and heard you say that my Yuner is so thin because of congenital deficiency." Mr. Jiang is very worried about his granddaughter. When I heard that Fang Yuan and his granddaughter were in the same room, I thought of coming over to take a look and confirm whether the two had an ambiguous relationship. But at the door, the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Until he heard Fang Yuan's assessment of his granddaughter's physical condition, he couldn't help but want to ask for clarification. "Yes." Fang Yuan nodded. "Also, I think a normal medical institution would hardly find anything abnormal with Miss Zhang's body even if they did an examination, because all of her current physical parameters are healthy." Mr. Jiang nodded. That was indeed the case. Countless tests have been conducted in the hospital, and Jiang Yuner's physical parameters are all normal, but the child is getting thinner and thinner. She doesn't have any special symptoms and is no different from a normal person. Mr. Jiang felt it was strange, but he did not overly doubt it. He just thought that maybe it was just the difference in personal physique. "Can you cure it?" "Yes, but it will take a long time." Mr. Jiang was relieved. As long as he can be cured, it's fine. Naturally, we have investigated Mr. Fang Yuan Jiang and know that he is not a bad person and he did not approach the Jiang family with any purpose. That's enough. Okay, thank you for your help. Jiang Lao said cautiously, "Xiao Feng, I don't want Yuner to be wronged. This child has been pretending to be strong since she was a child. I have seen it all. Although I really want to entrust Yuna to a reliable person, I still hope that she can meet someone who truly loves and cares for her." This was said to Fang Yuan. With Mr. Jiang's means, he would definitely be able to find out that Fang Yuan is married. If not, Mr. Jiang could entrust his granddaughter to Fang Yuan. However, since he is married, he should keep a certain distance. This is good for everyone. What do you think? Fang Yuan understood what he meant and nodded in agreement. "I think so too." "That's good. If you need any help, please let me know. This is my way of thanking you." Mr. Jiang emphasized the key point, which is I. "I will thank you." Fang Yuan said he understood. The two chatted briefly again. Mr. Jiang also needed to rest early, so Fang Yuan did not disturb him any further and drove out of the Jiang family villa. and the news from the other side has also been received. Before coming to Jiangjia Mansion, Fang Yuan asked Secretary Sun to help investigate the location of Qi Yunfeng's family. Although Qi Yunfeng also lives in a mansion, he usually does not go home but goes to his lover's house. It is normal for a boss like him to keep several concubines. Rich people always seek some excitement. Even so, Qi Yunfeng was still quite restrained. This old guy only has one outer house, which is in Xing'an Community. Fang Yuan waited in advance, parked his car outside Xing'an Community, and put on an invisibility cloak. In order to test the effect, he even went to the convenience store. The store owner didn't notice at all. This is a perfect invisibility, a very wonderful experience. It is the kind of state where you are invisible from your own perspective. Just when passing by a pet shop, he saw a Rottweiler lying in a cage at the door of the room. When Fang Yuan approached, the dog stood up alertly, smelled the scent, but found that it could not see the target, so it barked at Fang Yuan's position. Can't you hide the smell? Fang Yuan tested it again and figured out the rules of the invisibility cloak. The effect of the invisibility cloak is very exaggerated. It does achieve complete invisibility and blends in with the surroundings, but it cannot hide the smell on the body. Overall, it is flawed. But that's enough. Fang Yuan waited in the community until around 3 o'clock, and he actually caught him. Qi Yunfeng is back, and he came back with his lover. But his lover is also a bit heavyweight. A heavyweight in the literal sense. She looks pretty, but unfortunately she is too fat. She is about 1.65 meters tall and looks like she weighs 200 kilograms. Wow, it turns out this old guy likes to drive tanks. What a unique hobby. Fang Yuan followed the two of them upstairs and into the room, all without being noticed. Qi Yunfeng seemed to have drunk some wine. As soon as he entered the room, the two began to do some reasonable things. But after all, he is old, so Qi Yunfeng's physical fitness is definitely not as good as that of a young man. It lasted for about an hour and then ended abruptly. The woman leaned on Qi Yunfeng's shoulder and asked, "How is it? Did I help you?" Qi Yunfeng smiled and said, "Thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get Lan Xian's accounting fraud data. You are my lucky star." The woman smiled sweetly. "I've disliked Lan Xian for a long time. The previous chairman fired me just because I embezzled public funds. This is my revenge. To tell you the truth, Lan Xin has never falsified accounts. Those are all figures I made up." Qi Yunfeng was a little surprised. He is just an investor and does not participate in, nor is he qualified to participate in, decision-making within the company. As a shareholder, his only role, apart from waiting for dividends, is to do things like voting by raising hands at the board meeting. Isn't it possible? When a company reaches a certain size, everyone is afraid of being investigated. If it doesn't weigh more than 2 taels, it can't be stopped even if it weighs 1,000 pounds. Moreover, Lan Xin has never falsified accounts or engaged in any tricks. Of course. The woman laughed so hard that her whole body shook. The former chairman of Lan Xin insisted on establishing a national enterprise and even appointed himself as the legal representative. Tell me, how can he make money when his business is so clean? The values of these two people are too distorted. When should we be ridiculed for working diligently, fulfilling our duties and doing business honestly? The world is really going downhill. It's just like that. A tyrant does all kinds of bad things and does things by any means necessary. You can laugh at a gentleman for being weak, but you are not qualified to laugh at his integrity. It's the same principle. Fortunately, Fang Yuan recorded all the conversations between the two. In fact, he was also quite curious about who was the original chairman of Lan Xin. Although the system rewarded him with 60% of the shares, someone had to take charge of Lan Xin in the end. He hasn't really investigated this. Because the only people who appear in public in a company are the president, the real legal person and board members, all of them need to be investigated. Don't worry, I've already found the connection this time. Section Chief Wu of the investigation department is my good friend. Once Fang Yuan goes in, I will be able to successfully control Lan Xian. Qi Yunfeng didn't feel disgusted and kissed the woman's fat face. Then he continued to paint a rosy picture. "Baby, I will give you 10% of the shares when the time comes, and this company will be handed over to you to manage in the future." "Thank you, husband." Once again, the bed took on everything. While the two were struggling, Fang Yuan quietly left. Secretary Sun did not sleep all night, waiting for news from Fang Yuan. And she finally waited for it. Chapter 38, Farming and Starting a Business. After giving the recording to Secretary Sun, Fong Yuan asked for the information of Lanxin's former chairman. Former chairman of Bluecor, Wang Yi. He is 55 years old this year. He is a top student in information science and engineering. He has worked in related fields for 30 years and is also a researcher. Since he graduated, he has attracted investment to start making chips and established the Bluecor Group. Because he has a very good reputation in the industry, Lan agreed to come to Bluecor for research and development. It's a pity that he is not very good at business. 7 days ago, Wang Yi was stripped of his position as chairman at a board meeting, after which he handed over his shares and left. And many capable people also left with him. Therefore, only 3 of the 7 board members remain. That is the Qi Yun Peak lineage. However, in order to prevent Qi Yunfeng from controlling Lanxin, he chose to entrust the sale of his shares, which were then bought by the system and rewarded to Fong Yuan. It seems that the system operation is still very reliable. After all, things don't come out of thin air, there must be a reason. Although Wang Yi left Lanxin and lost everything he had worked hard for, he still had some spare money to support himself for the rest of his life. He also has a house in his hometown in the countryside. Zhangcheng has developed well. Even the rural areas have developed like small cities with all the necessary facilities. It takes about an hour to drive there. With the address, Fong Yuan drove there, intending to pay a visit to Wang Yi. After a bumpy ride, it was almost dawn when he arrived in the countryside. This is the time when farmers go out to work. After retiring, Wang Yi actually planted beans at the foot of the southern mountain. He would pick up his farm tools early in the morning and go to work in the fields. Director Wang. Fong Yuan got out of the car and said hello. Wang Yi looked at Fong Yuan. He had no impression of him and didn't know him, so he smiled and said, "Little brother, I'm no longer Mr. Wang. Do you have something to talk to me about?" The car Fong Yuan was driving was a Bugatti Veyron. Wang Yi recognized it at a glance and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Wang, I'm the one who will take over your job." "Oh, you're the one who acquired 60% of my shares." "Hello." Wang Yi is very easygoing and does not feel superior to others just because he was once the chairman of Bluecor. "Hello." After shaking hands, Director Wang glanced at the time and asked Fong Yuan, "If you have anything to say, let's talk while we walk." "I still have farm work to do." "That's right, I'll help you." Fong Yuan is also good at farm work. Although his parents work hard in the city, their hometown is in the countryside. During his holidays, he often goes back to his hometown to do some farm work. In addition, now that my body has been strengthened, my physical strength can be said to be inexhaustible. Work harder before the sun comes out. Once the sun comes out, it will be harder to do. Wang Yi said. He put down his farm tools, changed his clothes and started to work. Fong Yuan also came to help. "You don't need that, little brother." "It's okay, I'm good at it too." Unable to persuade Fong Yuan, the two began to weed. What Wang Yi planted in this field were indeed beans, and bamboo sticks had been set up to facilitate climbing. The only thing left to do next was to weed. While working, Wang Yi praised him, "Young men of your age rarely work so skillfully." Fong Yuan chuckled, "Mr. Wang, you're too kind." After praising him, Wang Yi returned to the point, "You are looking for me because of Qi Yunfeng, right?" "Director Wang, have you guessed this?" Wang Yi smiled confidently. Although he didn't understand Fong Yuan, didn't he understand Qi Yunfeng? After all, they have been cooperating for a long time, and Qi Yunfeng is an ambitious person and not a good person. Qi Yunfeng is an opportunistic thief. He becomes a shareholder of other companies under the guise of investment, then through his own operations, takes control of everything in those companies. For over 20 years, he has relied on this tactic to defeat countless opponents. It can be said that one trick can conquer all. Fong Yuan continued working and asked, "Is Lan Xin like this too?" I have been following the news about Bluecor, and some friends have also told me about Bluecor's recent situation. I heard that the chip had been successfully developed, and I was very happy, but then I heard that I was tricked. So when you came, I knew it must be Qi Yunfeng's doing." Wang Yi smiled bitterly and said, "I'm a scientific researcher, and I'm not a match for Qi Yunfeng. So I'm sorry, I can't help you." He lost because he was obsessed with scientific research, unlike other companies that only put profits first. What he respected was conscience. He had been fighting against Qi Yunfeng for a long time, and it was already good enough that he could hold on. "I'm not coming to you for help. Fang Yuan said, I just want to ask if you want to return to Bluecore. I think a researcher would never give up the career he has always been committed to, especially since Bluecore has already made great breakthroughs. To be honest, Wang Yi was a little tempted. But after that incident, he felt tired and a little scared. Thank you for your kindness. But I'm not a genius in research. I've created 7 products, but they were always one step behind others. I'm even less talented in business, so I've never been able to take Bluecore any further. Sometimes, worries are like these weeds. He leaned over and cut the grass from the ground. Grabbing a handful, he said to Fang Yuan, their appearance has absorbed nutrients from the soil. These grasses may look weak, but they are much tougher than these beans. We humans sometimes think we are superior to others, but sometimes, when we think about it, we may be the ones being domesticated. Wang Yi's incoherent words made Fang Yuan a little confused. Are all scientists so abstract nowadays? But it is undeniable that information engineering is also a kind of science, and even the most urgently needed scientific project in today's era. Mr. Wang, what you said? I don't quite understand. Wang Yi chuckled and continued his movements, explaining to Fang Yuan, think about these beans, or the tomatoes in the surrounding fields, or the terraced fields on the distant mountains. The world thinks we are the ones who planted them, that we are the ones who enslaved the crops. But actually, let's change our thinking and put ourselves in the perspective of these plants. Hard-working humans, work hard, and I will be rewarded with sweet fruits. I hate weeds sucking my nutrients, and I hate drought making me extremely poor. I need fertilizer to fill my stomach. Come. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Although what Wang Yi said sounded like he had a serious illness, it actually contained some truth. Just like Lan Xin. For the company's development, for the employees to get the best benefits, for all of this, I've actually been tied to Lan Xin's car and can't get out for a long time. And it's not just me, Shi Yinfeng, you, but all the business owners in the world are tied up. So you might as well think about it, who is actually being enslaved? Wang Yi has no intention of going back. It was already noon, so the two of them went home and picked some beans. Wang Yi said, have a bite at home at noon. The beans my wife makes are amazing. As soon as he entered the village, he saw people gathering near Wang Yi's house, and their location was near Fang Yuan's car. Ouch, who did this? This car is worth a lot of money, right? This is a Bugatti Veyron, worth tens of millions. Who did this to smash it like this? Chapter 39, Double Shot. What? Fang Yuan hurried over. The crowd made way and Wang Yi followed. The Bugatti Veyron, a luxury car worth tens of millions, had its hood dented, half of its windshield broken, and many scratches on the body. This is Fang Yuan's favorite car. It looks very cool and high profile when he drives it. He likes it very much. And the most important thing is that the damaged car is difficult to repair. Hey boy, is this car yours? An old man asked. Fang Yuan nodded, and the old man sighed and said, young man, just consider yourself unlucky. These people are scabby and will only cause you endless trouble if you mess with them. You smashed the car and want to just let it go? How can this be possible in the world? Fang Yuan was immediately furious and asked, who are these people? When the old man saw that he couldn't persuade him, he stopped talking. Fortunately, the other villagers nearby were quite nice and said to him, young man, even if you find these people, they won't be able to compensate you. And? Oh, forget it, I won't say any more. The villager seemed to be hesitant to speak, apparently he had something to hide. Wang Yi simply said, just tell me who smashed it. It's the village's 3 lepers. As soon as the topic of the 3 lepers was brought up, everyone started talking at once. In the eyes of the villagers, these 3 beggars are not ordinary people. You can tell from his name that he is a person who can do something stupid. What he is best at is smashing cars and causing trouble, and he specifically targets rich people. If he targets you, you're doomed. You either suffer in silence or wait for others to come and talk about you, and then provoke you to fight him. Call the police? It doesn't work at all. Why are they called lazy? It's simple and clear. They have no concept of going to jail because it's a common occurrence. And once you call the police, his minions will pester you, making all kinds of trouble and causing trouble without any bottom line. Rich people are fed up with it. After all, there is no benefit in fighting with such people to the end, so most people choose to reconcile and stay away from them. So, after hearing the name, Wang Yi also persuaded, Director Fang, let's forget about this matter. How about this? I'll contact my friend and see how to fix the car. I'll just charge you the cost price. It doesn't count. Fong Yuan couldn't stand it. And the system task has been activated. Bite. Current target for revenge, Sanlazy Xiaobin can be retaliated once. Fong Yuan would never give up on such a person. As for asking Sanlazy to pay compensation, as you, the villager, said, he certainly cannot afford it, so he must pay the price. At this time, there were naturally people who were eager to watch the fun and show Fong Yuan the way. Look, Sanlazy's home is on the west side of the village. When you get there, you'll see a 3-story Western-style building. That's his home. Xiaobin, the third beggar, is considered a relatively wealthy family in the village. He is 35 years old this year. When he was young, he went to work in the city and was looked down upon in various ways. Later, he found that rich people seemed to be afraid of trouble, so he gradually developed this path. It was noon, and Sanlazy was at home drinking and eating meat with a few good brothers and his wife. Cool. Brother Bin, a Bugatti Veyron must be worth several million, right? Several people are still reviewing their glorious achievements. Although luxury cars had entered the village before, this was the first time they had seen a car worth tens of millions. More than. Someone who knows cars said, Bugatti is a car brand, and Veyron is its product line. The one we smashed is a top-of-the-line Veyron, worth at least tens of millions. Everyone laughed out loud. Anyone who can afford a Bugatti Veyron worth tens of millions is definitely not an ordinary person. If the owner of the car comes to them, they can extort a lot of money from him. Just as I was feeling excited, the door suddenly opened and Fong Yuan walked in. Several people looked into the yard. Fong Yuan was looking at this so-called small Western-style building. The reason why it is called a small Western-style building is because of the style here, not the domestic architectural style, and this house is also quite old. There are 3 floors in total, divided into upper, middle, and lower structures, but there are very few rooms. The first floor is larger, while the second and third floors are the smallest. When Xiaobin saw someone coming, he stood up with a few brothers, walked out of the room, and picked up sticks and other things. After walking out, Xiaobin's eyes showed a hint of contempt. All his brothers were in the yard, and Xiaobin was full of momentum. Who are you? You're trespassing. We have the right to defend ourselves. Fong Yuan looked at Xiaobin, who was leading the group, and thought that he was quite knowledgeable about the law. Xiaobin was actually a little disappointed. This guy is dressed casually and doesn't look like a rich man. I wonder if he rented a luxury car and drove it out to show off. Fong Yuan ignored him and looked around the yard. Finding no place to sit, he leaned against the wall and said, I'll give you 2 choices. First, I need compensation. I think you should know how much this car is worth. A major overhaul would cost at least several million. Second, it doesn't matter if you can't afford to pay. Come and help me and work to pay me back. Work to pay back the money? Before Xiaobin could say anything, his younger brother stood up and said, It's impossible for me to work. I will never work in my life. Xiaobin also grinned and said, I'm talking to you, kid. Who do you think you are? You're wearing such rags, and you didn't rent that car, did you? Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed and began to mock Fong Yuan with words, just to irritate him. Just then. Just because you are so beautiful, oh baby. Fong Yuan's phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Wei Yi. Wait a minute, I have to take a call first. Fong Yuan said to everyone. Xiaobin and others did not take any action, but waited patiently for Fong Yuan to answer the phone. Hey, hello. Upon hearing Fong Yuan's voice, Wei Yi was very excited. Little brother, I'm Long Wei. Ha ha, your trick really works. Double bang. So comfortable, so comfortable. Double bang? Fong Yuan understood immediately. It seemed that Master Wei had been busy all night. Then congratulations. Wei Yi continued, Little brother, are you free now? I'd like to ask you to help me with other treatments. Don't worry, the consultation fee is definitely not a problem. Fong Yuan said helplessly, No, I'm in a bit of trouble right now. Ah. Who is so bold as to cause trouble for my little brother? Aren't you just trying to make trouble for Long Wei? Where are you? I'll bring people over right away. Wei Yi grabbed a life-saving straw. How could he let it go so easily? Where exactly is this place? Fong Yuan covered his phone and turned to ask Xiaobin. One of Zhao Bin's subordinates said contemptuously, Shaman Village, Group 4, Number 14. Oh, okay, thank you. Fong Yuan told the address. Over there, Master Wei snorted coldly and said in a low voice, I'll ask Secretary Bai to go over there. I want to see who is so blind as to dare to bully my little brother. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Bin said with a fierce smile, it's no use looking for someone. Looking at you like this, I'm afraid you won't get any gold coins. Brothers, fight for me. Zhao Bin got angry and planned to beat him up first. If you want to call the police, that's your business. They have plenty of ways to make you pay compensation anyway. As long as he insists that you broke into a private house, then beating you to death would be self-defense. Of course, this is just Zhao Bin's understanding of self-defense. I saw a young man rushing over with a rolling pin in his hand. However, the next moment, Fong Yuan grabbed him and kicked him 3 meters away. Damn, so fierce, such a tough guy. Chapter 40, by Shangzhu. What does it mean to kick someone 3 meters away with one kick? Under normal circumstances, if a person of the same size is kicked, the opponent will at most stagger or fall to the ground due to unstable balance. Unless there is indeed a huge gap. It's like an adult kicking a child. Fong Yuan looked to be only a little over 100 pounds and about 1.7 meters tall, but the man he kicked flew away weighed nearly 200 pounds and was 1.8 meters tall. Despite the size difference, Fong Yuan was still able to kick Zhao Bin 3 meters away with one kick. Zhao Bin was secretly surprised. A martial artist? Impossible. The size difference is huge. Zhao Bin is a small-time gangster, but he has been able to get to where he is today not by simply relying on others, he is also somewhat cunning. Fighting is commonplace. Seeing how fierce this guy was, Zhao Bin's eyes rolled and he immediately said, alright. You hit my people, right? You'll have to pay for it. This is his plan B. If he can't win, he will choose to report to the authorities. But before reporting to the Public Security Bureau, Zhao Bin still asked, would you choose to settle this matter publicly or privately? As soon as I finished speaking, the strong man who was still groaning immediately looked like I was dead. At the same time, Zhao Bin's daughter-in-law also started shouting. Someone's been beaten to death, come and see. Someone broke into our house and killed someone. Is there any justice in the world? This shout was not a big deal, it immediately attracted all the curious villagers to come over. The confused villagers looked at the scene and pointed at Fong Yuan. This kid didn't use any light or heavy hands. How could he be beaten to death? That's right. Hey, you're still young after all to get into trouble with these people. Wang Yi naturally came too. Seeing this scene, he chose to stand up and said to Zhao Bin, forget it. For my sake, let's not talk about this matter anymore. Wang Yi. Zhao Bin pointed at Wang Yi and said disdainfully, do you still think you're the boss of Lanxin? What qualifications do you have to speak up here? Get out of here. If you make me unhappy, I'll pluck all the beans out of your field. You. Wang Yi was about to say something, but was stopped by Fong Yuan. Brother Wang, I can handle this myself. Wang Yi shook his head. After all, you are still young and do things without considering the consequences. If someone blames you for killing someone, the rest of your life will be ruined. As the old saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. The matter became more and more serious, and even the village chief came. The village chief is almost 60 years old, and you can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. Sure enough, when he saw people from his own village lying on the ground, and an outsider was fine, he immediately became excited. Even though he knew the whole story, he still chose to stand on the side of the village and collude with Zhao Bin. After all, he was still relying on Zhao Bin to make money for him. Where are you from? How dare you attack our village? Come here, everyone. After saying that, many energetic young men entered Zhao Bin's yard. Everyone looked at Fong Yuan with unfriendly eyes. If they had to describe him in one word, it would be greedy and violent like a wolf. In their eyes, Fong Yuan is a mobile god of wealth. Those who can afford to drive a luxury car worth tens of millions are noble people. Anyone who dares to do something to them can get a sky-high compensation. Fong Yuan smiled and said he had a solution. 30,000. He made a shocking offer directly. Anyone willing to stand on my side will be given 30,000 yuan right now. After hearing the price, a young man in the crowd's eyes moved slightly, and he walked out and stood silently beside Fong Yuan. Sir, if a fight breaks out, just run away and don't worry about me. The young man is 1.67 meters tall and looks much thinner than Zhang Yuner. He can no longer be described as skinny. Chen Musheng, are you crazy because of poverty? Are you willing to give up your life for 30,000 yuan? The village chief scolded. However, Chen Musheng simply said, I need this money. Fang Yuan admired him very much and said directly, give me the payment code. Chen Musheng took out his mobile phone and found the payment code. Then everyone heard a voice, Daxin has arrived, 30,000 yuan. Wow! Really give? The crowd exploded. Oh my god, this guy is so rich. 30,000 yuan may not be a lot of money, but in today's society, it can be gone in the blink of an eye if you go to the city for a leisurely stroll. In the past, when everyone was still using paper money, people probably had an idea of the cost. After all, you can see with your own eyes how much money you have. But now with various digital payments, money has become just a number, which can be seen but not touched, so you don't feel bad about spending it. Thank you very much. Chen Musheng thanks Fang Yuan. Then he said resolutely, Sir, these people are after your money. They're all deadbeats. I suggest you call the police first and leave quickly. I'll block them here. Don't worry, I've taken your money and will definitely ensure your safety. Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Chen Musheng is about the same age as himself, but thinner than himself. However, he is very principled and always keeps his word. Oh? But I still want to continue causing trouble, what should I do? Chen Musheng frowned, and finally decided, then I will help you anyway. But please promise me one thing. If I die, please save my mother. Fang Yuan was even more moved. Filial piety. Filial piety is the first of all virtues. The reason why Chen Musheng stood up for 30,000 yuan was actually for his mother. Stop dithering. Go ahead and beat Chen Musheng too. The young men brought by the village chief rushed up and tried to beat people. Although he had Chen Musheng's help, unfortunately his fighting ability was really limited. He was just beaten, and in the end Fang Yuan had to protect him. But it's worth it. Chen Musheng is very serious. Even if he is beaten, he will subconsciously protect Fang Yuan. Even if he cannot help him repel the enemy, he will help him resist the damage. Sir, run. Seeing that more and more people were coming, Chen Musheng couldn't hold on any longer, so he shouted and rushed directly towards the village chief. To catch a thief, you must first catch the leader. This guy has some smarts. Unfortunately, before he could get close to the village chief, he was kicked out by a younger brother beside him and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, Fang Yuan quickly grabbed him. Beat him. I'll take responsibility if he kills me. The village chief was angry and shouted, and the energetic young men continued to rush up, howling. Stop it. At the most chaotic moment, a delicate shout stunned the whole audience. You're looking for death. Secretary Bai is here. Her graceful figure attracted the attention of all men, but as soon as they saw the other person's appearance, they were instantly frightened. Bai Qian. Wei Ye's Bai Qian. At this moment, Bai Qian's aura was like that of a queen, and no one dared to provoke her. She also brought with her several bodyguards in black, most of whom were over 1.8 meters tall, with square faces and muscular bodies. They wore sunglasses and looked ferocious. Master Bai Xiang. The village chief and Zhaobin exclaimed almost at the same time. Bai Qian's eyes turned slightly and she found Fang Yuan. The originally majestic and fierce look melted away instantly, revealing a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. Mr. Fang, are you okay? Fine. Fang Yuan's impression of Bai Qian also changed. In front of Master Wei, Bai Qian can be a charming water snake. However, when Master Wei is not around, she is the underground queen of Jiangcheng. Chapter 41, Chen Musheng's Embarrassment. It's like roaring sky dog. In heaven, Erlangshan can call him a stupid dog at any time. But once he left heaven, everyone who saw him had to respectfully call him the sun-swallowing Star Lord. This is a gap in identity. That's Bai Qian. Next to Wei Yi, it might be a cup. But once she came out, she would be the underground queen. All the underground gangsters in Jiangcheng would have to respectfully call her the incense master. The village chief had a perpetual smile on his face, trying to curry favor with the emperor. Master Bai Xiang, why are you here? Bai Qian's expression was cold, and there was a murderous look in her eyes. This village chief is quite famous. When he was young, he made a name for himself in Jiangcheng. Later, when he became the village chief, his style of doing things was always arrogant and bad. Although Wei Yi has cleaned up his act and started a legitimate business, he is still the biggest and the boss in the underworld according to seniority. Wu Hong. Master Wei asked me to tell you something. This Mr. Fong is a close friend of Master Wei, regardless of age difference. If you mess with him, you're going against Master Wei. Wu Hong is the village chief. At this moment, he was so frightened that his legs were shaking, and he knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Then, Bai Qian's gaze fell on Zhao Bin. The other party was already trembling with fear. This is a big boss in the underworld. No matter how much you try to deny it, you are just a gangster on the ground. Bai Qian had no interest in knowing a little karami of Zhao Bin's level. She came here to vent Fong Yuan's anger. Take these people over to Master Wei. The burly bodyguard behind Bai Qian was about to take action, but Zhao Bin immediately knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and said, Master Bai Xiang. I'm just a nobody, just treat me like a piece of shit. Bai Qian didn't respond, but looked at Fong Yuan. How to deal with this matter depends on his opinion. Fong Yuan was too lazy to say more. If you can compensate, then compensate. If you can't, then find a way to compensate. When Zhao Bin heard this, his whole body began to tremble. If Lord Wei really takes action, I won't be able to deny it even if I want to. What should I do? Square. Mr. Fong. If you let me go, I can compensate you, but we don't have that much wealth. Do you want me to write you an IOU? Am I someone who is short of money? Fong Yuan sneered, besides, I don't have that much time. Just gather the money for me. I'll pay as much as I can. The rest is not my responsibility. Bai Qian waved. A strong man came up and pulled Zhao Bin and others out and put them in the car. Many villagers who were watching applauded. This time Zhao Bin had hit a wall, and being taken away could be considered as getting rid of a pest for the village. Let me go. I beg you, Master Bai Xiang and Master Fong. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the initial revenge against Zhao Bin. Rewards, basic superpowers, friendly empowerment. You can share 40% of your own attributes with friendly forces, and can take them back at any time. Fong Yuan was surprised. Although his current attributes are not against the sky, but with his current physique, with this skill, he can give Shen Jijing abilities so that she can protect herself when she encounters danger. To put it in a more advanced way, you can even train a team of fighters of your own. Fong Yuan glanced at Chen Mushang without leaving any trace. This is a malleable talent. Mr. Fong, the head of this village, what are you going to do? Bai Qian asked Fong Yuan again. At this time, the village chief became the most frightened one. Forget it, village chief. Fong Yuan had no intention of continuing to argue with him, but he also wanted to teach him a lesson, so he said, deal with it yourself. Just don't let him have it easy. Bai Qian understood. Hearing this, the village chief immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't matter if life is hard, it's better than having no life at all. Before leaving, Fong Yuan said to Chen Mushang, come with me. Chen Mushang left with Fong Yuan. Bai Qian came here for another purpose, which was to solve the problem of Fong Yuan's car. First, they asked the auto repair shop under Weilong Company to be responsible for the repairs, and then sent a Maserati for Fong Yuan to use as a temporary means of transportation. Bai Qian's arrangement is still very satisfactory. And looking at her rosy face, it seems that Mr. Wei had a good rest last night. But the way Bai Qian looked at Fong Yuan seemed to be filled with a lot of desire. Come to think of it, no matter how powerful Mr. Wei is, he is still an old man. Bai Qian still likes young men like Fong Yuan. Plus, they are about the same age, so she always flirts with him. Fong Yuan pretended not to see it. At this time, Wang Yi had already given up his house and invited Bai Qian to stay for lunch. At the dinner table, Bai Qian's feet had gradually moved to Fong Yuan's thighs. She was chatting with Wang Yi, and the two seemed to know each other. She seemed calm on the surface, but she was making a lot of small movements under the table. And today she was wearing flesh-colored stockings. Finally, Fong Yuan couldn't stand the teasing anymore and moved his stool. Bai Qian seemed to understand, and then she pulled her feet back and put on her shoes. After the meal, Chen Mushang hurried back to see his mother. Fong Yuan asked, Mushang, how old are you this year? 18. Going to school? Chen Mushang shook his head. Wang Yi knew Chen Mushang very well and introduced his experience to Fong Yuan. The boy is quite miserable. His father is a gambler and he abandoned him and his mother and ran away when he was only 7 years old. He has been raised by his mother all his life. But some time ago, Mu Sheng's mother was diagnosed with a brain tumor and she doesn't have much time left. Why? There's nothing you can do about the hemp rope breaking at the thinnest part. Although Winnie is rich, he cannot do good deeds at will. With so many people in this village, any good deed would attract the covetousness of countless people, and even the slightest carelessness would lead to endless troubles. So he felt sorry for Chen Musheng, but could only help him to a limited extent. At this time, Chen Musheng was still a little restrained. He knew that Fang Yuan was capable and was not on the same path as him. But he still wanted to raise enough money for his mother's surgery. Musheng. Fang Yuan admires Chen Musheng's attitude towards work and believes that he is a talented person with great potential and may be of great use in the future. Mr. Fang. Chen Musheng took a step forward. Fang Yuan asked, "How do you plan to spend these 30,000? Save it for my mother's medical treatment." Chen Musheng blurted out without any hesitation. "Just for 30,000 yuan, you might be beaten to death today. Aren't you afraid?" Chen Musheng hesitated for a moment. It would be a lie to say he wasn't afraid, but in order to raise the money, he had no other choice. "No. For my mother, I can do anything." Fang Yuan stood up, patted Chen Musheng on the shoulder and said, "Come on, take me to your house." "My home?" Chen Musheng was stunned and didn't quite understand. Could it be that the other party wants to get the money back? "Sir, my house is a mess, and..." "What are you doing at my house?" Fang Yuan noticed Chen Musheng's embarrassment and said to him, "Let's go to your house first." So Chen Musheng walked in front and Fang Yuan followed behind, heading towards his home. Of course, Bai Qian followed. She had another mission this time, which was to ask Fang Yuan to go back and continue treating Master Wei. Chen Musheng's home is located in the middle of the village. It is a very small courtyard and a bungalow, which forms a sharp contrast with the surrounding small buildings. Entering the yard, the ground is still made of red bricks, with many potholes. Inside the house, the pungent smell of Chinese medicine irritates the nasal cavity. There was no way Chen Musheng couldn't afford expensive Western medicine. Although Chinese medicine is cheap, it is also a considerable expense. Fortunately, the necessary medicinal materials are grown in the mountains behind the village. He also goes into the mountains to collect herbs on a regular basis. "Musheng, are you back?" As soon as I entered the door, a weak voice came from the east room. Chapter 42, Beaker. Bai Qian wrinkled her nose. Although the medicine has covered up most of the smell, there is still a bad smell. After all, it is normal for a person to lie in bed for many years. "You guys go in, I'll wait outside." Bai Qian couldn't stand the smell, so she left the room and waited in the yard. Chen Musheng smiled awkwardly. The smell was indeed a bit unpleasant, but it seemed that Fang Yuan didn't care much. In the east room. He is currently lying in bed. Although he is only about 40 years old, his hair is already gray. She became a little thin due to the pain of illness. There was still uneaten food on the table, but it was divided into 2 portions. On the side close to the bed, there were meats and various fruits and vegetables, but on the other side, which should be where Chen Musheng himself ate, there were only some steamed buns and pickles. How can such food be nutritious? No wonder Chen Musheng looks malnourished. "Excuse me." Chen Musheng cleared the leftovers from the table and introduced the woman on the bed. "Mom, this is Mr. Fang. He wanted to come and see you." The woman's eyes were cloudy. Fang Yuan activated the eye of insight. With just one glance, I saw the tumor in her brain, which was pressing on the nerves and causing her eyes to lose their normal vision. She is probably blind now. This requires surgery. However, Chen Musheng may not be able to afford the expensive surgery. The woman was very happy. She didn't know where Fang Yuan was, so she forced a smile and said, "So you're Mu Sheng's friend. Please take a seat." Chen Musheng brought over a chair. Fang Yuan sat down and said, "Auntie, I want to take Mu Sheng out to make a fortune, what do you think?" "Okay, that's good." Mu Sheng has been taking care of her all these years, and she feels more sad because she has been a burden to her son. She didn't want to be a burden to her son, and she also wanted her son to have his own life. But no matter how she persuaded him, her son remained unmoved and insisted on taking care of himself. There were times when she even wanted to end her life and die. "Mr. Fang." Chen Musheng wanted to refuse, he wanted to stay and take care of his mother. But he still didn't say the last sentence. Fang Yuan stood up, left his phone number and gave it to Chen Musheng. I'll give you time to think about it. I can solve your mother's illness. It's not a problem to cure her. In addition, I will provide you with a plan to make money. I will also provide you with the opportunity to make money in Jiangcheng. Chen Musheng was stunned. He couldn't believe it and asked, Mr. Fang, I don't know anything. Why do you? No. Fang Yuan interrupted Chen Musheng. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. I value your character, not your ability. Ability can be cultivated. If you have made up your mind, please give me a call. I have something to do and I'll leave now. Fang Yuan patted Chen Musheng on the shoulder, then went out and got into Bai Qian's car. There was a driver in the front, and the two of them were in the back seat. It's better to be rich. You have a full-time driver and a secretary like Bai Qian. The secretary does the work when there is something to do, and the secretary does the work when there is nothing to do. Suddenly, followed by a break, Bai Qian approached Fang Yuan. The refreshing perfume on her body is definitely not cheap. Although she is wearing a professional suit, her cleavage is very low, and you can see the bottomless ravine at a glance. Bai Qian deliberately lifted her hair to show her charm. At this time, there is still more than half an hour before entering the city. Fang Yuan tried his best to avoid looking at her. However, what he got in return was Bai Qian's even crazier behavior. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was wrapping around Fang Yuan like a water snake. She was getting bolder and bolder, and had forced him into a corner where he had no escape. Hiss. Bai Qian's delicate hand had already touched it. Fang Yuan grabbed her wrist and said, Secretary Bai. No, Master Bai. Don't cross the line. He was reminding Bai Qian that you belonged to Master Wei. Bai Qian smiled. Okay, I get it. She just looked at Fang Yuan with confused eyes. When she thought about what she had just touched, which seemed to be as big as a child's fist, her whole body instantly became hot. Don't tell Master Wei. Oh. Fang Yuan quickly changed the subject. I don't understand. How could a figure of Mr. Wei's level be hunted down in the park? Having said that, Bai Qian calmed down. This matter should not have been told, but Master Wei trusted Fang Yuan, so he had no concerns. Have you seen Young and Dangerous? I've seen it. Causeway Bay Chen Haonan, East Star Crow. Fang Yuan vaguely guessed something. Yes, after the Weilong Group transformed into a legitimate business, it divided its societies into 9 parts, each controlled by 9 hall masters. But some people are not satisfied even after becoming a hall master and want to take the next step up. You also know about that day, Mr. Feng. Master Wei and I fell into a trap. After all, we were going to see a doctor for a hidden illness, so we didn't bring any bodyguards with us. As a result, the result was that he was ambushed and almost lost his life. This is the underworld, full of betrayal and assassination. As they were talking, the car arrived at a villa on the mountain. It is called a villa, but it should be called a manor, which belongs to the Weilong Group. As soon as he came in, Fang Yuan saw many bodyguards standing guard, while some were patrolling in cars. If you want to enter, you need to be searched to check if you are carrying any dangerous items, and Bai Qian is no exception. The two went up the mountain. There is a huge swimming pool below. There were many beauties in bikinis and many young people playing here. Wei Yi was wearing pajamas and was followed by 4 bodyguards. After the two got out of the car, Wei Yi opened his arms. Aha, little brother, you're finally here. Master Wei was very enthusiastic and really treated Fang Yuan as a brother. After all, there is definitely no harm in being brothers with a miracle doctor, especially at Wei Yi's age. Come. Master Wei pulled Fang Yuan into the villa. The villa is uniquely designed with floor-to-ceiling windows in many places. The overall environment is very elegant. It is located in the mountains. There is a lot of space on the 3rd floor, and you can see the whole thing at a glance. Indoor basketball, billiards and other entertainment facilities are all available. Sit down, bro. The 2 men sat down on the sofa and the servant brought them Brazilian cigars. Uncle Wei crossed his legs and threw one to Fang Yuan. This is a fine Brazilian cigar, try it. Thank you, Master Wei. Fang Yuan brought over the cigars and Bai Qian lit them for Wei Yi and Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan almost choked to death after just one puff. Bai Qian chuckled and said to Fang Yuan, "You can't inhale the cigar. You just smoke it for the sake of meaning and status." Fang Yuan asked curiously, "Then why waste such money?" Wei Yi said, "My personal doctor told me that my current health condition is not very good, so I can't smoke. But it doesn't matter. I'm happy today. I invited a famous chef from France. Would you like to stay for dinner tonight?" This face had to be given, Fang Yuan agreed. Good. The two chatted for a while, and then a bodyguard came up. He looked to be in his late 50s, without sunglasses, but he walked with a steady gait, so he was probably not an ordinary person. After coming up, he leaned over and said something in Wei Yi's ear. "Snort! You're a traitor." Wei Yi was very angry, his eyes turned slightly, and he snapped his fingers and said, "Bring it up." Yes. Then the shouting could be heard from a distance. "Master Wei! Please let me go. This really has nothing to do with me. Master Wei." Fang Yuan felt the voice was familiar. "I was just wondering where I had heard this before, when in the blink of an eye, I saw two bodyguards dragging up a man who was beaten half to death, a man that even his own mother might not recognize, and threw him in front of Master Wei." Shan Linsong? Fang Yuan recognized it at a glance. This is Shen Zhijing's third brother. Chapter 43, Otaku Clothing Set. Shen Linsong was lying on the ground with blood all over his face. It seemed that he had been beaten a lot. Master Wei apologized to Fang Yuan, "Little brother, I'm so sorry for letting you see such a bloody scene. But this person violated the family rules. If we don't deal with it, it will be hard to convince the public." "Master Wei." Shen Linsong suddenly yelled and explained, "I was the one taking the blame. That incident really has nothing to do with me. I'm just a small businessman. I wouldn't dare hire someone to assassinate you." Shen Linsong wanted to distance himself from the matter. At this time, he saw Fang Yuan sitting in the upper seat. Although he didn't know why he appeared here, seeing that Master Wei treated him so well, this might be his life-saving straw. "Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, I beg you, for my fifth sister's sake, please save me. I beg you, please put in a few good words for me, please save me." "Oh?" Master Wei looked at Fang Yuan and asked, "Little brother, do you know each other?" "Well, he is my wife's third brother." Fang Yuan nodded, and without any intention of hiding it, he directly revealed their relationship. Besides, this is not a secret and can be found out with a simple search. "Little brother, will you save him?" Fang Yuan shrugged and said indifferently, "It has nothing to do with me." Shen Linsong panicked when he heard this. "Fang Yuan. Save me, as long as you save me, I promise I will never go against you in the future. You and my sister haven't had your wedding yet, right? I'll pay for a grand wedding for you. And as long as I say something, your family will never object to your marriage again." Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes. Shen Linsong did not behave like this at Mr. Shen's birthday party. He was pressing him step by step. Fortunately, he did not succeed in the end and he suffered a setback. Fang Yuan is not a pushover, he will never let go of any grudge. If you are good to me, then I will be good to you in every way. If you become enemies with me, I'm sorry, even gods can't save you. I will not hold grudges, nor will I be too sentimental, even if you are my wife's relative. Master Wei, don't give me face. Even if we know each other, we are not close friends." Master Wei chuckled. Good character, I like it. Come here, enforce the family rules. Cut off the tendons in his hands and feet, and cut off his tongue. If he doesn't speak or act recklessly again. Shen Linsong hurriedly shouted at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan. No, brother-in-law. Brother-in-law." Actually, that was all Big Brother's idea. He wanted fifth sister to get married off to the general manager of a multinational corporation. That would be in their best interest. Seeing that Master Wei thought highly of Fang Yuan, Shen Linsong clung to this life-saving straw tightly. In order to get Fang Yuan to save him, he told everything. Also, Shen Jima. She wanted a rich husband, so she forced Yao Yao to date Ming Jie. In fact, Yao Yao was just playing around. Ding. Feeling strong regret. Congratulations to the host for successfully making the target of revenge regret their actions. You can choose to ignore them and let them become useless, and receive a bottle of Fat House Happy Water. If you choose to save them and make them surrender, you will receive a top quality item as a reward. Fang Yuan was confused. If I remember correctly, the system didn't seem to prompt me that I could take revenge on Shin Linsong. This guy simply found an appraiser to slap himself in the face, but ended up shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, Shin Linsong's family is scheming against each other, and he is just one of them. However, the mysterious item reward is always better than the fat otaku's happy water. At this time, Wei Yi didn't want to listen anymore and just waved his hand. Drag him away. Shin Linsong was completely panicked. No, no. Master Wei. This is really a misunderstanding. Fong Yuan, please save me. As long as you save me, I'll do whatever you say from now on. I beg you, please save me. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. Shin Linsong was really scared and he repented from the bottom of his heart. So he said to Master Wei, don't be anxious for now. It's rude of a young man, can I ask what he did to make Master Wei so angry? Master Wei raised his hand, signaling his men to stop, then pointed at Shin Linsong and said, this bastard almost killed me. Oh? How do you mean? Master Wei didn't respond, but just snorted coldly. Bai Qian hurriedly explained, Dr. Fong, do you remember that Master Wei and I were chased in the park the other day? Remember. Fong Yuan nodded. That was how we got to know Master Wei. Bai Qian looked at Shin Linsong coldly. This guy, in order to curry favor with Master Wei, said that there is a miracle doctor in the park who can cure hidden diseases. Because this kind of thing is not easy to explain publicly, I will accompany Master Wei. I never thought that it was actually a game targeting Master Wei. You saw what happened next. So that's how it is. Fong Yuan seemed to be thinking about something, and then asked Shin Linsong, tell me the truth, what does this have to do with you? Shin Linsong quickly told him everything. Brother-in-law, I really didn't do this. I'm just a small businessman running a restaurant chain. Fong Yuan frowned, stop talking nonsense. Yes. When it comes to business, everyone hopes to make their business more successful. But I don't know what's going on lately. My business has been stagnant, and I'm worried about drinking with friends. While we were drinking, a friend told me there was a fortune teller in the park who was proficient in medicine. I thought maybe I could let Wei Yi try it. Who would have thought that this was a setup against Master Wei? Shin Linsong was also wronged. He was really kind-hearted, but ended up getting himself into trouble and offending Master Wei. Real? Linsong didn't dare to lie about a matter of life and death like Shen. Besides, he is not a tough guy and just wants to survive at this moment. Let us save him. So Fong Yuan said to Master Wei, I want to ask for a favor for him. Master Wei raised his hand and said seriously, little brother, no. Brother Fong, you and I are equals, you are my brother. Shen Linsong was dumbfounded. Being able to be on the same level as Master Wei also indirectly illustrates Fong Yuan's ability. Okay, Brother Long. Fong Yuan simply changed his address and called him Big Brother. Master Wei is 60 years old this year, and Fong Yuan is only in his 20s, so it's not unfair to call him Big Brother. Besides, given his status, there are no more than 10 people in Jiangcheng who dare to mess with him. It is well deserved that he is called Big Brother. I think the key is to find out who gave Shin Linsong the information. Why not give him a chance to atone for his crime? Let me handle this matter and I will definitely give you, Master Wei, a satisfactory answer. Master Wei chuckled. Naturally, he wanted to do this favor, and if Fong Yuan wasn't there, he wouldn't have agreed to let anyone bring Shin Linsong up. The old fox had already planned it out. After all, winning over Fong Yuan is the most important thing. Otherwise, for a loser like Shin Linsong, Master Wei wouldn't need to meet him in person to deal with him. In that case, Wei Yi thought for a moment and acted very cautiously. I owe you another favor, brother. Fine, you can take this man away. Thank you, Master Wei. How could Fong Yuan not see the old fox's thoughts? Shin Linsong also breathed a sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtained a mysterious item reward, otaku clothing set. After wearing it, it will make you look very low-key, increasing the disgust of others, but it will increase your charm value for those the host likes. What garbage? Isn't this just hilarious? Increasing the sense of disgust and keeping it low-key to the max, is this prop seriously ill? Chapter 44, First Friendly Empowerment. Thank you, brother-in-law, and thank you, Master Wei. Shin Linsong cowed out continuously, thanking Fong Yuan for saving him and thanking Master Wei for letting him go. Get out of here. Wei Yi waved his hand in disgust, signaling his men to take Shen Linsong for simple basic treatment, and then went to the room with Fang Yuan. Bai Qian was waiting outside. Inside the room, Wei Yi expressed his suffering. Brother Fang, although I have returned to normal in this regard, it's still not powerful enough. Master Wei clicked his tongue and looked at Fang Yuan pitifully. He really treated him as a brother. Although acupuncture allowed Wei Yi to raise his head again, there was still a problem. What do you mean? Fang Yuan didn't understand. Wei Yi whispered, 9 centimeters. Ha! Wei Yi coughed to hide his embarrassment. Fang Yuan understood. Wei Yi feels that he is too young. After all, he is also a powerful leader. Although Bai Qian is very cooperative, he knows in his heart that she is just catering to him and is not sincere. But there is really no way to solve this problem by relying on acupuncture. Fortunately, Fang Yuan still has a trick up his sleeve, the doubling technique. This trick can help Wei Yi regain his confidence. It's simple and works. Fang Yuan was very confident. Brother, you are truly a miracle doctor. Wei Yi was so excited that he almost knelt down. Fang Yuan hurriedly supported him. At Wei Yi's age, he is almost his grandfather. Although they are brothers now, kneeling down is absolutely not an option for him. Master Wei, just give me some money. Haha, no problem. Master Wei said generously. Money was really no problem for him, so he transferred 3 million immediately. Seeing the payment text message, Fang Yuan smiled happily and said, let's use the old method, acupuncture. But acupuncture is just a cover. He can't say that he can become stronger with just a snap of his fingers. Fang Yuan pretended to insert a few needles, and then performed the doubling technique. Just like Zhang Yuner, people affected by the multiplication technique will feel sleepy or even unable to open their eyes. Wei Yi, who was still talking to Fang Yuan the last second, couldn't open his eyes. I'm so sleepy, brother Fang. I'm going to take a nap first. You can stay for dinner. Fang Yuan refused, let's have a couple of drinks together sometime. You should take care of yourself first. Well, I'll ask Bai Qian to take you there. After saying that, Wei Yi fell asleep. Fang Yuan left the room. Shen Linsong had also treated the wound and washed it clean. The two left Wei Yi's villa and Bai Qian sent them home. Brother-in-law, well, let's discuss something. Shen Linsong looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. It turned out that he had a lot of things going on at home and didn't dare to go back, so after the final discussion, Fang Yuan decided to let him stay at Shen Jijing's house temporarily. Thank you. Thank you. Brother-in-law, you really saved me again. Shen Linsong was so grateful that if conditions allowed, he would have kowtowed. Soon they arrived at Shen Jijing's house. Before getting off the car, Bai Qian looked at Fang Yuan resentfully. Fang Yuan thought she wasn't full, so he leaned over and whispered, Master Wei might give you a hard time tonight, don't worry. Bai Qian hooked Fang Yuan's chin. Do you really think I like that old man? Humph. After saying that, she stepped on the accelerator and drove away at a rather fast speed, obviously in anger. Fang Yuan couldn't help but shiver. Damn, this enchanting fairy almost made me lose control. Fang Yuan took Shen Linsong upstairs. Shen Jijing knew Fang Yuan was coming back, so she prepared a table full of dishes for him. The two opened the door and went home. Shen Jijing came running to greet them. Just as she was about to give Fang Yuan a loving hug, she saw Shen Linsong with a wounded face. Third brother? What happened? Why are you injured? Shen Jijing was a little nervous. In her opinion, family is family, even if they fight with each other, they are still family. This is a blood relationship. Fifth sister. Shen Linsong was embarrassed to say it. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan took him to the dining table and sat down. However, Shen Linsong was not in the mood to eat, so Shen Jijing covered the food first and poured him a cup of hot water. Third brother, what happened to you? Who hurt you? Fifth sister, you are really, Shen Linsong sighed and told the whole story. Of course, he hid the part involving Fang Yuan. It's all thanks to my fifth brother-in-law. If it weren't for him, I might have confessed. Shen Jijing frowned after hearing this. Although Mr. Wei has a high status, in the minds of ordinary people, he is just a gangster boss. No matter how he whitewashes himself, he is not a good person. Husband, how do you know Long Wei? He's a bad guy. Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly and said, I treated him, and that's how we met. Shin Linsong also began to speak for Fang Yuan, fifth sister, don't blame your brother-in-law. If it weren't for him, third brother's life would have been lost. He has already admitted that Fang Yuan is his fifth brother-in-law. Shin Jijing felt much relieved. She didn't want Fang Yuan to get involved with someone like Long Wei. And she never wanted to be a widow again. She loved Fang Yuan deeply, and it was hard for her to imagine what would happen to her future life if something happened to him. Brother-in-law. Shin Linsong held Fang Yuan's hand and said, this friend of mine must have harmed me. You must help me. Now there is another problem, which is to report to Master Wei. But before that, we need to know who is plotting against Wei Yi behind the scenes. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked, who is this person? Shin Linsong's eyes suddenly became full of resentment. His name is Qi Hong. He's a rich second-generation guy. His father's name seems to be Qi Yunfeng. I played with him for a while and thought he could help me with my business, but I didn't expect he was taking advantage of me. Here we come. Whatever you think will come true. Fang Yuan didn't expect that Qi Yunfeng's son was actually involved. This is interesting. He was still thinking about how to make Qi Yunfeng regret it when Qi Hong offered his life. Then it's not my fault. Okay, I understand. Fang Yuan said lightly. Shin Jijing was extremely worried. Husband, let's not get involved in this matter, okay? Shin Jijing was afraid that Fang Yuan would get into big trouble if he stayed in contact with these people for too long. As a woman, she just wants a stable life, but men always want to take risks, which makes her very conflicted. Let's eat first. Shin Linsong couldn't eat anymore, so he took a few quick bites and then asked Li Liao to go to his room to rest first. After all, he still had things to do tomorrow. After dinner, Fang Yuan helped wash the dishes. Shin Jijing said softly, hubby, promise me, you must think of me when you do things in the future. A man always has to make his own way in the world. I can't keep you locked up by my side forever, but I hope you can be safe. Good. Fang Yuan nodded seriously. By this time the dishes were washed. Fang Yuan turned around and picked up Princess Shin Jijing. Ah! Put me down now. Shin Jijing was shocked and a little shy. She knew what was going to happen next. Fang Yuan smiled wickedly, wife, a short separation is better than a new marriage. You, damn ghost, be gentle. Shin Jijing couldn't handle Fang Yuan, and she would feel exhausted halfway through each session, which was not a very good experience. But this time, it's different. Friendly empowerment. Fang Yuan gave his attributes to Shin Jijing. Wife, I'm coming. So the two of them had a hearty exchange. Shin Jijing, whose physical fitness has improved, also feels unprecedented happiness. Bang! Light a Hongtishan cigarette. Shin Jijing stroked Fang Yuan's abdominal muscles and said softly, husband, we are becoming more and more compatible. Hey hey. The next morning. Fang Yuan took Shin Linsong out. After leaving the house, Shin Linsong said with shamefacedness, fifth brother-in-law, you are in great shape. Looking at his envious eyes, Fang Yuan laughed. The Maserati that Wei Yi had promised had been delivered. After getting in the car, Fang Yuan told Shin Linsong, contact Qi Hong and ask him to come out and meet you. Good. Shin Linsong did as he was told and called Qi Hong. Chapter 45, Jiang Yuner's Threat. The call went through. Shin Linsong and Qi Hong agreed on a meeting place and then hung up the phone. Brother-in-law, what should I say when we meet later? Fang Yuan whispered in his ear and gave a few simple instructions. Shin Linsong immediately understood. Soon, the two arrived at the agreed location. Shin Linsong got out of the car first, and Fang Yuan put on an invisibility cloak and followed behind. The agreed location was a cafe. Qi Hong is a person who knows how to enjoy life. He often comes to this cafe. Fang Yuan even made a special observation and found that there is no surveillance inside the cafe except at the main entrance. About 20 minutes later, Qi Hong arrived. He was wearing casual clothes, walked steadily, and sat down opposite Shin Linsong. Brother. Seeing that Shin Linsong was seriously injured, he asked in confusion, who beat you like this? Who else could it be? Master Wei. Following Fang Yuan's instructions, Shin Linsong explained, damn it. They even hired someone to beat me up before I even met them. If I hadn't spent all my money to pay for it, I probably wouldn't have survived. It was horrible. As he spoke, Shen Linsong made a very distressed expression, but this was also his true feelings. He really felt wronged about this. At this moment, Fang Yuan, wearing an invisibility cloak, was sitting next to him and recording the scene with his mobile phone. Sure enough, after hearing this, Ji Hong's expression became a little unnatural. He knew that Shen Linsong was a stupid person, so he reminded him on purpose. Fortunately, looking at his appearance now, Wei Yi didn't know that he was the mastermind behind the scenes, so Ji Hong relaxed a little and said, "How could that be? You must have offended someone. Master Wei is an old hand after all. He can't just mess with anyone. What's going on?" Shen Linsong briefly explained what had happened. "I don't know exactly why. Really, why have I been so unlucky lately?" A smile appeared in Ji Hong's eyes. It seemed that he had come up with some new ideas, so he whispered, "I do have a way to change your luck, would you like to hear it?" "You say?" Shen Linsong's eyes immediately lit up. His acting skills are still very good, at least there are no flaws in his performance. "Then don't say I said that." Ji Hong leaned over and whispered, "There's a technology summit in a couple of days. I'll arrange for you to go in through the back door. Do you understand?" After saying that, he took out a business card from his pocket, handed it to Shen Linsong, patted him on the shoulder, and stood up and left. But not long after he left, Fang Yuan appeared and sat down opposite Shen Linsong. Shen Linsong was about to say something when Fang Yuan interrupted him and said, "Just do as he says. I promise you'll be fine." With Fang Yuan around, Shen Linsong felt much more at ease. "What are you going to do next?" "You have to go home," Fang Yuan asked. Shen Linsong is now covered in wounds. If he goes home, there are many things he can't explain, but he can't always stay at his fifth sister's house. So he thought for a moment and said, "How am I going to explain my injuries when I get home? I'd better stay in a hotel." "All right." Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when the phone rang. After picking up the phone, I heard an excited voice on the other end. Hey, I've really gained a lot of weight, and I've gotten much bigger. I'm really big." "Calm down." Fang Yuan quickly calmed the little girl's excitement. Zhang Yuner woke up and discovered the changes in herself. She used to be skin and bones, but now she is no different from a normal person. And the most important thing is that her chest is much straighter. Come out, I'll treat you to a meal, hee hee. Zhang Yuner was so happy that she was eager to meet Fang Yuan to discuss the follow-up treatment. Okay, where? Zhang Yuner booked a restaurant by the river, where she could enjoy the river view. Okay, I understand. Fang Yuan sent Shen Linsong away and drove there, but he didn't expect Zhang Yuner to arrive early. Yo! When he saw Zhang Yuner again, Fang Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. She was wearing very trendy clothes and a pair of black boots when she went out today, which was in line with Zhang Yuner's overall style. In addition, her face has become fatter, her long hair with bangs falls to her waist, and her small eyes are very lively, making her look much cuter. How about it? Zhang Yuner couldn't wait to stand up and show off her figure. Well, he's recovering well. I think he'll be back to normal after a few more courses of treatment. Fang Yuan gave a truthful evaluation. However, Zhang Yuner didn't seem to like Fang Yuan's answer very much. She sat down and said generously, "You helped me, so I must repay you. This is the family motto of our Jiang family. Tell me, what can I do for you?" Fang Yuan shook his head. Not really. Mr. Jiang had reminded him to keep as much distance from Zhang Yuner as possible. Of course, it doesn't mean that we can't meet, but there should be a sense of boundaries. Zhang Yuner lost interest a little. Oh, you're such a boring person, and you're still young. So, what do you usually do for fun? Nothing to play. Well, we have to find something to pass the time, right? Zhang Yuner was so bored being alone at home, but she didn't have many true friends around her, so she felt more relaxed when she was with Fang Yuan. Internet cafe, work, nothing. This was Fang Yuan's life before. It was very simple. Apart from working in the internet cafe and going home to sleep, he would go on dates. Hello? Zhang Yuner raised her eyebrows and suddenly looked at Fang Yuan playfully. She stood up mischievously and said, "You don't think I like you, do you?" Fang Yuan was startled at first, then shook his head repeatedly. Stop hiding it. Zhang Yuner smiled softly, patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said, "I'm telling you, don't overthink it. I don't like you." We're just buddies at best. Do you understand, old friend? That's good. Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, saving himself the trouble of explaining himself. Hey hey! Jiang Yuner smiled cunningly. Fang Yuan suddenly felt like he had been fooled. Really? As a buddy, why don't you take me on a tour of your company? Jiang Yuner knew that Fang Yuan was the chairman of Lanxin. Fang Yuan gave a wry smile and said, all operations have been suspended, and they're still under investigation. I can help. It's just a phone call away. There was a hint of cunning in Jiang Yuner's eyes. Need not. Fang Yuan decisively refused. Who knows what this little girl is planning in her mind? Jiang Yuner pouted and said unsatisfiedly, why are you so stubborn? I'm trying to help you out of good intentions, but you're just being ignored. No, then you have to do me a favor. Fang Yuan shook his head and said, I refuse. You. Jiang Yuner couldn't hold it in any longer, and then suddenly her eyes rolled. She moved closer and said, if you don't help me, I will tell my grandfather that you molested me. You touched me, humph. Jiang Yuner threatened. She didn't care since she was seen naked anyway. Go ahead and file a complaint. I'll just say I'm doing it for treatment. Fang Yuan is not afraid of her. Good brother, please help me. Chapter 46, Dignity Trampled. It is hard for men to resist Jiang Yuner's coquettish little movements. Especially that charming gesture. Fang Yuan felt his bones soften. In order to stop her from burning further, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and decided, okay. I promise you. Jiang Yuner sat down with an expression that said, you little thing, I can't get you this way. She said very contentedly, accompany me to go somewhere tonight. Okay. In the afternoon, Fang Yuan drove Jiang Yuner for a ride. It's said that the rich second generation knows how to have fun, with luxury cars and beautiful women. Walking along the riverside, my little vanity is instantly satisfied. At night, Jiang Yuner brought Fang Yuan to the Dragon Palace. Is it because of your best friend this time? Chao Na? Fang Yuan asked before entering the door. Jiang Yuner's eyes were stern, and she shook her head and said, no, Chao Na wouldn't dare to provoke me. This time she came because of a man. Li Haokuan. Fang Yuan remembered that it was the one who brought the fake miracle doctor to treat Mr. Jiang for the first time. After what happened, I didn't expect this guy would dare to provoke Jiang Yuner. Fang Yuan was also very curious. Last time, this guy brought in a fake miracle doctor and nearly killed Mr. Jiang. How dare he do this again? Humph. What is there for him to be afraid of? Jiang Yuner said indignantly, this guy is very shameless. Li Haokuan is from the Li family, one of Jiangqing's 4 major families. Even my grandfather has to give him some respect. He's been pestering me all the time lately, and I'm almost annoyed to death. Can you please help me get rid of him, please? As she was talking, Jiang Yuner seemed to be getting angry again. Stop, stop. Fang Yuan immediately poured cold water on him. Tell me, how can I help you? Just say you're my boyfriend. Li Haokuan's mother will be here tonight, too. I'm relying on you. Jiang Yuner used a demanding tone. It was obvious that she was very annoyed by Li Haokuan. Fang Yuan frowned and thought for a moment before saying, that's fine. Dragon Palace is Wei Yi's property, so Fang Yuan still has some home advantage here. Then tell me in detail, what happened? Normally speaking, the Li family and the Jiang family have some relationship. The old man of the Li family and Mr. Jiang have been good friends for many years, so the Li family hopes that their descendants can get married. Mr. Jiang knew Jiang Yuner's character well, so he neither agreed nor refused and let the 2 children be alone together. However, Jiang Yuner didn't like Li Haokuan and was annoyed by this guy's pursuit. Especially Li Haokuan's mother, who has always wanted to bring the 2 together, is a very difficult person to deal with. So Jiang Yuner planned to ask Fang Yuan to come over and pretend to be her boyfriend so that the Li family would give up this idea. Do you understand? Jiang Yuner explained the plan and her relationship with the Li family, but Fang Yuan thought the plan was terrible. I understand, but your plan is a bit too cliché, and it only treats the symptoms and not the root cause. Jiang Yuner pouted and said, then you should think of a solution for me that can both treat the symptoms and the root cause. It seems that the girl really wants to get rid of this trouble. But how could such a thing be so easy? Let's go and play it by ear. Fang Yuan didn't have any good ideas either. After getting off the car, the 2 entered the Dragon Palace and went up to the 3rd floor, into the VIP room. This is a private room that can accommodate 40 people. There are 2 toilets, one near the door and one opposite. As soon as Jang Yooner arrived, everyone in the private room stood up instantly. It can be seen that Lee Hao-kwon is very dedicated. The floor was covered with rose petals, and the atmosphere of the whole room was also pink. It seemed that he was confident that he could win Jang Yooner tonight. Sister Yoona. Jang Yooner was stunned by the affectionate call. Next to Lee Hao-kwon, there was a very beautiful girl with a top-notch figure and appearance. She was wearing casual clothes and came to Jang Yooner with a gentle smile. Fong Yuan looked around. There were only 7 main people in the entire room. A 40-year-old lady was sitting there with great elegance. The look she gave Jang Yooner was particularly gentle, the same look she gave her daughter-in-law. He should be Lee Hao-kwon's mother, Lu Ruyan. Sure enough, when Lee Hao-kwon was holding a bouquet of flowers and preparing to confess his love, he was stopped by his mother. The other person was about the same age as Fong Yuan and also had a very elegant demeanor. Fong Yuan recognized her at a glance. It's over. Met an acquaintance. Fong Yuan slowly lowered his head. But Jang Yooner obviously didn't know. Sister Lai, why are you here too? Her attitude towards this Miss Lai has become much softer, and the relationship between the two seems to be very good. Sister Li Lai, let me introduce you. This is my good friend, Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan? What you fear will come true. Fong Yuan had no choice but to raise his head and greet him awkwardly. Hi. Li Lai was a little surprised. She thought Fong Yuan was just a driver or bodyguard. She looked Fong Yuan up and down and immediately asked Jang Yooner, he, your friend? Alai, do you know him? Lu Ruyan asked. I know him, Mom. He's the intern who was late and asked for leave. Intern. When Fong Yuan was with Li Liao, he had just graduated from school. After several rounds of resume submission and interviews, he finally got a job in a medium-sized company. Li Lai is his team leader. And Lu Ruyan is the boss of that company. I just didn't expect that it was the Li family's property. Is it one of our employees? Lu Ruyan's expression changed. Li Lai has a bad temper. Don't be fooled by her gentle appearance now, that's all fake. The real her always looks superior and acts like she is the boss of the world. She especially liked to scold people, and Fong Yuan was scolded by her many times at that time. As for Lu Ruyan, the mother and daughter are of the same character and have very bad tempers. You do not say. Li Lai said contemptuously, but he's already been fired. He hasn't come to work for several days. He has no ability at all. Even his plans are full of loopholes. I've never seen a more useless person than him. This tone. It's still the familiar recipe, and the familiar taste. If Fong Yuan wasn't short of money, he wouldn't have endured being a slave to such a person. Sister Yoona, how could you become friends with such a person? Li Lai pulled Jang Yooner to keep a certain distance from Fong Yuan. Jang Yooner frowned and said, what's going on? Oh, so he's just a clerk. I thought he was such an awesome guy. Lee Hao-kwon also spoke up, Mom, Sister, Yooner said that this guy is her boyfriend. Him? Is he worthy? Fong Yuan, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Li Lai sneered. You. Fong Yuan was filled with anger. Li Lai and Lu Ruyan, these two women. This is really too much. Ding. The host's dignity is being trampled upon. Current revenge target, Li Lai, current revenge times are 2. Li Lai looked at Fong Yuan as if he was trash, with disgust from top to bottom. Fong Yuan's mouth corners suddenly curled up. Right now is a good opportunity to try out the effects of the otaku suit. Hold on. I'm going to change my clothes. Fong Yuan said this and left the room. Li Lai sneered, go ahead, go ahead. Even if you put on the dragon robe, you still don't look like a prince. In the bathroom in the corridor, Fong Yuan changed into a otaku outfit. He looked at himself in the mirror and was speechless. Isn't this a bit too? Such a stereotype. A white vest, gray shorts, and a pair of flip-flops. Whose otaku is like this? Fortunately, the effect of this suit can increase the disgust value, and it is highly compatible with your own system. The more you hate it, the more you will be slapped in the face when the situation turns around. Li Lai. Today, I will take back all the insults you've inflicted on me for over a year. Fong Yuan turned around, pushed the door open confidently and entered the private room. Chapter 47, A Little Attack. The moment Fong Yuan appeared, a burst of laughter broke out in the private room. Li Lai, in particular, looked disgusted and said with a look of disgust, "Stunning, really stunning. Fong Yuan, have you watched too many short videos? Everyone is trying to dress up to look good, but you. Are you the rescuer sent by the monkey?" Forehead. Such an old joke. Fong Yuan was embarrassed, but he walked over confidently and sat down on the sofa. Zhang Yuner came over and said, "I think it's not bad. Simple and casual, very good." Li Lai was shocked. As a woman, she could feel the love for Fong Yuan in Zhang Yuner's eyes. And it's definitely not as simple as acting. "Sister Yuna, when did you become blind?" "Sister Yuner, although you usually do things a bit unconventionally, you should still be able to distinguish between good and bad." This man. Li Lai could never utter that word. "What's wrong with me?" Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow and said. Li Lai looked at him, resisting the urge to vomit, and finally said, "He's just a poor loser. He must have had a purpose for approaching you." "Poor loser?" Fong Yuan asked. Li Lai chuckled and said, "I remember your resume clearly. You're from the countryside. I accepted you because you were from the countryside and gave you a chance. Who knew you wouldn't cherish it?" After Li Lai finished his taunting, Li Haokuan jumped in and said, "Do you know how much I'm paying for this round?" "Nothing else." Li Haokuan picked up a bottle of foreign wine on the table and boasted, "This is XO. A bottle costs over 20,000. Can you afford it? Can you give Yunyi this kind of life?" "How do you know I can't afford it?" Fong Yuan pressed the pager on the table. "The VIP rooms in Dragon Palace all have exclusive waiters who will come to serve you as long as you press the bell." Soon a waiter came in. The waiter frowned, somewhat surprised that Fong Yuan could actually attend a party of this level with what he was wearing. But out of professional ethics, he still forced a smile and asked, "Sir, how can I help you?" Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, "Send over a few bottles of your best wine." "Few." "Several pieces." "Ha ha." Li Lai couldn't help laughing, still a mocking laugh. She said to the waiter, "I asked you to deliver a few items, didn't you hear me? Hurry up, this gentleman will pay for it himself." The waiter understood. "Sir, I'm sorry, I want to confirm whether you can afford to buy it." Fong Yuan waved his hand and took out the Supreme Black Card. "This is a business under the Weilong Group, and this card can also be used." Sure enough, when the waiter saw the Supreme Black Card, his expression was a little unnatural. "Please wait a moment. He needs to go out and confirm it." "Go ahead." Fong Yuan just sat here waiting. Li Lai and Li Haokuan were stunned and looked at each other. What is going on? But Lu Ruyan recognized the black card and her expression became serious. Not long after, a woman in a suit, who looked to be around 28 or 29 years old, came in and bowed in front of Fong Yuan. "Hello, Mr. Fong. I'm the general manager of Dragon Palace. I apologize for any inconvenience. What can I do for you?" Fong Yuan looked at the manager in front of him. "Her figure is really good, but her face is a little ugly, but it is also one of my favorite types. Especially the temptation of uniforms is really fascinating. Replace all the wine on the table with the best wine." "Yes." The manager called the waiter to come in and serve. When the action took place, the entire box fell silent. All the drinks were replaced with expensive and famous wines worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Even the Li family would not dare to be so extravagant. After everything was changed, the manager asked Fong Yuan, "Is there anything else you need help with?" "No more, please leave." "Yes." The manager left obediently, and Fong Yuan crossed his legs and looked at the clown Li Haokuan. He couldn't hold back his anger, and gritted his teeth as he said, "How is that possible? Did you hire someone to act? This wine is fake." "Haokuan." Lu Ruyan hurriedly stopped him. The Dragon Palace is owned by the Weilong Group. Anyone who dares to say that fake liquor is sold here must be dead. Lu Ruyan's pretty eyes were fixed on Fong Yuan. If he saw correctly, what Fong Yuan was holding in his hand was the Supreme Black Card of the Weilong Group. There were only a dozen of them in the world, and only people of noble status could hold them. Who is this kid? Li Lai was also confused. This. However, someone came into the private room afterwards and shocked them even more. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a big belly and looking like he had drunk most of the wine. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Ruyan stood up in surprise. Section Chief Sun. Lu Ruyan was about to go to greet him, but Section Chief Sun ignored her. Mr. Fong. Section Chief Sun came to toast Fong Yuan. Mr. Fong, hearing about someone is worse than meeting them in person. My name is Sun Lianqing, and I'd like to offer you a glass of wine. Good. Fong Yuan stood up with his glass and clinked glasses with Sun Lianqing. To be honest, Fong Yuan didn't know this Section Chief Sun, but he came here on his own initiative, probably because of the Supreme Black Card, or maybe someone had specially arranged it. After a glass of wine, Section Chief Sun said with a smile, Mr. Fong, please keep in touch. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Go ahead. Fong Yuan waved his hand and Section Chief Sun left. Lu Ruyan hurriedly chased after him. Section Chief Sun, Section Chief Sun. Get out of here. Section Chief Sun didn't give her any face at all. The hall became even quieter. This Section Chief Sun is quite an important figure, how could he be so close to this kid? Is this true? Almost one after the other, the door of the box was pushed open again. This time the person who came was a young man who looked to be about 25 years old. Lu Ruyan stood up in surprise. Young Master Long. This is Long Wei's adopted son and the possible future heir to the Wei Long Group. He is a well-known big shot. Uncle Fong, I'm late. I'm Master Wei's eldest son, so I couldn't greet you personally. Please forgive me. Fong Yuan immediately understood what was going on. Since Wei Yi and I are brothers, he is naturally our uncle. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. It's okay, we are of similar age, so we can just talk as equals. Fong Yuan naturally lowered his posture. However, young Master Long said righteously, no. You are my father's brother, so it was naturally my mistake. How could I yell at you like that? Uncle, please forgive me. All expenses tonight will be paid by me. I hope Uncle Fong has a good time in Dragon Palace. It really cost you a lot of money. Fong Yuan felt a little embarrassed and stood up to toast with him. At this time, Lu Ruyan wanted to come over and drink with young Master Long, but young Master Long gave her a cold look and left the box. Ding! Detected that the other party is regretful of taking revenge. You can choose whether to continue the revenge. The reward will be better. Of course, continue. The revenge is not over yet. At this time, there was indeed regret in Li Lai's eyes, but he still seemed a little unconvinced. Fong Yuan wanted to vent his anger. He has suffered a lot from this woman during his work for more than a year, and he wants to get it all back at once. Jiang Yuner put her arm around Fong Yuan's shoulders at this moment, deliberately showing it to Li Haokuan, and he was indeed so jealous that his eyes turned red. Lu Ruyan gently touched her daughter's waist, and Li Lai immediately understood what her mother meant. There is no rush to pursue Jiang Yuner, but this Fong Yuan must be thoroughly investigated. Son, come with me. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she pulled Li Haokuan away. However, when Li Haokuan was leaving, his eyes were filled with malice, and he wished he could cut Fong Yuan into pieces. Ding! The current target for revenge is Li Haokuan. The current number of times you can retaliate is once. Chapter 48, a surprise for you. After leaving the box, Li Haokuan couldn't help but complain, Mom, you're afraid of what that kid might do. He must have used some shady tactics. If he really had that much ability, why would he still play the clown? You can't say that. Lu Ruyan was more cautious than her son. Although she didn't believe Fong Yuan had any background, she still had to be cautious. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. What's yours is yours after all. Jiang Yuner can't run away. There's no need to be so anxious. Son, first investigate Fong Yuan's background. The more detailed the better. Li Haokuan understood. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle, so you took action immediately. Lu Ruyan took out her cell phone and sent a message to her daughter, asking her to hold Fong Yuan back and wait for news from here. Because of the departure of Lu Ruyan and Li Haokuan, the other people in the private room also left one after another. Only Li Lai did not leave. She turned her eyes slightly and decided to test it out first. Fong Yuan, if you're so capable, why did you come to my company for an internship? That was also to give your company an opportunity, but it's a pity that you don't cherish it. Fong Yuan replied calmly. He. Li Lai laughed dryly. You are so humorous. At this moment, Jiang Yuner was really happy. The more she looked at Fang Yuan, the more she liked him. So she put her arm around his shoulder and whispered, "Good brother, thank you very much." Polite. Jiang Yuner glanced at Li Lai and continued in a low voice, "Then I'm going out to meet a friend. I'll leave this girl to you." That look means, don't you want revenge? Next up is your special show. Otherwise, how can we talk about tacit understanding? Jiang Yuner is really good at cooperation. Soon, Jiang Yuner left. Li Lai was actually a little embarrassed at this time. She always felt that she was superior to others, especially when facing her employees. In her eyes, these people were cattle among cattle and horses, and were inferior people. But now, this former beast of burden is suspected of turning the tables and taking charge, which she cannot accept. In fact, Li Lai herself is very sexy. She has a curvy figure and is very voluptuous. She is a little plump, but not the greasy type. As for appearance, although she is not as good as Shen Zhijing, she also has her own charm. But because of her bad temper, the employees privately called her Mrs. Miaju. If not for this, she would probably be the dream lover of many people. Li Lai didn't care about this evaluation, as long as she didn't hear it with her own ears. Fang Yuan leaned against the sofa with his legs on the table, and his slippers were the most eye-catching. Li Lai frowned. She still felt disgusted by people like Fang Yuan. She definitely couldn't handle him. Ahem. Li Lai coughed to show his embarrassment, then poured 2 glasses of wine himself. He approached Fang Yuan, handed him a glass, and gathered the Bolong Changfeng with his hand, saying, "I'm sorry I didn't recognize Mount Tai." "Fang Yuan, this glass of wine is my apology, how about that?" Li Lai's flexibility is also due to the potential behind Fang Yuan. With the arrival of a new era, the Li family's traditional industries have been impacted, and they have encountered obstacles in their business and are in urgent need of transformation. If the Li family could get assistance from the Weilong Group, then perhaps their fortunes could turn around. Therefore, currying favor with young Master Long and Master Wei is the top priority. However, Master Long, he is not interested in women. To be more precise, he is very upright, so upright that it is a little evil. Therefore, Li Lai set his target on Fang Yuan. "A glass of wine in your mouth." Li Lai took a deep breath, poured another glass, and said, "Fang Yuan, just make friends." After saying that, she forced a professional fake smile. However, Fang Yuan didn't pick up the glass of wine. He just looked at her jokingly and said lightly, "You are too worldly. I'm not interested in having you as a friend." This. Li Lai bit her lip and smiled bitterly. "I've already apologized, what else do you want?" Fang Yuan pointed at the wine on the table. "Show your sincerity and drink." "Fang Yuan, don't go too far." Li Lai was not a good drinker, and Fang Yuan was obviously playing tricks on her, which made her somewhat unacceptable due to her pride. "How about this, I won't let you drink too much, just 2 bottles of wine. And I know what you're thinking right now, and I can really help you make connections and keep my word." Matchmaking? Good. Thinking of this, Li Lai immediately picked up the bottle of wine and drank the whole bottle in front of Fang Yuan. After drinking it, Li Lai almost vomited because of the difficulty in consuming it, but luckily he managed to hold it in. If you drink so fast, the alcohol will get to you quickly. Li Lai is the type of person who gets tears and snot when she drinks, and because she choked, she started to cry and snot, so she took out a tissue and quickly wiped it away. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and felt that it was not satisfying enough and the revenge was not complete. But if she really drank 2 bottles, Fang Yuan would definitely fulfill his promise and help her make connections. But as to whether she can cooperate with Long Wei, that depends on her own ability. "Fang Yuan, I can't drink much." Li Lai was already drunk, her eyes a little blurry, but she still picked up another bottle of wine and said with a gasp, "You promised me that if I drink this bottle, you would help me with the matchmaking." Li Lai, where's your pride? Seeing this, Fang Yuan snatched the wine away. Li Lai was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly and said, "I can't help myself, Fang Yuan. That's the reality. The so-called glory, when you meet someone stronger, that is." Burp, that's a fart. Truth comes out when drunk. It seems that Li Lai was really drunk. "I drink." Her breathing was a little rapid. She reached out to take the wine, then mustered up the courage to drink it. As a result, he choked after just a few sips. He couldn't hold it back, and he was very close to Fang Yuan. Puff. Fong Yuan's face was filled with black lines. Damn, it all sprayed all over my body and even my crotch. You. Sorry. Sorry. Li Lai panicked and quickly took out some tissues to help Fong Yuan wipe his clothes, saying, I'm so sorry, I'll help you wipe it. Wow, those abs. Fong Yuan's face was filled with black lines, but he didn't move. Having a proud woman serve you is much more satisfying than revenge. Ding. Do you choose to complete your revenge? The system suddenly prompted. Can the revenge continue? Fong Yuan chose to continue without hesitation. He wanted to see how good the accumulated rewards were, and it would be best if it was a cool and awesome reward that was invincible. The sky is blue and waiting for the misty rain. Da Xin ringtone. It was an unfamiliar number, and it was a satellite video call. When the call was connected, it was Li Haokuan on the other end. Fong Yuan, I'm going to work early. You're a fucking rural bastard who relies on women to support his gigolo, and you're trying to play dirty tricks on me? If you're brave, wait for me in the Dragon Palace. I'll go back and kill you right now. It seems that he has found Fong Yuan's information. Oh? Okay. Fong Yuan replied calmly, but suddenly realized that Li Lai's angle was quite good. She was wiping her pants at this moment. Because she had drunk too much, she lowered her head and wiped them carefully. It looked like. So Fong Yuan turned the camera around. Li Haokuan, I have a surprise for you. His camera angles are also very tricky. What should be exposed is exposed, and what should not be exposed is blocked, making it look like the real thing. Sister. Sister, what are you doing? Fong Yuan, you bastard, just wait for me. Ah. Chapter 49, being played. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the high-level revenge against Li Haokuan. Reward, high-level superpower, plundering technique can enter another person's body and control it for 60 seconds, plundering their strongest ability, but cannot control a person whose body value is more than 1.5 times that of the host. Critical hit reward, 3 billion virtual stock funds. The art of plundering? You can also plunder its strongest ability. This is awesome. And putting that aside, controlling others for 60 seconds is very interesting. Once it is used, wouldn't it be? Humph. Also, what are the 3 billion virtual stock funds for critical hit rewards? Brother Tonzi, what is virtual stock funds? It's just a piece of data used to inject funds into stocks, and it's virtual currency. After a period of time, the stock will disappear on its own. Even if the market maker withdraws at this time, he can ensure that he will not be cut off. What is the use? Fong Yuan doesn't understand stocks and doesn't know how to play them. There are risks in the stock market, so be cautious when investing. Besides, my previous meager monthly salary was not enough to support me in investing in stocks. It's done. Li Lai had already wiped it off, but she couldn't hold on any longer and fell into Fong Yuan's arms, rubbing her temples. She is now drunk and unable to move. Hey hey! Bang! Suddenly, the box door was kicked open. Li Haokuan rushed in with a few thugs. When he saw his elder sister in Fong Yuan's arms, his eyes suddenly turned red. Damn it! Hit me! I'll take responsibility if you kill him. When the thugs heard that they didn't need to be held responsible for killing someone, they rushed forward with a sneer on their faces. Stop! With a loud shout, young Master Long walked in with the Dragon Palace security. He has been paying attention to Fong Yuan. Because my father has told me to befriend Fong Yuan at all costs, this young man will definitely be Long Wei's benefactor in the future. Fong Yuan knew it in his heart. After young Master Long entered the room, Li Haokuan didn't dare to move, and the thugs he brought with him were quickly controlled by the security guards of the Dragon Palace. Li Haokuan, you want to cause trouble in my place? And you want to touch my uncle, young Master Long? Upon hearing this, Li Haokuan quickly flattered, Master Long, is this Fong Yuan really your uncle? That's impossible. Are you afraid that you've been deceived by this kid? Bang! A loud slap made Li Haokuan spin twice and hit his head on the monitor in the box, breaking it. Li Haokuan, I'm warning you. If you don't want the Li family to be on the blacklist of my Weilong group in the future, take your people and get out now. By doing this, young Master Long was also saving Li Haokuan in disguise. If this matter accidentally gets to his father, Li Haokuan will have no chance of walking away unscathed today. Yes. Li Haokuan got scared and left quickly with his men. As for my own sister, what a joke, how could I care about her at this time? Fang Yuan was about to call out to the guy to take your sister away, but the guy ran very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Uncle Fang, have fun. I'm leaving first. Good. Young Master Long led his men away and closed the door of the private room. This is troublesome. It seems that this old man Long is really nice to you. Zhang Yuner came back and witnessed all this at the door, so she joked. Fang Yuan shrugged and said nothing. Zhang Yuner glanced at the time and said, "It's getting late, please take me home." What about her? Fang Yuan pointed at Li Lai, who was already drunk. You decide for yourself. Zhang Yuner's eyes looked mischievous. The meaning of "it's up to you" is self-evident. People are drunk, so you can do whatever you want. I don't. Fang Yuan is a gentleman. TSK, you men, who doesn't understand that kind of thinking? Ha, I'm too lazy to explain to you. Although Fang Yuan hated Li Lai, he couldn't leave her here. If anything really happened to her, he would be fully responsible. After thinking it over, Fang Yuan picked up Li Lai and left the private room. He doesn't need to deal with the rest. I drove Zhang Yuner home first. Outside the Huafu mansion, Zhang Yuner got out of the car and deliberately said, "I'm telling you, Sister Li Lai is a very proud person. Don't take advantage of her when she's drunk and make a move on her." Do you hear me? Fang Yuan made an okay gesture. To be honest, he really has no interest in Li Lai. But in the current situation, I can only send her to the hotel first. I can't take her home. I can't explain it to Shen Jijing. On the way. Ugh ugh. Hey, my car. Oops. Li Lai vomited in the car, and the smell made Fang Yuan's scalp numb. He quickly opened the window to let the smell dissipate. After sending her to the hotel, Fang Yuan quickly helped her out of the car and went to check into a room. Li Lai was completely unconscious, so she could only use Fang Yuan's information to book a room. After checking some information, the hotel made a record and sent the two upstairs. Enter the room. Fang Yuan threw Li Lai onto the bed, then went to the bathroom to take a shower and change out of his otaku outfit. After coming back, he even considerately covered Li Lai with a blanket. Hello? Li Lai suddenly grabbed Fang Yuan's wrist. Even though she was already drunk, she didn't know where she got the consciousness, but she whispered, "You have to keep your word." Fang Yuan was stunned. Li Lai is so clear-headed, it seems she was just pretending just now. That's a must, a real man, a word of advice is an ale. That's not guaranteed. Fang Yuan was stunned. Li Lai took a deep breath, tried to sit up, grabbed Fang Yuan's hand, and whispered, "Actually, I can do it." Fang Yuan understood the meaning of these 4 words, so he raised an eyebrow and said, "Don't be like this, I'm a gentleman." Gentleman. Li Lai chuckled, every man thinks he is a gentleman, but they all live for this thing. Hiss. Li Lai reached out to touch it, and suddenly her eyes widened. Despite being drunk, she couldn't help but be surprised. This was too shocking. You really like educating people. Fang Yuan said coldly. Li Lai always felt that he had grasped the truth of life and liked to put himself in a high position to educate others, which was what Fang Yuan hated the most. You misunderstood. I'm telling the truth. I don't believe you'd be willing to help me set up a match just because I drank 2 bottles of wine, so. Li Lai pulled Fang Yuan down, brought her face close to his, and reeked of alcohol. Or, you don't dare? Oh my god. Fang Yuan got angry, took off his shirt, and activated the friendly empowerment. No matter what you say today, you can't make Li Lai faint. Ah? Are you a newbie? Fang Yuan was surprised. Li Lai put her arm around Fang Yuan's neck, leaned forward and said, "Stop talking nonsense." Come again. Still being stubborn. Wait till I teach you a lesson. Fang Yuan activated all functions and performed a series of high-end operations. Li Lai was a little uncomfortable at first, but after getting used to it, she was able to follow Fang Yuan's operations with great talent. Early morning. At around 9 o'clock, Li Lai prepared to go out. Before leaving, she looked at Fang Yuan coldly, as if she had won, and said, "You thought you won, but in fact you lost. Honestly, I don't care how many times this happens. To me, it's just a bargaining chip." Fang Yuan. Honestly, I still look down on you. We have different genes. I don't know how you managed to get close to Master Wei, but this doesn't change the fact that you are lowly. But please help me with the matchmaking. Snort. Li Lai walked away gracefully, and Fang Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. She refuses to admit it even after putting on her pants. This is the kind of person she is. I am so blind. Damn, I've been fooled. Chapter 50, Dance. This is not pleasant. Fang Yuan got dressed and received a call from Secretary Sun. Someone must have put pressure on the supervisory department, and the company's problems were investigated clearly. It should be Lan Lan who asked someone to settle it. Her lawyer discovered the loophole and proved that the company did not cook the books, and Bluecore was able to operate normally. Of course, there is also good news. There is a multinational company whose boss is named Pierre. The company specializes in the field of smart cars and is very interested in Bluecore's new smart chip. So he specially held a dance party in the evening and invited Fang Yuan to attend. Is it held specially for me? Fang Yuan asked in surprise. No. Secretary Sun said, we invited a lot of companies, and we originally wanted to invite President Lan, but it seems President Lan has something to do tonight, so we didn't attend. She had no interest in attending the dance. In her opinion, it would be better to do a few more tests than to waste time on such boring things. Moreover, the dance required a dance partner, which was even more troublesome. Then Fang Yuan will have to go into battle himself. Okay, I'll go to the dance. Please prepare a suit for me. Good. Secretary Sun will do it. She was very efficient and the suit was delivered to the hotel before noon. Fang Yuan changed his clothes and checked out before midnight. The ball was held in the ballroom of the Royal Auditorium in the center of Jiangqing City and started at 5 in the afternoon, but Fang Yuan had already arrived at the venue at 3. Yesterday, Li Lai vomited all over the back seat of his car, so he simply had it washed and didn't drive. So he took a taxi to the dance venue. As soon as I got off the car, a discordant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this soft rice, brother? The sound of asking for a beating, coupled with the sarcastic tone, it was undoubtedly Mingjie. Fang Yuan turned around and found Li Dongyao was there too. The two of them were dressed very respectably. Mingjie wore a tuxedo, while Li Dongyao wore a dark blue evening gown. Where's your Bugatti Veyron? Ma Ingjie Xin Yang Dao. At this moment, he confirmed his guess. Fang Yuan had rented a car that night, but now the lease had expired and he could no longer afford it. It's being repaired. Fang Yuan replied calmly. Li Dongyao shook his head in disappointment and said sarcastically, Fang Yuan, it's not shameful for a man to be poor, but it's a different story if you insist on saving face and suffer. If you rent it, you rent it. Just admit it and no one will laugh at you. Whatever you think, the Bugatti Veyron is mine. Li Dongyao was speechless. You are still so humorous. Mingjie arrived early, mainly because several big guys would be coming, so he waited at the door, hoping to meet the big guys, say hello, and become familiar with them. Unexpectedly, I met an unlucky guy. I said, Fang Yuan. Mingjie walked around Fang Yuan and said, you spent a lot of money on that suit, didn't you? But, even with the dragon robe on, you don't look like a prince. What are you doing here? You're not going to be a waiter, are you? Ahem, serve Yao Yao and me well tonight, and I'll give you a little tip. Ma Ingjie's smile became more arrogant. However, Fang Yuan simply said calmly, I'm here to attend the dance. As a result, the two laughed even louder. Ha. Mingjie pointed at the entrance of the Royal Auditorium and asked, Fang Yuan, today is the Technology Summit, and it's the private ball for Mr. Pierre, the international capitalist. Why do you want to participate? Fang Yuan sighed helplessly, I wanted to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but all I get in return is ridicule. Forget it, I won't pretend anymore. I'm the representative of Lanxin, and I'm laying my cards on the table. Ha. Mingjie laughed so hard that he fell backwards. He asked Li Dongyao, Yao, was he always so childish when he was dating you? Annoying sense of humor. Here, an invitation. When Fang Yuan took out the invitation, Mingjie was petrified and stopped smiling instantly. Li Dongyao stared at the invitation and couldn't say a word. The key point is that the invitation is real, and Fang Yuan was indeed invited by Mr. Pierre. Because Pierre likes Chinese culture, he wrote the words himself. Although they are a bit ugly, they also reflect his sincerity. Oh. He's probably a replacement. Ma Yingjie said disdainfully, besides, this is a dance party. Do you know what a dance party is? Where is your female companion? Fang Yuan was about to say something. Oh my god. Mr. Pierre went out to greet him in person. His focus this time was on cooperation with Lan Xin. Secretary Sun had already submitted the attendees, and Pierre naturally knew what Fang Yuan looked like. Mr. Fang? It's me. Pierre came up and gave me a hug. Fang Yuan felt a little uncomfortable. Although this is their national etiquette, I still felt a little weird hugging a foreigner, especially a man. End of hug. Mr. Fang, please. Yes, please. Fang Yuan and Pierre left, leaving only Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao disheveled in the wind. What should I do? It seems like this is for real. Li Dongyao shook Ma Yingjie's arm. Brother Yingjie, what's Fang Yuan doing? Ma Yingjie gritted his teeth in anger and said stubbornly, I guess he's taking someone else's place and wants to show off in front of you. Yes. It must be. Li Dongyao also echoed. At this time, an extended Lin Kino drove up leisurely. The car door opened and Jiang Yuner got out of the car. Ma Yingjie's eyes widened immediately. Today, Jiang Yuner wore a bright red evening dress, and her usual twin ponytails were deliberately styled into long straight black hair. Because of the treatment, her body became more voluptuous and her appearance improved significantly. Her graceful figure, slender waist, black stockings, and high heels made Ma Yingjie drool. The best. It's still the best of the best. Miss Jiang. Ma Yingjie immediately went up to him and flattered him. Although the Jiang family is not a merchant family, the power contained in the Jiang family is not comparable to that of a merchant family or a nouveau riche like him. Who are you? I'm Ma Wenbin's son, Ma Yingjie. We met last time at Mr. Zhang's birthday. Have you seen it? Jiang Yuner had no impression of him, so she rolled her eyes. To her, Ma Yingjie was just a little karami among the nouveau riche, not worth mentioning at all. Get out of the way, you're blocking the way. Forehead. Ma Yingjie had no choice but to move aside, and Jiang Yuner walked into the auditorium. The first boss missed it, and Ma Yingjie continued to wait. After a while, a black car drove up and the door opened. The first thing to come out was black stockings and high heels. But this time she is full of flesh, with a plump and sexy figure, wearing a black evening dress and her wavy hair draped over her shoulders. She is the perfect goddess in his mind. Miss Li. Ma Yingjie continued to curry favor. Li Lai glanced at it. She still had some impression of Ma Yingjie. After all, they were both children who grew up in Jiangcheng, and the Ma family was considered a middle-class enterprise in Jiangcheng. Yingjie. Ma Yingjie was overjoyed, as he finally didn't have to be turned away this time. Miss Li, you are here as expected. Li Lai rolled her eyes coquettishly. Isn't this nonsense? Pierre invited almost the entire Jiangcheng family, so she will definitely come. I'm sorry, Master Ma, my time is precious. Please move aside. The door that just opened closed instantly. Ma Yingjie was not discouraged, he could continue to wait. Soon after, a Rolls-Royce arrived and the young man who got out was wearing a white suit with a dragon tattooed in gold thread on his cuffs. Young Master Long. Roll. Okay. Inside the auditorium. There is still some time before the dance starts, so the younger generations will naturally communicate first. Pierre still had to greet the guests, while Fang Yuan found a place to sit at the edge. Just when he was bored in watching his sister's dancing video to kill time, Ma Yingjie came over again. Fang Yuan, why are you sitting here? Come on, this is a high-end party, and you don't even have a female companion. Don't you think you're out of place with the people around you? Chapter 51, Multiple Rejections. Fang Yuan was extremely annoyed. Just as I was about to retort, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard. Wearing black silk and a black dress, Li Lai took the initiative to walk over. Hey, we meet again. Li Lai ignored Ma Yingjie and took the initiative to greet Fang Yuan. Ma Yingjie came forward and asked, Ms. Li, do you know him? Li Lai's eyes were a little evasive. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed happy that night. So this is what it feels like. She actually missed it a little after tasting the forbidden fruit for the first time. Throwing away this groundless thought, Li Lai said coldly to Ma Yingjie, does it have anything to do with you? Ah ha ha. This is Li Lai's attitude towards those below him. Ma Yingjie wasn't angry either. He smiled and said, "Miss Lee, this guy is a classmate of mine. He likes to show off, but his family is actually very poor. He thinks he's very humorous. You think a man like that, without even a female companion, should come to Mr. Pierre's ball? How dare he? No female companion?" Li Lai's mind moved, and then he scolded Ma Yingjie, "Look at yourself before you talk about others. Don't think that you are a member of the upper class just because you have a little money. You are just a nouveau riche. What qualifications do you have to look down on others? A clown." Ah. Ma Yingjie was stunned by what he said. With such a sharp tongue, it must be Li Lai. Then Li Lai said to Fang Yuan, "It just so happens that I came here in a hurry today and don't have a dance partner. I can reluctantly form a temporary team with you." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and refused. "Sorry, I have a dance partner." Li Lai frowned. She was still a little upset about being rejected, so she asked, "Where is your dance partner?" Not here yet." Li Lai had never been rejected twice, but she hit a wall when facing Fang Yuan. Ma Yingjie came up and said, "Well, Miss Li, how about I become your dance partner?" "Are you worthy?" Li Lai asked back coldly. Li Lai was feeling upset and blocked after being rejected twice. Ma Yingjie came up to him at this time. If he didn't use him as a punching bag, who else could he use? "Ma Yingjie, go look in the mirror. Don't be a dog next time. There's reproductive isolation." Ma Yingjie was speechless. In fact, the person who felt the most uncomfortable was Li Dongyao. She was Ma Yingjie's dance partner, but he abandoned her in front of others. "Hey, who's the dance partner you're talking about?" Li Dongyao was not convinced and questioned Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan didn't want to explain, so he picked up the phone and called Secretary Sun. "Secretary Sun, go to, Xingfu community and pick up my wife for the dance. You can take care of the details." Fang Yuan believes in Secretary Sun's ability. Li Dongyao couldn't stand the sight of Fang Yuan's red wheat mobile phone, which cost less than 2,000 yuan. "You are showing off, but you don't even bother to buy a better phone. Virtue, do you have a secretary?" "Fang Yuan, I'm warning you. It's okay if you embarrass yourself, but don't drag my aunt into this." However, Ma Yingjie really wanted to see Shen Jijing. Li Dongyao's aunt is a stunning beauty. I feel itchy every time I think of her. Alright, let's go greet our distinguished guest and let him have fun on his own." Ma Yingjie took Li Dongyao away. Fang Yuan's ears were finally quiet. Less than a minute later, a fragrant breeze blew over. "I heard everything." "What?" Jiang Yuner sat over, hugged her arms, and this time she was able to squeeze out some. She looked gossipy. "You don't have a dance partner." "I have." "Don't come on, do you need a buddy to help you out?" Jiang Yuner and Fang Yuan were arm in arm, and they actually looked a bit like queens. In response, Fang Yuan said seriously, "I'll tell you again, I really do have a dance partner. Besides, if Mr. Jiang knew I asked you to be my dance partner, he would eat me alive." Mr. Jiang opposed Fang Yuan and Jiang Yuner getting close because he was married. However, if Fang Yuan is single, Mr. Jiang's attitude will be unclear. Cut. A coward is not fit to be a general. I am such a beautiful woman, supporting you. You will regret it if I don't use you. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at her. What a shame, it's still very flat. Humph, your kindness is taken for granted. You're destined to be alone. Jiang Yuner left to have some fun. Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to stretch when the elegant voice came again. Uncle Fang. Oh my god. Fang Yuan was about to collapse. He just wanted to be quiet for a while. Is it so difficult? Uncle Fang, isn't it a bad time for my nephew to come? Young Master Long saw that Fang Yuan was a little impatient. No, we just rushed together. Fang Yuan stood up and whispered to young Master Long, Uncle Fang needs your help. Li Lai from the Li family wants me to help them collaborate with Wei Long. But when you approach them, you don't have to consider my face. Whether it will work out or not is up to you guys. Okay. Fang Yuan took young Master Long to find Li Lai. Li Lai. Fang Yuan greeted him. When Li Lai saw Fang Yuan and young Master Long coming, he immediately stood up and gave a professional fake smile with some restraint. Hello, Master Long. After approaching, Fang Yuan said, I'm in control. Whether you can cooperate or not is up to you. Good. Then I'll withdraw. Fang Yuan was going back to continue enjoying his quiet time. Why? Li Lai hurriedly called Fang Yuan and apologized to young Master Long in a low voice. Sorry, young Master Long, please wait for me for a moment. Good. Li Lai catches up with Fang Yuan. I didn't expect you to be so trustworthy. How about we go to the dance tonight together? This way you won't be embarrassed. No, I really have a dance partner. After the third rejection, Li Lai looked a little conflicted. Fang Yuan returned to his original seat and continued to look up, so Li Lai had no choice but to go back to negotiate with young Master Long. Soon it was 5 o'clock and the dance officially began. Pierre and his wife entered together, and the room was full of guests. On the center stage, Pierre came on stage with the woman, and the guests all fell silent. Hello all the nobles of Jiangcheng, I am Pierre Amroth. Thank you all for joining us at today's ball. I hope you all enjoy yourself. There was applause in the arena. Mr. Pierre is an internationally renowned billionaire, whose technology company develops cutting-edge satellite systems. He seems very approachable. I came to China this time to invest in the new energy vehicle industry and needed a stable partner. Everyone was quieter now. Partnering with Pierre, it's going to be a big deal. The successful development of a new smart chip has become the focus of global attention. That is the Blueprint AI smart chip developed by Bluecore. Next, please welcome Mr. Fang Yuan Fang, the representative of Bluecore Group. After saying that, the light came on. Fang Yuan was originally sitting in the corner, but now he had to go on stage. Li Dongyao looked at Ma Yingjie with a conflicted expression. Ma Yingjie was still trying to make excuses for himself. He must be a salesman. He was just lucky enough to have such a relationship with Pierre. Amidst enthusiastic applause from below, Fang Yuan greeted everyone and slowly walked onto the stage. In the crowd, Fang Yuan saw Mr. Jiang. I didn't notice when he came, and Jiang Yuner was right next to him. The young are truly formidable. Jiang Lao smiled and nodded slightly, then turned to ask Jiang Yuner, how do you feel about Fang Yuan? Mr. Jiang is testing. Of course Jiang Yuner knew. Grandpa, you're overthinking it. He's not my type. We're just buddies at best. Chapter 52, A Heart Twisted by Jealousy. Ladies and gentlemen. Fang Yuan on the stage didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long pause, he said, on behalf of Lanxin, I'm very much looking forward to working with Mr. Pierre. After he finished speaking, applause broke out again from the audience. It seems that Bluecore's chip has really been developed. Of course, Pierre needed new energy production, and this business was immediately targeted by 3 companies. They are Weilong Group, Li Group and Kanya Technology, where Ma Yingjie works. The bosses behind Kanya Technology are Linda and Shen Linfeng. So dealing with Pierre is just one of the problems, dealing with Fang Yuan is the key. After all, the chips are in their hands. Fang Yuan suddenly became a hot commodity. Pierre then said some nonsense, reiterated his intention to cooperate with Lan Xian, and the dance party officially began. As the music started, Fang Yuan felt embarrassed. Shen Zhijing hasn't arrived yet, but the whole audience's focus is on him. What should he do? Ma Yingjie finally seized the opportunity. Mr. Fang, as a representative of Lanxin, you won't even have a dance partner when you attend the dance, right? Not only him, there were many people waiting to see Fang Yuan make a fool of himself. Of course, this was because they didn't understand the situation and thought Fang Yuan was just a salesperson sent by Lan Xian. Since he was not a noble, there was no need to care. Mr. Fang, would you like to invite a lady? Pierre inquired. You don't necessarily have to bring a partner to a social dance. You can also be invited on the spot. There are many ladies present without male partners. Mr. Pierre, you are so polite. Ma Yingjie stepped forward and said, this guy hasn't even attended a dance. At best, he's just a salesperson for Lanxin. That is. Li Dongyao also started to show his displeasure. He's straight into high society. Ha ha ha. Many people laughed out loud, especially after seeing that Fang Yuan was indeed a little dull. They laughed even more unbridled. Grandpa, do you want to help Fang Yuan? Jiang Yuner wanted to help, but Jiang Lao shook his head. He can handle it himself. And from now on, apart from treating illnesses, you should have less contact with him. Mr. Jiang was afraid that Jiang Yuner would get hurt. He knew his girl too well. He said he didn't care, but in fact he cared about her to death. He was also too paranoid, especially when it came to emotions. Husband. Only a call was heard. At the main entrance of the auditorium, Shin Jijing was wearing a pure white evening gown, like a wedding dress, with a joyful smile on her face, and with all the jewels on her body, she looked calm and composed. Husband? Who? Damn, there are beauties of this level in Zhongchang? You're not seeing things, are you? This. Li Dongyao's mouth is big enough to fit an egg. She didn't expect that her aunt would be so beautiful after dressing up, like a fairy. The woman's jealousy suddenly rose. Shin Jijing danced gracefully towards the center of the stage. Could she be Fang Yuan's wife? Ah. Many people raised questions, while still holding on to a glimmer of hope. Shin Jijing walked straight to the stage, and Fang Yuan smiled, took her hand and pulled her to his side. Many men's hanging hearts finally died. Hello everyone, my name is Shin Jijing, I'm sorry for being late. Shin Jijing behaved gracefully. She came in fully prepared mentally. It's really enviable and surprising that Mr. Fang has such a beautiful wife. Pierre said. Then let the dance begin. The protagonist today is Pierre, and Fang Yuan, as the representative of Lanxin, is naturally one of the protagonists. On the stage, Shin Jijing and Fang Yuan danced ballroom dance face to face. Fang Yuan was not very skilled, but Shin Jijing was there to guide him. You learn quickly. Shin Jijing praised. You too. Fang Yuan chuckled meaningfully. Shin Jijing blushed and said, a secretary named Sun said you were going to a dance tonight but didn't have a female companion, so she took me to buy clothes and jewelry worth 700,000 yuan. These are too expensive. After the dance is over, take these things to work tomorrow and see if you can return them. Shin Jijing didn't know when Fang Yuan found the job, and it seemed like it was a pretty high position. But when I think about the fact that he can speak foreign languages and the host of the dance party is a foreigner, I can understand it all at once. No need. If this deal is done, my commission will be over 1 million. This is the jewelry I prepared for you in advance. Fang Yuan wasn't in a good mood either, saying that he was now the chairman of Bluecore and held 100% of the shares. I knew you were the best. Shin Jijing's eyes curved and she smiled beautifully. The two people in the audience were not on good terms. Li Lai felt a tightness in her chest as she watched Fang Yuan and Shin Jijing on the stage working so well together. It's so uncomfortable. So she turned around and sat in the corner, ignoring anyone who came to invite her to dance. There is one more person. It's Jiang Yuner. She sat in the corner, staring blankly ahead. Jiang Lao came over, sat down, and said, Yuner, Fang Yuan is married. I originally. Grandfather. Jiang Yuner smiled happily, but it was a somewhat forced smile. She closed her eyes and tried her best not to let Mr. Jiang see her expression. I told you, Fang Yuan is not my type at all. Hey. It's over. Mr. Jiang knows Jiang Yuner best. This girl has never been stubborn since she was a child. She must have put her heart into it. What should I do? Of course, there were two other people who also felt bad. Of course it is Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao. Ma Yingjie bit his lips, which were already bruised, but he was still biting them hard. How come Fang Yuan is so lucky in love? What kind of shit luck did this guy get? Shin Jijing. Li Dongyao also said angrily, Fang Yuan. You bastard. You should be mine. Mine. She was very clear about one thing. If Fang Yuan really represented Lanxin and signed this deal, his commission would definitely be in the millions. If the two hadn't broken up yet, according to Fang Yuan's personality, at least half of the money would have gone into her pocket. Ma Yingjie's little favors were nothing compared to this. Jealousy makes people unrecognizable. Yao, go ahead. Just say Fang Yuan is your boyfriend and your aunt stole your boyfriend. Ah. Li Dongyao looked at Ma Yingjie in disbelief. But we've broken up, and I'm your girlfriend now. Ma Yingjie glared, oh. Why are you so stupid? Fang Yuan is in charge of the Blue Core project. Your uncle's company wants to cooperate with Pierre. If we destroy Fang Yuan and get someone else to take over the project at Blue Core, we might have a chance of a successful negotiation. Ma Yingjie attempted, do you want an Audi A6? Yes. Do you want a 10-carat diamond ring? Want. Greedy is the best way to describe Li Dongyao at this moment. Then go and destroy him. Beat this brat back to his original form and get revenge at the same time. Don't worry, I will help you teach him a lesson. Li Dongyao took out her phone, searched her photo album, and said with a sly grin, "Shinjijing, I told you not to steal my man. And Fong Yuan, you bastard. I'm going to get my money back with interest today." In the middle of the dance floor, when Fong Yuan and Shinjijing were being affectionate with each other, Li Dongyao suddenly came on stage, walked over quickly, and grabbed the microphone. "Everyone, I'm sorry to interrupt your fun. Now I have something to announce, and it's very important. I'm going to expose the biggest deception of the night. No, to be more precise, it's a betrayal." Li Dongyao pointed at Fong Yuan. "He is my ex-boyfriend." Then she twirled her finger, and she's my aunt." The venue, which was bustling just now, suddenly became silent. "Walter? Is it so exciting?" Chapter 53, Let Us Destroy It. Li Dongyao looked delighted as if he had succeeded in his revenge. Fong Yuan looked at her coldly. Shinjijing also bit her lip and looked at Li Dongyao in disbelief. Shinjijing was unfamiliar with Li Dongyao in this state. When did she become like this? "What's going on, Mr. Fong? Yeah, your relationship is too messy." Some people in the audience started to make a noise. Ming Jie stood in the crowd and said loudly, "Mr. Pierre, how dare you cooperate with such a person?" Shinjijing also realized it. This would most likely affect Fong Yuan's work, so he quickly explained, "No. That's not the case." Li Dongyao interrupted and said, "Auntie, you used to be my most trusted relative, but what happened? You actually stole my boyfriend." Snap. Snap. Two loud slaps. The audience exclaimed. "It was Shinjijing who hit me." At this moment, she bit her lips, tears in her eyes, and looked at Li Dongyao with great disappointment. Although so many things have happened, in her heart, Li Dongyao is still her relative. She and Fong Yuan were an accident. In this relationship, it was clearly Li Dongyao who despised Fong Yuan's incompetence and proposed the breakup after hooking up with Ming Jie. She was the one who was sorry for Fong Yuan. Now she is the first to complain and stir up trouble. "You hit me?" Li Dongyao took out his cell phone and pulled out some screenshots. "Everyone, look carefully. This is a screenshot of the chat between Fong Yuan and I on the 17th, but they got the marriage certificate on the 18th. When these words were spoken, the first thing anyone who heard them would think of was that Fong Yuan was cheating on his wife. Wow, pictures speak louder than words." Ming Jie also followed suit and started to make a fuss. And the result was developing in the direction he expected. At this time, Mr. Pierre no longer had any good feelings towards Fong Yuan. "Mr. Fong, I hate people who betray love. If that's the case, I think I should think carefully about our cooperation plan." Ming Jie sneered. He had already seen the dawn of victory. Bite. Detected that the host's anger value has reached its peak. Current targets for revenge, Li Dongyao, Ming Jie, can be retaliated once. Fong Yuan's cooperation with Pierre is not the point. Shinjijing was humiliated in public, which touched his bottom line. He pulled Shinjijing over and protected him behind him. But Shinjijing shook his head and refused. "Let me say this, the responsibility for all this lies on me." She decided to stand up and explain everything. As long as Fong Yuan's performance could be preserved, she would accept it even if it was embarrassing. Fong Yuan stroked her hair and said softly, "Leave it to me. How can a man hide behind a woman? Besides, some things really need to be put to rest." Shinjijing was protected by him. Li Dongyao looked like he was dead. She said these things without even a hint of hesitation. As long as she could bring Fong Yuan down, she would be able to get cars, brand-name bags, and all the luxury goods she wanted. "Li Dongyao, you just want to destroy me, okay? I'll give you this chance." Fong Yuan's tone was calm. He was very calm at this moment, even a little scary. Li Dongyao couldn't help but shiver and even began to feel regretful. "Everyone, this woman is right. I am indeed her ex-boyfriend, and on the 17th, I was still her boyfriend." Fong Yuan took the microphone and admitted it to everyone generously. "It's actually true." There was an instant uproar in the audience. Ming Jie also sneered, "You are so shameless. You are quite brave to say it so shamelessly." "So shameless." Yeah. The crowd echoed and looked at Fong Yuan, waiting for his explanation. On the 17th, 8 p.m., Shangdao Cafe. Fong Yuan spoke slowly. "He is not stupid. Ma Yingjie is so angry, and Li Dongyao stands out to make trouble. It must be his instructions behind the scenes. Then let's destroy him. It was drizzling that night, and this woman asked me out and took the initiative to break up. You're lying, I didn't. Li Dongyao was stubborn. If it's a breakup, the relationship is over, so there's no problem for Fang Yuan to find another partner. So there is absolutely no way Li Dongyao would admit it. Hear me out. Fang Yuan didn't give Li Dongyao a chance and continued, the reason for breaking up is that I can't give her everything she wants. Just like you can't wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep, I can't keep someone who doesn't love me, so I choose to fulfill her wish. But she went out and threw herself into Ma Yingjie's arms. She's the one below. Ma Yingjie's face turned cold, and he pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, Fang, stop slandering me. Don't be impatient, I haven't finished speaking yet. Fang Yuan chuckled. Let me tell you the details of that day. Li Dongyao was wearing a thin floral dress. The entire breakup process took less than 5 minutes. Then, Mr. Ma Yingjie, wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, drove a Bentley and came to pick her up. Ma Yingjie was dissatisfied and said, You're talking nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Li Dongyao has already produced evidence, what about you? Fang Yuan didn't say anything, but Li Lai said, Shangdao Cafe, right? Fang Yuan nodded. Li Lai took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After the call was picked up, Li Lai said, Manager Zhou, please check the coffee shop's surveillance. The time is 8 p.m. on the 17th. Also, find the surveillance footage at the main entrance and send it to the Royal Auditorium as quickly as possible. Li Lai hung up the phone and said, Unfortunately, this cafe is owned by my Li family. Whether it's true or not, we'll find out later. At this time, Master Long also came out and said to Ma Yingjie, If you lie, I will not let you go. Ma Yingjie was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Why were all the important people on Fang Yuan's side? What is going on? Why would so many people support a poor boy with no background? And the most important thing is that Jiang Yuner also got involved. If it's true, Ma Yingjie and Li Dongyao, right? Your intentions are really vicious. The Jiang family, young Master Long and Li Lai, these 3 people are all speaking for Fang Yuan. How can this be fun? Ma Yingjie swallowed his saliva, his eyes trembling. He could only pray now that the surveillance footage had been covered. What a pity! 15 minutes later, Manager Zhou arrived with a backup of the surveillance video. After entering the hall, he handed it directly to Li Lai. Find someone to play the backup on the big screen. Next came the time for public execution. Shangdao coffee shop is small and exquisite. Even in the lobby there are not many tables. In addition, there are surveillance cameras that can record sounds. The video plays slowly. Under the surveillance camera are Fang Yuan and Li Dongyao. Fang Yuan, let's break up. Anyway, everything is over. You have nothing. You can't give me what I want. I admit it, but I deserve better. Didn't you say you loved me? Then I hope you can let go more calmly. Life is full of dreams. Let's have our own wonderful future together. Li Dongyao's words were already very clear. She was a gold digger, and her attitude was very resolute. She ignored Fang Yuan's pleas and left. The screen switches. Ma Yingjie got out of the Bentley, and the 2 of them were very intimate. After getting in the car, Ma Yingjie took another look. Through the surveillance, it can be seen that the direction of his sight is where Fang Yuan is. The truth is revealed. Li Dongyao collapsed on the stage. Ma Yingjie also felt weak all over and trembled with fear. Chapter 54, Queen's Tears. Anything else you want to explain? Li Lai looked at Ma Yingjie coldly. Ma Yingjie's brain was still working rapidly, wondering how to make up for it, but his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Li Lai. Young Master Long said coldly, Ma Yingjie, you are so brave. Ma Yingjie fell to his knees with a thud and kowtowed to young Master Long. Young Master Long, please let me go. I beg you, I will never dare to do it again. After all, killing him is just a matter of a word from young Master Long. Uncle Fang, how do you want to solve this? Young Master Long looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan showed no mercy at all. He just looked at Ma Yingjie and asked calmly, why are you messing with me? Ma Yingjie immediately pointed at Li Dongyao. It's all her, Fang Yuan. Believe me, she seduced me. She said you had no money and were a poor fellow, She She was jealous of you and her aunt being together, so she took revenge on you. It has nothing to do with me, it really has nothing to do with me. Li Dongyao got up, unable to believe that Ma Yingjie was putting all the blame on her, and yelled, "Bullshit! You spineless bastard! Seducing you? Why didn't you tell me when you tricked me into bed? And who was it just now who said that if I could get rid of Fang Yuan, I'd be bought a car and a bag? It's not me, I didn't say that, it's all you, you're vain, you worship money, you lie." Ma Yingjie fought back frantically. "Okay, stop biting each other." Fang Yuan said coldly, "Master Long, you can do whatever you want with Ma Yingjie. Just keep him alive." Upon hearing this, Ma Yingjie was so frightened that he immediately kowtowed to Fang Yuan. He used so much force that the sound of thumping was so loud that he didn't stop even when his head was bleeding. He kept begging, "Fang Yuan, please let me go. I beg you, I am wrong, I am sorry, please forgive me, please forgive me." Fang Yuan shook his head and said one last thing to him, "Ma Yingjie, you don't know you're wrong, you know you're going to die, but there's no regret medicine in life. I gave you a chance, but it's a pity that you didn't know how to cherish it." After saying that, 3 men in black suits rushed in from outside the auditorium and carried Ma Yingjie out. The moment the door closed, Ma Yingjie's screams rang out instantly. At this point, Fang Yuan no longer cared about high-level or low-level revenge. Now he just wants to have fun. Next it was Li Dongyao's turn. She trembled, biting her lip with pitiful eyes, looking at Fang Yuan and begging, "Yuan, I'm bewitched. I've been deceived. Actually, I have always loved you. The person I love the most has always been you. I remember your kindness and all the things you've done for me. I've always been touched." "You?" Fang Yuan asked calmly, "When is my birthday?" Li Dongyao was stunned and completely stuck. Fang Yuan sneered, "We've been together for a few years, you really love me. Who can remember something like this?" Fang Yuan said calmly, "Your birthday is April 6th, and you have your period on the 5th of every month. You like sweets and don't like sour things. You like coffee and roses, and you love showing off your legs in photos. How's that?" Li Dongyao forced to smile. "You remember it so clearly, Fang Yuan, let's make peace." Fang Yuan made a silencing gesture. "I don't hit women, and I don't want to argue with you. Go away." Li Dongyao bit her lip. Obviously, all of this belonged to her, but now she has nothing, has made a fool of herself, and is ruined. At this moment, she no longer cared and looked at Shen Jijing with red eyes of jealousy. "No one else can take what's mine." The next moment, she took out an eyebrow razor from her body, rushed towards Shen Jijing, and was about to cut her throat. "Ah!" Shen Jijing subconsciously dodged, then instinctively pushed, and Li Dongyao staggered backward and fell off the stage. "Ah!" Shen Jijing looked at her hands in confusion. With her strength, she can actually push someone 3 meters away. How is that possible? Only Fang Yuan knew about this. Thanks to the ability to empower friendly forces, Shen Jijing's combat effectiveness is now comparable to that of an adult man, or even stronger. "Take this lunatic away," Zhang Yuner said coldly, and then 2 men in suits and flatheads who were mixed in the venue stood up and arrested Li Dongyao. "Fang Yuan, I hate you. I gave you my entire youth, and you treat me like this." Li Dongyao had gone crazy and was taken away screaming in a completely ungraceful manner. My ears are finally quiet. Shen Jijing opened her mouth, wanting to plead for Li Dongyao, but in the end she didn't say anything. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing Special Revenge. Rewards: all abilities upgraded. If you have already reached a high-level ability, you will not be able to upgrade Special Reward, Queen's Tears. Queen's Tears. A pure natural 15-carat diamond ring with liquid inside is extremely precious and worth 80 million. The Queen's Tears instantly appeared in her hand. Fang Yuan decided that it was time to go public. Although the two got their marriage certificate, there was no proposal process and no wedding banquet was held. This was too unfair to Shen Jijing. It's just right. Better to do it today than to wait for a better day. Fang Yuan said to the crowd, "Today, with all the guests here, I plan to do something. Ji Jing and I got married. It was a beautiful accident. We have been together for more than 10 days now. We didn't propose, didn't have a wedding ceremony, and didn't even have a honeymoon together, just right. I have been preparing this ring for a long time." Fang Yuan turned around, knelt on one knee in front of Shen Jijing, raised the ring high, and said, "Jingjing, will you marry me?" Xin Jijing is wearing a white dress today, just like a wedding dress. And that diamond ring was as big as a pigeon egg. At this moment, happiness came too suddenly, and she covered her mouth in disbelief. What is this? The Queen's tears? Pierre was excited. He recognized the style of the ring in Feng Yuan's hand at a glance. The people in the audience were all suspicious. What is the Queen's tears? In 1987, a natural diamond-containing liquid was unearthed in the Andes Mountains of Africa. Li Lai knew a lot about diamonds. She explained to everyone. 3 years later, it was purchased by Queen Diane at an international price of 85 million and later gifted to Count Laon. But after a fire, the ring disappeared for 10 years and later reappeared in the Burj Al Arab and was bought by a mysterious buyer. Now that it's been brought to light again, this Queen's tear is valued at least 100 million. Yes, it is this Queen's tear. Pierre nodded, confirming that what Li Lai said was true. The crowd was shocked. 100 million. What is the identity of this Feng Yuan? Jiang Yuner also raised her eyebrows after hearing this, wondering what she was thinking. However, Xin Jijing hesitated. This ring is so expensive, she can't accept it, and she has already married Feng Yuan, so she has no regrets. Feng Yuan, we. In short, I can't have this ring. I can't afford it. Feng Yuan saw the fear in Xin Jijing's eyes, and quickly realized that a gentleman is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a jade. After all, anyone would be terrified to expose a ring worth 100 million in front of so many people. But the words have been spoken, how can I step down now? Keep this ring for your wedding. Li Lai tried to smooth things over, there's no rush right now. My Li family also has a jewelry business. Why don't we find another time and ask again? You guys have already got the certificate, right? Chapter 55, the dance is over. At this time, Pierre also stood up. A dance party allowed us to witness great love in this magical land. I was truly moved. Everyone applauded. This can be considered as a way out of danger, and no one should be blamed for anything. After all, the two have broken up, so Feng Yuan no longer has any moral constraints. With everyone's blessings, Feng Yuan walked off the stage holding Xin Jijing's hand. The incident was over and the dance continued. Dance is a process of understanding each other and deepening each other. Although Xin Jijing had no experience in attending dances, she was able to handle it with ease thanks to her own temperament. During the break, she drank some wine and felt a little dizzy, so Feng Yuan accompanied her to get some cakes to relieve the effects of the alcohol. This is delicious. Xin Jijing can't put desserts down, but she still has to restrain herself. After all, although desserts are delicious, eating too much will make you fat. Hello, Ms. Xin. Li Lai found the right opportunity and walked over to shake hands with Xin Jijing. Hello. Xin Jijing knew that this time it was thanks to her help, but a woman's sixth sense told her that there was some hostility in Li Lai's eyes. Even though the other party didn't show it. Ms. Li Lai, thank you so much today. Nothing to thank you for. Li Lai just chuckled, shook his head and said, I want to cooperate more with Mr. Feng in the future. Besides, he is a good person. Miss Xin, you are very lucky. After saying that, Li Lai looked at Feng Yuan deeply. She was in a very conflicted mood, but she still said generously, Mr. Feng, how about we cooperate on the Blue Core Group project? Our Li family is willing to contribute 1 billion yuan. Feng Yuan refused again, this is not something I can decide. It depends on the company's decision. After repeatedly hitting a wall, Li Lai was already starting to get frustrated, but he still managed to smile through gritted teeth. Okay, then let's find a time to discuss it. No, just find someone from my company. Ding. Detected that the target of revenge is unhappy. Do you want to continue? Continue. Li Lai smiled lightly and left. Xin Jijing blamed Feng Yuan, why do you have such a bad attitude? If you can win this 1 billion yuan project, the commission will definitely be quite large, right? Feng Yuan shrugged. Well, I really can't make a decision casually. Xin Jijing understood and asked quietly, when did you find this job? Why didn't you tell me? As for me, I want to work hard secretly and surprise everyone. Feng Yuan rubbed his nose and found a good excuse. Oh, so you've been doing something so big secretly without telling me. There was more of a teasing look in Xin Jijing's eyes. Feng Yuan was stunned and quickly said, no, I didn't mean to hide it from you, but everything happened too suddenly and there was no time to tell you. Why are you so nervous? You are my husband, I trust you. Xin Jijing was just joking. Sudden. Good brother. The voice that called him good brother was so sweet that it almost made Fang Yuan's soul burst out. Damn, Jiang Yuner, you definitely did this on purpose. Xin Jijing frowned. Jiang Yuner came over and behaved very well. She came to Xin Jijing and immediately put her arm around her wrist, calling out sweetly, "Hello, sister-in-law." Ah? Xin Jijing suddenly became confused. Who are you? What is going on? How come a young girl came and called herself sister-in-law? And judging from her clothes and Ming Jie's attitude towards her just now, I'm afraid she is not an ordinary child. Sister-in-law, my name is Jiang Yuner. Jiang Yuner introduced herself. I'm Fang Yuan's patient, but since we have similar personalities, I'll just recognize him as my brother. Right, good brother. It was obvious that this little girl was here to cause trouble. Fang Yuan met Xin Jijing's gaze, held his forehead and nodded. Yes, this quirky little girl is indeed my patient. Xin Jijing let down her guard. To be honest, she thought Jiang Yuner was quite cute, but a little thin, probably because of malnutrition. Sister-in-law, let's go shopping over there. There are a lot of delicious food there. Good. Just like that, Xin Jijing was taken away by Jiang Yuner. Looking at the backs of the two people, Fang Yuan shook his head. Fortunately, I have entered the upper-class circle. The dance party was still going on, but it had basically reached the socializing stage. Many people took the initiative to come to Fang Yuan for a drink, just to make themselves familiar to him. As the dance ended, everyone dispersed, but Jiang Yuner did not choose to go back with Mr. Jiang. She seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding with Xin Jijing and quickly stood on the same front. Jiang Yuner, she wants to go home with Xin Jijing. Ah, this. Isn't that inconvenient? Thinking about her own world of two people, Xin Jijing hesitated for a moment. What's the inconvenience? Just take care of yourself from now on. My school is quite close to my sister-in-law's house, so it's convenient for me to go to school. Fang Yuan was embarrassed and couldn't help but say, don't you live on campus at university? Forehead. Can't I just go to the doctor conveniently? Didn't you say my condition would take a long time? Xin Jijing suddenly felt sorry for Jiang Yuner. Although she had no worries about food and clothing, she had no relatives around her since childhood. No matter how much her grandfather doted on her, she still lacked someone who could tell her the truth. Plus, Li Dongniao's room was empty at home, so she moved in. It doesn't seem to be such a big problem. Honey, I think it's a good idea. Let Yuner live here. Seeing this, Fang Yuan had no choice but to say, all right. Outside the auditorium, Secretary Sun had thoughtfully prepared a business car. Fang Yuan drove home. The bedding in Li Dongniao's room had all been washed, so Jiang Yuner moved in directly. But what surprised Fang Yuan was that Mr. Jiang actually agreed. Didn't he say that I should have less contact with Jiang Yuner? It's all under the same roof. Is it really nothing? So in the cozy room, Fang Yuan asked with a wry smile, Jingjing, why did you keep her here? She keeps calling me a good brother, and you're willing to kick her out. Besides, I think she's a pretty good girl. Xin Jijing has made her decision. Fang Yuan could only shrug and accept the result. Soon, Xin Jijing changed her clothes and put her jewelry into a jewelry box, which she handed to Fang Yuan. Return these to the company tomorrow. Need not. Fang Yuan said, I got a good commission this time. Consider these as my gifts to you. Good. Xin Jijing's eyes were full of stars and she took the initiative to kiss him. Here I come. The next morning, Fang Yuan went out early. Today is the day when Pierre's business representative goes to Bluecore Group to sign a contract. Although he doesn't have to go in person, he should try to go if possible out of courtesy. But before I even got to the company, I received a strange phone call. When I picked up the phone, it was Chen Musheng. Mr. Fang, do you still hold true to your words? Certainly. Fang Yuan was very impressed with Chen Musheng and felt that he was a talent that could be cultivated. In his opinion, talent and ability are important, but character must be put first, even more important than ability. Moreover, with the skill of empowering friendly forces, your abilities can be improved in minutes. Because the skills have been upgraded. Fang Yuan checked the properties of the friendly empowerment. Intermediate ability, friendly empowerment can share 60% of one's own attributes with allies, and can be taken back at any time. Chapter 56, I am a Chinese medicine practitioner. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Friendly empowerment has been increased to 60% of the attribute. This is already a very high number. It seems that the highest level of this skill is only about 80%, but it is already very good. Well, you now. Fang Yuan continued to talk to Chen Musheng. I've already gone to the city, but I don't have much money. I'm taking my mother to the second hospital for treatment. Where are you? I'll come find you. Blue Core Group, please take a taxi here. 10 minutes later, Fang Yuan arrived at the company. Chen Musheng had arrived early and was sitting by a flower bed outside the door. Chen Musheng saw Fang Yuan at a glance and immediately stood up to greet him. Hello, Mr. Fang. Come with me. Fang Yuan nodded slightly and took him directly to his office. Secretary Sun was very tactful and went to make tea. Mr. Fang, look, what can I do? Chen Musheng was still a little reserved. There's no rush yet. Fang Yuan raised his hand and said, we'll talk about it later. How is your mother? Chen Musheng's expression was not very good, which also showed that his mother was in poor health. However, after Fang Yuan's supernatural power was upgraded, his medical skills were also upgraded, and he should be able to cure Chen Musheng's mother's illness. So he said, perhaps I can make your mother well again. In an instant, Chen Musheng's eyes widened. In fact, his mother's illness was a complication of a brain tumor. Due to its location, even with surgery, the probability of successful cure was not very high, and there was always a risk of death. But once the brain tumor compresses the blood vessels and causes massive bleeding, the person will die. So it was a dilemma whether to do it or not, which made him very tormented. Now that hope is right in front of him, how can he not be moved by it? Real? Real. Fang Yuan nodded, leaning back on the sofa, and continued, although I can't say it's a 100% cure, I'm at least 90% sure. That's enough. But Chen Musheng knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch, so he said seriously, Mr. Fang, if you save my mother, I will work like a slave for the rest of my life to repay your kindness. Fang Yuan didn't say anything, just smiled faintly. Secretary Sun also made tea, brought it up and poured 2 cups. Try it. Fang Yuan handed Chen Musheng a cup. Chen Musheng didn't know the rules of tea tasting, so he picked it up and drank it all in one gulp. And then the next second. Wow, it's hot. Fang Yuan laughed, picked up a cup, blew on it pretentiously, and then took a sip. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Chen Musheng blushed. Fang Yuan waved his hand, put down the teacup, and said, actually, I don't know how to drink tea, but I can't resist the fact that it's expensive and prestigious. Besides, we are all the same, both kids from the countryside, so I don't want you to be my cattle or horses, but a brother. Fang Yuan's expression was serious, he wasn't joking. Chen Musheng was stunned and his breathing became rapid. Brothers? Ever since he could remember, he had experienced the fickleness of human nature. Not to mention that in today's society, who would treat a poor boy like him as a brother? But, whether you are qualified to be my brother still needs you to prove it to me. Fang Yuan didn't say death right away. If you agree, stay and work as a security guard first, then get a driver's license and improve yourself slowly. If you don't agree, I won't force you. Of course I agree. With the opportunity right in front of him, Chen Musheng must seize it. Then report to the personnel department. Secretary Sun, please take him there and find a house nearby. Okay. Secretary Sun took Chen Musheng out of the office. Lan passed by the two of them. Boss Lan, how's the chip? Fang Yuan greeted with a smile. All tests have passed, so it can be put on the market and the press conference can be held. How about this afternoon? Do you have time? Lan came to tell Fang Yuan the good news. However, Fang Yuan did not want to be in the spotlight. Keeping a low profile was his usual style. Moreover, in terms of image, the mixed-race beauty Lan can also represent Lan Xin. I think it would be better if you were the host. After all, you developed it. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Good. There is no need to worry about this, it doesn't matter who hosts it. However, Lan still had something to discuss with Fang Yuan. She has been busy with research and development all this time and has not had the opportunity to have in-depth communication with the chairman who took over. That evening, I'll book a restaurant and we can have a good chat. Can. Fang Yuan agreed and looked at Lan again without any concealment. Wow, the more you look at it, the more pleasing to the eye it becomes. Good. Lan Lan left to prepare for the afternoon press conference. This is how she does things, cleanly and efficiently, and she never drags her feet on things that have been decided. At noon, Chen Musheng had completed the entry procedures. Fang Yuan took him to have a quick bite and then went to the second hospital to visit his mother. Just as he arrived at the door of the ward, the doctor came out. After seeing Chen Musheng, he stepped forward and said, "Mr. Chen, it's just right that you're back. We just had a meeting and decided to do the surgery anyway. The patient's brain tumor is getting bigger and bigger, and the blood vessels may rupture at any time. If it is not removed in time, we are worried." What the doctor said was true. But Chen Musheng didn't have that much money. The surgery would cost at least 400,000 yuan, and for such a major surgery, the subsequent hospitalization and nursing costs would also be astronomical. The key is that there is still a chance that the operation will fail. "Doctor, can we be discharged?" Chen Musheng only had less than 70,000 yuan in his hand, and the surgery was simply a drop in the bucket. Nonsense. Although we respect personal wishes, but... Well, there's a professor who just returned from abroad. There are very few cases of cure for your mother's condition internationally, so she's very concerned. This professor has brought the latest international medical technology, so we recommend that you consider it. Chen Musheng shook his head and refused. "No, I won't consider it. I really can't afford that kind of money. Besides, Mr. Fang can treat my mother." "Mr. Fang?" The doctor was a little confused and looked Fang Yuan up and down. Seeing that he was just a young man in his 20s and didn't look like a doctor from the way he was dressed, he immediately laughed out loud. "Can you cure it? Where did you come from, a barefoot doctor? Isn't this ridiculous? What if something goes wrong with the patient?" Fang Yuan explained, "It's not a barefoot doctor, it's a legitimate traditional Chinese medicine tradition." When the doctor heard that it was Chinese medicine, his expression became more complicated as if he heard a joke. Traditional Chinese medicine? What era is this? Why are you getting involved instead of just taking care of yourself? This requires surgery. Do you even know how to do it? That's right, don't bring out these old things and embarrass yourself. Those young doctors looked even more disapproving. Fang Yuan's face suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to argue, he heard a clear female voice. "Director Li, what's wrong?" "Professor Yi." At the corner of the corridor, a beautiful woman in a white coat slowly walked over. She looks to be about 30 years old, wears glasses, has a very good temperament, is cold and serious, and has a mature and domineering air. Director Li quickly said, "Professor Yi. This is Wu Guweifen's family member. They said they've sought treatment from traditional Chinese medicine and want to be discharged from the hospital." "Is there such a thing?" Professor Yi was relatively young. She walked over, pushed her glasses slightly, and said seriously, "You are Chen Musheng. The patient's condition is very critical. I've brought back a set of advanced surgical techniques that have at least a 50% chance of curing your mother. And I've checked the surgery fee. It's not much, only about 400,000 yuan. We can scrape together the money. Saving lives is the most important thing." Professor Yi is 1.78 meters tall. Although his figure cannot be seen, his appearance and temperament can be said to be absolutely top-notch. It's a pity that the attitude is a bit annoying. Only 400,000? That's all? Still trying to gather. Where are you going to gather? Are you going to gather for me? Fang Yuan chuckled and asked, "Isn't this just a matter of eating meat? Besides, do you intend to ruin the rest of your life in debt?" Chen Musheng also shook his head and refused. "Really, no need, I believe Mr. Fang can cure my mother. Besides, I really can't afford that much money for surgery." Chapter 57, Good Man Fang Yuan. Professor Ye's gaze shifted to Fang Yuan. She said calmly, "This is the only way. Hospitals also need to make a profit. Even if we calculate it based on cost, the cost of a major surgery is like this. It's already very cheap in China. Besides, there are no more than 100 people in the country who can perform this type of surgery." Fang Yuan shrugged, "Don't bother, I can cure it." "You? Are you qualified to practice medicine?" "I've heard that there are a lot of charlatans in China who use the name of traditional Chinese medicine as a pretext. Could you be one of them, you charlatan?" Professor Yi shook his head and challenged. Fang Yuan spread his hands. "What I know is the medical skills passed down by our ancestors, not some mysterious science. But that's also illegal. Professor Yi said coldly, and as a doctor, I am qualified to remind you that if anything happens to someone, you are directly responsible. Besides, do you understand pathology? How confident are you? The two of them were in a stalemate for a while. Professor Ye's emotions were very stable. In her opinion, the medical skills passed down by our ancestors were already outdated. She could even say that they were a scam disguised as metaphysics. I trust Mr. Fong, and I really don't have the money for surgery, Chen Mushing said. The 70,000 yuan in his hand was still a considerable burden for him. He had saved it by living frugally and adding the 30,000 yuan given by Fong Yuan. Okay. Hospitals should respect personal wishes. Professor Yi asked Fong Yuan, "What's your name?" Fong Yuan. Professor Yi nodded and warned, "I remember your name, Fong Yuan, right? Someone will be looking for you soon." She no longer cared about it. Then the other doctors followed suit, and Chen Mushing quickly arranged for his mother to be discharged from the hospital. The house that Fong Yuan asked Secretary Sun to find has also been arranged. It is fully furnished with furniture and appliances. Secretary Sun is also there, and Wu Guifan moved in as soon as she was discharged from the hospital. Everything is ready and we can start treating the disease. Chen Musheng was waiting in the living room. In the bedroom, Fong Yuan drew the curtains and prepared to use the 9 dragon needles and advanced medical skills to help Wu Guifan relieve her pain. With the advancement of medical technology, it is no problem to help Wu Guifan regain her sight. However, her condition still requires some specialized equipment, so for now, she can only use pressure. But that's enough. Just when I was about to insert the needle, Wu Guifan suddenly asked, "Mr. Fong, my son has already told me about your situation. He said he wants to go to work with me." Fong Yuan didn't rush to give her the acupuncture. Instead, he sat by the bed and said to her, "Yes, I'm impressed by his qualities. A person's abilities can be cultivated, but qualities are hard to come by. He's a very good kid." "Yeah, he's a good kid." Wu Guifan sighed and choked up, "I've been a burden to him all these years." "Thank you, Mr. Fong." "You're welcome, Auntie." Fong Yuan chuckled. He knew that Wu Guifan couldn't see right now, but she really wanted to say something to him. At the same time, he was also worried that Chen Mushing might go astray. "You just need to recover from your illness now so that he can work with peace of mind." Wu Guifan nodded slightly and said nothing more. "Children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and I can no longer stop him. After all, my son has been by my side for so many years." Half an hour later, Fong Yuan walked out of the room. Chen Musheng stood up and looked at Fong Yuan anxiously. He was very nervous at the moment, his heart in his throat. "Mr. Fong, how is my mother?" "Everything is going according to plan." "Real?" Chen Musheng was very surprised and excited and wanted to go into the room, but he held himself back and stopped. The benefactor is right in front of him, he can't help but express his gratitude. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and said, "Mr. Fong." "Thank you." As he was about to kneel down, Fong Yuan stopped him. "Chen Musheng, if you want to be my brother, your knees must not be weak. Kneel before the heavens, the earth, and your parents. No one else is worthy of your kneeling, and I am no different." Chen Musheng stood up, but his eyes were firm. "Big brother." In terms of age, Fong Yuan is naturally older. "Hey. Go ahead and take care of your mother. Report to the company tomorrow and start working officially." Chen Musheng walked into the house excitedly. Fong Yuan and Secretary Sun left. When Fong Yuan walked out of the door, he looked at the time. The press conference had already begun. Lan Lan was introducing the application scenarios of the new chip and the future development of Bluecore. And the technology summit is about to begin. This time, Bluecore's chip will definitely be the shining pearl at the technology summit. On the way back to the company, Secretary Sun said, "Director Fong, you are such a good person. To be honest, I've met many bosses, but few can do what you do." "Thank you for the compliment." Fong Yuan knew that Secretary Sun was flattering him, but he still laughed. They are all unfortunate children. Chen Mushing has good qualities. Just consider it as doing him a favor. Secretary Sun smiled knowingly, she thought of her family. Although Chi Yunfeng was no longer a threat to her for the time being, her family still did not stop sucking her blood. Suddenly, Fong Yuan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that the caller number was only 6 digits. 6-digit number? No area code yet. Fang Yuan had never seen this kind of number before, so Secretary Sun warned him, it's best not to answer this kind of number. It's most likely a harassing call from the park. It's okay, you can pick it up and listen to it. The other party was a woman with a mature voice, but it revealed some contempt. Mr. Fang, I heard that you have a treasure in your hand. My boss wants to buy it for 90 million, and I hope Mr. Fang will part with it. 90 million? Baby? Obviously, this is directed at the Queen's tears. I took it out to propose yesterday, and someone already set their eyes on it today. This really proves the saying, you don't have to worry about thieves stealing it, you have to worry about thieves thinking about it. Sorry, I like this baby very much. Fang Yuan decisively refused. However, the other party just chuckled and said, Mr. Fang, you don't know the value of that thing. In your hands, it's just a diamond. How about this, the price is negotiable, you make an offer. Fang Yuan replied directly, I won't sell it, and I'm not short of money. After saying that, he hung up the phone. The value of something? The other party's words gave Fang Yuan a reminder. He took out the Queen's tears. The moment Secretary Sun saw the diamond, his eyes widened and he almost had a traffic accident. A diamond as big as a pigeon egg is extremely attractive to women. Mr. Fang, I'm sorry. Secretary Sun said this, but her eyes were always on Fang Yuan's hand. Women are just like Doragon, no one can resist something shiny. After adjusting his mood, Secretary Sun continued driving, but his eyes kept glancing at Fang Yuan's hand. After a while, the phone rang again. This time, it was another 6-digit number, most likely a dummy one. Annoyed, Fang Yuan continued to answer the call. Just as he was about to start the car in C gear, he heard a voice on the other end, Mr. Fang, this diamond is of great significance. I urge you to sell it as soon as possible. Otherwise, there is a high possibility of fatal disaster. Fang Yuan was amused when he heard this, and asked coldly, are you threatening me? The other party did not answer, but after a long silence, revealed a string of information. Xin Jijing, 32 years old, good-looking and with a good figure. I can help Mr. Fang make her more sexy. You dare. Chapter 58, Archaeology Department Girl. Ding. The current target for revenge is Yang Shan, and the current number of revenges available is 2. The dragon has a reverse scale, anyone who touches it will die. Fang Yuan's Achilles heel is Xin Jijing, but the other party uses Xin Jijing to threaten him, and he triggers the system in anger. Although Fang Yuan didn't know who the person hiding in the dark was, the system still identified him. Yang Shan, right? Humph, let me show you how I can show you my power. Fang Yuan asked knowingly, what's your name? My name is Shirley. The other party answered readily, but it was a fake name. No, I'm asking for your real name. Ha, Mr. Fang is such a joke. How could someone in our line of work possibly have a real name? Oh, really? Fang Yuan originally wanted to reveal Yang Shan's real name directly, but then he thought that anyone who could spend tens of millions to buy something must be known by someone in the antique business. And if he wanted to strip her, he would strip her upside down, so she decisively refused and said, forget it, I won't sell it to you. Also, I don't like being passive. I like to be proactive. After saying that, he hung up the phone and told Secretary Sun, go to the antique city. After arriving, Fang Yuan asked Secretary Sun to wait in the car and went to Wanbao House alone. When Ma Yi saw Fang Yuan coming, he immediately greeted him with a smile. Mr. Fang, long time no see. Fang Yuan smiled and replied, it's only been a few days, not that long. After saying that, he sat down. Ma Yi asked someone to serve tea, and then sat down next to Fang Yuan. Mr. Fang, are you here to sell or buy goods this time? Fang Yuan directly took out the Queen's tears. Ma Yi widened his eyes, and especially after recognizing him, he took a deep breath. I'm sorry, I don't know much about things like diamond jewelry, but this thing is still very famous. If I'm not mistaken, the current market value of the Queen's tears is at least 80 million. It will be difficult for Wanbao House to acquire it. Hearing this, Fang Yuan shook his head. I'm not selling it, but I want to find out about someone. Oh? Ma Yi pondered for a moment, snapped his fingers, told the waiter beside him to leave, and closed the main door. Mr. Fang, please ask. Yang Shan, do you know her? Sure enough, after hearing this name, Ma Yi's expression changed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, I know you, but… Mr. Fong, I can't say much about this person. Ma Yi was a little embarrassed. It seemed that Yang Shan's identity was not simple. Shopkeeper Ma, let me do it. At this moment, a sound like a clear spring sounded, and Fong Yuan raised his head slightly. The moment he saw the person coming, he blinked in disbelief and immediately stood up from his chair. Oh my god, it's you. Are you surprised? The visitor was a blonde girl with a sly smile and punk-style clothes, who looked out of place in the antique business. Fong Yuan knew this person. She was a girl from the archaeology department during his college years. Also a goddess. The Department of Archaeology has always been an unpopular major, and Fong Yuan's university is no exception. There is only one class for this major. There are more than 60 people in the class, and this blonde girl is the only female student. What impressed him even more was the reputation of the blonde. She is a notorious troublemaker, prankster, and rebellious person in school. Song Shishir. It's just a pity that her behavior has nothing to do with poetry. Seeing her appear here, Fong Yuan didn't seem very surprised. Of course I know her. Song Shishir, the crazy girl from the archaeology department. Ugh. She's a goddess, everyone knows her. And… Song Shishir raised an eyebrow and retaliated, you're the same, a notorious bootlicker who's been chasing Li Liao for years. When Li Liao was mentioned, Fong Yuan instantly became unhappy. That was all in the past, and Li Liao wasn't some big shot in the school. I was just a little affectionate, so how could I be considered a bootlicker? Okay, no more jokes. Song Shishir came over and sat down, while Ma Yi retreated to the back hall. She poured a cup of tea and tasted it. After Fong Yuan looked at it, he found that although Song Shishir was wearing punk clothes, she still had the demeanor of a lady when drinking tea. Do you know Yang Shan? Fong Yuan went straight to the point and continued with his question. No. But first, show me your queen's tears. Good. Fong Yuan took out the queen's tears and handed it to Song Shishir. She took it in her hand, examined it carefully, and after confirming its authenticity, she returned it to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was a little surprised. From the moment this diamond ring appeared, Shen Zhijing, Secretary's son, and even Li Lai were all affected and had some reaction. Song Shishir's performance seemed as if she didn't care at all. Yang Shan, she's an international collector's assistant, codenamed Shirley. She's very low-key, and few people in the industry know her name. Song Shishir said slowly. Still low-key. Even the shopkeeper of Wanbao House knew about it. Fong Yuan secretly complained, but he still asked, international collector? Then, is he very powerful? Sharp? Song Shishir seemed a little apprehensive. Let's put it this way, basically, whatever this collector wants can be obtained, unless the item is lost. It seems to be more difficult than I imagined. How much did they pay? Song Shishir guessed Fong Yuan's intention. Since he came to ask, it meant that Yang Shan had already made an offer. This is the process of those people. As long as it can be solved with money, no tricks will be used. Of course, if the other party does not cooperate, there is no guarantee what will happen. Anyway, he doesn't care, as long as he can get what he wants. I have a suggestion. This queen's tear is just a piece of stone in your hand. It's better to exchange it for money, which can also save you unnecessary trouble. However, Fong Yuan just played with the queen's tear, shook his head and chuckled, I don't like being threatened. Besides, this is my engagement ring. It's very meaningful and can't be sold. Song Shishir narrowed her eyes. She got the news on the day the ring appeared. She had also heard some rumors about the ring, but what she couldn't understand was, if that was the case, why did Fong Yuan take out this diamond ring and attract attention? Fong Yuan, I still want to advise you that the Queen's Tears is not an ordinary collectible. If it is in your hands, it will only cause you endless trouble. And even if that international collector doesn't come to trouble you, others will. After all, this thing symbolizes status, wealth, and position. So, consider taking action. It will be good for both you and her. Song Shishir advised earnestly. However, Fong Yuan didn't listen at all. I just want to know where Yang Shan is now. I want to communicate with her face to face. I can certainly take the lead on this, but I suggest you don't get into conflict with them. Song Shishir suggested. Okay, it depends on my mood then. Fong Yuan said with a smile. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Song Shishir didn't care about this, but she was a businesswoman, and since she wanted to act as a matchmaker, she had to make some demands. Fang Yuan, I helped you, how are you going to repay me? Fang Yuan immediately took a defensive stance. Goddess Song, don't be like this. You know I'm not a casual person. Chapter 59, Requesting a Patent. Song Shishir was ashamed. Fortunately, she ignored Fang Yuan's funny words. Forget it, I'll let you know when it's done, please. Song Shishir's attitude turned cold. Fang Yuan asked quietly, then what do you want me to do? I'll tell you when I need you. Goodbye. It's time to see the guests off. It seems that Fang Yuan's words did not leave a good impression on Song Shishir. When leaving Wanbao House, Fang Yuan checked his phone and saw that it was almost 7 o'clock. On the mobile phone, Lan Lan sent a message saying that the press conference was very successful, and also attached the information of the restaurant. It was a fairly large Western restaurant in the city with an elegant and quiet environment. Secretary's son sent him there and then left. Fang Yuan walked quickly up to the agreed-upon private room and pushed the door open to enter. Boss Lan, are you getting impatient? It's okay, I just got here too. Lan Lan gestured for Fang Yuan to sit down, then called the waiter in. What would you two like to eat? The waiter handed over the menu and Fang Yuan began to order. However, he didn't really understand the routines of Western food, but fortunately he could understand the English words on them, so he just ordered a few at random. Beef Wellington and a serving of pasta, that's it for now. Anyway, Western food is all about the environment, and it doesn't suit Fang Yuan's taste, so he doesn't consider eating his fill here. Lan Lan also ordered some casual drinks, but they were obviously much more formal than Fang Yuan's. She even ordered a burgundy to sober up in advance. After the waiter left, Fang Yuan asked, Mr. Lan, are you used to Chinese food? Lan Lan thought for a moment, nodded, then shook her head and said, actually, I don't have any requirements for food. Most of the time I just eat whatever I want to get by. Besides, I've been back in China for such a long time, and I've been immersed in work, so I haven't really tasted the local food. Fang Yuan. Lan Lan continued, actually, I'd like to know how you figured out there was a problem with my architecture when you had no experience developing chips. This core issue has been bothering Lan Lan for a long time. Fang Yuan didn't know how to answer. But we can't say that he actually doesn't understand the principles and that they are all given by the eye of insight. I just wrote this, do you believe it? What do you think? Lan Lan sighed, forget it, since you don't want to say it, I won't force you, but this time the chip is almost all your credit. So I think you should get 60% of the patent. Fang Yuan waved his hands quickly. No, I don't want it. As long as you help me make money in the future, you will be worthy of me. Are you sure? Lan Lan said excitedly, do you know the significance of this chip? We are the only company in the international market that can produce this type of chip. If it is applied in the field of quantum computers, I can't even imagine it. Lan Lan is a scientific researcher. Her greatest excitement is that she has accomplished a great thing. It is an honor. However, Fang Yuan did not seem very excited about this honor. Is it amazing? Fang Yuan smiled awkwardly, leaving Lan Lan speechless. Is this in Versailles? But the architecture of this chip was completed by Fang Yuan. What kind of man is he? But seeing Fang Yuan's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was acting, so Lan Lan patiently explained, it's not very amazing, it's super amazing. This is equivalent to an AI revolution. Anyway, forget it, I can't explain it to you. Lan Lan didn't know what words to use to describe it. Lan Lan, I know what you mean. Fang Yuan stopped teasing her and said, let's change the subject. When it comes to the professional field of design, Fang Yuan really doesn't understand anything and is afraid that if he continues talking about it, he will be exposed. But in Lan Lan's understanding, his behavior was completely weird and very humble. Okay, let's change the subject. After this chip is launched, it will definitely trigger a hardware revolution. Several foreign and domestic companies have contacted me and want our underlying architecture. So the next business battle is the key. And I specialize in scientific research. I'm not very good at business warfare, so... Sorry, me too. Fang Yuan admitted it generously. Forehead. This was awkward. Neither of them was very good at business, so it seemed like they had nothing to talk about. The two were silent for a long time until Lan Lan's phone rang, breaking the awkwardness. Excuse me, I have to take a call. Lan Lan picked up the phone and walked outside. After she answered it, an old voice came from the other end. Lanner, I saw your company's press conference. The person on the other end of the phone was Lan Lan's father, Lan Xuanfeng, who was also a researcher engaged in hardware technology research and development. Lan Xuanfeng congratulated him. Congratulations. You've completed your graduation project, and it's quite impressive. By the way, when do you plan to submit your paper? A paper? It's a pity that Lan Lan can't write a paper. Because the underlying architecture was not created by her, but was rebuilt by Fong Yuan after completely overturning it. Although Lan Lan could understand this idea, it would be a bit fraudulent if she really wanted to write a paper. Seeking truth from facts has always been her life creed. Father, the underlying architecture of this chip was actually designed by the chairman of Blue Core Group. I don't have much credit for it. Lan Xuanfeng was silent. Then he asked in great surprise, who is he? To be able to complete the underlying architecture you designed, you must be a genius in your field. No. Lan Lan hesitated and said, he's not even engaged in related industries. Lan Xuanfeng clearly didn't believe it, but he didn't say much. He simply said, daughter, the company's top management has decided to purchase the copyright and underlying architecture of this chip for 3 billion. Of course, if you feel the price is not suitable, you can continue to negotiate. Lan Lan frowned and didn't respond. Lan Xuanfeng's words were too much. This chip was developed by Blue Core, and it was a wholly owned development. She did have the patent, but that didn't mean she could give the chip to others at will. Father, this isn't a good idea, is it? What's wrong with that? Lan Xuanfeng said seriously, daughter, you have to understand that with Blue Core's size, it's impossible to realize the full value of this chip. Besides, it's impossible for a small company like this to keep this patent. Many companies are now developing AI chips, especially those with international capital. If you don't open up your technology, I believe sanctions will be imposed on you very soon. But it's different when the chip is in my hands. Not only can I maximize its value, but I can also give Blue Core a 4% stake. Can you bear to watch Blue Core being swallowed up by capital? Lan Xuanfeng's words were already a threat. Of course, Lan Lan is also very clear about the methods of those capitals. If they really want to bring down Lan Xin, it is just a matter of cost for them. But what does it matter? Lan Lan still insisted, Dad, we can't do this. Whatever you want. Lan Xuanfeng lost his patience. Ms. Linda from Wall Street will contact you soon. I suggest you sell the patent as soon as possible. It will be to your advantage. Besides, after you finish the design, come back immediately. Prince Charles is still waiting for you to get married. Although you can't be his principal wife, this will be very beneficial to our business. And with the royal family's background, you won't face so much resistance no matter what you want to research. Chapter 60, Doing Something Big. Dad, let me think about it again. Lan Lan was upset and hung up the phone. Then she returned to the box and sat opposite Fong Yuan, feeling a surge of guilt in her heart. She drank a few glasses of wine in silence. In fact, the development of this software was proposed by Wang Yi. Lan Lan only agreed to proceed after receiving an invitation, and the other party promised not to interfere with any development progress and to fully support it. After all, she really wanted to make a qualified chip. And now it has succeeded. Although Fong Yuan did not think that he had any credit for this chip, Lan Lan deeply understood that without Fong Yuan, this project would most likely have failed. No one can save it. Director Fong. Lan Lan said softly, actually, I invited you out to dinner today because I wanted to tell you that there will be a lot of big names in the investment community attending tomorrow's technology summit. This is a very important summit, and whether Blue Core can succeed depends on this one. Do you have confidence? Of course there is. And didn't you also say that the chip we developed is the first of its kind in the world? Fong Yuan is full of confidence. Lan Lan smiled bitterly and said, yes, it is indeed the first case in the world, there is no doubt about that, but… Mr. Fong, let me tell you a story. Fong Yuan immediately pretended to listen attentively. Lan Lan spoke slowly. In fact, for high-tech products like these, especially professional hardware used in the digital field, foreign companies have always been the ones setting the rules of the game. Although there is no shortage of technical talent in China, we must abide by foreign rules of the game in order to participate in this game. Lan Lan poured herself a glass of wine, drank it all, and continued, "As an architect, I have always been conducting research and studying abroad. During this period, I have seen many excellent domestic chips being suppressed by foreign markets. I have also seen many cutting-edge technologies that should have shined being suppressed by foreign countries using market rules and public opinion, and ultimately being overtaken by foreign countries." Fong Yuan frowned slightly. He didn't understand what Lan Lan's purpose was in saying this. Lan Lan quickly gave the answer. "Capital will not allow others to have their cake and eat it too. The chips we are researching are already being researched and manufactured by many companies around the world. At times like this, it's all about speed. It's about who can develop it first. So, we were successful, but not completely successful." Not a success? Fong Yuan was a little confused after hearing this. He smacked his lips slightly and understood a little bit of what Lan Lan was saying. But, she wants to give up on her own? Impossible. "Boss Lan, just speak frankly," Fong Yuan said directly. Lan Lan let out a long sigh, and after preparing herself mentally, she said, "I've received news that this high-tech summit is intended to suppress blue-core chips. Among them there is some foreign capital. They won't allow blue-core to rise, and they might even resort to some dirty tactics." Just now while eating, Lan Lan said that she was not suitable for doing business. It seemed that she was paving the way for this moment. "My father is also involved in the hardware technology field in Switzerland. Their company can pay a high price to acquire our patents. As long as we give them the underlying architecture, we can get a certain amount of patent fees. And the price shouldn't be low. Look at you." By the end of her speech, Lan Lan's voice had become almost inaudible. Fong Yuan leaned back in his chair. To be honest, there is actually nothing to cherish. After all, for this kind of chip, as long as someone can provide the underlying logic, his eye of insight can construct it anytime and anywhere. But this mode made Fong Yuan very unhappy. By force? Lan Lan could only nod helplessly, as this was indeed the meaning. What if I don't agree? Lan Lan thought for a moment and listed several possibilities. The first possibility is that they will spend money to prove the chip's instability and continue to discredit and attack our research until they successfully develop a chip that rivals Blue-Core's. They also attacked Blue-Core's R&D record, saying our chip was made by a small company. And to be honest, we don't have much of an advantage in this regard. Another option is to manipulate the stock market to cause our market value to continue to shrink, so as to impose sanctions on us. This is also very easy for them. Another reason is that they force us to make our technology public so that it can be made accessible to the general public without disrupting their base. These capitals actually have the logic of robbers. They set the rules, so naturally they can change them for this purpose. This is also their common routine and method. Lan Lan only listed some cases for this. Do we have any hope of winning? Fong Yuan asked again. After careful consideration, Lan Lan finally shook her head. Almost nothing. With Blue-Core's size, we won't be able to withstand even the simplest method of throwing money at them. Lan Lan's statement about the current predicament has been very objective. Therefore, selling the patent is the best option for Blue-Core at the moment. Then I choose to die standing. What Fong Yuan disliked most was this passive situation. Lan Lan was shocked when these words were spoken. Because over the years, countless people have wanted to challenge the rules but ultimately failed, and she couldn't bear to see Lan Xin end up in this situation. Director Fong, I still suggest you consider this. In fact, many cases have shown us that few people can successfully walk this path, and we are probably not an exception. How to say it, Lan Lan is a very rational person. But Fong Yuan was unwilling to be manipulated and said seriously, Boss Lan, the patent for this chip is actually yours. Lan Xin only owns a small part of it. But I can say responsibly that with our collaboration, the next, more advanced smart chip will be just around the corner. This is the fundamental. Besides, a good blacksmith must be strong himself. We have the skills, so why should we be at their mercy? Lan Lan thought about it and agreed. She was still struggling with the idea, but Fong Yuan's words suddenly opened her mind. Fong Yuan struck while the iron was hot. If you feel that selling the smart chips now is the best way for Blue-Core to grow, then you are the president and have the final say. I respect your rights. But I still want to say, no matter what, as long as you stay, we can still create miracles. He also tried his best to keep Lan Lan. After all, the fact that she was willing to say these things to him fully demonstrated that she was still implementing the spirit of the contract and was also struggling. What Fong Yuan values is always a person's quality. Having experienced betrayal, he would rather start with a person's qualities. Lan Lan was very surprised. In order to keep himself, he was actually willing to give up the chip. Fong Yuan, you've always been a very strange person to me. You seem to have a lot of secrets. I've researched you since we first met. You come from a poor family, your grades in school aren't very good, and you're not in a related field, yet you. It seems to work miracles. Fong Yuan also said seriously, those who believe in miracles are the miracles themselves. But miracles are not everything. Everything is achieved by walking down to earth. Boss Lan, how about doing something big? Chapter 61, Technology Summit. A big deal? Lan Lan didn't quite understand. Right. Fong Yuan smiled mysteriously and explained seriously, you'll be in charge of the research, and I'll be in charge of the funding. As for sales, we'll find someone capable to handle it. After developing this chip, we will immediately work on the next one and iterate and upgrade it to show those foreigners our creativity. You're kidding. How could those barbarians understand a civilization that spans thousands of years? It's better to strike once to prevent 100 blows. We, Lan Xin, may be small, but we will fight them to the end even if we spend our last penny. Fong Yuan at this moment can be described in one word, passion. Lan Lan also saw in him the spirit of no destruction, no construction. Even though the situation is so difficult, he still has the determination to fight to the end. This is something she really needs to learn. Lan Lan, who grew up in the West, would prioritize gains and losses when encountering things, but Fong Yuan would not consider these. He has only one philosophy: money is secondary, talent is the most important. As long as there are people, research can continue, even if there is failure. Lan Lan felt Fong Yuan's confidence. He was much younger than her and didn't look very strong, but he had such great courage. Do you dare to bet? Dare. Lan Lan shook hands with Fong Yuan. At this moment, she finally got to know Fong Yuan and was completely captivated by his unique personality charm. Okay, let's eat. In the evening, after eating and drinking, Fong Yuan sent Lan Lan back to rest. When they got home, it was already past 1 o'clock. The next morning, when I got up, Shen Zhijing had already prepared breakfast. While eating, Shen Zhijing told him something. Her work has basically been handed over and she will be back to work soon. After thinking for a while, Fong Yuan asked, Wife, have you ever thought about changing your job? Shen Zhijing had never thought about this. After all, she has been working at Fingrui for 7 years. It is her comfort zone, and the marketing team she has trained is also there. If she leaves, it will be tantamount to destroying her hard work. I haven't thought about it. Shen Zhijing shook her head and asked, Why do you say that suddenly? Fong Yuan also understood Shen Zhijing's concerns, so he said, Nothing, our company is just hiring recently. I've noticed that the current job market is not good, but Bluecore is still recruiting widely from the public. I heard that your company's CEO kicked Shi Yunfeng off the board of directors, causing many employees to leave. This matter has spread and Shen Zhijing has also paid attention to it. After dinner, Fong Yuan went to attend the Technology Summit. The Technology Summit is held every 4 years. It is a major event in the domestic and international technology business circles. Many large companies will participate. Under normal circumstances, it will be held in some mainstream first-tier cities. But this year is different. Since there are many participating companies and newly developed products this year, it is held in Jiangcheng Xinya Science and Technology Park. Fong Yuan drove to the company to pick up Lan Lan, and after getting the invitation letter, he went straight to the venue. As for Bluecore's employees, they had already gone to the venue yesterday and brought some test machines for the exhibition. This is also the most popular project at this summit. In Jiangcheng New Industry Park, Fong Yuan parked the car, said hello to the Bluecore employees, and walked into the venue. The Technology Summit has 4 parts, the first of which is the company presentation, which is the most time-consuming part. Then there was a unique briefing session, followed by a public voting session, and finally the awards ceremony. Fong Yuan and Lan Lan didn't arrive early, and the 7,000 square meter conference hall was already packed with people, all of whom were people in the industry and some scientific researchers. Is this Director Fong's first time attending a technology summit? Fong Yuan nodded and asked, Actually, I don't quite understand the purpose of this technology summit. Lan Lan explained, if a company's project shines at a tech summit, it can basically determine the future market direction. At this time, in the center of the venue, the bosses from Jiangchang and various regions have arrived. They are visiting the technology exhibition, including Long Wei. As the chairman of the group, Wei Yi had to attend this kind of summit, but it seemed that due to the influence of the last time, he had a lot of bodyguards around him this time. Fang Yuan knew that Qi Hong, the son of Qi Yunfeng, seemed to be planning to assassinate Long Wei at this summit, so while visiting the exhibition, he also paid some attention to the situation on his side. As expected of a technology summit, many new technologies were showcased. For example, there are a series of concepts such as drone food delivery machines, simulated robots, bionic limbs, etc. The AI smart chip promoted by Bluecore this time covers 4 major areas. It is new energy unmanned driving, drones, mobile phones, and multifunctional computers. The core focus is on computers and new energy unmanned driving. To this day, even Fang Yuan is not sure what this smart chip can do. At this moment, the Bluecore exhibition area is the busiest. The staff is introducing to everyone how the new energy unmanned driving controlled by smart chips will work. The test mainly simulated traffic flow, and simulation models were used. On a 400 square meter sand table, the urban landscape of Jiangchang was restored, and some obstacles were added on the road. Everyone, the smart chip developed by Bluecore Group is a self-organizing, self-learning, and self-calculating super-intelligent chip that can handle a variety of complex road conditions. Next, I will show you the application scenarios of autonomous driving in complex road conditions. Fang Yuan was also watching. An unmanned driving model car equipped with an AI smart chip began to move on the road and soon entered the morning rush hour scene with relatively heavy traffic. Under such complicated road conditions, this model car can still make choices as quickly as possible and successfully avoid various emergencies. Similarly, our chips can also be used in the construction field. The staff walked to another section and began to introduce. The models are tower cranes and many other machines needed for construction. You just need to inject the blueprints, build the basic structure, and start the simulated construction, and the construction machinery can work independently without human control. Only then did Fang Yuan realize how awesome this chip was. A multi-threaded, self-organizing, and adaptive super-intelligent chip. No wonder Lan Lan wants to research and develop it. This is a milestone in turning science fiction into reality. Next, staff began demonstrating the chip's second core function. This is a cutting-edge, high-end computer equipped with a low-level logic operation system, driven by an intelligent chip. Please wait. With the docking of the program, this computer equipped with a smart chip took over all simulation projects almost instantly and drove the projects to proceed autonomously. Fang Yuan took a deep breath. Get rich. I didn't expect this chip to be so awesome. Lan Lan looked at Fang Yuan, who looked like he had never seen the world, and couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He is an architect, he should know these functions best. Why do you look so surprised now? Chapter 62, Hacker Invasion. Snap. 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 Wonderful. Really wonderful. A discordant voice sounded, and Qi Yunfeng walked over clapping his hands. Not only that, there was another person beside him, who was also Fang Yuan's acquaintance, Shen Linfeng. As an investment expert, Qi Yunfeng naturally has a lot of people around him. Speaking of which, the old man's own investment company has a valuation of more than 5 billion, which is why he became a key figure in this technology summit. Director Feng, President Lan, we meet again. Qi Yunfeng must have been holding back his fart, but even though he knew it, Lan Lan still had to be polite to him. Yes, Mr. Qi, long time no see. Fang Yuan didn't say anything. He wanted to see what kind of trouble Qi Yunfeng could cause. Sure enough, Qi Yunfeng took a look at Lan Xin's booth and immediately said to the people around him in surprise, oh my, this is incredible. Look what this is. I didn't expect that within 7 or 8 days after I withdrew my investment, they actually developed a smart chip. I remember when I left, the progress was only around 50%. It's incredible. The meaning of Qi Yunfeng's words was very clear, that is, Lan Xin was cheating. After all, what Bluecore showed was just computer control, not a real actual display, so how could it be authentic? Others also started talking. Lan Lan explained, Mr. Qi, the breakthrough of this chip is actually due to our chairman Feng, and what has been demonstrated so far is only the tip of the iceberg of this chip's development. Lan Lan has always been pragmatic. Moreover, smart chips can be used in more fields, but they cannot be stated explicitly. Today's recognition imaging technology is no longer high-tech. Imagine if this smart chip is used on drones, forming a drone swarm, and they can complete tasks autonomously without manual operation. That's the real horror. When Lan Lan mentioned Mr. Fong, Shen Linfeng glanced at Fong Yuan, and his expression changed slightly, but it was not that obvious. How did Fong Yuan, the gigolo, suddenly transform himself into the chairman of Lanxin Fong? Although he didn't know what happened, Shen Linfeng was clear about one thing, that is, the two people's current positions were opposing. So he spoke. There are so many frauds these days. Your smart chip design is so cutting edge, it's hard to believe it's real. Yeah, the design is so advanced, how could it be real? Many people followed suit. Shen Linfeng continued to ask, can you simulate again how this chip would perform in an emergency? Sure. Lan Lan was confident in his research and development, so he asked the staff to run the program again according to the original plan. In order to fully demonstrate the performance of the chip, this test also deliberately randomly disrupted the model cars on the street, and the test cars equipped with the chip were able to respond well. However, at an intersection, the test car suddenly lost control and crashed into a model car, triggering a chain reaction. There were exclamations all around. Lan Lan also showed an incredible expression. How is this possible? The underlying logic cannot possibly go wrong. The staff were also panicked. Everything had clearly been set up, and to prevent mistakes, they had gone through many rounds of learning, training, and testing. It was impossible for anything to get out of control. TSK, it seems there is still a risk. Shen Linfeng scoffed, that's what I was saying. How could a mechanical thing possibly have the on-the-spot reaction abilities of a human? I think this so-called smart chip was probably rushed out to swindle funds in preparation for this summit. Lan Lan turned a deaf ear and went to the operating table. Let me see. She started tweaking the parameters and soon discovered a problem. You should know that in order to ensure the stability of the test, the testing computer was not connected to the internet, but the background data of the chip was maliciously modified at some point in time. What's going on? Hackers? Lan Lan noticed something was wrong. What a hacker? Isn't your computer offline? Shen Linfeng sneered, no means no. If you get beaten, you should stand at attention. Why bother making so many excuses? Let me take a look. Fong Yuan ignored him and came over to solve the problem. He decisively opened the eye of insight and penetrated into the system. This is a system developed by Lan Lan herself. Due to testing reasons and in order to match the chip, there is indeed no network connection. Only. Fong Yuan discovered that an external receiver was turned on. After some operations on the computer, the source of the problem was determined. There's something wrong with this mouse. The mouse has an additional internal output line, and the other party hacked into the system through this line. But as soon as he finished speaking, he caused everyone to laugh. Shi Yinfeng sarcastically said, Boss Fong, you're exaggerating. A mouse cable can hack into your computer. How fragile is this system? Lan Lan took the mouse. She was indeed panicked and did not notice the problem with the mouse. When she looked at it now, she saw that there was indeed an inexplicable interface as Fong Yuan said. When the mouse was taken apart in public, it was discovered that there was an independent chip inside, which had been placed there in advance. What's going on? Fong Yuan asked the staff. The staff was also confused. This is a normal mouse, why does it suddenly have a signal receiver? Is this the original mouse? Or have you replaced it since entering the venue? No. The staff member was very sure, this is the original mouse, and it was specified by Mr. Lan. In order to ensure that there are no accidents at this exhibition, all the prepared items were moved from the laboratory, so it can indeed be said that it was designated by President Lan. That means they've already installed a signal receiver on my mouse and are stealing our core data. Who would do that? In an instant, Lan Lan thought of the worst possible scenario. Fortunately, the underlying architecture of the chip was completed on another computer, but even so, the experimental process was still exposed. Director Fong, President Lan. Stop pretending. It's impossible to develop a chip in just a few days. Wait a minute. Before Shi Yunfeng could finish his words, Fong Yuan interrupted him. Shi Yunfeng, what was the progress of chip development before you left Bluecore? %. When Shi Yunfeng was about to say the number, he was suddenly stunned. He realized that he had just said the wrong thing. However, Fong Yuan heard it clearly. He just said an exact number, 50%. Fong Yuan continued to ask questions. If I remember correctly, President Lan has never announced the progress of chip development. Even at the board meeting, he only mentioned that the development progress was slow. Even I didn't know the specific data before I actually got involved in research and development. This means that either Mr. Lan is lying, or someone is stealing Blue Core's development progress. Who is this person then? Fong Yuan looked towards Qi Yunfeng. Chapter 63, I'm just a genius. I knew you would say that. Qi Yunfeng chuckled and snapped his fingers calmly. A young man in his 20s wearing glasses came out, carrying a briefcase in his hand. After coming out, the other party pushed his glasses. This is Zhou Yiwei, a technician from Qiqing Enterprise. As soon as the name was announced, many people began to marvel. Zhou Yiwei. That's the young man who completed the system architecture design at the age of 17. When did he join Qiqing Enterprise? Fong Yuan didn't understand, nor did he recognize the young man in front of him, so he asked Lan, Boss Lan, do you know him? No. As if thinking this statement was inappropriate, Lan added, he's in the tech hardware business. At the age of 17, he completed the development of his own independently designed chip. While not intelligent, the chip's performance is practically indistinguishable from those produced by major international manufacturers. It was a blockbuster success. He subsequently achieved many great feats in various fields and was recognized as a genius in the hardware industry. Many companies tried to recruit him, but he rejected them all. After Qi Yunfeng introduced Zhou Yiwei, he immediately said, Xiaozhou, take out your, what? Zhou Yiwei opened a foreign forum website and found the paper he had submitted, as well as the experimental steps. The upload time shown above is the 7th of this month. Zhou Yiwei said slowly, I uploaded this research paper on AI chips on the 7th, but this paper discloses the technology regarding the underlying architecture and key aspects of the chip. My paper fell into oblivion and attracted no attention from the scientific community. However, 10 days later, Blue Core reproduced my paper exactly as it was and even put it on display for exhibition. As soon as Zhou Yiwei finished speaking, Lan suddenly looked at Fong Yuan. Number 7. Wasn't he at the day Fong Yuan just took over Lan Xin? I worked all night that day and took a break. During this time, Fong Yuan came to the office and modified his underlying architecture program. Zijita Yuan doesn't seem to understand hardware architecture, and the surprise he just showed at the exhibition shows that he is very unfamiliar with the architecture he designed. Could it be that? Did he plagiarize Zhou Yiwei's paper? Lan couldn't believe it. Mr. Zhou, when was your paper published? 11 o'clock noon. The timing is right too. Lan felt like the sky was falling. This is a fraud. He was actually complacent about a copied chip and even stood up for it. This will be the biggest scandal in her life. It may even ruin your future career. Thinking back to last night when Fong Yuan said he wanted to gamble big, Lan's vision suddenly darkened and she scolded, Fong Yuan. How could you do this? Exactly, how can you be so shameless? Qi Yunfeng laughed coldly. As long as Fong Yuan is proven to have plagiarized, his behavior will be illegal and he will be locked up and forced to work on a sewing machine. If he makes a comeback, Lan Xin will be completely under his control. Including the ownership of this chip will also fall into your hands. Boss Lan, don't you believe me? Fong Yuan asked slowly. Lan replied calmly, the evidence is right in front of me, how can I believe you? Although we applied for a patent, the paper was published by someone else first. We are plagiarizing. Fong Yuan didn't say anything. He knew that the product produced by the Eye of Insight could definitely not be the result of Zhou Yiwei's research and development. So, Zhou Yiwei was lying, and Qi Yunfeng had been planning this for so long, it seemed that he was well prepared this time. No wonder you've been refusing to admit this was your plan, and now you want me to take the blame, right? Lan seemed to agree with all of this. Boss Lan, have you ever thought about this? You set the basic principle of the chip, and I just changed some of the architecture. Does that mean you copied the basic principle? Fong Yuan hit the nail on the head. Forehead. Lan was stunned, it seemed to be true. The foundation was designed by Lan, and the architecture was done by Fong Yuan. But this explanation doesn't seem to make sense. Fong Yuan, do you know? If we really plagiarize, we will not only face bankruptcy, but also jail time. I ask you. Lan Lan didn't give up and asked him some professional terms. I don't understand. Have no idea. I don't know. However, Fang Yuan kept shaking his head from beginning to end. Lan Lan was desperate. The whole audience burst into laughter. As an architect, he doesn't even know professional terms, yet he still completed the architectural design. Who can believe this? Fang Yuan. Shi Yinfeng even openly mocked him, saying, plagiarism is plagiarism, and you're also seizing someone else's patent. This is not a simple matter. This is a serious infringement of intellectual property rights, unfair competition, and commercial espionage. I reserve the right to pursue legal action against you. Just wait for my green corpse chill. Shi Yunfeng was extremely surprised. I didn't expect victory to come so quickly. At this time, there were many people surrounding the blue core booth, which also attracted some bigwigs in the business circle. 3 people came upon hearing the news, and Wei Yi was among them. As for the other 2, one looked to be about 50 years old and was wearing casual clothes, but he looked very majestic and walked with a breeze. The other person is a 40-year-old woman who wears glasses. The most distinctive feature of her is the teardrop mole at the corner of her left eye. It's obvious that these 2 people's identities are not simple. Isn't this Zhang Wei from Deshang Military Industry and Yao Na from Jingdu Technology? And Mr. Wei from the Weilong Group? Haha, that's good now. The 3 big guys are here. Lan Xin is going to be in big trouble now. Before the 3 of them stepped forward, everyone started exclaiming. Wei Yi has the less experience among the 2. Although he does business very well, he is still a businessman after all. The other 2 have powerful backers behind them. What happened? Wei Yi stepped forward and asked. Shi Yinfeng backed off the attack and gave an exaggerated explanation. Zhang Wei, the 50-year-old man, said coldly, Blue Core Technology? Oh, I remember it. Master Wei, you seem to have recommended it. This is a sign of Long Wei. When this happens, he has to make the cut appropriately. After all, the evidence is already very clear, and Fang Yuan himself admitted that he does not understand things in his professional field. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Wei Yi finally decided to support Fang Yuan. Brother Zhang, I believe my brother. He wouldn't do something like plagiarism. Yana chuckled and said sarcastically, Master Wei, you've been recommending this brother of yours ever since a while ago. Be careful not to get into trouble. Long Wei shook his head, but still insisted, I believe in my brother's character, but I don't understand these technical matters. It's better for you professionals to handle it. His meaning was very clear. Whether it was a mule or a horse, he took it out for a walk, which was also a way of indirectly guaranteeing Fang Yuan. Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then asked Fang Yuan, you said you don't understand these technologies, so how did you build a smart chip? At this point, Fang Yuan had no choice but to explain, but how could he explain it? He thought about it again and again and said, I really don't understand. But I have talent, and as long as I see the point that needs to be structured, I can immediately build it without any professional knowledge. Fang Yuan's words were shocking. For a moment, the whole audience was speechless. What does it mean? If you see it, you can do it. This is like a person who has just learned to add 1 and then says that he already knows what mathematics is, and then says that he can do Gaussian mathematics. This is complete bullshit. Chapter 64, I accept the challenge. Fang Yuan, you're about to die, why are you still insisting on doing this? Shi Yinfeng said sarcastically. Fang Yuan shrugged, what do you care? Lan Lan on the side was also suspicious. This is not a game. If you don't know anything and just connect things randomly, you can build the underlying logic. Others will definitely not believe it. Fang Yuan, stop playing. Lan Lan said in a low voice, no one will believe you if you say that. But Fang Yuan gave her a look that said, don't worry, I know my limits. Zhang Wei was a man who had seen a lot of ups and downs, so his emotions didn't change much. He glanced at Shi Yinfeng and said, so, you 2 are fighting for the ownership of this chip, right? One is supported by clear papers, and the other is supported by product patents. He is right, this is the current situation. But because the structure is the same, it is most beneficial to the party with a clear thesis. On the other hand, Blue Core only had chips but no theoretical support, so it was in an unfavorable situation. Well, stop arguing. Zhang Wei tried to give him a courtesy. Deshang Military Industry is designing a nano-core chip, but its main architecture and operating system are still being perfected. I'll give you 10 days. Whoever can perfect it better will be considered the one with stronger R&D capabilities. How about that? I refuse. Shi Yunfeng definitely couldn't accept it. He knew that everything was fake, and the longer he waited, the more things would go wrong. Mr. Zhang, this is clearly our teaching technology product. Now we have the paper and the finished product as evidence to prove that Bluecore plagiarized us. I must demand an explanation. After Chi Yunfeng finished speaking, Joey Wei opened the briefcase, and inside was a small chip. I just hope that Bluecore can give us a perfect solution. Chi Yunfeng is a smart man. He would never agree to the request for a 10-day structure. If Fang Yuan really succeeds in building it, or if he defeats him, then everything he has laid out will be wasted. Because fake is fake after all. Zhang Wei frowned. Shi Yunfeng was right. The evidence was right in front of them. On the other hand, Lan Xian was completely clueless from the beginning to the end and could not produce any substantial evidence. It's impossible for him to help. Zhang Wei looked at Fang Yuan, his eyes asking, "What is your opinion? If you want to clear your suspicion, you must produce evidence that convinces everyone." Suddenly, Lan thought of something, so she asked Fang Yuan, "When did you finish operating the virtual architecture software on my computer?" Maybe 11:30. 11:30, right? Okay. Lan immediately called her secretary. "Secretary, please copy the automatically saved file of the virtual design on my computer and send it to me." In less than 3 minutes, the file was sent over. Lan found a computer, installed the virtual architecture software, imported the file, and started displaying it. In just 15 minutes, Lan completed the entire architecture process. This is the evidence of Lan Xian. However, he was slapped in the face by Joey Wei. "You told me you could complete the architecture of such a sophisticated smart chip in 15 minutes? Bluecore is really treating us like fools. According to common sense, it is impossible to complete the architecture in such a short time. The so-called architects are engineers who specialize in the software field. But architects also have an important role to play in semiconductor development. Especially smart chips. It is equivalent to a small piece of hardware with its own software. The basis of Lanlan's research and development is the hardware problem, while Fang Yuan solves the software architecture problem. The combination of the two forms a smart chip. This is indeed a bit outrageous." Zhang Wei then said, "In other words, Fang Yuan actually completed the architecture on his own computer. Although the process is a bit outrageous, there is a way to verify it." As he spoke, Zhang Wei provided a software with an unfinished architecture. "Fang Yuan, I'll give you an hour. If you complete the architecture, you'll have proven yourself." The construction was carried out under everyone's eyes, which immediately attracted the interest of many people. Shi Yunfeng felt a little guilty, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "This is not right, Mr. Zhang. Everything depends on the evidence. Let's." "Shut up." Before Chi Yunfeng could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Wei. "If Fang Yuan can complete the structure within this time period, he will definitely be a top-level genius. Therefore, regardless of whether he plagiarized or not, I must protect him and then start cooperation with him. After all, in today's society, talent is the key. Fang Yuan, do you dare to challenge me? It's not a good idea to make bubbles." Fang Yuan was very confident. Joey Wei was also very confident. He whispered to Chi Yunfeng, "Just let him do it. It's okay. He can't finish it. As far as I know, the current Guinness World Record for an architect is to complete a 500,000 square meter building in 72 hours. So even if he's familiar with the process in advance, it will still take at least 10 hours. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunfeng felt relieved. At this time, in the center of the exhibition, Deshang Military Industry had already set up the computers and imposed martial law within a 10-meter radius to prevent anyone from disturbing Fang Yuan. The stage has been set up, waiting for Fang Yuan to perform. However, Fang Yuan knew nothing about professional tools such as C language. He walked over to the computer and sat down. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes around him, Fang Yuan began to familiarize himself with the software and design sketches on the spot. Although the Eye of Insight was activated immediately, it still took time to wait for it to be generated. Therefore, during this period of time, Fang Yuan's amateur performance made everyone sneer at him. As an architect, I don't even know some of the most basic shortcut keys. You can tell at first glance that he is an amateur. Amateur among amateurs. Zhang Wei also shook his head and prepared to give up. Time passed minute by minute, and after about 10 minutes, Fang Yuan's eye of insight finally completed the observation. He twisted his neck and then began to operate. But he used the most stupid method to build it, just like a newbie who only learned basic computer knowledge and started building it from the middle. This confused many professionals in the field present. However, what confused them even more was that Fang Yuan seemed to understand nothing, but his speed was surprisingly fast. It's like when playing basketball, someone can't dribble, and the basketball may even fly away at any time, but the speed is so fast that you can't catch up. And it's getting faster and faster. Lan Lan was distressed when she saw Fang Yuan making meaningless and illogical structures everywhere. As time passed, there were soon only 5 minutes left. Fang Yuan's structure is still in a mess. However, at this moment, he typed out a line of running code, then stopped, crossed his legs, and made people stunned. Is this crazy? We've only built less than 20% of the architecture, and you're already planning to run it? No way? I think this guy has already started to tank. Shi Yunfeng also didn't understand, so he asked Joey Wei, what's going on now? Can't read. Joey Wei shook his head, but this guy made a bunch of shitty code, and none of the key parts are connected. It's impossible. But as Fang Yuan hit enter. Fuck. What the hell? Chapter 65, Destroy You. Everyone present exclaimed in amazement. Fang Yuan's pile of disorganized structures were actually linked together one by one. He actually used an architectural principle: tapping a certain point will automatically connect to the next point. To do this, you need to have a super brain that can remember all the logical operations at each point that needs to be constructed. It's an inappropriate metaphor to describe what happened. There is a way of painting that involves doodling seemingly meaningless graffiti on a drawing board, without any visible graphics. Until a basin of sand or flour is poured on it, and through the adhesion of these objects, a painting is finally formed. Fang Yuan's current behavior is like pouring sand on a pile of meaningless graffiti, turning it into a painting of along the river during the Qingming festival. Byte. With the completion of all architectural nodes, Fang Yuan completed the software architecture this time. The whole audience was silent. Experts look at the details, while nicknames just watch the fun. But this time, even the experts couldn't see the trick, because no one knew what was going on until the last moment. What the hell? This is impossible. This completely subverts the concept of architects. Looking at the shocked crowd in the audience, Fang Yuan smiled secretly. Just subvert it. Because I just followed the eye of insight and didn't know what I was doing. Zhang Wei was overjoyed and immediately called a technician to come and check it out. After the technician ran through the entire process, he exclaimed, "Done. 100% done." Joey Wei swallowed his saliva. Shi Yunfeng was sweating profusely. Is this Fang Yuan pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? What do you mean you don't understand professional knowledge? You're just pretending? That must be it. It's just a pity that I have laid the right foundation. I took every step correctly, but I met such a pervert. It seems that Fang Yuan can indeed do it. As soon as Zhang Wei said this, it was already determined that Fang Yuan was fine. And from the very beginning, Fang Yuan had been observing Shi Yunfeng's expressions and movements, and until now, he could finally tell it. Everyone. Fang Yuan stepped forward and said, one of Lanqin and Qiqing must be engaging in unfair business competition, or even technology theft and fabrication of evidence. Shi Yunfeng and Joey Wei broke out in cold sweats instantly. But they were still very confident in their plan, certain it wouldn't be discovered, so they explained it by saying, maybe it was just a technical collision. Is it really a technical crash? Fang Yuan then said to Zhang Wei, Mr. Zhang, I don't understand the technical aspects, but I would like to ask you, if someone installed something inside the mouse cable to replicate the mouse's movement trajectory, would that constitute technical plagiarism? At this time, someone in the professional field responded, it can be done. There is such technology. That's it. Fang Yuan said to Zhang Wei, then Mr. Zhang, please investigate the computer of our company's president, Lan Lan. Zhang Wei nodded. I'll have the technician take a look. Technicians were dispatched immediately. After Fang Yuan called Secretary Sun to explain the situation, he then asked, so, can he change the computer time and the time the web page is published? Can. A professional hacker in the audience said, this isn't a difficult technique. And while there are professional anti-tampering techniques in forums like this where papers are published, it's hard to say if you encounter a professional hacker. But you can check the timestamp. Wait a minute, I'll start investigating right away. As he spoke, the professional hacker began to look through the timestamps on the web pages and quickly came to a conclusion. This paper was published on the 9th, and the 7th was a revised date. Moreover, the author hid the paper when he chose to publish it, and only recently released it, so it has no readership. When it comes to technical matters, professionals are faster. Fang Yuan now thinks that he should recruit a top hacker to help him. At this moment, not far from the venue, there was a girl holding a lollipop in her mouth. The girl had twin ponytails and big eyes. She was about 17 years old and was wearing a simple denim suit with a little bear in her chest pocket. Her overall look was quite cute. But because he was wearing glasses and the lenses were as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle, it looked a bit awkward. She was not watching Fang Yuan's actions, and the computer interface in front of her was the interface that interfered with the signal. After putting away the computer, the girl looked at Fang Yuan on the stage. He's quite impressive, little bear. I'll meet this guy tonight. The girl put the computer into her computer bag and left the venue. No one paid any attention to her. On Fang Yuan's side, the frame-up drama directed and acted by Chi Yunfeng and Joey Wei was finally revealed after they investigated Lan Lan's computer and confirmed that chips were installed in the mouse cable and keyboard. Chi Yunfeng, once a shareholder of Bluecore, knows the importance of smart chips. So after Wang Yi invited Lan Lan over despite opposition, he began his own plan. This is first and foremost technology theft. He had his own company, and later forced out some shareholders including Wang Yi. Unfortunately, his shares were eventually acquired by Fang Yuan, leaving him empty-handed. But he had been dormant for so long, so he naturally made a lot of preparations, so he chose to attack Fang Yuan at the technology summit. I thought it was foolproof, but I didn't expect Fang Yuan to be so fierce. Now that the truth was revealed, he was completely panicked. No. Mr. Zhang, this is just a misunderstanding. Misunderstand. However, Wei Yi sneered and said, misunderstanding? The evidence is right in front of us. How can it still be considered a misunderstanding? Joey Wei sat on the ground. As a prodigy in the industry, he was sure to achieve great things in the future, but for a little money, he completely ruined his reputation, cut off his future possibilities, and ruined his own career. We still have Chi Yunfeng here to rely on. Mr. Zhang, I am willing to pay 3 billion to compensate Lanxin for its losses. Chi Yunfeng is rich, and his investment company itself is worth 5 billion yuan. As long as he takes out 60% of the total assets to protect himself, he will have a chance to turn things around in the future. Sorry, I don't want your money. Fang Yuan knew very well that if he failed to kill the snake, he would suffer from it, so he decisively rejected the proposal. Not only did he want to take revenge on Chi Yunfeng in a spectacular way, but he also wanted to strangle his last hope and make him completely regret it. You know, Fang Yuan still has 3 billion virtual stocks that he hasn't used yet. He turned on his phone, logged into today's stock market, and found Chichen Group. In a declining stock market, Chichen Group was able to achieve a good growth, which shows its strength. Then give it some more support. Fang Yuan planned to directly invest the 3 billion virtual funds into Chichen Group. Virtual stocks have no use at all, their only function is to make the data look better. Of course, what would be even better is to sell off at this time and drain the real money of his Chichen Group. So Fang Yuan called Secretary Sun. Secretary Sun, how much money do we have in our account that can be used for investment? Secretary Sun immediately went to the finance department and asked, and the answer was 700 million. Okay, buy all the shares of Chichen Group. Hurry up. If you're late you won't be able to buy it. Fang Yuan urged. Chi Yunfeng was stunned. Why is Fang Yuan giving money to himself? But as a business veteran, he keenly felt that things were not that simple. What are you doing? Fang Yuan smiled slightly, nothing, just destroy you. Destroy me? Chi Yunfeng was confused by what he heard. 10 minutes later, Secretary Sun reported that all the purchases had been successful. Fang Yuan activated the system and bet all 3 billion on Chichen Group. At this time, everyone who was paying attention to the stock market was shocked and shouted, "It's crazy! It's crazy! It's going up like crazy!" Chichen Group, the price went from 7.2 to 88.9? It's approaching its peak in an instant. Fang Yuan smiled slightly and directed Secretary Sun. Now, throw. Chapter 66, The Legendary Affair. Throw? Shi Yunfeng was still a little confused. But soon, he became desperately aware of this abnormal and sudden increase. Moreover, if Fang Yuan sold it at this moment, at least 2 billion market value would evaporate. His scalp instantly went numb. Don't want. Fang Yuan, please be merciful. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Shi Yunfeng's body was bent, and he looked like he was about to kneel down. However, Fang Yuan said with a smile, sympathy for the enemy is cruelty to yourself. Shi Yunfeng, you didn't even intend to hold back on me, so why should I let you go? Soon, the 5-minute refresh time was up, and at this moment, Xiqing Group's stock price hit the limit down, with huge fluctuations. Shi Yunfeng watched everything with a dull look, but Fang Yuan had a backup plan. He clapped his hands, and the next moment, Shen Linsong appeared, bringing someone with him. Shi Hong. Shi Yunfeng, look who this is? Also coming with them were Wei Yi's bodyguards. Fang Yuan had already told him that Shi Hong wanted to assassinate Master Wei, and now was the time to settle the score. Dad, save me. When Shi Hong saw Shi Yunfeng, he felt like he had seen his savior and called out to his father to save him. But he didn't know that Shi Yunfeng was also in danger. The surname Fang. Shi Yunfeng looked at Fang Yuan fiercely, without a doubt this was his doing. Shi Yunfeng, you'd better take care of yourself. Master Wei would definitely not let this father and son go, so he said in a cold voice. Shi Yunfeng was in despair, as he thought he had a sure win. But now his shares have evaporated, the company has gone bankrupt, and he and his son have broken the law. He is completely finished. It's all over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the high-level revenge against Shi Yunfeng. Reward, high-level ability, breaking the army. Wild Howl has a 60% chance of breaking the opponent's defense. Critical hit reward, hidden charm value. Pujuan? What is this? The name sounds great, but it only has one defense breaking effect. What is the use of it? And what does the hidden charm value of the critical hit reward mean? This wave of revenge was a revenge on Shi Yunfeng, but the reward seemed a bit disappointing, and Fang Yuan was almost broken. Soon, Shi Yunfeng and his son were taken away, and the farce came to an end. After this little episode, Blue Core won the attention of almost the entire audience, especially Fang Yuan's almost demonic performance, which completely made the chip famous. Many manufacturers have expressed their intention to cooperate. The AI smart chips produced by Blue Core will definitely be the technological star of the future. Fang Yuan, well, you're amazing. We can cooperate more in the future. Zhang Wei took the initiative to talk to Fang Yuan. After the two shook hands, Yaona from Kyoto Technology also came up to shake hands with Fang Yuan. However, the moment their hands touched, Fang Yuan shuddered all over. Yaona's hands are so delicate and silky. And while her eyes were full of admiration, there seemed to be other meanings as well. It's like a hungry wolf, staring at a piece of fresh meat, and can't wait to eat it in one bite. You are young and promising. This is my business card. We will meet again. After saying that, Yaona shook her body, and the waves were very turbulent. Wow! This is the real natural thunder. This hurdle was finally passed, and Lon Lon breathed a sigh of relief. The Tech Summit continues. In the following award ceremony, Blue Core's smart chip won the Outstanding Technology Award as expected. Lon Lon went on stage to receive the award. By the time the Technology Summit ended, it was already afternoon. Seeing a group of merchants surrounding Lon Lon and asking for cooperation, Fang Yuan quickly slipped away. He swore that he would never participate in such activities again, no matter how hard he tried. It was too boring and torturous. Fortunately, the threat of Shi Yunfeng was eliminated, which not only put my mind at ease, but also earned me 2 billion yuan. Fang Yuan drove happily and prepared to go back. After turning a few corners and waiting for the traffic light at the intersection, a girl who was walking suddenly fell in front of Fang Yuan's car, which scared him. Fang Yuan quickly got out of the car, approached and asked, "Miss, you?" The girl looked about 18 or 19 years old, with red hair and a pure and lovely look. She looked like the girl next door, except that her hair color was unique. Sir, I'm sorry, I have a little hypoglycemia." Oh. It wasn't a scam, Fang Yuan felt relieved. Seeing that the traffic light was red, Fang Yuan helped the red-haired girl up and said, "I'll take you to the hospital." "Get in the car." "Thank you, you're such a nice person. It's just a piece of cake." When getting in the car, Fang Yuan observed the girl carefully. She had a rosy complexion and did not look like she had low blood sugar. And when I helped her up just now, I took her pulse and it was healthy. Sir, there's no need to send me to the hospital. After getting in the car, the girl said, turn left ahead. That's the hotel I'm staying at. I have some medicine. You'll be fine after taking it. Hearing this, a bold idea emerged in Fong Yuan's mind. Could this be the legendary affair? Fortunately, Fong Yuan is a self-disciplined person. But he wanted to help her to the end. Since the girl needed it, he just drove to the hotel. And we got there very quickly. After parking the car, Fong Yuan helped her upstairs. But as soon as they entered the room, the girl immediately closed the door, and then she clung to him as if she had no bones. You are such a good person, and you are so handsome, you are lucky. The girl whispered in Fong Yuan's ear. Fong Yuan was stunned. No way, this is too fast. But the girl in front of him, flushed and feverish, didn't look like she was acting. Could it be a hidden charm value? Is it that obvious? Fong Yuan threw the girl on the bed, turned around and went to the bathroom, turned on the faucet to wash his face, and then looked at himself in the mirror. You're really hungry. This can't be accepted. Fong Yuan slapped himself again before calming down. He then picked up a disposable toothbrush, walked out of the bathroom, and threw it to the burning girl on the bed. Miss, I think you misunderstood. I am not a casual person. Here, this is for you, you can solve it yourself. After saying that, he turned around, opened the door and was about to go out. But after opening the door, there were two people in black suits in front of him. Both of them were wearing sunglasses. They were both about 1.8 meters tall and had standard square faces. They looked like they could fight. Honey trap? Fong Yuan immediately thought of this plot. Considering the girl's behavior, well, it's very likely. I told you, there is no such thing as a free lunch. But it seems they picked the wrong person. Brother, what do you mean? Fong Yuan asked bluntly. The big man on the left laughed grimly upon hearing this. You're no good either, second man? Be mindful of the impact, this is not the time to joke around. The one on the right had a serious expression on his face, then said in a low voice, Fong Yuan, right? Our eldest sister wants to see you. What sister? I think you are robbing me. Fong Yuan flexed his wrist. Next time you set up a trap, remember to find someone weaker. Hey ha. After he finished speaking, he attacked instantly. The two men were unable to dodge and were knocked off balance by the blow. After gaining the upper hand, Fong Yuan did a somersault and, relying on his excellent physical fitness, grabbed one man's head and slammed it against the wall, knocking him unconscious to the ground. Seeing this, the other person suddenly touched his waist. Fong Yuan turned around and was about to throw a punch, but the cold muzzle of a gun was pressed against his forehead. Let's talk it over nicely. Fong Yuan immediately raised his hands in surrender, feeling confused. No, how can this person hold a gun? Guns are clearly prohibited. Chapter 67, Outsmarting. Boy, you're really good at fighting. Fighting might be useless. To survive in this world, you need to rely on your strength. Do you have the strength? The burly man shook the gun in his hand. See, what is this? It's a gun. I'm so good, give me a slap on the face. Fong Yuan said embarrassedly, brother, it's just a honey trap, it's not that serious. Jump your sister. The strong man said coldly, our eldest sister wants to see you. Under the threat of a gun, Fong Yuan followed the strong man to the door of a room in the hotel. That is the presidential suite, also the highest standard room. The door opened, and a woman was sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. She seemed to have just taken a shower, with her hair casually draped down and a facial mask on her face. Come on, please sit down. Judging from the tone, there seemed to be no malice, and even some appreciation. We finally meet, Mr. Fong. The voice sounded familiar, and from the lazy tone, Fong Yuan remembered where he had heard it before. Yang Shan. It's you. Fong Yuan sat down carelessly. Yang Shan chuckled and said, yes, it's me. I've said before, I never fail to get what I want. Mr. Fong refuses to cooperate, so I have no choice but to resort to some tricks. The fact that Yang Shan's people can carry guns and still act so presumptuously fully demonstrates her power, or rather the collector behind her, is quite powerful. Fong Yuan's expression turned serious, just for the queen's tears? Yang Shan shrugged. The bath towel slipped off, revealing skin that was very smooth, like a baby's. Although I can't see her true face clearly, she must be a beauty and she must be well maintained. 100 million. If you're willing to pay, we can also agree to one more request. Well, this kind of business is a sure win for you. Yang Shan took out her cell phone and said that she could transfer money at any time. By the way, that beauty just now is pretty good, isn't she? If you're willing to make a move, she'll be given to you. You can play with her however you want. I guarantee you'll be in ecstasy. In order to obtain the tears of the goddess, Yang Shan really spent a lot of money. In response, Fang Yuan shook his head and said, No, she is still not as good as you. Oh, smooth talk. Yang Shan glanced at Fang Yuan, took off the mask on her face, revealing her true appearance. Fang Yuan was stunned. Everyone has different aesthetic tastes and definitions of beauty. Yang Shan's beauty is not the kind of vulgar beauty, but a kind of beauty that is difficult to explain. It is not appropriate to say that she is stunningly beautiful. She is just mature with a touch of charm, and charming with a hint of sweetness. She looks mature in age, yet also very young. In short, it's very strange. An old woman teasing a young man's hair. How old are you, sister? Yang Shan did not hide her doubts about Fang Yuan. 37, what, you like this type of me? That's right, you're 25, but your wife is 32. TSK, she has quite a unique taste. As she spoke, Yang Shan changed her position. It's a pity that you are a second man and can't satisfy me. Fang Yuan's face flushed red, and he immediately asked, How would you know if you don't play around? Oh? Yang Shan licked her lips. You know what, this little guy does have some unique charm, no wonder he can control Shinjijing so well. She suddenly wanted to try what Fang Yuan's food tasted like. Ring. If you're willing to sell us the ring, I don't mind playing with you for a round. I'm just worried you'll win too quickly and it'll be boring. Don't worry, you'll be satisfied. Fang Yuan took out the ring directly. When Yang Shan saw the ring, her eyes couldn't help but waver. After all, it is difficult for women to refuse diamonds. Except Song Shishir. You really want to fight a lap? Thinking of what was said before, Yang Shan's cheeks flushed and she felt a little bit of anticipation. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, Why not give it to you? But, I have a suggestion, in order to be able to better, you, have. Of course. What a joke. Don't you see what Yang Shan does? The guy who seduced Fang Yuan before was specially trained by her. He even carries this kind of thing with him. Soon, Yang Shan took a piece and put it in the cup of water. Fang Yuan also put the ring on the table as promised. You guys go out first. Yang Shan signaled her men to leave. Yes. As if he was already used to this situation, the bodyguard left the room without saying a word. Yang Shan stood up and hooked Fang Yuan's chin. Little brother, I advise you to play cards with me for a while. Fang Yuan smiled slyly. Now is the time. High-level superpowers, plunder. The next moment, Fang Yuan's perspective instantly entered Yang Shan's body. It really worked. Fang Yuan looked around in surprise, only to find that from this perspective, his original body seemed to be asleep. If there were other people present at this moment, it would be very dangerous given his current condition. It seems that plunder cannot be used indiscriminately. There are only 60 seconds left, so hurry up. Fang Yuan controlled Yang Shan, grabbed the glass of water on the table and drank it all. After doing all this, he returned to his body. In just a moment, Yang Shan looked at the cup of water in her hand with a look of horror on her face. What did I do? Nothing. Fang Yuan picked up the ring, looked at Yang Shan coldly, and said, I hate it most when people threaten me, especially those around me. I don't want your money, goodbye. Revenge successful. Before Yang Shan could react, she saw Fang Yuan was about to leave and quickly shouted, Wait, come back. What did you do to me, little brat? The effect has already taken effect. Yang Shan's skin has begun to turn pink and her eyes are a little blurry. If you can't help it, you can ask your men to solve it. I have something else to do. Bye. After saying that, Fang Yuan opened the door and was about to leave. The burly bodyguard wanted to stop him, but he grabbed him with his hands, knocked the gun out of his hand, and hit him in the back of the neck, causing him to faint in a daze. The plundering skill not only controls the opponent's body, but also plunders the opponent's abilities. This Yang Shan seems to have a special identity. Not only does she have maxed out fighting skills, she also has many tricks that only special agents have. It's easy for her to deal with a little karami. Soon, Fong Yuan left. Yang Shan lay on the ground in pain, curled up, trembling and crying. Fong Yuan, I will make you pay the price. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent, and she looked at the direction Fong Yuan left with resentment and roared. Fong Yuan sneezed for no reason after walking out of the hotel, then got in the car and left. After arriving home, Fong Yuan was about to get out of the car when he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something in the drawer of the car. So he reached out and opened it, and found a tiny electronic component in the gap between the layers. Tracker. Agent skills activated. Fong Yuan turned off the tracker, checked that there was nothing else unusual in the car, got out of the car, and went upstairs. Xin Zijing and Jiang Yuner haven't come back yet. Fong Yuan turned on the computer, connected the tracker, and started the anti-tracking operation. As an agent, Yang Shan is a computer expert, and with the help of the Eye of Insight, she quickly locked onto the address. In an old residential area in the old city of Jiangcheng. The sky is blue, waiting for the mist and rain. The phone rang. The man picked it up and saw that it was a string of digital codes. He smiled slightly and picked up the phone. That's the AI voice over there. You were able to discover this. We underestimated you. But you've offended Yang Shan. That woman is vindictive, so you better be careful. Besides, the game has already started. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Chapter 68, Scared to Tears. The game has begun? Damn it, you're only saying half the words, what kind of riddler is this? Until going to bed, Fong Yuan was still wondering what the other party meant. Hubby, you're obsessed. What game or riddle is this? I don't understand. Xin Zijing hooked her arm around Fong Yuan and asked lovingly. Fong Yuan suddenly came to his senses. Damn it, I was so confused that a phone call messed up my mentality. Nothing. He looked at the beauty in his arms, then smiled evilly, turned over immediately, and started a 2.5-hour horse riding game. The next day. Blue Core Group. The company is very lively. Fong Yuan shined at the exhibition yesterday, and today, merchants came in an endless stream to seek cooperation. All departments of Lanxin were running at full speed and were almost smoking, but they still couldn't receive them all. Seeing this, Lan simply held an investment promotion meeting. Fong Yuan was afraid of trouble, so he didn't go over. When he was running away, he happened to see Chen Mushing standing guard at the door. Big brother. Chen Mushing has great respect for him. Fong Yuan asked, how is your mother? Much better. She's in much better spirits these days. By the way, Professor Yi from the hospital came home yesterday and did a simple checkup for my mother. Oh? Fong Yuan suddenly wanted to know Professor Ye's reaction. What did she say? I didn't say anything, just let my mother have a good rest. Forehead. Fong Yuan was a little surprised. This reaction was a bit unexpected. As they were talking, a pink Maserati stopped at the company entrance. When the window rolled down, Li Lai was seen inside. Fong Yuan. Hey, Miss Li. Fong Yuan greeted him. To be honest, after an in-depth discussion, he didn't want to continue his revenge. Get in the car. There's no time to explain. Li Lai looked a little flustered. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Are you getting in the car or not? Li Lai's domineering attitude made Fong Yuan instantly give up the idea of revenge. TSK, who do you think you are? Fong Yuan rolled his eyes and turned away with a swagger. Li Lai shouted from behind, if you help me, I'll invest 1 billion yuan and we can work together. You are my valued customer. When Fong Yuan heard about the 1 billion, he immediately changed his mind. In principle, making money is what matters. But as soon as he got into the passenger seat, Li Lai stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? My grandfather is gone. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. What did this have to do with him? He said helplessly, your grandfather is gone and the procedure is done. I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, not a magician. I can't resurrect him. Are you a Chinese medicine doctor? Li Lai really doesn't know this. Forehead. Fong Yuan coughed and said, what do you want from me? Please help me. Li Lai got straight to the point. Ever since my grandfather became seriously ill, the Li family has stopped caring about the business and started splitting up, which has led to the family going downhill. Now that Grandpa is dead and his body is still warm, they're actually making trouble again. So I thought since you know young Master Long, you should be able to help me. Fong Yuan did not ask any further questions. Soon, the car stopped at a mansion near the suburbs. White silk was hung inside and outside the house, and a morning tent was set up in the yard. The two got out of the car, and Li Lai continued to talk to Fong Yuan. The Li family, like the Long family, both relied on fighting and killing to make their fortunes. Although they were cleansed a long time ago, they are still a black family at heart. Grandpa passed away suddenly, and the Li family fell apart. Everyone was fighting for the inheritance. As for the specific distribution of the estate, my grandfather must have left a will, but they don't allow me to participate, not even to burn incense. There must be something fishy going on. You are Master Long's uncle. The Li family is most afraid of the Wei Long group now, so I think. Fong Yuan understood. It seems that Li Lai failed to connect with young Master Long, so today he can only use himself as an introduction. Just tell me, are you coming back to burn incense or to divide the family property? Li Lai hesitated. To be honest, she doesn't have much concept of family affection. Although her grandfather loved her very much, as she grew up and left the core of the Li family, this feeling faded under the influence of money. Is there a conflict? Li Lai tried his best to conceal his intentions. No, let's go, I'm already here. Fong Yuan didn't plan to ask any more questions. As for offering help? Let us just forget it. Just consider it as you are here to see the joke today. At the gate of the Li family mansion, the two were about to enter but were stopped. That person was Li Haokuan. This guy was in mourning but still showed off his power. He brought a few thugs with him. When he saw Fong Yuan, he was furious. Li Lai, are you really involved with this guy? Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows. What was going on? Besides, aren't Li Haokuan and Li Lai on good terms? That night, Fong Yuan saw him so anxious that he was almost crying. What is going on now? But after careful analysis, it seems not to be the case. When facing young Master Long, Li Haokuan decisively ran away, not even caring about his sister. It seems that it will take some time to figure out what's going on here. Li Haokuan, you are being selfish. Li Lai was very unhappy with his brother's behavior. Selfish? Li Haokuan said, Sister, I don't want my Li family's fortune to be divided up by a woman like you. Besides, our Li family's ancestors were nobles after all. Women have no right to participate in anything related to the family. I asked you to get married, but you refused. You always thought you were superior to others, but now you are hanging out with this kind of trash. I really laughed. Li Lai's face turned visibly cold. Since Li Haokuan said so, there was no need for her to continue giving him face. Li Haokuan. I am a member of the Li family. I also earned money for the Li family in the past, so even if the family property is divided, there will be a share for me. If you want to get rid of me after it has done its work, no way. When dogs bite each other, their mouths are covered with fur. Fong Yuan was very happy to see this. This was much more interesting than revenge or something like that. Also, this is Fong Yuan, Master Long's uncle. Li Lai brought Fong Yuan to support him. However, Li Haokuan said disdainfully, I've checked. This guy just has some medical skills and can help Master Wei treat illnesses. Do you really think he's your backer? Ding. Current target for revenge, Li Haokuan, current number of possible revenges, 1. Fong Yuan was confused. I was enjoying the show and not angry at all, so why did the system task get triggered? But if there is a task, then just do it. Li Haokuan was still mocking him at this time. Li Lai, let me tell you. Ha! Fong Yuan suddenly shouted, startling Li Haokuan. He angrily yelled, Are you sick? Ahem, my throat feels uncomfortable. What is going on? Isn't the probability that the Pujuan skill didn't activate 60%? Li Haokuan continued, the Li family's property. Ha! Fuck, what are you yelling about? What's wrong with me? Fong Yuan's voice is louder than Li Haokuan's. Then I saw Li Haokuan suddenly curl his lips, tears and snot running down his face, and he started crying like a woman. Fong Yuan, you scared me to death. Chapter 69, Martial Arts Master? Fong Yuan had never expected that his shout would have such an effect. Li Haokuan, whose defense was broken, cried like a woman and then turned around shyly. Run away. This time, no one blocked the door. Li Lai was a little puzzled. Fang Yuan had only shouted, and Li Haokuan had already run away. She asked suspiciously, "What happened? How did you do that?" Maybe he has a guilty conscience and is ashamed of himself. Fang Yuan made up an excuse. When did he become so fragile? Li Lai was still a little confused, but the current trouble had been solved, so he decided to go into the Li family mansion as soon as possible. The Li family is also big. Nothing could be seen from the outside, but after entering and passing through several courtyards, Fang Yuan realized how wonderful the life of the rich was. Let us not talk about anything else, just talking about this residence, it is like a palace in a TV drama, each courtyard can accommodate a family. I walked to a small path, which led to the main courtyard of the inner courtyard. At this time, I could hear funeral music playing. The two men walked forward quickly. This was the Li family's mourning hall, and Mr. Li's coffin was inside the mourning hall. The yard was filled with people who came to pay their respects, and people in mourning sat on both sides. As soon as Li Lai appeared, she attracted everyone's hostility, as if she shouldn't have appeared. "Humph, what are you doing here? How dare you come here?" The person who spoke was a man of about 50 years old. He looked very high in status and was sitting in the first position on the left. Zhua is the most respected and is in the first place. He should be the first person after the head of the Li family. Second master. Li Lai bowed respectfully, showing a good grasp of etiquette. Although the second master of the Li family softened his tone, he still said with disdain, "Li Lai, there are some things that you should understand even if the second master doesn't say them. As a woman, you are not qualified to come and mourn Big Brother. Let's go." Upon hearing this, Li Lai lowered his head, clenched his fists, and his whole body was trembling. Fang Yuan enjoyed the show, but he was also quite curious. Why did this family bully only Li Lai? "Why, second master, I am also a member of the Li family." "Yes, we all admit that." Mr. Li Yuri changed the subject, "But you can only blame your mother. She was just a servant, of lowly status. After all, our genes are different. The difference between an emperor and a beggar. Besides, we arranged for you to get married and fight for the interests of the Li family. What did you do? It was you who chose to leave the Li family." Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. It seemed like I heard something extraordinary. The affairs of the Li family are too complicated. "Yes, that's right, I chose it myself." Li Lai's eyes were firm, and then she reached out and put her arm around Fang Yuan, pretending to be very intimate, but who can blame me for having such a capable man now? "Let me introduce you, Fang Yuan, Master Wei's younger brother and Master Long's uncle." When Master Wei and Master Long were mentioned, Master Li's expression changed instantly. He looked Fang Yuan up and down. The Li family runs a traditional industry and has never participated in the research and development of new technologies. Naturally, no one knows Fang Yuan, so his eyes are full of suspicion. But what if it's true? He didn't dare to gamble. So Mr. Li coughed and expressed his position in a tactful way. "This is an internal matter of the Li family. Even if Master Wei came in person, it might not be possible. Don't listen to my sister." Li Haokuan appeared out of nowhere, tears still streaming down his face. He pointed at Fang Yuan and said to Second Master Li, "Second Master, this guy is Xin Jijing's husband. It's Xin Jijing's husband who stole our business 2 days ago." Mr. Li Er's eyes suddenly became sinister. Xin Jijing, the newly appointed director of Fingrue Group. The former director Lu, also known as Baldy Lu, had close cooperation with the Li family and they could get kickbacks from each other. As a result, after Xin Jijing took office, he directly blocked all the roads. On Fang Yuan's side, seeing that Mr. Li Er had a bad look on his face, there was a hint of ferocity in his eyes. No wonder the task was triggered for Li Haokuan. It turned out that there was a conflict between the Li family and Xin Jijing. The opportunity is just right. Li Haokuan sneered, "Fang Yuan, you've ruined my plans time and again, and your wife has taken over our Li family's business. Now you've brought my sister here to cause trouble. I was looking for you. I never thought that you wouldn't take the road to heaven, but would break into hell without a door. Today, I will take back everything I lost with interest." Seeing Li Haokuan being so arrogant, Fang Yuan thought, could this guy have some trump card in his hand? While he was thinking, Li Haokuan waved his hand and 7 or 8 thugs surrounded him. After all, it is a family involved in organized crime, and with its history, the Li family has many martial artists under their command. Master Lier gave the order, tie this man up first and deal with him later. As for you, Li Lai, according to family rules, cut off your fingers. What? You dare? We are now in a society ruled by law, you. Before Li Lai could finish his words, the thugs rushed up one by one with ferocious looks. This is the old house of the Li family, and since they have a shady background, these people act with impunity. Fang Yuan originally came to watch a play, but unexpectedly became the protagonist of the play. It seems that we have no choice but to take action. Li Lai, are you ready? Fang Yuan asked. Li Lai was still confused and didn't respond. Seeing this, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Friendly empowerment. Ding. Friendly empowerment failed. Li Lai has already been empowered. That's right. That night, Fang Yuan gave Li Lai power to prevent her from fainting. Get started. In the blink of an eye, the fists of the Li family's thugs had already hit them. Fang Yuan dodged sideways. At this moment, he had Yang Shan's special agent skills and was like a combat expert. After becoming familiar with the routine, he used his grappling hands to relieve the force, and buckled the joints, and knocked down all the thugs in no time. Seeing Fang Yuan's skills, Mr. Li could no longer sit still. He suddenly attacked, fought with Fang Yuan, and quickly gained the upper hand. Martial arts master? This Mr. Li was a very capable man, and even with Fang Yuan's current fighting skills, he still suffered a loss and was forced back several meters by his push. Come again. Fang Yuan refused to accept it and rushed forward with a roar. Master Li sneered and touched Fang Yuan's heart with a sudden movement of his hand. Fang Yuan's eyes went dark, his legs went weak, and he almost fell down, but he quickly managed to hold on thanks to his physical strength. Mr. Li was very surprised. Ha ha! Fang Yuan shouted again. This time he was lucky and triggered the broken army effect again. Mr. Li's expression changed, and he suddenly covered his face and started crying. Woo woo woo! Then a dramatic scene happened. Mr. Li, who was almost 70 years old, cried like a young wife, turned his head and ran away. Everyone in the yard was stunned. Li Haokuan seemed to have thought of something, pointing at Li Lai and yelling, Li Lai, you unfilial daughter, you actually brought people to disrupt Grandpa's funeral. And you, Fang Yuan, I'm not done with you. Li Lai also became excited. Fang Yuan was such a good fighter, and he had Master Wei as his backer, so he responded with a tough attitude, Li Haokuan, I'm telling you, this is mine, I must take it back. Then you come and try it. Li Haokuan knew that he would suffer if he took action, so he said with a stern smile, the Li family has a backer now. We don't need young Master Long anymore. Chapter 70, Hidden Charm Value. As he spoke, Li Haokuan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Shao Kunken, what's wrong? A female voice came from the phone, and Li Haokuan immediately clamped his throat and cried out his grievances. Sister, someone is bullying me. Well, my sister found a wild man who came to the family to cause trouble and even beat people. Yes, it's the Li family's old house. Sister, come quickly. After hanging up the phone, Li Haokuan sneered, Humph, Fang Yuan, and Li Lai, just wait. I'll let my eldest sister take care of you. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes and shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. In less than 10 minutes, a team of 20 black-clad bodyguards arrived at the Li family. Then a woman came out surrounded by black-clad bodyguards. It was Yao Na. Saw it at the tech summit yesterday. When Yao Na showed up, Li Haokuan immediately turned into a puppy and ran over to her, saying aggrievedly, Sister Yao, you're finally here. That's them. Yao Na glanced over and immediately saw Fang Yuan. She smiled knowingly and asked Li Haokuan, you said your sister bullied you, so who is he? Oh, he's the wild man my sister found, and he's the one who beat people up. Sister Yao, you have to make the decision for me. The reason why Li Haokuan suddenly became so bold was because he relied on Yao Na, a powerful figure. As for Yao Na, she was also bored and was planning to invest in Jiangchang. Seeing that Li Haokuan was quite pleasing to her, she chose him. And Li Haokuan also conducted an investigation. Yao Na is already 40 years old this year and has not yet married, but she has a perfect figure and good looks, especially her big breasts, which everyone likes. And according to rumors, she really likes to play with young and handsome men. So Li Haokuan dressed up specially that day, pretending to be a little puppy, wanting to see if he could get the position, and it turned out to be successful in no time. Li Haokuan, recognize your place. Yana suddenly said with disgust. However, Li Haokuan seemed not to hear it, and continued to carry on with his shameless spirit, smiling and walking aside. Li Lai looked at her brother like this and suddenly felt a little disgusted. Fortunately, the relationship has been torn apart, so it doesn't matter whether I admit it or not. The Li family really disappoints me. Yao Na shook her head. The reason she came here was to see what Li Haokuan was up to. But seeing him like this, I just felt nauseous. Especially since he had just invested in it, he immediately regarded Kyoto Technology as his backer. It's even more unbearable. Elder sister. Li Haokuan broke out in a cold sweat. Sister Yao said she would help me, why do I suddenly feel like she is going to go back on her word now? Li Haokuan, Jingdu Technology's investment in your family is simply because they saw the Li family's development potential. I didn't expect you to dare to provoke Fang Yuan. Li Haokuan suddenly felt something was wrong. Why is Sister Yao speaking up for Fang Yuan? Yao Na walked up to Fang Yuan, still with that expression as if she wanted to eat him up. She extended her hand and said, Fang Yuan, we meet again. Your Blue Core Company is a shining new star in the future field. Coincidentally, I would also like to continue discussing cooperative projects with you. I wonder if you are interested? Of course, Fang Yuan accepted everyone who came. There is still a shortage of people on Blue Core's board of directors, and Yao Na is the boss of Kyoto Technology, so it's not a matter of when to discuss it now. So he held Yao Na's hand and said, very interested. And it would be even better if you could buy shares. I'm the only one on the board, and it's very lonely. Yao Na was amused by him and laughed. This is the first time I've seen someone want to share their rights. But, that's fine. I'll invest 2 billion. By investing in Blue Core, when the chips are officially launched on the market, Blue Core's stock price and market value will surely continue to double. For Yao Na, this is a sure profit. TSK, big companies just have money. No, it's just a strategic investment. The two of them flattered each other. Li Haokuan was stunned. It turns out that the people he recruited became someone else's wedding dress. Sister Yao. Roll. Yao Na looked at Li Haokuan coldly. From the very beginning, she felt that Li Haokuan's eyes were disgusting, and he spoke in a husky, effeminate voice. But Fang Yuan is different. This guy looks like a little leopard, very powerful. And the person lying on the ground also indirectly proves his strength. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the primary revenge against Li Haokuan. Reward, basic supernatural power, bad luck curse when cast on another person, they will become very unlucky for a day. Forehead. What a useless ability. What's the use of this? Making someone unlucky feels like a prank. But keep it for now, it might be useful someday. On the Li family's side, the two most difficult people have been dealt with, and with Fang Yuan and Yao Na in charge, Li Lai can handle the division of the family property on his own. So the two of them just watched quietly from the side. While they were dividing the property over there, Yao Na's icy little hand had already touched them over here. Fang Yuan's whole body trembled. Wow, those abs. Yao Na licked the corner of her mouth. Fang Yuan coughed, what are you doing? What are you talking about? Yao Na glanced at Fang Yuan coquettishly, then withdrew her hand and rubbed him from time to time. Fang Yuan got goosebumps. He vaguely remembered that at the technology summit, Yao Na's attitude towards him seemed very cold, and she even stood on Qi Yunfeng's side. Just because I showed some potential, she pounced on me? Impossible. The two of them are at most in investment cooperation, this is a bit over the line. Hey, wait. Fang Yuan suddenly realized something terrible. That is the special reward, the hidden charm value. At first, there didn't seem to be any noticeable effect, so he didn't pay much attention to it. But after thinking about it carefully, could it be that he had a special attraction to mature women? Very likely. In this way, Fang Yuan endured until the end of the entire ceremony. Li Lai also successfully obtained a part of the family property, which was as much as 200 million. Although the Li family is gradually declining, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and it can continue to survive for a while, but its influence will definitely gradually decrease in the future. Li Lai didn't care. What she wanted was money, the money that the Li family owed her over the years. The ceremony was over, and Yao Na had something else to do, so she said goodbye. But before leaving, she patted Fang Yuan's butt and whispered in his ear, wait, I'll find you again. Fang Yuan was so frightened that his body trembled. The fun at the Li family was over, and Fang Yuan and Li Lai left. Thank you so much today. I'll treat you to dinner, and tonight, don't leave. Li Lai's face turned a little red. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. Humph, you still want to play with me? You are wishful thinking. You don't have to stay, but as for dinner, well, I'll treat you. Fang Yuan drove straight to the commercial street of Jiangcheng Institute of Science and Technology. There were many shops here, but they were not considered high-end consumption. The main reason why he came here was to verify whether his hidden charm value was what he thought. But Li Lai was not happy. Hello? You're worth billions, and you're bringing me to a place like this to eat? As expected, it's Li Lai. He is still so high and mighty, and will do anything to get to the top. So Fang Yuan said, let me show you the life of the working people. If you don't like it, you can leave. You. Li Lai became angry and embarrassed when she saw Fang Yuan's attitude. It's definitely a different gene after all. As expected, even if you're rich, you can never become a noble. You're even worse than a nouveau riche. Fang Yuan was not angry either. After parking the car, I went straight to Ma Widow's home cooking restaurant. He wanted to verify the effect of this hidden charm value. Chapter 71, A Matter of Attitude. Despite what she said, Li Lai still followed. Widow? You? But the moment she saw the door, she began to suspect Fang Yuan's bad taste. This widow Ma is a legend in this area. When Fang Yuan was still in school, he often came here to eat. The proprietress's name is Ma Hui. Her husband died of alcoholism many years ago, and she raised her child alone. Later, when her child was admitted to university, she opened a shop here. Although she is not young anymore, she still has her charm, which attracts many young bad boys who come to flirt with her whenever they have the chance. But without exception, they are all scolded by Widow Ma and feel ashamed. I remember that one time Fang Yuan accidentally touched her waist, and she blocked him and scolded him for 3 days. The incident was finally reported to the school, and Fang Yuan almost got socially ruined. Because of Widow Ma's hot temper, she was nicknamed Nun Niju. When Fang Yuan entered the store again, he felt that everything was just like before. Hearing the noise, Widow Ma came out from the counter and recognized Fang Yuan at a glance. Boy! It's you! Widow Ma was about to get angry, but suddenly her eyes changed and she had a strange feeling in her heart. How come this perverted boy, who I haven't seen for more than 2 years, actually mature and stable? Sister Ma, long time no see. Widow Ma nodded slightly, smiled, picked up the menu, walked out from the counter and said, Little brother, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are much more mature and steady. Come and sit down and see what to eat. From the change in Widow Ma's attitude, Fang Yuan determined what this hidden charm value was. So he said, just go ahead and bring out your specialties. Okay, I'll treat you to this meal. Please wait a moment, bro. After saying this, Widow Ma went to get busy. Fang Yuan complained in his heart that this damn hidden attribute had transformed Widow Ma from Nun Niju into a pretty lady who could chat and laugh with him. Li Lai became an outsider. When she saw the scene, she didn't know why, but she felt sad and uncomfortable. When the food came, she didn't care how it tasted, she just lowered her head and ate. Suddenly, Li Lai put down her bowl and chopsticks and said, Fang Yuan, I'm tired. Oh, okay. Then Sister Ma, we'll be leaving first. Okay, remember to come often. Fang Yuan scanned the code to pay, then went out and returned the car keys to Li Lai. I won't bother with you taking advantage of me today. You should rest early. I'll take a taxi back. Don't want. Li Lai hesitated for a moment, then tried to persuade him to stay. I used you, don't you want to come back? What are you coming back for? Stop talking and get in the car. I'll let you get in the car. Li Lai pulled Fang Yuan into the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove straight to the hotel. 2:30 in the morning. Fang Yuan got off the bed, tiptoed to pick up his clothes and put them on. Li Lai, wrapped in a blanket, suddenly asked, Where are you going so late? Fang Yuan rubbed his temples. I feel like you've played me again. Li Lai hummed softly, At least, on this matter, we are in sync. Although you come from a poor background, it doesn't matter. From now on, we can just take what we need. Fang Yuan looked at Li Lai coldly. She seemed a little guilty and her eyes were evasive. Fang Yuan understood what was going on. After changing his clothes, he said, Li Lai, as you said, we have never been on the same page. There's no need for anything to happen again. You. Li Lai lowered his head, then let out a long sigh, as if in anger, and said sarcastically, what qualifications do you have to say that? If anything, it should be me who says it. Whatever you want. Fang Yuan said calmly, just tell me what you want to say. Li Lai looked at Fang Yuan, her lips moving. The afterglow of pleasure was still there, and her heart was beating violently, forcing her to look Fang Yuan in the face. Damn it. It's already like this, what else do you want me to say? Could it be that you can only pull up your pants and refuse to admit it? Fang Yuan asked back, we have different genes. Someone like me wouldn't look like a prince even if I wore a dragon robe. And you played it twice, it felt pretty good, right? Li Lai's cheeks flushed, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I can take back what I said. At least our current relationship is pretty good, isn't it? Okay? Fang Yuan asked back, do you think it's good? Li Lai, you are the queen who is high above everyone else. Please continue to maintain this attitude. Besides, I'm tired of playing with you. Don't contact me anymore. Fang Yuan turned and left, and Li Lai did not try to keep him. Until he reached the door and was about to open it, he heard the sound of dong 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 footsteps, and Li Lai hugged him from behind. Don't leave. At this moment, she tore off her disguise. Fang Yuan felt a little soft-hearted and asked, then will you give in? Li Lai shook her head, but her momentum had weakened a lot. Why don't we continue to maintain this relationship? It seems that she still hasn't let go of her arrogance and doesn't recognize this relationship as an equal, so there's no need to continue. Li Lai, it's over. Fang Yuan pulled Li Lai's hand away, opened the door and left. Li Lai roared heart-wrenchingly from behind. Fang Yuan. You're going to regret this. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing his special revenge on Li Lai. Reward, special ability, resurrection can revive those who have been dead for no more than 2 hours, but will not heal injuries or clear abnormal conditions. Special reward, acquisition rights for a group with a market value of 5 billion. Resurrection? It can only revive people who have died within 2 hours and cannot heal wounds, so it's a bit useless. If this is a fatal injury or poisoning, resurrection is useless. However, the acquisition rights of the 5 billion group are still very useful. Fang Yuan sat by the river, lit a cigarette, and thought about life. Since my strength no longer allows me to keep a low profile, I might as well be high profile and find an opportunity to tell Shen Jijing my true financial strength. Just as I was thinking about it, Jiang Yuner called. After Fang Yuan picked up the phone, the other end called out anxiously, Fang Yuan, why haven't you gone home yet? Sister Shen came back today, drank quite a bit, and even cried a lot. What? Wait, I'll be right back. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yuan quickly took a taxi home. Shen Jijing has always been very strong, why would she cry? And I drank quite a bit of alcohol, so please don't let anything happen to me. There were few cars on the streets in the early morning, and Fang Yuan returned home quickly. As soon as he entered the door, he found Shen Jijing lying on the sofa in the living room, and vomited all over the floor. Jiang Yuner, who was standing by, had no experience in taking care of people and could only watch. Fang Yuan first helped Shen Jijing to clean up, and then after she had a rest, he came back to clean up. Jiang Yuner watched from the side and said, has Sister Shen been bullied? I don't know. I'll tell you when I wake up. Fang Yuan responded while working. Sister Shen was already drunk when she came back. She drank some red wine and said, it was all gone. All the years of hard work were gone. Was she scammed? It's possible. Fang Yuan took note of Jiang Yuner's words. After cleaning up the living room, Jiang Yuner went to rest. Fang Yuan took out Shen Jijing's cell phone and planned to find out what was going on. With the help of special agent technology, it is easy to crack the password of a mobile phone. Fang Yuan checked for a long time and finally found some clues. Shen Jijing's recent call records were all at night and very frequent. The person he was talking to was Lu Mengxi, the president of Fingrui. Could it be her? Chapter 72, I'll take care of it. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Fang Yuan found Lu Mengxi's phone number and, after much hesitation, decided to call in to ask about the situation. Lu Mengxi hadn't gone to bed yet, so the call was quickly connected. Fang Yuan got straight to the point. President Lu, I'm Shen Jijing's husband. I want... Oh, Mr. Fang, is your wife okay now? Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Lu Mingxi became concerned about Shen Jijing's situation. Drunk and already asleep. Did something happen? Lu Mingxi hesitated for a moment and said, Feng Ruwei was acquired yesterday. There was a major reshuffle on the board of directors, and even I lost my job. But in comparison, your wife is the one who suffered the most. Her project was not completed, and she became the scapegoat. Lu Mingxi's words were already very subtle. But when it comes to unemployment, Fang Yuan immediately realized that someone must be behind this. So he asked, could you please elaborate? Sure. Lu Mingxi said, as you know, Feng Ruwei has always been in the beauty industry, but in order to cater to the market, we expanded into medical beauty projects some time ago. This requires an excellent and capable team to take charge, and your wife is the main person in charge of this project, but a very serious medical accident has occurred in the project your wife is in charge of, and many people have gone to the hospital for treatment. The police station has taken over the case now, and the entire case is currently under investigation, but I don't know the specific details. Lu Mingxi had resigned early, so her knowledge was very limited. However, Fang Yuan vaguely heard the noise of music from the phone and guessed that she should be in the bar. Thank you very much. You're welcome. After hanging up the phone, Fang Yuan frowned, thinking about how to respond. But he was really sleepy and fell asleep on the sofa without realizing it. When he woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. He hurriedly got up and went to the bedroom, and found that Shen Jijing was awake and staring at the ceiling in a daze. Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, walked over and sat on the edge of the bed, and asked as if nothing had happened. You don't look very happy. If you have any troubles, you can tell me and I will help you solve it. No, I just lost my job recently. I'm sorry to have worried you. Shen Jijing didn't want to make Fang Yuan worry, so she chose to hide it and didn't say anything specific. Fang Yuan was deeply moved. To be honest, Shen Jijing is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. After being caught in the rain, she wanted to hold an umbrella for others. Even though she felt wronged, she didn't want Fang Yuan to worry about her. Jingjing, do you know what the greatest happiness between husband and wife is? Fang Yuan suddenly said. Shen Jijing did not answer, but looked at Fang Yuan quietly, waiting for his next words. The greatest happiness is to share the ups and downs and advance and retreat together. Shen Jijing realized that Fang Yuan might know, and tears of grievance instantly welled up in her eyes. She needed a hug right now. Fang Yuan held her in his arms, ruffled her hair, and whispered in her ear, it's no big deal. Tell me the details. Shen Jijing nodded slowly, lay in Fang Yuan's arms, and told him the truth. Feng Ruwei Group is engaged in the beauty and cosmetics business. It is called the beauty business, but in fact it is some cosmetics and things consumed by women in the mainstream market. Although some problems may occur, such as skin allergies, fortunately the group has a guarantee and each time they are resolved through compensation. But the beauty business alone is not enough, the group is also seeking new development. Now is an era of appearance. Good looks and beauty are synonymous with making money. Especially on the internet, there are many handsome men and beautiful women who use beauty filters, makeup and plastic surgery. This has become a trend. So half a year ago, the company's capital seized on the modern people's anxiety about appearance and decided to expand its business and develop into medical beauty. Although the medical beauty market is already saturated, Feng Ruwei has seen the trend and resolutely plunged into it. Of course, Shen Jijing is interested in this project. In the workplace, if you want to get higher returns, you must not give up. Whoever can do more and do it better can be promoted and get salary increase continuously. This is Feng Ruwei's group philosophy. Driven by this philosophy, Shen Jijing, as a middle-level manager, naturally chose to join it. With the completion of clinical trials, the first batch of products has achieved good results in trial operation and is ready to be launched on the market. When Lu Tuzi was in charge of this project, Shen Jijing planned under him for half a year and submitted countless plans. It can be said that she put in a lot of effort. Then, with Lu Tuzi stepping down, Shen Jijing replaced him as the new director, and the project was smoothly handed over. But when she was leading her top-performing team to prepare for a big move, an accident occurred. This project was embroiled in a scandal, with the situation of replacing the crown prince with a cat. The first batch of product testers of the Yinghua Beauty Institute, which is a cooperation between Feng Ruwei, totaled 27 people, but all of them developed body rejection reactions such as allergies and edema. After investigation by relevant departments, it was discovered that the medical beauty products used by Inghua were manufactured by Fingrui Group. I don't know what happened, but the good and normal products that were sent out turned into a pile of garbage without any quality assurance. But according to the division of responsibilities, as long as there is a problem with the product, Director Shin Jijing may have to bear all the responsibility. Although it is still in the investigation stage and she has not been charged, it is almost a foregone conclusion. Having said this, Fong Yuan keenly realized that something was wrong. You mean, when this batch of products was first put on the market, counterfeits appeared? Shin Jijing knew what was going on, but she said helplessly, the company needs to maintain its reputation. When something like this happens, someone needs to take the blame no matter what. As the person in charge of the entire project, my team and I will struggle to no avail. After all, Shin Jijing couldn't continue. She considered whether there was a mistake on the part of the team or there was a mole. But no matter what the truth is, what is certain is that this was a premeditated targeting. Shin Jijing also regretted it. But what can we do? It's too late for everything. Pay money, go to jail. She couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Shin Jijing looked at Fong Yuan affectionately. Fong Yuan, we can't defeat the capitalists. My fate is already determined, but I think there is actually another way, that is. What is it? Fong Yuan interrupted Shin Jijing. You want a divorce, right? I tell you, this is impossible, and I will not watch you go to jail. Fong Yuan. Listen to me. Shin Jijing said seriously, you are still young and capable, you can continue looking. If it affects your future because of me, then my conscience will be uneasy, and I will blame myself for the rest of my life. Fong Yuan shook his head. Then what did you do wrong? I don't know. Since we haven't done anything wrong, why should we admit it? Wait for me. Fong Yuan chuckled, stood up and called Secretary Sun. Secretary Sun, please drive a business car to my house to pick me up immediately. Okay, Mr. Fong. After hanging up the phone, Fong Yuan frowned and thought deeply. Fengrui Technology, right? You dared to let my wife take the blame? You can be destroyed. Chapter 73, Domineering. When Shin Jijing arrived downstairs at the Blue Core Group, she was still completely dazed. The security guards downstairs stood in 2 rows, all wearing black suits and looking energetic, just like the private bodyguards in the movies. The leader was Chen Mushang. When he saw Fong Yuan and Shin Jijing get out of the car, he gave an order. Greetings to the chairman. The security guards immediately shouted in unison, Hello, Chairman. Hello, Madam Chairman. Hello, Madam Chairman. These 2 powerful greetings brought the atmosphere to its peak. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Fong Yuan was very satisfied and waved to Chen Mushang to let the security guards disperse. Chairman? Shin Jijing was very surprised. Her brain shut down. Didn't Fong Yuan just graduate and start working not long ago? How did he suddenly become the chairman? What on earth is this? Fong Yuan said to her gently, Honey, don't ask. We can talk about it slowly after this is over. Then he waved his hand and said, Secretary Sunday. Within 20 minutes, have the city's most renowned headhunting, PR, and law firms send their elite personnel to gather in my office. Yes. Secretary Sun will do it right away. Chen Mushang trained the security team very well and formally. Fong Yuan was very satisfied and gave him the friendly force empowerment and said to him, Chen Mushang. Chairman. Chen Mushang is very aware that one should refer to one's job title at work. You've trained the security team well, almost to the point of bursting with skill. So, bring a few good guys along with you and I'll give you a chance to prove your abilities. Yes. Chen Mushang was very excited. Not only did Fong Yuan stabilize his mother's condition, he also appointed himself as the captain of the security team. In order to repay this kindness, Chen Mushang worked diligently and learned a lot of management training experience. Now it is finally time to test the results. Inside the office of the chairman of Blue Core Group, Lan Lan heard that Fong Yuan was going to make a big move, so she waited here in advance. Shin Jijing saw her as soon as she came in. In the business circle, it was news a long time ago that Lan Lan joined Lanxin, but everyone in the industry is aware of Lan Lan's value. Especially with her influence in the semiconductor industry, it is no exaggeration to say that she is a golden signboard. Even Shin Jijing had heard of it. Ms. Lan Lan. Shin Jijing stood up gracefully and greeted them. Lan Lan was a little confused. Fang Yuan introduced, Lan Lan, this is my wife, Shen Zhijing. Oh, hello, Madam Chairman. I. Shen Zhijing still couldn't adapt to her new identity. Lan Lan smiled at her, then turned to Fang Yuan and asked, Mr. Fang, who offended you? Why are you so angry? Nothing, just some personal grudges. Go and do your thing. Is that so? All right then. Lan Lan wanted to help, but her main task at the moment was to negotiate business with companies that were interested in cooperating. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Good. Lan Lan just greeted him and left. But her appearance also confirmed Fang Yuan Lanxin's identity as chairman. Shen Zhijing stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. She couldn't imagine it, or rather, she couldn't imagine it. It was obvious that when Li Liyao broke up with him a month ago, he was just an employee. How did he suddenly transform himself and become the chairman of Bluecore Group? This change of identity is no longer just a triple jump. It can be said that even riding a rocket cannot catch up. 10 minutes later. Secretary Sun entered the office with 3 people. Director Fang, let me introduce you to Mr. Lin Yu from Lin Yu Media. He is a leading figure in the domestic public relations field. Hello, Director Fang. Lin Yu was about 30 years old, wearing a well-ironed suit, and nodded slightly to Fang Yuan. This is Wu Haiki, the owner of Hairui Human Resources Company. Hello, Mr. Fang. Wu Haiki looks to be in his 20s, but his eyes are wise and sharp, and it is obvious that he is not easy to deal with. This is lawyer Xiao Hua from Shangtang Law Firm. Hello, Mr. Fang. If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. Public relations, headhunting, and legal teams gathered together. Everything is ready, only the east wind is missing. Fang Yuan got straight to the point, just saying, I hope you can join my Bluecore. Let's see what conditions you all need. When they heard about the acquisition, the 3 of them looked at each other in surprise. Although Bluecore is a recently booming company with strong momentum, once they join, their status will also rise. But if it is acquired, it will go from being the head of a chicken to the tail of a phoenix, and it will become a person working for others. This will cost a lot of money. Lawyer Xiao Hua spoke first. Mr. Fang Yuan, right? Although Bluecore is currently on the rise and joining you is a good choice, I like freedom and being my own boss, so... You're still the boss. Fang Yuan said directly, besides, what kind of business you want to do and how you want to make money is your own business. I have no right to interfere and I won't interfere. Let me be frank. I want to take down Feng Rui at all costs. To prevent any legal problems later, I need you to cooperate with me. Although I'm just cooperating, I still hope that your legal team is under Bluecore, so that it can help us deal with some disputes. Well, make an offer. Fang Yuan leaned back in his chair. Shen Zhijing really wanted to advise that the legal department was raised by the group itself, and directly acquiring an external team was very unreliable. But Secretary Sun shook his head at her. The main reason is that Lanxin's legal department is unreliable. These people are the ones left behind by Qi Yunfeng, and they are even less reliable. It's just that I've been busy with development these days, so I haven't had time to deal with these traitors. 500 million. Xiao Hua thought about it and made an offer directly. Since Fang Yuan had made it clear and the conditions were very suitable, he had no reason to refuse. Good. Next. Seeing Fang Yuan's straightforwardness, Du and Wu Haiki exchanged a glance and offered their own price. We have the same price. Good. Fang Yuan made the final decision. Secretary Sun, take the 3 of you to sign the contract now. Then, we will lay off all the staff in Bluecore's PR, HR, and legal departments. All compensation will be paid according to the contract. Okay. Secretary Sun went to do it. With the establishment of the new 3 major departments, Bluecore is finally getting on the right track. Immediately afterwards, Fang Yuan waved his hand and asked Chen Musheng to come in. Go and help me hire people. Here's the list. Fang Yuan took out the list, which had clear contact information and residential addresses. Find a banquet hall and invite all the people here. Remember, you must be nice and don't break the law. Do you understand? Clear. Chen Musheng took the order and left. After resolving these 2 issues, Fang Yuan took Shen Zhijing away. The 2 left the group and arranged for a driver to drive to the city hospital. Those who were hospitalized due to the medical beauty products produced by Feng Rui were treated in the municipal hospital. On the way, the 2 bought some gifts. Shin Jijing asked, "Husband, what are we going to the city hospital for?" "Of course, I want to see why these people are admitted to the hospital." Shin Jijing was a little worried and said, "Then you must not break the law." "Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen." Soon, at the entrance of the municipal hospital, Fang Yuan and Shin Jijing got out of the car and headed to the allergy department with gifts. There were a total of 27 people hospitalized. Fang Yuan selected an internet celebrity based on the list to visit and express his condolences. She is the biggest victim in this incident. Because of the serious reaction, her future career as an internet celebrity is likely to end. You know, she has 300,000 fans on the online platform. She is no longer a small internet celebrity. Chapter 74, There's Something Fishy. Allergy Department, Ward 3, Bed 3. Looking at the female internet celebrity lying on the hospital bed, Fang Yuan fell silent. According to the information, the female internet celebrity's online name is A Little Bean. She is about 19 years old, likes to sing, and has a beautiful voice. At the beginning, she used a virtual anime image to live broadcast videos. This live broadcast mode is also called virtual singer. However, such anchors attract more fans by formulating phased plans. But because her style is cute and her voice sounds like someone from the second dimension, she became quite popular right from the start. Although everyone likes to use suits to increase the mystery of this virtual anchor, with 300,000 fans, there must be a live broadcast with the host's face shown to give back to the fans. But because she is not very good looking and has been reluctant to show her face, people say she is the second Xiao Biluo, and she has lost a lot of fans because of this. But in fact, Fang Yuan looked at her information and saw from the photos that her figure was just fat. If she lost weight, she would look very beautiful. And although her appearance is not that stunning, she is still very cute with some makeup. But because of her anxiety about her appearance and the lack of money to go to a regular medical beauty institution, she took the risk and joined this experience program. Now it turns out that his chin is like a cone, his nose is very high, and his double eyelids are crooked. He no longer looks like a human. And it also comes with life-threatening risks. Just for this, the cost she has spent in the hospital has already exceeded 300,000. Fang Yuan sighed and knocked on the door with Shin Jijing. As soon as Xiao Daoda's mother saw Shin Jijing coming, she rushed over and said sternly, "It's you. You've caused my daughter to become like this. You are the culprit." Seeing the other party so excited, Fang Yuan hurriedly explained, "Auntie, please listen to us. I know your daughter is a victim, but I am here today to solve the problem. We can discuss a compensation plan." As soon as I heard about the compensation plan, her mother calmed down instantly. "If you put it that way, it's not impossible. Tell me, how much compensation are you going to pay?" "That's up to you." Fang Yuan smiled slightly, "But before that, I would like to understand the situation from your daughter first." He took the initiative to assume responsibility. After all, after acquiring Fengrui, he also needs to deal with these matters. Okay. When Xiaodudu's mother saw someone offering compensation, she immediately stepped aside. "Little girl, how do you feel?" Fang Yuan sat down on the bed next to him. The little girl's real name is Zhang Jelly. She is an internet celebrity anchor of the Seafood Channel. At this time, she is very wary of Fang Yuan. He. My appearance is ruined, my career is ruined, how do you think I feel? And don't think that just paying money will do the trick. I want those who caused my disfigurement to never be able to turn over a new leaf in their lives. Xiao Daoda was very resentful, which Fang Yuan could understand. But some things still need to be understood in detail. Don't worry about this. I won't let any of the people responsible for this incident go. Besides, I also have the ability to change you back to your original appearance. Real? Zhang Jelly was a little surprised, but she remained cautious. These capitalists, or rich people, must be afraid that she would defend her rights, so they just use different ways to coax her. Stop talking nonsense and show your sincerity. Good. Fang Yuan directly revealed his identity. I am the chairman of the Blue Core Group, not Fengrui, so you don't have to be so hostile to me. I am also here to understand the situation. Zhang Jelly doesn't know Fang Yuan, but she knows Shin Jijing. The reason why she was able to participate in the first batch of experiences was because Shin Jijing had always been a major client of her entertainment company. As a result, the company obtained 4 places, and she grabbed 1. Humph, you are all birds of a feather. Zhang Jelly's attitude did not improve. On the other hand, Zhang Jelly's mother, after hearing Fang Yuan say that he was not from Fengrui, was afraid that he would run away with the compensation, so she hurried forward and said, "I don't care who you are. Anyway, our child's future is ruined, so you just have to pay the money." "Didn't you just say I'd decide the compensation?" "I've made up my mind. We want 4 million. This price is very high." Generally speaking, in this kind of situation, even if it involves compensation, it can be resolved with just over 1 million yuan. And she was obviously asking for an exorbitant amount of money in the name of her daughter. But Fang Yuan thought about it and agreed. "Well, 4 million is very reasonable, but I have a question. Zhang Jelly, tell me the truth. After you participated in this experience program, did anyone else contact you? Or did they ask you to say anything?" Hearing this, Zhang Jelly hesitated. Fang Yuan immediately realized that something was wrong. "What do you mean?" Zhang Jelly's mother looked a little flustered and suddenly became excited. "Are you trying to say that my daughter was instructed by someone?" "Bullshit. Look at my daughter's face. It's completely disfigured. You still want to slander her? Do you have any conscience?" Fang Yuan also felt a headache upon seeing this and kept rubbing his temples. "Go. Go now. I'm telling you, this isn't over yet. See you in court." Zhang Jelly also became excited. Her mother didn't even ask for compensation. She just kicked Fang Yuan and Shen Jijing out and slammed the door shut. The answer is already obvious. But Shen Jijing hadn't noticed yet. She frowned and said, "How could this happen? Why are they suddenly so excited?" Fang Yuan reminded them, of course someone paid them in advance, and they can't afford to offend that person. This is the only possibility. "Fang Yuan? It's really you." A voice of great surprise rang out. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Professor Yi. And judging from her tone, her attitude towards me seemed to have softened a lot. "I was just looking for you, but I didn't expect to meet you so soon." Professor Yi came over. "Aren't you from the second hospital? Why are you here?" "Correction, I don't work at the second hospital either." Professor Yi smiled sweetly and explained, "To be precise, I don't work in a hospital in this city. I was just invited back to China to lead graduate students on their research projects. Our college has collaborations with both the municipal hospital and the second hospital. So that's how it is." I heard from Chen Mushing before that Professor Yi had been to his house. It was at that time that Professor Yi began to waver in his belief in the modern medicine he had studied. At that time, she conducted a detailed examination on Chen Mushing's mother and was surprised to find that the tumor had shrunk and the person had recovered to health. This was beyond her comprehension. You know, given Chen's mother's condition at the time, even if the operation was successful, she would still need proper recovery treatment in the days that followed. But she was full of energy at the time and was even working in the fields. This was beyond common sense. "Dr. Fang Yuan. I was rude before, and I apologize, but I really want to know, how did you do it?" Professor Ye's attitude was very good, no longer the seriousness and cold contempt he had at the beginning. Fang Yuan chuckled. "The things our ancestors left behind are profound and cannot be explained in just a few words. But I have things to do today and don't have time to chat with you." "It's okay." Professor Yi took out his business card and said, "Mr. Fang Yuan, this is my business card. My name is Yi Qian. From now on, you can just call me by my name. We can chat more. Also, let me ask, are you here to follow this medical beauty allergy incident as well?" Chapter 75, I Can Cure. "Yes." Fang Yuan admitted it generously. "I guessed right." In order to leave a good impression on Fang Yuan, Yi Qian said, "Then Mr. Fang, please come this way." That look seemed to want to say something. So Fang Yuan and Shen Jijing followed Yi Qian to her temporary office. Yi Qian closed the door, invited the two to sit on the sofa, and poured 2 cups of hot water. "Drink some water." Shen Jijing followed Fang Yuan the entire time, and the more she came into contact with his network, the more shocked she was. Yi Qian is an internationally renowned surgical expert and the youngest winner of the Liston Award. You should know that this award is to recognize scholars and experts who have made outstanding contributions in the field of surgery. Yi Qian won this award when she was less than 30 years old. It is her original surgical procedure that can improve the success rate of traditional surgery. Of course Fang Yuan didn't know this. In his eyes, Professor Yi Qian was just a young doctor who looked down on traditional Chinese medicine. Little did they know that others had the qualifications to look down on them, and not everyone had a system like Fang Yuan's and top medical skills. Traditional Chinese medicine does not mean conservatism, and Western medicine does not mean omnipotence. The two are just different in their concepts of pathology, but in essence, they are both for the purpose of curing diseases and saving lives. However, there are very few authentic traditional Chinese medicines that have been passed down, and to be honest, Fang Yuan's medical skills are so high that he can establish his own school. Professor Yi, do you want to talk about this medical beauty accident? Master Fang, you're welcome. Just call me Yi Qian. Yi Qian said, this medical beauty incident has caused quite a stir. I did some research and discovered something. A doctor has a kind heart. She invited Fang Yuan over because she found something unusual about this incident. You say. Yi Qian organized her words. That's right. This accident seems to be man-made, or even intentional. I've read Feng Rui's clinical trial report. It's all a normal process, but strangely, a lot of data seems to be hidden there. Although the clinical trial was ultimately successful, it was unreasonable to rush into developing the experience without long-term observation. Long-term observation is a necessary process in medical research and development. It's like someone internationally successfully transplanted a pig heart into a human. Although the operation was successful, the subject still died 2 months later. This is the importance of long-term observation. A successful operation does not mean it is truly successful. So what do you mean? Fang Yuan asked directly. From successful RD to clinical trials, Feng Rui Group took 3 months, which is no problem. However, they lacked 3 months of long-term observation reports before committing to the experience. There are 2 possibilities. The first is that the long-term observation results were not ideal, but they were concealed in order to start production as soon as possible. The second is to do nothing at all. Yi Qian's words revealed a message. Shen Zhijing also realized it later, yes. Speaking of this project, we've been preparing for half a year, but it's never been open to the public until I took office, when I suddenly proposed it. And I didn't think much of it at the time. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. It seems that Feng Rui Group's purpose in doing this was to make you the scapegoat from the very beginning? Shen Zhijing nodded, that's possible. Normally, when a group makes a major mistake, one person will be pushed out as a scapegoat. Shen Zhijing thought that the product had been swapped and became a victim without knowing it. It really hurts a lot. Fang Yuan clicked his tongue. Putting aside the internal struggle within the group, Shen Zhijing is innocent, and those who participated in the test are also innocent. There's one more important thing. Yi Qian continued, it's like this. There are about a dozen people who are still under observation in the ICU, but their condition is not good. I'm worried about them. And with current medical methods, it's difficult. Yi Qian also thought about breaking through this problem. But until now, she still hasn't figured out what substance can cause such a violent reaction in people who have suffered medical cosmetic accidents. What? Shen Zhijing stood up in surprise. Medical cosmetic accidents can only cause disfigurement at most, how can they be life-threatening? Mr. Fang, do you understand pathology? Yi Qian returned to the question she asked when they first met, but this time she was not questioning, but asking for advice. Fang Yuan could only shake his head at this. To be honest, he doesn't understand. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes prescribing the right medicine for the right disease. Although he can see the patient's symptoms and then choose how to treat them, it is somewhat difficult for him to tell the pathology right away. Yi Qian frowned. In fact, she still had some doubts about Fang Yuan. Although Wu Guifan has indeed recovered a lot, the fact that she doesn't understand pathology but can treat diseases makes people wonder whether Fang Yuan is just lucky. However, based on her duties as a doctor, Yi Qian still explained. Well, the human body is very complex. Allergies and edema, these types of reactions, are part of the body's immune system. It's like an organ transplant. If the organs are not compatible, there will be a very serious rejection reaction, which can even be life-threatening. This is also one of the difficult problems that the medical community has found difficult to solve. The Feng Rui cosmetic surgery incident involved a biomedical procedure similar to organ transplantation, which is why the patient experienced a severe rejection reaction. Fang Yuan was a little confused by the bunch of professional terms. Shen Zhijing was also confused. After all, neither of them is a medical professional. Yi Qian slapped her forehead and changed her way of explaining. You know, a blood transfusion is a type of organ transplant, so you need a compatible blood type. If the blood type is incompatible, rejection will occur. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan and Shen Zhijing began to understand a little. Yi Qian continued seriously, to be honest, given the current condition of the patients in the ICU, we have no other options except delaying their death. Ah! Shen Zhijing looked at Fang Yuan helplessly. If someone really died, even if it had nothing to do with her, as the person responsible, she would still be subject to legal sanctions. Husband, what should I do? Fang Yuan smiled confidently. It's okay, I can cure it. Seeing his confident look, Yi Qian took a deep breath. That was exactly what she wanted to hear. You have to know that whether you can survive rejection, a violent reaction of the human body, depends entirely on individual differences. She really could do nothing about this kind of thing. Real? Despite this, Yi Qian still had some doubts. Shen Zhijing also took Fang Yuan's hand and said, Husband, are you really okay? Of course. But I need the hospital to provide me with an operating table, and then Professor Yi, you will be my assistant. Yi Qian hesitated for a moment, and finally agreed, okay. Human life is at stake, so we must act now. After all, for patients, this is a race against time. Yi Qian applied for the use of the operating room as soon as possible. But the result is nonsense. Nonsense. Professor Yi, you are an internationally renowned professor. If someone without a medical license wants to use the hospital's operating room, who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? Chapter 76, Miracle. Municipal Hospital Office. Yi Qian's application was flatly rejected by the dean. The most crucial reason is that Fang Yuan does not have the qualifications to practice medicine. Asking him to treat patients is a joke. If something goes wrong, the dean will have to bear all the responsibility. However, given the current situation, those patients can't delay any longer. Dean, saving lives is urgent. Yi Qian said, took out 2 medical record comparison sheets, placed them on the dean's desk, and then said seriously, Dean, look. This is Wu Guifen's case. The shrinkage of the tumor in her brain is the best evidence. Although I don't believe Fang Yuan can really use traditional Chinese medicine to treat this disease that requires surgery. But, a miracle really happened. So, this is where our hope lies at the moment. Yi Qian was still trying hard to fight for it, but unfortunately the dean kept shaking his head. Even if that's the case, it doesn't prove that this is his strength. At the very least, do you have relevant records and clinical evidence? Yi Qian was speechless. She didn't. The dean then said earnestly, it's right that there's no proof. I'm being responsible to the hospital and to. Before the dean finished speaking, a nurse came to the office. Director, patient number 6 in the ICU has had a severe allergic reaction. Prepare for surgery immediately. The dean decisively asked people to start working. Yi Qian and the relevant doctors entered the emergency room immediately. Fang Yuan was unable to enter because he did not have the relevant authority and could only wait outside. Shen Zhijing also quietly accompanied Fang Yuan, waiting for the final result. She was very nervous and held Fang Yuan tightly, her fingers turning white. She kept praying in her heart, no one must die, otherwise it would be a major accident. The patient's family members were also waiting. A couple hugged each other and cried. The atmosphere was very depressing. An hour passed. The lights in the emergency room suddenly went out, and then Yi Qian walked out. The couple came to her anxiously and asked excitedly, Doctor, how is my daughter? However, Yi Qian's expression was depressed. As a doctor, watching patients die in painful reactions is also a torture for her. It's really hard to feel your life falling apart before your eyes. I'm sorry, it's an allergic reaction, I've tried my best. The phrase I've tried my best means the patient is already dead. The family felt as if the sky had fallen. The mother fell to the ground, heartbroken after the huge sadness, while the father grabbed Yi Qian's clothes. Doctor, I beg you to save her. She's only 20 years old. I beg you, even if you have to sell everything you have, please save her. Once physiological death is declared, the next step is to conduct an autopsy and issue a death certificate. Let me do it. Fang Yuan suddenly stood up and ran straight to the emergency room. Yi Qian hurried in and closed the door before saying, Fang Yuan, the patient is already dead. You must not intervene at this moment. If anything goes wrong, you will be held responsible. However, Fong Yuan didn't listen and walked straight to the operating table. Inside the emergency room, the nurse and doctor who were left to record the situation saw Fong Yuan enter without disinfecting himself and immediately stopped him, saying, "This is an operating room. How did you get in? Get out." The nurse also hurried forward to stop him. "Please go out, this is the operating room, not the place for you to make trouble. Let him try, maybe there is a glimmer of hope." Yi Qian looked at Fong Yuan with complicated eyes. Since he was willing to take on the responsibility, she tried her best to help. But the person is already dead, and only the gods can help him to be brought back to life. Fong Yuan took out the 9-dragon needle, took it out, and inserted it into the girl's heart. But this is just to cover up. Special power, resurrection. The next moment, the woman suddenly opened her eyes. In an instant, her entire respiratory system was activated, her heartbeat returned, and digital fluctuations appeared on the detector. She really came back to life. Ah! The nurses and doctors who were in charge of recording the events were shocked. The patient had already died and all means of rescue had been tried. When there was no hope of recovery, this man cured him with a single injection. This is beyond medical common sense. Yi Qian also widened her eyes in disbelief. Acupuncture? Resurrection? Her worldview collapsed. The medical skills she had learned, including the achievements she had made so far, seemed so worthless in front of Fong Yuan. "What are you standing there for? Come over here and give me a hand." Fong Yuan's tone was anxious. Although the person was resurrected, this special ability could not eliminate the woman's allergic reaction. The next step is to remove the allergen. Oh. Yi Qian came over to help with a confused look on her face. The woman had her apple cheeks augmented and her nose done. She followed Fong Yuan's instructions and removed the foreign body. After that, Fong Yuan began to use acupuncture to force out the inflammation. After the woman's vital signs and heart rate stabilized, Yi Qian began to sew stitches and then provide some follow-up care. Done. Fong Yuan washed and disinfected his hands, then walked out of the emergency room. Not long after, the girl was also pushed out. She is out of danger and can be transferred to a general ward. She only needs treatment and observation in the future. As for the missing nasal bone, the treatment plan will be discussed later. It's already very good that he is still alive. Shen Jijing breathed a sigh of relief and slumped in the chair. Fong Yuan smiled and ruffled her hair. "It's okay. Husband." Shen Jijing hugged Fong Yuan's waist and burst into tears. She has been under a lot of pressure these days and needs an outlet, and a good cry is the best way. He really saved her life. Yi Qian returned to the office in a daze. How did Fong Yuan do it? How does it work? Are there any sequelae? Countless question marks were hitting her. After thinking for a long time, Yi Qian finally calmed down. She believed that Fong Yuan was very likely to have mastered medical skills that modern people could not understand. The treasures passed down by our ancestors were truly profound. I used to be too narrow-minded and thought that everything in the world could be explained by science. It was not until she met Fong Yuan that she realized that Chinese medicine was not metaphysics, and she was completely conquered by its charm. After thinking for a long time, she decided to become his disciple. Well, I must make him accept me. Yi Qian got up and left the office. At this time, Fong Yuan and Shen Jijing were in the ward of the little girl who had just been rescued. The department director and the dean were waiting respectfully behind him. The skill of bringing a dying patient back to life is enough to overwhelm everyone in the hospital. It would also be helpful to build good relationships with the dean. The girl has woken up, but she can't speak yet. Her nose bone is missing, and the slightest movement may tear the wound. Her parents were very grateful to Fong Yuan. Do you know who invited her to participate in the Fengrui Company experience? I know. He's my daughter's classmate, I think his name is Wang Ran. Fong Yuan asked again, do you have any specific information? Have. Chapter 77, Yi Qian becomes a disciple. After getting the detailed address and information, Fong Yuan asked about the details of the two people's relationship. Her parents didn't know this. Their girl is very rebellious. If the hospital hadn't called, they wouldn't know anything. Mr. Fong. The dean came over. Professor Yi mentioned you to me, but I didn't recognize you. We, the entire hospital, are deeply impressed by your medical skills. I wonder if we can ask you to help us again. Sure. Fong Yuan had this plan originally. As long as the patient is cured and no one dies, Shen Jijing will be safe. And this matter is definitely not that simple, there must be a bigger conspiracy behind it. He couldn't just sit back and do nothing. With the director's approval, the operating room was quickly cleared. Yi Qian just happened to arrive, and Fong Yuan called her to start the operation. During this process, Yi Qian witnessed two more miracles. Both times, Fong Yuan used his unique acupuncture techniques to bring the patients back from the brink of death. There were more than a dozen critically ill patients. Fong Yuan was responsible for giving injections, while Yi Qian was responsible for removing the prostheses that caused allergies. The two of them worked together in this way, and when they finished, it was already evening. After being highly concentrated for so long, Yi Qian was already exhausted. The two got down from the operating table, completed comprehensive disinfection, and left the operating room. Shen Jijing was waiting anxiously in Yi Qian's temporary office. When she saw the two of them come back, she quickly stood up and asked what happened. Fong Yuan made an okay gesture. Shen Jijing breathed a sigh of relief, hugged Fong Yuan's neck happily, and gave him a kiss on the face. Ahem. Yi Qian pushed her glasses. Mr. Fong. Witnessing Fong Yuan's miraculous medical skills once again, she could no longer contain her inner excitement and said seriously, I want to become your disciple. I know that in my country, we attach great importance to the inheritance of the master and that apprenticeship requires a gift. I will make up for these later, so please give me this opportunity. As a doctor, the pursuit of medical skills is endless. Yi Qian once thought that she had achieved great accomplishments in medical skills, but she didn't expect that in front of Fong Yuan, she was like a rookie who still needed to learn. Keep learning. Fong Yuan's medical skills all come from the system. Since there are medical books, Yi Qian can learn it by herself. But the question he was thinking about was whether he should accept a disciple. Just as I was hesitating, Yi Qian spoke again. Mr. Fong, as a doctor, it is my lifelong wish to be able to cure illnesses and save lives. As long as I can become your disciple and learn from you, I am willing to do anything for you. Anything? Isn't this free labor here? Fong Yuan was shaken. Shen Jijing also had an idea. Yi Qian's identity is not ordinary. She is an international surgical expert and an award-winning one. Putting that aside, her family seems to be in the Beijing circle. If she can really be accepted as a disciple, it will be beneficial to her future development. Hubby, I think Miss Yi is quite sincere, so you should accept her. Fong Yuan agreed. Yi Qian was overjoyed and bowed directly, Master. Please accept my disciple's greeting. It's just that I don't have any gifts to offer to Master and his wife right now. I will definitely hold a banquet on a certain day to formally become your disciple. Good. Fong Yuan nodded and wanted to chat with Yi Qian for a few more words when he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He took it out and saw that it was a message from Chen Mushing saying that everything was ready. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Fong Yuan pulled Shen Jijing out of the hospital. Jiancheng Hotel Banquet Hall. This place is very big and is said to be able to host banquets for 1,000 people, but there is only one table set up at this time. Chen Musheng and his companions stood nearby, while those involved in the medical beauty accident sat in the middle, a total of 17 people. Some of these people were Shen Jijing's former subordinates, as well as relevant supervisors of Fingrui Group's current business, and the head physicians of the joint medical beauty institutions. Fong Yuan and Shen Jijing came in. Chen Musheng brought over 2 chairs and asked the two to sit down. The guests who were invited all lowered their heads, and some looked at Shen Jijing with eyes full of pleading for help. Director Shen. Sister Shen, I've been with you for so long, what are you going to do? Yes, Sister Shen, this is. Chen Mushing just gave a look and those who were talking shut their mouths instantly. Seeing this, Shen Jijing was about to plead for her team members, but then she thought that Fong Yuan was doing things for her, so she said nothing and just leaned closer to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, Serve the food. Serve the food. A young man went out to call the waiter. Soon, the food and drinks were served, and there was even a hot pot in the middle. But no one dared to pick up the chopsticks. Fong Yuan signaled the bodyguard to pour drinks for everyone, then said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Fong Yuan. This is my wife, Shen Jijing. As for me, I'm here to treat everyone to a meal today. Thank you all for giving me face. His tone was light, but these people still shrank their necks in fear. Then, Fang Yuan changed the subject. Who is responsible for this product inspection? Please step forward. There was complete silence. After a while, the two men stood up tremblingly. Very good. Fang Yuan said, do you know that something went wrong with the product? No. However, I checked the goods before they were shipped out, and they were all correct and met our factory's testing standards. Oh? Really? Now there are two problems. From Shen Jijing's perspective, she is in charge of the project, so naturally she cannot do everything by herself. This requires her subordinates to be responsible for contacting warehouses and buyers. And because it was their first time experiencing cooperation, they followed the entire process until the end of the experience. Therefore, after the incident, they were withdrawn immediately and cooperated with the subsequent investigation. So Shen Jijing didn't know what these people were sending out. In addition, she was suspended, so the result was that the actual goods did not match the goods shipped out. This is the excuse Feng Rui put forward. But from Yi Qian's perspective, as a doctor, after admitting a patient, she needed to identify the allergens first, so she obtained the information from Feng Rui laboratory as soon as possible, and found that this batch of drugs had no long-term observation records. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, this batch of goods was not up to standard. Then the contradiction arises. If Feng Rui insists on putting the blame on Shen Jijing, then it needs to produce complete records to prove that there is nothing wrong with its goods. But now Feng Rui refuses to produce the records and insists that the goods have been replaced. So solving this puzzle is the key. To be cautious, Fang Yuan thought for a moment and asked, are you sure the goods are okay? Sure. The two nodded. All of Feng Rui's factories are qualified to produce, and the approval chain for the cosmetics business also exists, so they dare not commit fraud. Okay, I believe you. Give me the payment code. Ah. The two were stunned, then took out their phones. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Daxin has arrived, 100,000. Question mark. What's going on? The two were completely stunned. Fang Yuan explained, this is your reward for telling the truth. So, you can also consider the consequences of telling lies. Chapter 78, The Ultimate Dog. Brother, you. I. The two of them couldn't even speak for a moment. Of course, it's not because of the money, but because the other person just gave me 200,000 yuan. I'm just an employee. If I offend him, I'm afraid I'll be in big trouble. One of them said in fear, brother, I'm sorry, I lied, I will return the money to you. Actually, the goods are not completely safe. The man glanced at Fang Yuan timidly, and finding that he was not angry, he continued. Well, this batch of goods is quite rare. By the time we finished sorting and shipped it out, it was already evening. I was on duty at the time, but when I was about to do a routine inspection, Captain Wu Lei, who was in charge of the warehouse, stopped me, so there may be some omissions. The key information has come out. Wu Lei, this name needs to be remembered. You don't have to return the money, but you have to give me Wu Lei's contact information. Yes, yes. The man gave Fang Yuan and Wu Lei's cell phone numbers, then went back and sat down. Fang Yuan continued, alright, everyone, if anyone has any more information, please continue. I've said before, honest people will be rewarded, and I'll make those who are dishonest pay the price. Of course, they can also choose to atone for their sins with their merits. As soon as this was said, some people naturally became active. Sir, let me tell you. A woman stood up. She was the head of a medical beauty institution and said, I have a say in this matter. We cooperated with Feng Rui and received a project fee of 3 million, so this experience was a joint effort between us. But as an industry insider, I know very well that these people are not actually under the name of Feng Rui, but belong to another institution. What? Shen Jijing was stunned when she heard this, and couldn't believe it. How come I didn't know about this? We communicated with Feng Rui Group in advance, but I informed your subordinates. Wei Chen. Shen Jijing stood up angrily. The man named Wei Chen quickly stood up and looked at Shen Jijing nervously, his eyes somewhat evasive. Why didn't you tell me? Wei Chen didn't say anything. He looked to be about 30 years old and wore glasses. From the way his eyes moved, you could tell he was thinking about something else. Why? Shen Jijing questioned again, and Wei Chen was shocked. Finally, he said timidly, I forgot. Forgot? You actually said you forgot such an important thing. Are you insulting my intelligence? Shin Zijing was so angry that she laughed. Wei Chen is the most efficient and outstanding performer in the team. Shin Zijing has always valued him, but she never expected that the person behind the scenes was actually him. Tell the truth. I really forgot. Wei Chen avoided looking around and lost his confidence. Forgot? Okay, let me help you think about it. Fang Yuan gave Chen Musheng a look and he immediately understood what he meant. He grabbed Wei Chen's hair and punched him in the chest. Ah! The screams scared everyone and made them tremble. Shin Zijing also felt a little bit reluctant, but after experiencing what happened to Li Liao, she would never be soft-hearted again. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. With just one punch, Wei Chen remembered. Only then did Chen Musheng stop and pick him up. Wei Chen looked at Shin Zijing, then glanced at Fang Yuan, his eyes revealing deep jealousy. He said, Shin Zijing, I did it on purpose, so what? Why? Shin Zijing didn't understand. Why? Is it because of money? But with Wei Chen's performance, and the fact that Shin Zijing will leave good resources for him, he will get at least 70,000 to 80,000 yuan in commission a month. Isn't this money enough to support himself? Because, you don't belong to me. Wei Chen gritted his teeth and said this. As soon as these words were spoken, Shin Zijing's eyes widened instantly, and Fang Yuan's eyes also showed a strange look. I love my sister-in-law. Chen Musheng went up and kicked him. Unexpectedly, Wei Chen was quite manly this time and endured it without saying a word. All right. Let him finish what he's saying. Wei Chen coughed and got up, saying, Shin Zijing, I've been following you since you were the team leader. How many times have I hinted to you during this time? I don't believe you didn't see it. It doesn't matter if you can't see it. I think as long as I stay by your side, you will be moved by me one day. But why did you marry him? Wei Chen pointed at Fang Yuan and said hysterically, You're married, so what are these 7 years of mine worth? What the hell? Shin Zijing calmed down. She has always treated Wei Chen as a subordinate and has never had any feelings or emotions towards him. Therefore, Shin Zijing did not feel sorry for him. Wei Chen, I don't like you. You did all this voluntarily. This can't be a reason for you to frame me. No. No. If I can't get it, no one else can get it. I'm going to destroy you. Wei Chen roared loudly, and Chen Musheng was about to tell him to shut up when Fang Yuan coughed, stood up, and walked up to him step by step. You're so self-satisfied and feel good about yourself. You're a rare breed among bootlickers. I won't ask anything else. Just tell me who asked you to do this. There is no need to dwell on it so much, Fang Yuan just wants to know the reason behind this matter. Bah! Don't even think about it. Looking at him, Fang Yuan suddenly had a doubt. When Yang Shan called to threaten him, the system issued a revenge mission. Moreover, the system has previously issued tasks when a friend's safety is threatened or when a friend is angry. But this time, even though Wei Chen did this, the system didn't respond at all. This is weird. Could it be that this Wei Chen is someone who has already been targeted? Fang Yuan thought about it and came up with an idea. If you don't tell me, don't blame me. Fang Yuan, don't. Shin Zijing hurried to stop him, as she was afraid that Fang Yuan might cause a death in his impulsive behavior. But Wei Chen just sneered, Shin Zijing, I don't need you to pity me. The way a bootlicker thinks is different from that of a normal person. He always thinks that the other person's words and actions show concern for him, but he doesn't know that in the other person's heart, he is just a clown. You are such a rare flower. Fang Yuan suddenly reached out and grabbed Wei Chen's neck in front of everyone. Wei Chen's eyes were red and he struggled desperately, but he couldn't shake Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan, let go. Shin Zijing was anxious. If this continued, someone might die. Chen Musheng stopped her and said, Sister-in-law, don't worry, Director Fang knows his limits. Wei Chen's struggles became less and less intense, until he finally stopped completely. Fang Yuan immediately used resurrection to save him. Tell me, who ordered you to do that? Fang Yuan asked again. I didn't expect that the power of resurrection would have such a wonderful use. Wei Chen, who had just escaped death, was still looking at Fang Yuan blankly. Suddenly, he recalled the experience just now, his eyes widened instantly, and he fell to the ground in fear. I tell you. He was completely chickened out. That person didn't leave a name, so I don't know who she is, I just know she's a woman. Besides, she also said that if I told anyone, I would die. Female? Two figures emerged in Fong Yuan's mind. Li Lai. Or Yang Shan. However, Li Lai does not have the ability to control Fingrui Group, so he is ruled out. Then it can only be Yang Shan. Mushang, keep an eye on him and ensure his safety. Yes. Big brother. Chen Mushang gave a standard salute. Fong Yuan looked at the others again. Everyone, I'm sorry to have startled you. I'll treat you to this meal, and afterward, when we go to Blue Core Company, I'll give each of you 100,000 yuan in apology money. Being rich is so arrogant. Walk. Chapter 79, Hacker Girl. Since the matter involves Yang Shan, the next strategy needs to be changed. After leaving, Fong Yuan said to Chen Mushang, "You did a good job today. I'll give some red envelopes to the brothers later. You can decide how much it is. Just let the finance department know when the time comes. Also, I have some things to deal with recently. Please protect your sister-in-law." I understand, big brother. Chen Mushang took it to heart. Fong Yuan and Xin Jijing left. When I got home, Jiang Yuner was still playing games at home. She recovered well. Not only did she gain a little weight, but her figure was also beginning to take shape. Are you back? Jiang Yuner put down the game console in her hand. Yeah, I'm back. Fong Yuan sent Xin Jijing back to the bedroom. Is Sister Xin feeling better? Was she scammed? Jiang Yuner came over and asked curiously. Fong Yuan glanced at her without answering, and said lightly, "Spend more time with your sister Xin in the next 2 days. When I finish my work, I will help you get big breasts." Okay, leave it to me. Jiang Yuner patted her chest and made the promise. Of course, she could only pat her chest. I'm leaving first. After Fong Yuan finished speaking, he went downstairs and then stepped on the accelerator and headed straight for the company. Lan Lan is still in the company, but she is not busy and her computer is idle. Seeing Fong Yuan coming, she asked, "Why are you here?" I'm here to do something. Can you lend me your computer? Use it. Lan Lan gave up her seat. Fong Yuan sat down. Since a hacker once installed a virus on this computer and stole the operation paths of the mouse and keyboard, he must have left some information. Sure enough, although the other party did it very cleanly, Fong Yuan still caught the clue and found the crawler virus used by the hackers for hijacking. After finding the traces, the next step is to try to reverse the tracking. Lan Lan watched from the side. She was a computer expert and knew some programming and virus principles, but this was the first time she had seen Fong Yuan use such advanced techniques. Fong Yuan took out his cell phone, plugged in the data cable, and began to use his agent abilities to continuously conduct counter-tracking. Although Yang Shan is an agent and has good overall strength, there is definitely a gap between her and those top people. Soon, Fong Yuan caught the other party's IP address. It's still that old neighborhood. It seems that this is the same hacker as last time, and he doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions. He even warned me at the time that Yang Shan was very dangerous. Since that was the case, Fong Yuan tried to contact him. Beep, beep. A string of Morse code appeared in a simple chat box. With his professional skills, Fong Yuan quickly cracked the content. What can I do for you? I want you to come out and help me. Fong Yuan replied in the same way. The fees are very high. Just make your offer. This time, the other party's reply was slow, probably because he was considering it. This hacker hiding in the dark knows about Yang Shan and also about himself. What role does this guy play? Jiangcheng Garden, swing. As the last message was sent, the other party disappeared, and the software was remotely cleaned up and completely disappeared. Wonderful. Lan Lan couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration, "You said you didn't understand technology, but I think you are a great hacker." Fong Yuan shrugged, "Strictly speaking, not really. Because these are indeed other people's technologies." The hacker sent the address and Fong Yuan was thinking about how to respond. If Fong Yuan meets him at this location, he will recruit him. Otherwise, he will use the plundering skill to take away her ability. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. Fong Yuan made up his mind and looked at Lan Lan beside him. He suddenly asked, "Why do I feel like you live in the company? You're always here. Is it really necessary to work so hard? Besides, isn't our company expanding? Why are you still busy so late every day?" Lan Lan sighed. It's easy for you to say you're a hands-off manager. Secretary Sun is quite capable, but it's such a big company, so I have to handle everything. Also, I have to research the design of the next generation of chips. Oh, my beautiful CEO, your body is the capital of revolution. Fang Yuan smiled and said, you should go home and rest early. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Fang Yuan turned around and left the office with a nonchalant look. Lan Lan looked at his back, a strange look in her eyes. This chairman is really... what a strange flower. But he is still very reliable when doing things. After finishing this, go home and sleep. Lan Lan made this decision. Jiangcheng Park. This is a very old park. There are no paid entertainment activities. It is more of a place for old men and women to relax and have fun. It is already past 1 in the morning and there is no one in the park. Only the streetlights are still shining stubbornly. Fang Yuan walked in. He vaguely remembered the location of the swings, which should be in the center of the park, with 2 swings there. Fang Yuan groped his way to the swing. Under the streetlight, a girl in white clothes was swinging on a swing. Are you the hacker from Chiyun Peak? Fang Yuan walked over and sat on another swing. I'm a hacker. The girl slowly stopped and explained, please respect me. Besides, I'm paid to do this, I don't belong to anyone. So please don't tell me who my hacker is. Understand? Fang Yuan understood. Judging from her voice, this little girl doesn't sound like an adult. She should be only about 15 years old, and her height seems to be about 1.5 meters. How old are you? 21. Fang Yuan was surprised by this answer. Hey! As if she saw Fang Yuan's confusion, the girl waved her hand and threw the ID card in front of him. Fang Yuan took it and took a look. Post-Ots is indeed 21. By the way, why does your voice sound different from the one on the phone? Is that a voice changer? Voice changer? You idiot! This is AI technology. The girl said as she demonstrated her abilities. After she took out her cell phone and recorded a voice, the voice automatically changed into other sounds. This is her way of protecting herself. Wow, that's amazing. What's your name? There are so many, but they don't make sense. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Yang Shan's evidence of guilt, and the entire process of Fengrui Group's drug development and research. The girl thought for a moment and shook her head, I can't do that. Of course, it's not that I can't do it, but Yang Shan will definitely use paper documents, and it will be difficult to collect these documents. So I say, just give up. I can help you clear your name and exonerate your wife. Well, I can't say he's innocent. At most, he's left with a handle. Besides, why don't you just sell her that queen's tear? It's just a broken ring. No. Fang Yuan sneered, I don't accept threats. Think about it again, is there no other way? Yes, it depends on whether you dare. The girl rolled her eyes and said in a mischievous tone. Just tell me, there's nothing I'm afraid of. Stealing information. The girl said directly, as far as I know, Yang Shan has a partner in Jiangcheng. It seems to be the Li family, and this time Yang Shan acquired Fengrui through the Li family. Let's plan it out and have you infiltrate the Li family's company. Maybe we can get some intelligence. This is indeed a solution. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt it was feasible, so he said, let's talk about the reward. Okay, let's go to my house. Chapter 80, Mission Impossible. The girl's home is in an old neighborhood in the old city. It's an old house from the 1980s, but the interior is still beautifully decorated, with pink wallpaper on the walls. Overall, it's very cozy. Entering the girl's room, Fang Yuan looked at the takeout boxes scattered all over the floor and the sour yogurt, then glanced at the neatly dressed girl and raised his eyebrows slightly. What a contrast! Before he could say anything, the girl plopped down in front of the computer desk. Her computer looks plain and simple, but it actually has a lot of hidden tricks. When Fang Yuan turned on the computer and saw the boot interface, he was stunned. This was not a common system, but a system he had never seen before. Sit. The girl took a bottle of drink and handed it to Fang Yuan. After taking the bottle of water, Fang Yuan asked curiously, do you often invite your clients to your home? Won't. The girl answered every question and her overall mood swings were not very big. Fang Yuan's heart was still beating fast. She said she was 21 years old, but judging by her behavior, she looked like a 15-year-old child. Could the ID card be fake? Are you alone at home? Check the household registration? I didn't ask casually. The girl changed into cute bear slippers, sat on the gaming chair, curled up her legs, took out a lollipop from the candy jar, skillfully took off the candy coating, and put it in her mouth. Come over. The girl waved and Fong Yuan moved closer. There is a panoramic picture on the computer screen. This is a panoramic view of the Li Group building where Li Haokuan is located. The Li Group building has a total of 18 floors, and Li Haokuan's office is on the 13th floor. Moreover, it is very easy to enter the Li Group building. You just need to enter through the main entrance. But on the 13th floor, there are many mechanisms, which can even be called multiple insurances. Laser scanning, thermal imaging monitoring probes, including the final fingerprint unlocking, etc., made Fong Yuan stunned. Although he has the ability of a spy, he does not have Yang Shan's memory. If he is not at the scene, it will be difficult for him to use his ability as an agent. Forehead. How many shameful things does the Li family have that require such caution? These safeguards are very expensive and do not conform to the logic of a normal company. It seems as if they are afraid of corporate espionage. This is equivalent to the layout of super companies in those movies. These were installed later. And if I'm not mistaken, it should be Yang Shan who did it. After the girl finished speaking, she opened a document and explained, I found this document on Li Haokuan's computer. Although the original has been destroyed, I can confirm that the Li family has started cooperating with Yang Shan since half a year ago. Really? Let me see. Okay, pay the deposit first. The girl chuckled and stretched out her hand. How much? Paying the money is no problem for Fong Yuan. Hey, stand still. I want 250,000. Fong Yuan suddenly staggered. It's not that the girl asked for too much, but too little. After all, from the current contact, he knew that the girl was a neutral hacker who would help with work for money. I thought the aorta was injured, but it turned out to be just a little skin break. No way, you can't even come up with 250,000? Don't you have over 3 billion? Seeing Fong Yuan hesitate, the girl looked at him with disdain. I just didn't expect it to be so cheap. Cut. The girl's fingers danced on the keyboard, opening a trading system and saying, okay, no more nonsense, let's transfer the money. How about I give you 2 million to be my personal hacker? Fong Yuan originally wanted to recruit talented people. With a top hacker like this girl, she is the absolute super shield of the Network Information Security Department. No, I'm so tired of going to work. Besides, aren't you a high-tech company? You also have hacking skills, so you don't need me. That's different. You're a surprise soldier. Fong Yuan said, and you don't have to go to work, just help me out at critical moments. No need to go to work. The girl's eyes rolled. Only helping at critical moments. Forget it, I'm not interested. The girl still refused. So what's your name? How should I address you from now on? We should have a code name for communication. Fong Yuan no longer insisted. Yeah, that's right, just call me Gardenia. Fong Yuan wrote it down. Let us talk about the Zhaoan matter later. It's more important to deal with the current matters first. Gardenia has already simulated a reliable plan for Fong Yuan. First, you need some professional equipment. Then you have to be brave, preferably at night, and go to the rooftop of the Li Group building. Have you seen those spy movies? You can use a zipline or ventilation duct to avoid the corridor and sneak into Li Haokuan's office. And this USB drive can unlock the virus on Li Haokuan's computer. After unlocking the computer, the rest will be easy. There's a safe in his room. I'll help you get the password. You open it, take out the information, and come back. Everything will be fine. Gardenia puts it simply. But after hearing this, Fong Yuan couldn't help but take a breath. If you find it difficult, you can try another one. It depends on whether you have the courage. Need not. If you want to achieve extraordinary things, you have to use extraordinary means. For Xinjijing, I will fight for it. Fong Yuan agreed, the plan is clear, so how do we contact each other? Gardenia took out an intercom device from the drawer. Take it. If necessary, use the vibration frequency of Morse code to notify me. Good. You can sleep on the sofa. Regain your energy and I'll help you find Li Haokuan's whereabouts. Oh, I forgot to mention, I still need you to find the fingerprints. Okay. The living room was relatively clean. Fong Yuan tidied up the clutter on the sofa and fell asleep. Gardenia closed the bedroom door. But judging from the frequency of keyboard tapping, she should be playing games. Fong Yuan slept until around 8 in the morning when Jizi woke him up. She has already bought breakfast. It's time to eat. I'll show you something later. Fong Yuan was a little surprised. He didn't expect this little girl to be so considerate. She must have lived alone for a long time. After breakfast, Gardenia went to the study and took out a mold box, which contained a human skin mask. This mask is simply a replica of Mission Impossible, with a strong Tom Cruise vibe. Try. This is precise 3D printing technology, silicone human face. This technology does exist in the special industry. Although Fong Yuan has this skill in mind, this is the first time he has seen it in real life. I remember this thing needs to be customized. How did you get my facial data? Gardenia explained, there is a pinhole camera in the room, isn't this very simple? Stop talking nonsense and try it. Fong Yuan put on the mask without saying a word. Then Gardenia took out an identity statement. Li Haokuan is going to attend a family meeting today, and you are a security guard of the Li family. Whether you can get his fingerprint depends on your ability. Thank you very much. You're welcome. This is a service provided at no extra charge. Okay, you can go now. Good. Fong Yuan left the room. Considering that the Bugatti Veyron was so cool, he decided to take a taxi to the Li family mansion. Looking at the unfamiliar face in the rearview mirror, Fong Yuan felt a little excited. New identity. Role-playing between agents. Interesting. It was an immersive script killing game. Fortunately, I had plundered Yang Shan's skills, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to deal with it. Chapter 81, The Unlucky Curse Shows Its Power. Li Family Mansion. Today, the Li family has made sufficient security arrangements, and even placed a facial recognition machine at the door. Fong Yuan got off the car, went to the security guard, and passed through smoothly by scanning his face. Li Haokuan didn't go to work today and stayed at home. Fong Yuan went straight to his yard. As the young master of the Li family, this guy is in a dangerous period recently. No matter whether he goes out or does anything, he is always accompanied by several bodyguards. At this time, 9 bodyguards were already waiting in line. Seeing Fong Yuan coming, the leader shouted, "Why are you so slow? Come quickly, the young master is about to leave." Today Li Haokuan attended a family meeting, mainly about the issue of inheritance. The last time Li Lai caused a scene at the funeral hall, he only got 5%. But Li Haokuan has as much as 20%, all because of Yang Shan. After being abandoned by Anna, he got back in touch with Yang Shan, who was the one who led the acquisition of Fingrui. With Yang Shan's support, Li Haokuan is still immersed in the dream that he is the only one who can inherit the family in the future. Fong Yuan's brain was working rapidly. I may not have the chance to get close to Li Haokuan, so how can I get his fingerprints? After thinking about it, maybe this trick will work. Primary superpower, bad luck curse. Let those who are infected become unlucky within a day. As soon as Fong Yuan launched the attack on Li Haokuan, it immediately took effect. At this time, he had already changed into a suit. He walked out the door, looked up at the sky and yawned. A bird flew by quietly. Snap. Pooh. Ugh. The bird droppings fell right into Li Haokuan's mouth, which made him so sick that he kept retching on the spot. When the bodyguards saw this, some took water and some took paper. Fong Yuan had nothing to do with them at all. After rinsing his mouth, Li Haokuan still felt nauseous. What a fucking bad luck. Let's go pick up Li Lai first, and then go to the meeting. When he left the house, there were 3 cars at the door. Li Haokuan got into the front car, and the other 2 cars were one in front and one behind, protecting him in the middle. As a result, the car had not even driven 2 blocks when it had a flat tire. Oops. Li Haokuan got out of the car and angrily asked, "How do you drive?" "I'm sorry, young master. I'll fix it right away. Please take the car in the back." "Humph. Let's talk about it when we get back." Li Haokuan sat in the back car in a state of annoyance, while Fong Yuan happened to be sitting in the passenger seat. The Li family held this meeting at the Tianqin notary office, and the purpose was to notarize the inheritance there. Then, Li Haokuan got out of the car and took 2 steps. Oh my god. Lee Haokuan hugged his left leg and started jumping. A nail, which appeared from nowhere, stood upright and pierced through his shoe, giving his feet a chill. What's going on today? Lee Haokuan feels so uncomfortable. What to do? Cold dish. Lee Haokuan scratched his head in annoyance. Calling a doctor to bandage it was just a minor ailment, so he simply ordered a bodyguard. Go. Find a pharmacy and get some Yunnan Baiyao and gauze. I have something important to do today, and I can't delay. Yes. The bodyguard went to do it. Fan Yuan was slightly shocked when he saw this. There are actually different levels of bodyguards. It's not his turn to do such a courtesy, so how can he get the fingerprints? It seems we can only wait. While waiting for the opportunity, Li Lai came and saw his brother surrounded by a group of people, so he stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong?" "Sister, you are finally here." Lee Haokuan is really shameless. When they were fighting for the family property, he kept calling someone Li Lai. But now that they stopped talking about money, they just went back to calling each other that. I don't know what happened today. I'm so unlucky. This is what happens when you do too many bad things. Li Lai snorted coldly. She now looked down upon her younger brother so much that she entered the hall ahead of time, but she still looked back before leaving. At this time, the bodyguard bought Yunnan Baiyao and gauze. The doctor also came over with a medicine box. "Master Li, I'll take care of it." The doctor squatted down and opened the medicine box, but was stunned by what he saw. The medical equipment in the medicine box are either screwdrivers or pliers, as well as plumber's tools such as waterproof tape. Hey! What's going on? The doctor was stunned for a moment, then suddenly clapped his hands. "Oh, I forgot, we were fixing the plumbing yesterday, and the toolbox broke." "Fuck you." Lee Haokuan slapped the doctor on the head. "You have a pig brain, master. If I didn't have something urgent to do today, I would kill you. Here is Yunnan Baiyao, hurry up and get it for me." "Oh, okay." The doctor was about to take action, but just in case, he said something more. "Master, you stepped on a nail. To prevent tetanus, you need alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. Then go buy it. You're going to hurt me to death." It was the same bodyguard who rushed out to buy it and soon came back with hydrogen peroxide and medical alcohol. The doctor was about to disinfect when Lee Haokuan suddenly looked up. "Wait a moment. I'm afraid this might be a bit painful." "Master Lee, that's not true. This doesn't hurt," the doctor assured me solemnly. Lee Haokuan hesitated for a while, but finally agreed to the disinfection. Ah! The moment the alcohol took effect, Lee Haokuan let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. He was usually not seriously injured, but this time it was a matter of life and death. "Master, master. Cheer up." The bodyguard also hurried to coax him. "Hit him till he's smoking." At Lee Haokuan's command, the bodyguard started punching and kicking the doctor. The poor doctor could only bear it, but he managed to coax Lee Haokuan into bandaging the wound. "Didn't you say it didn't hurt?" After the disinfection was finally completed, Lee Haokuan put on his shoes and limped into the hall. There were only 6 bodyguards left around him. The plasticine in Fan Yuan's hand was also ready to take over and copy Lee Haokuan's fingerprints at any time. "Bad luck, really bad luck." The bodyguard leader's lackey echoed, "Master, maybe you've offended someone today, so it's not appropriate for you to go out. Why don't we go back?" "Bullshit. That's feudal superstition." Lee Haokuan was stubborn. "I just don't believe it. I'm already here, what kind of accident can happen?" As soon as he finished speaking, the lampshade above his head suddenly fell down and hit him directly on the head. Ouch! The lampshade is made of glass and it didn't break even after falling from such a high distance, which shows how strong it is. In comparison, Lee Haokuan was much more fragile. This blow made him feel dizzy and saw stars in front of his eyes. "Young master." Seeing that his head was bleeding, the bodyguard leader quickly called the doctor back to bandage the area. Lee Haokuan's bad luck is not over yet. During a meeting, his stool suddenly broke in his but was almost broken into 8 pieces. When I was signing, the pen ran out of ink. I shook it a few times and ink was all over my body. Even when I ate a bun at noon, I tasted mothballs. He came out of the hotel cursing, and in the blink of an eye, the bodyguard was gone. After searching for a long time, they found that the manhole cover was broken and the man had fallen into the pit. Lee Haokuan was scared, thinking that maybe he was really unlucky, so he hid in the car. The car broke down halfway and got rear-ended. And then the ambulance was stuck in traffic. I thought since I was already in the hospital, I should be fine. But the bed was old and the screws didn't hold it tight, so it fell apart. After all this ordeal, there was not a single spot on Lee Hao-kwon's body that was in good condition. He lay on the hospital bed, feeling extremely aggrieved. There are many things needed for hospitalization, so the bodyguards went to buy them and told Fong Yuan to stay and look after the young master. Fong Yuan agreed immediately. The opportunity has finally come. Chapter 82, Infiltration. Master. Let me change the gauze for you. Lee Hao-kwon lay on the hospital bed and groaned weakly. Fong Yuan started to take action. He had already prepared the plasticine. He just needed to press it on Lee Hao-kwon's hand while changing the gauze, and the fingerprint would be left. Moreover, he had observed the details and knew that Lee Hao-kwon was not left-handed, so the fingerprints were most likely from the right hand. However, for the sake of accuracy, Fong Yuan printed them all. Just as I was printing it, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Li Lai walked in, saw Fong Yuan's actions, and asked coldly, "What are you doing?" "Nothing. I'm changing the gauze for the young master." Fong Yuan stood aside tactfully and glanced at Li Lai. When she went to the fair, she was wearing just ordinary casual clothes, but this time she changed into a brighter outfit that just showed off her figure. After all, they were siblings, so they had to save face. Li Lai walked over and started chatting with Lee Hao-kwon, all of which were reminiscing about the glorious past. Fong Yuan was so bored listening to them. He waited until the other bodyguards returned before he found an excuse to leave the hospital. Fingerprint done, take a taxi back. It was just that something unexpected happened on the way. You're being followed. Gardenia suddenly reminded Fong Yuan and told him how to avoid it. After directing the driver to take a detour, they returned safely. After arriving home, Gardenia quickly made a hand model based on the fingerprint he had taken. Now we just need to wait until night and go to the Lee Group building. You don't seem to have purchased any professional equipment. How do you get in? Gardenia asked. Fong Yuan chuckled, "Don't worry, I have a way." Seeing his confident look, Jizi said nothing more. Anyway, if something happened, she had many ways to get out of it, so she didn't have to worry about being entangled by Yang Shan. Soon, night fell. Fong Yuan waited until 11 o'clock, until he was sure that the Lee Group building was closed and no one was there, and then he drove there. After arriving, he looked around, locked onto an empty corner, and prepared to enter. Very good. Gardenia sent a message, "There is no surveillance at your current location. I will temporarily turn off the thermal imaging infrared after you go in." She has successfully hacked into the Lee Group's surveillance system. Fong Yuan didn't reply. He took out his invisibility cloak, put it on to become completely invisible, and headed straight for the building. On the way, Gardenia sent another message, "Where are you?" "I'm already at the door of the building." "Ah, I didn't see you." Gardenia was in the room, holding a lollipop in her mouth, looking at the surveillance footage on the computer screen. There were several 4K cameras, but she couldn't see any trace of Fong Yuan. "You wait." After Fong Yuan sent the message, he showed a finger. After spending more than a day together, this was the first time Gardenia was confused. What kind of technology is this? How did Fong Yuan do it? "You are invisible." That's ridiculous. Because the two communicated in Morse code, we couldn't see the fluctuation in Gardenia's tone, but we could imagine her shock. This is a new technology. I can't explain it to you, but it's very advanced. Now let's go. Fong Yuan quickened his pace and entered the building, while Jizi also began to operate the screen. She needed to shut down or block the infrared rays and thermal imaging in the aisle without being discovered by the group, and she also had to accurately time it 1 or 2 seconds before Fong Yuan passed by. After a brief communication, Gardenia began to shield, and soon, Fong Yuan arrived at the safe passage. Go up the stairs to the 13th floor. How long did it take you to get to the 13th floor? Gardenia asked. 1 minute. Fong Yuan replied. Good. After all, it was their first collaboration, and the two of them didn't have enough tacit understanding. Moreover, in this kind of thing, one mistake could lead to a huge loss, so Gardenia was much more careful. Soon, Fong Yuan arrived at the 13th floor. Following Gardenia's suggestion, he went to Lee Hao-kwon's office in the middle of the corridor, which was also the most heavily guarded area. At the office door, Fong Yuan successfully unlocked it using his fingerprint, then entered and closed the door. Li Haokuan's office is so luxurious. It was magnificent inside, with many antiques, calligraphy and paintings, as well as various decorations that could give people a sense of the wealth of the nouveau riche. When Fong Yuan first came in, he thought he had arrived at Honglang. Without bothering to appreciate Li Haokuan's unique taste, Fong Yuan quickly walked to the computer. I turned on the computer and it got stuck at the password input interface. Insert the USB drive I gave you. Gardenia sent a message reminder. Soon after Fong Yuan inserted it, a pop-up window appeared on the computer screen, containing a program for deciphering the password. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and a faint light came in from under the door. It's the security guard on patrol. Turn off the monitor quickly. Fong Yuan quickly did as he was told, and only turned on the monitor again after the patrolling security guard left. The password has been cracked successfully and the entire computer's data backup has been taken away. Okay, pull out the USB drive, and then look behind you, there's a surprise. Fong Yuan turned around and took a look. Wow! Li Haokuan is really narcissistic. In one of his selfies, he shows himself to be 1.3 meters tall, and he looks sunny and handsome, but it still cannot change the fact that he is feminine. Okay, stop looking and move the portrait away. Fong Yuan did as he was told. A secret compartment appeared on the wall, and inside was a safe, which consisted of a password and a fingerprint. Fong Yuan had the fingerprint in his hand, but no password. But it is also easy to decipher. Judging from Li Haokuan's level, he is unlikely to set any advanced passwords. Fong Yuan shone the flashlight on his phone and indeed confirmed a few keys. Then he recalled his information and quickly determined the password. It's Li Haokuan's birthday. Then I tried to input it, and it opened. Awesome! Gardenia said admiringly. There was a file bag in the safe, as well as some documents and a bottle of liquid in the compartment. After taking them out, Fong Yuan closed the safe. Mission accomplished. That's it? Fong Yuan didn't expect it to be so smooth, so he relaxed a little. However, just as he walked out of the room, the alarm suddenly sounded. The security in the building responded quickly and took action at an extremely fast speed. Without waiting for Jizi to remind him, Fong Yuan ran away and quickly ran down the stairs. Fortunately, he had an invisibility cloak on him, so the security guards couldn't find him at all. Fong Yuan ran all the way to the first floor and out of the building. It was not until he was quite a distance away that he arrived at the parking lot, took off his invisibility cloak, and prepared to get in the car. However, a car behind suddenly turned on its headlights and honked its horn. Beep! The piercing sound instantly cut through the night sky. Fong Yuan's heart instantly rose to his throat. How come he was discovered when he was just one step away from winning? Gardenia's message also arrived quietly. Now you have two choices. One is to silence the witness, and the other is to race against time. But the second one is easy to be exposed. I suggest you. Fong Yuan closed the message, calmed himself down, walked to the side of the car, and knocked on the window. Li Lai. I knew it was you. Li Lai said with a look that said, I see through you. Fong Yuan snorted coldly, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Silence? Do you dare? Let's go, let's get in the car. Fong Yuan thought about it, opened the car door and got in. The car started. On the way, Li Lai had many questions. How did Fong Yuan achieve invisibility? What kind of high technology is this? But if it is high tech, it is also very possible, after all, he is the chairman of a technology company. Chapter 83, What Belongs to Me? Don't be afraid, we are on the same side. Li Lai was probably afraid that Fong Yuan would kill him, so he took the initiative to speak. Same camp? Fong Yuan was puzzled. Yes. Li Lai explained, I said I would take back what belongs to me. Li Haokuan made no contribution to the Li family's business, yet he received such a large inheritance. Meanwhile, I worked diligently, even sacrificing my own interests, yet in the end, I only received 5%. Don't you think it's unfair? This is your family's business, it has nothing to do with me. Is it irrelevant? Li Lai's expression showed a hint of sadness, but she quickly concealed it, and then said lightly, very good. We just cooperate and each gets what we need. However, somehow, all these conversations were heard by Gardenia. Then the communicator in Fong Yuan's hand rang, and 3 words were clearly displayed on it. Is it credible? Fang Yuan was shocked, but when she thought that this was originally hers, she felt relieved and gave an ambiguous answer. Maybe. Gardenia continued to send messages. Forget about that. Find a way to calm her down first. I need to analyze Li Haoquan's computer data. But you have to be careful, some people's dogs are already alert. Let's go to the outskirts of Jiangcheng. There's a manor there. I'll be waiting for you there. What followed was a specific address. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and said to Li Lai, let's go outside Jiangcheng first. Good. Li Lai drove to the address given by Fang Yuan. However, the car had just entered the old city and had not yet left the city when Fang Yuan discovered that there was a car chasing him from behind. Li Lai also noticed it. She took a deep breath and said, fasten your seatbelts. What? Before Fang Yuan could react, Li Lai increased the speed of the car. Because it was early in the morning, there were almost no cars on the road, let alone people. The car quickly left the old town and headed up the mountain road. The road here is narrow, but Li Lai doesn't care. He seems to be risking his life and increases his speed to 180 miles per hour. It's a pity that the vehicle behind is still sticking very close. Oh. Sit tight. Li Lai reminded again. Her driving skills are very strong, definitely at the level of a professional racing driver. Fang Yuan felt around in the car and found a mineral water bottle with half of the water in it, so he lowered the window and stuck his head out. What are you doing? It's too dangerous. Fang Yuan didn't answer and threw the water bottle directly towards the car behind. Bang! The mineral water bottle exploded, and so did the windshield of the car behind. Then the car lost control and rushed off the cliff. Fang Yuan shrank back and closed the car window. Sharp! Li Lai praised him and concentrated on driving. Without the tail, the journey was much easier. When they reached a downhill slope along the mountain road, Li Lai suddenly let out a strange cry. Woohoo! Exciting! She races a lot every day, and her driving skills are honed that way. She also often engages in related sports and really enjoys the process. After winding all the way to the top of the mountain, you can overlook the entire Jiangcheng. Li Lai and Fang Yuan got out of the car. It must be said that the view from the top of the mountain is quite good. The two looked at the sleeping Jiangcheng below and the grid formed by the streetlights, and they looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Fang Yuan broke the silence. Do you hate your brothers so much? Why do I feel like you two used to have a good relationship? People die for money and birds die for food. This is an eternal truth that cannot be avoided even by blood relatives. Li Lai said disdainfully, I'm the elder sister. I've always given my things to him since I was a child. This time, I'm not going to give them up. She's had enough. What about favoring boys over girls? What about men being superior to women? It doesn't matter anymore. She just wants to control the Li family and become the queen of the Li family. The Li family can only be mine. Li Lai clenched his fist and said proudly, now, I may not lose to men. Thank God, I become very strong. My previous fighting coach was no match for me in terms of strength. It seems that even the gods want me to become the queen of the Li family. This is the path I will take. God? Fang Yuan chuckled. Li Lai didn't know that her so-called improvement actually came from Fang Yuan's friendly empowerment. But let it be a misunderstanding. Then I wish you success. No matter what, the two now have the same goal, and Li Lai is trustworthy. On the top of the mountain, on the other side. There is a temple here. Yang Shan and his men are inside, staring at the two people on the top of the mountain. Yang Shan had a huge resentment towards Fang Yuan. That night, she was almost engulfed by the flames of desire and her hands were almost broken. She had to avenge this. Li Lai and Fang Yuan. Sister, these two people seem to be having an affair. Of course Yang Shan could see it. In her sight, not long after, Li Lai took the initiative to pester Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan also responded to her fiercely, and the two soon started to bite each other. Li Lai has the need, Fang Yuan has the ability, and he has no psychological burden at all. Li Layla drove to the back seat, then threw Fang Yuan down and whispered, I said, I will take back everything that belongs to me. This belongs to me too. Li Lai's hand moved downwards, and he announced with a domineering look in his eyes. Fang Yuan grinned, you only have the right to use it, not the right to own it. Oh. I want something more exciting. Come on then. Fang Yuan closed the car door, and then the car body shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Not only that, this time Li Lai took the initiative to ask Fang Yuan to pinch her neck hard. The two were immersed in the joy of fighting, but they didn't know that all this was under Yang Shan's surveillance. 2.5 hours. The car shook violently for 2.5 hours. Yang Shan showed an incredible expression, with a hint of shock in her. Greedy. She is really greedy. Fang Yuan is so fierce, how did he do it? Yang Shan's men were also full of admiration. Fang Yuan's fighting ability was really strong. He didn't stop the shaking of the car from beginning to end. As a man, he realized for the first time the gap between himself and this talented player. Gradually, Yang Shan's cheeks turned as red as an apple, and she felt the evil fire burning in her body. A hint of dawn rose in the east, and daybreak arrived. The car started slowly and went down the mountain. Yang Shan's subordinate asked, "Sister, do you need to stop us?" "Nonsense." Yang Shan said coldly, "Remember, it doesn't matter whether that woman dies or not, I want this man to live. Do you understand?" Clear. The subordinates understood what he meant. With such fighting power, he is even more beastly than an animal. Which woman wouldn't be greedy? Fang Yuan drove the car down the mountain. Li Lai had already lost all his strength and was as docile as a kitten, curled up in a ball. In the direction of the mountain pass, several cars blocked the way down the mountain. He is Yang Shan's subordinate. All along, because of the system rewards, Fang Yuan has been patient in everything he does. Now that he has no tasks to do, he can show his skills. Just a chance to vent my anger for not being able to have fun. So he parked the car, got out, stretched his neck. The other side, more than 20 people, were also ready to take action. The next moment, Fang Yuan rushed into the crowd. Li Lai, the co-pilot, was shocked when he saw Fang Yuan fighting. Fang Yuan is really fierce in every aspect. 10 minutes. Fang Yuan wiped the blood off his hands and came back to drive. And ahead, those who were blocking the road were lying on the ground, their lives or deaths uncertain. Chapter 84, Evidence. According to the address given by Gardenia, Fang Yuan and the others arrived at the manor. It looks like no one has lived here for a long time. The fence-like gate is rusty and the buildings inside are dilapidated. A cement road can be vaguely seen through the traces of weeds. At the end of the road is a wall covered with vines. It doesn't look like a manor at all, but a haunted house. Are you sure it's here? Li Lai was very confused. As a local, she didn't even know there was such a place in the suburbs. She even suspected that it was the location used by those film and television studios to shoot horror movies. Find an earpiece under the communicator and put it on. Gardenia sent a message. Following the instructions, Fang Yuan found a pair of headphones the size of soybeans. After putting them on, Gardenia's voice came through. Ahem, it's much more convenient. Come in. Fang Yuan did as he was told. The gate of the manor was not locked and opened easily. Li Lai followed Fang Yuan closely. It was a pity for her black silk as it became hairy with just a slight scratch from the dry grass around it, but fortunately, her skin was not scratched. After entering the manor, Fang Yuan arrived at the main entrance. In front of me is an old building, which looks very much like the Western-style buildings built by foreigners in the early years. Open the manor door. What catches the eye is the dilapidated and distinctly contemporary furniture, which looks like the style of the 1920s and 1930s. It seems someone lives here. Li Lai pointed to the footprints on the ground and said. The footprints seemed to be frequent and led to the second floor. Go up and take a look. The two followed the footprints to the second floor, which was much cleaner than the first floor. It seemed to be a place to rest, but there was only one room, so Fang Yuan walked over and opened the door. Ah, you're here. In the room, Jizi, wearing a sports outfit and holding her signature lollipop, was typing away on her notebook. Seeing Fang Yuan approaching, she quickly waved and said, come on, I'll show you something interesting. Fang Yuan came over. Li Lai looked around suspiciously. The room is still very clean. It seems that the girl in front of me often comes here to sleep. But how could anyone want to live in such a gloomy and scary place? This is data from a mysterious laboratory. It's called Project X. Gardenia said proudly, pointing at the computer screen. The plan was written in English, but fortunately with Fang Yuan's current level of foreign language proficiency, he had no difficulty reading it. The general content is the development and research of projects such as prolonging life, whitening and beauty, and freezing age. Among them, related fields such as biological genes have been launched and have been going on for 12 years. Over the past 12 years, the project has cost $3.2 billion, which is equivalent to more than 18 billion renminbi, but there has still been no breakthrough. Fong Yuan's scalp went numb from watching this. Spending nearly 20 billion just for a beauty treatment? He really couldn't understand it. Li Lai wasn't surprised. That's nothing. Do you know what the global annual sales of beauty brands are? 65 trillion. It's easy to make money from women, especially those who can make you look better. Even if you just launch a concept, it will attract a huge market. Everyone is eyeing this piece of cake, so this is a highly profitable business. Hearing this, Fong Yuan suddenly remembered a kind of elixir recorded in the medical book, the rejuvenating pill. It is said that it was made by an unknown alchemist and then given to Yang Guifei. Later, many goddesses used this elixir, and because of their eternal youth, it was called black magic. But in fact, the effects of health products such as those that claim to be very effective in delaying skin aging and antioxidation are mostly exaggerated. But regardless of whether it is exaggerated or not, it can be sold. If this really happens, the profits generated by AI chips will be no match for this. Moreover, he also accepted Yi Qian as his apprentice. With her endorsing the medicine, his authority would be maximized, which was simply killing two birds with one stone. When Fong Yuan thought of the large amount of small change, he actually became slightly excited. However, as for such a good way to make money, I still have to wait until this matter is over before I go back and study it again. Look at this again. Gardenia found another key document. This is a report on the acquisition of Fengrui Group. It shows that the acquisition was completed 7 days ago, and the handover took 1 day. With this evidence, it can be proved that the problem with Fengrui's drugs most likely occurred after the handover. Combined with the testimony from the warehouse, Fong Yuan now had 2 pieces of evidence in his hands. The remaining files are all unnecessary and not important. And this. Fong Yuan raised the file bag and the bottle of liquid in his hand, which might be the key evidence. Sure enough, after opening it, there was decisive evidence inside. There were several documents in the file bag, including the overdue observation report of Fengrui's new products, the confiscated warehouse record book, and the authorization transfer contract. There is also Li Haoquan's autograph on it. And that bottle of liquid is probably the key to drug development and the most deadly allergen. The evidence is right before our eyes. Li Haoquan can't deny it this time even if he wants to. The evidence is right in front of us. Once these evidences are submitted, Li Haoquan's sewing machine will be put to bed. Including the Li Group, they might not be able to escape unscathed. Give this to me. Li Lai applied on his own initiative. Gardenia sneered, you? Come on. He's your own brother. Who knows if you will help him? She already knew Li Lai's identity, so naturally she did not recommend that Li Lai be responsible for this report. Li Lai said seriously, I think it's most appropriate for me to do this. Fengrui Group was acquired by the Li family. Although they relied on some external forces, the Li family has nothing to do with me. If I report this matter, I can still get back what belongs to me. It seems that she has set her sights on Fengrui. But Fong Yuan leaned back in his chair and said, but my target is also Fengrui. I need this cosmetics company's production line, their research lab, and their drug distribution qualifications. The 2 people who were just shaking the carriage in the car suddenly started to confront each other. Fong Yuan. Li Lai sneered, you bastard, you're so stupid you don't recognize me, right? I see right through you. Don't slander me. Fong Yuan coughed, indicating to her that there were children around and she should be careful with her words. But seeing that Li Lai was still determined, he decided to give up and said, so what? It was you who took the initiative. Oh, I knew it. You want to control me, but you think I'm difficult to control, so you want me to change. But I'm telling you, Fong Yuan, I'm not the kind of woman who will turn into a pig after pulling out weeds in Egypt. Let's put it this way. Fengrui, we all rely on our own abilities. The quickest ones get the reward, the slowest ones get the reward. Fong Yuan felt ashamed when he heard this. This Li Lai is really fierce, what he said are all fierce and vicious words. Fortunately, Gardenia didn't react at all, so I thought about it. Okay, then let's compete head-on, but let me be frank, you can't cry if you lose. As he spoke, Fong Yuan handed the information and the sample to Li Lai. Chapter 85, So Smooth. Yang Shan's plan failed. But in a sense, it can be considered a success. This experimental product has been proven to have no clinical effect and cannot be used. But since her conspiracy had been exposed, she still flew out of the country overnight. Moreover, Fang Yuan has too many secrets and is very capable in all aspects. It would be better for him to stay out of the spotlight for the time being and wait for other opportunities. But before leaving, she planned to give Fang Yuan a surprise before anything happened. Yang Shan thought about it and called Li Haokuan. Li Haokuan had a bad day. Even drinking cold water would get stuck in his teeth. He didn't even know that his office had been invaded and was lying on the hospital bed groaning. Li Haokuan, the truth has been revealed. Now it's time for you to take action. There are two targets, Li Lai and Shin Jijing. On the hospital bed, Li Haokuan received the news and stood up excitedly, sneering, "Don't worry, Sister Yang, I won't let you down." That's better. After hanging up the phone, Yang Shan sneered and sent out the video she recorded on the mountain of Fang Yuan and Li Laihuang in the car. Let us have some crazy fun tonight. As the video was sent, the recipient displayed on the phone was Shin Jijing. Night, river bank. Shin Jijing walked silently along the shore. She has already seen the video, and believes that any woman would feel uncomfortable after seeing it. But she was also thinking. Fang Yuan was only in his 20s, and with the huge age difference between them, what should she do? Bite. The cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Shin Jijing hesitated and picked up the call. "Mission, after watching the video, do you have any feelings?" It was Yang Shan's voice. "Who are you? What is your purpose in doing this?" Shin Jijing's first reaction was that Fang Yuan was very likely threatened. "It doesn't matter who I am." Yang Shan on the other side said slowly, "The important thing is, your husband betrayed you, don't you feel angry? This is our business. And I'm telling you clearly, Fang Yuan is my husband. We don't need outsiders interfering in our affairs." Shin Jijing scolded loudly and then hung up the phone. At this moment, two people suddenly rushed out from behind her and covered her mouth and nose with handkerchiefs. Shin Jijing struggled desperately, but within seconds, she was knocked unconscious by a handkerchief and dragged away from the riverbank and into a car. Li Lai was driving on the airport access road. She held the evidence in her hand and thought to herself that with this, Li Haokuan was doomed to go to jail. And according to the principle of priority, the 20% of shares in his hands will naturally be inherited by her, and then everything will be hers again. Just as I was having fun, the vehicle in front suddenly turned on its high beams. In an instant, it was dawn. Li Lai couldn't bear it anymore and subconsciously closed her eyes. At this moment, a Hummer rushed out from her side and knocked her down next to the fence. Then several people got out of the car. Because of the strong impact, Li Lai had fainted and her head was bleeding. Several people dragged her out of the car, quickly transferred her to their own car, and took away the information and samples in the car. Then he left. It was 2:30 in the morning when Li Haokuan left the hospital. One of his subordinates, named Song Laosan, called. "We've captured Li Xiao, Li Lai, and Shin Jijing and are holding them in the same place. What should we do with them? Keep an eye on the people until I get there." A look of joy appeared on Li Haokuan's face. According to Yang Shan, it means to kill directly. After all, Li Lai got their evidence, and Shin Jijing was Fang Yuan's lover. If he knew that his wife was dead, he would definitely go crazy. Once a person's behavior is dominated by emotions, mistakes will occur. At that time, Yang Shan will take action and give him a fatal blow. However, this is not satisfying. Li Haokuan lowered his eyes. He wants to play a bigger one. Include Zhang Yuner too. Does Li Haokuan like Zhang Yuner? No, he didn't like her. The reason he pursued Zhang Yuner was just because there was an old man named Jiang behind her. If he could get Zhang Yuner, he would be able to rise to the top and there would be no need to keep working hard. However, this Fang Yuan has been ruining his good deeds. If he hadn't appeared suddenly, Zhang Yuner would have been in his hands long ago. And if he hadn't supported Li Lai, he wouldn't have only gotten 20% of the Li family's property. Now that Fang Yuan's weak spot is in his grasp, he's determined to get back everything he lost. "Mr. Li." Before hanging up the phone, Song Laosan suddenly asked, "Well, these two beauties, can you guys enjoy them first? I'm really tempted by them." "Get lost." Li Haokuan said sternly, "Tell your brothers to take good care of the things down there." If anything goes wrong, I will castrate you all one by one. When this is over, you guys line up and I don't care how you want to play. When Song Laosen heard this, he smiled happily. Thank you, Master Li. Thank you, Master Li. He. After hanging up the phone, Li Haokuan's eyes showed a smug look, and then he dialed Jiang Yuner's number. At this time, in a suburban manner. The finishing work was finally completed, and Gardenia sealed all the documents. She was still a little worried. Is it really appropriate to give the materials to Li Lai? If she chooses to betray us, all our hard work tonight will be in vain. Then I'll do it again. Fong Yuan shrugged and said. Gardenia rolled her eyes and stopped asking. She just did the job for money, and now that the matter has been resolved, it's time to collect the balance. Fong Yuan waved his hand and transferred the money directly. Gardenia went out with her computer. In the weeds that were nearly 2 meters high, there was a pink minicar with its lights flashing. You open it. Jizi threw the car keys to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was just about to drive when the phone rang. It was Jiang Yuner, and she sounded anxious. Li Haokuan just called me and said he has a big treasure to show me and asked me to go to Mongshan in the suburbs. Jiang Yuner is not stupid. She knows that it will be dangerous if she goes there. Moreover, Li Haokuan's tone seems very proud, which means there is definitely a conspiracy. Before Fong Yuan could answer, the system's announcement came. Ding! Current target for revenge, Li Haokuan. You can now take special revenge once. Special retaliation, unlimited retaliation. What is going on? Fong Yuan's heart trembled. Broken. The top of Mongshan Mountain. The mountains here are gentle, and there used to be an orchard and a fruit and vegetable processing factory. Now the orchard has closed down, leaving only the abandoned factory buildings. Inside the factory, 2 thugs were guarding outside a room. One of them said, "Damn, these city girls are so pretty, not only are their skin white, but their dicks are also big. If this can make you feel good for a while, it will be very exciting." The other person also laughed lasciviously. What a pity, we can't do anything about it. Besides, I heard that one of them is the eldest daughter of the Li family. We can only watch. It's fun to watch. Hey! That's... The room was dark and damp. Shen Zhijing groaned and woke up. She felt weak all over and turned her body with difficulty, making a sound of chains rubbing against each other. Who are you? There was someone else in the room, and it was a woman. Miss Li? Shen Zhijing immediately recognized who it was. Shen Zhijing. It's me. Miss Li, what exactly happened? Where is this place? I don't know either. Li Lai didn't know what happened, but guessed it was related to Yang Shan or Li Haokuan. Suddenly, the lights in the room came on. The dazzling light instantly illuminated the room. The 2 girls couldn't adapt to it for a moment and subconsciously closed their eyes. Then the door opened and Li Haokuan limped in. When he saw Shen Zhijing, he licked his lips lasciviously. It's really smooth. Chapter 86, 2 Women Collaborate. He, I will love you well. Li Haokuan's eyes were malicious and greedy. Who are you? Shen Zhijing was very frightened. Beautiful lady, it doesn't matter who I am. You just need to know that you are where you are today because of your husband. Li Haokuan. Seeing this, Li Lai roared, "You bastard! What grudge do you have against me? What's the big deal about messing with someone else's wife? The Li family used to be a gangster family. Although they have been cleaned up now, they are still evil at heart, so these rules still need to be followed. Sister, it's the modern age now, who still cares about this?" Li Haokuan sneered, calling her sister in a nice way, but ever since Li Lai and Fong Yuan caused a scene in the funeral hall, the 2 of them had completely torn their faces apart. 5% of the property, if it weren't for these 2 people, it would all be mine, but now it's gone. Li Haokuan had long hated Li Lai to the core. The same goes for Li Lai. Li Haokuan has not made any contribution to the family, but she thinks that he is the eldest grandson and can inherit the family as a man. She is also not convinced. Sister? Shen Zhijing was confused. What is going on? Li Haokuan rolled his shoulders and grinned. Sister, that whole worship of Guangong and philanthropy is outdated. Now it's all about money. Now that Shen Zhijing is in hand, she can be enjoyed at any time. The key point is Li Lai. Li Lai was chained and had a wound on her head that had solidified into a blood scab, making her face a little blurry. However, her physical strength allowed her to hold on. You just want money, don't you? If you let her go, I'll give you all the money. I don't want a cent. Lee Haoquan's face was grim as he sneered, TSK, you're speaking up for your lover so soon, aren't you? Sometimes I just can't understand what's so good about Fang Yuan that makes you like him so much. Do you like it? Li Lai couldn't explain. But she was clear about one thing, that is, if Li Haoquan dared to attack Shen Jijing today, then the Li family would be destroyed. This is not a joke, it's bound to happen. It's a pity that Li Haoquan can't listen now. Then he walked over to Shen Jijing and squatted down, looking at her cheeks seriously, and said with a wicked smile, Miss Shen, you don't know yet, this woman has shamelessly had sex with your husband several times. Shen Jijing bit her lower lip, feeling very sad. But she didn't show it, and her answer was still the same, this is our husband and wife's business, and we don't need an outsider like you to worry about it. Oh? Then you're not jealous? Don't you want revenge? It was your husband who cheated on you first. Then I would too. Shen Jijing still insisted, this is our business. Humph. You don't know what's good for you. Li Haoquan's face suddenly turned cold. However, he did not continue to do so because the big fish Jian Yuner had not yet taken the bait. When this is over, I'll let you know what a real man is. Li Haoquan left with a lewd smile. As soon as he left, the door closed again and the room returned to silence, but this time the lights were not turned off. Shen Jijing had recovered a lot of her strength, and unlike Li Lai, she was only tied up with hemp ropes, so she struggled to sit up. She planned to save herself. Looking around, I finally found that the wall here was a red brick wall, so I tried to use the exposed bricks on the wall to rub the rope. Miss Shen. Li Lai felt a little guilty. After all, what she did with Fang Yuan was indeed immoral. And Shen Jijing responded, Ms. Li, there's no need to say anything. I know what you want to say, but now is not the time to talk about it. The most important thing is to escape. Physical strengthening, coupled with life experience. After a while, Shen Jijing actually wore the hemp rope apart. Then she hurried to Li Lai's side and found that the chains that bound her hands were not very thick, just stuck on her wrists, with some space left. After a little thought, Shen Jijing came up with a solution for the problem of a ring that was stuck on her hand and couldn't be taken off. So he tore off the thread from his clothes, then found a wooden stick in the room, poked it in, wrapped it around a few times, and pulled it out little by little. Hiss! Li Lai gasped in pain, but fortunately her hand was really pulled out. Can you fight? Shen Jijing suddenly asked. It's okay. Li Lai was bewildered, but she had received professional combat training, and her physical strength had suddenly increased, so her skills were pretty good. I'm not very good at fighting, but these days, I feel like I'm quite good at it. I can't explain this feeling, but let's team up and try to break out. Li Lai was startled and asked, when did you feel that your abilities had improved? Well, probably after I met my husband. Li Lai was stunned. After her first in-depth communication with Fang Yuan, she also felt that her physical strength and endurance had improved. Well, let's try to break out. Let's do this. Li Lai was smart enough. She whispered the plan in Shen Jijing's ear. Then the two girls exchanged glances and the performance began. I'm going to kill you. Shen Jijing pressed against the door and shouted loudly. Li Lai also shouted in panic, calm down, don't do anything, let me go. The two guards outside heard the noise in the room and immediately opened the door to get a closer look, but were knocked unconscious by a fist that suddenly extended out. The two left the room and walked down the corridor to find the stairwell. This is the 5th floor, we definitely can't jump down. However, before they had taken a few steps, they were discovered, brothers. The person ran away. Run away? As he was speaking, a group of younger brothers rushed up. The other side was outnumbered and powerful, so they definitely couldn't fight head-on. The two women retreated quickly, groping their way along, and finally found the corridor. But those younger brothers have already come forward. The two could only run upwards, and when they reached the top floor, they found that there was no space on either side. Li Lai's heart moved. Ms. Shen. I owe you money, and I'll pay it back. I hooked up with Fang Yuan first, it's my fault. I'm a member of the Li family. No matter how cruel Li Haoquan is, he won't do anything to me. There should be a safe passage here, go find it. As she spoke, she pushed Shen Jijing in, then slammed the iron door shut and propped it up with her body. Don't want? Miss Li, run with me, don't. Shin Zijing was banging on the door frantically. At the stairs, people had already caught up, each one staring at them hungrily. Li Lai looked at them and growled, "I am the eldest daughter of the Li family. You should know my identity. If you are not afraid of death, take a step forward." The younger brothers were stunned instantly. Li Haokuan dared to hire someone to capture Li Lai, but they didn't dare to do it. If the eldest daughter of the Li family was really injured, and Li Haokuan pushed the matter aside and the Li family put the blame on them, no one present would be able to take the blame. "Get out of the way." Suddenly, Li Haokuan walked through the crowd, walked up the stairs, and said with his neck swaying, Your elbows are bent outward, right? Li Lai. Li Haokuan picked up the wooden board in the aisle, which still had rusty nails on it. "You really think I wouldn't dare to kill you, right?" Chapter 87, Big Move. "Li Lai, you are very confident about your legs, right? What a shame, what beautiful legs." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Haokuan hit him with a stick, bringing out a lot of blood. "Li Haokuan, you bastard." Li Lai looked at him in disbelief. He. "You asked for this." Li Haokuan was like a madman, constantly whipping Li Lai's legs, as if he was destroying a perfect object, which made the younger brothers around him feel ashamed. Li Lai just stood there firmly, without making any sound. She is a selfish person. She made the decision to sacrifice today just hoping that Shin Zijing could escape. Do you regret it? Maybe. But only in this way will she feel better. Shin Zijing searched the rooftop but couldn't find any way to leave, and the door at the end was about to be broken open. It's over. She fell to the ground in despair, tears streaming down her face. The next second, the gangsters broke through the door and rushed over. Husband. At this time, Shin Zijing was still thinking about Fan Yuan. How sad he would be if he died. But things in this world are unpredictable. It would be better to stay here and be harmed by these beasts. A look of determination flashed in Shin Zijing's eyes, and she quickly came to the edge of the rooftop, ready to defend her innocence with her death. Just as she was about to turn over, a familiar face appeared. Husband. Fan Yuan arrived in time, hugged Shin Zijing and protected her behind him. Roll. Fan Yuan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. With his furious roar, his subordinates all cried out, their mouths agape, and quickly retreated. The narrow rooftop was instantly thrown into chaos. Leave gentleness to Shin Zijing and face the enemy fiercely. Fan Yuan picked up the steel pipe on the ground and hit the thugs with it without any hesitation. The thugs wanted to fight back, but they were no match for Fan Yuan and were quickly suppressed. And that's not all. Outside, car lights flashed and hundreds of people rushed into the factory, shouting, "Charge!" That's Wei Yi's team. The moment he realized something was wrong, Fan Yuan called him for help. When Wei Yi heard that his brother's wife was in trouble, he was so angry that he immediately sent out those capable men under his command to help. Together with the security guards led by Chen Musheng, the Li family mansion was surrounded from top to bottom. The moment these people rushed in, the Li family was in chaos. They wanted to organize a resistance, but found that their thugs were no match for Chen Musheng. This guy rushed in the front, fearless and ruthless, without saying a word but very ruthless, like a wolf. Soon, the Li family mansion was under control and Mr. Li was invited out. He hadn't realized the situation yet and stood up and scolded, "Who are you? You dare to come to the Li family to cause trouble? You don't want to live." Chen Musheng kicked him without saying a word. "Hey!" Master Li blocked the kick. Although he was a martial arts master, he was old after all and could not rely on his muscles and bones, so he was still kicked by Chen Musheng and staggered. What the hell just happened? Li Sanhai stood up. He is the father of Li Lai and Li Haokuan, and the current head of the Li family. Are you trying to test the Li family's wealth of resources? Oh? Really, Master Li, you recognize me? Bai Qian walked out from behind Chen Musheng. Master Bai Xiang. Li Sanhai's whole body trembled, and his pupils were trembling. Bai Qian is here, which means these people are Wei Yi's men. Methods? Patriarchally, let me see them. Bai Qian said with a smile, but her eyes were cold, revealing a cold murderous intent. Li Sanhai immediately knelt down, cowed out and said, "Master Bai Xiang, spare my life. But I really don't know what happened. My Li family's business is doing well and we didn't offend Master Wei. Nothing to provoke? Ha ha." Bai Qian walked over seductively and stepped on Li Sanhai's head with her high heels. For a moment, she didn't know whether to feel pity for him or envy him. You bastard. Your precious son kidnapped Brother Wei's wife. I think the Li family has been clean for too long and no longer cares about the rules of the underworld, right? Li Sanhai trembled all over, and everyone in the Li family behind him was stunned. Li Haokuan kidnapped Wei Yi's brother's wife? Is this guy so brave? You know, Master Wei has countless ways to make the Li family disappear physically. If you provoke his brothers, that's no different from an old man hanging himself. Master Bai. Master Bai, please don't be angry. Please don't be angry. I'm going to ask my unfilial son what he's been up to right now. Li Sanhai couldn't speak clearly. Snort. Bai Qian withdrew her foot. Li Sanhai called Li Haokuan tremblingly, but no one answered. He then called Li Lai, but still no one answered. Master Bai Xiang, this. Li Sanhai was desperate. Bai Qian waved her hand, and someone brought over the Li family's armchair. She sat down, crossed her legs, and said, then wait. After saying that, she looked at Chen Mushing again, her eyes turning slightly. Brother, you have great skills. Do you want to sit down and take a rest? Snort. Chen Mushing doesn't like women like Bai Qian, no matter how pretty she is. Too wasteful. If it wasn't arranged by Fang Yuan, he wouldn't even bother to take a look. Mong Shan. The battle at the processing plant is over, and San Laosan and Li Haokuan have been brought under control. Fang Yuan took Shen Zhijing downstairs. Li Lai is still on the 5th floor, go find her. Shen Zhijing took Fang Yuan's hand and whispered. She? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, very surprised. How come she was caught too? Isn't that evidence? Fortunately, the evidence has been sealed. Even if it is lost, there is a way to send it out again. Besides, with Master Wei here, there is no need to worry about the Li family being dishonest. She blocked these guys all by herself to save me. Seeing Fang Yuan's indifference, Shen Zhijing bit her lip and said seriously, besides. I know about the two of you. Fang Yuan's eyes widened instantly. Shen Zhijing rolled her eyes at him and continued, now is not the time to talk about this. You must save her. Go quickly. It was late. Shen Zhijing pushed Fang Yuan and he went upstairs. Arriving at the 5th floor, Fang Yuan ignored his inner shock and began to look for Li Lai. At the entrance to the rooftop, there was a wooden board thrown on the ground, with the nails on it stained red. There was a bloodstain in the corridor, and Fang Yuan vaguely guessed the suffering Li Lai had endured. The bloodstains extended all the way and turned into a room. Fang Yuan pushed the door open and saw Li Lai leaning against the wall with her chest heaving. Go out. Li Lai's voice was weak. She was a proud person and didn't want others, let alone Fang Yuan, to see her in such a state. Because of the dim light, Fang Yuan couldn't see clearly, so he jokingly said, Tisk, it's already like this, why are you still pretending? I'm here to save you. As he spoke, Fang Yuan squatted down, intending to help her up. Don't. Li Lai tried desperately to push Fang Yuan, but she had no strength at all. Don't look at my legs. What? Fang Yuan looked down. The legs that Li Lai was proud of, and which she thought was the most beautiful part, were now riddled with holes and bloody. Chapter 88, I Want It All. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan's face immediately darkened. Li Lai's wound was still bleeding and there was a risk of tetanus infection. Without saying a word, he took out a silver needle from his body and stopped the bleeding first. You don't have to. Don't talk. After a few silver needles were inserted, the wound on the leg was temporarily sealed. Fang Yuan reached out and picked up Princess Li Lai, then walked out of the room. The light from downstairs shone on Fang Yuan's face. It was an expression of calmness, yet a storm was brewing, with a hint of dominance. Li Lai's eyes were a little evasive, but she couldn't help but want to take a sneak peek. Coming down from upstairs, Fang Yuan put Li Lai down, pushed through the crowd, and walked directly towards the controlled Li Haokuan. Li Haokuan was so frightened that he turned around and ran, but before he could get out, he was caught by Fang Yuan, who dragged him in front of Li Lai. Let me go. Fang Yuan, I beg you, please let me go, you can't kill me. Yang Shan is behind all this. Ah. With a horrific sound of bone cracking, Fang Yuan broke one of Li Haokuan's fingers. He wailed in agony. His fingers are connected to his heart. How could this spoiled young master endure such excruciating pain? Please let me go. Li Haokuan cried and begged, but Fong Yuan acted as if he didn't hear him. He pursed his lips and said nothing. Then he used force again and broke another finger of his. Ah! Li Haokuan fainted from the pain, but Fong Yuan took out a silver needle to wake him up, and continued to bend his fingers, and so on, until all of them were broken. This brutal scene stunned everyone present. Including Master Wei, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This kid. What a ruthless person. Please kill me. I beg you, ah. Li Haokuan was hysterical, and even his voice was hoarse. At this time, his hands and feet were all broken and he was lying on the ground like mud. He prayed that he could pass out, which might relieve some of the pain, but with Fong Yuan around, this became a luxury. Li Lai's eyes shifted from Li Haokuan to Fong Yuan. She could see and knew that Fong Yuan was venting his anger on her behalf. Fong Yuan, it's done. Li Lai said this lightly, and Fong Yuan stopped what he was doing. He then picked up the puppet like Li Haokuan and threw him into the back of a pickup truck. Wife. Xin Zhijing looked at Fong Yuan. Master Wei will protect you. Please help me take Li Lai to the hospital. I'm going to the Li family next to put an end to today's matter. Good. Xin Zhijing nodded in agreement, and with one of Wei Ye's men, she sent Li Lai to the car and then went to the hospital. 4 o'clock in the morning. The Li family gathered in the yard, waiting for the final result. A gloomy haze covered everyone's face until that figure appeared. Fong Yuan picked up Li Haokuan, who looked like a dead pig, and threw him into the Li family compound. All the Li family members began to tremble. Li Songhai looked at his son with an expression of disbelief. Ah! My son! Lu Ruyan screamed in pain and ran over to hug her son. But now Li Haokuan's consciousness had long gone astray, his eyes were dull, and his body was still twitching slightly. You devil! Lu Ruyan shouted at Fong Yuan in grief and anger. However, Fong Yuan smiled coldly and said, Demon? I like that name. Your account is useless, practice for another one. Li Songhai stood up and said, Fong Yuan, aren't you going too far? Excessive? Fong Yuan sneered, I think you all know what he did, right? I was just fighting back. Is that too much? Then you too. Li Songhai pointed at Fong Yuan and said indignantly, but before he could finish his words, Chen Musheng kicked him and knocked him to the steps. This matter is your Li family's fault. Bai Qian also said quietly, I forgot. Master Wei asked me to pass on a message to you. He said he is very angry and the consequences will be serious. If you don't want to disappear from Jiangcheng from now on, you'd better give an explanation. Explain? The Li family members were silent. Li Songhai looked at Li Haokuan, who was half dead on the ground, holding his chest, and looked at Fong Yuan. After a long time, he slowly stood up. As the head of the family, he needs to be responsible for the future of the family. The Li family is willing to pay 1/3 to compensate Mr. Fong. This was a huge sacrifice, but at this point, he can only hope that this ratio would satisfy Fong Yuan. No. I want them all. Fong Yuan's opening words were a trump card. The Li family was stunned. This kid is too greedy. He wants everything right away. I absolutely cannot agree to his request. You are forcing the Li family into a dead end. Li Songhai roared. If this is the case, the Li family will fight Fong Yuan to the end even if it means risking everything. Bai Qian also felt that it was inappropriate. If he took all of them, it would inevitably lead to a desperate counterattack from the Li family, so he glanced at Fong Yuan and shook his head quietly. Fong Yuan gave her a look that said, I have my limits. He said, you don't have to agree, but I want Li Lai to become the absolute head of the Li family. This is your last chance. As for the one lying on the ground, you can handle it yourselves. Just make sure I'm satisfied. Why do you think you can be the head of the Li family? Li Songhai growled, you. He can. Mr. Li stopped the next words. He decided to support Fong Yuan. Anyway, it doesn't matter who becomes the head of the family. Now that Li Songhai has lost power and the Li family is facing life and death, he, as the most senior elder in the entire family, has to stand up. Li Lai, she has the blood of the Li family flowing in her body, so she is also a member of the Li family. Mr. Fong didn't seize our Li family's wealth. He just changed the head of the family. It doesn't matter. Mr. Li Yiri knew very well what the current situation was. But as long as the Li family's losses are minimized and their interests are not harmed, they are willing to accept the conditions proposed by Fong Yuan. Right. It's just a change of family head, there's nothing wrong with that. Besides, the trouble was caused by your son, why should we bear the consequences? That's right. If it weren't for Li Lai, our Li family would have disbanded long ago. Only she can lead the family to glory. The whole family unanimously decided to support Li Loi. Li Sanhai was so angry that he was shaking all over, and also felt a little desperate. He pointed at Fang Yuan tremblingly, and suddenly his legs went weak, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground unconscious. See? Lu Rian screamed, fell on Li Sanhai and fainted. Quick, take them all away. Mr. Lier looked at Li Haokuan and his family on the ground with disgust, then turned to Fang Yuan and flattered him, Mr. Fang, the acquisition of Fengrui was the decision of this family. It has nothing to do with Li Lai or the Li family. We will quickly collect and hand over Fengrui's evidence. Are you satisfied with this handling? Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Ding. Complete special revenge on Li Haokuan. Host completes the state perfectly, special revenge is achieved, and rewards are obtained, special superpowers, friendly empowerment. Clam? Another friendly empowerment? System, you are kidding me. Chapter 89, Rest and Recuperate. Host, please read carefully before you speak. Fang Yuan opened the skill panel suspiciously. Special ability, friendly empowerment, can grant 90% of one's own attributes and draw a random skill to grant. It turned out that the friendly army's empowerment was upgraded from intermediate to special level. And it has 90% attributes and random skills. Fang Yuan was a little curious about what these random skills were. But it's good to experiment. He looked around. Musheng. Brother, what's the matter? Chen Musheng walked over to Fang Yuan. You've done well. Keep working hard in the future. But remember, you're not allowed to do anything illegal without my permission. Okay? Yeah, I remember it. Chen Musheng nodded vigorously. Go! Fang Yuan patted his shoulder and quietly used the friendly power. Ding! Friendly troop empowerment successful. Randomly drawing skills, Vajra indestructible boy body. As the empowerment ended, Chen Musheng's temperament suddenly changed, and even the muscle lines on his face became clearer. This skill is quite consistent with his overall temperament. But Fang Yuan himself did not receive any feedback or skills. However, he has enough means at his disposal and does not need these skills to assist him. Moreover, what they drew should be some martial arts, which are not as effective as their own Pajun. One shout can scare a lot of people. At this point, the matter was considered over. Fang Yuan expressed his gratitude to Wei Yi and Bai Qian, and then exchanged greetings for a while. Then Wei Yi took his men away. Before leaving, Bai Qian threw a coquettish glance at Fang Yuan, but he graciously ignored her. This made Bai Qian feel a little resentful. Thank you for your hard work tonight, brothers. Fang Yuan said to Chen Musheng, when we get back, go to the finance department and get a red envelope for everyone. Go ahead. Chen Musheng also left with his brothers. Fang Yuan drove to the hospital. Li Lai is fine now, but his legs are seriously injured. Whether they can be repaired still needs further study. In the ward, Li Lai had fallen asleep. Shen Zhijing was accompanying her. Seeing Fang Yuan coming, she stood up and made a hushing gesture. The two walked out of the ward. Husband, Miss Li. Shen Zhijing was very sad and didn't know how to start. Oh, it's okay, she'll be fine. The two entered the room. Fang Yuan walked up to Li Lai, reached out and felt her pulse, which was normal, nothing unexpected. What did the doctor say? Not optimistic. Shen Zhijing sighed, Ms. Li's thigh is basically ruined. Her Achilles tendon is ruptured. She will have to rely on a wheelchair from now on. Besides, the damaged skin will be difficult to recover. This is not a big problem. With Fang Yuan's external medical skills, it is not a problem for Li Lai to stand up, and those scars can be healed with a few prescriptions of Chinese medicine. What happened then? Fang Yuan asked. I don't know. I was already there when I woke up. Shen Zhijing told Fang Yuan everything that happened in the factory, including the details of Li Lai saving her. To be honest, Fang Yuan didn't expect Li Lai to sacrifice herself to save Shen Zhijing. This gave him a new perspective on the woman. When will we cut the candle in the west window together and talk about the night rain in Beishan? Although they had been separated for a short time, Shen Zhijing was frightened. She hugged Fong Yuan and talked with him until dawn before falling into a deep sleep. The ward environment was limited, and considering Li Lai's condition, Fong Yuan thought about it and contacted Yi Qian, planning to send the two girls to her current residence. Yi Qian agreed immediately, and the matter was quickly settled. In Yi Qian's residence, after arranging for Shen Jijing to have a good rest, she cooperated with Yi Qian to put Li Lai on the bed. Yi Qian gave her some simple care, and Li Lai woke up. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." Li Lai's emotions did not fluctuate much, but she was actually desperate inside. Until now, she still has no feeling in her legs, and she knows that with this level of injury, it is impossible for her to walk like a normal person. "Don't thank me, I didn't do anything." Yi Qian was very polite. She really didn't do anything, at most she just moved Li Lai out. "Ms. Li, actually, your leg can definitely be cured by my master." "Your master?" "It's Fong Yuan." "He?" Li Lai looked at Fong Yuan with a wry smile, showing no surprise. "You're awake." Fong Yuan still had something to say to Li Lai, so he gestured for Yi Qian to leave. Li Lai didn't know how to face Fong Yuan. She thought a lot, including the fate of the Li family. Given Fong Yuan's personality, the Li family, I'm afraid it will be razed to the ground. "How is the Li family?" Fong Yuan sat down and said, "Don't worry, your Li family is fine, there won't be any major changes. Besides, you are now the patriarch of the Li family. For those who are unwilling, others will do it for them, so you don't have to do it yourself." This was what Fong Yuan fought for Li Lai. "During this time, you can rest and recuperate. I will find a way to restore your leg to its original state without leaving any scars." "What are the conditions?" Li Lai spoke directly. She knew that Fong Yuan would not be so kind. Then of course it's Fingrui, but you can also invest. Let's cooperate and make a fortune together." Li Lai was silent. She thought of countless answers, such as making the Li family surrender, or joining the Lanxin family, but she never expected that Fong Yuan would only want Fingrui and allow her to invest and cooperate. "Thank you very much." "Unnecessary." Fong Yuan waved his hand. Just because Li Lai was willing to sacrifice herself to protect Shen Jijing, she deserved to be treated like this. Li Lai looked out the window of the room, with some words in her heart that she wanted to say, but she seemed unable to say them, so she was conflicted. Fong Yuan didn't ask any questions, but got up and left silently. After Shen Jijing had a good rest, he went home. On the way, Shen Jijing did not ask those questions. She knew that Fong Yuan must have his own ideas. And to be honest, at the beginning, she did feel a little aggrieved and uncomfortable, but as Li Lai devoted herself to help her withstand all the dangers, everything seemed to make sense. "Can Miss Li's leg be healed?" "Able." Fong Yuan already had a solution, but now he needed a medicinal herb, lilac. "Do you need any help?" Shen Jijing knew that this kind of injury would definitely be very troublesome, so she wanted to do something. So far, we still need one more herb, lilac." Although a little surprised, Fong Yuan still explained, "It's a herb with yellow flowers and purple leaves. It's hard to find at the moment. But I've already sent the message out, and there should be a reply soon." Shen Jijing thought carefully for a moment, and suddenly said, "I remember when Fingrui was producing the flower essence cream, I visited a farm in the countryside, and there seemed to be this kind of flower there." "Real?" Fong Yuan was overjoyed. "Yellow flowers, purple leaves, and the leaves are prettier than the flowers." "Yes, that's it. I'm very impressed." Shen Jijing was very confident. "If you have any news about flowers, you can go and see them. But before that, I haven't slept all night, so I should go home and have some rest first. And since it's in the countryside, we need to prepare well." After arriving home, Shen Jijing simply took a shower and went to sleep. "How about it?" Zhang Yuner came forward and raised her eyebrows at Fong Yuan, looking like she had done a great job. Fong Yuan praised, "Great, you're really smart." "That's enough. That's more like it. I've known Li Haokuan for quite some time now. I know what shit he's going to do when he sticks his butt out." Chapter 90, Shanhua Village. Zhang Yuner is very alert and her mind works quickly. As soon as she heard Li Haokuan calling, she knew what his purpose was and decisively told Fong Yuan. Firstly, it can prevent himself from getting hurt, and secondly, it can remind Fong Yuan that he is in danger. "Thanks to you this time." Fong Yuan reached out and rubbed the girl's head. Zhang Yuner pouted, opened Fong Yuan's hand with disdain, and said, "You." "Humph. Then continue playing the game. Fang Yuan chuckled, then sent a message to Zizi that everything was going well, and then called Secretary Sun to arrange for her and the Li family to sign the Fengrui transfer agreement. At this point, his business empire has expanded again. Everything was arranged. I lay down on the sofa, couldn't hold on any longer, and fell asleep soon. When I opened my eyes again, it was dark outside. Shin Jijing woke up at some point and was busy in the kitchen. Fang Yuan stretched and stood up yawning, only to see Jiang Yuner packing her luggage. Are you planning to leave? You really want me to leave? Jiang Yuner gave Fang Yuan a displeased look. No, this girl is planning to go to the countryside with us. Shin Jijing just came out of the kitchen carrying food and explained. Ah. Fang Yuan was still thinking that after getting married, they still hadn't experienced their own world yet, and he had planned to take this opportunity to have some romance, but now how could he be romantic? Shin Jijing also knew what Fang Yuan meant. Her face flushed and she said, "That's enough. How can you bear to leave Yuner alone at home with no one to take care of her? She can go to school." I don't want to go to school. Jiang Yuner immediately requested, I want to go play with you. If you don't take me with you, I'll tell my grandfather that you bullied me. After hearing this, Fang Yuan instantly became timid. Well, honeymoon plans are ruined. Fortunately, the departure is tomorrow, so tonight is still possible. After dinner, the three of them watched some TV series together and then went back to their rooms to rest. Secretary Sun sent a message saying that the matter has been settled. All of Fengrui's equity and management rights have been transferred to Lanxin and are currently operating normally. But there is inside information saying that employees may go on strike. After all, continuous personnel changes are not a good thing for Fengrui employees. It has been less than 10 days since the last personnel change. Fang Yuan has his own plans for this. The honeymoon plan was secretly shortened by a few days because of the addition of the burden. The next morning, the three of them packed their luggage and headed for the countryside. The destination we are going to this time is quite far from Jiangchang and is a mountain village. Fengrui is engaged in the cosmetics business. Plants such as aloe vera are grown in the countryside, and the company is responsible for purchasing them. Shin Jijing has visited it and was deeply impressed. When leaving Jiangchang and getting on the highway, please drive safely. However, a cool Baoshiji supercar behind suddenly overtook Fang Yuan's car, and the driver even stretched out his hand and raised his middle finger provocatively. Oh my god. In order to keep a low profile, Fang Yuan did not drive his Bugatti Veyron, but he did not expect to encounter this incident. However, the other side's provocative behavior has not ended yet. He kept moving closer, moving further away, moving closer, moving further away, over and over again. Shin Jijing was afraid Fang Yuan would get carried away, so she quickly said, "They're probably some wealthy second-generation rich kids with nothing to do. Let's just drive our own car and leave them alone." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. He would not joke about his life for such a trivial matter. However, what was unexpected was that after entering the tunnel, the other car suddenly stopped. What would happen if this hits? Fang Yuan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He reacted quickly and managed to get around it without any danger. The moment he passed, Fang Yuan looked through the car window and noticed that the driver and the co-pilot seemed to be arguing, but he didn't care about such stupid things and drove past. Soon, we got off the highway. Continuing along the dirt road in the service area, we soon arrived at our destination, Huashan Village. Huashan Village, as the name suggests, is home to all kinds of mountain flowers. Moreover, because of the cooperation with Fengrui, there are projects in the village, and the construction is quite good, with the small Western-style buildings being more magnificent than each other. After parking the car, the three of them put their luggage in it and got out to find a place to stay. After all, this is not a scenic spot, so there are no business places such as hotels. I remember there was a farm stay here. When we came to the village for team building, we stayed in farmhouses. According to her impression, Shin Jijing walked forward a few steps and saw the farmhouse. But unlike what I imagined, the farmhouse had stopped operating and there were a lot of debris in front of the door. Ah, Sister Shin, I don't want to sleep on the streets, Jiang Yuner said with a pout. At this time, a villager happened to pass by. It was a woman about 40 years old. Fang Yuan went to greet her. Big sister. Hello, I'd like to ask why this farm stay is closed? The woman glanced at Fang Yuan, waved her hand, and said, "It's been closed for over 2 years. Who are you? What are you doing in our village?" We are Fengrui's business representatives. We are here for a field trip and are looking for a place to stay. Fengrui? The woman seemed very sensitive to the name and said unhappily, "Go away. Our village doesn't need you to investigate." After saying that, he walked away quickly. Fang Yuan scratched his head. What is going on? He looked at Shinjijing, but Shinjijing didn't know either. Impossible. Fengrui has been cooperating with this village for almost 20 years. How could this happen? It's not that simple. We can go to the village chief's house or the village committee to find out the situation. Jiang Yuner suggested. All right. So the three of them quickly found out the location of the village committee. The village committee is built in a very stylish way, with all white marble railings used as walls, white walls and red tiles, and ceramic tiles of the welcoming pine tree at the base of the wall. As soon as the three entered the yard, a man came out and asked, "What are you doing?" "We are Fengrui salesmen and would like to come and take a look at the situation." Fengrui? The man seemed a little confused, then he said impatiently, "Come in." Fang Yuan noticed something. From the village committee to the villagers, everyone's attitude towards Fengrui is not very good. It seems that there is something wrong, and it is not a small one. You go ahead, I'll go call the village chief. The man took the three people into the village committee guest room and left. There are many photos hanging on the wall of the guest room, all of which are representative mountain flowers of the village. Some can be used as medicinal materials, while others are for ornamental purposes. There are at least 200 species of flowers, large and small, covering the entire wall. That's it. Fang Yuan found a photo, so he reached out and took it down, looking at the yellow flowers and purple leaves on it. It's definitely lilac. The two girls also came over. Is this the lilac you're looking for? But I don't remember it looking like this. It seems that Jiang Yuner has also seen lilac. Fang Yuan explained, lilac is a medicinal herb. It was named by the ancients. It may not be called that now. As he was speaking, the village chief pushed the door open and came in. Why? Boss Liu? Shin Jijing was very surprised. Oh my god, why is it you? Fang Yuan was also very surprised. He just resigned 2 days ago, how come he has suddenly become the village chief? Chapter 91, Coming Back as CEO. Mr. Fang, mission, why are you here? Lu Mingxi was also very surprised. We came here to find something. Fang Yuan briefly explained his purpose. How about you, how did you become the village chief here? I'm unemployed and have nothing to do. Lu Mingxi explained why he appeared in Shanhua village. Since leaving Fengrui, she has sent out resumes everywhere, but unfortunately, the current employment environment is not good, so she thought of responding to the call. After a few attempts, he got the job and was assigned to Shanhua village as the acting director. I have to say that Lu Mingxi is still very capable. Fang Yuan felt a little envious when he heard this, as this had once been his goal. But now he has Lanqin and Fengrui in his hands, and he is doing well, so he is content. After a few more pleasantries, Fang Yuan got back to the topic. Shanhua village used to have a cooperative relationship with Fengrui. Why do the villagers have this attitude towards Fengrui? Life is so unpredictable. Lu Mingxi explained, in fact, in the first few years, the cooperation between the villagers and Fengrui was quite good. The prices are fair and reasonable. Later, consumption declined, the female market gradually shrank, and high-end beauty brands also began to enter the low-end consumer market. Small brands like Fengrui had no way to survive and could only cut costs and expand the market. Once the cost is reduced, conflicts arise. Fengrui's move undoubtedly touched the core interests of the villagers, and the people of Shanhua village showed some signs of turning against each other. The world is bustling with people seeking profit, and the world is bustling with people seeking profit. Fang Yuan also expressed his understanding of this. He looked at Lu Mingxi. In Shin Jijing's words, as the president of Fengrui, her ability is beyond doubt. If it weren't for Yang Shan's intervention, she should still be the female president. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's mind moved. Have you ever thought about returning to Fengrui? Fengrui is now under my name, and I'm also looking for a candidate for president. Lu Mingxi was a little surprised. This is the third time Fengrui has changed its boss in less than a month. She thought about it and declined politely. Miss Shin actually has great potential. No, she's just responsible for looking beautiful at home. As for making money, I think it's better to find someone else to take care of it. Ha, Mr. Fong, you are so humorous. Lu Mingxi smiled. Okay, since Director Fong has a request, then I will respectfully obey. She looked at Fong Yuan and felt a faint envy for Xin Jijing. That's right. Fong Yuan showed Lu Mingxi the photo of lilac. Look, are there any flowers still being grown in this flower village? Let me see. Lu Mingxi took the photo. She had visited the village flower garden when she came here, but this was the first time she had seen such a special flower. I don't remember. But there are technicians here. I'll go ask them. Please wait a moment. After saying that, Lu Mingxi left. Shanhua Village has agricultural-related technicians who bring new varieties as well as more advanced planting techniques. Not long after, a woman in her 20s came in. She was still wearing her farm clothes, glasses, and had some chubby baby fat on her face, which made her look a little childish. This is Li Xiaoyan, a technician from Shanhua Village. Lu Mingxi introduced. Xiaoyan, these are representatives from Fengrui Group. Hello. Li Xiaoyan stepped forward and shook hands. You. After shaking hands, Fong Yuan showed Li Xiaoyan the photo of lilac. Lilac, Uncle Ma planted it before. Li Xiaoyan recognized it immediately. This is a species that has never been recorded in books. It is very difficult to survive, but Uncle Ma-san was determined to grow it in order to treat his grandson's illness. That's great. Where is Uncle Ma now? With this clue, Fong Yuan was overjoyed. This. Lu Mingxi was in a dilemma. If it's Uncle Ma, it might not be easy to handle. Fong Yuan asked, what's wrong? Does he have any quirks? Not really, he's just very old-fashioned. Lu Mingxi had only met him once, on the first day she came here. Uncle Ma has always been against having a woman be a village official. Well, he is indeed an old-fashioned person. Li Xiaoyan also smiled bitterly. She has been providing technical support in the village for so many years, but Uncle Ma never looks at her straight in the eye. Speaking of Uncle Ma-san, there is actually a story in the past. He was not originally from this village. That year, there was a plague in the village. Uncle Ma-san, a barefoot doctor, came to the village with his wife and helped the villagers solve the disease. However, his wife fell seriously ill and passed away soon after. In order to miss his wife, Uncle Ma-san settled down in the village. That year, he picked up an abandoned baby in the mountains. After curing the baby, he kept the baby by his side, so he had a companion. But as his son grew up, got married and had children, he took his family out of the mountain village. After coming back once, they had no further contact. Uncle Ma had no relatives in the village, so he became more and more lonely. It's really sad. After hearing this, Fong Yuan also wanted to visit Uncle Ma. Barefoot doctor is really a term that has a sense of age. In the early years, medical care was not very developed and there was no emphasis on medical qualifications. Some doctors would travel around the countryside to help villagers solve some illnesses. That's why they are called barefoot doctors. Later, the country gradually improved the medical environment, and barefoot doctors disappeared from the stage of history. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let me arrange for you to stay. Lu Mingxi said, there are many fun places in Shanhua Village. It's a rare opportunity for you to take a vacation, so it's a good time to relax. As for Uncle Ma, let's slowly get in touch with him. Good. Fong Yuan agreed. Lu Mingxi brought a few people to her residence at the east end of the village. There is a family living here that has been uninhabited all year round. The area is very large, enough to accommodate several of them. The environment is also good, and all the necessary daily necessities are available. A few of them packed their luggage and started their trip to Shanhua Village. At the same time, a luxury car drove into the village. It was the car that provoked Fong Yuan on the highway. There were two young people in the car, a man and a woman, who looked like a couple. The woman had long wavy hair dyed yellow and was wearing sexy clothes. The man's face was pale, not the complexion of a normal person, and it was obvious that he was sick. Moreover, the expression on his face was that of an arrogant and unruly type. Is there really a so-called miracle doctor in this shabby village? The man's tone was very arrogant. Who knows? The woman rolled her eyes. Anyway, it was my aunt who asked us to come here. She said there's a genius doctor named Ma here, and asked us to be humble when we find him. What kind of miracle doctor? In my opinion, he's just a charlatan. The two talked as they walked. the very center of the village. There is an independent courtyard here. The households on both sides keep a distance from this courtyard. The people have moved away, leaving only an empty shell. There is a greenhouse in the yard, and various flowers are planted in it. The two arrived at the door. This is it, knock on the door. Chapter 92, How much sorrow can you feel? Who is it? The door opened, and an old man about 70 years old came out. He looked at the two of them coldly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Hello, old man. We were referred to see a doctor by Ms. Yao Na. Here is your business card." The blonde woman took out her business card and handed it over respectfully. The man had a look of disdain on his face. In his opinion, how could a good doctor come from a remote and poor area? The old man took the business card, looked at it carefully, and then opened the door. "Come in." The other sighed. After settling down his residence, Fang Yuan quickly found out the address of Uncle Ma San, asked Lu Mengxi to accompany Shen Jijing around the village, and then went to visit him. But just as he arrived at the door indicated by the address, he saw the road killer who gave him the middle finger on the highway. He walked over and touched the chassis cover and found that it was still warm, which meant that he had just stopped working not long ago. "Get out! Get out now!" Just then, the old man's angry roar came from the yard ahead. "Something's happening!" Fang Yuan quickly ducked over. Hey! Old man, do you know who I am? I'm Yen Jidao, from the Yen family in Kyoto. If you dare to drive me away, believe it or not, I'll have someone tear down your house tomorrow. I don't care who you are. If you don't get out of here, I'll beat you up." Uncle Ma showed no mercy at all. He opened the door and pushed the two of them out. An old, stubborn person. The blonde girl also got angry. She pushed against the door and shouted, "You are too unreasonable. We are here to get treatment. What do you mean by kicking us out? Get out, get out, get out." Uncle Ma is over 70 years old, but he is very strong. The two men are really no match for him. They were driven out and the door was slammed shut. "You wait, old man." The man was still shouting. Fang Yuan glanced at him and immediately saw his problem. My goodness, how can someone have such kidney deficiency? People often say that lust is like a sword hanging over one's head. This man's body is completely empty. Not to mention his fertility, it is even a question whether he can stand up. Walk. The man shouted for a while, felt bored, and was about to leave angrily, but he saw Fang Yuan next to his car. The anger in my heart suddenly found a place to vent. Get lost, you country bumpkin. Have you ever met Bao Shiji? Being scolded for no reason, could Fang Yuan tolerate this? If you had kept your mouth shut, you probably wouldn't have been kicked out. Who are you? The blonde clicked her tongue and said, "Go play somewhere else. We're leaving." The pale-faced man also came over and was about to get in the car when Fang Yuan suddenly said, "You have kidney deficiency. You fart." The man felt a poke in the sore spot and jumped up instantly. As a rich second generation, he spent his days drinking and riding horses, or drinking and riding horses together. As a result, his health deteriorated day by day due to this unhealthy lifestyle. At first he was just sweating and his face was pale. He thought it was due to lack of energy and blood and didn't take it seriously. Until one day he suddenly found that his younger brother had lost response. He realized something was wrong. But it's too late. He searched for famous doctors everywhere but to no avail. In desperation, he heard from his wife's aunt that there was a famous doctor named Ma in Huashan village who was very skilled, so he came here. As a result, I was kicked out before I could say a few words. Why were you kicked out? Nonsense, if the girl next to him knew that he had turned an iron rod into a needle, he would be finished. Therefore, in this kind of matter, you have to keep your mouth shut and never admit it even if you are beaten to death. Fang Yuan also saw that this guy was stubborn, so he didn't expose him. He just said calmly, "Don't worry, I can cure it." The man shuddered when he heard this. "Sir, you are truly a miracle doctor." He came in front of Fang Yuan and knelt down with a thud. "As long as you can cure my illness, I will do anything you ask me to do." Fang Yuan was very surprised to see him like this. I didn't expect that although this guy has a bad mouth, his body is quite honest. The blonde girl also got out of the car, leaned against the door, and looked at Fang Yuan, as if she was thinking about something. Get up. Fang Yuan helped the man up. Sir, I am Yen Jidao of the Yen family. Don't worry, As long as you can cure me, I can agree to anything you want. Fang Yuan glanced at him and said calmly, I want the moon. Will you give it to me? Aren't you just being argumentative? Yan Jidao's temper suddenly flared up. I'm just arguing. It's incurable. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. Zitsiti. Of course I can cure it. It's just the moon, I'll give it to you. Yan Jidao softened instantly. You guys. At this moment, the gate behind him opened, and Uncle Ma came out and shouted angrily, Stay away and don't bother me at my door. Hey, you old thing. Yan Jidao angrily retorted, Even if you die, I won't die. He. Uncle Ma sneered. Boy, I'll tell you the truth. Given your physical condition, it's uncertain who will die first. Uncle Ma is quite capable. He had just seen that Yan Jidao's body was seriously unbalanced and he was afraid that he would die of kidney failure soon. But Fang Yuan has a cheat. Uncle Ma, that's wrong. Maybe I can cure it. He said this to attract the attention of Uncle Ma. Sure enough, Uncle Ma noticed him and smiled contemptuously. You? Just blow it, kid. Uncle Ma rubbed his eyes as he spoke. He knew everyone in this village, but he didn't know where this young man came from, so he asked, Who are you? I've never seen you before. Don't worry about that, As he was speaking, the system suddenly prompted that there was a task. Ding. Current target for revenge, Yao Wei, revenge attempt once. Yao Wei? Who is this? Why should I take revenge on her? By the way, what does this name have to do with Yao Na? Fang Yuan still hadn't reacted. Old man, if you don't treat me, I'll go away. I have a miracle doctor who can treat me. Yan Jidao felt confident knowing that someone could cure his illness. Ha ha ha. Uncle Ma sneered, a miracle doctor? Him? You look like a miracle doctor. Yan Jidao immediately looked at Fang Yuan, divine doctor. This old man doubts you. Fang Yuan came to his senses and said, You can doubt it if you want. I'll treat you first and then give this old man a slap in the face with the results. Let's go. Humph. I'm waiting for you to slap me in the face. Uncle Ma closed the door angrily. After leaving Uncle Ma's house, Fang Yuan and the other two came to the stream near the village. You step aside first. Fang Yuan sent the blonde away and asked Yan Jidao to sit by the river bank. Your name is Yan Jidao? Yes, that's right. Yan Jidao boasted, Don't worry, doctor. I'm the third young master of the Yan family in the capital. If you can cure me, I'll find a way to give you the moon. Hey. From the tone of Yan Jidao's voice, one could tell that this guy was just a simple-minded dandy. Come on. Fang Yuan took out the 9-dragon needle, thought for a moment, and then asked, Is that blonde girl your girlfriend? Aha! It's my fiancée. Yan Jidao looked at her with regret and said, It's all my fault for being young and not knowing how to control myself. I've gotten myself into this state. What's the point of having a beautiful fiancée? How much sorrow can there be in this world? It's like a bunch of eunuchs going to a brothel. Chapter 93, Innate Abstract Sacred Body. Abstract. Absolute abstraction. Fang Yuan thought he was humorous enough, but he didn't expect that this person was an innate abstract holy body. With a smile, Fang Yuan began to give the acupuncture. Yan Jidao's deficiency is too serious. It cannot be cured in 1 or 2 times. It requires long-term treatment. Fang Yuan could also take this opportunity to gather some information. To be able to become an engaged couple with you, the third young master of the Yan family, I guess her identity is not simple. Of course. Yan Jidao was very proud. Her name is Yao Wei, and she is the daughter of the Yao family in Kyoto. But I don't like her. To put it bluntly, our marriage is a political one, and I don't want to end up in a marriage that ends in disaster. But there's nothing I can do. This is a family arrangement, and I can't disobey. After saying this, the abstract man sighed to the sky. Alas! There are 3,000 rivers, and I can only drink from 1 ladle. How pitiful, how pitiful. The blonde is Yao Wei. Fang Yuan got the information he wanted. But what grudge does she have against me? Fang Yuan began to think. According to the rules he discovered, there are 3 situations in total for triggering system tasks. The first one is when you are angry. The second type is when friends around you are in danger. The third type is when you feel threatened. And based on the above three situations, those who have been marked by themselves will not trigger the task again. It will only open again if you hear or see it yourself. But this time when the task was triggered, I was not angry, and secondly, I was not friends with Yen Jidao, so the first two situations could be ruled out. So here comes the question. When had I ever been threatened by her? Threatened? Fang Yuan's heart moved and he thought of something. Tell me the truth, did you overtake a car on the highway and then give him the finger? Ah. After hearing this, Yen Jidao was a little surprised. So that's your car? Well, miracle doctor, I just wanted to race with you back then. As a gentleman, I don't hold grudges against you, so... Yen Jidao smiled along. Are you kidding? I still need others' help to live a happy life in the future. Fang Yuan waved his hand. I'm not one to quibble, but I really want to know why you suddenly stopped the car in the tunnel. Oh, that. I fainted. Yen Jidao said helplessly, there is no way, these days I always feel like I can't wake up, and I often feel sleepy. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and asked the key question, was it Yao Wei's idea to speed on the highway? No. Yen Jidao shook his head and said, but it was she who asked me to provoke you later. Fang Yuan was speechless. He really didn't expect that this young Master Yen was so abstract. He has no independent personality and is the type that makes it impossible to guess what he will do next. This is a bit scary. The two chatted casually, and soon, Fang Yuan finished the acupuncture. Yen Jidao also felt a reaction down there. Holy crap! Awesome, a miracle doctor. Ayaha, see you again, brother. As he said this, he actually reached out and waved to his crotch. Fang Yuan looked at him with disdain. Is this guy really the young master of a noble family? How come she has no temperament at all, just like that stupid young man? Remember, even though you're responsive now, it'll take some time to recover. During the recovery period, no pornography, not even the thought of it, otherwise everything will be in vain. Got it? No. Yen Jidao patted his chest and made the promise. I don't know if he really listened to it or was just responding casually. A miracle doctor. Yen Jidao grabbed Fang Yuan's hand. You gave me a second chance at life. You're my savior. Nothing else to say. Let's become sworn brothers. How old are you? 25. Just. Yen Jidao calculated, I am 24 this year. From now on, you will be my big brother and I will be your little brother. I will protect you from now on. Abstract. Unimaginably abstract. Fang Yuan remembered what his mother always said when he was a child, don't play with fools. Big brother. Yen Jidao's expression was sincere, and it was obvious that he was really happy. Fang Yuan was completely speechless. Well. After a while, he sighed and asked quietly, you're only 24 this year, why is your body like this? Well, it's a long story. Yen Jidao said with a serious expression, to be honest, big brother, I have had this ambition since I was 17. Kato, Oki, and Yusei Sensei, they deal with hundreds of women every year. I must surpass them. So, I decided to become a love saint. Collect 10,000 women. It's a pity that my entrepreneurial journey collapsed midway. Now it's just over 2,000 points, and I can't do it anymore. What an abstract dream this is. Fang Yuan's forehead was covered with black lines, it's hard to understand. Yen Jidao chuckled and said in a low voice, brother, it's easy to understand. My status in the family is not very high. I will only be a tool for marriage in the future. Since I can't resist, I might as well indulge myself. But I accidentally let it go too far. Oh, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. There must be a deep logic behind the abstraction. Although Yen Jidao is from a wealthy family in Kyoto, his status is not high. Although he is the third young master, he is not taken seriously. Therefore, he will be a branch of the family and a tool for political marriage in the future. And he also understood it, so it was so abstract. After realizing this, Fang Yuan reached out and patted his shoulder. Okay, I want you as my brother. But I think you should stop harming other girls. It's immoral. Brother, what are you talking about? The abstract saint launched into action, they are all a group of hardworking and ambitious young people. It's all consensual. I've never forced anyone. If you want a gift, I'll give it to you. If you have a partner, I'll take a detour. The main point is to be righteous and confident. Fang Yuan took a deep breath after hearing this. You know what, there is really no way to refute what Yan Jidao said. Are you all ready? Yao Wei waited by the car for a long time. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing with their arms around each other, she walked over. Okay, let's go. It's getting dark soon. If we're any later, we won't be able to go back. Then stay. Yan Jidao was in high spirits. It's just right for me to have a good chat with my brother tonight. This is up to you. Yao Wei smiled unhappily and turned away. Yan Jidao was generous. As soon as he paid 100,000 yuan, someone immediately vacated his house for the group to live in and even provided cooking. Fang Yuan called Shen Jijing and Jiang Yuner over as well. A large group of people were sitting in the yard. Shen Jijing and Jiang Yuner looked at a lot of flowers today, took a lot of photos, and discussed there. Lu Mengxi was planning the future development of the village with Li Xiaoyan. Only the blonde was eating in silence, not seeming very sociable. But the one who talks the most has to be Yan Jidao. He hooked his arm around Fang Yuan's neck and said enviously, "Big brother is big brother, he's surrounded by beautiful women. It's okay, but not as good as yours." Fang Yuan teased in a low voice. Why? Yan Jidao said bitterly, as the saying goes, there is quantity but no quality. Take a look. As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and opened the photo album. Yan Jidao has a habit of keeping photos of every woman he has a relationship with, of course they are all normal photos. After Fang Yuan saw it, his scalp went numb. Well, these girls are not ugly. On the contrary, they are pretty and have good figures. Only. How should I put it? There are some medical beauty styles. Chapter 94, Assassination. I have to say that the third young master of the Yin family has really abundant resources. Of course, this is also due to the fact that he is not picky about food, and judging from his appearance, he seems to be enjoying it. How can I say hello to you? Fang Yuan smiled and returned the phone to Yan Jidao. Yao Wei, who had been silent until now, suddenly put down her bowl and went to rest. Seeing this, Yan Jidao looked embarrassed and silently put away his phone. After dinner, Shen Jijing and Jiang Yuner went back to rest, and Fang Yuan had another conversation with Yan Jidao. Listen to me, this time when you go back, put your ambition aside and take good care of your health. Yeah. Big brother, I'll listen to whatever you say. Yan Jidao has completely regarded Fang Yuan as his elder brother and does not mind his low status at all. Fang Yuan suggested, so, tomorrow, do you want to go and provoke Uncle Ma? Yan Jidao was filled with resentment about this matter and could not suppress his emotions at that time. That old guy is so old-fashioned. He asked me how many women I had slept with right away. You said, Yao Wei is still by my side, how could I say it? So I said I was born with kidney deficiency, but who knew that this old guy would insist on not cooperating and kick me out? Is there such a thing? Fang Yuan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. There is a difference between congenital kidney deficiency and yang deficiency, and the treatment methods are also different. Moreover, Uncle Ma can see this problem at a glance, which shows that he is indeed capable. Then, a new problem arises. Since Yan Jidao is deficient in yang, does Yao Wei know about it? If so, what is her purpose? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked softly, when you were together, did you ever? No. Yan Jidao gave a bitter laugh. We have known each other for a short time, and it is a family marriage, so naturally there is no emotional foundation. Besides, men definitely like those who are docile and compliant. Yao Wei is too strong, and I heard that she used to be quite extravagant. To be honest, I'm a little scared. You know what, Yan Jidao's values, whether they are right or wrong, are quite interesting. If this is the case, then the system's mission makes sense. Yao Wei's intentions are impure and even malicious. And ever since Fang Yuan said he could cure Yan Jidao, she had been keeping an eye on herself, thus triggering the system's task. It's just that Brother Abstract is still in the dark. The two chatted for a while. Fang Yuan discovered that although Yan Jidao was abstract, he was sincere when he called him Big Brother. Moreover, although this dude is a bit bad, he is a straightforward person and can be a close friend. The two felt like they had met too late and chatted until late at night. When Fang Yuan returned, the street lights were off and the road was pitch black. Suddenly, he felt a gust of cold wind, followed by a flash of cold light. I'll go. Fang Yuan dodged hurriedly. That cold light was definitely a dagger, but there was no light source around, so it seemed a little unscientific. Snort! There was a cold snort in the darkness, and then the cold light continued to attack. Fong Yuan dodged repeatedly. However, this guy was very fast and his strikes were deadly, so Fong Yuan decided to fight back. He immediately blocked the opponent's blade, then reached forward, grabbed the wrist and pulled it back with force. The Black Shadow reacted quickly, adjusting his body quickly and performing a kick commonly used in combat, heading straight for Fong Yuan's chin. Fong Yuan let go and quickly distanced himself. Judging from the feel just now, the other person should be a woman. And if I'm not wrong, Yao Wei. Fong Yuan spoke decisively. Sure enough, the Black Shadow was stunned for a moment, and then rushed towards Fong Yuan again. This time, both the speed and strength were greater than before. Fong Yuan retreated and dodged repeatedly, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, Fong Yuan dodged the dagger, grabbed her wrist again, and slashed it inward with his backhand. Ah! The Black Shadow screamed and instantly distanced itself from Fong Yuan. Seeing that it was unable to do anything to Fong Yuan, it turned and left. Fong Yuan also quickly took out his invisibility cloak, hid his figure in the night, followed the movement, and quickly chased after him. The Black Shadow was very alert, turning left and right, thinking that it had gotten rid of Fong Yuan, and finally entered a farmhouse. Fong Yuan quickly moved over. Inside the room, the lights came on. Fong Yuan suddenly discovered that the person lying on the bed was Yao Wei, and the Black Shadow was standing next to her. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Miss, that person is very strong. Xiaoyi? Miss? Judging from the conversation between the two, the Black Shadow seems to be the maid beside Yao Wei. However, judging by the relationship between the two, it seems that it is more than just a master-servant relationship. Are you hurt? How can you be so careless? Yao Wei took out the medicine powder from her body and applied it on Xiaoyi's wound with heartache. Xiaoyi's cheeks were red and her eyes looked very shy. After applying the medicine, the two looked at each other lovingly. Yao Wei slowly said, Xiaoyi, don't worry. I will definitely find a way to kill that scumbag Yan Jidao. And Fong Yuan who hurt you. Fong Yuan, who was peeking outside, finally understood. No wonder Yao Wei wanted to kill Yan Jidao, it turns out these two are lesbians. Yao Wei didn't want to get married, but had to obey her family's arrangements, so she thought about killing Yan Jidao, but she couldn't let others know that it was her who did it. Miss. No, Wei, what do we do in the future? Yao Wei frowned and said, as long as Fong Yuan dies, Yan Jidao will be beyond help and will die soon. Besides, he is now a useless person and can't do anything for me. After he dies, I will declare to the public that I will remain faithful to him. Then, we can be together openly and honestly. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. This is such a vicious idea. For his own sake, he actually wants to kill someone. Or even trying to kill him, how could Fong Yuan tolerate this? Oh, sorry to bother you too. Fong Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Xiaoyi immediately prepared to attack, while Yao Wei glared at him. Fong Yuan. Why are you ruining my plans? Ruin your good thing? Fong Yuan shrugged and said disdainfully, killing two innocent people for your own selfish desires, is this what you call a good thing? Yao Wei said coldly, innocent? How can you say that? Do you know why his body is like this? Do you know how many women he has slept with? You dare to say that this scum is innocent? This is at most considered private misconduct, and there was no coercion. Everything was consensual. It's at most immoral, not a capital crime, right? Xiaoyi said disdainfully, bah, cunning man. Wei, I'll stop him, you leave quickly. Xiaoyi is ready to sacrifice herself for Yao Wei at any time. Fong Yuan stretched his shoulders and asked, do you have the ability to stop me? Xiaoyi. Yao Wei signaled her to calm down, then looked at Fong Yuan. This guy must have a purpose for appearing here, but as long as it doesn't conflict with her plan, everything can be discussed. So she thought about it and whispered, how about this, as long as you don't stop me from killing Yan Jidao, no matter what your conditions are, as long as you tell me, I will agree to them. Yao Wei took the risk. However, Fong Yuan just shook his head. He now wants to take revenge on Yao Wei and make her regret assassinating him. And he can also save Yan Jidao, who really wants to be his brother. Chapter 95, Shock. The next morning, Yan Jidao woke up and stretched comfortably. This was the most restful sleep he had ever had since his health problems began. He yawned, shook his neck, and suddenly felt thirsty in his mouth. When he was looking for water to drink, Yao Wei walked into the yard. Yan Ji Dao. Hey, Yao Wei. There was no affection between the two of them, and even their greetings were like those of strangers. What's wrong? Yan Jidao looked relaxed and comfortable. I've thought seriously about it. We can't get married. Anything is fine. Yan Jidao's tone was very casual, but he seemed to have thought of something. He said with a somewhat embarrassed expression, but, our marriage is a family alliance. How do we explain this to this family? Yao Wei was also very worried, but fortunately Fang Yuan had already thought of an excuse for her. Let's just say that you and I plan to stay in Jiangqing and develop. How about that? After we agree, we'll keep our distance from each other. Okay. Yan Jidao was somewhat happy. He still needed further treatment anyway, so it was fine for the two of them to stay as an engaged couple for the time being. After the discussion, Yao Wei turned and left the yard. Yan Jidao also breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Wei's dominance was also a shackle for him. Free at last. Yan Jidao felt more relaxed and at ease now that Yao Wei was no longer a huge burden to him. In another courtyard, Fang Yuan was sitting at the door sipping tea. The seeds have been planted, just wait quietly for the harvest. After a while, Yao Wei's car drove to the gate of the yard. She got out of the car and took a deep breath. Last night, the terms Fang Yuan discussed with her were very simple. What Yao Wei wants is liberation, so Fang Yuan gives her this opportunity, even though this opportunity is extremely shameful for her. What you asked me to do has been completed. Yao Wei looked at Fang Yuan, wondering what other tricks this guy could play. Yeah, not bad. Fang Yuan put down the teacup and poured a cup of tea on the opposite side. Please. No thanks, I'm not interested in tea. Yao Wei had no mood to drink tea now. She bit her lip and said, 1 year. During this year, I will unconditionally follow your arrangements. But I want to make it clear in advance, don't think I'll do anything weird with you. Fang Yuan glanced at Yao Wei with disdain. You should buy a bag of scouring powder and cleanse your head of all that dirt, so you won't say things like that. Although this woman is sexy enough, she is not what Fang Yuan likes. Moreover, Fang Yuan has no interest in people with abnormal orientations. All he wants is the influence behind Yao Wei. Remember, bring your girlfriend to me every month to unlock 1 acupoint. Once all 12 acupoints are unlocked, the deal is done. This was also Fang Yuan's punishment for her assassination last night. Although letting Yao Wei serve Fang Yuan was the most shameful thing for her, she took the risk in order to be with Xiaoyi. Asshole. Yao Wei wanted to kill Fang Yuan at this moment, but there was nothing she could do. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the intermediate level revenge against Yao Wei. Reward, intermediate superpower, acceleration can accelerate the growth of all organic life forms. Note that if used on animals, you may get a pair of bones. Extra reward, 1,000 acres of fertile farmland. This is truly a reward specially created for myself. But what are these 1,000 acres of fertile land? I'd better ask Brother Tongzi. Brother Tongzi, he's online. System, host, what's wrong? What's going on with this 1,000 acres of fertile land? Where is it located? System, you really don't study your cheat code. You'll see it when you open the interface. Oh. Fang Yuan usually just thought about it and things came out, so he never studied the system. At this moment, as he opened the interface, his supernatural powers and various props instantly appeared in front of his eyes. The 1,000 acres of fertile land is an independent space with suitable temperature and fertile soil, where he can grow some medicinal herbs. Moreover, the planting method of plants inside is also different from that outside. Fang Yuan only needs to think about it and he can plant, cultivate and harvest vegetables with 1 click. It can even use supernatural powers to induce birth. This special ability was tailor-made for Lian Tian. Penguin Farm? Fang Yuan suddenly remembered a type of game that was popular when he was in junior high school. There is not only a penguin farm, but also a penguin ranch, a penguin parking lot, a penguin brawl and the like. It's a pity that as he grew up, these games became the tears of the times. After the recollection ended, Fang Yuan looked at Yao Wei and asked in confusion, "Hey, this is none of your business anymore, why aren't you leaving yet?" "Well, you should go to Jiangcheng right away and start your work right away." You. Yao Wei suppressed her anger and left. In fact, her next job was very simple. just helping Fang Yuan collect information. Moreover, Fang Yuan was impressed by Xiaoyi's abilities and asked her to assist Yao Wei in establishing an information network as soon as possible so that he could quickly obtain first-hand information. If you want to protect the people around you, you can't just rely on the power of friendly forces. After all, no matter how high your kung fu skills are, you are still afraid of a kitchen knife. Xin Zijing's case is an example. Moreover, Yang Shan is still in the dark, and no one knows when she will make a comeback. Yao Wei and Xiaoyi are very good seedlings. They will not turn against us. Keeping them for intensive training is also to gain enough capital to fight against Yang Shan during this period. In the morning, Yan Jidao went to Uncle Ma's house in a swagger. "Old man, come out here. You dare to say that I, the young master, am dead? Open your dog eyes and see clearly. I, the young master, am full of life and my body is roaring. Come out." Yan Jidao was like a lunatic, twisting his hips wildly, knocking on the door and shouting, "Boy, you're looking for death." Uncle Ma opened the door impatiently. However, when he saw Yan Jidao, he was stunned. As an expert, he could tell at first glance that Yan Jidao had recovered a lot of his vitality, his voice was deep and powerful, and his internal energy was sufficient. He was no longer as weak as he was yesterday. "Old man, aren't you quite powerful? How about me, young master?" Yan Jidao was still shouting loudly, but Uncle Ma-san ignored him. He took 2 steps forward and grabbed his wrist. "Ouch! Old man, let me go. It hurts." Uncle Ma used some strength to grab his wrist, causing Yan Jidao to grimace in pain. The moment he felt the pulse, Uncle Ma was filled with disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He personally took Yan Jidao's pulse yesterday and found that his kidneys had long been empty to the point of imbalance in his body. He was afraid that it would only take 2 or 3 years at most. But today his pulse was smooth and strong, clearly showing some recovery. Did this really happen overnight? Uncle Ma-san was confused and asked, "Is this the treatment given to you by the miracle doctor you mentioned?" "Not at all." Yan Jidao said proudly, "My elder brother's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. How can a mediocre doctor like you understand it? Tell me who he is?" Uncle Ma was very excited. He let go of Yan Jidao's hand and pulled him towards the yard where Fang Yuan was. Chapter 96, Purple Dragon Grass. Shanhua village has beautiful scenery, so Shen Jijing went out to play with Jiang Yuner early in the morning. But Fang Yuan came here to do business, and he couldn't be happy with them until things were settled. And he was expecting a guest. Fang Yuan sat on the Daiyutai, gathered around the table, and started to make tea. Not to mention the taste of the flower tea here, it is really good, and a sip of it makes you feel relaxed all over. After a while, Uncle Ma came over hurriedly. Behind him, Yan Jidao was chasing him breathlessly. "I say, you little old man, you can really run. I'm so lucky." Uncle Ma ignored him, walked straight into the yard and sat opposite Fang Yuan. "Please." Fang Yuan poured him a cup of hot tea. Yan Jidao also came to Fang Yuan's side, adjusting his breathing while saying, "Brother, this old man has some strength on his feet. I can't catch up with him." Fang Yuan thought to himself, if you can catch up, it would be a miracle. Given Yan Jidao's physical fitness, it was already good enough that he could catch up. If it had been yesterday, he would have died of exhaustion halfway. Moreover, Fang Yuan could also feel that this old man was not an ordinary person. Just like the sweeping monk in Shaolin Temple, he was a hidden boss who hid in this small mountain village just to spend the rest of his life in peace. "Boy, are you the heir of the Sun family?" Uncle Ma didn't take the tea and went straight to the point. "Heir of the Sun family?" Fang Yuan was stunned for a moment. "The first time I heard this was at the Jiang family. Li Haokuan found a doctor named Sun who claimed to be the descendant of the Sun family." Now, when Uncle Ma-san asked about it again, he was also very curious about what the term heir of the Sun family meant, so he asked, "What is the Sun family?" Uncle Ma was suspicious. He hesitated for a moment and finally said, "The descendant of the medicine king Sun Simiao is the descendant of the Sun family." "Little brother, you were able to treat this useless person to this level overnight. Only the heir of the Sun family can do this." Fang Yuan shook his head when he heard this. He had heard of Sun Simiao's story, but unfortunately he was not his successor. "I'm just an ordinary person. I have nothing to do with the Sun family. I came here just to find something." After hearing what Fang Yuan said, Uncle Ma also understood. No wonder he was at my door yesterday. It turned out he was looking for me. And he said he wanted to cure the third master of the Yen family in Beijing. I'm afraid he was trying to lure me out. Then just do as he wishes. It just so happened that he also wanted to see the identity of this person who could perform the medical skills of creation. So Uncle Ma-san asked directly, "Tell me, what are you looking for?" This. Fang Yuan liked this kind of people who didn't beat around the bush and were easy to communicate with, so he took out a photo of lilac. "Uncle Ma, to be honest, I know you've grown this kind of medicinal herb before." "Yes, I have grown this thing." Uncle Ma's expression was solemn. To be honest, he was the only one in the village who cultivated lilacs, but he planted them when his grandson was sick. At that time, people from Fengrui happened to come and take pictures, and unexpectedly they took the picture by accident. "Can we talk about this then?" Fang Yuan put the photo down and said, "I'm not greedy. Just one seed will do." Fang Yuan's meaning was very clear, he was here to trade. However, Uncle Ma refused. "No. You don't know that although this thing is called lilac in the folk, it is not actually lilac, but a medicinal herb with a great origin. It was taken from the sky and is owned by the Medicine King family. I planted one to cure my grandson's illness, which is already breaking my vow." Uncle Ma has his own difficulties. Fang Yuan also knew the value of this thing and knew it wouldn't be easy to get. To be honest, if there is no prescription, this flower can only play a role in repairing the skin. So Fang Yuan decided to try a different approach and try to find out something indirectly. "Uncle Ma, since you said this belongs to the Medicine King family, then you must have lived with them before. Or perhaps you learned medicine from them?" Uncle Ma nodded slowly and said calmly, "Yes, I did learn medical skills from them. But little brother, don't ask any more. I won't give you the purple dragon grass." It turns out that the real name of lilac is purple dragon grass. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. Since this was produced by the Medicine King family, then this family must have other medicinal herbs that he needed but could not buy outside. "Uncle Ma, can you tell me what happened to your grandson back then?" Uncle Ma hesitated for a moment and said, "When he was in the third year of junior high school, he had an accident and his face was seriously broken. In order not to delay his future, I planted a purple dragon grass, but it didn't work well and still left a scar." "Why?" When talking about this, Uncle Ma was obviously a little upset. Only Fang Yuan knows the reason. Although purple dragon grass can repair damaged skin, it is useless if used alone without other medicines. "What's wrong with the scar?" "It won't affect my life." Fang Yuan continued to ask. Hearing this, Uncle Ma looked at him warily. But seeing that his eyes were bright and he didn't seem to have any ill intentions, he took out a photo that showed his grandson after he was injured. "Ma Ge? Your grandson?" Fang Yuan was shocked. This Ma Ge was Fang Yuan's idol in TV dramas when he was a child. He had great acting skills and often appeared in idol dramas and fantasy dramas. However, due to the disfigurement scandal, he disappeared from the public eye and fell from being a popular first-tier actor to a third or fourth-tier actor with no work to do. And there is another problem. According to calculations, Ma Ge should be almost 40 years old this year, but this Uncle Ma looks only about 70 years old. With such an age difference, even if his child was adopted, it is impossible that he was picked up when he was a teenager. Fang Yuan couldn't figure out the relationship, so he simply stopped worrying about it. Uncle Ma nodded. "Ma Ge is my grandson. He's always wanted to be an actor since he was little, and he's been working hard for this dream. It's a pity that he got disfigured. What's he going to do now?" "It's simple, I can cure it." Fang Yuan grasped the key point. "Uncle Ma, if you are willing to give me the purple dragon grass, I can not only help you heal your grandson's face, but also help him return to the entertainment industry and become a popular artist." Ma Ge is very handsome and has excellent character, so Fang Yuan still likes him very much. Of course, this is not the main thing. The most important thing is to knock down the purple dragon grass. Fang Yuan already had a bold idea. He has a farm provided by the system and the skill to induce labor. As long as he gets the seeds, he can start large-scale planting in no time. By then, he can make anti-aging pills according to the prescription, which will make him a lot of money. By then, not to mention making Ma Ge famous, even Zhangli will be famous. As for who Zhangli is, he doesn't know either. Fang Yuan's words immediately touched Uncle Ma's heart. Although he was still silent, his thoughts had been shaken. "Uncle Ma, don't hesitate." Fang Yuan continued to encourage him. Don't worry, I won't plant it on a large scale. And even if I do, I will never let anyone from the Medicine King family see it. And I have a friend who needs purple dragon grass right now. This. Uncle Ma seemed to have something to hide. Uncle Ma, I promise I will never have anything to do with you. Well. Uncle Ma sighed. With Yen Jito as a living example before him, he knew that Fang Yuan's medical skills were top-notch, comparable to those of the Medicine King family. As long as I can cure my grandson's face, what am I waiting for? Uncle Ma made up his mind. Good. Chapter 97, Treatment begins. For the sake of his grandson's dream, Uncle Ma agreed. Then let's go now without further delay. Fang Yuan was overjoyed and took Uncle Ma home. The two chatted on the way, and Fang Yuan really understood his story. It can be said that Uncle Ma has been living for others all his life. Uncle Ma Sanchu lost his parents when he was very young. He was picked up by a doctor from the Medicine King family while he was wandering. From then on, he followed him to learn medical skills, traveled around the country, and became a barefoot doctor. Later, for some reasons, the doctor had to return to his family. Before leaving, he gave him some precious medicinal seeds and asked him to take good care of them. Among them is purple dragon grass. Uncle Ma-san knew the weight of these seeds, so he kept them for many years. He didn't plant one until his grandson needed it. Fortunately, it was only discovered by Fang Yuan, and the people of the Medicine King family didn't know about it, otherwise, there would be no peace. After separating from the medicine man, Uncle Ma traveled around practicing medicine and met his wife. Later, he arrived at Shanhua village and found that the plague was rampant there, so he stayed to solve the problem. Unexpectedly, his wife fell ill and passed away. Uncle Ma was extremely sad and stayed in the village alone. 1 year later, he found a dying child in the mountains. He took great pains to save the child, raised him, paid for his education, taught him medicine, and finally got him married and had children. After his grandson was born, his son and his family left the village and never returned except for that time when he was injured. Uncle Ma became single again, and his personality became more and more eccentric. Fang Yuan sighed deeply after hearing this. Uncle Ma, it's not easy for you. Nothing, it's all in the past. At this time, Uncle Ma-san also arrived at his house. He patted Fang Yuan and said, "Wait." After saying that, he went into the house and took out a small wooden box. Inside these are the seeds of the purple dragon grass. If you cultivate them well, you should be able to grow a few more plants. If you cultivate them properly, you can even continue to breed them. Fang Yuan took the box and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely be able to grow it well." He has a farm, and everything from planting can be done with just one click. The breeding is definitely perfect, so he doesn't have to worry about this problem at all. Now that he has the seeds and all the medicinal herbs are ready, he can let go and get to work. Uncle Ma, this is my business card. If you need anything, be sure to call me. Okay. Uncle Ma accepted the business card, and the two chatted for a while before Fang Yuan left. How's it going? Did you give it to the old guy? Seeing Fang Yuan coming out, Yen Jidao went up to him and asked. I gave it to you. Fang Yuan actually wanted to remind Yen Jidao to be more careful with his words, but considering that Yen Jidao was just like that, he decided not to say anything. In the next few days, Fang Yuan planted the purple dragon grass on the farm, and then studied the recipe of the anti-aging pill based on medical books. Xin Zijing continued to play with Jiang Yuner and was very happy. After the new acting village director of Shanhua village arrived, everyone reluctantly went home. On the company side, Fengrui Group has completed the acquisition, and all matters within the group have been handed over. The factory has resumed normal production, and the accumulated goods have begun to be packaged and sold at low prices. The first thing Lu Mengxi did after returning to his original position was to reorganize the business structure based on the products that Fengrui was going to launch next. Fang Yuan has already developed a recipe for the rejuvenating pill. But this is a health product, which involves certification processes and clinical trials. Fortunately, Li Lai needs this thing now and can provide some experimental data, and she herself is willing to try it. So, this Sunday, Fang Yuan got some Chinese medicine and started tinkering with it in the kitchen. Making pills in the secular world is not as troublesome as imagined. There is no need for alchemy furnaces, mysterious fires, or other mysterious things. All you need to do is dry and grind the herbs according to the amount, stew them into a paste, mix it with honey, and finally roll them into pills by hand. With Fang Yuan's help, several strains of purple dragon grass were ready for use. After 2.5 hours of hard work, Fang Yuan looked at the 3 pills in his hand and was overjoyed. It's done! Regardless of his joy, he took the pills and went straight to Yi Qian's house. Under her care these days, Li Lai's leg wound has healed. Although the scar looks hideous, she has felt much better mentally. With her pride, it was difficult for her to accept other people's sympathy, but after experiencing this incident, she began to try to accept other people's kindness. This is a nice change. Master, you are here. Yi Qian welcomed Fang Yuan in. She knew about the rejuvenating pill. Although she doesn't know its specific ingredients and pharmacology, she knows that this will be a groundbreaking product in the history of beauty. Fang Yuan nodded and walked to Li Lai's window. Let's get started. Good. Yi Qian began to record the time. The drug test began at 2 p.m., and the degree of skin damage on the subject's legs was 67%. Fang Yuan came to Li Lai with the pill. Bring it on. Li Lai sat up slightly and put the pill in her mouth. The pill had a faint floral fragrance before entering the mouth, but now it burst out with an unprecedented bitterness, impacting Li Lai's taste buds. As the old saying goes, a dumb person eating Coptis chinensis cannot express the pain, but the degree of this pain has gone beyond the physical scope and reaches the soul. In just a moment, Li Lai's whole body began to convulse. But she forced herself to hold it back and swallowed it. Yi Qian recorded her reaction at that moment truthfully. As a medical worker, Yi Qian knew what this pill meant, so she was looking forward to its effects. This taste is really hard to describe. After a long time, Li Lai finally let out a sigh. She could even endure the pain, but the bitter taste of the pill almost broke her defenses. How do you feel? Fang Yuan asked with concern. This pill is called the rejuvenating pill. In fact, its biggest function is to repair skin damage, and maintaining youthfulness is just one of its effects. It seems. I don't feel anything. Li Lai answered truthfully. Maybe the medicine hasn't taken effect yet. Fang Yuan is still very confident in himself. Sure enough, as soon as the words fell, Li Lai had a different feeling. How come? My legs are so hot, and it seems. I feel a little pain. Li Lai's tone was filled with joy. Generally speaking, after a muscle is injured, the scar that heals again does not grow nerves and therefore does not feel anything. And now there is pain, which means the nerves are recovering. Such a small pill actually contains such great energy. Then Li Lai spoke again. Why am I suddenly hungry? It's normal to be hungry. I'm going to buy something. After saying that, Fang Yuan went downstairs to buy food. After finishing the meal, a while passed. It's so itchy. Li Lai felt as if there were 10,000 ants crawling on the wound, but she didn't dare to scratch it. The experience is painful. Pain is okay, as the nerves will adapt over time, but itching is torture, as it constantly stimulates the nerves and makes people want to intervene, even wanting to dig out the flesh. Soon, Li Lai's forehead was covered with sweat. Chapter 98, Successful Recovery. Hold on. Li Lai, you'll be fine after this period. You can do it. Li Lai kept encouraging herself and then replenished her nutrition frantically. Yi Qian watched her reaction carefully, kept track of the time, and recorded everything, even how much she ate. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, 8 hours after Li Lai took the rejuvenating pill. I think it's okay. Li Lai felt that she had regained control of her legs, and the skin on her legs seemed to have shed a layer of dead skin, removing the original scars. The skin inside is fair and tender, pink and translucent, even better than before. Not only that, the skin on her arms and face also became tighter. Yi Qian, who was recording, was a little dazed. The effect of this medicine is so powerful? This is definitely a drug that surpasses the level of modern medicine. If it is put into production, it will be a blessing for countless patients. Master, am I dreaming? Yi Qian asked in disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. You are not dreaming, this is all real. The medicine is ready. This thing left by our ancestors is so useful. Next, it can be sent for review, followed by real clinical trials, and finally mass production, making a lot of money. Professional matters should be handled by dedicated people. This matter can be handed over to Yi Qian, while Fang Yuan needs to study the assembly line. After all, the raw materials for making the anti-aging pill are scarce, and the output is definitely not enough. Even if he had thousands of acres of fertile land, the purple dragon grass alone would have held him back, so he couldn't achieve mass production in a short period of time and could only adopt a small and precise upper-level investment strategy. In this case, the price needs to be discussed again with Lu Mingxi. Fong Yuan. Seeing Fong Yuan was about to leave, Li Lai hurriedly got up, put on slippers and chased after him. She wanted to say something, but it got stuck at the tip of her tongue. She avoided looking at me and hesitated for a long time before she said, "You promised me that we could cooperate, so on behalf of the Li family, I've invested in this project." Fong Yuan looked at her with complicated eyes, then nodded, opened the door and left. Li Lai wanted to catch up, but Fong Yuan had already walked far away. She could only sigh at his back. Feng Rue Group. After taking on the role of president again, Lu Mingxi gradually stopped the production of traditional cosmetics after restructuring the business and instead started producing traditional Chinese medicine products brought by Fong Yuan. For example, there are Chinese herbal masks that can effectively whiten the skin, and there are also many cosmetics that incorporate medicines. These are not current mainstream products, and they still need to be tested and reported, but with Lu Mingxi around, everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. On the other hand, Bluecore's smart chips are selling well around the world. Digital products, new energy, and even some military enterprises are actively seeking cooperation, and business is booming. In less than a month, the market value has reached $7 billion. A new board of directors was also established, with 3 more members, namely Wei Yi, Yao Na, and Lan Lan. Mr. Wei is simply investing and will not participate in any decision-making. As for Yao Na, like Wei Yi, she is just an investor and does not participate in decision-making. In terms of share proportion, Fong Yuan still holds 60%, Wei Yi and Yao Na each hold 15%, and the remaining 10% belongs to Lan Lan. At noon, Lan Lan was looking at the financial statements after the chip was launched in the office, and felt that it was time to start new chip research and development. This time, she plans to do it herself. When I was about to notify the project department to report, I suddenly found that Fong Yuan had come to work and was chatting with Secretary Sun in the office. "Okay, Secretary Sun, the company's business is good recently." Fong Yuan was very satisfied. He was already a billionaire now, and this status did not allow him to keep a low profile. So he decided to spend money. Spend a lot of money. He spends his money the way a nouveau riche does, and he cannot let others know that he is a billionaire. "Mr. Fong, you are a good leader." Lan Xian's business was growing, so her salary naturally increased as well. She was so happy that her eyes became more charming than before. During this period, she dressed very sexy and beautifully every day just to wait for Fong Yuan to come. "Well, by the way, what do you think about letting you be the general manager?" Secretary Sun has professional skills, but being a secretary is a waste of his talent. Director Fong, actually Secretary Sun still wants to be a secretary so that he can be close to Fong Yuan. Although I know he is married, a rich man like him probably wouldn't care about having several lovers. Besides, Secretary Sun is short of money. Very short of money. Fong Yuan coughed upon seeing this. He is not a fool. Every time Secretary Sun sees him, she exposes her cleavage to the bottom, and her thighs are often rubbed against each other. This behavior definitely does not mean that he has lice. So he knew very well what Secretary Sun was thinking. But I'm sorry, Fong Yuan is a very upright person. Secretary Sun, please think about this seriously. Secretary Sun didn't say anything, and his eyes looked even more aggrieved. What's wrong? Fong Yuan ignored her gaze and asked, "Are you short of money?" Secretary Sun nodded slightly, lowering his head and not daring to look at Fong Yuan. "How much?" "4 million. Walter?" Fong Yuan's eyes widened. Although 4 million is just a small amount of money for him, considering the actual situation, Lanxin's development has been booming these days, and Secretary Sun's salary should not be low. How could he be short of so much money? But no matter what, it's up to him to love his own employees. Fong Yuan waved his hand and said, "Card number." At this point, Secretary Sun became even more hesitant. That's a huge sum of 4 million. She feels uneasy about taking the money without paying anything. Director Fong. You are a good boss, but I can't take your money for nothing, otherwise. Or I should do something. Secretary Sun lowered his head, and thought about how he almost betrayed Fong Yuan because of Qi Yunfeng's threat, and felt even more guilty. Let's do this. Fang Yuan noticed Secretary Sun's helplessness and asked, "Look up and tell me why you need this money?" Secretary Sun raised her head and looked at Fang Yuan with tearful eyes. "Director Fang, actually, they are all my family. I have a father who is a gambler and owes a lot of money, and a vain mother who often buys luxury goods to show off. So I have always been the one to make up for the family's shortfalls. And recently." Sun Jiaying had no way to express her pain. She comes from an average family and has a younger brother, who is now of marriageable age. In order to keep up appearances, his parents borrowed money and spent 7 million to buy him a house in Shanghai. Moreover, Secretary Sun worked very hard to pay off the astronomical monthly repayments. Even so, her family could not understand her. Some time ago, Sun Jiaying's mother got into trouble and the family's finances collapsed, requiring 4 million yuan to pay back the debt. In order to fill this hole, her family actually sold her. How could Sun Jiaying agree to this? But the hole is still there. If it cannot be filled, Sun Jiaying will most likely be forcibly taken away. After hearing this, Fang Yuan found it unreasonable. "Your family is amazing. I can't give this money. It's a bottomless pit. A little bit of rice is a favor, a peck of rice is a grudge." It's not that Fang Yuan is indifferent, but if this precedent is set, then Sun Jiaying's parents will definitely come forward and want to get more money for themselves. "But you're my employee, and I can't just sit back and do nothing." "Well, you just focus on your work and I'll take care of this." Chapter 99, Selling Daughter. "Thanks." Sun Jiaying didn't know how to thank Fang Yuan. "Fine." When Fang Yuan got up and took Sun Jiaying out, he happened to see Lan Lan. She watched at the door for a long time. Although she didn't know what the two said, she saw clearly the scene where Fang Yuan rejected Sun Jiaying's temptation. I also felt more favorable towards Fang Yuan. "Director Fang, long time no see. Haven't seen you for a long time." Fang Yuan greeted him generously. "What can I do for you, Mr. Lan?" Lan Lan glanced at Secretary Sun, who lowered his head, smiled coldly, and said, "Nothing. I'm planning to research the second-generation chip, and I came to ask you for some research and development funds." "Okay, no matter how much you want, I'll approve it." Fang Yuan is very generous. The money he earns now is enough for subsequent research and development. After getting the answer, Lan Lan turned and left. But when she was getting on the elevator, she thought about her attitude towards Secretary Sun just now and asked herself in some surprise, "Strange, why am I like this?" Fang Yuan and Secretary Sun left and went to the security department. Big brother Chen Musheng happened to be on duty and saluted Fang Yuan when they met. Fang Yuan threw the key to him and said, "Come with me." "Good." Chen Musheng went out with the two of them, drove a Bugatti Veyron and left the company. He wanted to go to Secretary Sun's house to see what was going on. Soon, we arrived at Secretary Sun's house. The three of them had just gotten out of the car and hadn't even gone upstairs when they heard a quarrel. "I find that you don't understand me, really. I've been with you for so many years, and we've even had 2 children. I really don't understand if it's because I took too good of a care of you that you've become so selfish." The voice was that of a woman. This was followed by a man's voice retorting, "I'm selfish? Oh. How old are you? You're almost 50, and you're still holding your phone and reading domineering CEO novels all day long. Can't you be a little more realistic? I'm not a domineering CEO. I can't possibly take your feelings into consideration. You're also a mother of 2 children. Stop living in your fantasy world." The couple's quarrel was so loud that it could be heard from 2 blocks away. Secretary Sun was embarrassed. This was her parents arguing, and the content of the argument was always the same. She had been hearing it since she was a child. Fang Yuan found it very interesting. The three of them went upstairs, and the quarrel stopped abruptly the moment Sun Jiaying opened the door. But when she saw Fang Yuan and Chen Musheng, Mother Sun immediately scolded them again. "You money loser, who are these two? Don't bring any shady things home. Mom, this is my boss. Hey! Come in and sit down." Sun's mother, who was a shrew scolding in the street a second ago, immediately smiled. The speed at which her expression changed was a miracle. Fang Yuan and Chen Musheng came in. Father Sun moved his but with a cold look on his face, making room on the sofa. "Girl, go get some fruit." Sun's mother even changed the way she addressed Sun Jiaying. "Oh. Need not." Fang Yuan stopped Sun Jiaying and said, "Secretary Sun, please sit down." Then he directed Sun's mother, you go and do it. This. Mother Sun's expression changed suddenly. Usually, Sun Jiaying serves her at home, so there is no reason for it to be the other way around. Oops. I'm her mother. I tell her to do something and she has to obey. So, do you want to get involved in this too? Fang Yuan didn't argue with her, but just took out his cell phone and put it on the table. 10,000. What's wrong with having money? If you have money, you're not yourself anymore. Although Sun's mother complained, her body was still very mature. It's just washing fruit, but that costs 10,000 yuan. Only a fool would not do that. Soon, the fruits were washed and served. Father Sun was looking at the gambling website on his phone and placing bets, ignoring this. Peel. Fang Yuan continued to issue orders. Boy, I advise you not to go too far. 10,000. This time, Sun's mother did not obey, but took out the payment code on her mobile phone, which meant that Fang Yuan had to pay first. 20,000 yuan has arrived in Daxin's account. The moment she heard the announcement, Sun's mother happily went to peel an apple, which made Sun Jiaying feel embarrassed. Just then, the door of the house suddenly opened and a young man walked in with his girlfriend. Hey, Zhanboi is back. Sun's mother greeted him with a sunny smile, and her preference for boys over girls was almost written on her face. Zhanboi picked up the apple and took a bite. He asked, "Mom, who are these people?" "Oh, your sister's boss." As she said this, Sun's mother put the apple down. Suddenly, Fang Yuan said, "Pay me money." Forehead? Sun's mother was stunned. Fang Yuan pointed at the apple in Sun Zhanhua's hand and said, "I paid for the service, so what if he ate it?" "Who the hell are you?" Sun Zhanhua sneered and said, "Look at what you can do with a little money." "I ate it, so what? This is my home. I think." Bang! Before he could finish his words, Chen Musheng slapped Sun Zhanhua in the face with his backhand, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground, with stars immediately appearing in his eyes. "You hit my son. I'll fight you." As Sun's mother said this, she was about to rush towards Fang Yuan, but was frightened back by Chen Musheng's eyes. She had no choice but to run to her son with heartache. Sun Zhanhua's girlfriend also squatted down and hurried to comfort him. As the head of the family, Sun's father is still immersed in his own world and indifferent to everything happening at home. "What kind of family is this?" Fang Yuan frowned and asked, "I heard that you sold Sun Jiaying? What do you mean by selling?" "Being favored by the son of the Black Dragon Hall's incense master is her blessing. We're doing this for her own good." Sun's mother said it was for Sun Jiaying's own good, but she didn't ask for her opinion. The Black Dragon Hall, if I remember correctly, should be Wei Ye's subordinates. Although he has been cleansed, the entire Jiangcheng still needs the support of the underworld, so he trained a group of people, which is the Black Dragon Hall mentioned by Sun's mother. The incense master is also easy to understand. Just like Bai Qian, he is just an agent of the hall under Master Wei. So, this matter can be handled by Wei Yi. But Fang Yuan didn't intend to do so. He just continued to ask, "I heard that the Black Dragon Hall is planning to arrest someone? Do you still need to catch them?" Sun Zhanhua sneered and said, "If the 4 million isn't paid tonight, she'll have to go there herself." What? Sun Jiaying looked at Sun Zhanhua in disbelief. She only knew that she needed to pay 4 million to redeem herself, but she had no idea that she still had to go through the past. "You are so shameless." Fang Yuan was almost laughing out of anger. He sold the person out but still had this attitude. What kind of bastards are you all? Does Sun Jiaying belong to you or is she owed to you? What does this have to do with you? Mother Sun argued, "This is our own business. Besides, what's wrong with the Black Dragon Hall's young master? Marrying him means you can enjoy life." "Mom! You don't even consider my feelings. You're going too far." Sun Jiaying was so angry that she stood up and accused. Sun's mother sneered, "You brought your boss here to order me around, and you still have the nerve to call me mom?" Sun Zhanhua also touched the fingerprints on his face and joined in, "That's right, after beating me like this, I declare that you are no longer a member of our Sun family." In response, Fang Yuan just glanced at Chen Musheng. "I got it, big brother." Chen Musheng immediately understood what he meant. Chapter 100, Visiting. Chen Musheng didn't have as good a temper as Fang Yuan. Without saying a word, he went up and kicked Sun Zhanhua. Selling a daughter is a shameful thing in itself, and Secretary Sun is usually very polite to his brothers, so he couldn't help it a long time ago. Don't hit. When Sun Jiaying saw her bottoms being hit, she became very anxious. On one side is her family, and on the other side is herself. She is caught in the middle and feels a little embarrassed. You're supposed to be in charge. Sun Jianbo was kicked and grimaced in pain, but his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He shouted, "Boy, you want to be the first to stand out, right? Fine, wait for me if you have the guts." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. I gave you face, didn't I? Chen Musheng also became angry and grabbed his collar to attack him, but Fang Yuan spoke up to stop him. Musheng, it's okay, let him fight, we'll wait. Humph, you're smart. Sun Jianbo made the call. Although it was so lively here, Sun Jiaying's father was still concentrating on his mobile phone. Alas! It's gone again. He looked up with regret and saw Fang Yuan looking at him. He seemed to be afraid of being affected and quietly moved away. There's no hope. Including his entire family, there was no hope of saving them. It is rare that Sun Jiaying grew up in such a family without being influenced by it. Sun Jianbo's phone call also went through, but the only help he could get was from the Black Dragon Hall. Mr. Zhou, yes, it's me. Mr. Zhou, listen to me. Someone wants to steal your wife and beat me up. I don't take you seriously. Yes. He was extremely ruthless. Okay, I'll wait for you. In a classic three-part complaint sequence, Sun Jianbo hung up the phone, pointed at Fang Yuan, and said, "Just wait for me, kid. My big brother will be here soon. When the time comes, I'll make you kneel on the ground and lick my shoes." That's all Sun Jianbo has achieved. Fang Yuan just smiled coldly. "Shoe licking, huh? Then we'll wait and see." In less than 10 minutes, someone came over. 3 burly men in black suits and sunglasses appeared at the door, and they were obviously thugs. Behind them was a young man dressed in fancy clothes, with yellow hair and earrings. Not only was his appearance hard to describe, but he also had an expression that said, "I'm very arrogant." It's almost like "you deserve a beating" is written all over your face. Who among you wants to steal my wife? Before even entering the door, the man started shouting. Brother, it's him. When Sun Jianbo saw that his mainstay had arrived, he quickly got up and pointed at Fang Yuan and said, "He's Sun Jiaying's boss, and he's here to cause trouble." Oh? The yellow-haired man's name was Zhou Min, the young master of the Black Dragon Hall. He looked Fang Yuan up and down, curled his lips and said, "He's just a small boss. I'll leave it to you." Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 strong men took out machetes from their waists and chopped at Fang Yuan. Bite. There was a sound of metal clashing, and a horrifying scene appeared. Chen Musheng fiercely stood in front of Fang Yuan and stretched out his arm to block the knife. Although his clothes were torn, his body was as intact as metal, shining with a bronze glow. Even the machete was bent. Everyone watching felt their scalps tingle. This inconspicuous guy with a flat head is a master. Could this be the legendary iron shirt and golden bell cover? Zhou Min was surprised, and then Chen Musheng grabbed the knife from the strong man's hand and broke it with a ding sound, scaring the 3 men to retreat quickly. It is true that they want to show their loyalty, but the master is right in front of them, so who would dare to do so at this time? Zhou Min suddenly felt overwhelmed. He slowly retreated and was about to go back to find some more people when Chen Musheng grabbed his collar. "Let me go? My dad is the incense master of the Black Dragon Hall. If you dare to touch me, my dad will not let you go." Zhou Min suddenly panicked. Black Dragon Hall, right? Fang Yuan stood up from the sofa. The purpose of his coming here was about Secretary Sun's matter. Now that the real culprit was here, he naturally had to resolve the matter thoroughly. As for this family of disgusting playthings, Fang Yuan had no interest in even taking a look at them. "Go back and tell your father that the Black Dragon Hall has disappeared from Jiangcheng." Fang Yuan pinched Zhou Min's chin and said, "It's so domineering." Ever since the incident with Xin Jijing, Fang Yuan understood a truth. No matter what you do, either don't do it or do it to the extreme. Otherwise it will cause endless troubles. What's more, the opponent this time is a gangster with no bottom line. Fang Yuan waved his hand towards Chen Musheng and said, "Take him away and break his arms and legs." Okay. Chen Musheng carried Zhou Min downstairs. None of the 3 strong men dared to stop him. After a while, they heard his shrill screams. What about you? Do you want me to lick your shoes? He looked at Sun Jianbo and spoke coldly. I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Sun Jianbo was so scared that he almost peed his pants. He crawled to Fang Yuan's feet, licked his shoes and said, I didn't recognize the real man. You treat me like a piece of shit and let me go. Boneless. Fang Yuan kicked him far away and took the frightened Sun Jiaying downstairs. Director Fang, I don't know how to thank you. Just work hard and be yourself. Downstairs, Zhou Min had fainted from the pain. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers, and Chen Musheng picked him up and threw him into the car. Then he went straight to the Black Dragon Hall. With the development of the times, the underworld is no longer about fighting and killing, but about brotherhood. Nowadays, they have learned how to package themselves and are entering the lending or entertainment and cultural industries. This is how Wei Yi started his business. After his company grew bigger and stronger and had a certain status in the international arena, he divided the underworld in Jiangcheng into 7 regions and 8 incense masters. Among them, Bai Qian is the one who accompanies Master Wei and has no territory or gang. Hai Longtang is engaged in the lending business. As it happens, the hall master Zhou Zhenhai came to check the accounts today. They have not been very successful in collecting debts these days and have been unable to collect a lot of money. Zhou Zhenhai, who was almost 50 years old, had a stern face and a hint of anger in his eyes. He threw the account book on the table in dissatisfaction and scolded, How do I teach you to do things normally? If they don't pay back the money, we'll just confiscate their homes. If they don't have enough, we'll make them sell their blood or spare parts. You've only collected over 8 million out of a 70 million yuan bill. Are you all just sitting around doing nothing? Just when Zhou Zhenhai was furious, Fang Yuan came with Sun Jiaying. Chen Musheng was holding Zhou Min and waiting outside, waiting for news from Fang Yuan before going in. The younger brother who was scolded didn't know Fang Yuan, but he had seen Sun Jiaying. When he saw her coming, he was stunned. What's going on? Why is the girl that my young master recently spent a lot of money to get here with another man? Master Zhou. After entering the door, Fang Yuan greeted him indifferently. What's up? Zhou Zhenhai leaned back casually in his chair and snorted unhappily. Fang Yuan didn't answer and sat on the sofa with Sun Jiaying. Boy, our boss is asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? The younger brother immediately yelled. Pay back the money, 4 million. Oh? Zhou Zhenhai laughed and found it very interesting. People who borrow money from them usually try to stay as far away as possible, and no one has ever taken the initiative. Someone actually came to my house to pay me back. It's not easy. Come, look at the tea. Don't worry yet. Fang Yuan reached out to stop him. I haven't finished yet. We can give you the money, but we need an explanation. Zhou Zhenhai's face instantly fell, and then he laughed. Little brother, you are here to call for punishment. But, okay, as long as you can pay me back, I'll discuss this with you. Chapter 101, You Set the Price. As the head of the Black Dragon Hall, Zhou Zhenhai considers himself a cultured person and has a relatively good temper. If it were Zhou Min, he would have rushed up and tried to kill Fang Yuan. Your son spent 4 million. Well, it's a loan, I guess. I lent 4 million to the Sun family. They said they wanted to take Sun Jiaying, my secretary, away with them. I want an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, the younger brother beside Zhou Zhenhai immediately stood up, pointed at Fang Yuan, and shouted, Who the hell do you think you are? You deserve to explain yourself. Hey! Be civilized. Zhou Zhenhai scolded in a low voice. After becoming the hall master, he learned some culture and felt that he had to find a way to pick up the things he had thrown away in order to climb up, so he spoke more reasonably to others. Ahem. Sir, are you saying that my son's behavior is unreasonable? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. No. Zhou Zhenhai chuckled softly and said, Little one, repaying a debt is only natural. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you take money, you have to pay a price. I see you're a boss too, so you should understand this principle, right? I understand the logic, and there's nothing wrong with what you said, but you're changing the subject. It's only natural that it's mutually agreed upon. But the situation now is that my secretary didn't borrow the money, and she didn't spend a penny. Why should she bear the consequences? And if you disagree, you'll arrest people. Fang Yuan said truthfully. Oh? There's such a thing? Zhou Shenhai looked at his men. What's going on? A younger brother hurried forward to explain. Boss, this is what happened. Our young master knew Sun Jiaying's younger brother, Sun Zhanbo, and took him to the casino. He was unlucky and lost everything. He then used his house as collateral and asked the young master to borrow 4 million. He also paid back. He also signed an agreement to marry Sun Jiaying. This is the situation. Isn't that okay? Zhou Shenhai understood and sneered at Fang Yuan. What do I think? This money was borrowed by her brother, so it has something to do with her. 4 million per person, there's no more reasonable price than this. Don't take advantage of me. Besides, this is someone else's family matter. Who do you think you are to interfere? Boss? Or lover? Zhou Shenhai's attitude became much tougher. But I don't know anything about this contract. Sun Jiaying said excitedly, besides, it clearly has nothing to do with me, why should I bear the consequences? Why? Zhou Shenhai shrugged, I don't care, this is the rule. Fang Yuan pulled Sun Jiaying and tried to calm her down as much as possible. She works in a company, and everything is based on logic. However, the people on the other side are gangsters. It's like a scholar meeting a soldier, and she can't explain herself clearly. Don't get excited, just watch me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Shenhai with a smile. Boss Zhou is right about one thing. 4 million per person is a very reasonable price. Well, I'll help her pay back the 4 million first. As he spoke, Fang Yuan waved his hand, asked for the account number, and transferred the money on the spot. Zhou Shenhai smiled happily after receiving the money. Okay, that's fine. Since the money has been paid, I won't bother with the rest. Don't worry, Boss Zhou, there's more. As he spoke, Fang Yuan transferred another sum of money, no more, no less, still 4 million. Little brother, what do you mean? Zhou Shenhai's expression suddenly fell, and combined with what Fang Yuan said, he always felt that something big was about to happen. Come in. Fang Yuan waved his hand, and Shen Mushing came in from outside and threw Zhou Min to the ground. Boy! You! Zhou Shenhai stood up suddenly and stared at Zhou Min, who was lying on the ground and had fainted. His eyes became bloodshot and his mind went blank. Seeing their young master being beaten like this, the others could no longer sit still. They all stood up and prepared to take action. Alright, I've given you the person, and you set the price, so I'll give it to you. We're done now. Goodbye. After saying that, Fang Yuan pulled Sun Jiaying and was about to leave. Wait. Zhou Shenhai suddenly reached out his hand, then glared at Fang Yuan, squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Very good, kid, do you know Master Wei? No. Fang Yuan admitted it generously. Zhou Shenhai took a deep breath and said, okay, I accept the price, but this matter is not over yet. I want Master Wei to handle it. Sure. Fang Yuan shook his neck, and Shen Mushing took a step forward and stood beside him. But before Master Wei comes, let's move around first. Ding. Current target for revenge, Zhou Shenhai, current number of revenge attempts is 2. At 7:30 in the evening, at an ancestral hall at Shangjiangku in Jiangcheng. Those involved in the underworld know that this ancestral hall does not enshrine ancestors, but rather some tokens and various ceramic pieces with rules written on them. In front of a long table, Master Wei sat at the innermost seat, with his back against the incense burners in the hall, and there were 4 people on each of his left and right sides. There are 7 halls and 7 dragons in Jiangcheng, namely black, red, blue, yellow, purple, green and pink. There is also a Bai Feng, Bai Qian, the lord of Bai Xiang. The remaining 7 dragons are ranked according to their colors and have different heights. Before the meeting started, each hall master burned incense at the entrance of his own hall, said an oath, and then sat down separately. Old Zhou, why did you call us here in such a hurry? Master Wei asked. Zhou Shenhai immediately said aggrievedly, Master Wei, I followed your instructions and did my business honestly, but what happened? A brat, using your name, smashed my shop, cut off my son's hands and feet, and all my brothers were killed by him. I don't accept it. Zhou Shenhai cried out for help and protested his injustice. Is there such a thing? Wei Yi frowned. Although he knew what kind of person He was, he knew that he was his man once he opened the hall. He immediately asked, who is this person? Fang Yuan. It's Fang Yuan, the chairman of the Blue Core Group who's been in the spotlight lately. Oh my god, Lao Zhou, you are such a loser. You got beaten up by a businessman. Yeah, can you do it? If not, Give me the territory and I'll help you vent your anger. The incense masters all looked at Zhou Zhenhai with wonderful expressions. The mighty Black Dragon Hall couldn't even defeat a businessman. It was a disgrace to the reputation of the underworld. However, when they heard it was Fang Yuan, Bai Qian and Wei Yi's expressions changed. They knew Fang Yuan, he was not a gangster. Under normal circumstances, this young doctor would not attack others. Since you have taken action, you must be bullying the other person. Master Wei, you have to make the decision for me. Besides, this guy said he knew you, so I didn't touch him for your sake. Zhou Zhenhai was still unaware of the situation and was still crying out for justice and speaking sweet words. Master Wei pondered for a moment, deciding to first clarify the whole story. Let's put this matter aside for now. Let me ask you, why did the conflict arise between you two? Zhou Zhenhai was stunned and replied randomly, what else could it be? He owes money and doesn't pay it back. You're lying. Bai Qian immediately retorted, from what I know, Fang Yuan is worth at least several billion. He could easily buy out your small fortune. He owes you money? You're burnt out. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhenhai became unhappy. Master Bai Xiang, how dare you embolden your enemies and destroy your own prestige? Now it's Fang Yuan who's taking the initiative to offend us. Chapter 102, Problem Solving. Since you say so, I will not ask about this matter anymore. Bai Qian smiled faintly and said no more. When the other hall masters saw her express her opinion, they already had some guesses in their minds and started to watch the show. You know, although these people seem to be under the jurisdiction of Lord Wei, they are not united with each other and are fighting with each other. This is actually the situation that Wei Yi wants to see. Checks and balances. If you throw out some benefits from time to time, these people will fight over it, and the conflicts will deepen due to internal friction. In this way, they will never unite, and Master Wei will be able to maintain his position forever. But at the same time, when these people have things to deal with, Wei Yi must also be fair. Since this is related to Fang Yuan, then we can clarify what is right and wrong by asking him to come over. At this time, the party had already started, and Master Wei wanted to keep the situation under control, so he asked Bai Qian to handle the matter. Yes. She was also looking forward to meeting Fang Yuan. However, just as she was about to get up, Fang Yuan came in with Chen Musheng. Master Wei, no need to invite me, I'm already here. Fang Yuan came with Zhou Zhenhai. He just smoked a cigarette outside and now it is finally his turn to go on stage. Humph, Master Wei, it's him. Zhou Zhenhai's eyes widened with anger. Everyone was looking at Fang Yuan. Some knew that Fang Yuan and Wei Yi had a good relationship and were examining him, while others were disdainful. But no matter what, they just looked at him and said nothing. Master Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. Brother Fang, did you hear what Hall Master Zhou said? Fang Yuan nodded and looked around quietly. Except for him, everyone else in the room was sitting. There were thugs with weapons on both sides, staring at him intently, and a fight could break out at any time. The atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Boy, your death is imminent. Zhou Zhenhai continued to sneer. This is his home ground. With Master Wei's methods, he will definitely make the decision for him and severely punish Fang Yuan. Master Wei was in a dilemma. In fact, as the boss of a faction, he has the most say in such matters. But the problem now is that the way he handles things will directly affect the attitude of his subordinates towards him. For a moment I didn't know what to do. Fang Yuan saw his dilemma. Let me briefly explain what happened. So he explained everything in detail without any exaggeration. Wei Yi understood and was about to speak when a master of the incense below shouted, Boy, don't go too far. Master Zhou is fine. Yeah, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. When Zhou Zhenhai saw someone speaking up in support of him, he became even more stunned. Okay, as long as the leaders of each hall can be united in facing the outside world, he will be relieved. Who said that? Fang Yuan asked. I said it. The man on Fang Yuan's left was the Blue Dragon Hall Master, Huan. It's only natural to pay back debts. Even if Sun Jiaying is used to pay off the debt, it's their family's business. What does it have to do with you? Why do you have to act like a big shot? I think you are tired of living. That excuse again. These people are all sophisticated egoists. If you try to reason with them, you will fall into the vicious circle they set up. Fang Yuan was too lazy to argue with him. How about this? I'll pay 4 million and go find your wife and ask her to give birth to a child for me, okay? You. The Blue Dragon Hall Master was angry. No? Then 10 million, or 50 million. I have plenty of money anyway. And according to your logic, the matter of me and her having a child has nothing to do with you. There's nothing wrong with it. Hey, boy, you're so arrogant. The Red Dragon said, do you know what this place is? Even if you have a lot of money, you still need a life to spend it. Fang Yuan replied coldly, this is between him and me, what does it have to do with you? Or are you planning to steal the deal and give it to your mother? Hold. The Red Dragon's defense was broken immediately and he stood up angrily. There was no fear in Fang Yuan's eyes. He crossed his arms and spoke with disdain. You guys are all sophisticated egoists. I can't explain this to you clearly, and I'm too lazy to explain it again. Master Wei, goodbye. After saying that, he planned to leave. Stop. Zhou Shenhai ordered his men to stop Fang Yuan, shouting, want to leave? Fine, for Master Wei's sake, leave your 2 legs and pay me another 10 million, and that's the end of it. You fart. Fang Yuan refused outright, you want me to give money to you scoundrels? Dream on. All the hall masters stood up and glared at Fang Yuan, while the younger brothers were also ready to fight. Fang Yuan and Chen Mushine also started to prepare. Conflict is imminent. Are you rebelling? Master Wei shouted angrily. Things have come to this point, it's time for him to step in and mediate. Brother Fang, let me be your lobbyist. Wei Yi signaled Fang Yuan to calm down, then turned to Zhou Shenhai and said, Fang Yuan is the chairman of the Blue Core Group and my brother. As for what you did, I won't comment on it. You know what you should do. Master Wei is trying to warn Zhou Shenhai. Zhou Shenhai was stunned and looked at Wei Yi aggrievedly. Wei Yi, what do you mean by this? Back then, I accompanied you in all your battles, and now my son's limbs have been broken. You're actually speaking for an outsider? Master Zhou, please be careful with your words. Bai Qian stepped forward and said, you have to understand that Master Wei is actually saving you. How about this? I'll give you 10 million as compensation. How about we put this matter behind us? Shut up, bitch. Zhou Shenhai glared at Bai Qian and cursed, when I rescued Master Wei, you didn't even know which chicken coop you were in. After cursing, he ignored Bai Qian's drastic change in expression and looked at Master Wei again. This can't happen anymore. I'm going to break both of his legs. Wei Yi suppressed his anger, forced a smile, and said to him, Brother Zhou, how about 20 million, plus a business deal? Master Wei, I'm not short of money, I just want his legs. Zhou Shenhai still looked at Fang Yuan viciously. Uncle Zhou, how about 30 million plus a community in the newly developed area? A handsome voice came from outside the door. It was young Master Long. When he saw Fang Yuan, he bowed respectfully and said, Uncle Fang. You shut up too. Zhou Shenhai sneered, you're just a dog raised by Master Wei. We call you young Master Long for Master Wei's sake. You really take yourself too seriously. He has gone crazy with killing, and now he doesn't care about anyone's face. Master Wei, is this how you treat your brothers? Back then, I almost lost my life trying to save you, Master Wei. Even if I'm begging you as your brother, he injured my son. This time, Wei Yi didn't say anything, just closed his eyes. Young Master Long also walked behind Zhou Shenhai with a cold face. Whoosh! The knife flashed. Zhou Shenhai's arm fell off his shoulder in an instant. Hall Master! Zhou Shenhai's men rushed forward quickly, but were pointed at by young Master Long with a knife, and none of them dared to move. Ah! Zhou Shenhai screamed in pain, glanced at the silent Master Wei, and shouted, Master Wei! No! Long Wei, you're just killing me. If I hadn't saved you, would you be here today? Is this how you treat your brothers? Zhou Shenhai. Master Wei sneered, as a man, you should learn to save yourself. You insist on seeking death, so you can't blame me. After saying that, he looked at Fang Yuan, Brother Fang. A coward is not fit to be a general. It has come to this point. It is not good to just stand there all the time. Please find a seat. Chapter 103, Revealing One's True Feelings. Find a place to sit. The meaning of Master Wei's words was very clear. He wanted to win over Fang Yuan and let him take the position in the Black Dragon Hall. However, Fang Yuan did not make any move and just looked at young Master Long. Uncle Zhou, I'm sorry. He suddenly slapped himself in the face, and then with a flash of knife, he cut off Zhou Xinhai's other hand. Master Wei. Why? Why? Zhou Xinhai looked at Wei Yi in horror, wanting an answer. It's a pity that this answer is destined to be unavailable. Fang Yuan walked over, grabbed his collar, and whispered in his ear, when you talk about favors, you're going to have a big vengeance. Your mistake lies in being indiscriminate and bringing up the fact that you saved Master Wei in this situation. And let me tell you plainly, today, if he dares to protect you, I will kill him. What? Zhou Xinhai opened his eyes wide, unable to utter a word. Fang Yuan patted his head, stood up, and bowed, saying, Thank you, Master Wei, for your kindness. However, I'm a businessman and only want to do some legitimate business. I'm not interested in this Black Dragon Hall. Master Wei, I have something else to do. See you later. After saying that, Fang Yuan bowed again and turned to leave. At this moment, young Master Long swung his knife, and Zhou Xinhai's head rolled to the ground, staring at the direction where Fang Yuan left. His eyes were filled with regret, but it was no use. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the initial stage of revenge against Zhou Xinhai. Reward, primary supernatural power, disguise can transform oneself into another person's appearance within half an hour. Extra reward, Junko Villa. This time, he actually gave me a property. Not bad, not bad. Looking at the property certificate lying quietly in the system space, Fang Yuan felt very satisfied. It would be good to have a big villa, so that Shen Jijing and I can have more space to relax. Besides, I am worth billions after all, so it would be too low-key to live in a pigeon coop all the time. Let's all go. After Fang Yuan left, Wei Yi looked at Fang Yuan as he left, his eyes flickering, and no one knew what he was thinking. It was not until they returned home in the evening, when Bai Qian was about to run the water for him to take a bath, that Wei Yi finally spoke. Bai Qian. What's wrong? Bai Qian went to meet him. Unexpectedly, Master Wei suddenly grabbed Bai Qian's throat and said in a deep voice, I'm very angry now and need to vent. As he said that, he pressed her down and squatted down with a comfortable expression on his face. Tell me, isn't that kid surnamed Fang a bit arrogant? Woo. Bai Qian said vaguely. Wei Yi snorted coldly, talk after you finish eating. 5 minutes later, Wei Yi was panting in the room. After sitting down, he said, I have shown my sincerity. I gave him a black card, made some connections for him, and even helped him to maintain his appearance. He. But he actually refused to work for me and said he wanted to do some legitimate business. Tell me, isn't he just being too arrogant? Master Wei was very dissatisfied. He admired those outstanding young people very much and would spend money to train them, so that he could use them for his own purposes in the future and consolidate his position in Zhangcheng. But Fang Yuan's actions were undoubtedly telling Master Wei that he wanted to start a new business. Bai Qian's expression changed slightly, and she asked, Master Wei, what do you mean? It's better to let go of a disobedient horse. Since he doesn't appreciate the favor, Master Wei will just nip the disaster in the bud. The matter was settled, and Fang Yuan took Sun Jiaying away from the Riverside Hall. Sun Jiaying still decided to return to that weird home. But when she was almost at the door of her house, she hesitated for a long time and suddenly said, Wait. Director Fang, I've figured it out. You can save me once, but you can't save me forever. I don't plan to go back to that home. Sun Jiaying completely saw through the true faces of her family and planned to draw a clear line with this family of vampires. A wise decision. Fang Yuan admired her decision. Just imagine, it has come to this point, it is obvious what she will face when she returns. But a new problem arose, Sun Jiaying had no place to live. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said, How about this? I'll take you to a hotel to stay for a while, and then I'll take you to look at houses later. Think of it as an early year-end bonus for you. Mr. Fang, you are such a good person. How can I repay you? Secretary Sun was so grateful that he opened his cleavage and was about to express his gratitude, but was rejected by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan drove, chose a high-end hotel, and booked a luxury suite for half a month. The receptionist was a young girl. It was probably her first time meeting a big customer. She was very surprised and checked me in very quickly. Fang Yuan then accompanied Secretary Sun to the room. It is worthy of being a luxury suite. Not only is the environment inside luxurious, but the bed is really big and you won't fall to the ground no matter how hard you turn. Wow, this is my first time staying in a place like this. Sun Jiaying threw herself onto the bed and said happily. Hey, it's my first time too. Fang Yuan also thought it was pretty good. He used to be a poor boy who would not book a room unless necessary, so he didn't care about the quality. Okay, have a good rest. I'll arrange for you to be a manager tomorrow. If you work hard, our group will have big moves in the future. The matter has been settled, and there is no need for Fang Yuan to stay. Mr. Fang, I don't. Sun Jiaying slowly walked up to Fang Yuan, stood on tiptoe, hugged him, and said softly, I know that what I'm doing may disgust you, but I really like you. I know you're a gentleman and I'm not worthy of you, but tonight, just this one night, I want to. Sun Jiaying mustered up her courage, but couldn't say anything at this moment. She used to do it for a living, but once she fell seriously and truly in love with someone, it was difficult for her to express those feelings. I see. Fang Yuan looked at Secretary Sun's affectionate eyes, lifted her chin and kissed her. At this moment, Sun Jiaying was finally satisfied. Like the heroine in an idol drama, she comes from a low-income family but has an ambiguous relationship with a domineering president. Okay, don't think too much. After Ikuan separated, Fang Yuan rubbed Sun Jiaying's hair and said softly, that's enough. You should have a good rest. That's all. After saying that, Fang Yuan left without looking back. Sun Jiaying nodded, her cheeks flushed, as if she had returned to the joy of her teenage years. She threw herself on the bed and hugged the quilt, feeling secretly happy. Fang Yuan, Fang Yuan. On the way home, Fang Yuan rubbed his lips, smiled softly, and then thought of other things. Got to find a time to move. The riverside villa has a beautiful view and is comfortable to live in. I can hire a few nannies to ensure my living standard. Thinking of this, he felt that he owed Shen Jijing a little. I had said a long time ago that I would spend 2 days with her to have fun and spend some time alone together, but unfortunately I never got to do so. Fang Yuan thought a lot and unknowingly arrived downstairs. Get off the car and go upstairs. But after taking 2 steps, he felt as if someone was following him. The other party deliberately followed his footsteps. Fang Yuan was alert and did not go home directly. Instead, he walked up 2 more floors to the 6th floor and put on an invisibility cloak. As expected, under Fang Yuan's insightful observation, there were 2 people on the 4th floor. He was wearing a black robe and looked to be about 70 years old. He tiptoed towards her. Interesting. A hint of coldness flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 104, Being Targeted. The 2 people who were following lost Fang Yuan's scent and became confused instantly. So he hurried upstairs and slowly approached the 6th floor. Fang Yuan stared closely at the 2 men's every move. Suddenly, one of the old men stopped. Wait, there's someone there. His expression was very solemn. Having lived for almost a lifetime and eaten so much salt, his intuition told him that there was someone on his face, but when he looked closely, he could see nothing. This situation is extremely weird. Strangeness. He searched for a long time but found nothing, so he became more cautious. Be careful, this guy is very good at hiding himself. After saying that, the 2 continued to walk upwards. And Fang Yuan was also ready to take action. The first to strike wins, go ahead. But at the moment he made his move, the 2 old men locked onto his position at the same time and launched a counterattack. Here. Fang Yuan dodged the attack, his heart utterly shaken. He dared not act rashly again. But his movements were too big, and the 2 old men quickly approached him following the traces, and the corridor was too narrow. In desperation, Fang Yuan rushed out of the corridor and used his invisibility cloak to hide in a bush. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men also rushed out. These 2 old guys are quite fierce. Anyone who can control a master of this level must be at least at the level of Master Wei. But Wei Yi shouldn't attack himself, so who would it be? Fang Yuan was confused. While he was thinking, the 2 old men had already locked onto his position again. Now that you've been locked in, just face it. Fang Yuan rushed out from the bushes and used the physical effect of the invisibility cloak to throw a punch, knocking one of the old men back a few steps. The other old man followed the sound of Fang Yuan's footsteps and rushed in that direction quickly. Bang! The 2 men exchanged punches, and Fang Yuan felt as if he had hit a piece of iron plate. The pain made him shake his hands and step back repeatedly. But the old man did not continue to attack. Young man. We have no ill intentions, why not show yourself and have a chat? Dream. Fang Yuan jumped up and ran, intending to use his speed to shake off the 2 old guys. He quickly climbed over the community wall and looked back to find that the two old men had chased him out. And her movements were swift and she bit him closely from behind. Fang Yuan made up his mind, turned into an alley, took off his invisibility cloak, and kicked the two men away the moment they caught up with him. The two elders quickly dodged and the three of them engaged in a melee. Fortunately, with his special agent skills, Fang Yuan was not at a disadvantage for a while. But when they were fighting, the two old men stopped at the same time and kept their distance. Old people are no longer strong in their bones, boy. We two old guys still want to live a few more years. Stop it, we are not here to arrest you. Fang Yuan also stopped what he was doing, and the three of them just stared at each other. Finally, the older one spoke first, his words full of appreciation. You're so skilled at such a young age, young man, you have a bright future. Stop talking nonsense. Fang Yuan wouldn't let down his guard just because of a compliment. He adjusted his movements and said coldly, you followed me all the way here. If you're not here to arrest me, then what are you doing here to buy me a drink? Ha, this guy is quite humorous. The two elders laughed and explained, to be honest, we are here to protect you. Protect? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. These two are both masters. No one would believe that they would protect me for no reason. Why should I believe you? You don't have to believe it. The old man smiled and said, let me ask you, are you planning to launch a health product called Zhuyandan? When Fang Yuan heard about the rejuvenating pill, his face darkened, so that's what it's for. You're here too early. This thing is still in the review stage and hasn't been released yet. It's useless even if you arrest me. You kid, I already told you I'm not here to arrest you. Another old man explained, you are being targeted, do you know that? Your rejuvenating pill was found to contain purple dragon grass. The Medicine King family has set their sights on you. What? Fang Yuan's eyes suddenly widened. The old man continued, boy, you are in a very dangerous situation now. Don't you want to know who is going to protect you? Come with us and you will know everything. Fang Yuan thought about it. Although I don't know whether the other party is an enemy or a friend, since he is willing to pass on the message to me, there should be no danger. Moreover, with his special abilities, he would have no problem keeping himself safe if something happened. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan agreed, okay. The two old men didn't waste any time and just made a phone call. Soon an A8 arrived and drove away with the three people. Jiangcheng Private Villa Area. At Villa number 6, Fang Yuan got out of the car and entered with the two old men. The person has been brought here. We two old men are leaving now. After saying that, the two elders turned and left, leaving Fang Yuan standing alone in the hall. The hall was filled with a delicate fragrance. Fang Yuan sniffed it and suddenly felt refreshed. Mr. Fang, I told you we'll meet again. An elegant, calm voice came from upstairs. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young woman in pajamas at the handrail on the second floor. She was holding a glass of orange juice and looking at him tenderly. Sister Yao? Yes, you still remember me. Yao now walked down from upstairs slowly. Her pajamas were very short, barely covering her legs, revealing her slender and graceful legs. There was a secret garden with every step, which made people unable to help but linger their eyes on them. Sit. Yao Na smiled sweetly. Sister Yao, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. Fang Yuan didn't hesitate and sat down. Yana didn't answer, but handed over the orange juice in her hand. Try it, it's freshly squeezed, using oranges from my hometown, it tastes very good. Thanks. Fang Yuan took a sip and found it delicious. He drank it all in one gulp, smacking his lips in satisfaction. Sure. This tastes really good. Is there any more? I want to take some back. Why, go back to your wife. Yana covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes showing some envy and some resentment. I always think about my wife. Such a good man, I wish he belonged to me. Hey, you saw through it all. Fang Yuan scratched his head slightly embarrassedly. Okay, after we finish talking about business, I will definitely satisfy you. Thank you very much. Getting back to the point, Fang Yuan went straight to the point. Sister Yao, are you saying that the Medicine King family is targeting me because of the rejuvenating pill? That's right. Yana also turned serious. This pill of yours is extremely valuable. Let's put it this way, as soon as it appears, it will quickly occupy the market. With such a large market, the Medicine King family must want to monopolize it. Besides, the purple dragon grass you used is exclusive to the Medicine King family, and they have already begun investigating you. Then what should I do? It involves the Medicine King family and Uncle Ma's affairs, and Fang Yuan doesn't want to involve him. Simple. Yana smiled evilly and leaned close to Fang Yuan's ear. I'm still here. Besides, with such a profitable business, can you bear not to take me with you? Fang Yuan was tickled by her blowing and quickly said, Since Sister Yao wants to cooperate, then let's cooperate. Chapter 105, The Treacherous Situation. The atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Yana has a plump and full figure, fat where it should be fat and slim where it should be thin. It is a perfect pear-shaped figure. At this moment, she is close to Fang Yuan. How can he not be distracted? I have something else to do. I heard you can tell the authenticity of antiques and are good at infiltration, so how about we work together again? Sister Yao, are you investigating me? Fang Yuan felt very uncomfortable. He was very resistant to the feeling of having his privacy being pried into. I know. Yana reached out and touched Fang Yuan's lips, stopping him from going any further, and then said softly, You might hate this feeling. But I'm sorry, if you want to understand a person, the most accurate way is to have his information. Besides, personal information is public nowadays. I just took a quick look. Not to mention. As she spoke, Yana was almost sticking to Fang Yuan's face. Although she is already 40 years old, she has maintained herself well and her skin is still fair. Combined with her delicate facial features, her mature charm is ready to emerge. Don't you think it's a bit of a downer to dwell on these things at this time? Gudong. Fang Yuan swallowed his saliva. Is this the power of a mature ant? It's so terrifying that it has reached this point. Yana's red lips moved closer and closer, her breath hitting his face, as if she would eat Fang Yuan in the next second. The atmosphere became more ambiguous. I thought Mr. Fang had been through many battles. But forget it, let's get down to business. Yana covered her mouth and giggled, then walked away leisurely, as if the unscrupulous teasing just now was just a joke. No matter what she thought, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Damn, finally getting down to business. Ahem. Okay, let's get down to business. Fang Yuan shook his neck, rubbed his red cheeks, blinked hard, and made a very serious expression. Yana's cheeks were also hot, but it quickly subsided. She said seriously, Actually, there's a saying circulating among the upper class that there are 7 treasures scattered among the people. If anyone can gather them, they can find the lost treasure. Are you filming a movie here? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, his expression very strange. This lost treasure doesn't sound reliable, but it came from Yana's mouth. Is it so magical? Hee, do you know how much the lost treasure is worth? Fang Yuan shook his head. How could he know? He had never even heard of it. Yana continued, This is a treasure trove truly rich enough to rival a nation, even enough to buy a country. Fang Yuan shook his head as he heard this. The concept of buying a country is a bit vague. Countries can be big or small, poor or rich. If the person being bought is Zimbabwe, it is possible given his current net worth. Seeing Fang Yuan's complicated expression, Yana stopped talking nonsense and got to the point. Of the 7 treasures, only 3 are known to have been discovered. Which 3? Fang Yuan sat upright. Judging from Yana's expression, he knew that what he was about to hear would not be simple. And he vaguely felt that it seemed to be related to him. This first piece is the Queen's Tear, known as the finest diamond in the world. Really? Fang Yuan's Queen's Tears was a system reward, but he didn't expect that he would indirectly get the so-called treasure key. Is this true? Absolutely true. Yana nodded slightly. In fact, she was also very curious. The Queen's Tears had disappeared for so many years, and it reappeared in his hands. No wonder Yang Shan keeps chasing me. Fang Yuan also understood why he was being harassed again and again. The second item is the 4-dragon square zune. Fang Yuan instantly thought of the item that Ma Yi and Song Xiaohua from Wanbei had asked him to appraise. But that 4-dragon square tripod is fake. The third piece, the world-famous painting, Death and the Night, is now treasured in a museum. These are the 3 pieces that have come to light so far. The remaining 4 items are the Lewis crown, the Mayan crystal ball, the Eye of Horus, and the Sumerian stereotype. Be good. Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What amazing things are these? I have never heard of any of them. But fortunately, as long as I have a name, the Eye of Insight can give me the corresponding data. What Yao Na said are all treasures of ancient civilization. However, the Queen's Tears was an exception. It was included because of its special nature. After laying so much groundwork, Yao Na finally stated her ultimate goal. The reason I'm looking for your cooperation is because the 4-dragon square tripod has appeared, but due to some special reasons, it will be auctioned in a foreign country. How about it? Are you interested? Not interested. Without any thought, Fang Yuan directly refused. My goodness, one Queen's Tear is already like this, and if there is another 4-dragon square tripod, then he will die. This is a time bomb that may explode on you at any time. Moreover, his current net worth is only a few billion, and Yao Na directly brought him into the high-end circle with a net worth of over 10 billion. He might end up starving to death. Really not going to consider it? Yao Na was a little surprised and offered her own conditions. If you cooperate, I can invest 3 billion in your anti-aging pills, and use the power of my Jingduyao family to stop the Yao Wang family from investigating you. Well, I'm very optimistic about you. Hearing this, Fang Yuan fell silent. Putting aside the investment issue, the launch of the rejuvenating pill cannot avoid the Yao Wang family, but he doesn't know the other party's background. If he can get rid of the threat at this time, that would naturally be the best. But I'll think about it. Fang Yuan was cautious. Good. Yao Na shrugged and called out to the door, Auntie Chi. Here I come. A woman came in carrying oranges, and it seemed that she was ordering everyone to leave. Thank you. I'll take my leave then. Fang Yuan stood up, took the orange, and turned to leave. Nana, can this guy be tricked? Looking at his back, Aunt Chi leaned over and asked. Maybe. Yao Na put away her charming smile and returned to her dignified and calm image. From the moment Fang Yuan took out the Queen's Tears, families with a little background had already begun to take action against him. Her family didn't seem to be very interested, but they valued Fang Yuan very much. Therefore, they deliberately described the Yao Wang family as terrifying, just to scare him and make him dependent. If he dares to do it, Jiangcheng will be his world from now on, and he can even become a real upper class. If you don't dare, the Medicine King family will devour you after we leave. After all, apart from the wealthy families in Kyoto, no one can suppress the Yao Wang family. On the way home, Fang Yuan pondered over it all the way. Yao Na did it on purpose. She deliberately passed some information to me just to trick me. But now the Queen's Tears is on him, and he is almost forced into the trap. What a hot potato. If it doesn't work, then take action. The danger brought by this thing has far exceeded the limit that he can currently bear. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan called Yan Jidao. Hello? Big brother. Yan Jidao was so attentive. Where are you? I'll find you. 100 bars. When Fang Yuan heard that the other party was in the bar, he immediately became angry. What did I say? Don't worry, bro. I'm just here to show my face. How about this? I'll leave now, and then we can find a place to eat. Well, that's more like it. Fang Yuan planned to find Yan Jidao to ask about the Medicine King family. Perhaps he knew some inside information. In addition, there seems to be some relationship between Yao Wei and Yao Na. In that case, Yao Wei is now helping me build an intelligence network, so let's make an appointment. Then call Chen Musheng and let him see the world. Chapter 106, Collective Resolution. Jiangkou Hotel. This is a 24-hour Chinese restaurant that has been around for quite a while. Although it is not high-end, it has an elegant and quiet environment. Not long after Fang Yuan sat down, Chen Musheng arrived and sat on his left. Then Yan Jidao also came. He was a rich young man who didn't care about his image at all. He dressed very flashily and had a fancy hairstyle. Big brother. Yan Jidao greeted Fang Yuan and sat on his right. Yao Wei was the last one to arrive and sat directly opposite Fang Yuan. After everyone arrived, Fang Yuan asked the waiter to serve the food and then said, "Everyone. Before we get down to business, let's warmly celebrate the establishment of our small team." Hello? Fang Yuan was interrupted by Yao Wei before he could finish his words. Don't talk nonsense, I'm just doing things for you for a year, don't involve me. Fang Yuan chuckled, as long as you work for me, even if you join the team, it counts as 1 year. Scoundrel. Yao Wei rolled her eyes and stopped dwelling on the issue. Two things, everyone. As Fang Yuan spoke, everyone became serious. Well, how strong is the Medicine King family? After saying this, Fang Yuan scratched his head slightly embarrassedly. Not so good. Yan Jidao had the most say in this matter. He said with disdain, "Brother, you don't know that this Medicine King family is actually a bunch of scoundrels. The family's miracle doctor also treated me for this illness, but he said a lot of nonsense and prescribed hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of medicine, but it didn't work at all. In terms of medical skills alone, there are probably few people in this world who can compare to Fang Yuan, but the focus of his question is obviously not this. What I want to ask is, how powerful is this Medicine King family? The Yan family is not to be trifled with. The Yao family is not to be trifled with." Yan Jidao and Yao Wei shook their heads. Fang Yuan's eyebrows knitted together. However, based on what Yao Na said, the Yao family should be able to ask the Yao Wang family to give them some face. Is it that strong? Not that strong. Yan Jidao explained, the power of the Medicine King family can't be measured in terms of strength. To be more precise, it's their influence that's greater. Yao Wei also nodded and added, the pills refined by the Medicine King family are quite effective. The families and powerful forces in Kyoto have established good relations with them because of this. So you can imagine the impact this has. Medical skills and medicines involve the lives and property of those aristocratic forces. It is indeed necessary for them to be on good terms with the Medicine King family. If you want to weaken its influence, you need to come up with some elixirs that are more effective than those of the Medicine King family. So the question is, the current medical system and authoritative statements are controlled by the Medicine King family. Will they be able to successfully launch their own elixir? The answer is no. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly became depressed. Let's talk about the second thing. Fang Yuan mentioned Yao Na's invitation. After hearing this, Yao Wei's face showed a strange look, but she quickly calmed down. So, should I go or not? Go! Yan Jidao analyzed the situation from the perspective of interests and said, I think if we really do what Big Brother said and befriend the Yao family, even if the Medicine King family wants to secretly target them, they will have to consider the Yao family's face. And the Yao family does have this power. And you? Fang Yuan looked at Yao Wei. She thought for a moment and said, I don't recommend going. Countless forces are eyeing this 4-dragon square tripod. Regardless of whether it's real or not, the mere fact that I'm putting myself in danger and potentially working for nothing makes it not worth it. And even if it's true, the Yao family can indeed stop the Medicine King family, but what about those other families? Including international forces, they won't let you go either. What Yao Wei said is quite right. Once you help Yao Na get the 4-dragon square tripod, you will definitely be targeted by other forces. So, Ma Sheng, what do you think? Fang Yuan planned to listen to his opinion. Me? Chen Musheng was a little surprised. He listened from beginning to end. He originally thought that he was just here to be a bodyguard, but he didn't expect that Fang Yuan would respect him so much. Well, it's okay, just say it boldly. Chen Musheng thought for a moment, and finally said firmly, if I have to say it, then go. Brother, I can't imagine how powerful the Medicine King family is, nor can I imagine the importance of the 4-dragon square venerable, but I think that solving the current problem is the most important thing. Chen Musheng hit the nail on the head. Things have to be solved step by step. So far, the production of the rejuvenating pill has been stuck at the stage of the Medicine King family. Only by solving their problems first can Fengrui officially start business and make money. I've decided, let's go. Fang Yuan made a decision. Since I have chosen to agree to Yao Na, and I don't know how long I will be away this time, I need to arrange things in Jiangqing first. First, let us talk about Chen Musheng's mother. Fang Yuan now has advanced medical skills, so this is easy for him. Next is the treatment of Yan Jidao and Zhang Yuner, both of them have reached a critical period. After everything was arranged, the dishes were served. I took a few bites and before leaving, Fang Yuan gave me a few more instructions. Yan Jidao, you will follow me later. As for Yao Wei and Mu Sheng, the two of you will stay in Jiangchang. One will be responsible for collecting information, and the other will be responsible for protecting my wife's safety. Good. The three of them said in unison. Okay, that's it for now. Before leaving, Fang Yuan quietly activated the friendly empowerment on several people. Bite. Friendly unit empowered successfully, Yan Jidao obtains martial arts, bone shrinking skill. Bite. Friendly unit empowered successfully, Yao Wei gains martial arts, turtle breathing technique. As the empowerment was completed, Yan Jidao and Yao Wei both felt something strange at the same time. This abnormality was not only physical, but also mentally shocking. However, neither of them said anything. They just gave each other an understanding look and left. When Fang Yuan got home, Shen Jijing was playing games with Jiang Yuner. She was introduced to the world by a little gangster girl, and seemed to be quite good at gaming. "Husband, you're back." Seeing Fang Yuan coming back, Shen Jijing put down the game and gave him a big hug. Jiang Yuner quickly called out, Sister Shen, Sister Shen. What are you doing? You're pushing Crystal. Stop it. Is my husband more important, or is the game more important? Shen Jijing glanced at the soldiers and said, Of course my husband is more important. Fang Yuan felt warm at heart when he heard this. He rubbed her hair lovingly and said, Go push the lane. I don't want you to get involved in the battle to defend your mother. Shen Jijing let go of Fang Yuan and soon pushed Xue Jing away. I won again. I'm awesome, right? Jiang Yuner said proudly as if taking credit. Awesome, awesome. Our Yuna is amazing. Shen Jijing smiled gently and gave her a thumbs up, then stretched and said, Okay, you can have fun by yourself, I'm going to bed. Without giving Jiang Yuner any time to react, Shen Jijing pulled Fang Yuan into the room. Her face flushed, she grabbed Fang Yuan's hand and whispered, Hubby, I miss you. Quiet down. Chapter 107, Hidden Murder. There is a rainbow after the storm. Shen Jijing felt extremely satisfied, and Fang Yuan also told her that he was going out soon. However, in order not to worry Shen Jijing, he used a business trip as an excuse. Wife, I might have to go abroad. Where are you going? I don't know, but I'm just going to discuss a business deal. I'll be back soon. Then I'll bring my parents over and let you meet my in-laws. Abroad. Although she was reluctant, Shen Jijing still looked forward to it. Whether she agreed or not, at least Fang Yuan had met her parents, but she had indeed never met Fang Yuan's parents. What do your parents like? Should I prepare in advance? Need not. Fang Yuan put his arm around Shen Jijing's waist and rubbed it. His brother was about to become lively again, which frightened her so much that her face turned pale. Hubby, let me rest for a while. Hey. In the next 3 days, Yao Na used the expedited channel, and Fang Yuan's passport and visa were quickly processed. During this period, he went to Chen Muxing's home to stabilize Wu Huifen's condition. After Yi Qian knew about it, she offered to learn from the side. Fang Yuan did not refuse, and taught her some simple acupuncture techniques, told her how to cultivate herself, and gave her a small part of handwritten medical books. Yi Qian treasured them like treasures and was extremely happy. On the 4th day, Fang Yuan boarded Yao Na's private plane and started his overseas journey. This private jet has a lot of space and has all the services that a normal flight has, including the seat he is sitting in, which has a built-in massage function. Rich people are indeed extraordinary. Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. TSK, what is this? Yao Na looked down on him fiercely. With your current wealth, it's normal for you to own a private jet. How about it? Are you interested? I can give you one, and the daily maintenance costs are not expensive, only less than 70 million. Talent? Fang Yuan was shocked by the number. Hey, you thought they were happy beans? Yao Na smiled and asked the waiter to bring some juice. The two of them sat facing each other. Fang Yuan then realized that Yao Na was wearing casual clothes today. She wore a white short-sleeve top, jeans, and white sneakers. It looked very simple, but they were all branded. In this outfit, she looks less charming and more gentle. First time on a plane? Yao Na could see that Fang Yuan was a little nervous. Yes, it's the first time. Fang Yuan nodded and admitted it generously. Don't be nervous, we'll be ready to take off soon. Yao Na comforted him and talked about her plans for this outing. The auction will be held in 7 days, and our destination this time is Slovenia, which takes 8 hours. When we get there, we'll go to the Aslo mountain villa. Everything has been arranged there, and all our activities will be decided there. What do you think? Fang Yuan nodded and said, You are the boss, I will follow your instructions. Yao Na was very satisfied, so she shook her neck and lay down. Okay, there are still 8 hours left, let's have a good rest. After saying that, he closed his glasses. The 8-hour flight was neither fast nor short. Fang Yuan was curious about the world outside the window and felt it was very novel, as if the world had become smaller. At the same time, some images of plane crashes suddenly appeared in his mind, and he thought seriously about how he would save himself if such a situation happened. Miss, we're almost there. Following the flight attendant's reminder, Yana slowly rubbed her cheeks, looking confused. Where are we now? Miss, we are over the Slovenian capital airport. The main entrance of the airport. The team of luxury cars waiting to pick us up at the airport had been waiting for a long time. When Yana and Fong Yuan came out, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreign tycoon led them to another passage. Hank, long time no see. You've gained a lot of weight. Yana teased in a foreign language. Fong Yuan pretended not to understand. Ahaha, Miss Yao. You're joking. I'm so fat thanks to the Yao family's financial support. It allowed me to get so many resources. I have to thank you, Miss Yao, for all this. Hank said, glancing at Fong Yuan behind her, and then asked calmly, Miss, is this the partner you're looking for? Well, yes. You look very young. Hank seemed to look down on Fong Yuan. We Chinese have an old saying, a true man never reveals his true self. Just wait and see. Yana didn't explain much, just nodded silently. Bite. Strong murderous intent detected. Current target of revenge. Wisconsin Hank. Current number of possible revenges, 1. Fong Yuan remained calm. The system detected murderous intent, and it was from this foreign guy Hank. But when he looked at Fong Yuan at this moment, he showed a kind smile, and there was no sign of any murderous intent at all. It seems that he is a great actor. Soon, we arrived at Asro Mountain Villa. There are many differences between the systems abroad and at home, especially in Slovenia. People on the street look relaxed, but they always protect their bags and pockets. The streets are not as clean as advertised. In addition to garbage, there are homeless people everywhere. The auction was held here. Miss, we're here. The three of them walked along the mountain road and turned into a manor. Although it is a manor, it has the style of an ancient castle, and you can easily see the city below from the mountain. Hank has prepared a grand dinner to entertain the two of them. During the meal, Yana and Hank communicated frequently, but Fong Yuan acted as if he didn't understand the whole time. The auction is about to begin, and various parties are paying close attention to the 4-dragon square tripod. After gathering information over the past few days, we've learned that the person who commissioned the auction is an overseas Chinese named Huang Zhizhong. He is one of the richest men on Wall Street, but as to why he made the move, we are still investigating. If the 4-dragon square tripod really comes to light, there will definitely be a fierce competition, which is not what Yana wants. She brought Fong Yuan here because she wanted him to sneak into the manor, find the 4-dragon square zone, and confirm its authenticity. Thinking about this, Yana asked, have you finished checking what I asked you to check? I've checked, but it will take some time to get the information. You can have a good rest tonight. I've asked someone to prepare a milk bath. Good. When Fong Yuan heard it was a milk bath, he immediately felt distressed. These evil capitalists are so extravagant. After finishing the meal, Yana said to Fong Yuan, there's nothing else to do right now. Let's just get some rest tonight and talk about it tomorrow. After all, you've been on an 8-hour flight. You must be very tired. As she spoke, Yana cast a glance at Fong Yuan. However, Fong Yuan turned a blind eye. It's okay. Being in a foreign country, there is not much entertainment at night and it is not particularly safe. And this Hank doesn't seem to be very reliable. Fong Yuan became extremely alert. Chapter 108, Surveillance. At night, Fong Yuan stood at the window of his room, observing the terrain of the manor, and fell into deep thought. The estate is built on top of a hill and there is only one way in and out, which creates a problem. If someone really came to assassinate the two of them, as long as they guarded the main gate, they would have no way to retreat. Fong Yuan is not being overly suspicious. Because the system has prompted that Hank has murderous intentions towards him. Moreover, Yana did not bring anyone with her when she went out this time. Even if Fong Yuan was very capable, he would not be able to take care of her if this situation occurred. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan checked the room again. After confirming that there was no monitoring device, he felt relieved and rested. A night passed and nothing happened. The next day, when Fong Yuan came out of the room, Yana was already waiting for him. The waiter came forward and greeted in a foreign language, "Sir, the meal is ready, please follow me." Fong Yuan waved his hands, pretending not to understand, and looked at Yana. My knowledge is limited. Yana rolled her eyes and said nothing, then dragged him to the restaurant. At the dinner table, Fong Yuan asked a question. Sister Yao, do you trust this Hank so much? Why do you ask? Yao Na was a little confused, but she still explained, it's not about trust, we just have interests. As long as he is not stupid, he will definitely not make a move on me. Oh, that's it. Fong Yuan didn't continue talking, but he was still alert. After dinner, Yao Na said that she hadn't been to Slovenia for a long time and wanted to go shopping, so she took Fong Yuan to the street. Two people walked on the streets of the city. In a foreign country, Fong Yuan was surrounded by buildings and unfamiliar scenery that he didn't know about. Just like foreigners in China were rare, the two of them were the focus of these foreigners. As they walked, Yao Na suddenly put her arm around Fong Yuan's arm. Ha! Shu, do me a small favor. I saw a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner walking towards me. He is quite handsome, with three-dimensional and angular features, but his complexion looks a little bad, as if something is missing. Ms. Yao Na, it's really you. I thought I was seeing things. Long time no see. What he said was a little different from what the locals said, so he must not be a local. It's me, long time no see. Yao Na shook hands politely. Hi, sir, nice to meet you. The other party extended his hand to Fong Yuan. Okay, yes. Fong Yuan deliberately spoke in broken English. After the two shook hands, Yao Na introduced, Fong Yuan, this is Mr. Peter, the Wall Street tycoon. Ho wah. Fong Yuan feigned surprise and reached out his hand again. I am fine, thank you. Peter's eyebrows were raised to the sky, and then he asked Yao Na, who is this gentleman? His name is Fong Yuan. He's the chairman of Bluecore Group and my boyfriend. Walter? Pete was very surprised. Bluecore Group recently developed a far-leading smart chip, which has set off a chip craze internationally. So this is the chairman of Lanxin. I've heard so much about him. Peter changed the subject, so, Miss Yao Na, are you coming to Slovenia to attend the auction this time? Aren't you the same? The two smiled at each other, and tacitly agreed not to discuss this topic, but chatted about other things on the street. Suddenly, Fong Yuan realized something was wrong. The streets in Slovenia are not that wide, and this is not a main road, but more like a small path in the neighborhood. At this moment, he suddenly felt like he was being spied on. Fong Yuan looked around vigilantly, but found that the feeling suddenly disappeared. See you later, Mr. Fong. Pete and Yao Na's chat also ended. Oh. Goodbye. Fong Yuan responded absent-mindedly. There are traps everywhere here, and he must be careful. After Peter walked away, Fong Yuan asked, what did you talk about just now? Nothing, he's here to participate in the auction too. I guess it's for the Four Dragons Square Zone. Yao Na was still holding Fong Yuan's arm at this moment. Sister Yao, you... Why, will I kill you if I hook you? Yao Na expressed her dissatisfaction, it's just an arm around someone, what a stingy man. Ha, that's not the case. Fong Yuan laughed, and the two of them walked on the street. Before they knew it, they came to a luxury goods store. The accessories inside were sparkling. Yao Na was very interested and walked in directly. These earrings are really nice. Yao Na picked up a pair of crystal earrings and hinted to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan glanced at the price. €4,000 wasn't very expensive, but based on the principle that no one's money comes from the wind, he decisively declined. Well, it's really beautiful. You can buy it yourself. Do you usually treat your wife like this? Yao Na rolled her eyes speechlessly. But you are not my wife. Fong Yuan answered without any emotional intelligence. I thought you understood the ways of the world, but tsk. Yao Na lost interest and put down the earrings. All right. Seeing that the fun was almost over, Fong Yuan took out the black card of the Weilong Group, which was said to be usable in most countries around the world. After the payment was successful, Fong Yuan picked up the earrings. Sister Yao, this is for you. Snort. Yao Na accepted it with pleasure. Given her net worth, a small pair of earrings worth €4,000 would not be something she would value so much, but she was just taking this opportunity to ask Fong Yuan to give her a gift. Come to think of it, you and Long Wei are so deeply tied together. After leaving the jewelry store, Yao Na looked at the black card in Fong Yuan's hand and said, Oh, this one isn't very deep. I was treating Mr. Wei for a minor illness. As if feeling that something was wrong, Fong Yuan turned a blind eye. Anyway, Master Wei has been good to me, and I'm looking for a chance to repay him. Speaking of this, Fang Yuan was still very grateful to Wei Yi. After all, it was he who recommended Blue Core technology to Yao Na at the Technology Summit. Although Yao Na's Kyoto technology is not very famous, it is also among the top 50 companies in the country. The products it produces are all high-tech products such as drones and mechanical dogs, and they can be converted into military products at any time. Fang Yuan's Blue Core needs to cooperate with Kyoto technology in many high-tech fields. The two of them were walking and talking, when suddenly, the feeling of being watched came back. This time, as the feeling grew stronger, Fang Yuan suddenly realized that the old man selling newspapers on the roadside, the tourists, and those performing in the square all seemed to be looking at the two of them intentionally or unintentionally. They have been under surveillance by a group of people. Realizing this problem, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. Sister Yao, you didn't bring any bodyguards with you when you came to Slovenia this time. Is it really okay for just the two of us? Why, are you scared? Yana had a teasing expression on her face, as if to say, if you are afraid, you can quit now. How could that be? Since I've come here with you, it means I'm not afraid of danger at all. Only. It seems like we're being watched now. Is that really okay? What? Yana looked around, her eyes gradually became cold, and she seemed to have made up her mind. Chapter 109, Mountains and Rivers, No Way Out. Go back. Yana thought about it and decided to go back to the manor first. The manor's car quickly arrived at their location. After getting in, Yana still didn't let go of Fang Yuan, and even leaned on his shoulder until they got out of the car. This woman definitely did it on purpose. After lunch, Yana invited Fang Yuan to play in the backyard. The weather in Slovenia was nice, and the two of them enjoyed sunbathing in the swimming pool of the manor. The waiter helped Yao Na change into her swimsuit. She has a very good figure, pear-shaped, with beautiful curves and no extra fat. After Fang Yuan changed into his swimming trunks, he revealed a body full of explosive muscles, which were bulging in all the right places. Yao Na only took one look at him and never looked away. Come here and help me put on sunscreen. Yao Na lay on the bench, with the peaks on both sides of her body bulging out. Fang Yuan certainly knew what she was thinking. She simply didn't want to be so proactive and hoped Fang Yuan would take the initiative, and she would then half-heartedly agree, and then everything would fall into place. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan wasn't in the mood for that, so even when applying sunscreen for her, he remained restrained. But nothing is absolute. After all, he is a young man full of vigor and his body is still very honest. Yao Na also noticed his reaction. TSK, you have a lot of capital. Ahem. Fang Yuan's old face turned red with embarrassment. As she watched, Yao Na's heart became more and more agitated. Her cheeks were burning and she licked her lips, wondering what it would feel like to put this thing inside. Finally, Fang Yuan was defeated. It's so hot, I'm going to go for a swim. After saying that, he dived into the swimming pool to cool himself down physically. Yao Na chuckled, lay on the bench, drank a drink, and enjoyed the quiet time. Cho! A gunshot rang out. Although there is a silencer, the sound is easily distinguishable. Fang Yuan jumped out of the swimming pool immediately, and Yao Na was also very skilled and had already turned over. The two looked at each other, then quickly returned to the villa through the back door. At this moment, several men in black had rushed in and were rapidly approaching the two. Something's wrong, follow me. They went up to the second floor through the back door and entered the restroom. Change clothes. Yao Na didn't care about exposing herself. She pulled her swimsuit down and changed into her usual comfortable clothes. She took out a pistol and a set of sportswear from the closet and threw them to Fang Yuan. Will it? You can try. As a man who has been used to playing in the Yellow River since he was a child, a certain recessive gene was automatically activated the moment he got the gun. The men in black downstairs were obviously well trained and quickly approached the room on the second floor. One of them was shot down by Fang Yuan before he could react when he opened the door to enter. Not bad. Yao Na couldn't help but praise. No big deal, go. The two came out of the room on the second floor and went down the express passage on the side as quickly as possible. Can you sense how many people are on the other side? About the same. Fang Yuan opened the eye of insight without saying anything. At this time, the two of them were at the side door of the manor, and through perspective, Fang Yuan could clearly see the enemy's current position. There were 3 people at the corner, 5 people at the main entrance, and more than a dozen people searching the room. As for the waiters in the manor, they all became dead at the hands of these people. The situation is very critical. Fang Yuan briefly explained the current situation to Yao Na, and then suddenly noticed the side of the courtyard wall not far away. There is no one over there. The wall is about 3 meters high. You can escape by climbing over it. Yao Na has good skills and has no problem flipping over. Without thinking too much, Fang Yuan made a decisive decision. If we hide here, we'll be discovered by the enemy soon. There's a courtyard wall over there. We can just climb over it and be safe. The opponent has a gun. The gun is fast from 7 steps away, and accurate and fast within 7 steps. It's not that you don't have the strength to rush out, but it's more cost-effective to stay put. Good. Yao Na agreed immediately. The two of them felt the corner of the wall, climbed up together, then jumped down and came to the outside of the manor. There is a forest here, leading to the foot of the mountain, but the road down is very steep. Fang Yuan used the Eye of Insight to quickly collect information and avoid many dangers in advance. The two of them sneaked all the way and finally escaped. Call. When he saw the asphalt road, Fang Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What should we do next?" Yana thought about it for a moment, and instantly thought of Hank's betrayal. Her eyes gradually turned cold. We didn't have time to take our phones, IDs, and passports. Now we need a place to stay. Come with me. In order to maintain her qualification to compete for the 4-Dragon Square tripod, Yana did not choose to contact the embassy. Night falls. When Slovenia enters the nightlife, there are only a few places that are still safe. There is a small hotel on a nightclub street where Fang Yuan and Yana live. The room here is very small, less than 40 square meters, and the furnishings are very simple, with only a bed and a piece of furniture similar to a dressing table. All their finances were left in the manor, and it was already great to have a small room to live in. And the room also has a separate bathroom, which is very satisfying. At this time, Yana was taking a shower. Fang Yuan sat on the bed, listening to the sound of water dripping inside and closing his eyes to rest. Soon, Yana came out, wrapped in a bath towel, and asked Fang Yuan, "What about you? Do you want to go take a shower?" "No." Fang Yuan opened his eyes, looked straight ahead, and asked, "What should we do now?" Although the two men had guns for self-defense, they had few bullets left. Yana sat down next to Fang Yuan, thought for a moment, and said, "We don't have much money right now. It would be great if we could find a way to get 50 million. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. It's so easy to say, find a way to get 50 million. The two of them were in Slovenia, unfamiliar with the place, and would never dream of doing this. There's a place. Yana suddenly said, "I know there's a casino here, maybe we can try it." "Sister, let's not talk about anything else. Where is our capital?" "The casino is not a charity and does not accept IOUs. Here." Yana took off the earrings from her ears. "You gave me this." Then he touched his wrist and said, "I also have a gold watch here. This is all the wealth the two of them have at present." "How much is this watch?" "About 1 million. Converted to euros, that's about 100,000. There's a pawn shop inside the casino. 4 head. In fact, Fang Yuan had another way, which was to contact Jizi and see if she had any ideas. However, although he had Gardenia's contact information, he couldn't contact her because he didn't have a cell phone, so he planned to wait until Yao Na's plan failed. Walk. Yao Na decided to pawn her gold watch. After changing her clothes, the two left the hotel and, taking advantage of the night, walked through the streets and alleys and entered an old tavern. It was very lively inside, with many people playing blackjack, and the air was filled with smoke. Yao Na walked through the crowd and went straight to the pawn window and handed over the gold watch. "How much is this?" The other party took the gold watch, examined it carefully, and then revealed the price. 100,000. Chapter 110, A New Hope. This price was within Yao Na's expectations, so she decisively exchanged it for 100 chips. She thought about the chips in her hand and couldn't help but sigh, "When I came here to play before, I always got a big box. I didn't expect that these are all there are now. By the way, how are your gambling skills?" "I can't say I know nothing about it, I can only say I don't know anything at all." Fang Yuan shook his head. As an ambitious young man of the new century, he had never been involved in gambling or drugs. Then Yana can only gamble on the cards herself. As an upper-class person, Yana's gaming skills are extremely limited. She can only play all in, and she has no skills at all. She just plays around blindly. Fang Yuan looked around and found that the largest chip on the table was only 1,000. It seemed unrealistic to expect to win 50 million in this way. Sister Yao, how about we try a different approach? I think, even if we win all night, it's hard to make 50 million. How could that be? Yao Na explained, there are only a few casual players playing outside. If you want to win more, you need to go to the inner hall. That's where the real money is made. The entry threshold is 1 million. I just want to win the threshold with 100,000 now. Yao Na is very confident in herself. There was no choice, so Fang Yuan stayed with her. At this time, there was a table near the edge where people were playing stud poker. A customer had just left, so Yao Na sat down, put down her chips, and indicated that she wanted to join the game. There were 5 people at the table, playing standard stud poker. There are 5 people at this table, playing standard stud. From a deck of cards, the jokers are removed, and 28 cards are drawn from A to A based on spades, hearts, clubs, and diamonds. This type of gameplay has a high degree of uncertainty and a high probability of getting scattered cards. As the 5 players placed their bets, the beautiful dealer, wearing white gloves, opened a new box of poker cards, shuffled the cards, and signaled the 5 players on the table whether to cut the cards. After receiving an unwanted answer, she began dealing the cards from the dealer's hand in the previous hand. Fang Yuan also took advantage of the break in dealing the cards to observe the players on the table. The one on the far left is a middle-aged man. Judging from his clothes, he should be a local farmer. Next to him was a gentleman wearing a suit, tie and glasses, who should be middle class. Next up is Yao Na. The guy below her is a man with a horse face, and the one next to him is a man with a pockmarked face. The dealer quickly dealt out the whole cards, and Fang Yuan activated his eye of insight, instantly revealing everyone's cards before his eyes. Starting with the farmer, in order, they got the 2 of clubs, 3 of spades, ace of diamonds, jack of clubs, king of diamonds, followed by a round of exposed cards. Yao Na was lucky and got another A, while the others got scattered cards. Because Yao Na had the biggest cards, she placed the bet first in this round. Yao Na thought about it and decided to throw in 2,000 to test the waters, so everyone else followed suit and placed their bets. In the second round, the beautiful dealer also started with her. Fang Yuan roughly understood the rules of this stud poker game. Whoever has the biggest card gets to speak first, and the next round of dealing starts with him. In this round, Yao Na got the 5 of clubs, while the guy with the pockmarked hand had a K, the biggest, and it was his turn to speak. 5,000. Without saying anything, Ma Zi threw out the chips, and the others followed suit. The dealer continued to deal cards and several people continued to place chips. As the last card was dealt, Ma Zi looked at the 2 kings in front of him with a very proud expression. Yao Na was even more proud because she got a pair of aces. This lady is very lucky, but my luck has always been good too. I'll give you another 5,000. As he said this, he threw out 5 more chips. I'll follow. Yao Na also became more confident and took out the corresponding chips and threw them on the table. The other 3 players looked at the cards in front of them and chose to give up without any luck, leaving the home court to Yao Na and Ma Zi. Then this is easy. Next, no matter how many chips Ma Zi opens, Yao Na just needs to follow suit. With her whole cards and 3 aces, she is sure to win. However, unexpectedly, Yao Na chose to open the cards. I'll drive you. Fang Yuan held his forehead with his hand, his face full of black lines. Wow, the good tram has been turned into a motorcycle. Now it's fine, just add a windshield. But think about it, he was the only one present who could see through the cards, and the others, as the ones involved, would definitely quit while they were ahead. As the cards were opened, Yao Na won without a doubt. Yeah. The sky cleared up and the rain stopped. Yao Na felt that she was ready. In the following games, she was very confident and could not float away. No matter whether her cards were big or small, she would just follow them. The result was that the chips that were won with great difficulty reached 6,000 in the blink of an eye. Why? Seeing that things were about to return to the pre-liberation era, Fang Yuan quickly grabbed Yao Na and said, "Let me take over." You? Didn't you say you couldn't? Yao Na was in high spirits and didn't care at all that her chips had run out. Fang Yuan smiled and said, "I've been watching for a while, and I understand the rules. Besides, our chips are almost gone, so let me give it a try. Beginner's luck, what if I win?" Oh. Yao Na reluctantly gave up her position. "It all depends on you, you better be steady." "Don't worry, we're guaranteed to win." Fang Yuan agreed and sat down. "Ha, kid, with the chips you have, you're doomed to lose. It doesn't matter who comes in. The farmer currently wins the most at the table, and he said to Fang Yuan happily. Oh, really? Then we'll wait and see. Because the person had changed, the beautiful dealer also changed a new deck of cards and started shuffling the cards. Fang Yuan activated his eye of insight and calculated the order in which the cards would be dealt. Very good, we will definitely win this round. As the last card was dealt, Fang Yuan threw all the chips in his hand out. I'm all in. Then he looked at the others quietly. He wants to decide life or death. What are you doing? If we lose this, we'll be left with nothing. Yao Na was anxious and couldn't help but push Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan said confidently, Don't worry, Sister Yao, just watch. For some reason, looking at his determined eyes, Yao Na felt inexplicably at ease and quietly stepped aside. At the same time, seeing Fang Yuan's confidence, the others at the table sneered and chose to follow. In the end, Fang Yuan won the scattered cards of everyone else present with a small pair. 3 grams of oil, 3 grams of oil. Fang Yuan accepted the chips with a smile on his face. Ha! You're lucky, kid. Ma Zi sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The game continued, but this time, as soon as the dealer finished dealing the first round of cards, Fang Yuan immediately put out his chips, all in. The farmer instantly became furious and slammed the table. Fuck! Boy, do you know the rules? Don't come and make trouble. Oh, can't we play it this way? Fang Yuan no longer pretended not to understand and looked at Yao Na with a puzzled look. Don't listen to his nonsense, this is allowed. Yao Na looked at the farmer without any fear in her eyes. Are you saying this to bully us because we don't know the rules, or what do you want? As she spoke, she quietly placed her hands on her waist. Shit, you guys don't play like this. Seeing this, the farmer had no choice but to sit down angrily. Fang Yuan threw out a total of 30,000 this time. Several people looked at each other, and finally Horseface and Pockmarked Man chose to fold, while the other two, the farmer and the man with glasses, chose to follow suit. Come, let me see if you still have any luck. Chapter 111, 1 or 5. The chips were in place, and the farmer put one foot on the chair, waved his hand, and shouted, Open. 90,000 chips easily belonged to Fang Yuan. This all-in round directly brought the amount back to when I first entered the game. Fang Yuan, you're awesome. Mooah. Yao Na was so happy that she held Fang Yuan's face, gave him a big kiss, and then hugged him in her arms. The peak of his chest directly covered Fang Yuan's face, and the soft touch almost suffocated him. Ahem, let me go. Fang Yuan's face flushed red, and she pushed the embrace away vigorously, indicating that someone was watching her and she should be careful about the impact. Oh, sorry. Yao Na then calmed down a bit, but her face also blushed slightly. The victory was a success. In the following rounds, Fang Yuan relied on his incredible ability to either fold when it was unfavorable or go all in when it was favorable. The number of chips in his hand increased at an extremely fast speed. Yao Na hugged Fang Yuan adoringly, kissing him excitedly from time to time. She looked very intimate, and inadvertently attracted a lot of hatred from Fang Yuan. Wow, over 900,000, almost reaching the threshold. Yao Na is already looking forward to it. This is not the highlight. Once you win 1 million and enter the high-end game, with Fang Yuan's ability, 50 million does not seem too difficult. Finally, after Fang Yuan once again all in for 900,000 and completely stunned everyone, he won all the chips on the table, exactly 1 million. Let's go! Amid the others' frustrated voices, Fang Yuan pulled Yao Na to the front desk. This time, they wanted to exchange chips worth 10,000 each, which were used to enter high-end venues. After the exchange was completed, there was a wooden door on the east side with VIP written on it. The two walked straight in. The room behind the door is full of secrets. The door is covered with red carpet and the interior is decorated magnificently. The people sitting there are obviously high-end people. Let me do it this time. Yao Na put her arm around Fang Yuan, found a table that looked quite wealthy, sat down, and joined the card game. The game at this table is blackjack, and with Fang Yuan's eyes, everything goes smoothly. 3 hours passed and it was almost dawn outside. At this time, in a room in the casino, Pete was sitting on a chair. A hot bunny girl came forward and lit a cigar for him. After taking a puff, he looked at the big screen in front of him with cold eyes. On the screen were Fang Yuan and the other person, as seen from the surveillance camera's perspective. Fuck! Pete's expression became more ferocious. When he was in Jiangcheng, he only needed to take out something and the women would line up to get close to him, and Yao Na was indeed the first woman to reject him. Looking at the two people behaving so intimately, Pete was already burning with jealousy. He. Let him win, no matter how much money he's willing to pay, but if you want to take it away, you'll have to pay a price. Time passed quickly and it was already dawn outside. Fang Yuan fought all night and won enough chips to win 50 million, and even had 100,000 more. When the two men took their chips and were about to exchange them for cash and leave, several bald men in sunglasses suddenly jumped out of the casino and surrounded them. What do you want to do? Yao Na stood in front of Fang Yuan. She had such a powerful aura that she could subtly intimidate these bald men. Miss, we all follow the rules. Fang Yuan suddenly noticed that these people had guns in their hands, so he quietly took Yao Na's hand and comforted her not to be impulsive. At this time, many curious people came over, with smirks on their faces, as if something interesting was about to happen. Sure enough, following the line of sight, a blonde woman appeared behind the bar counter, holding a revolver in her hand and some bullets on the table. There were two other people in front of the bar, and they also seemed to have won a lot of money. What's going on? Fang Yuan was a little confused. Yao Na analyzed, maybe it's because we won too much money, and these people think we have no power or background, so they bully us. Ladies and gentlemen. The blonde at the bar spoke, as if announcing some rules. It will take some courage to leave with our money. Here is a revolver. You need to choose a few bullets and then shoot yourself in the head. To be fair, if you choose one bullet, you need to fire 2 shots, while if you choose 2 bullets, you only need to fire 1 shot. Of course, you can also choose 3 or even more. If you survive, you'll get 10 million each. Woohoo! Woohoo! As soon as the words fell, the gamblers cheered. They love this game so much, it's revenge for having their money taken away from them. What if they change their minds? Fang Yuan quietly asked Yao Na about this life-threatening method. That shouldn't be possible. Yao Na couldn't make up her mind either, but the man in front of the bar had already made his choice. I'll pick one. As he spoke, he tremblingly loaded a bullet and turned the chamber. Call. He let out a long breath, closed his eyes, and pointed the revolver to his temple. As long as he survives 2 shots, he can leave with the money. Click. The trigger was pulled, and the onlookers around were very disappointed. The man breathed a sigh of relief, took a long breath, and pressed it again. Bang! The man fell to the ground, and the gamblers around him immediately cheered. The blonde waved her hand, and several bald men dragged the man away. It was the next person's turn, and he chose 2 bullets. Die! 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 Amid the wild shouts of the gamblers around him, he pulled the trigger. Bang! Yeah! 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 The loss of life pushed the gamblers' carnival to a climax, and they all turned their eyes to Fang Yuan. Yao Na took a deep breath and whispered, "How about you grab the gun and we rush out?" No, it's futile. Fang Yuan shook his head and walked to the front desk. Seeing that he had an Asian face, a Chinese man began to explain the rules of the game. Then you choose a few bullets. The blonde inquired. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and slowly opened his palm. Waist. Walter? The whole place fell silent instantly, even the blonde girl looked at Fang Yuan in disbelief. Challenge 5? This kid actually wants to challenge 5. Are you crazy? Yao Na pulled Fang Yuan, very anxious. 5 bullets, a 1 in 6 chance of survival, what's the difference between that and suicide? What incredible luck is needed to avoid this? Yao Na was really anxious. Are you going to die? Fang Yuan smiled confidently. Don't worry, Sister Yao, I know what's going on. Then he turned to look at the blonde, Kong Mang. The blonde girl loaded 5 bullets into Fang Yuan's revolver in surprise, then handed it to him. Fang Yuan took it in his hand, opened the eye of insight again, and carefully observed the rotation of the chamber. Finally, he found the right moment, quickly stopped rotating, and pointed the revolver at his temple. The whole audience was silent. Yao Na was so nervous that her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She covered her eyes in fear. Those bald men in sunglasses were also getting nervous, and some of them even secretly cheered for Fang Yuan, a man of courage. Hush! Shut up! Hush! When there is only 1 bullet, everyone hopes you die, but if there are 5 bullets, everyone hopes you survive. This is the gambler's mentality, and it's quite ironic. Well, everyone, the time has come to witness a miracle. Under the gaze of everyone, Fang Yuan did not hesitate and decisively pulled the trigger. Click. After a brief silence, the whole audience cheered instantly. Chapter 112, Professional Equipment. Cheers echoed throughout the casino. Fang Yuan took 5 bullets and actually survived. This is incredible luck. He is definitely the bravest person. Yana's heart finally settled down. She had never seen anyone like Fang Yuan who played with his life to the extreme. 5 bullets, 30 million, plus the 50 million chips won, a total of 80 million. The casino had no reason to stop him and could only let Fang Yuan exchange them and leave. In the casino's monitoring room, Pete stared at the screen, furious. Fuck. 5 bullets failed to kill Fang Yuan, and he was so angry that he pounded the sofa. Boss, how about we find a reason to get rid of them? The bunny girl next to him asked. Madness. Peter gave her a cold look and said, Are we still going to do business? If this gets out, who will dare to come here in the future? He still knows what is important. Let them go, and go beautifully. Fang Yuan carried a travel bag and left the casino with Yao Na, then stopped a taxi, threw him a chip worth 100,000 yuan, and told him to go to Kelstad, a port in Slovenia. The driver was very surprised and quickly brought the two to the port. There are many large cruise ships docked here and many workers working. Under a ship called March Flower, a fisherman was smoking. There was a very hideous scar on his face, as if it was caused by a knife. Yao Na walked straight towards him. Hey, Scar, long time no see. Miss Yao, long time no see. After saying hello, Yao Na handed the backpack to the other party. Is this the set meal you reserved? Scar lifted the weight, then hung it on his shoulder with satisfaction. Yes, but I want an extra set meal number 4 this time. No problem, this money is enough, and there's even a lot more. Scar agreed immediately, then took out a pin from his body and put it in Yao Na's hand. I wish you all the best. Yao Na also said politely, Thank you, remember to say hello to the general for me. Good. After saying that, the other party took their bags and boarded the freighter. Money is exchanged for goods, which is the principle that ordinary people believe in, but the upper class seems to have its own set of trading methods, and the goods need to be picked up by oneself. But to Fang Yuan, this method was completely incomprehensible. As the chairman of Kyoto Technology, Yao Na can honestly say that if she just makes a phone call, many people will be at her beck and call, but she insists on taking risks. What does this mean? This shows that the 4-dragon square zone is very important to her and cannot afford any mistakes. Let's go. Yao Na said lightly. Fang Yuan didn't ask too many questions. After all, there is no point in asking some questions, and the answer may not be there. It is better to wait for the result quietly. The port of Kelst was just the first stop. The two continued walking along the port and hiked to the coastline, next to which was the beach. The people here are very open-minded and dress very revealingly. Many people even return to their original state and just lie on the beach, fully enjoying sunbathing. TSK, you're not afraid of sand getting in. Seeing these hot foreign girls, Fang Yuan thought of Lan Lan for no reason. She is a mixed-race girl, and although she often hides herself under a white coat, her body proportions seem to be so hot. As he thought about it, Fang Yuan's mouth corners unconsciously lifted up. Seeing him dazzled, Yao Na chuckled and teased, Why, are you envious? Do you want me to take you to enjoy it? Forget it, let's get things done first. After buying the set meal, the two of them were once again penniless. The remaining money was only enough for 2 hot dogs, so they had no money to spend. After buying the hot dogs, the two found a random place to sit on the beach and waited. Until evening, when night fell, there were no tourists on the beach. Only the roar of the engine could be heard, and then a speedboat approached, and the people on it raised harpoon launchers. Careful! Fang Yuan pulled Yao Na to hide. But she just smiled and explained, Our stuff is here, no need to be nervous. Sure enough, the speedboat stopped on the beach, and someone threw a box from the boat into the sea and then left. Yao Na called Fang Yuan, and the two of them pulled the box up together. When the box was opened, there was a waterproof membrane inside. With the help of dim vision, after removing the membrane, the equipment inside was exposed. This is the set meal you bought? Fang Yuan picked up the equipment inside. Although the workmanship was very fine, it was a bit too expensive to buy all of this for 50 million. Alright, what do you know? Change your clothes. Yao Na picked up the equipment inside, found her clothes and started to change. She was responsible for the sniper and observer, so she gave up the bulletproof vest and chose close-fitting clothes. As Fang Yuan needed to sneak in, he put on a bulletproof vest, took a magazine and some small props. The two of them quickly changed their clothes and put on their communication equipment. You have to say, they really had a 007 feeling and were so handsome. Even at this price, Fang Yuan was still a little confused. I say, these equipments are not worth more than 50 million, are they? Are you afraid that someone has cheated you? Don't worry about the details. Yao Na said coldly, intelligence is the most important thing. I will make those who betrayed me pay the price. The two put on their headphones, checked each other's equipment, and after making sure there were no problems, they set off in one direction along the coastline in the night. Soon, a lighthouse appeared not far ahead, with the light on it moving around, transmitting information to the surroundings. Not far from the lighthouse, there is a manor with a large area, high external walls, a guard post, and a complex internal structure. What is this place? Fang Yuanyan spitted and said, this isn't a villa or a manor anymore, it's simply a small bunker. Yao Na explained, bunker, you're right if you say so. But this is someone's main business, and it also provides shelter for some people. I'll go up the mountain and contact you when I reach the designated location, and you can sneak in. After we get in, I'll tell you the way forward. Good. It was impossible to remember the internal structure of the manor, but this was the key to finding the 4 Dragon Square Zone, so Fang Yuan had no choice but to go ahead. Before leaving, Yao Na grabbed Fang Yuan's chin and kissed him without warning, saying with a wink in her eyes, be careful. Being alive is more important than anything else. After saying that, Yao Na left. Fang Yuan looked at her back and felt something strange. This is a very complicated person, and it is difficult for Fang Yuan to explain clearly what she is thinking. Especially when it comes to emotions, Fang Yuan couldn't tell whether she was expressing her true feelings or was influenced by hidden charm, but he had a feeling that something would happen between them soon. Putting these thoughts aside, Fang Yuan took out his invisibility cloak, intending to use it to sneak in and communicate. About half an hour later, Yao Na's voice came from his headset, I've arrived at the designated location. Which way do you plan to enter? I'll calculate the route for you. The main entrance. What? Yao Na was very surprised. Entering through the main gate? This is the most risky. Doesn't Fang Yuan know this? Okay, don't worry about how I get in. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Fang Yuan gave a specific time, then put on an invisibility cloak and quickly moved forward. Chapter 113, Meeting Yang Shan again. There were 10 people guarding the main entrance. Fang Yuan took out the 9-dragon needle and threw it out at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! 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 The muscles of several people instantly stiffened and they were unable to move. Fang Yuan quickly passed through the main gate and entered the manor. I'm coming in. As he spoke, Fang Yuan turned on the video equipment on his body so that Yao Na could see the environment he was in clearly and then give directions. Okay, see that big door up ahead? Go in. Because of the invisibility cloak, Yao Na couldn't see Fang Yuan, but fortunately the image was real. Receive. Fang Yuan quickly ran towards the door, but the door was unlocked by fingerprint and iris authentication, so it was very difficult to enter. He could only wait for the opportunity. The opportunity came soon, and soon 2 people walked out from the door. Fang Yuan rushed in decisively and passed by the 2 of them. Hey, did you feel a gust of wind? One of them suddenly stopped and asked his companion. It's the middle of the night, don't scare me. It's windy at the beach, that's normal. Oh, just be normal. Seeing that he did not arouse the 2 people's vigilance, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and continued the next step according to Yao Na's instructions. Inside is a circular structure with a large space. From top to bottom, there are various rooms, and a spiral staircase leads to the upper level. Yao Na directed Fang Yuan to go up to the 2nd floor, and then saw a figure at the end of the corridor. Be careful, there is someone right in front of you. Wait. It's someone I know. Your acquaintance or my acquaintance? Fang Yuan asked in confusion. Mine, but you might know her. Her name is Yang Shan. What? You know Yang Shan? Fang Yuan was shocked. Why was this woman here? Or was this 4 Dragons Fang Zun related to her? In an instant, he thought a lot. Yao Na didn't notice Fang Yuan's change in tone, but explained, of course I know her. She's an international agent, codenamed Black Rose. She's been working for foreign forces in recent years. As for her exact identity, including whether her real name is Yang Shan, I have been unable to find any information. So, she is a dangerous person. You must be careful later. Also, the person who sold the 4 Dragon Square tripod at this auction is a collector named Chin Shou. Please pay attention. Now, she's coming into the house. Clear. Fang Yuan answered, followed on tiptoe, entered Yang Shan's room, and hid in the corner. A faint fragrance wafted into the room. It was so late, but Yang Shan hadn't rested yet. Fang Yuan watched her take off her clothes, then put on a bathrobe, apparently going to take a shower. Although he had seen Yang Shan's figure, this was the first time he saw someone so frank. Looking at the plump young woman in front of him, Fang Yuan swallowed hard and didn't take action until she entered the bathroom. What he was looking for was a piece of information. Fang Yuan picked up Yang Shan's cell phone, but had no way to unlock it, so he had to put it back. Then he looked around the room again, and after making sure that he didn't find what he wanted, he decided to leave. There was a sound of water dripping in the bathroom. Fang Yuan opened the door and was about to leave when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Whoosh! He suddenly turned sideways, and an awl rubbed his nose and stabbed into the door. Show yourself, Mr. Feng. Yang Shan appeared naked at the bathroom door with a smile on her face. Ha, you found out. Fang Yuan had no choice but to take off his invisibility cloak. When she saw Fang Yuan again, Yang Shan's eyes were full of passion. Both his appearance and figure satisfied Yang Shan's appetite very much, especially his 2.5 hours of fighting power, which made her salivate. Discovered? Yao Na's voice suddenly came. It's okay, I can handle it. Fang Yuan no longer avoided the question and answered directly. Can you handle this? Hearing this, Yang Shan's face instantly turned cold. Do you think you can handle it this time? The last time Fang Yuan tricked her into taking that medicine, he actually left, causing her to endure pain for a long time that night. Now that they met again, of course he wanted to avenge his past humiliation. But Fang Yuan's ability to become invisible and temporarily control others still made her wary. Just try it and you'll know. Fang Yuan unplugged the intercom device from his body and rushed towards Yang Shan. Yang Shan reacted quickly, but at the moment of the fight, she instantly felt a sense of familiarity. Just like looking in a mirror, Fang Yuan's skills were extremely similar to hers, even some of her habitual movements were so identical. How did you do that? Yang Shan was obviously panicked. Although they had the same skills, she was no match for Fang Yuan in terms of strength. After just a few rounds, she was pinned to the bed. Damn it! Let me go! Yang Shan pushed Fang Yuan desperately. Let you go? And then continue to fight me? Fang Yuan smiled coldly, lowered his body, and increased the strength of his hands. Don't think. As she spoke, Yang Shan trembled all over, and her face instantly turned red to the base of her neck. Fang Yuan, you. Yang Shan stared at Fang Yuan coldly with her beautiful eyes. What do you mean by me? Isn't this what you've been looking forward to? Fang Yuan smiled evilly. So, your target is also the 4 dragons Fang Zun, right? Yang Shan's expression changed slightly. Now that her purpose had been guessed, there was nothing to hide. She whispered, not bad. So, you want to cooperate? Certainly. Although cooperating with her is not a good thing, there is no way to get rid of her at the moment. Hey, wait, what are you doing? What do you say I do? Yang Shan changed her expression at this moment. She licked her lips, her flaming red lips slightly curled up, and whispered, I want to collect some interest first. Fang Yuan thought his spring had finally arrived, but this woman was simply being ridiculous. She refused to let him in, only using her delicate fingers, and even said euphemistically, You're so strong in combat, I'm afraid I'll be exhausted after this. This was clearly revenge for Fang Yuan standing her up last time. What a sin! For the 4 Dragon Square tripod, bidding at an auction house is not a wise choice. The key is to steal it. Yang Shan is just an agent. She is good at infiltration and disguise, but she is not suitable for security. Therefore, Fang Yuan is Chen Shou's undercover agent. And that is exactly what is happening. Yang Shan is undercover beside Chen Shou, and her goal is to get the 4 Dragon Square tripod. As one of the 7 treasures that reveal the secret, the 4 Dragon Square tripod had been missing before the appearance of the Queen's Tears. It suddenly appeared at this time, which must be strange. Moreover, as its collector, Chen Shou gave the reason for the auction. In his hands, the 4-dragon square tripod was just a waste, so it would be better to sell it for some money so that it would not be coveted by thieves. This is obviously untenable. But now, no matter whether he can stand his ground or not, Fang Yuan is going to take action. He put on the invisibility cloak again and followed Yang Shan out. As expected of an international spy, Yang Shan has integrated herself into the group and completely gained Chen Shou's trust. Many people greeted her on the way. Yang Shan nodded one by one, and then took Fang Yuan all the way to the safe house in the core of the manor. The 4-dragon square tripod is right here. The safe room is the highest level of security in the manor, and is heavily blocked inside. This is it. Yang Shan tossed Fang Yuan a card and pointed to a 5-centimeter thick steel door. Here's the key. Don't lose it. I'll be your watchdog from now on. The password is 521. Chapter 114, Escape. Outside the manor, Fang Yuan contacted Yao Na again and asked her to keep an eye on the changes in the situation around her. Inside the manor, Yang Shan was keeping watch for him nearby. And he was wearing an invisibility cloak, so he was absolutely safe. But before entering the safe room, he still took a precaution. He used Yang Shan's hacking skills to implant AI images without disrupting the surveillance, making it appear that no one was there at all times. After doing all this, Fang Yuan took out the card, swiped open the iron door in front of him, and entered the safe room. The space inside is not big, less than 30 square meters. In the middle is a table with a safe on it. Fang Yuan walked over, entered the password given by Yang Shan, and successfully opened the safe. There are 4 dragon square sensors placed prominently inside. The moment he saw Fang Zun, Fang Yuan activated the Eye of Insight to check, and information quickly appeared. What a pity, it's fake. Since it was fake, there was no value in taking the risk. Fang Yuan decisively left the safe house before he was discovered. Walk. Yang Shan was still on guard outside the door. Fang Yuan walked over and spoke in a low voice. Yang Shan understood, and the two of them strolled out of the safe house and returned to her room. Fang Yuan did not take off his invisibility cloak, but directly talked about the situation of the 4-dragon square lord. Is this true? Yana's voice in the headphones and Yang Shan's voice in front of her came at the same time. I'm sorry. Fang Yuan said calmly, this 4-dragon square Zun is a replica, and it's no more than a month old. What? Such a waste of effort. Yana's tone suddenly became extremely depressed. It's not a wasted effort. Judging from the time this 4-dragon square tripod was copied, it means the person who copied it must have seen the 4-dragon square tripod before. Fang Yuan expressed his guess. Yes. Yang Shan thought it made sense. Chen Shou is a very cautious guy. How could he take out the real 4-dragon square tripod and put it in such a conspicuous place? Since this is just a smokescreen, the real thing should still be in his hands, we just don't know it. But if that's the case, will he put the real thing up for auction? Yana listened carefully to the conversation between the two and was instantly at a loss. What should we do next? It's cold. The food isn't here, so of course we should leave immediately. Fang Yuan had a vague sense of foreboding. Yes, retreat quickly. Let's go together. After saying that, Yang Shan found a piece of clothing to put on, opened the door and was about to leave. Since there is no real 4-dragon square master here, there is no need for her to stay any longer. Careful. Just as she was about to leave, Fang Yuan quickly stepped forward, knocked her to the ground, and dragged her back into the house. Outside the door, dense gunfire rang out. Day. After the gunshots, the scene quieted down. Yana anxiously asked, Fang Yuan, what happened over there? She had already left her original place, and from this angle, she couldn't see what was happening at all. Fang Yuan did not answer, because at this moment, a man appeared in front of him. Ha, you're Black Rose after all. You use so many aliases just to be undercover by my side, right? This was an old man in his late 50s. Because of his invisibility cloak, he didn't notice Fang Yuan. He just pointed his gun at Yang Shan, with a ruthless look in his eyes. Chen Shou. Yang Shan stood up calmly, then smiled charmingly. So, are you going to get rid of me? Chen Shou shook his head. No, I actually want you more than getting rid of you. They say you're a flower in the Secret Service world and never show your true face. So, this face of yours is fake, right? I also heard that beneath this fake face of yours, you have a face that is so stunning that it can shame the moon and flowers. I have long wanted to see it. And I put a lot of thought into luring you out. So, do you like the trap I set for you? Chen Shou lowered his eyes, looked at Yang Shan's hot body, and licked the corner of his mouth greedily. Yang Shan looked at him with disgust and sneered, "Since I embarked on this journey, I have long since disregarded my body, but that doesn't mean I'm interested in an old man like you. Besides, you're so old and weak now, how can you feed me?" "You." Chen Shou was devastated, his pistol cocked, ready to fire at any moment. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Snort. It would be a lie to say that she is not afraid of death, but for someone in Yang Shan's line of work, life and death have long been disregarded. What's more, she may not die. "Old man, are you afraid of death?" At this moment, a pistol appeared out of nowhere and pressed against Chen Shou's temple. "What? Who are you? How could you?" Chen Shou was so frightened that his soul flew away. There was nothing in front of him, but the gun was pointed at his head, and the bodyguard outside the door also looked stunned. "Hey, don't worry about it. Do you want to live? If you do, let us go." Okay. Chen Shou didn't dare to refuse, and said tremblingly, "Don't shoot. I will send you out right now." Then a strange scene appeared. Chen Shou, Yang Shan, and a hanging gun left the manor in a swagger after shooting. Another car? Fang Yuan's tone seemed to be one of negotiation, but in reality, it did not tolerate rejection. Chen Shou had no choice but to do as he was told. He waved his hand and a welding horse drove out from the manor. At this time, Yao Na also saw the scene and agreed with Fang Yuan through the headset to meet in the city. "This invisible man? I have done what you said. Can you let me go now? What are you thinking about?" Fang Yuan sneered, "People say we'll escort you 1,000 miles. Well, let's not talk about 1,000 miles, but at least 8 or 10 miles, right? Don't worry, we'll release you once we get us there, so tell your men to behave themselves." Well. Chen Shou understood what he meant and quickly shouted to his men behind him, "Don't follow me later. Anyone who dares to follow me will be killed." Yang Shan got in the car and made sure there was no tracking device. Then she let Fang Yuan take Chen Shou in the car, then she stepped on the accelerator and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the car, Fang Yuan asked, "Old man, let me ask you, where is the Four Dragons Square monument?" Chen Shou quickly replied, "I don't know." Fang Yuan loaded the gun. No. Chen Shou panicked and quickly explained, "I really don't have the Four Dragons Square tripod. This scheme was set up by a man named K. He told me to just spread the word and that the real thing would naturally appear at the auction." "What, K?" Yang Shan reacted strongly and drove much faster, soon entering the urban area. Yao Na, fully armed, jumped into the car and threw the sniper rifle into the back seat. "You can go now." Fang Yuan was about to let the man go when Yang Shan suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute." As she spoke, she turned around, stabbed Chen Shou in the face, and then said fiercely, "Old man, get out. Oh my god, so cruel." Fang Yuan looked at Yang Shan in surprise, then kicked Chen Shou out of the car. "Black Rose, I won't let you go." Chen Shou covered his face, looked at the welding horse going away, and roared heartbreakingly. The car sped along the coastline and soon arrived at a motel. After all, it was a temporary team, and Yao Na knew Yang Shan, but she didn't trust her very much. Before she even got out of the car, she pointed her gun at Yang Shan. Chapter 115, Young Lady Killer Training Program. "Miss Yao, pointing a gun at your own people at this time is not a wise choice." Yang Shan was not surprised. She raised her hands to indicate that she posed no threat. "Oh, are you one of us?" Yao Na sneered. She did not trust Yang Shan. What's more, Yang Shan's target was also the Four Dragons Square Zone, and she was in competition with her. The atmosphere was a little tense for a moment, and only Fang Yuan could break the ice. "All right. Sister Yao, put down the gun." Fang Yuan pressed the gun down from Yao Na's hand and said seriously, "Everyone's target is the Four Dragons Fang Zone. If you want to fight, at least you should get him in your hands first." Snort. Only then did Yao Na put down the gun angrily. Fang Yuan continued, "Based on the current intelligence, I have analyzed 2 scenarios. The first possibility is that, as Chen Shou said, his Four Dragon Square tripod is a fake, and the real one will appear at the auction. And the second possibility is that this is fake news spread by someone from the beginning." At this point, the auction became confusing. Yang Shan thought for a moment and said, "There's another way." We can get close to the Four Dragon Square zone before the auction. After saying that, she walked up to Fong Yuan and lifted his chin with her hand. Yana frowned and said unhappily, "What are you doing?" Yang Shan smiled charmingly, "That depends on him." Fong Yuan was confused. "What does this have to do with me?" "You'll know when the time comes." Yang Shan smiled mysteriously and kept the secret. Cut. Yana rolled her eyes, but she also temporarily accepted the cooperation with Yang Shan. After all, everyone has the same goal, and it won't be too late to fight for it after getting the Four Dragon Square tripod. The three of them rented a room to rest. Yang Shan took out her cell phone and found the information about the auction. Fong Yuan and Yao Na's phones were left at the villa, so they could only go over to take a look. She clicked on a photo of a red-haired beauty. She looked very young, with a standard Western figure, sexy and hot. "This is Katerina." Yang Shan introduced Fong Yuan and the others. "He's the organizer of this international auction and has a lot of authority. The auction will officially begin in 4 days, so the real Four Dragon Square tripod needs to be handed in by then. If any of us can deal with Katerina, then we can determine whether the Four Dragon Square zone is real or fake." As she spoke, Yang Shan looked at Fong Yuan, and her meaning was very clear. Done. Fong Yuan finally understood why Yang Shan said she wanted to rely on him, but why did he feel like he was being sold? No. Yao Na also realized something and decisively rejected the plan. The air suddenly became quiet. It's true that Yao Na admires Fong Yuan, but what she admires is his purity and charm. She was already very concerned about Fong Yuan's marriage, and she had struggled many times before finally accepting this reality. Now, he was actually seducing women on his own initiative. This is simply a betrayal to her and Xin Jijing. What's more, Fong Yuan is a gentleman and he doesn't want to do this, so he decisively put forward another candidate. "Well, I recently met a new brother named Yan Jidao. He's been with countless women, so I think we should ask him for help with this matter." No. Yang Shan refused without a second thought. Yan Jidao was not qualified. His skills are only good enough to deceive those innocent young girls. He is not good enough to stand in front of Katerina. Yang Shan knew Yan Jidao well enough and knew that he was a playboy from the Yin family in Kyoto. Not to mention Yao Na. When she mentioned him, the image of him with sunken eyes and a frail figure who had to hold his waist came immediately to her mind. After much thought, it seems that only Fong Yuan is suitable. Yao Na relaxed. "How about you try it?" "That's right, try it." Yang Shan immediately said, "And we're not asking you to sleep with her. We just need to attract her and get what we want. You can leave at any time." Yang Shan often uses this method. For example, when she was undercover at Qinshou, she used seduction. This is actually not shameful. In Yang Shan's value system, as long as the goal can be achieved, the method is not important. Okay. Fong Yuan agreed reluctantly. Nice. Next, Yang Shan introduced Catalina to Fong Yuan. Katerina, her parents are successful businessmen in Europe. She is also a standard elite. She has been married once and is currently single and has no children. This person is quite proud. It's hard for ordinary people to win her heart. Besides, you only have 2 days to prepare. So, I plan to make some sacrifices with Miss Yao so that you can learn how to control a woman's heart during this period. Fong Yuan was completely stunned. "Are you sure it was you two who sacrificed, not me?" "Well, in order to capture the 4 dragons, I'm willing to risk everything." Yao Na expressed great interest, and Yang Shan's eyes were also full of anticipation. "That's right, don't be so ungrateful. Liking and being liked are 2 different things. What women need is the feeling of being cared for and concerned. Moreover, one can feel whether a person is attentive or not, and this is what Fong Yuan needs to train." After making a training plan, it was getting late, so Yang Shan and Yao Na slept together, while Fong Yuan lay on the sofa, and the 3 of them went to sleep like this. Nothing happened that night, and Fong Yuan was woken up the next morning around 7 o'clock. Yang Shan wants to give him a lesson. First of all, whether you're targeting a man or a woman, you need to treat the problem appropriately. What women like is attitude, expressed from the heart, so even if it's fake, you have to give it 100%. Even if you don't like the person in front of you, you must fully express your love. Hearing this, Fong Yuan blinked. "How do I put this?" "So?" Yang Shan demonstrated. She took the initiative to approach Fong Yuan, and without any sense of incongruity, she showed the attitude of a naive little girl who had just fallen in love. She clamped her throat and called out in a sweet voice. Fong Yuan Gie. Oh my god. Fong Yuan trembled with fear, a sense of unreality rising in his heart. Sister, let's talk normally. Fuck you, who is your elder sister? Do you even understand this feeling? Yang Shan was very dissatisfied with this title and immediately returned to her normal tone. Forehead. Fong Yuan took a deep breath. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. You're just like an old cucumber painted green, pretending to be young. Yana, who was standing by, had already been laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back and couldn't help but complain. Shut up. Or you come. Yang Shan's tone turned cold, and Yana immediately held back her laughter. She waved her hand, signaling her to continue the performance. I'll ask you again, do you understand? Her eyes could kill. I understand. Well, today, you will use your sincerity to win me over. Fong Yuan was suddenly at a loss. I want to conquer her, or I want to be sincere about it, but I have no idea what she likes. How can I start? Fong Yuan thought about it again and again and decided to use some primitive routines. For example, two people go out on a date. The hotel was not far from the beach, where he might have a chance to capture Yang Shan. Looking at Fong Yuan's thoughtful expression, Yang Shan smiled brightly, and was angry at his methods. Finally, Fong Yuan spoke. Miss Yang, do you want to go on a date with me on the beach? When Yang Shan heard this, her nose was crooked with anger, but she still said, You are a man. If you want to conquer a woman, you must start from a dominant position. Don't ask me about that. Chapter 116, Flirting. By the sea, on the beach. People gathered in groups of 3 or 5, enjoying sunbathing or playing beach volleyball. There were also many couples exuding youthful hormones, making it very lively. Yang Shan was wearing a bikini and walking on the beach with Fong Yuan. Her figure is really great. The muscles outlined by the bikini are beautiful. Her body is smooth and has no trace of fat. Coupled with the temperament of a young woman, she attracts a lot of people's attention. In this environment full of vitality and flourishing, Fong Yuan began his strategy. Ahem, do you want to put on sunscreen? Yang Shan rolled her eyes. What kind of old trick is this? Remember, you have to see it from my perspective. You. As she was speaking, her attention was attracted by Fong Yuan's figure. Having a lot of money means you can do whatever you want. Yang Shan licked her lips and lay down. Well, apply it. Fong Yuan squatted down swiftly, finished painting quickly, and then asked, How about playing games next? I'm too lazy to move. Then, how about I give you a massage? If you want a massage, a hotel is fine. Why come to the beach? As she spoke, Yang Shan rolled her eyes again. Fong Yuan scratched his butt, feeling overwhelmed. Serving a woman is definitely the most difficult task in the world. You never know what they want, and they will always just let you guess. Fong Yuan was now completely out of ideas. Seeing how he was struggling, Yang Shan came over and said, Listen up, little guy. Women are all sensitive. Some like to be proactive, while others prefer to be passive. It all depends on how you strike the right balance. Even if it's simply about meeting each other's needs, there always has to be a beginning. Shall we begin? Fong Yuan suddenly had an idea and put his arm around Yang Shan's waist, their eyes meeting. In just a moment, Yang Shan's eyes became charming, full of affection and gentle as water, but she quickly returned to normal. No, I don't see emotion in your eyes, fail. After saying that, she pushed Fong Yuan away, found a deserted beach and sat down, feeling the sunlight on her skin very comfortably. This is too difficult. Fong Yuan muttered as he followed. If you like something, you like it. If you don't like something, you don't like it. Fong Yuan can't do it at all when he has to pretend to like something even though he clearly doesn't like it and can't let anyone see it. The sea breeze blew, and Fong Yuan sat silently beside Yang Shan. How do you usually approach girls? Fong Yuan has had 2 romantic experiences, but if he really wants to talk about love, it is only with Li Liao. At that time, he was a typical bootlicker who thought he could bootlick his girlfriend until she got married, but ended up with nothing. But Yang Shan's words gave Fong Yuan inspiration. Thinking of the scene in Tom and Jerry, he quickly got up and ran away. After a while, he came back with a lot of things in his arms. Here I come. Under Yang Shan's surprised gaze, he then took out some miscellaneous things such as drinks, snacks, sunglasses, etc., and finally took out a parasol and put it on the beach. Whoa, what are you doing? Are you planning on licking me? Yang Shan was a little amused and helpless. That's right. Fang Yuan nodded and said seriously, you know me too. If someone like you had appeared in my school days, I would have licked him without hesitation. Hearing this, Yang Shan's eyes softened a little. I understand you, but do you understand me? Fang Yuan shook his head, sat down, put a straw in Yang Shan's drink, handed it to her, and said, but you should have many identities. Sometimes I wonder, if I were you, would I end up not even knowing who I am? Oh, childish. Yang Shan chuckled, not sure if it was sarcasm or self-mockery. She took the drink and took a sip. This drink seems to taste a bit bitter. Fang Yuan continued, actually, I'm really not good at sweet talk. Maybe that's why I lack love for you. He had feelings for Shin Jijing, and he tried to do the same things he did for her on Yang Shan, but found that nothing was appropriate. The reason is that the two are essentially different. One is in true love, while the other is in a hostile relationship. Now they are just cooperating. Oh. There was another chuckle, but this time Yang Shan closed her eyes. Do you know how you make me feel? What? Yang Shan suddenly opened her eyes. Mystery. Fang Yuan explained, you are like the white moonlight, or the person hidden in a mysterious corner. I have spent my entire life trying to catch up with you, but in the end, you will not stay by my side. So, I want to say. Fang Yuan looked at Yang Shan seriously, his eyes full of sincerity. Don't say it, I understand everything. Yang Shan touched Fang Yuan's lips with her finger. Everything is implied. Boom. Boom. My heart seemed to skip a beat. Fang Yuan put his arm around Yang Shan's waist, and she slowly closed her eyes, feeling Fang Yuan's breath, looking forward to the next move. Just the next moment. Careful. Fang Yuan hugged Yang Shan and rolled over, avoiding the fatal blow. I saw a blonde foreigner from behind stabbing towards me with a dagger in his hand, but when he failed to hit me, he ran away immediately. Few people paid attention to the little incident on the beach. Fang Yuan watched the man flee and was about to chase him, but Yang Shan stopped him. Don't chase him. The killer won't pursue him if he can't hit him in one blow. He should be coming for me. I'm being targeted. Having her long-awaited event disrupted, Yang Shan's eyes gradually turned cold. Fang Yuan was a little confused. Being targeted? What did you do to deserve such hatred? He. Yang Shan said disdainfully, I have many enemies, but recently, it might be Qin Shou. Ah, Qin Shou, then we. Fang Yuan was a little worried about Yao Na and wanted to go back immediately. Don't worry about your Yao Na, she's no worse than me. Besides, these people are coming for me, what does it have to do with her? Yang Shan said calmly, then suddenly stood up and touched her belly. I'm hungry, let's go eat. Fang Yuan thought about it and felt that nothing should happen, so he followed. There is a restaurant on the beach, but it is very expensive. Fang Yuan looked around and, based on the principle of saving as much as possible when traveling, he ordered the cheapest couple's set meal. The restaurant served the food very quickly. When Fang Yuan was carrying the set meal back, he saw a few foreigners looking at Yang Shan. They are all very strong. They were harassing Yang Shan. Beautiful lady, I really like women with yellow skin. I wonder if I can spend a pleasant leisure time with you? And I promise that my ability. The man pointed at himself and said, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Ha 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 ha. The rest of the people also echoed, that's right, if he can't do it, we are still there, ha ha ha. Please move aside. Fang Yuan, carrying a plate of food, pushed through a few people and said, there's no place for you here. After saying that, he sat down. Beauty, is this your boyfriend? Why does he look so skinny and withered? In the eyes of foreigners, big guys are the best looking, and Fang Yuan is the type with hidden explosive power. He has muscles, but he is not that big. Yang Shan chuckled, said nothing, and waited quietly for Fang Yuan's response. Fang Yuan did not disappoint her. I am the Shudao Mountain. Chapter 117, The True Face Under the Moonlight. Although it is Shudao Mountain, Fang Yuan is not so martial. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the whip 5 times at the strong man from a certain country who weighed more than 200 pounds in front of him. Fuck! The strong man was stunned by the blow and let out a strange cry. Then the aftereffects hit him and he howled in pain. Seeing this, the others all took up fighting stances. Fong Yuan didn't dare to be careless. He turned around and kicked the man, causing him to see stars and fall to the ground. Fong Yuan then took over, neutralized the attacks of the others, and took the initiative to attack. After a series of moves, it was like a blockbuster movie, and several strong men were knocked down in an instant. Empty stomach. Chinese is empty stomach. Only then did these strong men realize that they had offended someone they shouldn't have. Fong Yuan extended his hand, politely pulled the man to his feet, and asked, "What did you learn from this?" However, this man was already frightened and just kept shouting "Chinese is hungry" in a daze, unable to utter a word. At this time, the restaurant's security personnel also came over, quickly dealt with these people, and apologized to Fong Yuan. In the worldview of these people, the strong are respected. The strength displayed by Fong Yuan also made those in the restaurant who originally had fantasies about Yang Shan stop thinking about it. The only reason you come to the beach is to look at beautiful girls and chat with them. It's not worth getting beaten up for this. Wow, a hero saving a beautiful girl, so cool, do you want me to marry you? Yang Shan seized the opportunity to tease Fong Yuan. Okay, how about now? Fong Yuan refused to accept the loss and gestured for her to eat with a smile. Tisk, boring. Yang Shan was frustrated and stopped talking. It was already evening when they finished their meal. There were not many people on the beach, so the two left the restaurant. Yang Shan. What? Yang Shan yawned, feeling a little bored. However, the next moment, Fong Yuan suddenly picked her up, ran straight to the beach, and returned to her original position. What are you doing? This sudden action caught Yang Shan off guard. I see. Actually, admiring someone and liking someone don't conflict. I admire you, your abilities, and your. As Fong Yuan spoke, his gaze moved downwards, and the towering peaks were about to emerge. No wonder those strong men are drooling over it. It turns out that the bikini is too small and can't cover it anymore. Hey, you little rascal, do you have the guts? What do you think? Fong Yuan leaned forward and said in a low voice, "Don't you want to pledge your love to me? I think it's time to do it now." Yang Shan's cheeks were slightly flushed, and the close touch stimulated every inch of her skin. This kid. Yang Shan was stunned and met Fong Yuan's gaze. His eyes were sincere, the kind of look that showed pure admiration, without any evil thoughts mixed in. Call. Yang Shan hooked her arm around Fong Yuan's neck and whispered, "You're lucky. The moonlight is reflected on the sea, and the waves shatter the reflection of the moon." Under a reef, two passionate people embraced and kissed each other. Fong Yuan's breath constantly stimulated the primitive heat in Yang Shan's heart. The war is about to break out. All right. Fong Yuan suddenly let go of Yang Shan. I succeeded. What a joke. In this kind of environment and place, what if something gets infected? You. The warm wind suddenly stopped, and a biting cold wind blew, and Yang Shan widened her eyes. Damn it. We were just one step away. Fong Yuan smiled slyly. Well, I did a good job, didn't I? Not even close. Yang Shan said coldly. At this moment, her heart was filled with irritability. This feeling of loneliness, emptiness, and coldness made her want to kill someone. But she also knew that in this line of work, everything was mission-oriented and feelings were a luxury. If possible, the person next to you was just someone to be killed. From this point of view, Fong Yuan actually did a very good job. But for a moment, her heart was still deeply moved. I want to know the real you. Fong Yuan said something for no reason. What? Fong Yuan didn't answer, and said seriously, I don't want to just get your body. No. To be more precise, it's you who are being controlled by desire. If I could have one, I hope it would be the real you. Fong Yuan's eyes were firm, and Yang Shan was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she sighed, walked to Fong Yuan, pressed close to his chest, and groped his cheek with her hand. Only once. Just like Tom Cruise in the movie, she tore off that disguise. Just as Chen Shou said, no one had ever seen Yang Shan's true appearance, but at this moment, Fong Yuan felt it. Under the curved eyebrows, there are a pair of deep and bright eyes, a small and straight nose, lips as red as blood, and slightly flushed cheeks, like peach blossoms blooming in spring. This was the most perfect face he had ever seen. Every detail met his aesthetic standards and was so stunning that it was beyond words. Fong Yuan's breathing was rapid. Really, is it really possible? Yang Shan understood what Fong Yuan meant, and she responded cunningly, guess? After saying that, she hooked her arms around Fong Yuan's neck. She couldn't wait any longer. The reflection in the moonlight is like the whisper of a witch. On the coast, under the rocks. 2.5 hours long. Yang Shan was completely out of strength. This was a wonderful experience she had never had before, absolutely unforgettable. Even after many years, the feeling was still imprinted in her soul. I want more than just this. Fong Yuan whispered. He really hopes that Yang Shan can join his team. Little guy. Yang Shan chuckled and whispered, don't think that a woman can be easily dealt with. You are far from it. Let me be frank. How much does it cost to hire you? Money? This seemed to have touched Yang Shan's nerves. She pushed Fong Yuan away, stood up, put on her clothes, and whispered to him with her back to him, don't think money can solve everything. She left after she finished speaking, leaving Fong Yuan with only her back. At the motel, Yang Shan went to take a shower as soon as she came back. Yana glanced at Fong Yuan and saw his smug look. She smiled and said, it seems your trick has worked. No, that's not the case. Fong Yuan scratched his head embarrassedly. Yana suddenly said seriously, I advise you not to take it too seriously. Yang Shan is not simple. If you really fall in love with her, this will be the beginning of a nightmare. Sister Yao, you think too much. I do like her. Yao Na understood immediately and gave Fong Yuan a blank look. What a vicious word. The next day came in a blink of an eye. As soon as Fong Yuan got up, he was pulled away by Yao Na. She didn't like the beach, but she was more enthusiastic than Yang Shan and got into the mood immediately, without even needing Fong Yuan to help her. The two of them strolled through the streets of the city, experiencing the life here. With yesterday's experience, Fong Yuan has mastered the skills. He can use seduction to deal with Yang Shan, and she will definitely take the bait. But Yao Na. She usually seems frivolous and touchy towards you, but if you can't get into her heart, don't expect to succeed. You know, when she was in the casino, Yao Na would rather sell her gold watch than her earrings. This fully demonstrates that she likes the sense of ceremony. This requires Fong Yuan to enter her heart. Fong Yuan reviewed his acquaintance with Yao Na. The first time they met was at a technology summit. She had no interest in him at all and acted very cold. The reason why her attitude changed later was only because her hidden charm was stimulated. Then, we must analyze what Yao Na really wants. Chapter 118, Treasures of the Amusement Park. The second time I met Yao Na was at Li's house. This was a step in the progress of their relationship. From that day on, they maintained this relationship. Every time at a critical moment, Yao Na would resist. Fong Yuan thought about it and made a decision in his mind. Nana. What did you call me? This sudden address made Yao Na breathe faster for a moment. The direction is right. Fong Yuan struck while the iron was hot. Nana, what's wrong? Isn't it too hard for you to bear this identity all these years? You. Yao Na was speechless when asked. Yes, how can it not be hard? As a member of the Yao family, she had to master many things since she was born. Even though she didn't do them voluntarily, she had no choice but to accept them. Including her skills, for a girl like her, it's not like she's going to be a spy, so this is totally unnecessary. But as the eldest daughter of the Yao family, she must do these things. After a long silence, Yao Na suddenly asked Fong Yuan, do you really want to know? Nana, I want to know everything about you. Fong Yuan said seriously. Actually, my story is very simple. The two of them strolled down the street. Yao Na reminisced about the past and said softly, because others need it, I have to study. This is my responsibility. There is no hardship or ease, There is no suffering or no suffering. Fong Yuan could tell it was a disguise. She is a person who hides her true thoughts very deeply, and it seems that it is not easy to dig them out. It seems that this is the only way. Fong Yuan took Yao Na's hand and said, I've come up with something good. Come on. I'll take you there. When dealing with people with stories like this, sincerity is the ultimate weapon, but the prerequisite is to make the other person let down their guard. And the best place to let down your guard is at the amusement park. Fong Yuan wants to bring Yao Na to experience some happiness, and use this good opportunity for interaction to let her know what a young couple date is. Then take advantage of her happiness to show her true self. With a goal in mind, Fong Yuan had motivation, and he quickly found the amusement park. After quickly paying the fee to enter the park, the two started their first project. Roller coaster. Have you ever played it? No. Yana's tone was neither fearful nor nervous. For her, who is used to seeing big storms and waves, the excitement of a roller coaster is nothing. But as the roller coaster started and Fong Yuan grabbed her hand, Yana looked at Fong Yuan with more tenderness in her eyes. Get ready, coming. The flying car climbed to the highest point and then rushed down at an extremely fast speed. The passengers on it screamed, and Fong Yuan also enjoyed it. Woohoo! So cool! Ah! Fong Yuan kept shouting, and his performance was not a deliberate act, but a genuine expression. Woohoo! Although Yana didn't feel any emotion in her heart, she still imitated Fong Yuan's way and started screaming. Then a strange feeling came over me, as if a balloon had been deflated, and I felt inexplicably refreshed. But happy times are always short. As the roller coaster reached the bottom, the screaming stopped and the balloon stopped deflation. After finishing one project, Fong Yuan pulled her to the next one. Yana looked at Fong Yuan and felt his authenticity. To be honest, Yana has looked for both little boys and younger brothers, but they were all very deliberate and only cared about their money and status. It was neither real nor comfortable. But Fong Yuan is different. He is simply a sunny and cheerful boy. Sunny and cheerful. Still strong. Bumper cars, come on. This project requires couples to sit in a car and collide with other couples. Yao Na was a little reserved. This was not in line with her character and she had never done such a thing before. Come on, let's play. Fong Yuan pushed Yao Na into the car, asked her to accelerate, and he was responsible for adjusting the direction. Bang! Bang! Fong Yuan had a lot of fun, and Yao Na slowly relaxed. The two of them chased other couples and had a lot of fun. Come on. Come. After integrating into the role, Yao Na felt that her mentality had become much younger and she started shouting wildly. A game ended, and the combination of Fong Yuan and Yao Na was far ahead on the scoreboard. The boss also sent a car model as a reward. Yeah. Fong Yuan put his arm around Yao Na's waist and spun her around twice. Several couples nearby applauded and congratulated them. We are the champions. Yao Na was also infected by Fong Yuan's emotions and laughed from the bottom of her heart. Next project. After experiencing all the projects, big and small, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yao Na sat on the bench to rest. Although her mouth was dry, she couldn't hide her happiness on her face. Yes. Fong Yuan bought a one-piece popsicle, broke it in half, and handed one half to Yao Na. So sweet. Yao Na was a little surprised. This popsicle looked cheap, but it tasted better than some of the self-proclaimed high-end brands she had tried, such as Hogdas and Zhongshuigao. Fong Yuan sat next to her and said with a smile, "When I was little, my family was poor. Other children had pocket money, but I didn't. So I could only watch them eat spicy noodles. At that time, I was craving their spicy strips. I always thought they were a good thing and secretly vowed to eat a pack a day in the future. Later, when I was able to work on my own, I decided to buy the snacks I craved as a child to make up for it. But it wasn't until then that I realized that spicy strips tasted average and would make me thirsty after eating them. It's just a matter of time and position." Yao Na ate a popsicle, said something obscure, and then took a deep breath. What to do? She seems to have fallen. Yao Na couldn't help but recall every detail of her acquaintance with Fong Yuan. When I first met him at the technology summit, I just thought he was a frivolous boy, the kind of person who, as the old saying goes, is not good at talking and is not reliable in doing things. But later, as he showed his talent and punished Shi Yunfeng with thundering means, his humble attitude really made me admire him. Then, I met the Li family. After getting along with him for a while, I just admired him a little more. But just now, Yao Na had an idea that she didn't want anything but to live in this paradise with her little brother forever. She suppressed the thought and looked into the distance. Once upon a time, she also longed for the scene of taking her children to the amusement park. Unfortunately, she was born in the Yao family, so she had to take the initiative to shoulder responsibilities that others could not. Just as Fong Yuan said, she also longed for an amusement park when she was a child, but her status did not allow her to do such extraordinary things. It was not until today that she realized that what she wanted was not physical pleasure, but someone who could truly understand her. After more than 40 years of life, I actually... At this moment, not knowing whether it was an illusion or something else, Yana seemed to see her childhood self smiling at her on the carousel. She felt relieved. At this moment, she let go of everything. Fong Yuan. Yana took the initiative to hook her arms around Fong Yuan's neck, looking for the treasure she expected. Chapter 119, Journey to the West. There is no treasure in the amusement park. Today, Yana finally opened her heart and found the feeling of her youth. She had a lot of fun and her whole temperament changed drastically. She snuggled up to Fong Yuan and felt like a girl in love. Before they knew it, it was time for dinner. Yana and Fong Yuan got up and planned to find a place to replenish their energy. There is a Western restaurant opposite the amusement park. It looks pretty good and has set menus, which is just right for the current situation. In the restaurant, the two sat opposite each other, ordered food and ate, without saying a word, but it seemed as if they had said everything. After finishing their meal quietly, Yana looked at Fong Yuan lovingly and said, "When I think about dating you just to get you to get information from other women, it feels so unreal." After calming down, she realized that Fong Yuan did not belong to her. He is a hidden dragon in the abyss. Even though his current foundation is very low, he will eventually rise up and become a dragon. Although she is in a high position, she is bound by rules and regulations all the time. This feeling for Fong Yuan seemed to have become a dream again. It's all true. Fong Yuan reached out and took Yana's hand, saying seriously, "Nana, when life is good, you should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let your golden cup face the moon empty. I want you to let go of your grudges, be happy, and pursue your life freely." Freedom. Yana looked at Fong Yuan's sincere eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter. She reached out and ruffled his hair and said, "Little brother, you also want to be my life mentor. You are very interesting, and you have an indescribable charm. I was not sure whether I liked you before, but today, I finally understand." Yana said cautiously. She was actually very conflicted in her heart. All along, whenever she met Fong Yuan, she acted like a mature older sister teasing a younger brother, teasing him to the utmost, and then stopping just before the final push. This time, she decided to let Fong Yuan score. "I'll wait for you in the room tonight." Yana spoke very bluntly, and her eyes were already revealing. "Why wait till night? Let's go back now." Fong Yuan took Yana back to the hotel. In the hotel, Yang Shan was organizing Catalina's information for Fong Yuan. In her opinion, Fong Yuan's special training was very successful. She just needed to find an opportunity to contact Katerina in the next few days. "You're back." Yang Shan saw through the secret between the two at a glance. It seems that today's special training was very successful. "I happen to have something to do tonight, so I'll give the room to you too." Yana's face flushed, and she quickly said, "No, let's talk about tomorrow's matter first." "All right." Yang Shan's eyes were complicated. Yana was also dumbfounded. She was just being polite, but she didn't expect Yang Shan to take it seriously. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes, why are they playing Liao Zhai? These Nias must be doing it on purpose. But the words have already been said, and it would be awkward to take them back. Alas, it's also my fault for being too talkative. Since Yang Shan won't give me a chance, I can only try it another day. All right. Yana's tone was so resentful. Yang Shan didn't care that she was about to roll her eyes to the sky, and talked about the next plan. First, about Katrina. This woman has an extremely proud personality. No matter how outstanding a man is, he is nothing in front of her. Moreover, she is divorced. The difficulty of conquering her is much greater than those women who have never been married. So this requires careful study. According to the information Yang Shan received, Catalina will transfer the mortgage fees in the stock exchange hall at 12 noon tomorrow. This was Fong Yuan's only chance to meet her in the past few days, so leaving a good impression was crucial. But here comes the problem. Fong Yuan is Chinese, which can easily make Catalina alert, so what kind of plot to arrange for their first meeting has become the top priority at the moment. A hero saves a beautiful girl. Yang Shan suggested, how about we create a crisis for Katerina and have Fong Yuan come in and resolve it at the critical moment? No. Yana decisively refused, this would be very expensive. We don't have the money to hire extras right now. Besides, deliberately acting like a hero saving the beauty would only alert the enemy and have the opposite effect. If you ask me, it's just a chance encounter. Fong Yuan, you conquered her with your talent. Yeah, I can do either. Fong Yuan nodded, indicating that he was fine with anything. What do you think? Yana asked Yang Shan for her opinion again. Sure. But I have a question, Fang Yuan, what talents do you have? Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said, singing, dancing, rap, and playing basketball. I'm semi-professional in all of these. But is this really possible? Have no idea. Yao Na and Yang Shan shook their heads, unable to give any professional advice. After all, they usually target men, and sometimes just a glance is enough to get them involved. Then let me ask. Yang Shan, lend me your phone. Fang Yuan took the phone, thought for a moment, and called Yan Jidao. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid should have arrived in Slovenia, and it's time for him to do some work. The call was connected quickly. Hey, who are you? Yan Jidao's voice was very loud. Fang Yuan knew immediately that this guy had gone to the bar, so he said directly, Yan Jidao, I have a question for you. How do you meet women? Big brother, why are you asking this? Yan Jidao recognized Fang Yuan's voice. Stop talking nonsense and speak quickly. Oh. Yan Jidao shared his experience and added, these are just general formulas. I wonder if they can help you, big brother. Speaking of which, big brother, who are you going to deal with? Katerina. Hearing this name, Yan Jidao frowned and said, I remember her. She's the host of this auction, right? That's easy, big brother. Come to my place now. Katerina is drinking at the bar. With your melancholic temperament, it's easy to deal with her. Walter? Fang Yuan really didn't expect that someone of Catalina's status would actually go to a bar. Brother, based on my experience, this kind of woman is very reserved. Once she takes the initiative, TSK. Okay, I got it. Leave the bar first, and then help me gather some information. Okay, big brother, no problem. Yan Jidao agreed immediately. Fang Yuan hung up the phone and explained the situation to the two girls. Katerina is in the bar now. This might be an opportunity. Yes, indeed. Let's go. We'll work together for you, and you can act accordingly. They went as soon as they said they would. The three of them quickly went out and headed to the bar that Yan Jidao mentioned. Searle Bar. Catalina was feeling depressed tonight and was relaxing alone in a corner of the bar. She was under a lot of pressure during this auction. Moreover, she is 38 years old this year, in the prime of her life, but she has nowhere to release her energy. The people who usually surround her are all ordinary people, which is not to her liking. Alas, I don't know how long this kind of days will last. Catalina's sad eyes kept changing colors under the flickering lights of the bar. Soon, after finishing her glass of wine, she was about to leave. The moment she stood up, her sexy and hot body attracted the attention of many men. A middle-aged man wearing glasses swallowed his saliva quietly, then stood up and walked over, saying in a very gentlemanly manner, "Oh, beautiful lady, can I buy you a drink?" As he spoke, his eyes sparkled and the color on his face gradually revealed itself. Chapter 120, Katerina. Please move aside, I have to leave. Katerina's tone was icy. She felt disgusted at the sight of such superficial people who thought with their lower body. However, the man with glasses was unmoved. He slowly pushed his glasses and said with a bad look in his eyes, "Miss, why refuse so quickly? It's just a drink. Besides, this is the territory of the Lawrence family." Lawrence family, what is that thing? Catalina was not afraid at all, and given her status, she really didn't need to be afraid. It's obvious from the beauty that she's not from here, but I'm telling you, if you don't want to get into trouble, you have to have a drink with me. The tone of the man with glasses was full of threats. At this moment, Fang Yuan had already arrived at the bar and was sitting in the corner, waiting for the opportunity to contact Catalina. Now is the opportunity. When the man with glasses said this, Fang Yuan keenly observed that the bodyguards around Catalina were ready to take action. No, we must get ahead of them. Fang Yuan stepped forward decisively. "Sir, this lady has clearly told you that she doesn't want to drink with you. Why are you being so rude?" Before coming, Fang Yuan specially changed into a set of otaku clothing. His hidden charm value plus the mystery value granted by the set will greatly increase the success rate of the action. At this time, he was wearing a white vest, shorts and flip-flops. If he didn't look good, he would have looked like a pick-toe guy. When Catalina saw Fang Yuan, a strange look appeared in her eyes. It's an indescribable feeling. If this young man was wearing the same clothes as this, I would never even glance at him. But it is particularly pleasing to the eye on him, especially that melancholic temperament, which exudes a sense of mystery, making people want to look at it more and more. The guy with glasses was interrupted and turned back angrily, but saw a man with funny clothes and an oriental face, who started directly in sea gear. Fuck! Who the hell are you? Fang Yuan was not polite either. I am here to stop you, the embodiment of justice. However, the guy with glasses showed no moral integrity and simply picked up the wine bottle from the next table and threw it at Fang Yuan's head. Fang Yuan dodged accurately and slapped the guy with glasses in the face with his backhand, making him lose consciousness. Shaunus is fasting? The guy with glasses was so scared that he even forgot to fight back. I'm glad to know. Why don't you get out of here? Fang Yuan stopped there and pointed at the door. The man with glasses wasn't one to take any losses. He crawled to the door and turned to Fang Yuan and said, "Just wait, kid. The Lawrence family won't let you go. Just leave after saying that." Catalina watched the whole show, with a hint of appreciation in her eyes. Beautiful lady, stop being in a daze and leave quickly. Don't come here again. Oh, no, it seems I have to go too. Bye. Fang Yuan turned and left the bar. This is not to give up the mission, but to play hard to get. Sure enough, Catalina chased out. Hey, wait a minute. What's wrong? Fang Yuan pretended to be confused. Catalina followed and said, "Thank you for helping me out. It's still early, I'll treat you to a meal." After saying that, without waiting for Fang Yuan to refuse, he pulled him to the Lamborghini at the door and invited him, "Get in." Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment, but finally refused. Helping others is the essence of happiness. Forget it, let it be. After saying that, he turned and left again. However, at this moment, two strong men walked out of the bar and blocked his way. "Beauty, what are you doing?" Before Fang Yuan could finish his question, he was pushed into the car. "Beauty, I'm a good person." Fang Yuan said this in fake fear, but his heart was also beating fast. Could it be that Catalina saw through his thoughts? No way. Let's see how the situation develops. At the same time, on the roof not far away, Yangshan has hacked into Slovenia's official population website and is editing Fang Yuan's identity. As a secessionist country, Slovenia has chaotic population management and less developed information protection, so the operation is not difficult. Bruce Fang, Chinese, both parents orphaned, unemployed, learned kung fu, can sing and dance rap, and has a prison history. Okay, identity is settled. Yana, who was standing by, pondered for a moment and then said, "Isn't this a little too tragic?" "Won't." Yangshan said confidently, "This is actually very real. This is Fang Yuan." Catalina drove directly into a villa area without saying a word. After parking the car, she signaled the bodyguard to take Fang Yuan out. Hey! Miss, I just helped you, why are you doing this to me?" "Saved me?" Catalina tossed her wine-red hair and looked at Fang Yuan with her sapphire eyes, a hint of teasing in her tone. "Your acting is too poor, you can't fool me." Discovered? Or is she deceiving herself? Fang Yuan was unsure, but in this situation, he had to insist, "I don't understand what you are saying." "You'll understand in a moment." Catalina turned and walked into the villa, sat on the sofa, and lazily took off her shoes. Fang Yuan was also carried to her feet. Her feet were beautiful in shape, but tasted a bit sour, and Fang Yuan frowned. "Tell me, what is your purpose in approaching me?" Hey! You're such an ungrateful woman. I was kind enough to help you out, and you're turning the tables on me?" Fang Yuan accused angrily. Catalina didn't say anything. She rested her hand on her chin and watched him finish the performance. Then she spoke slowly. He was an Oriental man, dressed strangely. He didn't even try to chat with women in the bar. He just ordered a drink and sat there. When he saw I was in danger, he immediately stepped forward to help me out. Is it such a coincidence? As she spoke, Catalina showed her phone, which showed the scene inside the bar after Fang Yuan entered. Fuck, who are you insulting? I don't have money for drinks or picking up girls, is that wrong? Fang Yuan argued with reason. A smile flashed in Catalina's eyes, and then she signaled to the bodyguard to confirm. Sure enough, after searching Fang Yuan's body, only 2 pitiful banknotes were found, totaling only 25 euros. Oh. Catalina took the money and said with a click of her tongue, "I didn't expect your acting to be so realistic." "Don't worry, it won't be long before I see through your disguise." When that happens, I'll chop you into pieces and throw you into the sea to feed the sharks. There was a hint of ferocity in Catalina's eyes. It was this hint of ferocity that made Fong Yuan realize that she was deceiving him. How can there be a ruthless person who talks about his methods all the time? Now that he didn't have to worry about being exposed and his life was no longer in danger, Fong Yuan could act as he pleased. At this moment, Catalina's cell phone rang. It was a text message alert. She opened the phone and took a look, and her beautiful brows instantly frowned. Bruce Fong, Chinese, homebody. Otaku. According to the information, Fong Yuan is not only a otaku who likes paper figures, but he has also been imprisoned many times for theft and fighting. They are at the bottom of society, the smallest of the small people. Chapter 121, Gaining Trust. Great. I didn't expect you to be a high-ranking agent. Your acting is quite convincing. Catalina sneered. Drag him out and throw him into the sea to feed the sharks. After saying that, several bodyguards held Fong Yuan down. Hey. Fong Yuan struggled. You evil capitalists. Even if you're rich, you wouldn't wrong someone like this. I don't have money for drinking and I'm always picking up girls, so I'm considered a high-ranking agent. Are you crazy? Catalina was very satisfied with Fong Yuan's reaction. She smiled slyly and said, still pretending. I already have all your information. Tell me for yourself. Or should I? Fong Yuan made up his mind. You say it. Let me see how you wronged me, and I rushed to save you. Ugh. Spitting, that's uncivilized. Beat him up. Catalina raised her hand to signal, and the bodyguards lifted Fong Yuan up. Damn it, if the tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat, right? Fong Yuan struggled and kicked the bodyguard, then rolled over and fell to the ground. Seeing their companion being defeated, the remaining bodyguards immediately took up fighting stances and started fighting with Fong Yuan. The martial arts displayed by these bodyguards were all fancy, but in order to make the play more realistic, Fong Yuan deliberately exposed a flaw after knocking down 2 people and was kicked out. Then, before he could get up, he was pinned to the ground by the bodyguards. If Catalina hadn't stopped him in time, he would have probably been punched a few more times. Okay. Please ask him to come and sit down. Fong Yuan knew that he was fine, so he let the bodyguard carry him to the sofa. Catalina put the information away and praised, nice skills. Is this your kung fu? Yes, I learned it from my family when I was a child. Fong Yuan said unhappily. Catalina smiled slightly. I know you are resentful, but please don't misunderstand me, this is just a necessary procedure. My identity is somewhat special. Anyone who approaches me, without exception, has a purpose. And you have stood the test. Fong Yuan rolled his eyes. Ha, a test, huh? I won't accept it. Give me back my money, I'm leaving. Catalina waved her hand, and the bodyguard took out 10,000 euros from his pocket and placed it in front of Fong Yuan. This is your reward for saving me tonight. Take it. Wow. Fong Yuan immediately changed his expression and quickly put it away, saying with a smile, thank you, this is what I should do. Besides, under the circumstances at that time, even if I didn't take action, someone else would have gone. You're quite humorous. Katerina chuckled. Unlike the Prince Charming she imagined, Fong Yuan is completely a low-class person. But that doesn't mean he has no merits. Do you want to get rich? Of course I did. Fong Yuan nodded repeatedly, then changed the subject. No, you won't ask me to do anything illegal, right? No, I don't want to go back. What are you thinking? I'm a legitimate businessman. I want to train you to work for me, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the salary. When he heard there was a salary, Fong Yuan turned into his mercenary self again. Yes, of course I'm willing. Okay then. Catalina snapped her fingers handsomely and said, stay here with me today. Tomorrow I'll take you to change your clothes and broaden your horizons. The second floor of the villa. Fong Yuan was arranged in a separate room, which was equipped with all kinds of daily necessities. He tried to send a message to Yang Shan. We have successfully approached the target and are waiting for the next move. After a long time, Yang Shan came back. There are surveillance cameras in the room. She can see everything you do, so I think it might be better if you reveal your true identity. Forehead. Fong Yuan was ashamed. However, the only way to reasonably expose your capital now is to take a bath. At the same time, Catalina was lying on the bed in the bedroom. She turned on her tablet, found the surveillance footage of Fong Yuan's room, and quietly watched Fong Yuan finish his shower and then come out of the bathroom naked. The perfect figure, sexy muscles, and strong capital immediately attracted Catalina's attention. Gurgle. As the image zoomed in, Catalina's breathing became more and more rapid. Bang! She slammed the tablet shut, then lay down, took deep breaths, closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. Fong Yuan walked around for a while and felt that it was about time, so he went to bed and waited for tomorrow to come. The next morning, there was a heavy and rapid knock on the door. Fong Yuan quickly got up, put on his clothes and went to open the door. As soon as the door opened a crack, a pair of big hands reached in and pulled him out. Outside the door, Catalina was dressed in casual clothes, ready to go out. Come on, I'll take you to change clothes. Catalina took Fong Yuan out. The driver drove and the two sat in the back seat. Along the way, she always looked at Fong Yuan intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was thinking about something. The car made a big circle and stopped in an alley where there was a tailor shop. This is a shop that specializes in custom-made items. It uses high-end materials and has excellent craftsmanship, and its main focus is on quality. Boss, prepare some clothes for him. Okay. The proprietress was almost 50 years old. She asked Fong Yuan to stand still, quickly measured his body shape, and then went to work in the back of the store. Hand sewing takes time, but there are already ready-made patterns that can be used directly with a few minor modifications. Before long, the proprietress finished making a suit and motioned Fong Yuan to try it on. When Fong Yuan walked out of the dressing room, Catalina stared at him. Clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. No matter how mysterious and charming Fong Yuan's otaku outfit is, it is not as elegant as the one he has in Catalina's eyes. Seeing the tenderness in Catalina's eyes, Fong Yuan was secretly proud of himself. This hidden charm was indeed extraordinary. What a handsome boy! The proprietress was fascinated by what she saw, and even after she finished speaking, she did not forget to send a wink to Fong Yuan. However, considering her weight of nearly 200 pounds, this wink was too heavy. Let's go to the next stop. In the following time, Catalina packaged Fong Yuan in all directions without any blind spots. From the clothes and hairstyle to the watches and jewelry, everything has been carefully selected by Catalina. Perfect. Looking at Fong Yuan, who had changed so much, Catalina couldn't help but praise him. Fong Yuan, who had been shopping with her for the whole morning, couldn't help but sigh, it's finally over. However, before he could rest, Catalina pulled him into the car. Come on, go somewhere with me. This time the destination is Neutral Bank. By the day before the auction, all the items will arrive in Slovenia, and Katerina will need to transfer the mortgage fee for the auction. Neutral Bank is a very old bank. In today's information age, it still maintains traditional manual operations. This means that when doing business, you need to fill out many application forms, and only after they are approved and stamped can you make operations such as transfers. This time, Fong Yuan was a follower, following Catalina wherever she did business. Miss Catalina. A hearty laugh came from behind. A man put his suit jacket over his hand and stretched out his other hand to shake hands with Catalina. Chapter 122, Crisis. Mr. Simmons. Catalina looked at the person who came and extended her hand politely. Wait. Don't move. Fong Yuan sensed danger and wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Simmons stepped forward quickly, and the black muzzle of the gun under his suit pressed against Catalina's back, while Fong Yuan also felt a chill on his waist at the same time. Shoo, don't make any noise. The gun brought in, able to evade detection, appears to be made of special materials. Mr. Simmons, what do you mean? Catalina remained calm and looked at Simmons coldly. Miss Carter, I'm sorry, but my family desperately needs the Four Dragon Square Zune, so I have to ask you to come with us. Don't resist, or I can't guarantee your safety. Simmons' tone was light, but everyone knew he was not joking. With guns pointed at them, Fong Yuan and Catalina had no choice but to cooperate and walk out. The bodyguard guarding outside the door noticed the situation at a glance and was about to take action, but was stopped by Catalina's eyes. The other party is just looking for money, not trying to kill you, so don't cause unnecessary trouble. And Catalina also knew the special nature of the Four Dragon Square tripod. According to her family, once this collection is successfully auctioned, the family's reputation will be elevated to a higher level. But the current situation makes her very stressed. Simmons' car was just outside the bank. After the two got in, they left quickly. By the time the bodyguards caught up, they had already disappeared on the street. In the car, Fang Yuan acted very flustered. I just came out with you to do some business, what's the big deal? Calm down. We'll be fine. Catalina said lightly, looking out the window, watching the car leave the city and drive out of the city. The car drove for a long time and finally stopped in front of a warehouse near the river. The two were taken out of the car. The people from the Simmons family outside were ready. They opened the warehouse door and pushed the two of them in. Bite. Current target for revenge, Simmons. Current number of revenges available is 2. Fang Yuan was shocked. Simmons actually wanted to kill him. Sure enough, the next moment he said, let's get rid of this yellow monkey first. It's annoying just to look at it. Slow. Fang Yuan quickly shouted, well, sir, don't rush to kill me. I still have some use. And as long as you don't kill me, I can do anything for you. Catalina couldn't help but raise her eyebrows at his flattering look. It seems that I was wrong after all. He is just an ordinary person. Oh, what can you do for me? Simmons said contemptuously. Well, sir, I'm very useful. I know Kung Fu, and I'm very good at taking other people's things into my own pockets. I can definitely help you. Simmons thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Kung Fu? That's not bad. Then he asked someone to investigate Fang Yuan's information, and after confirming that it was correct, he let him go. Very good, I need someone like you, you don't have to die. After saying that, Simmons looked at Katerina, put the gun to her chin and said, Ms. Carter, I'm sorry. I hope you can forgive me. This time we're only after wealth, not life. As long as you can hand over the 4 Dragon Square Zune, I'll definitely guarantee your safe return. The secret of the 4 Dragon Square tripod is not a secret in the hands of these families, so they are also very concerned about the treasure. Catalina took a deep breath and said, Mr. Simmons, I regret to tell you that before the auction begins, all the collections are under the protection of the family. Except for those people in the family, no one can afford it, including me. Katerina was telling the truth. This auction is of great importance. If an accident occurs, no one can bear the loss. Her family has naturally made all the necessary preparations. Then let's both take a step back. You know where the 4 dragons are, right? I can let this kid get it. Simmons pointed at Fang Yuan and said. Simmons, this is impossible, don't. Bang! Before Katerina could finish her words, Simmons fired without any hesitation, hitting her calf, causing her to break out in a cold sweat due to the pain. You. Katerina looked at Simmons in disbelief. Are you trying to make an enemy of the Carter family? So what? My patience is limited. If you don't cooperate, it will be difficult for me to guarantee your safety. Simmons had a grim expression. Don't even think about it. No problem. Fang Yuan quickly interrupted Katerina, then looked at Simmons and said, Mr. Simmons, no problem. How about this, you all go out later and I'll talk to her alone. I promise to make her change her mind, okay? Besides, you just want the 4 Dragon Square tripod, so why make things unpleasant? Simmons thought about it and realized that it was just as Fang Yuan said. He just wanted the 4 Dragon Square Lord, so there was no need to do this, so he nodded slightly. You better not play tricks. After saying that, he took his men out of the warehouse and locked the door. Fang Yuan hurried over to check on Katerina's injuries. Get away. You coward, stay away from me. Catalina was very disappointed with Fang Yuan. Don't move, I'll treat you first. Fang Yuan ignored Catalina's words, took out the 9-dragon needle, rolled up her trouser legs, and pricked the wound a few times, stopping the bleeding and blocking her senses, then took out the bullet. Is this magic? No, this is Chinese medicine, passed down in our family. Fang Yuan tore his clothes into strips, bandaged Catalina, and said, after the wound heals, go to China and buy a rejuvenation pill that will guarantee that there won't be any scars left. Thank you. Katerina whispered. Fang Yuan waved his hand, you're welcome. Speaking of which, Miss Catalina, we are in a very dangerous situation. You have seen the methods these guys use. They are really capable of killing people. So, why don't we give them that 4 Dragon Square Master first and save our lives first, okay? Catalina shook her head. I know what you mean, but this 4 Dragon Square Zune is not that easy to obtain. Based on the time, it should have been protected by my family by now. And considering how much the family values it, they will not accept any threats. That's why I stole it. Fang Yuan whispered, your life is more important. You just need to tell me your location. Even if you can't steal it, I can contact your family and let them know your situation, right? Catalina hesitated. She thought for a while, and finally leaned over to Fang Yuan's ear and whispered the location of the Four Dragons Fangzun. Do you understand? Understood. Fang Yuan nodded vigorously, then walked to the door and called Simmons in. I already know the location of the Four Dragon Lords and can act at any time. Very good, you didn't let me down. Simmons narrowed his eyes and said, then we can act now, and I will send someone to protect you. Okay. Fang Yuan certainly knew what this protection meant. He grinned and said, but Mr. Simmons, I also have a condition. Although I don't know what the Four Dragon Square tripod is or how precious it is, I can guarantee that if Miss Katerina gets hurt again, you will never see it again. Simmons was furious. You are threatening me. Chapter 123, Discovered Again. This is not a threat, this is a quid pro quo. Fang Yuan said calmly. Okay. As long as you can bring back the Four Dragons Fanzuan, I promise you. But. Simmons smiled coldly, if I find out you are playing tricks, I will let you know what cruelty is. Take him away. Yes. Under the protection of two agents, Fang Yuan left the warehouse. The real Four Dragon Square tripod has now arrived at the Carter family's safe in Slovenia. To ensure that everything goes smoothly, the Carter family sent out a professional mercenary team to guard the place around the clock, making it as difficult as climbing to the sky to enter. The car drove into the city, crossed the main road, and followed the signs to Levinson Street. At the end of the street, there is a small hill, and the Four Dragon Square zone is hidden in the hill. It was a place similar to a military base. The buildings were all made of extremely strong reinforced concrete. Signal towers and sentry posts could be seen around. As soon as the car arrived nearby, before entering, we felt a solemn and murderous atmosphere. We're here, get off. These agents were there in name only to provide protection, but in reality they were there to supervise. They had no intention of following Fang Yuan in, but were just hanging around nearby, ready to respond at any time. All the communication equipment on Fang Yuan was taken away by them, so it was impossible for him to contact Yang Shan and the others. He had to rely on himself for this operation. Fang Yuanma was near the base, observing the situation in the camp. This is a privatized military base that provides protection for the rich, so its level of protection is not as outrageous as that of a military base, but it is not easy to get in. Invisibility cloak? It's impossible. It can only hide the body, but it cannot hide the energy and aura emitted by the body. There are dogs in the base, and if they are discovered, all the efforts will be wasted. While I was thinking, the sound of a drone suddenly came from the sky. Fang Yuan quickly hid, but found that the drone was flying straight towards the direction where he was hiding. Oh no, we've been discovered. Fang Yuan was so frightened that his hair stood on end. Just when he was at a loss as to what to do, he saw that the drone slowly dropped a cloth bag and then flew away. Fang Yuan picked up the cloth bag in confusion. After opening it, he found a set of communication equipment and a single eyeglass lens with the letter Y engraved on it. It's friendly forces. Fang Yuan immediately breathed a sigh of relief, took the communication equipment, and quickly got in touch with Yang Shan. How's it going over there? Is everyone okay? Opposite her was Yao Na, who immediately showed concern for Fang Yuan. It's okay, nothing serious. Fang Yuan briefly explained the situation. He now knows the current location of the Four Dragon Square tripod, and this time he will take it out regardless of whether it is real or fake. Are you going to save Katerina? This time it's Yang Shan. Fang Yuan said seriously, Katerina didn't provoke us, and if it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to get the information about the Four Dragons Fangzun. There was silence for a while, and then Yang Shan said, okay. I've already cracked the military base's information for you. Did you see the chip in the cloth bag? I'll send you the image information later. Image information? Fang Yuan put on the lens doubtfully. After activating it, a green message immediately appeared on the lens. Oh my god, this is high-tech. Fang Yuan exclaimed in amazement. Look at you, you haven't seen what's on the market. Yang Shan explained, this thing is called a battlefield perception system. It was used 20 years ago. How can it be considered high-tech? As he spoke, a very small map appeared in front of Fang Yuan, with a clear route plan on it. This is the route in. Yang Shan's voice continued to be heard. Receive. Fang Yuan changed into a low-key otaku suit and put on an invisibility cloak. After becoming physically invisible, he followed the route instructions, found a corner outside the base, climbed up, and then carefully crossed the caltrops and landed steadily inside. After landing, he looked around vigilantly, and after making sure that he had not been discovered, he quickly walked towards the core location of the base. There is an air raid shelter there that leads directly underground, and the 4-dragon square tripod is there. At this time, the mercenaries around were standing guard, chatting, and some were both standing guard and chatting. Although there were many people, no one could notice Fong Yuan. To avoid any further complications, Fong Yuan quickened his pace. Enter the first small door. Yang Shan's voice spread. Fong Yuan quickly arrived at the location and found that there was an access control system. He could only wait for the people inside to come out or the people outside to go in so that he could take the opportunity to enter. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a black man pushed open the small door and walked out. Fong Yuan seized the opportunity and slipped in. Then he heard Yang Shan's voice, "Go to the lower level. All the items from this auction are there. But the underground signal shielding is severe, and we are likely to lose contact. You should be careful and act accordingly." As soon as the words fell, the sound in the earphones turned into a rustling sound. Now we can only rely on Fong Yuan. The route to the lower level was not as difficult as he had imagined. Fong Yuan had a smooth journey, so smooth that he wondered if he had come to the wrong place. Soon, Fong Yuan came to the storage room and saw a scene that shocked him. Not only was there no security measures in such an important place, but the precious auction items were also piled up randomly on the ground in such a mess that it was impossible to tell which one was the 4-dragon square tripod. The eye of insight is open. Fong Yuan took a few glances and immediately determined that the 4-dragon square zone was pressed in the middle position. Fong Yuan walked over, dug out the 4-dragon square tripod, and immediately confirmed its authenticity. Walter. Really? Fong Yuan was very surprised, then quickly put the 4-dragons Fong Zun into the system space and turned away. At this moment, a gun ignored the invisibility and was pressed against his forehead. Damn! I got discovered again. But how could that be? There is no exposed part of me, and I am still invisible. This is a joke. Fong Yuan slowly raised his head, and what caught his eye was a tactical vest. Looking up, he saw a handsome face wearing a pair of glasses with green lenses. Female soldiers? Chinese? Thermal imaging? Fong Yuan instantly knew why he was exposed. Damn rat, take out what you took. The female soldier said viciously. All physical invisibility is nothing in front of thermal imaging. At this moment, Fong Yuan's figure is extremely clear in her eyes. Fong Yuan saw that she was speaking English, so he thought for a moment and tried to speak in Chinese. Beautiful lady, please give me a chance. To be honest, I want to take something to save someone. The female soldier was stunned at first, then responded in Chinese, Ha! Do you think I will believe it? She looked to be in her 20s, at the peak of her youth and vitality, and well developed. Her body bounced up and down when she spoke. Hearing her speak Chinese, Fong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Be quiet and don't move. The female soldier pressed the gun hard against Fong Yuan's waist. Everything I said is true. Fong Yuan raised his hands above his head, indicating that he posed no threat, and then said, You are hired by the Carter family, right? I have a piece of news to tell you responsibly. Simmons kidnapped Miss Katerina for the 4 dragons, and I showed up here to save her. Oh? Why should I believe you? The female soldier didn't react at all, obviously not believing Fong Yuan's words. Chapter 124, Here we go again. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but what I said is true. After saying that, Fong Yuan took off his invisibility cloak, revealing the otaku suit underneath, and letting her see his appearance. You. What the hell are you? The female soldier used thermal imaging to see people, but she didn't expect that some people could actually become invisible, and she was very scared. Is this alien technology? Fong Yuan shrugged. If you say so, then so be it. But I'm not kidding. Miss Katerina has really been kidnapped. I guess the family has heard the news by now. If you don't believe me, you can go and ask. After hearing this, the female soldier put away her gun. She frowned slightly. As a mercenary of the Carter family, she was responsible for the people in the family. But if something really happened to Catalina, the Carter family shouldn't have delayed in notifying the mercenaries, but the man in front of them didn't look like he was lying. The female soldier thought about it and decided to follow the notice. Then let me ask you, you said Miss Katerina was kidnapped, why haven't we been notified yet? Who knows, but. Fong Yuan expressed his opinion, I think maybe they think Simmons would not kill Miss Katerina. Therefore, in order to enhance the family's reputation, the auction must proceed smoothly. As for the absence of Miss Katerina, it's nothing more than a change of host. It's not worth affecting the plan for her. The female soldier fell into deep thought after hearing this. What this man said was indeed what the Carter family would do. In the end, the female soldier chose to believe Fong Yuan, took out a chip from her body, and said, I can let you go, but I must keep track of your movements at all times. No problem. Fong Yuan placed the chip on his body, then put on an invisible cloak. Under the shocked gaze of the female soldier, he once again became physically invisible. Goodbye. After saying that, Fong Yuan quickly left the storage room, returned along the same route, and soon reached the ground. At the same time, the female soldier turned on the tracker, looked at the red dot on the screen, and fell into deep thought. Fong Yuan quickly arrived at the entrance, flexibly climbed over the wall, avoided obstacles, landed steadily, and then disappeared outside the base. At this moment, the two agents sent by Simmons to monitor him were still bragging outside. Fong Yuan approached them stealthily and took care of them with 2 clicks. Then he searched the two men's bodies, found something useful, and dragged the bodies into the jungle. Did you get it? Yang Shan's voice came again in the headset. Actually, I really wanted to lie to you and tell you I didn't get it, but unfortunately, I got it, and it's real. Real. Yang Shan and Yao Na said in unison, and then asked a new question, so what are you going to do now? Fong Yuan knew that the two men were targeting the 4 dragons, so he immediately warned them, listen, before I rescue Katerina, don't even think about taking her. Humph. Man. Yang Shan chuckled and said, forget it, go and save your Miss Katerina. We promise not to act rashly. Fong Yuan smelled a sour smell, then turned off his headphones. When he found the car and was about to leave, he discovered that the female soldier had chased him out. Wait a moment. The female soldier quickly came to the front of the car and said, take me with you. I want to rescue Miss Carter too. More people, more strength, get in the car. Fong Yuan opened the car door and let the female soldier sit in the passenger seat. Then he sorted out his equipment and drove back to the warehouse. An hour and a half later, outside the warehouse, Simmons saw that only Fong Yuan got out of the car and became alert instantly. Where are my people? Terribly sorry. Fong Yuan looked heartbroken as he explained, they sacrificed themselves to protect my escape. It's my incompetence. I feel sorry for them. Fong Yuan acted very convincingly and successfully fooled the audience. Oh, that's it. Simmons said indifferently, where is what I want? The only thing he cared about was the 4 dragons. In his eyes, these agents were consumables. As long as he paid money, he could immediately recruit a large number of them. Fong Yuan's mouth corners curled up. I've already got the things, and I'll definitely give them to you, but you have to release the person first, and then I'll give them to you. Fuck. You're kidding me. Simmons roared, and the agent behind him pointed his gun at Fong Yuan. So what if I'm playing tricks on you? Fong Yuan was not afraid at all. He spread out his hands and said, the thing is in my hand now. If you kill me, I promise that it will disappear forever and no one will be able to get it. Hearing this, Simmons weighed the pros and cons for a moment, and finally slowly raised his hand, signaling the agents to bring Katerina out. She's right here, and we didn't hurt her as agreed. How about you give me the things? Fong Yuan shook his head and grinned, no, I think you misunderstood. What I meant is that you release the person first, and then I will give you the things. Don't eat the sour radish. Simmons cursed angrily, who do you think you are? How dare you bargain with me? My patience is limited. If you don't take it out, I will kill you in a minute. Fong Yuan remained unmoved, it's easy to give you the things, just let him go. Okay. You're so cruel. Simmons didn't dare to gamble, so he could only grit his teeth and signal his men to let the man go. 2 agents pushed Katerina over, and then Fong Yuan opened the car door. The female soldier in the car quietly pulled her up and uncuffed her. Miss Carter, are you okay? Fine. Although she was out of danger temporarily, Katerina did not feel relieved. The 4-dragon square tripod was lost right under the family's nose. Not only would Fong Yuan be wanted, but the family's reputation would also be damaged, and if things go wrong, it might even be shaken to its foundations. Okay. Now you can give me the stuff. Simmons can no longer contain his anger. Okay. Wait for me in the car. After saying that, Fong Yuan quickly got into the car and sped away with his foot on the accelerator. This sudden scene stunned Simmons and his group, and it took them a long time to react. Hurry up and chase after them. At this moment in the car, Catalina took the gun from the female soldier and put it against the back of Fong Yuan's head. Who the hell are you? Fong Yuan nearly drove the car into a ditch. No, Miss Catalina, why are you doing this again? He had calm judgment and the courage to negotiate with Simmons. More importantly, he was able to bring the Four Dragons Square tripod out of the military base. This is definitely not something a nerd can do. Tell me, who are you? Catalina pulled the safety and could shoot at any time. Fong Yuan was completely speechless. How come saving someone caused trouble? Behind, Simmons' car had caught up. He grabbed the seatbelt, his eyes were red and veins bulged, not because of nervousness, but because of anger, rage. I was actually teased and humiliated by an unemployed otaku. He couldn't swallow this insult no matter what. Don't eat the sour radish. As Simmons was thinking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Bite. Congratulations to the host for completing the primary revenge against Simmons. Reward, primary superpower, replication can replicate certain items, lasting 3 months, can also replicate living things, but only lasting half an hour. There are no additional rewards this time. After hearing the system's announcement, Fong Yuan didn't realize that the arrogant Simmons was so angry that he vomited blood, and was still wondering how he suddenly completed the task. But this ability is really a timely help. Fong Yuan decisively used his special ability to copy several Four Dragon Square tripods, and then kept the original one separately. At this time, Simmons was still chasing after him despite vomiting blood. Chapter 125, Temporary Group Disbanded. The city is right in front of you. As long as they entered the city, they would be in the Carter family's sphere of influence, and Fong Yuan and the others would be safe. Of course, Simmons in the back also knew that if they let Katarina go back, they would never be able to get the Four Dragon Square tripod again. At this moment, a puff of black smoke came out from the rear of Fong Yuan's car, and then the speed slowly decreased. Oh my god, how can I be so unlucky? Fong Yuan felt a little desperate. No matter how hard he stepped on the accelerator, he couldn't increase his speed. Simmons' car accelerated and overtook from behind, then with a beautiful drift, it stopped in front of Fong Yuan's car. Don't eat the sour radish, run, why don't you run? Simmons got out of the car with the agents and banged on the front of the car to vent his anger. Fortunately, he still maintained his rationality. Miss Catalina, we don't want to cause any trouble either. Again, hand over the things and I'll let you go. Don't even think about it. Catalina's gun was still pointed at Fong Yuan's head. Brainless woman. Fong Yuan analyzed the situation. The current situation is not a question of whether to surrender or not. They can still achieve their goal by killing us. In that case, why should we risk our lives? Yes, Miss Catalina, we have an old saying in China, as long as there are green mountains, there will be no shortage of firewood. The female soldier took a look at the situation and also advised. Catalina was silent for a while, then slowly moved the gun away, accepting the result. So Fong Yuan took out the replica of the Four Dragon Square tripod. Mr. Simmons, it's just a little joke, I hope you don't mind. Humph. You're smart. Simmons took over the Four Dragon Square tripod and connected with Ting Tao to appraise the treasure on the spot. After confirming that the door was open, he let Fong Yuan and the others leave. The car, with black smoke wafting all the way, slowly entered the city and arrived at the door of Catalina Villa. Finally escaped. Fong Yuan couldn't help but sigh. I really want to kill you. Catalina's tone was cold, and then she sighed, you should leave quickly. It's best to return to China, otherwise the Carter family will not let you go. Although killing Fong Yuan or capturing him would give a good account to the family. But she couldn't bear to do it. Fong Yuan could have taken the Four Dragon Square tripod and left, but he still chose to come back to save himself. Although he failed to keep the Four Dragon Square tripod in the end, I can honestly say that this friendship is enough. Miss Catalina, don't be so sad. Here, this is for you. Fong Yuan took out another replica of the Four Dragon Square tripod. Although this thing is a replica, it is just copied and pasted from the original. In a sense, it is real. Four Dragon Square Lord. Katarina Fei was very surprised. She took it and examined it carefully, and found that this one was also real. Then what you just gave Simmons, was it fake? But that's not right. I know Ting Tao, he's very capable. If it was fake, he shouldn't be able to tell. Fong, what's going on? It's a secret. Fong Yuan smiled generously, this way you can give an explanation to the family. Catalina was very touched. Fong Yuan's purpose in approaching her was not for the four dragons Fong Zun. She was just too narrow-minded. When she thought about her behavior in the car, she felt even more ashamed. Fong, why, are you approaching me? Of course it attracts you. Fong Yuan smiled and said seriously. Then congratulations, you succeeded. Catalina smiled sweetly, her eyes full of water. The female soldier could naturally see Catalina's feelings, so she got out of the car tactfully. Can I know your true identity? Fong Yuan, chairman of Blue Core Group. Fong Yuan didn't hide it, he's also the chairman of Ruifeng Group. The anti-aging pill I mentioned to you before is a product we're about to launch. I'll give you a copy when the time comes. Thank you very much. Catalina suddenly kissed Fong Yuan on the face, then got out of the car reluctantly. Fong Yuan touched the still warm lip print on his face, chuckled, and left. The problem with Katarina has been solved, but Simmons probably won't let it go. It's better to take the opportunity to return to China, which is a forbidden area for mercenaries and can ensure your own safety. As for Yang Shan and Yao Na, Fong Yuan must keep the real thing. In this way, he will have 2 of the 7 treasures, which will bring him one step closer to the secret treasure. Port. The black smoke finally disappeared. In front of the hotel, Yang Shan walked over, but did not see Yao Na. Fong Yuan instantly became alert. This is definitely not a woman who will surrender after just one night's sleep, and in order to monopolize the 4-dragon square tripod, she may have already attacked Yao Na. No matter how skilled Yao Na is, she is definitely no match for this professional agent. Fong Yuan, you're finally back. You're amazing. How about becoming a secret agent with me? Fong Yuan remained unmoved and simply asked indifferently, where's Nana? You're such a killjoy. Yang Shan rubbed her forehead, her hand quietly touching the holster at her waist, her eyes becoming more dangerous. It's a celebratory moment, and you're thinking about other women. Answer my question. Fong Yuan's attitude was firm, and the scene suddenly became strange. Yang Shan chuckled, don't worry, the woman is not in danger, she just fainted and there is a time bomb in her body. But you can solve it by removing the red thread, it's very simple. Okay, enough nonsense. You have 10 minutes to consider whether you want to give me the 4-dragon square tripod and the Queen's Tears. Yang Shan was waiting for the opportunity to get 2 treasures at once. 10 minutes. Fong Yuan thought about it and decided that this time was enough to copy 1 Queen's Tear, and he already had a copy of the 4-dragon square Zune. Only these 2 things, right? Okay. So refreshing? Yang Shan was a little surprised that Fong Yuan would give up the treasure for Yao Na. Oh, stop talking nonsense. I need to make sure Yao Na is in no danger. Otherwise, I will not let you and your financial backer go. Yang Shan smiled gently and waved her hand, and the owner of the motel pushed Yao Na out in a wheelchair. At this moment, she was tied up, and an alarm clock was tied to her body. The time on it was set to exactly 10 minutes. This motel belongs to Yang Shan. Ever since she met Fong Yuan, she had already set up this trap, one link after another, until Fong Yuan was completely trapped. You can give it to me now. Certainly. Copying the Queen's Tears was not difficult. Fong Yuan placed the 2 treasures on the ground, then took a few steps back to indicate that he would not pose a threat. Yang Shan came over and after confirming the authenticity of the 2 treasures, she asked someone to put them away. Then she took out a key from her body and threw it to Fong Yuan. Thank you. Yang Shan sneered, Fong Yuan, I admit that you are very capable, but you can't lock a woman like this. Besides, your biggest weakness is that you're too emotional. If it were me, I would definitely leave. Compared to the mission, human life is worth nothing. Yang Shan totally didn't understand Fong Yuan's actions. As a secret agent, she had already put her life and death aside and went to bed with Fong Yuan to satisfy her physical needs and enjoy herself, but more importantly, it was for the mission. Fong Yuan didn't answer, but just murmured, how pathetic. What did you say? Chapter 126, Hidden Truth. Define yourself, define your life. I'm afraid that except for me, no one else will fight for you in this life. Fong Yuan said seriously. Yang Shan's eyes revealed a complex emotion, and then she smiled softly. So what? Little guy, sister will come to you when she needs you. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Fong Yuan with a graceful back view, and left with the group. See you later, little brother. The two burly men turned around and greeted Fong Yuan. They were the two people who were causing trouble in the restaurant. All of this was planned in advance. Fong Yuan shook his head and laughed dumbly, tsk tisk. As the actors left, Fong Yuan quickly walked to the wheelchair and untied the restraints on Yao Na's mouth. Fong Yuan, you are so stupid. Yao Na said sternly, you shouldn't have handed over the treasure. Without the treasure, we lose our value. In addition, given our current situation, we will be abandoned by the family. Without the support of our family, how can we go home? Fong Yuan didn't say anything, but silently took out the key given by Yang Shan, unlocked the bomb for her, and then rescued her from the wheelchair. Beep beep beep. The bomb countdown suddenly accelerated. Fong Yuan didn't dare to delay and quickly pulled Yao Na up and ran away. Boom! Amidst the violent explosion, a heat wave hit them in the face, and the huge shockwave pushed the two of them out. I'm in the morning class, Yang Shan, are you serious? Fong Yuan looked back in embarrassment and saw that part of the motel had become a ruin. At this moment, the clothes on his back were torn into pieces, and Yao Na was in the same situation. But the person was not seriously injured, just a little liver pain from the shock wave. Let's go. Fong Yuan actually pulled up Yao Na, who was still confused. Such a violent explosion would definitely attract the attention of the local police, and the two men did not have any identification on them, so it would be easy for them to get into unnecessary trouble. However, compared to provoking Qinshou, Hank, and the Simmons family, these troubles don't seem to be a big deal. Because it was a holiday, there were not many people at the harbor beach. Fong Yuan found some clothes and fresh water on a fishing boat anchored on the shore. After changing their clothes, they planned their way back. You just said that the Yao family would abandon us. Why? And Hank, why would he betray you? Yao Na was silent for a moment after these questions. After a moment, she slowly said, as you know, the Yao family's assets include modern high-tech military enterprises. For the sake of confidentiality and safety, the Yao family members who control these enterprises cannot leave the country at will. Oh, I see. Fong Yuan nodded, indicating his agreement with this explanation, and then continued, what about the Four Dragons Square Zone? It has nothing to do with military industry. Why do you want it so badly? Yao Na shook her head, indicating that she didn't want to answer this question. Fong Yuan shouted, answer me. Yao Na looked into his eyes, took a deep breath, and whispered, it's not good for you to know these things. Good one, I know it's not good. As he spoke, Fong Yuan suddenly grabbed Yao Na's neck, his eyes extremely cold. Do you know what you were saying? Your last name is Yao, and the Yao family is behind you. If this is really what the Yao family wants, will they not support you? Also, why did Hank betray you? And that Paida, don't think I don't know that the casino we went to is his, and now you're treating me like a fool? You really think I dare not kill you? Sensing Fong Yuan's murderous intent, Yao Na panicked. Fong Yuan, believe me, I really didn't. Snort! Fong Yuan pushed Yao Na into the sea. He was very strong and Yao Na could not resist. She could only keep banging on the side of the boat, signaling Fong Yuan to pull her up. Explain. Fong Yuan pulled Yao Na up. She grabbed Fong Yuan's arm, coughed violently, and then shouted, Fong Yuan, calm down, I really am protecting you. Bite. Detecting the host's strong anger, current target of revenge, Yao Na, number of times you can retaliate, once. Fong Yuan roared, Yao Na. I trust you so much, but do you know what I've been through these past few days? Running for my life, risking my life, sneaking in, one wrong move and I'll be dead. I risked my life for you, and you treat me like this? So, now, what is the truth? Fong Yuan could not accept this kind of deception and he became furious. Including Yang Shan, if he hadn't run fast just now, he would have died. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. When Fong Yuan has the chance, he will naturally find a way to deal with her. But for now, let us deal with Yao Na first. Fong Yuan. Yao Na finally gave in to the fierce look in his eyes, which he had never shown before. She quickly said, don't get excited. This is not the place to talk. Let's go down first. Snort. Fong Yuan took her down from the boat, found a relatively secluded reef, and put her down. Yao Na organized her words. Yes, I lied to you. The whole thing has nothing to do with the Yao family. I wanted to get these 7 treasures myself. So you're targeting me just for the things behind this treasure? Fang Yuan looked at Yao Na coldly. No. Yao Na shook her head, took a deep breath, and looked at Fang Yuan seriously. I didn't expect this matter to be so complicated. I'll explain it to you slowly. In terms of wealth and status, the Yao family has already achieved the ultimate in the country, and even has a certain influence abroad. Therefore, they have always maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards these 7 treasures. However, in Yao Na's heart, there is a hurdle that she cannot overcome no matter what. My brother was once a high-ranking general in the Special Operations Zone. He had a promising future ahead of him, but he mysteriously disappeared while on a mission to protect a businessman. The family searched for him for a long time but had no news until they found his information on the devil's list of an international terrorist organization. Overnight, he became a traitor to the country and a disgrace to his family. But I don't believe it. My brother is a good man and a role model for me. He always speaks of the interests of his country. I don't believe he would become a traitor, so I secretly launched an investigation into the devil organization. And through the information I've collected over the years, I've discovered that the devil organization's ultimate goal is these 7 treasures. These treasures are extremely difficult to obtain. I originally wanted to slowly explore and collect them, but my family has been putting pressure on me over the years, trying to use me as a tool for marriage. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. As she said this, Yao Na's expression had become extremely sad. Fang Yuan didn't know how to comfort her, so he suddenly thought, well, is it possible that your brother is a traitor? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yao Na interrupted Fang Yuan. Brother is not that kind of person. He must have a reason for doing this. It must be. So, I worked hard to train, hoping to reach my brother's level, then find him and find out the reason. Ask yourself why a general who loves his country chose this path. Chapter 127, Yan Jidao's Ability. I want to figure this out, but the only clues now are these 7 treasures. Yao Na's eyes were filled with tears, and she didn't seem to be lying. Fang Yuan also felt sympathy for her, so of course he chose to forgive her. But why are you using me? I didn't use you. Yao Na shook her head and said, Hank is indeed the Yao family's partner outside, and I have been supporting him all along. If he hadn't betrayed us, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. His betrayal was the trigger for everything, seriously. You have to believe me. Yao Na lost her former pride and worked hard to prove herself. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Indeed, this trip to Slovenia all started with Hank's betrayal. Then the 2 of them came to the casino opened by Pete. Although there was a gambling element involved, it did provide them with a wave of financial support. Of course, this was because the 5 bullets were too shocking, so Pete had to let the person go. What happened next was that because of false information, he met young Shan in the manor where Chin Shou was, and then under her guidance, he came into contact with the 4-dragon square tripod. It was from then on that the 2 of them unknowingly became part of Yang Shan's plan. Moreover, she deliberately released a smoke bomb in the end and blew herself up to divert the conflict to Yao Na, making her mistakenly believe that she was the one who manipulated the operation. If it weren't for Yao Na telling the truth in the end, Yang Shan's plan would have been perfect. What a meticulous and terrifying woman. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I apologize to you. After figuring out the whole story, Fang Yuan maintained a very upright attitude. Yao Na also forgave her. It's not your fault, you are also a victim. So what do we do next? What else can we do? We haven't got the 4-dragon square tripod yet. We should find a way to leave here. Yao Na is tired. Why are you leaving? Are you so willing to do that? Fang Yuan was not going to suffer this loss in silence. Whether it was Hank or Yang Shan, he would not leave until these people paid the price. What if we're unwilling? Things have already come to this, and we can only accept it. Being abroad and without family support, Yao Na does not want revenge. I'm not going to admit it just like that. In a word, fuck him. Fang Yuan extended his hand, motioning for Yao Na to join. Yao Na looked at Fang Yuan's serious expression, chuckled, and placed her hand on the back of his hand. Yeah, fuck him. Next comes the counterattack. Yang Shan's equipment was definitely unusable, and their own equipment was also blown up in the hotel. So the 2 of them returned to the city and used some unethical and illegal means to get a cell phone. Then Fang Yuan called Yan Jidao, and the call was connected shortly afterwards. Brother, what are your orders? How's the matter going with what I told you to do? No problem at all. Location: Number 15 Bayangdan Street. Wait for me, I'll be there soon. Fang Yuan hung up the phone and headed straight to Bayangdan Street with Yao Na. Bayangdan Street is a residential area similar to that in China. Number 15 is in the middle. It is a small Western-style building with a lawn outside. Yan Jidao was wearing pajamas and had been waiting at the door. When he saw Fang Yuan and Yao Na together, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. You know, when it comes to women, his eyes are very poisonous. Yao Na's character has always been known for being strong, and her domineering aura is always revealed, but now that she is with Fang Yuan, she has become much more restrained. In this situation, there is only one possibility, and that is being conquered. Brother, Aunt Na, what are you doing? Don't ask so many questions. Fang Yuan rolled his eyes at him and walked into the Western-style building. A blonde girl immediately prepared snacks and drinks for the two of them. This girl was a bit plump, and when she looked at Yan Jidao, her eyes were as soft as water. Fang Yuan understood instantly and asked, "What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to be more restrained?" Yan Jidao chuckled. Brother, you don't understand at first glance. To do something like that, you just need to get your body to that point of excitement. You don't need to do it yourself. As soon as Yan Jidao finished his lewd words, Yao Na's face flushed. She took a sip of water and then scolded him, "Yan Jidao, I'm going to tell your dad when I get home." "Aunt Na, please don't tell my dad." Yan Jidao begged for mercy with a sad face. Seeing him like this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but laugh. "Don't scare him, let's get down to business. It still has to be my eldest brother." Yan Jidao returned to his normal state. After my investigation over the past few days, I found that the person who bribed Hank was Pete. He wants to get some of the Yao family's secrets by joining forces with them, so he has been pursuing my aunt. As he spoke, Yan Jidao glanced at Fang Yuan and Yao Na, and everything was said without words. Ahem, and then what? Fang Yuan naturally knew what this kid was thinking, but could he let him know? Yan Jidao chuckled and continued, "But Pete is just one link in the story. Many forces in Slovenia are involved in this whole thing, including the Carter family. And I've also investigated Katerina. There's not much information about her. I only know that her first husband died in a fire shortly after obtaining the Queen's Tear, and the Queen's Tear disappeared. Because Catalina was the only survivor of the fire, many people spread rumors that she was the one who did it." After saying that, Yan Jidao smiled proudly. "What do you think, big brother? My ability is really awesome." "That's awesome. Where did you collect it?" Yan Jidao angrily pouted in the direction of the blonde girl. Fang Yuan understood instantly. "This is really hard work for you. Serving big brother is not hard." After the joke, Yan Jidao continued, "Hank is at Rose Manor right now. As for Pete, he's still in the casino. He's not making any movement. He's probably waiting for his chance." "Good. Very good." Fang Yuan thought for a moment and said to Yan Jidao, "Help me prepare some equipment and then contact a plane that can leave this area. I will make these traitors pay tonight." "No problem, big brother." These things are not difficult for Yan Jidao with his identity. "By the way, brother, there is one more thing that might interest you." "What's up?" "See for yourself." Yan Jidao took out his cell phone, found the picture, and gave it to Fang Yuan. The picture shows a woman with a flushed face and rolled eyes. She looks very comfortable. Bai Qian? Fang Yuan didn't expect it was her. Yan Jidao chuckled and said, "Brother, this woman is right here now, and I've almost trained her. She told me that someone doesn't want you to go back. Bai Qian's appearance means it's Master Wei." Yan Jidao nodded and said seriously, "Master Wei, he started out as a small-time gangster, but his business has expanded internationally and he can even issue international bank cards. Without funding from foreign forces, it would be impossible. But this Bai Qian knows very little, and the purpose of Master Wei sending her here is just to contact Peter." Once Yan Jidao uses his big head to think about a problem, his IQ is still very high. What's more, this is in the field he is good at. He is simply invincible. "You did a great job." Fang Yuan patted Yan Jidao's shoulder. "Bite. The friendly unit is successfully empowered. Yan Jidao gains the skill, 1,000-pound weight." Fang Yuan thought it was some kind of martial arts skill to withstand beatings, but when he looked closely at Yan Jidao's reaction, "This can't be. Is it that kind of weight?" Chapter 128, Fever. Yan Jidao had been given the ability once, and Fang Yuan just wanted to try it out, but he didn't expect that he could actually use it a second time. Although there is no special attribute bonus this time, does this mean that we can continue? Fang Yuan suddenly had an idea and patted Yan Jidao's shoulder again. Host, this is too much. The system's dissatisfied voice came. Brother Tonzi, can you be more flexible? Cannot. This kid already has the bone shrinking technique and the 1,000-pound weight. Ordinary people can't get close to him. Moreover, some of these abilities combined have hidden effects. Let's slowly explore them. The system spoke at length, a rare occurrence. Alright then. Fang Yuan was already very satisfied with this result. Brother, is there anything else? Yan Jidao asked belatedly. Nothing, go get ready. Okay. Yan Jidao was very capable. While preparing things for the time being, he also cleared out the space on the second floor of the Western-style building for Fang Yuan and Yao Na to live in. After a few days of hardship and a little fright, the two of them did not refuse. After dinner, they laid down on the bed. The two of them sat back to back, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Fang Yuan squeezed to the middle, wanting to interact with Yao Na. After all, I misunderstood others and did some excessive things, so it is necessary to apologize. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Na suddenly turned around, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed look in her eyes, the hot air she exhaled blowing straight into his face. The aroma of malt. Hug me. Yao Na suddenly spoke, her tone like a little girl acting coquettishly, and a little vague. Fang Yuan felt something was wrong, so he reached out and touched her forehead. Oh, it's so hot, you have a fever. Let me reduce your fever. Fang Yuan sat up, took out the 9 dragon needles, and was about to give her a few injections to reduce her fever, but Yao Na gently shook her head and said again, no need. Just hug me. After saying that, he closed his eyes, leaving everything unsaid. Alas. Fang Yuan sighed, lay down, and hugged Yao Na tightly. You know, your embrace is actually very warm. Yao Na snuggled in Fang Yuan's arms, looking very cute and fragile. Nana, I'm sorry. Fang Yuan rubbed her hair and said slowly, I was impulsive today. It's okay, but don't do this to me again. I'm afraid. Yao Na hooked Fang Yuan like an octopus, and Fang Yuan also felt her scorching body temperature, so he said seriously, I swear to my brother, I will never do this again. But there is still a problem. The system has already issued the task, and in the current situation, Fang Yuan doesn't know how to continue to retaliate, so he consults the system again. Brother Tonzi, can we cancel our mission? System, no, but you can also choose other ways of revenge, such as, hee. But this depends on your ability, the host. At this time, Yao Na didn't know whether she was getting more and more confused due to the rising fever, or whether she did it on purpose, but she actually asked Fang Yuan to help her take off her clothes. As a 5-good boy of the new era, how could Fang Yuan refuse? He helped decisively, quickly, and beautifully. Hello? Yao Na turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with a dazed look in her eyes. Then she lifted his chin and whispered, You stinky little brother, you're taking advantage of me. Be reasonable. It was you who asked me for help, okay? I don't care, you're just taking advantage of me. Yao Na started to act coquettishly, No, I want to take it back. As she spoke, she pressed herself against Fang Yuan's chest, drawing circles on his pectoral muscles, and said, You know, you're the first person to hug me like this. At this time, Yao Na's body temperature had soared to 38.6 degrees, like a small stove. Fang Yuan just hugged her and listened to her murmurs. Last time at the amusement park, the atmosphere was already that heated, but in the end we just kissed. So according to Fang Yuan's experience, even though the momentum seems strong this time, it is actually still skirting the rules. And the facts were just as he expected. This was the first time in Yao Na's 40 years of life that she had developed feelings for a man. She completely took off her mask under the pretext of having a fever, and in this way, enthusiastically displayed her charm. Go to sleep, you'll be fine once you wake up. Fang Yuan caressed her hair lovingly, maintaining his gentlemanly persona to the end. I ask you how much sorrow you can have, just like Lu Hui going down to the brothel. Nothing happened overnight. When she woke up in the morning, Yao Na was still holding Fang Yuan tightly. Seeing Fang Yuan's eyes move a few times, as if he was about to open them, she quickly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. Let go, I saw you woke up. Ha, hate. Yana let out a breath, feeling a surge of emotion in her heart. What a man who doesn't understand romance. He doesn't know how to see through things but not say them out loud. It's so embarrassing. Yana blushed and let go of Fang Yuan. Just as she was about to get up, Fang Yuan suddenly grabbed her. Yana exclaimed, frowned, and whispered, "Don't be like this, my fever hasn't subsided yet. How dare you do this when you're not well? If you are well, it will be terrible." As he spoke, Fang Yuan squeezed her hand hard. Yana blushed instantly, whimpered, and said quickly, You don't bully me, I'm still a little dizzy." Snort! Fang Yuan whispered, "You feel dizzy, right? Okay then." As he said that, he kissed Yana's lips fiercely. Yana's eyes widened, and she was immediately infected by Fang Yuan's passionate heart. The two of them hugged each other, feeling each other's feelings, and kissed passionately. Call. At the critical moment, Fang Yuan suddenly let go of Yana. "This is the interest I collected. When you are better, dear sister, please don't run away." Fang Yuan declared his sovereignty in a domineering manner. "You stinky little brother. You're not a decent person at all." Yana blushed, glared at Fang Yuan coquettishly, and pushed him away forcefully. "I'm a little hungry." Since arriving in Slovenia, the two of them have never had a good night's sleep. They have to keep their heads on their belts every day, and she really can't stand it anymore. Wait. Fang Yuan put on his slippers and personally prepared a nutritious meal for Yana, which helped her regain some strength. "Brother, I'm going out for a while." Yan Jidao shouted from downstairs. "Go!" Fang Yuan responded, and then he saw him taking the Mao girl out. Although he didn't know what he did, Fang Yuan knew that with the third young master's abilities, there was no need to worry about him. As for him, it would be better for him not to go out until the equipment and intelligence are received. But the traitor must be dealt with before the auction begins. After all, once the auction begins and Catalina takes out the 4-dragon square tripod, Simmons will definitely come knocking on her door, and then things probably won't be so peaceful anymore. To avoid any further complications, Hank and Pete cannot stay until tomorrow. Just when Fang Yuan was thinking, Yana suddenly said something. "Don't spread what I said yesterday." Chapter 129, I can't stand it any longer. Yana was referring to two things. One is his brother's affairs, which involve some secrets. Telling them out will do more harm than good to Fang Yuan. The second thing is about one's own image. The two of them were so intimate last night, and as an older sister, she was actually bullied by her younger brother. It was really inconsistent with her personality to tell others about this. "No, we must get this place back." Okay, I know." Fang Yuan understood what Yana meant, and then pretended to think for a moment before saying seriously, "But how can I enjoy such sweet words alone? Of course I have to share them." "You." Yana's face turned even redder. Fang Yuan smiled indulgently and said, I was just kidding. How could I possibly say that?" Snort. Yana glared at Fang Yuan, then stood up and walked over to Fang Yuan. She lifted his chin with her finger and said seriously, "Little brother. Don't think that your sister is scared by you. Remember, it's my sister who wants to eat you, not you who wants to seduce my sister." After saying that, Yana kissed him, teased Fang Yuan for a while, and then clapped her hands. Let's go, let's get down to business." "Good." Fang Yuan chuckled. "Serious business? What's serious business? You said so much, and you just want to leave? Are you okay? As the saying goes, when you are well fed and well clothed, you will think about sex." "Nana!" Fang Yuan called out, and without waiting for her to respond, he picked her up from behind and threw her on the bed. "Fang Yuan, don't." Yana was a little scared and said, "I'm still sick." "It's okay, I'll give you 2 injections later." As he spoke, Fang Yuan activated the friendly force empowerment. Bite. Friendly unit empowered successfully, Yana gains the agility skill, flying swallow stepping on flowers. As the empowerment ended, Yana's eyes widened in surprise. She was born into a martial arts family and immediately noticed the changes in her body. What surprised her even more was that this change came from Fang Yuan. This. "Nana, don't be surprised." Fang Yuan came over, leaned over, put his arm around her waist and said, "You just need to know that you will be mine from now on." "You, wishful thinking. Then let you be beautiful. Let's go." After saying that, Fang Yuan began to punish the stubborn sister. Yao Na is going crazy. Once upon a time, in the dead of night, she played Dong Fong Pa song after song. The power of the emotions suppressed for 20 years, released in one go, was immense, and coupled with the physical strength empowered by her allies, Yao Na had to admit that, as the old saying goes, she had jumped off a cliff. 10 minutes. 1 hour. Yi Kun Shi. The battle lasted from early morning to dusk, from Baichao Garden to Sanwei Bookhouse, and left countless traces in the kitchen, bathroom, and stairwell. Finally, the winner was decided. Fang Yuan fell down. At this moment, he finally understood why men also need protection. Looking at Yao Na again, her face was like a peach blossom, fully blooming after being watered. She left the battlefield at some point, and after washing up, she walked towards Fang Yuan with a plate of grapes, a satisfied smile on her face, humming a little tune. You've worked hard, little brother. Have some fruit. Come on, open your mouth, ah. Yao Na fed the grapes into Fang Yuan's mouth, then moved down and leaned against him. Yan Jidao had already returned, but seeing that the battle was quite fierce, he did not disturb them and turned around to open up a second battlefield with Mao Mei. Fang Yuan naturally noticed this situation as well. Alas, gambling and drugs are not allowed, so the action has to be postponed again. But it doesn't matter, the two of them can just snuggle and talk quietly. After the passion, Yao Na became worried. She can no longer live without Fang Yuan. It means she never had it, but once she has the chance, she really doesn't want to let it go. Although she knows Fang Yuan is married, she is such a proud person that she doesn't want to be left without a name or status. Younger brother. What is our relationship? Yao Na wanted to fight for it, but Fang Yuan remained silent. What is the relationship? Boyfriend or girlfriend? Or husband and wife? After thinking for a long time, he took Yao Na's hand and said seriously, Nana, you are my woman and I am your man. This is an indisputable fact. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. Nana, if you never leave me, I'll be with you through thick and thin. Yao Na was satisfied. She poked Fang Yuan's head and scolded him, look at what you said, all that non-mainstream talk. Besides, you said what I said, what else do you want me to say? Hee, this is just too much. Fang Yuan chuckled, hugged her and fell asleep. It was a little after 4 in the morning. Big brother. Yan Jidao knocked on the door quietly, and soon Fang Yuan appeared at the main entrance. Then the two of them went downstairs and moved the equipment into the house. Along with the equipment, there is also flight information and a plan for the journey home. Yan Jidao spent a lot of money to get these. Brother, open it and take a look. Yan Jidao said as if asking for credit. Hearing this, Fang Yuan opened the equipment box and looked at the various professional equipment inside. He couldn't help but say, holy crap, are you serious? You can even get such a tough guy? Yan Jidao chuckled and said, brother, this is a foreign country. As long as you have money, I can even drive a tank to you. Awesome. Fang Yuan gave him a thumbs up, then quickly checked his equipment before instructing Yan Jidao, wait for my news. We'll be back tomorrow. After saying that, he went upstairs, hugged Yao Na and continued to sleep. It was another 2.5 hours of connection until she was completely moisturized, and then the day's task was completed. The next morning, Yan Jidao had already left early. Fang Yuan and Yao Na put on their equipment and saw the motorcycle parked outside the yard. Can you ride? Yao Na asked. Fang Yuan shook his head. Although every boy has a motorcycle dream, his dream was with Li Dongyao at that time, so he had no chance to realize it. Besides, riding a motorcycle is something that even with professional agent skills requires gradual adaptation. Yao Na stepped into the car and put on her helmet in a very cool manner. The motorcycle, the young woman, and the curves, the three combined into one in the morning sun, are simply perfect. Get in the car. Okay. Fang Yuan jumped onto the motorcycle, put his arm around Yao Na's waist, and sped away with her. At the same time, in Hank's villa, Wisconsin Hank was drinking red wine and watching the news report. On the second floor, Bai Qian appeared quietly and walked down with cat steps. She has been living here for some time. Although she is a dissolute person and often goes out to have fun, she has no interest in foreigners. When Hank saw Bai Qian, he couldn't help licking the corner of his mouth. These Chinese women are just hot. Ms. Bai Qian, when do you plan to return home? Wait a little longer. From the information she received, Fang Yuan was not dead and his whereabouts were unknown. This was not what Wei Yi wanted to see. And Mr. Hank, if you don't do what you promised, our boss will be very angry. As an international broker, Hank's main business was reselling information. He drank the red wine in one gulp and said, "Don't worry, I won't let Fong Yuan leave Slovenia." As soon as the words fell, bang! A gunshot was heard outside. Chapter 130, The Truth of Betrayal. Fuck! Hank groaned, covered his bleeding ear, and quickly looked in the direction of the gunshot. I saw Fong Yuan, dressed in black, walking slowly towards me. Shit! Hank screamed, quickly rolled over to the other side of the sofa, and shouted loudly, "Someone come! Someone come quickly! Don't shout, no one will come, I've dealt with them all." Fong Yuan walked over leisurely, sat on the sofa and said. At the same time, the door of the villa suddenly opened and Yao Na walked in with graceful steps. Bai Qian's face turned pale, and cold sweat instantly ran down from her head to the soles of her feet, but fortunately Fong Yuan ignored her and focused his attention on Hank. "Ms. Yao Na, please listen to my explanation." Hank was completely panicked. "Explain?" Yao Na walked over to Fong Yuan, snuggled up to his legs, and asked, "There's nothing to explain, and you know I have zero tolerance for traitors. But before you die, you can still explain who made you rebel." "It's Pete. Pete Hops." Hank confessed immediately. However, Fong Yuan said, "It's not just him. I advise you to tell everyone." Hearing this, Hank broke out in a cold sweat. He swallowed and said, "I say yes, but you have to spare my life, otherwise I won't tell you." A broker like Hank does everything just for money, so it's impossible to ask him to risk his life. And Yao Na is also a ruthless person. Do you think you have room for bargaining? Tell me. No, if you don't let me go, you'll never know who's behind this." Hank also hardened up. With a bang, a bloody hole appeared on Hank's forehead, and then he fell down. It was Fong Yuan who fired the shot. He looked at Hank expressionlessly. "What are you doing? If you kill him, how can we find out who was behind this?" Yao Na complained. Fong Yuan didn't explain, just smiled and said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me." After saying that, he stood up, took out the 9-dragon needle, and stabbed Hank. Under the cover of the 9-dragon needles, the resurrection skill is activated. Immediately afterwards, Bai Qian and Yao Na witnessed the most unforgettable thing in their lives. After just a few injections, Hank actually recovered and came back to life. After he came back to life, his face was full of fear, as if he had died once and saw many strange things. "Devil! You are a demon!" Hank screamed frantically. Fong Yuan ignored him and simply asked, "You still have a chance now. Tell me who is behind this." "Devil, you are a devil." Hank kept repeating. The resurrection from the dead was a huge blow to him. His nerves had become abnormal. TSK. Seeing this, Fong Yuan grabbed Hank's neck again, and then used a little force to kill him again, and then used the same trick again to revive him. After this happened several times, Hank went completely crazy. "Let me die. Please, let me die." This experience is a kind of soul torture that no one can bear. It's simple. "Tell me, who else is involved?" Fong Yuan still asked. "Long way from China, and the Yao family." "You're talking nonsense." Yao Na stood up suddenly, took 2 steps to Hank, and asked in a low voice, "The Yao family asked you to kill me? Are you kidding me? There must be a reason." Hank was desperate to die at this moment, and he had nothing to hide. He said, "I don't know about that. I was just carrying out the Yao family's mission to let you, the eldest daughter of the Yao family, die abroad." After saying that, Hank leaned over and finally got relief. Quiet. Deathly quiet. Yao Na took 2 steps back, unable to believe it. The Yao family. Fong Yuan pondered for a moment. "It seems that I guessed right. Hank knows the power of the Yao family, so if he doesn't have the Yao family's authorization, he wouldn't dare to attack us even if he had 10 times the courage. Unless he has a backer that even the Yao family can't afford to offend, but that's obviously impossible." Although she knew about the other force involved, Yao Na still couldn't accept it. How could this happen? There's no reason for this. She really couldn't figure it out. Although the Slovenia problem was solved, the Yao family's suspicions resurfaced. "Well, can I interrupt?" Bai Qian raised her hand and said, "I know the reason." "Ha? You know?" Fong Yuan and Yao Na looked at Bai Qian at the same time. The reason why I ignored her just now was that I wanted to keep her until the end, and now is the time to talk about her. Bai Qian bit her lip and gave Fang Yuan a charming smile as much as possible, with a hint of pity in her eyes, trying to gain Fang Yuan's sympathy. Go ahead. Fang Yuan didn't rush into action. Bai Qian is Wei Yi's person, and her life can be saved until she knows the truth. The person who contacted Chen Shou to take action against the 4-dragon square tripod was not K, but Yao family. Yao Na's eyes widened, and she began to doubt her ears. How is this possible? Fang Yuan chuckled and said, of course it's impossible. How else could I have tricked you into going abroad? The Yao family really made a lot of plans to get rid of Yao Na. But the Yao family has no interest in the treasure, and why did they go to such great lengths to get rid of Yao Na? I don't know about that. Bai Qian said, but before I left, Master Wei told me that the Yao family is engaged in military technology, so they need a lot of orders. And people are greedy, even the Yao family is the same. We don't have a lot of high-tech weapons in the country, so we can only hope to provoke wars in various places in order to sell them. There is no need for Bai Qian to continue talking about the rest. It is obvious that treasure is the key to provoking war. That is an enviable amount of wealth, endless wealth, and no one can resist such temptation. This world is just a huge makeshift team. Even though family organizations and other forces are fighting each other now, when they are about to get together, the upper class will intervene without hesitation. But I still can't figure it out. Yao Na pressed on, even if that's the case, why did the Yao family want to kill me? Bai Qian frowned and said, because the target is not you, but Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little confused. He had no grudge against the Yao family in Kyoto, so why were they targeting him? You'd better explain yourself. Bai Qian immediately said, actually, this matter is very simple. You'll understand once I tell you. The Yao family has a vanguard named Qi Yunfeng. Qi Yunfeng, with the secret funding and direction of the Yao family, intended to seize control of the Blue Core Group and squeeze out the board members. However, at the last minute, Mr. Fang acquired 60% of the shares. The reason why no action was taken at that time was because everyone believed that Lan Lan was not yet capable of successfully developing this intelligent chip. But no one expected that she would succeed. Chapter 131, Madman. If you say so, it is indeed so. Yao Na added, the Yao family is also researching smart chips. They've been preparing for 2 years and have invested nearly 1 billion yuan, but they haven't made any real breakthroughs. When Blue Core became successful, it really gave my family a big shock. Fang Yuan was being targeted, and the root cause was indeed him. The Yao family had been working on smart chips for so long, and they thought it was a piece of cake. But Fang Yuan showed up halfway and intercepted the project, making all their 2 years of investment go down the drain. Moreover, although the Yao family looked down upon the treasure hidden behind the 7 treasures, the turmoil caused by this thing was what they needed most. Now that several moves have failed due to Fang Yuan's appearance, the Yao family will definitely not be able to sit still. What about Lord Wei? Fang Yuan continued to ask Bai Qian, he wants to deal with me and keep me abroad. Could this also be the Yao family's instigation? Bai Qian shook her head repeatedly, no, this is what Master Wei wanted. At that time, Master Wei wanted to win you over, but you didn't give him the face, so he. Fang Yuan understood. After Wei Yi's hall dealt with Zhou Zhenhai, Fang Yuan did not choose to become his subordinate incense master, which aroused his vigilance. He thought that Fang Yuan posed a threat to his position, so he wanted to kill him. Master Wei had helped Fang Yuan before, and Fang Yuan always remembered it. However, now that he was trying to maintain his status, he had reached the point of breaking up with him, and the grudges were no longer important. You go back. Fang Yuan decided to let Bai Qian go and send a message back, tell Master Wei that I will always remember his help to me, but if he insists on having his own way and insists on breaking up, then I don't mind fighting him. Good. Bai Qian breathed a sigh of relief, feeling lucky to have saved her life. She knew that it was difficult for her to do anything as she was stuck in the middle and passed on messages, but for some reason, she secretly hoped that Fang Yuan could take over Wei Yi's position. Bai Qian will definitely find a chance to repay the favor of not killing me. After saying that, Bai Qian quickly went upstairs to pack up and left the villa overnight. Long Wei is a man with great ambitions, but I didn't expect him to be so petty. Yao Na's tone was full of disdain for Wei Yi. A nouveau riche who grows up by relying on others will never achieve much in the future. In comparison, Fang Yuan is different. If he can return safely this time, he will definitely become famous in Kyoto and some upper-class circles, and may even become famous throughout China. By then, with his abilities, it would only be a matter of time before he replaced Master Wei. Bite. Congratulations to the host for achieving a high-level revenge on Hank, can't die. Reward, high-level superpower, miraculous resurrection can heal moderate injuries and even fatal injuries, limited to once per person. Critical hit reward, 75% of Founder Entertainment Media Company's shares. Another share, I hope this time it's not a mess. After Hank is dealt with, it's Pete's turn. You like gambling, right? You like playing Russian roulette, right? Then let him try this. Fong Yuan thought of a very exciting way to play. Casino. Bang! Bang! Fong Yuan and Yao Na fired 2 shots at the ceiling as soon as they entered. The gamblers were frightened by the scene and quickly stood up and hid, while the bodyguards who were watching the place also surrounded them after hearing the noise. Ha! Before they could start a fight, Fong Yuan suddenly howled. This time, they were lucky, and the effective Pujuan was activated directly. More than a dozen casino bodyguards who were willing to live on the edge of a knife and were ruthless and not afraid of death were actually made to squat down and burst into tears by the young man's roar. The only one who didn't cry was standing alone with his gun in hand, looking disheveled in the wind. Hey, what's wrong with you? Fong Yuan gestured for him to cry too. Unfortunately, the bodyguard didn't understand what he meant. He raised his hand to fight back, but was shot dead by Yao Na. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it. Walk. With that, he and Yao Na went straight to the manager's office. It's said that the manager's office has good sound insulation, so the loud noise outside didn't alarm Pete. He was hugging the hot bunny girl and kissing her enthusiastically. When he realized someone came in, he shouted in displeasure. Fuck! Didn't you see I was doing? Shio. Fong Yuan whistled. Shit. Pete was so frightened that he shrank back and didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He quickly pushed the bunny girl away, twisted his white butt, opened the drawer and touched the gun inside. Bang! Fong Yuan shot him in the wrist and then signaled Yao Na to close the door. Although this is a casino, even if someone comes to cause trouble, the local police station will only think it is a gang fight and will not intervene. But after all, there are guests outside, and it is never good to scare them. We meet again. Fong Yuan sat down and said. Yao Na sat beside him in tacit understanding, like a pair of chivalrous lovers. He. You can't kill me. If you kill me, I promise that from today on, my family will hunt you down endlessly. Pete started off with some harsh words, but unfortunately Fong Yuan didn't care. None of this matters. Besides, who said I was going to kill you? I just wanted to play a game with you. As he spoke, Fong Yuan took out a revolver from his arms, unloaded the bullets, loaded a bullet, and placed it in front of the table. You like playing this, don't you? Come and try your luck. I refuse. Peter said coldly, you probably don't know our rules. It's true that I run a casino, but I never gamble. And you're doing this just to get rid of the charge of killing me. Fong Yuan shook his head and said seriously, Pete, I'm not discussing this with you. Since you want to kill me, then you must be prepared to be killed by me. I am just giving you a decent chance. If you don't want to play, then I don't mind helping you be decent. Speaking of playing, Fong Yuan turned the revolver chamber, then placed it on the table, pushed it to Pete, and let him choose. You think I'll... Bang! Fong Yuan directly broke his forearm, and then continued to ask, do you want to play? No. Bang! Another shot, this time hitting Pete's thigh. Kill me. My family will never let you go, absolutely not. His hands and feet were broken, but he didn't even let out a scream. At this moment, he was smiling miserably, like a madman, and it seemed that he was enjoying the pain. Oh, I see. Fong Yuan said lightly, then walked up to Pete. Miraculous healing. Walter? Pete was devastated. How did his injuries heal? What's going on? How about playing? Don't even think about it. Bang! 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 Fong Yuan fired 3 shots in a row, leaving only one of his hands free to move. Cruel. Fong Yuan tortured Pete like a demon. Finally, he broke down and shouted, I want to play, I want to play. After saying that, he picked up the revolver, pointed it at his temple, and pulled the trigger. Click. No sound. Fong Yuan was about to say something, but he found that Pete gritted his teeth and continued to pull the trigger like crazy. click, 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 bang. Pete lost his life in an instant. At this moment, the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a horrified expression, as if he was happy about his own relief. Chapter 132, Going Home. What a madman. This is the only way Fong Yuan can evaluate Pete. Yes. Yana didn't expect that Pete would be so crazy. She really couldn't understand his thoughts. Peter was dead, and the revenge plan was considered to be preliminarily completed. Fong Yuan and the others left the office. The group of bodyguards outside were still wiping their tears, but Yana ignored them, got on her motorcycle, and drove away with Fong Yuan. At a private airport, there is a small passenger plane parked here, which can fly directly back to China. On the plane, Yana couldn't help but sigh that if it weren't for Fong Yuan, she would have died on this trip. She wondered how she would face her family after returning home. Although Kyoto Technology is an independent company, there are still many shadows of the Yao family behind it. If it chooses independence, it must be prepared to be targeted. This is not an easy step. The return journey was very smooth, but the two did not feel relieved until they entered Chinese airspace. Fong Yuan looked out the window without saying a word, reviewing his trip to Slovenia. This trip was full of crises. He saw a lot and realized deeply that what he had experienced in China was just a minor incident. From the moment the system rewarded him with the Queen's tears, he was unknowingly drawn into a huge vortex. If you are in a vortex and want to avoid being swept away, you need great strength. It seems that I can no longer keep a low profile. Nana! Fong Yuan shouted. Yana stretched and responded softly, "Who? What's wrong? Do you still want the Four Dragons Square monument?" What? Yana sat up suddenly. The reason she wanted the Four Dragons Square tripod was because the Devil organization was also collecting this thing. She wanted to use the Four Dragons Square tripod to get some clues about her brother's betrayal, or to see him again. But now the Four Dragons Square tripod is in Yang Shan's hands, and it is basically impossible to get it. She doesn't want Fong Yuan to take risks. Yana struggled internally. Forget it, it's not meant to be, so let it be. How can there be no chance? Here. Fong Yuan took out the Four Dragons Square zune and said, "The real one is here." Ah. Yana's expression showed a hint of shock. She saw with her own eyes Fong Yuan handing the Four Dragons Square zune to Yang Shan, so what was happening now? Yana stood up and took the Four Dragons Square tripod, saying in disbelief, "This. How did you do that?" Secret. Fong Yuan smiled mysteriously without explaining, and Yana tactfully stopped asking. "You should take it." Yana thought for a moment and returned the Four Dragons Square zune to Fong Yuan. "I am not able to protect it, and the reason I wanted it was just to find out why my brother rebelled. In this situation, I no longer need it." Fong Yuan could see that Yao Na was serious, so he didn't refuse and took it. Jiancheng Airport. It was already early morning when the plane landed. At the airport, a black Lincoln Jiacheng was parked there. It was arranged by Yao Na in advance. Both of their cell phones and various identification documents had also been reissued. The two got off the plane. Fong Yuan asked, "Where are you going?" "Let's go home first." Yana frowned and said, "Take care of the family affairs, and then I will help you deal with the Yao Wang family so that your Zhuyan pill can be successfully launched on the market." "Well, okay, but now, look." Fong Yuan nodded and looked at Yao Na meaningfully. "Ha, stinky brother." Yao Na knew what he meant, of course, but now was not the time to do it, so she put her arms around Fong Yuan's neck and kissed him passionately. "It may take me a while to get home this time. Please wait until I come back." Yao Na was affectionate. At this moment, she became the eldest daughter of the Yao family again, with her eyes full of confidence and affection. It was already dawn when the car took Fong Yuan to his doorstep. Yao Na said goodbye to Fong Yuan affectionately, and after watching him leave, a happy smile appeared on her face. She had found her life partner and didn't want to leave Fong Yuan so much. Fong Yuan came downstairs. The new phone looked like Hong Mai, but it had no brand. After inserting the SIM card and turning it on, it showed more than 100 missed calls, all from Xin Jijing. She is very worried. Fong Yuan felt warm inside and called back, and the call was picked up almost instantly. "Honey. What's going on? Why is your phone turned off? You scared me to death. Are you okay?" Fong Yuan was very touched and quickly comforted her. Okay, how could I be in trouble? I lost my phone abroad and only got it back when I returned. Look, I got it back to you right away. Shin Jijing finally breathed a sigh of relief, but her voice still tinged with tears. I was so scared. Even if I can't contact you in the future, you must find a way to let me know you're safe. Shin Jijing was very afraid that Fang Yuan would disappear or get into trouble. She couldn't even imagine what life would be like without Fang Yuan. Don't worry, I'm downstairs now. The phone was hung up instantly. Almost at the same time, a sound was heard in the corridor. Fang Yuan hurried upstairs and met Shin Jijing on the second floor. After not seeing each other for many days, she seemed to have lost a lot of weight. When she saw Fang Yuan, she threw herself into his arms, almost crying with excitement. Fang Yuan rubbed her hair, feeling unhappy, and hugged her back home. Jiang Yuner was also looking forward to it. Seeing that Fang Yuan was fine, she pretended to be relaxed and said, "See, I told you so. Good people don't live long, but evil can last for thousands of years. Fang Yuan will definitely be fine." At this moment, Shin Jijing couldn't listen at all. She held Fang Yuan tightly and refused to let go, even after returning to the room. Jiang Yuner felt bad and felt like she had eaten a lot of dog food. In order to avoid hearing any sounds that were not suitable for children, she returned to her room, put on headphones and started playing games. In the room, Shin Jijing couldn't wait to ask about Fang Yuan's trip to Slovenia. In order to avoid her worrying, Fang Yuan did not explain in detail. He just said that the security abroad was bad, his luggage was stolen, and then some other things happened. Even so, Shin Jijing was still thrilled to hear it. Oh, and this. Shin Jijing took out a letter from the drawer. It was signed to Fang Yuan. The handwriting was very beautiful, but there was no sender information. The stamp is a monkey stamp. What is this stamp? With the eyes of insight, the value of the stamp instantly emerged, and it was actually worth 150,000. Who could be the person who uses such precious stamps? With doubts, Fang Yuan opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. It's like seeing you in person. My name is Ouyang Zhong. I have heard of Mr. Fong for a long time, but I have never had the opportunity to meet him. The Medicine King family is coming with great force, and Mr. Fong is still young. If there is a chance and nothing else to do tomorrow, I will meet at Jiangkou and have a talk with Mr. Fong. Ouyang Zhong. Could this person, someone I've never heard of, be the Medicine King family? But if it was the Medicine King family, what was his purpose in writing this letter to himself? Is there any danger? Shin Jijing saw Fang Yuan frowning and asked with concern. Have no idea. Fang Yuanshou shook his head and said, Jingjing, where did this letter come from? It was at the door. I saw the letter yesterday when I came back from buying groceries. Shin Jijing replied. The way he came was really special. Fang Yuan thought for a moment, but couldn't come up with anything, so he put the letter away and planned to talk about it tomorrow. He has more important things to do now. Jingjing, a short absence is better than a new marriage. Chapter 133, I love you, but I don't belong to you. The next morning, Fang Yuan rubbed his old waist and went out. He drove the Bugatti Veyron and stepped on the accelerator to Yi Qian's house. These days, Li Lai was recuperating at her place. She also quit her job at the hospital and took over all the affairs of the Li family. Li Lai's injuries have all healed, and as a blessing in disguise, her skin has become extremely tender thanks to the anti-aging pill. Knowing that Fang Yuan was coming today, she got up early in the morning, borrowed Yi Qian's cosmetics, and dressed herself up. Fang Yuan arrived at 8:30 in the morning. Yi Qian reported the current situation to Fang Yuan in the living room. As expected, the rejuvenating pill was stuck at the review stage. All the data about the rejuvenating pill, including Li Lai's physical examination reports in recent days, are enough to prove that there is no problem with the pill, but the medical association just won't approve it. The Jiangcheng Medical Association is controlled by President Wu Durong. Yi Qian tried to visit it several times but was rejected, so the current situation is a bit troublesome. There is no way, the power is in their hands. Li Lai was almost dressed and walked out of the room. She was dressed very coolly today, and she wore a pair of ultra-short shorts on purpose, just to show off all her pride. Back from a business trip? Yes, I haven't seen you for a few days. You look beautiful again. Hearing Fang Yuan's praise, Li Lai's cheeks flushed and she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Ahem. You don't have to praise me. By the way, can I leave now? There are still many things waiting for me to do in the family. Li Lai deliberately changed the subject. Can. Fong Yuan agreed. In fact, she no longer needed to live here, but for some reason, she never went home. Then, you'll take me there? Li Lai wanted to be alone with Fong Yuan, as if she had something to say. Good. Fong Yuan's promise was very indifferent, which made Li Lai feel a little uncomfortable. Master, there's me too. Yi Qian also came over with an eager look. She couldn't wait to learn the essence of traditional Chinese medicine from Fong Yuan. Okay, yours is indispensable. Fong Yuan copied the medical book and said, memorize this book in 3 months. This medical book is very ancient and it is obvious that it is quite old. Moreover, the characters in the book are all in ancient seal script. But for some reason, Yi Qian understood it at a glance. Thank you, Master. Yi Qian was very excited. She could finally get in touch with real Chinese medicine. The master's willingness to give her this book was equivalent to his recognition of her. Yi Qian held the medical book in her hands as if it were a treasure. Fong Yuan stood up and said, all right, I'll take care of the medical association's affairs. You just study hard. I have something else to do at noon, so I'll be leaving now. Li Lai, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, Fong Yuan walked out. These days, Li Lai and Yi Qian have been getting along very well. Before leaving, she whispered a few words to Yi Qian, and then the two sisters said goodbye to each other before leaving. Downstairs, Fong Yuan was driving a Bugatti Veyron. Before he started the car, Li Lai suddenly attacked him, grabbed his neck and bit him. From the moment she knew Fong Yuan was coming, she couldn't control herself. At the age of 30, one is as fierce as a wolf or a tiger. The two of them kissed for a long time, until they were out of breath. Li Lai finally ended the kiss reluctantly, then stared into Fong Yuan's eyes and said softly, I miss you so much. Ouch. Fong Yuan was very surprised. Li Lai is such a proud person, who always talks about the high and low genes. How could she say this on her own initiative? Is this still her? However, Li Lai's eyes turned slightly. After experiencing the cruelty caused by Li Haokuan, she had completely figured it out. The so-called genetic quality was just like that. Fong Yuan took the opportunity to tease, tell me, what do you miss about me? I think it. Li Lai stretched out her slender jade fingers and gently pinched it, then exclaimed, why is it getting bigger again? Good genes. You. Li Lai's eyes were blurry as she whispered in Fong Yuan's ear, then, I'll borrow it for a bit. We. As he said this, he possessed himself. Fong Yuan took a deep breath. Li Lai is really capable. I'm afraid she can't wait any longer. But I am a gentleman, and I cannot let down someone like her who comes to me. 11:30 a.m. Estuary. This was the place where Ouyang Zhong invited Fong Yuan to meet and have a detailed discussion. In the passenger seat, Li Lai's face was still flushed. She took out some toilet paper and said coquettishly, you're so mean. Aren't you afraid that I might get pregnant? What are you afraid of? I'll raise you once you give birth to the baby. Li Lai felt a little unbelievable. Give birth to it? She doesn't mind, but the key is the status. Then what is our relationship? Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan felt overwhelmed. Why does every woman ask this question? Yana does, Li Lai does too, and now it seems that only Yang Shan doesn't ask this question. However, Fong Yuan had already thought about this question, but before he said it, he asked back, you love me, right? And Li Lai blushed and muttered quietly, don't flatter yourself. At most, we both get what we need. Oh, is that so? Never mind. I don't have such a big need as you. Fong Yuan said deliberately with an expression as if he was watching you act. Li Lai got anxious when he heard this. He bit his lower lip and said with the corner of his mouth turned down, how can you bully me like this? I'm already like this, what else do you want from me? Fong Yuan then said seriously, I definitely can't give you that certificate, and the law doesn't allow it, but as long as you're willing, you'll always be my woman. Li Lai said excitedly, of course I do. Honestly, when I think about our past, I can't help but wonder, I clearly hated you when I first met you, so why can't I live without you now? For some reason, Li Lai thought she was a very calm person, even scary calm. She was confident that she was definitely not an emotional person. However, these days, Li Lai was surprised to find that she seemed to have really fallen in love with Fong Yuan. This kind of love is a desire that comes from the heart. It is a love that she herself cannot understand, but is so strong that it is about to burst out. Maybe this is what we call love. Fang Yuan said calmly. Then they found a place to stop by the river and the two got out of the car. There is a pavilion at the mouth of the river, which provides a resting place for passers-by and can also be regarded as a place for viewing the scenery. An old man who looks to be about 90 years old is sitting here. The old man's eyebrows were almost down to his chin, and his eyes were small but full of brilliance. Next to him was a simple portable stove with a pot of tea on it, and in front of him was a Go board, as if he was playing a game of Go alone. Fang Yuan walked over. As a doctor, he could see at a glance the vitality and spirit in the old man's body. "Mr. Fang, right? Please take a seat." The old man raised his head and greeted very politely. Fang Yuan blushed. "Well, old man, please don't be so polite. Just call me Fang Yuan." After saying that, he sat down, and Li Lai sat next to him. "It's just a name, no problem." As he spoke, the old man poured 2 cups of tea. The aroma of tea filled the air, and the feeling of fatigue disappeared instantly. Li Lai also felt that the lingering feeling of the tea had dissipated. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. This tea was so magical. Chapter 134, Ending the Medicine King Family's Arrogance. "Old man, this tea." Fang Yuan was also very surprised. Just smelling it had such an effect. What would happen if he drank it? The old man smiled slightly and gestured for Fang Yuan to taste it. Fang Yuan took a sip. The tea had a rich flavor, with a faint herbal aroma. A warm current instantly ran through his body, making him feel very comfortable. The awakening tea contains a strange herb, which should be the soul-soothing herb. "Good," Ouyang Zhong said with a smile. "This is a medicinal herb that I found after traveling all over the famous mountains and rivers. It has the effect of calming the mind, helping sleep, and refreshing the mind and invigorating the spirit. It's most suitable for making tea." He spoke with an ancient charm, and called himself an old man, with a very humble attitude, which made Fang Yuan feel ashamed. "Old man, what do you want to talk to me about?" Ouyang Zhong chuckled, took out a jade pendant from his body, placed it on the table and said, "Take this. If you meet someone named Ouyang Hui one day, give her this jade pendant. She will not embarrass you." There is a special image carved on this jade pendant, which is an old man riding a dragon and a tiger, holding a needle in his hand. Fang Yuan had an impression in his mind. Sun Si Miao. Medicine King Family. This is the jade pendant of the Medicine King family, but the old man in front of him is obviously here to help him. Fang Yuan is a little confused. What are his reasons, or what are his conditions? "Mr. Ouyang, why are you helping me like this?" "Why?" Ouyang Zhong smiled lightly. "If I have to give a reason, it is that I hope you can change the arrogance of the Medicine King family." The arrogance of the Medicine King family? Fang Yuan didn't quite understand. "Old sir, please explain." Lieutenant General Ouyang drank the cup of tea in one gulp and then put it down. Li Lai was very good at handling things. She immediately stood up and poured tea. Ouyang Zhong glanced at her and continued, "To be honest, I used to be a medicine boy in the Medicine King family. When I was studying medicine with my master, he often taught us that as a doctor, we should save the world and work for the people. I have always kept this in mind. But now the Medicine King family has forgotten these words. In their mouths, healing the world is just a bargaining chip to increase their value. Working for the world has become serving only the so-called nobles. It's really ironic to use these 2 sentences on them." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement. "In the medical book I got, the first sentence was medical ethics. As a doctor, you must be the first in the world. This has been a tradition since ancient times." As Ouyang Zhong finished speaking, Fang Yuan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. Could this old man Ouyang Zhong be Uncle Maya's master? "Mr. Fang," Ouyang Zhong said seriously, "although I don't know where you learned your medical skills, if you have the ability, please take this jade pendant and help me save the Medicine King family." Fang Yuan accepted it solemnly. "Old sir, I will definitely fulfill my mission." Ouyang Zhong had finished what he wanted to say. He poured a full cup of tea for Fang Yuan, then looked at the scenery in the distance without saying a word. Fang Yuan also knew that this meant seeing the guests off, so he took Li Lai away. Back in the car, Li Lai sat in the passenger seat and said, "This old man is not simple." Fang Yuan nodded in agreement and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." They were silent along the way. Just before getting off the car, Li Lai suddenly said with a serious expression, "Dear." Fong Yuan was stunned. What was going on? Considering her expression, could it be that she really had one? Fortunately, Li Lai did not give him this surprise. I've decided. I don't want to be your vassal. I plan to develop the Li family well. I hope you will show some mercy to me in the future business world. That's a must. Fong Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Who made you my woman? Muah. Li Lai put her arms around Fong Yuan's neck and gave him a farewell kiss before getting out of the car satisfied. Li Lai is not the kind of love-brained person who would give you everything if she likes you, and even if she really gave the Li family to Fong Yuan would not want it. It is better for women to be financially independent. However, given the Li family's current situation, if they want to develop well, they must be high profile. But how to be high profile? Got it. Fong Yuan thought of a good idea and immediately called Secretary Sun. Of course, this is just because he is used to calling her Secretary Sunday. Now Sun Jiaying is the vice president of Lanxin. Director Fong. Sun Jiaying had adapted to her new identity and knew that Fong Yuan didn't like that kind of cheap seduction, so she spoke in a serious tone. President Sun, how is the group doing recently? Director Fong, don't worry. President Lun is away developing new smart chips and related components. I'm now in charge of the group's operations. Everything is running smoothly. Well, you're pretty good. Fong Yuan praised. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Sun Jiaying has management experience or not. Given the popularity of his smart chip, the group's market value will definitely continue to increase. Moreover, the system had rewarded him with shares of Founder Entertainment Company a few days ago. Speaking of this, he planned to go and have a look tomorrow, so he briefly explained a few things, hung up the phone, and then contacted Lu Mengxi. After Lu Mengxi took over Fingrui again, Fong Yuan gave her absolute power. She carried out drastic reforms to address the group's shortcomings, and the current situation is improving. It's just that there are some problems at the factory because they are not producing beauty products at the moment, which makes her very anxious. Director Fong. Lu Mengxi has great respect for Fong Yuan. Well, is there anything going on over there recently? Well, there is a little bit. Lu Mengxi began his report. There are no problems at the group sales department. All departments are operating normally and the backlog of goods has been sold. The trouble mainly lies at the factory. Several employee representatives led the employees in a strike. Oh. There's also this matter. What's the reason? Lu Mengxi said, according to Fingrui's original policy, the salary model for all employees is a guaranteed minimum salary plus performance-based salary. The guaranteed minimum salary isn't much, so after deducting the 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, there's still about 4,000 left. Although I promised to increase the minimum wage, many employees still caused trouble during the factory shutdown. I see. Let me take care of it. Fong Yuan is not a black-hearted boss and he knows how difficult it is for workers. People rely on their wages to support their families. If they can't get their wages now, they will definitely cause trouble. So Lu Mengxi invited several employee representatives to come to Fingrui headquarters to negotiate and resolve the problem. Soon, Lu Mengxi brought 4 employee representatives to the group conference room. When these 4 people saw Fong Yuan, they were stunned at first, then exchanged glances and showed disdain. He is a young man, this wave is stable. 4. This is Fingrui's new chairman, Mr. Fong Yuan. Lu Mengxi stood up and introduced himself, but the 4 of them just nodded. These 4 people are about 50 years old and are relatively prestigious among the employees, so they come to negotiate with the company as representatives. Director Fong, this is the employee representative from the factory. Hello. There is no need to say much about the greatness of the employees. Fong Yuan also respects his employees very much and wants to shake hands with them immediately. It's a pity that the 4 of them didn't give Fong Yuan any face. He. The oldest one among them said indifferently, I don't think Fingrui has much of a future. Such a young child is actually in charge. Chapter 135, Solution. Oh, is that so? I guess at your age, you have a bright future. Fong Yuan responded with a laugh. Humph, stop talking nonsense, Chairman Fong, right? I won't hide anything anymore. The same representative who had mocked Fong Yuan's young age said bluntly, we've been working at Fingrui for so long, and we don't care about our contributions or hard work. Now we just want to get what we deserve. According to the contract we signed, the head office should have paid us our normal minimum wages during the shutdown period. If they can't, then we'll just have to pay them resettlement fees. We're quitting. To be honest, collective strikes by employees are mostly for their own rights and interests, which is understandable. You can't just keep going without work. Think about it, we all need money to support our families. We can't just keep going like this. Either give money or resume work, this is everyone's most simple expectation. Okay, I understand everyone's feelings. On behalf of the group, I want to express my stance to everyone. Fang Yuan changed the subject. I cannot agree to your request. After saying this, even Lu Mingxi was surprised. You have to know that Fingrui is engaged in industry, and the factory is the lifeblood of Fingrui. If there are no orders, there are no orders. If there are orders, but the employees go on strike and the factory stops working, this is a fatal matter. Director Feng. Lu Mingxi wanted to say something, but Fang Yuan raised his head and interrupted her. The employee representatives were also very surprised, and the representative who spoke snorted coldly. Then we will go on strike, and you will be the ones who suffer the loss. I can't say anything about other jobs right now, but the factory is the most short of people. There is definitely a way out. A few days ago, someone leaked that Bluecor was going to produce high-end products and was planning to open an offline electronics factory, covering everything from parts production to independent research and development. There would definitely be a shortage of people by then. This is the confidence of employee representatives. Kid, I'm not trying to scare you. You know Lan Xin, they're planning to independently develop and build an electronics factory. We can go there. Oh, why didn't I know about this? Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Young man, you are still too naive. If you don't know this, it seems that Fingrui is destined to be destroyed in your hands. The employee representative who was speaking had the attitude of an elder teaching a younger person. Fang Yuan doesn't care about these. He knew that these employee representatives had no ill intentions, but they were attacking because their own rights and interests had been damaged and they did not know how to face the group's top management. Actually, Lan Xin is mine too. As soon as Fang Yuan said this, the four people's faces turned pale instantly. But he immediately said, Everyone, although I don't agree with your proposal, I didn't say I won't solve the problem, right? I invited the four of you here today to give you a perfect solution. This sentence conveyed too much information, and the four representatives were unable to process it all at once, their expressions becoming somewhat dull. What? A plan? Yes. Fang Yuan said sternly, Fingrui has changed hands several times in recent days. The issue of employee placement is indeed something I have to handle. Regarding the suspension of work during this period, the responsibility lies entirely with me. I feel bad that everyone's interests have been damaged. So I plan to draft a new contract, adding another 1,000 to the original guaranteed salary, and also share the bonus based on performance. And those who are willing to stay will immediately receive a compensation of 10,000 yuan. Even if you don't want to continue the contract and want to leave, it doesn't matter. You can come and go freely according to the original compensation price. As soon as the words fell, the four representatives were stunned. Why is this different from what they expected? They are here to fight for their rights, but why is the chairman giving them benefits? Not only did they give him a raise, but he also received 10,000 yuan in compensation, and the price he paid was to sign a new contract. The four employee representatives looked at Fang Yuan with complicated expressions. Thinking about their previous attitude towards Fang Yuan, they suddenly felt ashamed and their momentum weakened. Real? Of course, I'm the chairman. Once I say something, I can't take it back. With Fang Yuan's approval, smiles appeared on the faces of the four employee representatives, especially the one who had been shouting the loudest at the beginning, who quickly stood up. Director Fang, we were wrong. As he spoke, he bowed with great dignity and a very proper attitude. Fang Yuan quickly stood up, Uncle, don't be like this. I also come from an ordinary family and understand your difficulties. If you can have enough food and warm clothes, who would want to cause trouble? These words touched their hearts and moved several representatives to tears. Director Fang, I really feel guilty. Tell me, how can I face you like this? No need to face it. Fang Yuan chuckled and said, If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me. I will do my best to solve everything for my employees and friends. As he spoke, he tightly shook the employee representative's hand, saying everything. Lu Mingxi was very efficient. He drafted an employment contract in a short time and asked the accounting department to pay all the wages. The employee representative happily took the contract back to the factory manager to discuss resuming work. The matter was resolved perfectly, and Fang Yuan also went to talk to Lu Mingxi about the business. In addition to the rejuvenating pill, he also came up with many cosmetic formulas. Although they have been successfully developed, they are stuck in the review process. It's not a big deal that it's stuck. Otherwise, the factory wouldn't have stopped. In Lu Mingxi's office, she made a pot of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan then realized that she was wearing a professional suit today, with matching black stockings on her feet, and she stretched out her beautiful legs intentionally or unintentionally when she walked. He knew that this was done on purpose for him to see. In that case, Fang Yuan didn't hold back and took a critical look. Seeing this, Lu Mingxi did not restrain himself, but became even more presumptuous. Director Fang, the Medicine King family is indeed a problem. Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. Although Yao Na can solve the problem, pinning your hopes on others is not a solution after all. Then Mr. Fang, I do have a suggestion. Lu Mingxi had thought of this plan a long time ago, but because it would cost a lot of money, she couldn't make the decision. Now that Fang Yuan is back, she can finally talk about it. You say. I thought so. Lu Mingxi expressed her own opinion. The beauty industry is largely tied to the entertainment industry. We can invest in variety shows or entertainment companies and have their artists and celebrities endorse us. Although our review didn't pass, we still have the right to conduct the experiment. Celebrities have a terrifying number of fans behind them. Even the Medicine King family can't withstand the pressure of public opinion. Lu Mingxi's suggestion makes sense. Fang Yuan happened to own 75% of Founder Entertainment's shares, and the company's headquarters was also in Jiangcheng, so this method was very suitable in all aspects. Have we ever had any endorsement partnerships with any company before? Some. Lu Mingxi nodded and said, it's just that the contract was terminated after Feng Rui's incident. But for some reason, the boss of that company died in a car accident a week ago. Now the company is leaderless. I heard that a mysterious person bought 75% of the shares. What? What a coincidence. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, somewhat incredulously asking, is the company you're talking about called Fangzhen? Chapter 136, the fan filter is broken. Yeah, what's wrong, Mr. Fang? Lu Mingxi said doubtfully. Fine. A bad feeling flashed through Fang Yuan's mind. Could it be that the shares given by the system are still a mess? But in the entertainment industry, all you need is money. With his current net worth, it shouldn't be difficult for him to make it. Thinking of this, he said, actually, the mysterious person who bought Fang Zhang is me. Lu Mingxi's eyes widened, and he said with admiration, so it's you, Director Fang. You're truly young and promising. I'm afraid you've already thought of this plan. Fang Yuan rubbed the tip of his nose, ahem, be careful to keep a low profile. Yeah, low key. Having said that, Lu Mingxi's eyes were full of stars. She was completely conquered by Fang Yuan. I'll leave all the matters of hiring celebrity endorsements to you. Fang Yuan said to Lu Mingxi, what do you think of the name Feng Rui? Not so good. Lu Mingxi was a master of social skills and immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. Honestly, if I had the ability, I would have changed it a long time ago. Then let's change it. You are the president, so this matter is handed over to you. In addition, I will give you 15% of the shares. You can work here peacefully until retirement. Fang Yuan holds 100% of Feng Rui's shares and has absolute say. Hearing this, Lu Mingxi was dumbfounded. He gave away shares just like that. What kind of rich man is this Mr. Fang? Or does he have other intentions? Things are just like that in the workplace. When your boss suddenly calls you for a talk and says he wants to give you a promotion and a raise, besides recognizing your abilities, he also wants to get something in return. Lu Mingxi didn't allow it before. She has reached where she is today not by relying on men, but by working hard on her own. But if the object is Fang Yuan, it is possible. He is young, handsome, rich and generous, and judging from his wife, he should like mature women. Lu Mingxi is in his early 30s this year, and he is confident and charming. Thinking of this, Lu Mingxi's eyes instantly softened as she asked softly, Director Fang, do you need me to do anything? Oh, nothing, just do your best in the future. Fang Yuan said seriously. Ah? That's it? This time Lu Mingxi couldn't handle it anymore. She bit her lip and asked softly again, is that all? That's really all. Fang Yuan was no fool, and he definitely knew what she was thinking, but he was embarrassed. He was a gentleman, so he tried to clarify, Boss Lu, we have a long time to go, let's get along slowly. Don't worry, I don't care about money. As long as you work hard and build the group into a first-class beauty company, that will be the greatest reward for me. However, Lu Mingxi couldn't listen to any of this at the moment. She kept biting her lips, lifting her skirt, and slowly wrapped herself around Fang Yuan. The atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Fang Yuan quickly stood up and fled from the room. What a joke! Lu Mingxi will lose control and it will be ruined soon. A trace of disappointment flashed across Lu Mingxi's eyes, and she sat down on the sofa with red cheeks. Slowly? 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 Women who take the initiative are so scary. Fang Yuan left Feng Rui with lingering fear and planned to go to Fangzheng to take a look. The former boss of this entertainment company has the same surname as Fang Yuan, and his real name is Fang Zhang. He died in a traffic accident caused by drunk driving a week ago. The company is now managed by director Tang Manshan. At the same time, Tang Manshan is also the biggest agent in the company. Fang Yuan found the contact information and called, and the call was quickly picked up. Hello, I'm Tang Manshan. Her voice is very crisp, and I guess she is decisive as well. Hello, I'm Fang Yuan. Tang Manshan was stunned for a moment, and then her voice came again. Are you Mr. Fang, the one who acquired 75% of the company's shares? Yes, I plan to go to the company now. Okay, I'll wait for you at the company. Founder Entertainment Company is located near Jiangcheng Commercial Street, not too far away, only 10 minutes away. According to the address, Fang Yuan found Jiangdu Huading Building C, the 21st floor, where the entire floor was occupied by the office area of Founder Entertainment Company. After Fang Yuan came up, he pushed open the glass door of the office. Hello. The receptionist at the front desk was so engrossed in playing games that he didn't even notice someone coming. As expected of an entertainment company, even the receptionist at the front desk was good-looking, but her attitude was unprofessional. She was so engrossed in playing games that she didn't even notice someone coming. Hello? Fang Yuan reminded again. The receptionist then looked up and asked impatiently, Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? Me? My name is Fang Yuan. Didn't Tang Manshan tell you? Say what? The receptionist muttered something and continued playing the game. Middle. Fang Yuan was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, a little girl in red walked in and said angrily, I'm so pissed. You're such a pig. How abominable. Is Sister Manshan here? Yes. The receptionist immediately put down his phone, stood up, changed his expression, and nodded repeatedly. Fang Yuan glanced at the little girl curiously, stunned at first, then asked in disbelief, Are you, the sweet girl Han Lingsha? The contrast is too great. Fang Yuan is not a fan, but who doesn't have a few goddesses in their youth? When he was in school, there were two recognized screen goddesses on campus. One is Jiang Jian, a queen with a queenly temperament who makes even girls shout sister, step on me when they see her. The other is Han Lingsha, who has a petite figure, good looks, and a sweet singing voice. The boys also divided into two camps, the mature and the sweet, based on which of the two goddesses was prettier. But Fang Yuan was different, he thought both of them were good-looking. So, at that restless age of youth, these two goddesses took turns to accompany him through night after night. But who could have imagined that the sweet and adorable beauty on screen could actually be such a violent woman in real life? Fang Yuan suddenly felt like his youth had been wasted. Han Lingsha glanced at Fang Yuan and ignored him. Then her agent ran in, Auntie, it's over. You've offended someone you shouldn't have offended. The agent was an old sister-in-law, and her expression was very frightened, but Han Lingsha looked indifferent. What are you shouting? A crisp voice rang out on the phone. Fang Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and his eyes suddenly lit up. This is Tang Manshan? She was about 35 years old, very good-looking, and had a great figure, especially her big breasts, which trembled when she walked, and Fang Yuan was really worried that they would fall off. Sister Manshan. Han Lingsha felt aggrieved, and pouting, she said pitifully, You don't know the producer of this film. He's an old pervert with a bald head, a big belly, and a mouthful of yellow teeth. Woo, I won't do anything. Tang Manshan frowned and said, Lingsha, your negative news hasn't faded yet. It's already great that a boss is willing to invest in you to play the leading female role. What's wrong with you accompanying him for a drink? No. Sister Manchon, if you say that, what's the difference between me and an escort? But you. Tang Manchon also had a worried look on her face. Han Lingsha's current situation is not optimistic. The new boss has not shown up yet, and it is unknown whether he will support her. If she doesn't work hard, her career may be ruined. Just then, Fong Yuan coughed and greeted. Hello, Director Tang. Chapter 137, It's a Mess Indeed. Are you, Mr. Fong Yuan? Tang Manchon was stunned. She had actually noticed this young man a long time ago. Not only was he handsome, but he also made her feel itchy in her heart. It was obvious that he was suitable to be a star. It is precisely because of this that he is not associated with the boss. Yes, I am Fong Yuan. Ouch. Mr. Fong. Tang Manchon reacted quickly and immediately stepped forward to hold Fong Yuan's arm. Ah. The receptionist at the front desk suddenly screamed. What's wrong? Tang Manchon was startled. No, it's okay. The receptionist was extremely regretful. She had left a bad first impression on her future boss, but what could she do? What a fuss! Tang Manchon rolled her eyes at her, then turned around and enthusiastically took Fong Yuan's arm and said, Mr. Fong, please. Lingsha, follow. Han Lingsha was also smart. This handsome young man was much better than the old man, so she came over and said, Mr. Fong, please. Seeing the grumpy girl turn into a sweet girl, Fong Yuan's eyebrows were almost twisted together, but before he could open his mouth, he was pulled into the company by the two men. The entertainment company's office space was not very formal, and the employees were very relaxed. When they saw Tang Manchon, they just greeted her and then went about their own business. Tang Manchon's office is quite artistic and full of ancient style. In recent years, the market for ancient style has become increasingly large. The company has seized the new trend and focused on this aspect, which can be experienced firsthand through decoration. As soon as Fong Yuan sat down on the sofa, Han Lingsha came up to him and said, Boss, you look so young. Yeah, you're young too. Fong Yuan no longer had any interest in her. Han Lingsha chuckled, No, I'm already 30 this year. Huh? You're already 30? Fong Yuan was very surprised. Has the goddess from his school days grown old? Han Lingsha nodded and said seriously, This is a secret, boss, please keep it secret for me. As he said this, he gave Fong Yuan a shock, which gave him goosebumps. At this time, Tang Manchon had already sorted out the information and came over to Han Lingsha and said, Okay, stop talking nonsense. Boss, a lot of things about artists are just character settings, they're fictitious. Haven't you ever worked in the entertainment industry before? Forehead. Fong Yuan shook his head, thought for a moment, and said seriously, Does cheering for idols count? He formed a band when he was in school and was the lead singer, so he did some support creation, but his skills were limited and it didn't cause much response. I guess so. Tang Manchon awkwardly changed the subject and took out the information of the artists under her company. Boss, these are the artists who have signed contracts with the company. Please take a look. To put it bluntly, artists are the resources of entertainment companies, and in today's industry, they are available in batches. Young and beautiful boys and girls join the company and undergo 2.5 years of training to become idol trainees, and then make their debut through variety shows or TV dramas. Those who receive good responses will stay and continue to develop, while those who receive bad responses will be treated as 18th-tier artists and will be abandoned after their value is extracted. Founder Entertainment also follows this path. Judging from the information, the company's top-ranked artists are all considered popular. Han Lingsha, actor and singer. Li Xiaofan, a singer, also starred in TV dramas, but his reputation is not very good. He seems to be involved in lawsuits recently and has been criticized for only being able to sing electronic music. Fong Yuan continued to look through the information, then suddenly took a deep breath and exclaimed, Zhang Jian. Damn it! Zhang Jian is an artist under my company. Boss, don't get excited. Tang Manchon smiled bitterly and said, She will soon not be. Her contract with the company is about to expire, so she has set up a film and television company and plans to be her own boss. There's such a thing? Zhang Jian's image on the screen has always been known for her acting skills. She is talented and dedicated. However, the entertainment industry is a big melting pot with all kinds of people. Thinking of Han Lingsha, Fang Yuan was really afraid that she would have a reversal. Come to think of it, Jiang Jian hasn't appeared on screen in a long time. Seeing Fang Yuan looking so lost, Tang Manshan asked, "Are you a fan of Jiang Jian?" "Well, sort of. When I was in school, she was very popular. You could say she was someone who accompanied me growing up. Time has really changed. I saw that Jiang Jian is already 42 years old this year. The former goddess is gradually getting older. It really makes me feel sad," Fang Yuan said in a dejected tone. Yes, this is something that no one can avoid. Tang Manshan seemed to be infected as well, and introduced the company's situation with a little sadness. "Mr. Fang, it's like this. Our company currently has 4 projects on hand. One is the latest ancient puppet drama, and Han Lingsha is the leading female role. There are also 2 variety shows, and Li Xiaofan will join as a mentor." "Him? Mentor?" Fang Yuan said disdainfully, "A singer and electronic musician is actually capable of being a mentor? It's all scripts." Tang Manshan smiled awkwardly. "Oh." Fang Yuan let it go. As a half-musician, he looked down on Li Xiaofan. "The last project is a martial arts film that Jiang Jian has been preparing for 7 years. She wrote, directed, and starred in it herself. However, due to low market expectations, the company's investment in her is very limited. As for the other minor actors, they are all discarded pawns and can be thrown away after their value has been extracted." Fang Yuan asked, "So where is the company's focus now?" "In current ancient puppet shows, the flowers are not flowers and the fog is not fog." This can be said to be a TV series tailor-made for Han Lingsha by the company, but because something happened, they had to look at the investor's face. If Fang Yuan is willing to take the money now, then her role as the female lead will be secure. In fact, the real big star of Founder Entertainment is Jiang Jian, but she plans to become independent, so the company can only turn its attention to Han Lingsha, the sweet representative. Fang Yuan rubbed his temples. "Alas, as expected, I took over another mess. I will have to deal with it slowly. Put Hua Feiwa's project on hold for now. Please help me make an appointment with Jiang Jian." "Okay." Tang Manshan thought for a moment and said, "But Mr. Fang, the current market leans towards period dramas. If we give up now, the company will lose money. Do you think we should continue to hold on?" Fang Yuan nodded and said, "I can catch it, but I need to take a look at the script and the cast. We have to make it a good film, not just shoddy production just to attract traffic." "Good." Tang Manshan shook her head. The boss was handsome, but unfortunately, he was still too young. When Han Lingsha heard that she had lost her position as the heroine, she was extremely unhappy and looked at Tang Manshan with resentment. At this time, Tang Manshan's cell phone rang. She signaled Han Lingsha with her eyes not to worry, bowed slightly to Fang Yuan, and then went out to answer the phone. "Hey, boss Nye." "Oh, what? I don't know." "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Tang Manshan went out, leaving Han Lingsha and Fang Yuan alone in the room. In her opinion, men are all lustful, so she came up and tried to win him over. "Mr. Fang, would you like to consider continuing to invest in this TV series?" They've been preparing for it for a long time. Han Lingsha was almost sticking to Fang Yuan, with a pitiful expression and a hint of pleading. Her big watery eyes made her look very lovely. Chapter 138, Rushing to Cause Trouble. Feeling Han Lingsha's agility, Fang Yuan shuddered. Ever since the sweet girl filter was shattered, he felt uncomfortable everywhere, so he reached out to straighten Han Lingsha and said sternly, "Female bodhisattva, respect yourself." After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "Why were you so angry just now? He's not even the producer of this show. Not only is he old and ugly, he's also a pervert." Han Lingsha said depressedly, "Boss Fang, please don't laugh at me. The road of being an artist is actually very tiring. When Jiang Jian debuted, the entire industry was relatively clean, but now it's a mixed bag. Acting skills are no match for a drink." Fang Yuan agreed with this. There are many platforms and more exposure now. While people's living standards are improving, their entertainment aesthetics are declining. The reason is that people are impetuous and used to making quick money, so no one is willing to polish their work seriously. Han Lingsha wanted to gain sympathy by playing the victim so that Fang Yuan would agree to invest, but seeing that he was unmoved, she became even more anxious. "Lingsha, you're in big trouble this time." After Tang Manshan finished the call, she came in and said with a heavy expression. Han Lingsha's face turned pale. Even Sister Manshan is worried. It seems that she is really in trouble. Tang Manshan sighed and said, the boss Nia you offended is a relative of Wei Long Group's Wei Ye's godson. Now his people are downstairs. What should we do? Fang Yuan was stunned when he heard this. Wei Ye's godson? Master Long. His relative? Just as she was thinking about it, there was a commotion outside, and Tang Manshan was so scared that she was about to call the police. Don't call the police, let me do it. Fang Yuan stood up and walked out of the office. At this time, many thugs had rushed in from outside and were smashing things everywhere in the company. One of them was about to approach Fang Yuan when he was kicked away by him. When Tang Manshan and Han Lingsha heard the noise, they cautiously poked their heads out of the office and were shocked to see the scene. Fang Yuan's attack was fierce and swift, and with just one move, he stunned the entire audience. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? The one who spoke was Boss Nia. Just as Han Lingsha described, he was 1.6 meters tall with a big belly, and he could hardly squeeze into his suit. He had a bald head, big yellow teeth, and a face full of fat. Who am I? I'm the boss here. Fang Yuan said calmly. I don't care who you are, I'm Nia Ping. He patted his chest arrogantly and announced his name. Go out and ask around. Master Wei's godson, Nia Xiaohu, is my eldest nephew. Nia Xiaohu? Isn't that young Master Long? Fang Yuan didn't know young Master Long's real name, but now was not the time to fall out with Master Wei. This Nia Ping came to cause trouble, and beating him would only deepen the conflict with Master Wei. Things are quite troublesome. Fang Yuan was hesitating, but Nia Ping thought he was scared and shouted, damn it, where's that little bitch Han Lingsha? I gave her face and invested in her to be the heroine, but she actually stood me up. Well, today I'll let you know what happens to you if you stand me up. Smash it for me. Following Nia Ping's order, the gangsters roared and were about to take action. Let's see who dares. Fang Yuan picked up the solid balance pole used for filming and knocked down a group of people with 2 blows. Mr. Fang, don't. Tang Manshan was worried that Fang Yuan had angered Master Wei and affected the company's future development, so she hurried to persuade him. Fang Yuan then stopped, and the thugs didn't dare to get close. Seeing that this boy was so good at fighting and was not afraid of Master Wei's reputation, Nia Ping thought he must be someone important, so he asked tentatively, Boy, are you sure you don't want to give Master Wei face? Fang Yuan shook his head, that depends on the situation. I will definitely give face, but only to Master Wei. As for the grudge between the two, it needs to be settled slowly. Before that, as long as Master Wei does not target him, Fang Yuan will naturally not target Master Wei. Nia Ping didn't know about this and sarcastically said, just because of a chicken that was slept with and rotted? You're going to go against Master Wei? These words were very harsh, and Fang Yuan frowned. He knew that in the eyes of those rich and powerful people, actors were like this, but Nia Ping looked like a complete clown who was relying on the power of others to bully others. Saying this was simply courting death. Fatty, watch your mouth. Han Lingsha's eyes instantly turned red, and she explained to Fang Yuan, Mr. Fang, I'm not. I don't have it. You have to believe me. No? Nia Ping sneered, the chat records and hotel check-in records have been exposed, why are you still pretending to be innocent? If I didn't think you looked pretty good, I wouldn't praise you, a rotten chicken. As he spoke, Nia Ping looked at Fang Yuan and said, Boy, I don't know when I became the boss, but I just have one word for you. I'm paying you, supporting your people, and asking her to drink and sleep with me, so what? Don't be a whore and pretend to be a saint. There's no point in saying that. Well, if you give me the person today, I will cover all the losses here. But if Han Lingsha can't make it to my bed, I'll destroy everything you have here. And I guarantee you'll never be able to make it in the entertainment industry again. Nia Ping's words were full of threats. The Wei Yi he brought up invests billions in the entertainment industry every year. He is the most prestigious financial sponsor in the circle, and no one dares to provoke him easily. Things had come to this point. Tang Manshan sighed and whispered, You. What's wrong with drinking with him? If he gets too drunk, he'll naturally have a chance to escape. He's so willful, what should we do now? Han Lingsha pouted and had nothing to say. Boy, have you thought it through? Nia Ping was waiting for Fang Yuan's reply. Yeah, I've thought about it. Fang Yuan slowly walked up to him, then raised his hand and slapped him in front of everyone. I'll let you show off. In an instant, blood covered Nia Ping's face, and he rolled twice like a potato, only stopping after hitting the front desk. His vision darkened, and anger suddenly surged from his heart. He stood up with a grunt, pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, "Boy, you dare to hit me. Do you know what happens if you offend Master Wei?" "I know." Fang Yuan kicked him again as he spoke, and he fell down again just as he had steadied himself. Then he stepped on his big belly, scaring the hooligans around him so much that they dared not come forward. "Kill him. You bunch of losers, why should I keep you around?" Nieping kept roaring, but none of the thugs dared to move. In their minds, is their boss crazy? He is so powerful, why don't you just keep your head down and leave, and then find another chance to deal with him? But you insisted on giving yourself away, and now you're getting beaten. Fang Yuan bent down, patted Nieping's face, and said, "Remember, this is my company. It's not up to others to judge the people under me. And I have another biggest characteristic, I'm protective of my children." "You just scolded her, didn't you? Who's playing?" Fang Yuan said to Han Lingsha, "Come over here and slap him twice to teach him a lesson." "Good." Han Lingsha came over jogging and slapped her twice. As if she still felt unsatisfied, she kicked him in the stomach again and vented her anger. "You are the chicken. You made me sleep like crazy. You're a hairless, fat-bellied fool." "Ah." Han Lingsha cursed briskly, and her footwork was also amazing, kicking Nieping so hard that he screamed in pain. Chapter 139, Adding Fuel to the Fire. "Ha! Make your mouth stink again." Han Lingsha vented her anger fiercely, finally getting rid of her anger. She imitated Fang Yuan and stepped on Nieping's big belly, asking, "How is it? Are you convinced?" Nieping was stunned and speechless for a long time. Fortunately, one of his subordinates was smart enough to come over and help him up, then begged for mercy from Fang Yuan. "I submit. Big brother and big sister, it's us who didn't recognize the great man. Please let us go. Get lost." Fang Yuan knew that things had come to this point, and unless Nieping was willing to admit his loss, Master Wei would definitely be alerted. But he dared to do this, and he was not afraid that Wei Yi would find out. Moreover, Bai Qian had conveyed a message before, so let's use this matter to see his reaction. However, the necessary preparations still need to be made. Fang Yuan called Chen Musheng and asked him to send some brothers to the entertainment company to keep the place under control and be responsible for protecting everyone's safety. After making all the arrangements, Fang Yuan hung up the phone and found that everyone was looking at him. "Why are you all looking at me?" As soon as the words fell, everyone applauded. "Mr. Fang, you are so handsome." "That's right, Mr. Fang. It's rare to see a boss like you who protects his employees so well." Han Lingsha also glanced at Fang Yuan several times with admiration on her face. The more she looked at him, the more handsome he seemed. "Ahem, this is what I should do. Well, let's get someone to redecorate the company. The injured will each receive 100,000 new Taiwan dollars in medical expenses. As for the others, they've also worked hard, so each will receive a 50,000 new Taiwan dollars bonus." Fang Yuan just waved his hand and gave money away, and everyone was very happy. "Also, I don't like the name Fang Zheng. How about this? Starting today, the company will be renamed Fang Tang. Fang is Fang Yuan and Tang is Tang Manshan. It is both pleasant to listen to and can win people's hearts, killing two birds with one stone." "It's good. It sounds sweet." Han Lingsha has transformed into Fang Yuan's little bootlicker and is about to come closer. Tang Manshan stopped her, then clapped her hands, signaling everyone to be quiet. "Okay, Mr. Fang is new here and has a lot of things to do. Let's get to work first." Then he said to Fang Yuan, "Mr. Fang, let's go to the office and talk about something." "Good." Fang Yuan followed her into the office, and Han Lingsha followed, but was stopped by Tang Manshan's look. "Mr. Fang, it's not that I'm being cautious, but we've offended Mr. Wei's people today. It's going to be hard for us to survive in the entertainment industry in the future." "Oh? How do you mean?" Fang Yuan didn't care about Master Wei, but he really wanted to know the reason. Tang Manshan's expression was solemn, and she crossed her arms as she said seriously, "Mr. Fang, you may not know that Master Wei is also known as Master Long in the entertainment industry. He is one of the biggest financial backers. If he uses his connections to suppress us, our small company will definitely not be able to withstand it, so I think we should make a big deal out of a small matter." Hearing this, Fang Yuan just smiled and waved his hand. If Mr. Wei really attacks the company, Fang Yuan has the ability and doesn't mind fighting him. Moreover, the more enemies you make, the less you care. It's just the difference between taking the initiative and counterattacking passively. Sister Manchon, right? I'll take care of everything in the company, you don't have to worry. No. Tang Manchon waved her hand quickly. Boss Fong, you are the boss, how dare I ask you to call me sister? You can just call me Manchon, or Shan Chan. It's okay, Sister Manchon, you're a senior in the entertainment industry, so it's only natural for me to call you that. Fong Yuan is 25 years old this year. Xin Jijing, Li Lai, Yang Shan, and Yao Na around her are all sisters, so it doesn't matter if she calls a few more of them. Oh well. Tang Manchon accepted the title. Mr. Fong, you can slowly get involved in the entertainment industry in the future, but I think we should be cautious this time. How about this? I know Mr. Wei. I'll treat him to a meal, and then we can figure out a way to resolve what happened today. Need not. Fong Yuan still shook his head. There is nothing easy to resolve about this matter. It just depends on Mr. Wei's attitude. I know Master Wei too. We can talk about this later. Please help me contact Zhang Jiyan first. Oh, so that's how it is. Then I won't worry anymore. I'll help you contact them right away. Tang Manchon understood the source of Fong Yuan's confidence and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. She then took out her cell phone and contacted Zhang Jiyan's assistant. Jiangqing City Hospital. Nie Ping's entire body was covered in plaster, and he was lying on the hospital bed, groaning. Not long after, a young man with a sinister face walked into the ward. Seeing Nie Ping groaning, he hurried forward and leaned over to ask, Uncle San, what's wrong with you? When Nie Ping saw that the person was his nephew, he hummed even more vigorously, and even his voice began to tremble. Xiao Wu, you are finally here. If you were a step later, you would have to go to the morgue to see your uncle. Uncle San, tell me who beat you up like this, and I'll help you get revenge. Nie Xiaohu said with a frown, his face becoming even more vicious. It's Fong Zheng's new boss. This guy is really ruthless. If your third uncle wasn't still strong, he would have been beaten to death long ago. How can this be possible? Nie Xiaohu slapped the bed and asked, Uncle San, didn't you mention my name? Nie Ping knew how to exaggerate, and he immediately said, I told you, but it doesn't work. It's fine if you don't mention it. Once you mention it, they fight even harder. What else can you say? Nie Xiaohu is nothing. Forget him. In Jiangcheng, even Master Wei is a piece of shit. How can this be possible? Nie Xiaohu's face immediately turned pale, but at the same time, an idea appeared in his mind. Besides young Master Long, Mr. Wei also has two godsons. There is no need to introduce young Master Long, whose full name is Long Moyang. He has been raised by Master Wei since he was a child and is highly regarded by him. He is also the future successor of the group. Another one is called Umo. He did some work for the group 5 years ago and is still working in the kiln now, but he will definitely have a bright future after he gets out. Only Nie Xiaohu was appreciated by Master Wei because of his excellent work and gradually rose to the top step by step from the bottom. It is precisely because of this that, although they are both godsons, his status is vastly different from the previous two. He also wanted to do something outstanding to show Master Wei, but he had never had the opportunity. Now someone actually dared to ignore Master Wei. Isn't this asking him to take credit for it? You know, the position of the leader of the Black Dragon Hall is still vacant. However, out of caution, Nie Xiaohu still asked, Uncle San, are you telling the truth? Xiaohu, what are you talking about? When has your third uncle ever lied to you? It's absolutely true. Good. Nie Xiaohu was overjoyed. Uncle San, wait for me to tell my godfather, I will help you get rid of this bad temper. The entertainment company. Tang Manchon also finished her call with Zhang Jiyan's assistant. Mr. Fong, Zhang Jiyan said that there's a crew filming a new policewoman story right now, and she's gone to make a cameo appearance, so she's not available. Oh? A new policewoman story? Fong Yuan was very surprised. I remember she starred in the previous 4 films, how come she is involved in the new one? Hey, don't mention it. The previous policewoman story series was all distributed and produced in Hong Kong. Now that it has moved to the mainland, the crew and producer have long since changed. Besides, she's getting older, and it's already great that the crew was able to let her make a cameo appearance. I don't think she'll be back for a while. It's okay. I can find her wherever the crew is filming. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Fong Yuan is very much looking forward to this former goddess. Chapter 140, Arrival at Luchang. Lucheng is not far from Jiangcheng, about an hour and a half away by car. According to Tang Manshan, Zhang Jian was filming a big scene there. Fang Yuan must go and take a look, you arrange it. Good. Tang Manshan agreed. Just then, Chen Musheng brought some people over, and Fang Yuan introduced him to Tang Manshan and the others. Hello, Sister Manshan. Hello, Sister Ling. Hello, Sister Lingsha. When Chen Musheng greeted Han Lingsha, he suddenly stuttered, his face turned a little red, and his eyes kept glancing away. Oh, something is happening. Fang Yuan coughed, moved closer to Chen Musheng, and asked quietly, Why, have you taken a fancy to this famous star? Chen Musheng's face turned even redder, and he said deliberately, Brother, no. Hey, you're still saying no. We're all brothers. If you like someone, just tell me and I'll help you find someone. No, brother, no. Now Chen Musheng even stood at attention. Fang Yuan knew that this kid was very stubborn and it was impossible to get him to admit that he liked Han Lingsha. He could only ask his brother to give him a push. Han Lingsha, come here. What's up, boss? Han Lingsha ran to Fang Yuan excitedly. This is Chen Musheng, he's quite capable. You've been plagued by negative public opinion lately, and I'm worried about potential retaliation, so I'm planning to have him be your personal bodyguard. Han Lingsha looked at Chen Musheng. Those super bodyguards are not only good at fighting but also handsome. When they speak with the voice of a domineering boss, they are so cool. Look at Chen Musheng again, he is ordinary, dull, and his clothes are so shabby, can he really protect himself? However, since it was Fang Yuan's order, and he was indeed afraid of Nie Ping's revenge, he nodded and agreed. Okay, Musheng, you are now Miss Han's personal bodyguard. Please be sure to protect her safety. Fang Yuan blinked as he spoke, but Chen Musheng didn't seem to understand and formally agreed, I guarantee that I will complete the task. Fang Yuan felt embarrassed. It seemed that with Chen Musheng's dullness, he could only hope that he would fall in love with her over time. Mr. Fang, why are you leaving? Tang Manshan has already arranged a car to Lucheng. Let's go now. Before leaving, Fang Yuan drove home, intending to take Shen Jijing out and have a date or something. Kill two birds with one stone. Fang Yuan was preparing to leave for Lucheng, while Nie Xiaohu on the other side had also left the hospital. He organized his words and called Wei Yi. What? As soon as Wei Yi's voice came out, Nie Xiaohu changed his expression to one of concern and asked, It's okay, Godfather. How are you feeling lately? Wei Yi snorted coldly, If you have something to say, say it. If you have something to fart, fart it. Nie Xiaohu was known as a tiger in the group. He is bold and does things without restraint. He never comes to the temple without a reason. Hey, Godfather, it's like this. Recently, there's a kid named Fang Yuan who's been against you. Just now, he beat up one of our people and even boasted that you are old and that he would teach you a lesson even if he had to do it himself. Oh, I see. Wei Yi acted very calmly, I'm in Lucheng recently, so don't cause any trouble. I'll deal with Fang Yuan when I get back. Remember that? Nie Xiaohu was confused. Is Fang Yuan so cruel that even his godfather, who always seeks revenge, is so cautious? But his information shows that he is just an ordinary businessman, with a little money at most. Did you hear that? Seeing that Nie Xiaohu didn't say anything, Wei Yi scolded him again. Got it, Godfather. As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Yi hung up the phone. Nie Xiaohu sat in the car in silence for a long time, listening to the beeping on the phone. What a joke! How could he be so honest? So what if Wei Yi doesn't agree? He must get back at his lord for this matter. Otherwise, those who follow him in the future will think he is incompetent. How can he be the boss? Fuck! On the way to Lucheng, Shen Jijing sat in the passenger seat. She heard about Fang Yuan's plan and knew that his purpose in acquiring the entertainment company was to get the rejuvenating pill. Fang Yuan is rich now, and she has experienced what financial freedom is in advance. But seeing her husband busying around with Lan Xian, Feng Rui, and now the entertainment company, she couldn't bear it and wanted to share some of the burden with him. Husband. Shen Jijing said distressfully, I see you've been busy these days, and I feel bad, how about I help you? Fang Yuan was very pleased to hear this, it's enough that you have this intention. How can I bear to let you work so hard? But Shen Jijing insisted, no, look at you, your eyes are dark circles, if you continue like this, your body will have problems. Fang Yuan couldn't persuade her, so after thinking for a moment, he said, "How about letting you take my place and go around the company when you have time?" Not so good. Shen Zhijing wanted to do something practical. "How about this? I'll go to Lanxin. I remember that Bluecore is planning to restructure, open new divisions, and independently develop products. Can I try to be a director?" "Of course, my dear wife." Fang Yuan agreed. Shen Zhijing was very happy and hugged his neck and kissed him. The two chatted all the way, from the current international situation to the wedding. It is said that the two have been married for so long, but the wedding has not been held yet. Not only that, she hasn't even met her parents-in-law yet. Shen Zhijing was looking forward to seeing them, but Fang Yuan threw himself into work as soon as he returned from his business trip, so she didn't have a chance to mention it. That's true. Fang Yuan slapped his head and said, "I'm a completely different person now. It's time to bring my parents to the city to enjoy a better life. What do you think? Should we build a villa or something big and comfortable to live in, and then have a football team?" "Oh, you're annoying." Shen Zhijing hit Fang Yuan coquettishly, and then discussed the future with him seriously. Time passed quickly and the two arrived in Lucheng and found a 5-star hotel to stay in. Tang Manshan also sent the location of the crew, which was on the commercial street in the new city area of Lucheng, so Fang Yuan went there. Because it was a large-scale scene involving a lot of action scenes, the progress was stuck and the entire crew was busy. Fang Yuan and Shen Zhijing never found a suitable opportunity to meet Jiang Jian. Since they were free anyway, the two decided to go for a walk on the street, make a date, and do something romantic. "Wife, when I came here, I heard there was a good jewelry store in Lucheng. You didn't want the engagement ring I gave you. Do you want us to order a pair?" At that time, the queen's tears were rejected by Shen Zhijing. Looking at her empty fingers, Fang Yuan knew that this was his negligence, and his heart was gripped. "Better to be early than late, I have to get the ring done today." "I'll do as you say," Shen Zhijing said with a smile, her eyes curved up, looking very beautiful. "Then let's go." Just then, Fang Yuan's cell phone rang. A string of numbers appeared on it. Based on experience, it should be Gardenia calling. Sure enough, as soon as Fang Yuan picked up the phone, her voice came from the other end. "Boss, be careful, you are being followed." Chapter 141, Assassination. "What? I'm being followed. How do you know?" Fang Yuan was shocked, but then he calmed down and asked, "By the way, I don't think I hired you. Why did you tell me?" Given her character of not doing anything without profit, there must be other reasons behind her meddling in other people's affairs. "It's simple. Someone spent money." Gardenia changed her tone. "Listen, I only know that someone is following you. The specific identity has not been found out yet, but it is not ruled out that these people have no identity. Next, you must pay attention to the details around you." After saying that, Gardenia hung up the phone. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. This is too embarrassing to have no identity. You know, under normal circumstances, it is impossible for a person to be without an identity, unless they are just like the death squads in TV dramas. They have been kept in captivity since childhood, unknown to the outside world, and then play a role in specific occasions. If that's the case, it's ridiculous. "Honey, who's calling?" Shen Zhijing asked worriedly when she saw Fang Yuan's serious expression. "Oh, a partner, it's all right already." After being reminded by Gardenia, Fang Yuan suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him on the street. He felt uncomfortable all over and wanted to leave his current position quickly. "Jingjing, it's getting late. That jewelry store is probably closed. Why don't you go get something to eat first and talk about it tomorrow?" "Okay, I'll do as you say." Being with Fang Yuan, Shen Zhijing can do anything. So the two of them went to a Western restaurant, found a seat, sat down and ordered food. While eating, Shen Zhijing happily talked about the scenes she longed for and some of her worries. She was worried that her age would become an obstacle for the two of them to be together. "No, my parents are very open-minded. And they couldn't be happier to have such a beautiful and generous daughter-in-law like you." Although Shen Zhijing is in her 30s, she has taken good care of herself and looks only about 26 or 27 years old. She is a good match for Fang Yuan. Soon, the two finished their meal. "Waiter!" Fang Yuan waved his hand, indicating that it was time to pay the bill. "Please wait a moment." The waiter came over with one hand behind his back and a tablet in the other, then bent down and said, "Hello, sir, here is your bill." The moment he bent down, a dagger suddenly appeared in the hand behind his back and stabbed at Fang Yuan fiercely. Ah! Shin Jijing was startled and, driven by instinct, wanted to stop the killer. It's a pity that although she has been empowered by Fang Yuan's allies, she has not received professional training, so how can she match the speed of a professional killer? At the same time, Fang Yuan also reacted, dodged the killer's attack, and then kicked him away. The killer steadied himself, then quickly adjusted his target, rushed toward Shin Jijing, and was about to stab her in the chest. Jinjing! In a hurry, Fang Yuan quickly stood in front of Shin Jijing, grabbed the blade with one hand to stop the killer's action, and grabbed his throat with the other hand and twisted it hard. The killer's eyes went dark, he instantly fainted and fell to the ground. This sudden scene frightened the guests dining around. The restaurant manager had also come over. Confused, he looked at the killer on the ground, then turned to Fang Yuan and asked, "What happened? Why did you strangle him?" "He wants to kill me." Fang Yuan sat down and said calmly, "What's wrong with you guys?" Shin Jijing grabbed Fang Yuan's injured hand distressfully and asked sternly, "We just came here to have a meal, why did your people hurt us?" "What?" The manager then saw the dagger in the killer's hand and panicked. He bravely stepped forward to identify it, but found a clue: this isn't one of ours. But the incident happened in the store after all, so he quickly called the police and apologized to the two. "I'm really sorry that this happened. It was our restaurant's negligence. Well, this meal is free for you, and this restaurant will cover all of this gentleman's medical expenses." As they were talking, someone from the restaurant had already brought the medical insurance and gave Fang Yuan a simple bandage. Soon, the police arrived at the scene. After inspecting the scene, they briefly inquired about the situation and finally took the killer away. After finishing the work at the restaurant, Fang Yuan called Yao Wei and asked her to quickly find an organization that could protect everyone's safety. The current situation is becoming more and more bizarre. The killer has already been dispatched secretly, but he cannot find out his identity. Therefore, not only he, but also the people around him, cannot take it lightly. After explaining everything, he took Shin Jijing out of the restaurant. After making sure that there was no problem with the car, he returned to the hotel. Today's assassination was very thrilling, but after the failure, the other party knew that he had been alerted, and it would take time for them to prepare, so they probably wouldn't disturb him in the short term. Shin Jijing was frightened, and Fang Yuan coaxed her to sleep. After thinking for a while, he picked up the phone and tried to contact Jizi. "Boss, what's going on? 2 questions, who are the people who are spending the money, and what are the identities of these people?" Fang Yuan got straight to the point. The money was spent by the eldest daughter of the Yao family. As for the identities of these assassins, I don't have much information. I only know that they are specially trained by certain families to kill their opponents. A foreign family? Fang Yuan immediately thought of me, Simmons. No, it can't be from abroad. Gardenia explained seriously, they don't have the ability to bring in such assassins, so they are domestic. Furthermore, only super families can hide the identity of the assassin so thoroughly. Considering the people you have offended recently, it could be the Yao family or the Yao Wang family. Gardenia has a strong ability of logical reasoning and was able to analyze all of this with just a little information. What you said makes sense. Fang Yuan admired her abilities very much, so he tried to win her over again. Gardenia, seriously, consider joining my team. As long as you join, no matter what your request is, I will agree to it. Gardenia laughed, you're just talking big. I heard you have a queen's tier. Why, you give it to me if I want it. Certainly. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. It was just a small queen's tier. As long as he had the real thing in his hands, he could take out as much as he wanted. Anyway, things copied using abilities can be said to be real, they just disappear. Jizi was silent for a while, then said, okay, it's a deal. I'm going to Lucheng now. If you are willing to give it to me, then I will join your team. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Fang Yuan shook his head, lay down, hugged Shin Jijing, and fell asleep soon. The next morning, they both opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other. Without any communication, they couldn't help but get entangled with each other. It was almost noon when the filming ended. Fang Yuan brought Shin Jijing to the commercial street again, where the crew was filming. Shin Jijing is also a super fan of Jiang Jian, and the two of them were walking on the street. Fang Yuan mysteriously told Shin Jijing the purpose of his trip. Jingjing, you know, Jiang Jian is an artist under our company, but her contract is about to expire. I'm here to persuade her to stay. When Shen Jijing heard this, her eyes widened instantly. Real? Real. Fang Yuan nodded. Ah. Shen Jijing was instantly excited. Zhang Jiyan is a goddess-level star. How can we not be excited when we think about meeting her offline later? Chapter 142, Shooting Scene. In order to serve today's shooting mission, the entire commercial street was booked. But even so, there were still a lot of people watching the fun inside and outside, and Fang Yuan had to work very hard to squeeze to the front row with Shen Jijing. Wow! It is really not an easy task to shoot a TV series. Zhang Jiyan is hanging on a large wire machine, flying around and performing actions. The goddess is worthy of being a martial arts champion. Although she is over 40 years old, her physique is still as good as before. She looks heroic when performing the movements, and is more upright than those girls in their 20s. Soon, Zhang Jiyan finished the action, and as she slowly landed on the ground, the shooting was basically over. The crowd dispersed and the stage manager ran out with a frown on his face. He looked around and then shouted to a group of people not far away, "What are you martial artists doing? You can't even do a difficult move. Is anyone else coming? Stage attendant, it's not our fault. You're doing all these moves at such a high altitude, and you have to move around inside the scaffolding. It's really too difficult." Someone in the crowd complained. He seemed to be the leader of the martial arts group. "I don't care. We've been shooting this scene for 3 days and it still hasn't been completed. Who's going to bear the loss?" The martial artists looked at each other in bewilderment. Finally, a young man stepped forward and said, "Let me do it. I've been in Tagore for 2 years. Maybe I can do it." "You? Not bad, come on." The stage manager took a look at the young man and took him into the scene. Fang Yuan took the visiting pass prepared by Tang Manshan, explained the situation to the staff, and was then arranged to wait in the RV. On the set, this section was about a chase scene, which is also a major scene of the show. The main content of the play is that Zhang Jiyan found evidence of a criminal gang, and after being discovered by the other party, she was chased and forced onto the scaffolding. Then the leader of the criminal gang fought with her, and was eventually defeated and was about to fall from the 3-story scaffolding. This scene requires follow-up shooting, and all aspects are very strict, and the camera movement requirements are also very high, but these can be overcome. The problem lies with the martial arts actors. During filming, they always encounter various problems and cannot achieve the desired effect. For example, this time. When the young man was fighting with Zhang Jiyan, his feet slipped and he fell off the scaffolding. Although he was caught by the mat, he still fell so hard that he was dizzy and it took him a long time to recover. The staff on the scene were scared to death and they rushed forward to take him out. Zhang Jiyan was also a little worried, so she stopped filming and followed over. "Are you okay?" the groundskeeper asked anxiously. The young man shook his head, "It's just that my butt hurts a little." Zhang Jiyan breathed a sigh of relief, walked to the RV, wiped the sweat off her face, and prepared to drink some water. The stagehand trotted over to her and whispered, "Sister Yan, the director wants you to watch this scene. Otherwise, we won't have such a big scene. The martial arts world today is different from what it used to be." "Well." Zhang Jiyan sighed and said quietly, "I've read your script. It's a completely terrible movie. Besides, I'm just returning to it out of nostalgia. Logically, I shouldn't be so critical of it. But I have my persistence. How about this, find someone else to try it again. If it really doesn't work, then delete this scene." There was a hint of sadness in Zhang Jiyan's beautiful eyes. In her era, martial artists were very competitive and this kind of problem would not arise there. But as their generation grew older and editing technology and special effects and stunts became popular, the martial arts industry declined, to the point that there is no one left who can stand out. Of course, the crew couldn't afford to hire someone who could help out. For this shoot, the producers spent almost all their money on hiring popular stars, and even the budget for the shoot was squeezed out, so they simply couldn't afford to hire good martial arts actors. "Sister Yin, how about I give it a try?" Fang Yuan heard everything, so he asked Shen Jijing to wait in the car, and then got out and recommended himself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiyan looked Fang Yuan up and down. This young man looks thin and weak, but he is so good-looking and has a good physique. Maybe he can do it." Zhang Jiyan's heart moved, and her eyes became much gentler, not so cold anymore. "Who are you?" "My name is Fang Yuan, and I am Zhang Jiyan." Before Fong Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by the sullen producer. What do you mean? We've been filming this scene for 3 days, and now the entire crew is just sitting here with you. Can you still take pictures? The producer was very angry. This movie has been promoted for a long time under the name of Zhang Jiyan's Return. He wants to finish filming quickly, submit it for review, and strive to release it as soon as possible, and then wait for the box office revenue. But now it has been stuck for several days, how can he not be anxious? Mr. Zhang, I'm sorry. Even though it's a bad movie, I still want to make it a masterpiece. If this scene can't be filmed well, then I absolutely won't agree to appear in it. You. Mr. Zhang was choked by her and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. After a while, Mr. Zhang smiled coldly and said with narrowed eyes, Zhang Jiyan, I advise you to quit while you are ahead. You know, you've been out of the spotlight for a long time. This time I'm just giving you a chance. If you don't give me face and waste my time like this again, be careful, I'll ban you. He has tolerated Zhang Jiyan for a long time. Mr. Zhang, please don't be angry. Before Zhang Jiyan could speak, her assistant quickly came over to smooth things over. Sister Yan, this is also for the sake of the box office. How about this, we use some connections and find some professionals to complete this scene. Come on, I don't have that much budget. Mr. Zhang refused directly. Ha, you still have the nerve to propose a budget? Zhang Jiyan couldn't help but speak up. This movie has an investment of 300 million yuan. If it were in the past, it would be more than enough to make 3 movies. But now, we can't even hire a decent martial arts actor. You're so capable. What do you mean? Mr. Zhang heard that Zhang Jiyan was mocking him, and his face suddenly darkened. It's nothing. I still say the same thing. If I'm not satisfied with the filming, I will definitely not agree to appear in the film. Zhang Jiyan made her attitude clear. Mr. Zhang's face turned visibly red when he heard this. Zhang Jiyan. Stop acting like a big shot here. Your boss Fong Zhang is dead. No one can protect you now. If you don't shoot this scene, I'll ban you immediately. Don't forget, my boss is Lord Wei. Zhang Jiyan's whole body was tense. Then let Master Wei tell me in person. Zhang Jiyan's eyes were firm, and she still stuck to her principles. She couldn't afford to offend Wei Yi, but the entertainment industry had reached this point now. If she wanted to maintain her cleanliness, she had to break the rules underwater. Okay, that's what you said. Mr. Zhang said with a ferocious face, and the atmosphere became more and more solemn. At this time, Fong Yuan, who had not finished speaking, spoke. Don't be angry, both of you. Let me try, okay? Chapter 143, Your Boss. Just you? The producer took one look at Fong Yuan's thin figure, frowned, and said, Is your small size okay? Don't look at me being skinny, there's muscle between my bones. Go! As he spoke, Fong Yuan did a backflip gracefully. Okay, it's you. This is your last chance, Zhang Jiyan, you must seize it. Mr. Zhang just said something like that. If Zhang Jiyan is really banned, the gimmick of their movie will be gone. Now that there were stairs, he waved goodbye and left. Give him the script. Zhang Jiyan also has an inexplicable trust in Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took the script and quickly familiarized himself with it, then rehearsed it according to Zhang Jiyan's request. According to the action requirements, he needs to chase Zhang Jiyan from the first floor to the third floor, then perform the actions while moving back and forth, and finally land safely at the designated location. Fong Yuan made an okay gesture, and then in the eyes of all the staff, he completed the entire set of movements very smoothly, without even wearing a mask. The staff at the scene were stunned. It took them a long time to react and they all started to applaud. Finally there is a savior. It's your turn. Now, start. Zhang Jiyan admired Fong Yuan's actions very much and asked all the actors to take their positions. Fong Yuan changed into his suit and the shooting officially began. Try to get through. For scenes, 13 mirrors. 3, 2, 1. God Ike. As soon as the director finished shouting, Zhang Jiyan and Fong Yuan immediately started to move. She ran away, he chased her, and she had no way to escape. The scene quickly switched to the scaffolding. Fong Yuan and Zhang Jiyan used parkour mode to reach the third floor. Then they suddenly turned around and started fighting with Fong Yuan, finally kicking him down from the third floor. As Fong Yuan landed steadily on the mat, the camera switched again, adding a shot of Zhang Jiyan landing. The shooting ended perfectly. Crack. Perfect. The plot that had been stuck for 3 days was finally passed. Zhang Jian continued to shoot the following kissing scenes and continued filming until the end. Sister Yan, congratulations, you performed really well. As her scene ended, the staff all came to compliment her, and no one paid any attention to Fang Yuan. However, Zhang Jian walked straight towards him. In the scene just now, Zhang Jian and Fang Yuan were opponents and felt very comfortable playing against each other. This young man has solid basic skills and good looks, which is very rare in the current film and television industry. Get up. Zhang Jian pulled Fang Yuan up and brushed off the dust on him, not realizing that this was her boss. Fang Yuan, right? I admire you very much. Come with me. She wanted to keep Fang Yuan to cooperate with her action scenes, and if he was trained properly, he might become a future action superstar. Good. Fang Yuan agreed, but before he had taken a few steps, he saw Wei Yi appear on the set surrounded by a group of bodyguards, with Bai Qian beside him. What's he doing here? Fang Yuan was very surprised, muttered softly, and then quickly turned his face away. Now is not the time to meet him. Yan, congratulations. Wei Yi was holding a bouquet of roses, apparently to congratulate Zhang Jian on the completion of the script. Zhang Jian dodged Master Wei and said with a polite smile, Master Wei, long time no see. Ah, long time no see, Yan. I came to Luqing just for you this time. This bouquet of flowers is for you. You must accept it. After saying that, Wei Yi winked at everyone around him, then knelt on one knee in a high-profile manner and began to give flowers. The sound of click of photos suddenly rang out around. He wanted to use this method to tell all the gossip media that he, Master Wei, was here to pursue Zhang Jian. I have to say, this move is really amazing. Master Wei, no, I'm an artist. This is all part of my job. I can't accept this bouquet of flowers. Take it. Wei Yi's attitude was a bit tough, but then he gently bared his fangs. I heard that your contract is about to expire. I happen to have an entertainment company under my control. Just come to me and shoot whatever you want. I promise to make you famous. How about it, if you agree, let's make an appointment somewhere tonight. He said this with a smile, but his tone was full of threats. No, I appreciate Master Wei's kindness, but I have my own plans. Zhang Jian still refused. Wei Yi's face suddenly darkened. Seeing this, Zhang Jian's assistant immediately took the flowers and said with a smile, Master Wei, I'll keep the flowers for Sister Yan first, and I will definitely keep the appointment tonight. Okay, then let's meet at Jinyuan Hotel tonight. Boys, come on, follow me and get ready. Only then was Wei Yi satisfied, and then he left the set with a group of bodyguards. Before leaving, Bai Qian looked back deeply. Just because Mr. Wei couldn't recognize Fang Yuan didn't mean she couldn't recognize him. In her eyes, Fang Yuan's unique temperament stood out like a crane among chickens, and his whole body was glowing, but she just didn't say it out loud. That's annoying. Why did you agree to him? After Wei Yi left, Zhang Jian couldn't help but blame him. The assistant was also helpless, but could only explain, Sister Yan, Master Wei is the Dragon King of the entertainment industry. If we really offend him, we will not end up well. I'm doing this for your own good. For my own good. Zhang Jian was upset, then sighed, oh, forget it, let's leave it at that for now. Take him to wash his face, change his clothes, and then come to my RV to find me. Okay. The assistant took Fang Yuan away, arranged for him to wash up, and then came to Zhang Jian's RV. Remember, don't talk nonsense when you go in. The assistant was a young girl, about 27 years old, wearing glasses. She had a rather cold demeanor, giving Fang Yuan the impression that she looked down on him. Fang Yuan nodded symbolically and then got into the RV. After a day of sweating, Zhang Jian was tired and was applying a facial mask. She raised her hand lazily and said, sit down. Thanks. Fang Yuan sat down generously, then opened the curtains and saw through the window that Xin Jijing was in the RV next door. It seems that the staff at the beginning led us in the wrong direction. You're good, young man. Are you from the martial arts team? How could that be? I learned this all by myself. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. That's not easy. Zhang Jian wanted to train him. It's great to have such skills at your age. How about this, you'll just follow me to the airport from now on. The screen is in need of talented actors like you right now. Wait until I find an opportunity for you to be the male lead. Maybe it was because of his hidden charm or for some other reason, but the more Jiang Jian looked at Fang Yuan, the more she liked him. When Fang Yuan heard this, he quickly refused. Sister Yan, well, I don't want to be a martial arts star. Jiang Jian frowned instantly. Then why are you showing off today? To be honest, I'm actually a company owner. Fang Yuan revealed his identity. As for what company it is, I'm sure you know it. It's Founder Entertainment. As for me, I acquired shares in the company some time ago. So, I'm your boss now. Although our contract only has less than a month left, this fact cannot be changed. Jiang Jian was stunned when she heard this. Boss? What's going on? But she remained calm and said, so that's how it is. I heard from Manshan that someone acquired 75% of the company's shares. I didn't expect it to be you. What do you want from me? It's very simple. Fang Yuan got straight to the point. Continue to sign you. Chapter 144, Trump Card. Fang Yuan's purpose was very clear, which was to keep Jiang Jian. And after all this twists and turns, it all comes down to promoting the rejuvenating pill. After all, Jiang Jian is already in her 40s, and no matter how well she takes care of herself, she cannot hide the fact that her skin is slowly aging. At this time, the appearance of the rejuvenating pill would definitely have an obvious effect on her face, and with the number of her fans, she would definitely be able to force the Medicine King family to compromise. But it is based on the premise that she agrees to renew the contract. I'm sorry, I refuse. Jiang Jian refused without thinking. Her mind is now full of thoughts about going solo, then creating a company and making the movie she wants to make. You'd better stay. Feel free to ask for any conditions you have. No. Before Fang Yuan could finish his words, Jiang Jian interrupted him. She laughed dryly and said, I've made up my mind. No matter what you say, you can't change my mind. Then do you want to hear my trump card? Fang Yuan planned to try another way to retain her. Seeing his confident look, Jiang Jian decided to give him this opportunity, so she nodded and said, you go ahead. I heard that you want to make a martial arts movie. No problem, I fully support it, and I support it unconditionally, even if the movie doesn't achieve much in the end. This is my trump card. Jiang Jian was a little surprised to hear this. In today's entertainment industry, it would be foolish for investors to support someone without considering the market or the profits. Give me a reason. Fang Yuan chuckled and said formally, because you are my childhood goddess. And I feel like the film you're going to make is absolutely a masterpiece, a film that could usher in a new era. It's such a lucrative business, why wouldn't I do it? Fang Yuan's reason made Jiang Jian blush. She is 42 years old this year. She has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has seen all kinds of tricks. However, when facing the sincere Fang Yuan at this moment, her mood was actually disturbed. Jiang Jian blushed slightly and smiled. I never thought that there is such a refreshing figure like you in the entertainment industry today. Fang Yuan shook his head and told the truth. Actually, I'm not from the entertainment industry. I make smart chips. You've heard of the Bluecore Group, right? That's my business. What? You are actually the boss of Longqing? Now Bluecore is the darling of capital, and many people want to get a piece of the pie. Amid Jiang Jian's surprise, Fang Yuan nodded and continued, keep a low profile. This is just one of my industries. Let's get back to the point. This is a good thing. I have enough money to support you in making a good movie. We will also be releasing new technological products, and we can also run joint advertisements at the same time. What do you think? Jiang Jian calmed down, thought about it seriously, and became a little shaken. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade and have someone support you unconditionally. This is much easier than for her to start a company alone. But then again, if she started her own company, no matter how small it was, she would still be the boss. No matter how good other people's companies were, she would still be an employee. It was difficult for her to make a choice for a while. Seeing that Jiang Jian was still in trouble, Fang Yuan took out his second trump card. Sister Yan, take a look at this. He took out his cell phone and found the record of Li Lai taking the rejuvenating pill. Jiang Jian took the phone, looked at it, and asked, what is this? A beauty and health product made using the recipes passed down by our ancestors, the rejuvenating pill. You've seen the effect, it's absolutely effective. It's a pity that it's been stuck at the review stage and can't be launched online. Fang Yuan said with a hint of regret. There is no filter on Li Lai's legs in the mobile phone. From the original scars to the later smooth and tender legs, The whole process is recorded truthfully without any trace of photo editing. Is it really that effective? Jiang Jian still couldn't believe her eyes. Fang Yuan said seriously, "This is something passed down by our ancestors, so of course it's useful. And the rejuvenating pill, as the name suggests, is of course something that can keep people young forever." Stay young forever. Jiang Jian couldn't hold it in any longer and stood up instantly. As a woman, who doesn't want to stay young forever? Especially as a martial arts star, although Jiang Jian takes good care of herself, she can't resist the ravages of time after all. I want to invest. Jiang Jian not only wants to invest, she also wants to be the spokesperson. Once this anti-aging pill appears on the market, it will definitely be a lucrative business. Sister Yen. The assistant at the side poured cold water on her. There have been many health supplement scandals in recent years. If anything goes wrong with this thing, we will be responsible. Let's wait and see. After hearing what the assistant said, Jiang Jian calmed down a lot. Right. That's true, Mr. Fong. I can agree to renew your contract, but I want to see the progress of the clinical trial. Jiang Jian has always been worried about her appearance. If it is really as Fang Yuan said, then this is lossless plastic surgery. Fang Yuan agreed immediately. "No problem, I'll let you see it tonight." No. The assistant refused immediately and said to Jiang Jian, "Sister Yen, you have to have dinner with Master Wei tonight. If you don't go, it will be very troublesome." When mentioning Master Wei, Jiang Jian's face instantly fell. For more than 2 months, Wei Yi suddenly noticed her and kept pestering her, making her very annoyed. "Is Master Wei pursuing you?" Fang Yuan asked. Jiang Jian nodded, rubbing her temples and saying in distress, "Before, Fang Zhang supported me, so it was still normal. But after he died, Master Wei became more and more excessive." Founder Wei Yi. Fang Yuan suddenly had an assumption. When I first met Wei Yi, he had a hidden illness and it was only after he treated himself that he got better. Now he has completely recovered and has the capital to pursue Jiang Jian. However, the way Fang Zhang pursued this goal was so different before and after his death that one cannot help but be suspicious. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan asked, "What is your relationship with Fang Zhang?" "He is my boss, it doesn't matter." Jiang Jian was a little confused. Fang Zhang is a very versatile person with a good family background. He invested in the entertainment company just for fun. Fang Yuan asked what this meant. Moreover, no one in the company felt sad about Fang Zhang's death. He often asks his artists to accompany the big bosses for drinks and follow some of the routines and rules of the entertainment industry. Even if it is to protect his protégés, it is because in his eyes, these people in the company are his things and only he can bully them. You said that Master Wei only started pursuing you openly after Fang Zhang's death. So, Sister Yen, think about it, is it possible that he was murdered? Jiang Jian frowned. It seems to be true. Yeah, did you? Before Fang Yuan could finish his words, he was interrupted by his assistant, Boss Fang. "This matter has nothing to do with our Sister Yen. The problem we face now is how to deal with Master Wei. If you stand him up tonight, I can guarantee that our Sister Yen will never be able to survive in the entertainment industry again." Chapter 145, Falling Out. Being in the entertainment industry is actually quite helpless. If you don't have strength, you can only accept these rules. Even if you have strength, it's useless. If you meet someone more powerful, you still have to surrender. And the words have already been spoken. No matter what Jiang Jian thinks, she has to go now. "I'll go with you." Fang Yuan suggested. "Mr. Wei and I are quite close friends. He will definitely not embarrass you with me around. When the time comes, we can use his place to discuss contract renewal, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Jiang Jian was in a dilemma, but she had no other better way. She thought that Fang Yuan was the boss of the Blue Core Group after all, and he must have some skills, so she agreed. Oh well. After agreeing, the two got out of the RV. At this time, the crew had finished filming and were preparing to call it a day. Fang Yuan went to another RV and brought Shen Jijing down. "Who is this?" Jiang Jian saw that Shen Jijing had a good temperament and seemed to have a good relationship with Fang Yuan, so she asked. "Let me introduce you to Shen Jijing, my wife." "Oh, it's Mrs. Fang, hello." Jiang Jian was very surprised. She didn't expect Fang Yuan to be married at such a young age. And judging from the appearance of Shen Jijing, there seemed to be a big age gap between them. Could it be that Mr. Fang likes mature style? Jingjing, I have something to do tonight. Do you want to come with me? Fang Yuan briefly explained the situation to Shen Jijing. Wei Ye's purpose is definitely not as simple as poaching Jiang Jian, and Jiang Jian is related to the matter of the rejuvenating pill, so he certainly cannot sit idly by. Okay, I'll go with you. It just so happened that Shen Jijing also wanted to see what kind of person the famous Wei Yi in Jiangqing was, so she agreed to go with him. 8:30 in the evening. According to the restaurant information sent by Wei Yi, Fang Yuan and the other two came to the top restaurant in Lucheng, the Yellow River Hotel, and then followed the instructions and walked all the way to the third floor. With two mature older sisters, Shen Jijing and Jiang Jian, following him on his left and right, Fang Yuan was in great glory and attracted many envious glances along the way. Shen Jijing was not very adaptable and was still a little reserved, but Jiang Jian was completely used to it. If the main person was not here, she would even hold Fang Yuan's arm. At the door of the private room, Fang Yuan thought for a moment. It is undeniable that Master Wei had helped him before, so this villain who repays kindness with enmity cannot do such a thing. But whether they will break up or continue to maintain this delicate relationship depends entirely on Wei Ye's attitude this time. Call. After thinking it over, Fang Yuan pushed open the door. Ha, Yan Yan, you're finally here. Master Wei stood up to greet him, and Bai Qian also took out the gift she had prepared, but she suddenly saw Fang Yuan next to Jiang Jian, and her face instantly became stiff. Master Wei, long time no see, you look a lot more handsome now. Fang Yuan opened his arms, walked over and gave Master Wei a big hug, then said to Bai Qian, Master Bai Xiang, you two have become much more beautiful. Bai Qian smiled awkwardly, put down the gift in her hand, and looked at Wei Yi awkwardly, but found that his face was gloomy and she didn't know what he was thinking. After a while, Wei Yi forced a smile and said in a bad tone, Yes, Brother Feng, we meet again. How have you been recently? Thanks to Master Wei, it's okay. Yesterday, a little scoundrel wanted to kill me, but luckily I'm lucky enough to not let them succeed. Fang Yuan sat down and said arrogantly. Brother Feng, good fortune is bestowed upon you by heaven. Wei Yi laughed and changed the subject. Brother Feng, do you also know Miss Jiang? More than just knowing each other. I recently bought Founder Entertainment, so strictly speaking, Ms. Jiang is an artist under my management. Oh, there's this? Wei Yi responded with a forced smile. It seems that brother is planning to enter the film and television industry. Yes. Fang Yuan held Wei Yi in his arms and said, I heard you're the biggest moneymaker in the entertainment industry, and your admirers line up from Jiangcheng to Slovenia. Brother, as a latecomer, I still rely entirely on your care. That's natural. As he spoke, Master Wei glanced at Bai Qian coldly, then continued, Brother Feng, now that things have come to this, I won't hide it from you anymore. Those people in the circle are just mediocre and vulgar. I'm tired of them and don't like them anymore. But Yan is different. She has a fresh and refined temperament. I couldn't help but be moved by her and started pursuing her. So how about you take it easy and give me some face? Wei Ye's attitude was not as tough as imagined, but when it came to Jiang Jian, Fang Yuan was not going to back down. He leaned back in his chair and said, Master Wei, it's not that I don't give you face. Think about it, people aren't commodities. It's not as simple as just giving them to anyone. We have to ask the person concerned for their opinion. Sister Yan, what do you think? Fang Yuan gave the choice to Jiang Jian. It is true that Jiang Jian was afraid of Master Wei's power, but seeing how relaxed and at ease Fang Yuan was in front of him, she gained some courage. I'm sorry, Mr. Wei, my focus is on my career and I won't be considering relationships for now. Good, very good. Master Wei narrowed his eyes, the evil fire burning in his heart. You are such a good guy, Fang Yuan. You take advantage of your abilities and shine with just a little sunshine. Not only do you not give me face time and time again, but now you are even going against my own private affairs. If you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. Secretary Bai, pour some wine for Mr. Feng. Wei Yi made a gesture, waited for Bai Qian to pour the wine, raised his glass, and said to Fang Yuan, Brother, we are out in the world, and everything is subject to the same rules. If someone gives me an inch, I'll give them a foot. You understand this, right? I understand. Fang Yuan raised his wine glass and calmly faced Master Wei's imposing manner, saying, But Master Wei, there are some things we both know, but we just don't want to say it too clearly. Watering the roots of a tree is like watering the roots of a tree. Making friends is like sharing one's heart. I sincerely recognize you as a friend, but if you continue like this, then I will have no choice but to offend you. As they were talking, the atmosphere in the delivery room had dropped to freezing point. Okay, with your words, I feel relieved. After saying that, Wei Yi drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, then looked at Fang Yuan and threw the glass down heavily, making a big hole on the table. Brother, I really want to keep going with you, but you don't give me face and keep embarrassing me. How can this be possible? So, now just one word, yes or no. Fang Yuan put down his glass. Master Wei, this is really not possible. Good. Wei Yi's face turned pale. Secretary Bai, please show him away. Once these words were spoken, it meant that the two of them had completely torn their faces apart and were about to confront each other openly. Master Wei, take care. Fang Yuan stood up and said solemnly, then took Jiang Jian and Shen Jijing out of the private room. The moment the door closed, the sound of glass shattering was heard in the private room. Wei Yi was so angry that he finally exploded. Bai Qian was so frightened that she trembled all over. She stepped forward and said, Master Wei, don't be angry. Bitch. Wei Yi growled, this is all caused by your incompetence. I'm really angry right now. As he said that, he grabbed Bai Qian's hair and pressed it down. Ugh. Chapter 146, Past Events Resurface. On the way back by car, Shen Jijing was worried. Husband, if we continue like this today, will Master Wei attack us right now? Her worries are not unfounded. Mr. Wei started out in the underworld. People who have experienced that era know that he was able to reach his current position by being ruthless and vindictive. He tried every possible way to whitewash himself, but the blackness was engraved in his bones and could not be washed away no matter what. Moreover, for now, Fang Yuan's industry is still not as good as Wei Yi's, so it is an unwise choice to break up with him before he develops himself. So what Shen Jijing meant was, should we find a way to remedy the situation? Fang Yuan had certainly thought of these things, but according to his style of either not doing it or doing it to the extreme, he would never be such a clown. Just then, Fang Yuan's cell phone rang. He picked it up and heard Jizi's voice. Stop the car now. They had already reached a crossroads. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped the car and stopped it. At the same time, a dump truck ran through a red light and sped away. This. Jiang Jian and Shen Jijing were both shocked. If they hadn't stopped in time, several of them would have been taken away by now, and no one would have been able to find any fault with them. How so? Jiang Jian instantly thought of Fang Zhang's death. He was in the same situation at the time, and was rear-ended by a drunk truck driver and died inexplicably. Now it seems that today is the same routine. Master Wei has taken action. Fang Yuan's face turned cold and he said indifferently. Humph. With such a ruthless move, you are destined for death. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decisively called Gardenia back. How did you know that? Don't worry about that. Gardenia didn't answer, but said, come to the Luanwu bar in the new district now, and we'll meet. As for the two women in your car, let them go back to the hotel first. Someone will protect them there. Good. Fang Yuan turned around and drove back to the hotel, where the people in charge of protection were already waiting. They were the two old men sent by Yao Na to invite her. After the meeting, Fang Yuan arranged the matters of Shen Jijing and Jiang Jian, spoke a few words to the two elders, and then drove to the new district. With the protection of the two elders, the safety of the two girls is absolutely guaranteed, and he can go and deal with the matters on Wei Yi's side with peace of mind. New District Luanwu Bar. As the name suggests, this is a rather crazy bar, and the blasting DJ music is so loud that it would be harsh even outside. There were two burly men standing at the door of the bar. Fang Yuan walked over to be checked, and then successfully entered the bar. He saw Gardenia holding a white rag doll at a glance. Aren't you afraid of danger coming here alone? Fang Yuan walked over and joked. Jizi rolled her eyes in annoyance and handed over a bottle of wine. That's none of your business. Then he held out his hand. Where is the thing you promised me? It's already prepared, here you go. Fang Yuan took out the copied Queen's Tears and handed it to Jizi, allowing her to carefully examine it inside and out. After confirming the authenticity, Gardenia put it away and said, you really spent a lot of money, boss. Of course I must. You are a talent worth a fortune. This price is nothing. Humph, I like to hear that. Jizi returned the Queen's Tears to Fang Yuan and said, I'll give it back to you. I don't dare to take this hot thing. I agree to join. This is not the place to talk. Come with me. Jizi finished the wine in front of her, stood up and left the bar. Fang Yuan followed her out, and the two talked as they walked on the road. Jizi said seriously, I'm sure you've also suspected the truth behind Fang Zheng's death. That's right, this time and the last time, it was all the work of Mo, Wei Yi's godson. Mo? Isn't he still operating the sewing machine? Fang Yuan was shocked. Logically speaking, yes, but I don't know what method Wei Yi used. He came out recently, and as soon as he came out, his hands were stained with blood. This man is the sharpest knife in Master Wei's hand. He has no reverence for life. You are now being targeted by him, so be careful. Gardenia glanced at Fang Yuan with a wicked smile. Fang Yuan said nonchalantly, It's all right, I'll make sure he never comes back. But then again, he's his godson after all. How could he bear to let him do such dirty things? What a bullshit godson. It's all a trick. It's just Master Wei's way of winning people over. Gardenia said disdainfully, You don't know, except for young Master Long, the other two are subordinates. Give a person a status, then show him favor, and let him remember this favor, so that he will be willing to work for you wholeheartedly. If he works hard, there will be something against him. At this time, Wei Yi will take the opportunity to help him and completely tie him to the pirate ship. He can't get off and will eventually be controlled by him. What a disgusting method. Fang Yuan originally wanted to confront Wei Yi and have a fair fight, but since he was so unkind and threatened the safety of himself and those around him, he should not blame him for being disloyal. Bite. Target for retaliation detected, Long Wei, current retaliation limit is 1. The system also triggered the task at this time, but Fang Yuan was no longer thinking about the so-called revenge plan. Instead, he was considering whether to rush to Wei Yi and stab him with a knife. Gardenia, tell me where Master Wei is, I'll go get him now. Fang Yuan has an invisibility cloak, so he can run away after he succeeds, ensuring that no one will suspect him. I advise you not to do that. Gardenia said, I believe you can get rid of him, but what then? Young Master Long, or someone else from the group, can immediately take his place and launch an indiscriminate counterattack. What will we do then? Gardenia was right. Lord Wei had been entrenched in Jiangcheng for many years and his power was complicated. It would be useless to just kill him. It would be better to eradicate him completely. By the way, I found something very interesting. Since she decided to join Fang Yuan's team, Gardenia had to give Fang Yuan sufficient consideration. She took out a document. 23 years ago, Master Wei was still a pawn of a certain family, and he was with another person. Later, the two of them left the family and became brothers. They founded a group and used it as a foundation to recruit talented people, gradually gaining a foothold in Jiangcheng. When he was successful and should have been enjoying life, this person died mysteriously. This matter is highly confidential. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Maybe it can be used as a starting point. Fang Yuan had a premonition that this person's death must be related to Master Wei. Since he can't get away with it, let him make it public. Fang Yuan is not the kind of person who will passively take a beating. He has already given Wei Yi the chance, but he didn't cherish it. So, the counterattack has begun. Chapter 147, A Sudden Change. In a hotel in Jiangcheng, Yao Wei received a call. The content is very simple, just 2 words, close the net. Yao Wei understood what he meant. These days, she and Xiaowei have been collecting information and recruiting a group of good subordinates. Now it is finally time to take action. Yao Wei immediately turned on her cell phone, arranged the action plan, made another call, and finally changed into an evening gown, stepped on a pair of sparkling high heels, and drove to the door of a bar. As soon as she got off the car, her proud and arrogant demeanor attracted the attention of many gangsters. This woman is really amazing. Not only does she have a perfect appearance, but she also has a slim waist and a plump butt. Coupled with her blonde hair, she looks sexy and charming. She is simply a top-notch beauty. If I could have some friction with such a beauty, even if I had to become a human, I would still make her feel good. Amidst a sea of heated gazes, Yao Wei walked into the bar and found a seat at the bar. Miss Yao Wei. The one who greeted me was young Master Long. What's the matter that made you ask me to come here so suddenly? Young Master Long knew Yao Wei and knew that she was from the Yao family. He had met her when Master Wei took him to a high society banquet. But the two had never met before, so they were confused at this moment. It's too noisy here. It's not the right place to talk. Let's change the environment. After saying that, Yao Wei walked out of the bar. Although he was very confused, young Master Long still followed her out, invited her into the car, and then followed her instructions to a park. "It's quiet here, Miss Yao Wei, have you encountered something? Do you need help?" Yao Wei said nothing, just looking at the message on her phone. After a while, several cars stopped in front of young Master Long's car, with their headlights flashing. Then several women got out of the car and walked over, dragging 3 men who looked like dead pigs. Young Master Long frowned instantly. He knew these 3 people. They were none other than the sons of several hall masters under Master Wei. "Miss Yao Wei, what do you mean?" young Master Long said with a cold face. He smelled a hint of danger. Could it be that the Yao family was going to attack Master Wei? "They are just some scum. I bet you don't think highly of them." Yao Wei said calmly, "Just wait and see. Things are about to change in Jiangcheng. What happened today is just the beginning of the downfall of the Weilong Group, but my boss is very optimistic about you and hopes you can mend your ways and stop following Master Wei down this dark path. Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't agree, just don't regret it later." "Humph. Wishful thinking. Tell your boss that I will not betray Master Wei." Young Master Long had a serious expression, his eyes showing extreme coldness. "I don't attack women, get out of the car. I've got your message, take care of yourself." After saying that, Yao Wei called on her men to take the 3 dead pigs and leave. Jiangcheng is destined to be sleepless tonight. Yao Wei is very capable. The intelligence network she built covers many aspects. Combined with the real-time city surveillance footage provided by Gardenia, she was able to catch all the hall masters under Wei Yi along with the criminal evidence, and dumped them in front of the police station overnight. After doing all this, Yao Wei returned to the door of the bar and sent an okay expression to Fang Yuan. Hard. Fang Yuan's reply was still simple. "And?" Yao Wei rolled her eyes and was about to get in the car when a figure suddenly appeared beside her. At the same time, at Han Lingsha's home. "Oh my. You're so boring. Don't you want to play any games?" Han Lingsha was almost speechless. The boss assigned her a personal bodyguard, but he turned out to be just a bodyguard. Apart from standing there stupidly and keeping watch, he couldn't even say a word. "Besides, this is my home, how could there be any danger?" Chen Mushang remained indifferent, standing upright and looking around vigilantly. "Forget it, I can't explain it to you, a piece of wood." Han Lingsha took out a lollipop, stuffed it into her mouth, then crossed her legs and stared at Chen Mushang. 10 minutes passed, Han Lingsha's eyes were sore, but Chen Mushang's eyes were still bright. "I give up, big brother. If you don't want to play games with me, you can at least talk to me, right?" "Can." Although it was only 2 words, Chen Mushang finally spoke, and Han Lingsha was still a little excited. But a new question arises: what to talk about with someone as dull as Chen Mushang? Han Lingsha thought for a while and asked, "Well, do you have someone you like?" "No." "What do you like to eat?" "No." "You're invincible." Han Lingsha rolled her eyes. With such low EQ, it would be better not to chat at all. Suddenly, she had a funny idea, so she used her sweet girl skills. "Mushang Gie. Please call me Chen Mushang." Chen Mushang corrected him in a serious tone. Han Lingsha remained unmoved. She moved closer to Chen Mushang, reached out to touch his chest, pouted her lips, and asked with a pitiful expression, "I don't care, I'm going to scream." "Mushang Gigi, is my sister cute?" "Not cute." Chen Mushang's answer hit Han Lingsha's heart like a hammer. She instantly turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex and said through gritted teeth, "I'm asking you, are you a human being? I'm like this, and you don't even react at all. You even say I'm unlovable." Chen Mushing's answer was still serious. "First, I am protecting you. This is the task my eldest brother gave me. Secondly, you're even less cute now." "Ah. I'm so angry." Han Lingsha was furious. She had always been confident in her sweet girl skills, but at this moment, Chen Mushang hit her so hard that she began to doubt her life. She stomped her feet in anger and went upstairs. Chen Mushang also followed. "Go away, I'm going to sleep. Don't follow me." Han Lingsha slammed the door shut. "Oh." Chen Mushang stood at her door diligently. Nothing happened overnight. In the early morning, the headlines of the entire Jiangcheng were all dominated by one piece of news. To protect public safety and eradicate criminal gangs, the police department launched a multi-day special operation, which yielded fruitful results, destroying several illegal dens and apprehending the main suspect. Wei Yi was watching the news in bed, and he was so angry that his liver was about to explode. Fong Yuan, let's start now. Stand up. He slapped Bai Qian awake from her sleep, looked at her bruised face, and said harshly, "This is all your fault. I can't go back to Jiangqing for the time being. Go, help me find Xiao Mo and tell him that the fish is not dead." Yes. Bai Qian was angry but dared not say anything. She got out of bed, changed her clothes, and left with her head down. Fong Yuan. Wei Yi muttered to him, and suddenly the corner of his mouth rose. "I admit that you have some means, but Jiangcheng will not allow such an awesome person like you to appear." Somewhere in Lucheng, Fong Yuan and Jizi were figuring out how to deal with Master Wei's anger when suddenly the phone rang. Fong Yuan picked it up and saw that it was Bai Qian's number. He was about to answer it when Jizi stopped him. Gardenia quickly connected to the computer and analyzed the phone signal before signaling Fong Yuan to answer the call. No eavesdropping, no tracking, safe. Good. After Fong Yuan picked up the phone, before he could say anything, he heard Bai Qian say, "Mr. Fong, is it convenient for us to meet?" Chapter 148, Broken Blade Plan. Oh. Master Bai Xiang, if you have anything to say, please call me. I'm busy right now. Are you kidding? Bai Qian is Wei Yi's secretary. She contacted me at such a sensitive time. Who knows if she will do something weird? Bai Qian smiled gently. Are you afraid that I will hurt you? Don't worry, I don't have that idea. I just have something important to discuss with you in person. If you want to know, come to Carter's restaurant. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying that, Bai Qian hung up the phone. What do you think? Fong Yuan asked Jizi for her opinion. I'll sit and watch. Jizi found a piece of information and said, this Bai Qian was a former porn actress. Master Wei was attracted by her beauty and became his personal secretary. So, do you think you can trust a woman like this who spends every day with Master Wei? Fong Yuan shook his head, but somehow he felt that Bai Qian seemed to be up to something big, so he nodded again. Let's go and take a look. I don't think it's that simple. Gardenia rolled her eyes. Whatever you say, I'm not going anyway. Well, just wait for me here. Fong Yuan drove out and soon arrived at the agreed restaurant. Bai Qian was waiting for him in the private room on the second floor. Mr. Fong, you're here. Seeing Fong Yuan, she greeted him lightly. Fong Yuan walked over and sat down, looking at her face in surprise. Your injury? It was Master Wei who beat me. Bai Qian forced a smile, then picked up the red wine that had been aerated in advance and planned to pour a glass for Fong Yuan. No, I'm not here to drink. Fong Yuan stopped her and said, just tell me what you want to say. Good. Bai Qian sighed, stood up silently, and then took off her shirt in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan opened his eyes wide. I saw that the steamed bun, which should have been white and plump, was covered with blue and purple wounds, and between the wounds, there were dotted with little fireworks. Bai Qian turned around again, revealing her back, which was even more horrific. Fong Yuan's mouth trembled slightly. He was silent for a long time, then stood up and helped her put on her clothes. He knew what Bai Qian was going to say. Mr. Fong, working under Master Wei, you often have no choice but to do things against your will. I hope you can forgive me for that. Bai Qian smiled bitterly, a cold glint in her eyes. I can be your insider and help you defeat Master Wei. After this is accomplished, I only hope to obtain some wealth to ensure that I will have no worries about food and clothing in my next life. How? Bai Qian followed Wei Yi not because he was old and didn't take a bath. First of all, there is a layer of coercion, and secondly, money is the most important factor. As the Bai Shangju under Lord Wei, she has earned a lot over the years, but this cannot erase the pain she has suffered. As long as Master Wei doesn't fall, she will feel uneasy. In the past, she saw no hope and could only endure silently and suffer. Now that Fong Yuan has the potential to overthrow Wei Yi, she naturally has to seize the opportunity. No problem. The people around Master Wei came to surrender, and Fong Yuan had no reason to refuse. Bai Qian continued, I'm sure you've come into contact with Master Wei's 3 godsons, but I want to say that you should be careful of the one called Umo. Master Wei pulled him out of the kiln and did 2 things for him. Fong Yuan's eyes instantly turned cold. Sure enough, Fong Zhang's death was related to Master Wei. Moreover, Umo is now a threat to the safety of himself and those around him, so he must not be allowed to stay. Where is he now? Jinxing Bar in Lucheng. Bai Qian explained, it's actually an underground boxing ring. Umo was the boss before he went in, but now he's back. He has a lot of desperate men under his command. There's another thing I think you might be interested in. Bai Qian kept it a secret. Hurry up and tell me. Fang Yuan's mind was now full of how to get rid of Umo, and he had no time to chat with her. Young Master Long. The outside world only knows that he is Wei Yi's adopted child, but they don't know that Wei Yi is actually the enemy who killed his parents. Fang Yuan instantly thought of the man who had fought alongside Master Wei to build his empire. I didn't expect that he was young Master Long's father. Bai Qian continued, I don't know if it's out of guilt or something else, but Master Wei treats him like his own son and gives him many of the group's resources and connections. Find an opportunity to tell him the truth. He might even become your helper. Fang Yuan took note of this. Young Master Long is a man who knows the rules, and Fang Yuan has a good impression of him. But if I tell him that his benefactor is actually my enemy, can young Master Long accept it? Moreover, Mr. Wei treats him as his own son. The complex emotions involved are not something that outsiders can judge, and it may even have a counterproductive effect. This matter needs further consideration. You told me so much, I'll give you something too. Fang Yuan took out a pen and paper, leaned over and wrote something. This is a prescription that can repair your injuries and improve the quality of your skin. Take it. Bai Qian looked at Fang Yuan gratefully. Thank you. Thank you, if nothing else, I'll leave. Fang Yuan waved his hand, stood up and left. Bai Qian stared blankly at his back. She had indeed wanted something to happen between her and Fang Yuan, but as they got to know each other, she realized that she was not worthy. No matter in terms of status or appearance, he is not worthy. Bai Qian took a deep breath, her eyes gradually drooped, and finally she smiled faintly and went to carry out the task assigned to her by Master Wei. Of course, Fang Yuan's actions did not cause any serious damage to Wei Yi. Wei Yi's main source of income now comes from the laundered international business, and those gangs, to put it bluntly, are just black gloves to stabilize his territory and do not hurt him. But after running the business for so many years, spending so much money, and employing so many people, it was wiped out overnight. It was undoubtedly a slap in the face, and it made him very uncomfortable. Fang Yuan returned to Jizi and told her about his meeting with Bai Qian. Old man Long Wei is really disgusting. He treated a beautiful young lady with a good figure like this. Gardenia was not feeling sorry for Bai Qian, but for herself. Although she is an adult, she looks young and has a deep obsession with plumpness and sexiness. Fang Yuan sensed her regret and glanced at her. You'll grow up sooner or later. Gardenia looked at him coldly. Do you know that talking to a girl like this is very shameless? Get to work. Fang Yuan then planned to break Wei Yi's knife, Umo. After Jizi collected information, she quickly found information about Jinxing Bar. The bar is located in a very remote area, but its business is extremely booming, which indirectly confirms what Bai Qian said. Do you want to kill them alone? Gardenia asked. Fang Yuan shook his head. He has the ability to attack alone, but if he attacks rashly without understanding the internal structure of the bar, he will easily suffer losses. This requires someone to gather intelligence, and Fang Yuan instantly thought of Yan Jidao. When it comes to things like bars, no one is more suitable than him. After contacting Yan Jidao, the Broken Blade plan began. Fang Yuan discussed with Jizi again and decided that the next counterattack would be against Wei Yi's industry. After making the decision, he called Secretary Sun. Director Fang, what's the matter? How much money is available on Lanxin's books now? Please wait a moment. After a while, Secretary Sun said, Director Fang, the amount you can use right now is 18.6 billion. So much? Yeah. Sun Jiaying proudly said, our smart chips are now receiving orders from all over the world and are selling very well. And I'm only talking about your share. If you add in President Yao's investment, President Lan's and my shares, it will be even more. Good, very good. Fang Yuan suddenly felt confident. Now, everyone, follow my command. Chapter 149, All-Out War. Gardenia, investigate Master Wei's industrial structure. Okay, boss. Gardenia tapped away on the keyboard and quickly found the message. Wei Yi's industrial structure is divided into 6 parts, the first of which is the international entertainment industry that cooperates with foreign countries. His hotels are distributed all over the world, which is the bulk of his industry and the top priority. Boss, I don't think you can shake this. Well, go on. The second industry is real estate. 30% of the real estate in Jiancheng was developed by Wei Yi. This is his own industry and also his basic foundation. What remains is manufacturing and some underground industries, which are not worth mentioning. If you want to bring down Wei Yi, you need to make him completely abandon his public industry and go underground. But when he went underground, Wei Yi was not so stable. He had an illegitimate beginning, and all he had to do was find out about the dirty things he had done, and he would lose his composure. Fang Yuan called Yao Wei. Wei, you can close the net over there and hand over the evidence you've collected immediately. Oh, don't forget to post some online too. Clear. Yao Wei was very efficient, and Fang Yuan once again witnessed her ability. Soon, many real-name reports about Wei Yi appeared on the short video platform. The things reported by these people really happened, with the time, place, and people involved. Wei Yi couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. In a villa in Liuzhou, Wei Yi saw the video fermenting on the short video website. With the influx of a large number of internet trolls, it became popular in less than half an hour. Not only that, true and false information also appeared in many melon eating groups, and a series of documents incriminating him were also circulated wildly in the circle of friends. Good boy, you're going to play this trick on me, right? Wei Yi sat on the bed and made arrangements, immediately conduct crisis PR, reduce the heat at all costs. Then block the news and find a few people to come out and refute the rumors. Master Wei. Bai Qian came back, accompanied by a middle-aged man in cloth clothes. Godfather. The man saluted respectfully. Mo, you are finally here. This time we must kill him. When Wei Yi thought of Fang Yuan, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Well, I must not let my godfather down. Mo turned and left. Wei Yi asked Bai Qian to sit next to him and continued to pay attention to the public opinion. Just then, a phone call came in. Master Wei, because of the public opinion, the group's stock market trend has begun to turn green. What? Wei Yi was horrified and said, quickly arrange for the banker to inject water. The stock market of Weilong Group has always been very stable. Even in the bear market, it has never been affected. Now it is turning green, which is not a good sign. Wei Yi had just finished arranging the stock market and had not yet calmed down when Bai Qian's phone rang. After she took it out, her expression froze instantly, and then she whispered, Master Wei, it's Mr. Song. Mr. Song. Wei Yi nervously picked up the phone and said humbly, Hey, Mr. Song, this is Xiaolong. Please speak. No one could have imagined that Mr. Wei, whose stomping of his feet could shake the Jiangcheng, would actually call himself Xiaolong in front of Mr. Song. What happened? Mr. Song's voice was a little hoarse, and although his overall tone was flat, Mr. Wei could hear some dissatisfaction. I've encountered a little trouble, but it will be solved soon. You are also an old hand, how could you be fooled by a junior? Mr. Song knew of Fang Yuan's existence and instructed, I don't care what method you use, you must suppress this matter. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who caused the problem. Yes. Yes. I get it. Wei Yi agreed repeatedly, and his attitude was so humble. Long Wei, let me tell you, if you can't handle this, you know the consequences. I understand. I understand. After Mr. Song hung up the phone, Wei Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his head. Mr. Song's words were actually a warning. If this matter was not resolved properly, they would give up on Wei Yi at any time. Notify Jiang Cheng to concentrate all the money in the company's account and stop the following activities. We can't let anyone catch us again. Boss, come and listen. Gardenia intercepted an audio clip and clicked play. Yes. I understand. The audio was exactly what Wei Yi had just said on the phone, but there was no voice from the other party. Very sophisticated shielding technology. It seems they're using a custom-made phone that prevents anyone from eavesdropping on their channel. They're definitely not ordinary people. From Wei Yi's humble tone, Jizi also deduced a message, there is someone above Wei Yi, but what he said is useless information, so it's hard to tell who it is. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. It was the same as not saying anything. It's okay, we'll proceed as planned. As the market, which has been on a downward trend, sees a rebound, it means that the market makers are out of the game. It's time to make a surprise move. Fang Yuan called Li Lai. Dear, did you miss me? Li Lai's sweet dear made Zhuzi roll her eyes at Fang Yuan. Be serious, I have something important to talk to you about. You talk, I'm listening. Li Lai's tone became serious. Did you see today's market? I did it. Are you interested in participating? Of course. Li Lai knew that Fang Yuan and Wei Yi had fallen out, and they must be competing with each other now. The Li family has been in decline for a long time. If they can capture Master Wei this time, their status will definitely rise again. Long Wei must have used all his resources on the big market now, so his entertainment industry in Jiangchang will definitely be empty. I will give you the maximum funds, and you should acquire it as soon as possible. Good. With Fang Yuan's support, this business is a sure win. Fang Yuan waved his hand and a large amount of funds arrived. As the market closed, Li Lai sent a message saying that the deal was done. More than 30 entertainment companies under Wei Yi were successfully acquired by the Li family at a low price. Master Wei didn't even have time to intervene. Lu Cheng, inside the villa. Hateful. Uncle Wei overturned the table, and all kinds of crackling sounds were heard. He was keeping an eye on Fang Yuan in front, but he didn't expect that the Li family would dare to take advantage of the situation and take away all his entertainment properties in Jiangcheng. Contact the Li family for me. Bai Qian found the number and dialed it. Soon the call was connected. It was Li Lai who answered the phone. Li? What do you mean? Wei Yi was very unhappy, and there was murderous intent in his voice. Hey, Master Wei, why are you so angry? Are you? Li Lai? There had always been discord within the Li family, and he had even been involved in the change of dynasties. However, he had never expected that Li Lai would become the head of the family in the end. It's me. Wei Yi asked in a cold tone. Li Lai, what do you mean? Don't think you can defeat me by following Fang Yuan. I am still the king of Jiangcheng's underground. I advise you to think it over carefully. I think clearly. Li Lai replied calmly, we are all doing business. Mr. Wei, you don't have to be so sensitive. It's easy for you to get these properties back. I'll return them to you at the market price. How? Chapter 150, Close-Up Attack. Don't even think about it. Li Lai's words were undoubtedly like asking Wei Yi for paper after taking a shit on his head, which instantly ignited Wei Yi's anger. Fang Yuan, Li family, I will make you pay the price. Wei Yi hung up the phone, then found a number and called it. Ah. The phone was connected and moans were heard from the other end. Wei Yi frowned and said, Xiaonan, what's going on over there? Master Wei Well, I'm not convenient right now, please wait for me for a while. Xiaonan was breathing heavily, and then amidst a burst of intense banging sounds, she hung up the phone. Wei Yi was stunned. This Xiaonan is his liaison with several bosses. Logically, he has no right to interfere with her private life, but now that the situation is urgent, she actually still has the mind to run. Wei Yi suppressed his anger and waited for about 20 minutes before the call finally came back. Sister, you are really beautiful. Little thing, you're so sweet. I'll satisfy you later. Let me talk about something serious first. Master Wei, tell me. My trust fund under your company is available for withdrawal. I need it now. Xiaonan chuckled, Master Wei, you know the rules. It will take some time to take out the trust fund, and it's not working hours now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I won't be making the trip tomorrow. I want to go through the VIP channel. Sorry, we don't have that service. Xiaonan said coldly. Baby, are you ready to load the ammunition? Here I come. Then, amidst a flurry of fierce and violent words, the call was disconnected. They are all trash. Wei Yi held the phone tightly, his fingers turning white. This Xiaonan is a hungry ghost. In order to win her over, I asked her to play with the Macho Man in Jinxing Bar many times, but I didn't expect the final result to be like this. Things have developed beyond our expectations so far, it seems we need to make some plans. On the other side, Yan Jidao tidied his clothes, wiped the lip marks off his face, and left Jinxing Bar. What a troublesome woman. If it weren't for his good appetite and rich experience, he would have almost lost. Yan Jidao called Fang Yuan. Hey, big brother, it's me, Yan Jidao. Jinxing Bar is nothing complicated. It was easy to take down, and I even got an unexpected reward. I just captured a woman that Master Wei had tried to win over. She was so sexy, TSK TSK TSK. Well, you are worthy of it. Fang Yuan hung up the phone excitedly. The next step can begin. In Lucheng, at the villa where Master Wei was staying, there was a sudden knock on the door. Bai Qian came down from upstairs, opened the door and was stunned to find Fang Yuan. Mr. Fong, you. As she spoke, Bai Qian stuck her head out and looked outside the door. Don't look at them, they are all good for nothings. I took care of them in 2 moves. Fong Yuan said this calmly, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Where is Master Wei? Upstairs, I'll take you there. Bai Qian took Fong Yuan up to the 2nd floor and pushed open the door to Wei Yi's room. Wei Yi pretended to be calm. Brother, you are here, sit down. Secretary Bai, go prepare some tea. He seemed calm as an old dog, but in fact he was extremely panicked. Yes. Bai Qian left the room, and Fong Yuan also sat down, facing Mr. Wei. You're making a lot of noise. Wei Yi said with a smile, trying to maintain what he believed to be elegance. Bai Qian made tea and came in to pour it for the 2 of them. Wei Yi took a sip and continued, Do you know why I invited you to have tea this time? The more you drink, the more confused you become, but tea can clear your mind. Fong Yuan picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. It still has to be you. Master Wei sighed. Fong Yuan. No. Brother Fong, tell me, how did we end up like this? You have to ask yourself. Fong Yuan concluded, Your mindset is too narrow to accommodate me. You forced me to take this step today. Wei Yi did not refute, but sighed again and explained with a serious expression, It's not that I can't tolerate you, but you are too dangerous. I see your potential. If I let you continue to grow, you will threaten my position sooner or later. What will I do then? There is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. No one will allow someone who surpasses himself to appear in his territory. Master Wei, you are such a mean person. I don't blame you for considering these things. But I've already given you a chance, Slovenia, because of our old friendship. I'm not holding it against you for hiring someone to kill me. But what did you do? You continued to attack me and even threatened the people around me. How could I tolerate this? You tore your face, why should I glue it back together? I admit that what I did was inappropriate. Wei Yi took a sip of tea and remained calm, but aren't you going too far? In just one day, I lost at least 2 billion. Do you think my money was blown away by the wind? Fong Yuan said confidently, Oh, only 2 billion? Do you believe that I have the ability to make all your money evaporate? How outrageous! Master Wei narrowed his eyes and looked at Fong Yuan. From acquiring Lanxin, to defeating the Li family and acquiring Fingrui Group, Fong Yuan's rise was so fast that it even alarmed the people above him. Master Wei softened his tone and poured Fong Yuan a cup of tea. Fong Yuan, you can get rid of me, but are you sure you can handle the things behind me? The composition of this world is not as simple as you see it, just like me. Wei Yi pointed at himself and said self-deprecatingly, I may look so glorious, but in reality, I'm just a small figure in one link. If you want to stay in glory for a long time, you must learn to bow your head to the higher-ups. It's funny to say, I used to be just like you, thinking I was brave enough to fight and that I had mastered all the rules of this world. But what is the reality? I've encountered beings much larger than myself. Compared to them, I'm like an ant. Everything around me can be easily destroyed by them with just a few words. You are a proud person, but are you sure you can hold your head high like this in front of them? The purpose of Master Wei saying so much was just to make Fong Yuan give up. That's just you, not me. Fong Yuan didn't care about this. The reason you care about these things is because you are stubborn and greedy. In order to satisfy your desires, you voluntarily accept domestication. In my eyes, money and status are not important. I just want to do business honestly. Whoever makes me unhappy, I will make him unhappy. There's a saying that goes, you only eat as much as you can, he said. Master Wei, if you don't have the appetite, you should have expected this outcome long ago. Fong Yuan no longer wanted to waste his breath talking to him. However, Wei Yi was unwilling to fail like this. He still had a trump card he thought could turn the tide, so he lowered his voice and said, Fong Yuan, do you really think you can beat me like this? Dream. Tomorrow, just tomorrow, you will regret it. Just before Fong Yuan entered the room, he had already arranged his actions. Jiancheng is Wei Yi's territory, and he has nothing to worry about. Although his gang was dismantled, he still has reserves of his own. In order to make Fong Yuan disappear and give an explanation to himself and his superiors, he has resorted to all means.